I just happened to play a mobile game. Little did I expect that the next day, the game attributes would actually reflect on myself. Just because a week later, the age of mythology would arrive. The way of heaven is also to give all beings a glimmer of hope. It directly binds the only beta testing qualification to your phone. At this moment, you look at the notification on your phone, astonished and uncertain, but considering that even such a fantastical thing as time travel has happened to you, the arrival of the age of mythology doesn't seem so unacceptable. Perhaps this game is a benefit for you as a traveler. Thinking of this, you directly open the game and, following the instructions, access the profession extraction pool, ready to start drawing a profession. Once a beta player draws a profession and binds it, it will follow them for life, and the profession extraction pool will be completely closed. After seeing this note, you immediately became cautious, but if you don't bind a profession, you can keep drawing. Congratulations! You have drawn the ordinary profession of farmer. Once activated, you will have an extraordinary talent for planting crops. Seeing this, your mouth twitched, and then you directly opened the recharge mall. Indeed, there were many packages related to profession extraction. If you bought them all, you would have about 500 draws. 3 minutes later, your face was gloomy. After a total of 70 draws, you only got 2 rare professions, and they were both support roles. Then, gritting your teeth, you bought 3 deluxe packages for 128 each, and after seriously washing your hands, you began to draw. Just when you had lost hope, a grand music suddenly played, and golden light flashed in the game, with phenomena appearing everywhere. Congratulations! You have drawn a mythic profession. Spirit Summoner. Can summon deceased spirits to fight alongside you. For every 10 levels the profession increases, you can summon 1 spirit. Looking at the introduction of the Spirit Summoner, your expression changed. Ultimately, you gritted your teeth again and clicked to draw once more. Although the mythic profession is the highest level, it can also be awakened. As the only one in Blue Star with beta testing qualification, binding just a mythic profession would be a bit too low. At the very least, it should be a unique hidden profession. Gritting your teeth, you decided to buy all the extraction packages. At this moment, your heart was bleeding. If this age of mythology was fake, you would probably be eating instant noodles every day this month. But in the next moment, the game screen suddenly displayed a sky full of colorful sword shadows. Congratulations! You have drawn a hidden profession, the Chaos Swordsman, which is a unique combat profession. Upon binding, you will gain the Chaos Sword Body, which increases experience gained from slaying exotic beasts by 200%, can awaken all swordsmanship skills, and enhances the effects of swordsmanship skills and profession talents by 100%. In an instant, your face was filled with ecstasy. Although you didn't know if there were any hidden professions stronger than the Chaos Swordsman, you were extremely satisfied with this profession at the moment. Plus, you only had 10 draws left, and you didn't think that with your extreme bad luck, you could draw a hidden profession more powerful than the Chaos Swordsman in these 10 attempts. Binding the profession, Chaos Swordsman. Honorable beta player Chen Xian, congratulations on becoming a Chaos Swordsman, gaining the Chaos Sword Body, and awakening the spatial swordsmanship skill, Spirit Draining / For every 10 levels you gain, you can awaken 1 swordsmanship skill. Upon reaching level 50, you can cultivate your professional skills through the 5 libraries of heaven. Immediately, without hesitation, you used all the profession experience gained from the extraction packages, and your level, which was originally only 1, suddenly shot up. A moment later, you looked at your profession panel with a silly smile. Name, Chen Xian. Profession, Chaos Swordsman. Unique level, 45. Strength, 1380. Constitution, 1840. Spirit, 2760. Equipped with no profession skills, spatial skill, Spirit Draining Sword, Long Weapon skill, Frozen, Thunder skill, Divine Thunder Wings, Dark skill, Dark Desire Obliteration. The maximum for ordinary people in strength, constitution, and spirit is 10. What surprised you even more was that the 3 subsequent awakened profession skills were all rare. After understanding all this, you controlled your character to grind experience in the Beast Dungeon. After doing all this, you quietly sat on the sofa, waiting for the game's return the next day. Just as you were about to doze off, a bell rang midnight. Finally, esteemed beta player Chen Xian, congratulations on raising your profession level to 47 on the first day. Now, your body is about to receive a 10% feedback on your base attributes. In the next moment, the entire room suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Under your astonished gaze, these golden light dots surged into your body like a torrent. At this moment, you could clearly feel your cells within filling up bit by bit, and a powerful sense of strength surged within you, as if with one punch you could shatter everything. 3 minutes later, you raised your hands to take a look and found that your skin had become fair and delicate, with clearly visible muscles and exceedingly perfect lines. Then you got up and went to the kitchen, took a small knife, and lightly scratched your palm, leaving just a faint white mark. Seeing this, you were instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Just the feedback from the first day, at January 10th, was so powerful. How strong would the final complete feedback be as your game level increased? After testing for a long time, your excited feelings gradually calmed down. It was one thing to have no ability before, but now that you had gained power, how could you just stand by and watch Huaxia suffer? Moreover, if you received the country's assistance, the growth you could achieve would be beyond imagination. By relying solely on yourself, even if you took out all those loans, how much could you get? You still hoped to cooperate with the country. After all, having a nation as a backing would definitely outweigh the disadvantages. After a day and night without sleep, you furrowed your brows, realizing that in just one night, your profession level had only reached 49. At this rate, reaching level 70 in a week would be quite good, especially with the double experience boost from being a chaos swordsman. Otherwise, the speed would be even slower. Thinking for a moment, you directly opened your phone's contacts, found Sister Lin's number, and dialed it. This person was a client of yours before and served as the director of the Tianhai City government office. It is said that this woman has a very strong background, and you wanted to reach the highest levels through her connections. When the call connected, a pleasant voice came through. Hello, which Sister Lin? It's me, Chen Shui. Are you in the office now? I have something extremely important to discuss with you. Alright, come over. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tong Xiumei expressed her thoughts. She still remembered you and even had a bit of goodwill, but if you thought that this little connection would allow you to get things done, you were gravely mistaken. After all, he had always been impartial and strictly followed the rules. Before long, you arrived at Lin Tong's office and openly expressed your thoughts, including the news about the invasion of the Age of Mythology a week later. At this moment, Lin Tong was staring intently at you, and it seemed he had taken a bold step and dared not mock a public servant. You were not surprised by his attitude. Anyone who suddenly heard your words would react this way, perhaps even more intensely, possibly thinking of you as a madman and wanting to kick you out. Thinking of this, you said seriously, I can prove it. When Yen Ling Tong took a deep breath and said, now I want to see how you prove it. You then walked over to a solid wood table and calmly said, this is the power I've gained. With a swift slap, the solid wood table shattered like a broken mirror in an instant. Feeling this wasn't enough to prove yourself, you glanced at other items in the office. In the next moment, you vanished. In mere moments, the originally grand office turned into a garbage dump. If you weren't worried about causing too much noise, you would have smashed the walls too. At this moment, a golden hue appeared on Ling Tong's exquisite and beautiful face. With her significant background, she knew that there were indeed some extraordinary individuals in today's technological world. She had even seen them with her own eyes. However, while those people could easily defeat dozens of ordinary people without weapons, they could never reach your level. The terrifying part was that your displayed speed was beyond their comprehension. Before he even had time to react, you had already destroyed the room. The power I control is far stronger than this. Upon hearing this, Ling Tong's chest rose and fell. However, the power you possess at this moment is already astonishing, and this isn't even everything. Thinking of this, Ling Tong suddenly trembled. If you can wield such power, it means the invasion of the mythical era is indeed real. After realizing this, Ling Tong's charming face was filled with excitement. She wanted to collaborate with the country. Although the time was short, only a week, this was definitely an opportunity for our dragon country. With the strength of the nation, a week is enough to accomplish many things. When Yen Lin Tong furrowed his brows slightly, pondering for a long time. Finally, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Before long, a kind voice came from the phone. Little Tong, why are you calling your grandpa? Grandpa, I have something very important to tell you. Please have the technicians encrypt our upcoming call at the highest level, Ling Tong said solemnly. After acknowledging, Ling Tong's grandpa hung up the phone. A few minutes later, the phone rang, and Ling Tong immediately answered. Grandpa, here's the situation. As Ling Tong narrated, Ling Xiang's pupils contracted, and he remained silent for a long time. Finally, he said, Little Tong, let that young friend of yours take the call. Hello, Chen, young friend, what you said is true, without a doubt. Besides my own changes, I have other means to prove it, but I need the country's assistance, aside from Little Tong. Have you mentioned this to anyone else? No, please have the young friend wait in Little Tong's office. I will send someone to pick you up immediately. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiang's expression grew serious. In his 80 years of life, it was the first time he had heard such a mysterious matter. At the same time, you secretly sighed in relief. Finally, you were able to collaborate with the country, and while there were implications for the nation, you also had your own selfish motives. After all, with the country's help, you could freely purchase game packages to enhance yourself. Even if it was just for a week, it could elevate you to heights beyond imagination. After hanging up the phone, Ling Tong's beautiful eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance. Once the country confirmed the facts, your identity would undergo a tremendous change. Fortunately, he was the first to connect with you. No matter how much things change in the future, he wouldn't be left behind and might even become more illustrious because of it. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Just plain water will do." After saying that, while Lin Tong poured the water, you sat on the sofa and took out your phone. At this moment, your profession level had already risen to level 50. Congratulations, player Chen Xian. Your profession level has been upgraded to 50, and the talent extraction pool has been opened for you. You can extract talents through the talent extraction pool. Before, your profession could match up to 5 talents. Once bound, the talent extraction pool will close again. Additionally, the profession skill cultivation has begun, and the Wutong Dreadful Realm instance has also opened. Completing the Wutong Dreadful Realm will yield skill scrolls, which can be used to cultivate professional skills. Of course, you can also directly purchase skill scroll packages in the mall. Seeing this, a golden light flickered in your eyes, but when you opened the game store, your expression instantly changed. You realized that you couldn't even afford the most basic talent extraction package. At that moment, after placing the water down, Ling Tong sat beside you without hesitation and said, "Is this the internal test game you mentioned?" "That's right. If the mythical era truly descends, this price isn't expensive. In fact, it's quite low." Wen Yen had to admit that Ling Tong was right. After all, this price was indeed as low as it could get in the face of the mythical era. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and about 10 formidable soldiers in uniform strode in. "Mr. Chen, please come with us. Director Lin, you too." Seeing this, you stood up directly. You returned a military salute and walked outside. Once outside the hallway, you realized there were about 20 fully armed soldiers standing there. With your keen perception, you noticed that the entire government building was essentially surrounded by fully armed soldiers, with 7 armored vehicles parked outside. They were neatly parked in front of the government building. As you got into the vehicle, the armored convoy slowly departed from the government building. Before long, the convoy arrived at a military base, where a row of imposing soldiers stood neatly in formation. At the front was a burly middle-aged man, carrying a commanding presence. As you stepped out of the vehicle, the man approached you directly. "Mr. Chen, I am Lin Jianye, the commander of Dongfeng Base." "Commander Lin, nice to meet you. I am Chen Shui." "Mr. Chen, we need your cooperation for some tests. Would that be convenient for you?" "Sure, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Chen." Sliding forward, Ling Jianye led you to an elevator. After a series of complex verifications, you arrived at a spacious hall filled with various testing equipment and over a dozen research experts. "Mr. Chen, this is Yi Shang, an academician of the Dragon National Academy of Sciences. He will conduct your testing next." Yi Shang wasted no time and pointed to a steel dummy nearby, saying, "Mr. Chen, please unleash your strongest power and strike that dummy." Wen Yen nodded and walked straight up to the dummy. At that moment, everyone present held their breath, fixated on your figure. Meanwhile, the senior officials of Dragon Country, observing through real-time cameras, were also silent, intently focused on the screen. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted as the dummy was sent flying by your strike, shattering into pieces. Even the walls made of special materials were left with numerous dents. This scene left Ling Jianye, Yi Shang, and the others dumbfounded. The first to react, Yi Shang quickly turned to his assistant and asked, "What are the data results?" "Basic strength exceeds 4,000 kilograms. In an instant, everyone fell silent. From their understanding, even the top performers would never exceed a basic strength of 2,000 kilograms. Moreover, those who could reach 1,000 kilograms were extremely rare, and each one was recorded by the state. After a full hour of testing, you were led by Lin Jianye to an office to rest. Then, Lin Jianye handed you an encrypted notebook and said, "Mr. Chen, the leaders will be speaking with you." Upon hearing this, your expression turned serious as you tidied your clothes. Soon, the image of the number 1 leader appeared on the screen. "Comrade Chen Xian, hello. Could you please elaborate on the situation?" As you continued to narrate, even Lin Jianye, who stood beside you, felt his pupils constrict. "You mean to say that the power you currently possess is merely an anomaly of the basic profession value? They've witnessed firsthand how formidable your current strength is, yet such power is just an anomaly of the basic profession value?" "Yes, every day during this week, I can obtain an anomaly in the values from the previous day's profession training." Upon hearing this, several leaders' expressions turned serious. "Comrade Chen Xian, we've heard that you have other means to prove this matter. After all, your displayed strength has already convinced several leaders of your claims, but when it comes to the entire country, they must be extremely cautious. Wen Yen chuckled awkwardly. In the game store, there are some treasures that can manifest in reality. However, it's just that the money. The number one leader smiled slightly and said, Comrade Jianya, Chen Xian, trust the country will not let you down. Yes, sir. After speaking, Lin Jianya picked up the phone and dialed a number, not even asking for your bank account details. Realizing this, you understood that before the state brought you in, all your information had likely been thoroughly investigated. Lin Jianya might even know you better than you know yourself. Before long, 5 million was transferred to your account. Then, in front of everyone, you took out your phone and purchased the game package you had already selected. In the next moment, the void in front of you twisted violently, and a beautifully crafted sword, adorned with intricate patterns, emerged. It pierced through the void. This is a class-specific equipment from the game, meant for professions between level 51 and 70. It's akin to a formidable weapon. Even the best bulletproof armor wouldn't withstand a single strike. Please wait a moment, Comrade Chen Xian. We need to discuss for a bit. To them, that sword may not seem noteworthy, but the way it appeared is enough to convince them to believe what you are saying. Half an hour later, the video call was reconnected. The number one leader looked at you seriously and said, Comrade Chen Xian, the country has decided to establish the Mythical Special Operations Bureau, which will be under the Dragon National Cabinet, with you as the director and Comrade Lin Jianye as the deputy director. The headquarters of the Mythical Special Operations Bureau will be located at Dongfeng Base. In the coming week, all matters will be prioritized for the Bureau, and regarding the plans for the arrival of the mythical era, you and Comrade Lin Jianye should draft a set of regulations. Additionally, the first directive of the Mythical Special Operations Bureau is announced. In the coming week, the primary goal of the Bureau is to assist you in elevating your profession level in the game as much as possible, with all necessary funds provided by the National Treasury. Listening to the words coming from the notebook, you were instantly stunned. You just wanted the country to fund your profession training and casually inform them about the arrival of the mythical era. How did you suddenly end up as the director of the Mythical Special Operations Bureau? Comrade Chen Xian, you don't need to underestimate yourself. Being granted the only internal testing qualification in Blue Star proves your exceptional nature. The country believes in you, so you should believe in yourself too. Wen Yen, a spark of passion inexplicably surged within you. Comrade Chen Xian would surely do everything in his power to assist Dragon Country. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jianye directly asked, Director, do you have any plans in mind? Wen Yen paused for a moment and slowly said, From what I understand, there will initially be an invasion of strange beasts when the mythical era arrives. However, as long as we withstand the initial chaos, we will gain a brief period for development. Additionally, after the arrival of the mythical era, spiritual energy from the mythical world will surge into Blue Star. This will also stimulate the revival of spiritual energy in Blue Star, and under the influence of this energy, the flora and fauna on Blue Star could undergo mutations. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianye furrowed his brows tightly. The situation was more severe than he had imagined. If what you said is true, Dragon Country not only has to guard against the strange beasts of the mythical era but also the mutated flora and fauna of Blue Star. When I arrived, I had already given it some thought and roughly outlined a few plans. I would appreciate Commander Lin's input. Director, please speak, Lin Jianye said, sitting up straight. After all, no one understands the mythical era better than you do. Your plans will largely determine the direction of the Mythical Special Operations Bureau in the coming week. A large-scale conscription to resist the arrival of the mythical era is destined to be no short-term battle. Our Dragon Country needs a continuous supply of troops. Secondly, we should recall overseas Chinese. 2 days before the arrival of the mythical era, Dragon Country should close its borders. Third, using the provincial capital cities as a base, small cities will encompass large cities, establishing 34 defense zones in Longwa, making every effort to relocate the population from remote mountainous areas into these zones. It is expected that each defense zone will station 200,000 troops. At the same time, energy detection centers will be established in each major defense zone to enhance the ability to observe the locations of the appearance of strange beasts. Fourth, from this moment on, gather top scientists to urgently produce and develop powerful weapons. Fifth, after the arrival of the mythical era, there may be panic among the domestic populace, and efforts must be made to soothe and guide them. That's all I can think of for now. Commander Lin can gather the relevant personnel to improve and supplement this plan. If there are differing opinions, please feel free to speak up, Commander Lin. After Chen Xian finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Jianye's face. In such a short time, Chen Xian was able to come up with such a detailed plan. Although there were some flaws, it was already quite remarkable. After all, before this, Chen Xian was just an ordinary person. The director's plan is already enough to keep our special bureau busy. I will gather the relevant personnel for discussion and submit a detailed plan to the director as soon as possible. As he spoke, Lin Jianye seemed to think of something and spoke again. Director, how much funding do you need right now? I will report it immediately and have them transfer it to your account. Let's start with 100 billion. Chen Xian was straightforward and unreserved. With the country as a backing, the scale must be opened up. 100 billion is just the beginning. Lin Jianye nodded slightly and, in front of Chen Xian, directly made a phone call. About 10 minutes later, Chen Xian looked at the string of zeros displayed on his mobile banking app, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Chen Xian, calm down, it's just 100 billion, don't let your legs shake. Director, your office will be here for the time being, how does that sound? Hearing Lin Jianye's words, Chen Xian came back to his senses and nodded slightly. Then you should rest for a while. I will immediately gather the experts to discuss the plan. After speaking, Lin Jianye saluted Chen Xian and turned to leave. Although he was a major general, Chen Xian's position and importance had already surpassed his own. As someone who could awaken their profession early and be cultivated, after the future invasion of the mythical era, Chen Xian would undoubtedly be a leading figure in Longhua's defense against the. After Lin Jianye left, Chen Xian took out his phone and, as if in a frenzy, began to spend lavishly. Looking at the prices of the gift packs in the game store, Chen Xian smiled lightly. Once, I saw you as a high mountain, now, you are like a low hill to me. Talent Extraction Gift Pack, buy. Skill Scroll Gift Pack, buy. After purchasing the Talent Extraction Gift Pack, Chen Xian began to extract without hesitation. Majestic music echoed, and the exquisite and beautiful visuals were dreamlike. For those low-level talents, Chen Xian didn't even glance at them. He didn't want to bother with anything below legendary quality. After a full 100 draws, Chen Xian's eyes lit up, fixated on the mythical quality talent that appeared on the interface. Sword Heart Clarity, a top-tier mythical quality talent in the sword path, capable of understanding all principles of the sword path, predicting personal crises in advance, and providing a high boost to both sword path comprehension and sword skills. After thoroughly understanding Sword Heart Clarity, Chen Xian chose to bind it without hesitation and continued to draw talents. After a full half hour, Chen Xian looked at the 5 top-tier mythical talents displayed on his profession panel, smiling happily. Chaotic Sword Domain, a top-tier domain talent that can merge various sword paths of the player to form a unique domain. Note, the domain is a prerequisite for breaking into the King Realm at level 100 and must be comprehended independently. It cannot be broken through with experience pills. If the player has not comprehended it, they will not be able to break into the King Realm. Imperial Dragon Body, a top-tier physique talent that can enhance one's physique by devouring and strengthening strange beasts' vitality. Upon perfecting it, one can achieve a wholly physical body. Crimson Flame Furnace, a top-tier skill talent that, when activated, can transform strange beasts and refine them into life crystals. Life crystals, containing immense power, after devouring them, one can enhance their own or others' strength. The higher the quality of the exotic beast refined, the higher the quality of the life crystal. Phoenix Path Nirvana, a top-tier passive talent related to life. When the binder faces a life and death crisis, Nirvana is triggered. Note, there is a certain chance of failure in Nirvana, but upon success, one will be reborn and far surpass their former self. With these 5 major talents, Chen Xian has almost become an all-around warrior, with no weaknesses. Offensively, he has the Chaotic Sword Body. Defensively, he has the Imperial Dragon Dominance Body. In times of crisis, he has the Phoenix Path Nirvana. Behind him, there is the entire country backing him up. What could he possibly lose? Unfortunately, all 5 talents are currently at the beginner stage. To enhance them, he must comprehend and refine them himself. He cannot rely on the game for upgrades. Otherwise, Chen Xian would definitely max out these 5 talents directly. After binding the 5 major talents, Chen Xian continued to make large purchases, buying all the profession skill scroll gift packs to enhance his various professional skills. In addition to quality levels, professional skills also have realm levels, divided into mortal level, corresponding to levels 1 to 30, mysterious level, 31 to 50, spiritual level, 51 to 70, and earth level, 71 to 100. Even the skills awakened at the beginning, even if they are of mythic quality, are only at the mortal level. To enhance them, one must rely on their own comprehension of the skills, improving bit by bit. Of course, Chen Xian is an exception to this rule. By purchasing skill scrolls, he directly raised all 5 professional skills to the spiritual level. In addition to the 4 professional skills he had previously awakened, after reaching level 50, Chen Xian awakened another professional skill, Universal Illumination, Light-type skill. After completing all this, Chen Xian controlled his character to farm the Wutong Fierce Realm dungeon while he continued to browse the game store. Unfortunately, the experience elixir gift packs have a daily purchase limit, and after buying them, he must wait for the next day to refresh before he can buy again. Otherwise, Chen Xian would definitely level up to 100 first. Once the myth descends, no matter how strong Chen Xian is, he cannot take care of the entire dragon country, so the awakening stones in the store that can reflect reality in advance must be purchased. He looked at it. There are 3 gift packs in total, each containing an awakening stone, with a note stating, this awakening stone is a restricted level awakening stone, and each awakening stone can only allow 100 people to awaken their profession. Chen Xian's face darkened, and he silently cursed as he continued to look. If it were just about awakening professions, the help it could provide would not be significant. After all, a level 1 professional is stronger than an ordinary person, but in front of exotic beasts, they are still like ants. While Chen Xian browsed the game store, the entire Dongfeng base also began to move. In terms of security, it was several levels higher than before. Lin Jianye quickly summoned many research experts to discuss the plan proposed by Chen Xian. After supplementing and perfecting it, the decisive Lin Jianye brought it to Chen Xian for review in the office, and then reported it to the cabinet. Undoubtedly, the entire plan received unanimous approval from the cabinet. In the temporary director's office, Lin Jianye handed a stack of red documents labeled No. 1 inch to Chen Xian, Director. The cabinet agrees to the plan, and I will fully implement it through the mythical anomaly bureau. Chen Xian nodded slightly and said solemnly, time is of the essence. Prioritize the implementation of the prevention zone plan. Immediately convene a representative conference from all walks of life, especially in the construction industry. Do you want to attend the representative conference? Chen Xian shook his head. I'll pass. You go. It's not suitable for me to be exposed to the public right now. Also, there's no need to disclose this to them to avoid causing panic. Just issue a central command directly. Recruit soldiers, recall overseas Chinese, and simultaneously develop powerful weapons. Compared to quarreling with those people, Chen Xian prefers to spend money to buy gift packs. Moreover, he is very clear that there is a lot of fluff in his position as director, many things he doesn't understand. It's enough to control the general direction, and the other details can be handled by Lin Jianye and others. Understood. During this period, I may not be able to stay at the base often. I have prepared a secretary for you. If you need anything, just speak to her directly. Xiaotong, come in. As he spoke, Lin Jianye called out to the door, and then Lin Tong, dressed in a black and white suit that perfectly showcased her figure, pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Lin Tong, Chen Xian's mouth twitched. The director of the Tianhai City Government Office, becoming his secretary? At this moment, Chen Xian had not yet fully realized what his identity as the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau represented. If he had understood enough, he would have grasped why Lin Tong would become his secretary. This was not only Lin Tong's own wish but perhaps also the will of the entire Lin family. In the capital, in front of the People's Hall, representatives from various industries, having received an urgent notice, dropped everything and rushed here, each one sweating profusely and panting, with no interest in conversation. Due to the suddenness of the timing, many media outlets had not been informed, and by the time they received the news, numerous representatives had already entered the hall, which was completely surrounded by special police. The hurried media reporters could only wait outside. Dear viewers, the country has just urgently convened a representative conference. What is currently being discussed is still unknown. Stay tuned, as the Chaoyang public will provide you with real-time updates. Each reporter rushed to report, and since it was working hours, not many people noticed this sudden event. However, several foreign media outlets sensed something unusual and reported it back to their respective countries. Inside the hall, all the representatives looked at Lin Jianye, who stood on the high platform, with some confusion. Even those who knew Lin Jianye's identity were bewildered. How could a major general preside over such a political conference? Lin Jianye had no time to argue with these people. He directly opened the red document labeled No. 1 foot on the podium and said in a deep voice, I hereby announce the emergency order from the cabinet. As soon as these words were spoken, all the representatives sat up straight, listening intently. The order is as follows. From this moment on, all current national policies are to be halted. The entire nation will focus its efforts on implementing the prevention zone plan, using the provincial capital cities as the base, with smaller cities surrounding larger ones, to establish 34 prevention zones. All construction companies and mining companies must fully support this plan. Silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the entire People's Hall. All the representatives stared at Lin Jianye on the high platform, as if they had seen a ghost, dumbfounded. Halting all national policies? Asking a country with over 1 billion people to focus its efforts on one thing? If they didn't know where they were, they would think Lin Jianye was insane. The current domestic environment was thriving. Already the world's second largest economy, any comprehensive changes could lead to catastrophic consequences. This is an order unanimously approved by the entire cabinet. I hope everyone will fully cooperate with the country in the coming time. After saying this, Lin Jianya left the high platform, leaving the representatives staring at each other in confusion. When the doors of the People's Hall opened, the waiting reporters rushed in, but unfortunately, under the guards' protection, they could not get close to the representatives and could only stand at a distance, holding microphones to ask questions. Mr. Wang, can you share some details about the meeting? Mr. Ma. Faced with the numerous questions from reporters, no one answered. Each representative hurried away, but some sharp-eyed reporters noticed that the representatives from the construction industry all had an uncontrollable joy on their faces. Could it be that the content of this meeting was related to the construction industry? Many reporters speculated, but no matter how they guessed, they could not uncover the truth behind it. Oh my god, you guys, look at Weibo. Suddenly, a voice of surprise rang out in the crowd, and all the reporters quickly took out their phones. They saw a post titled "What exactly is the Mythical Anomaly Bureau?" The trending topic quickly climbed to the top, and scrolling down, all the top 10 trending topics were about the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. These reporters clicked on the official Weibo of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau and found that the account had just been registered and had only posted one message, but this single Weibo post was about to shake the entire Dragon Country and even the world. From this moment on, all national policies are suspended, and the prevention zone plan will be fully implemented. The Mythical Anomaly Bureau calls on all construction workers in Dragon Country to respond to the national call and participate in the prevention zone plan. From this moment on, we are recruiting citizens aged 20 to 40 in Dragon Country, expecting to expand the army by 8 million, with veterans given priority. The Mythical Anomaly Bureau calls on young people with aspirations to respond to the national call and actively enlist. The Mythical Anomaly Bureau calls on overseas Chinese to return to the country. Soon, Dragon Country will close its borders, and those overseas Chinese who do not return will have no chance to come back. The above decisions have been unanimously approved by the entire cabinet, the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, and the main leaders of Dragon Country, and will be executed immediately. Once this Weibo was posted, it was forwarded by all official media, quickly attracting the attention of a large number of netizens. In a short time, the click count of this Weibo had already surpassed 100 million, with comments exceeding 1 million, and it was still rising. God, what on earth is happening? Are we going to war? 3-year veteran responding to the call, where to sign up? At Mythical Anomaly Bureau. This comment caught the attention of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau's online monitoring team, which immediately pinned it and replied with a registration link. In no time, the number of replies under this comment skyrocketed. 5-year veteran, responding to the call. 2-year veteran, responding to the call. In addition, major construction companies, mining companies, cement factories, and others also responded to the call under this Weibo. The unity and call to action of Dragon Country deeply shocked the foreign media hidden behind the scenes. Just looking at the uniform replies was inexplicably stirring. What shocked these foreign media even more was that, although there were many curious comments, not a single person questioned the country's decision. If it were their own country, countless people would have already taken to the streets to protest, or even riot. Meanwhile, leaders from other countries who learned of the news urgently convened meetings. In the White House of the Star-Spangled Country, the elderly leader was fuming. What the hell does Dragon Country want? Recruiting 8 million? Does Dragon Country want to start a world war? Investigate. Use all resources. We must find out Dragon Country's intentions. Leaders of countries friendly with Dragon Country also contacted the top leader, inquiring about specific information, but were met with no comment. Upholding the idea of friendly coexistence, the top leader subtly hinted, "The world will face an unprecedented upheaval, my friend, please prepare early." This hint quickly reached the ears of leaders from other countries, but no one paid attention. After all, not every person or country can possess the same resolve and call to action as Dragon Country. Many officials from various countries were busy on Twitter, calming the restless citizens. Star-Spangled Country, everyone stay calm. No one understands Dragon Country better than I do. Dragon Country must be bluffing, trying to incite global chaos. They have always been so insidious, don't fall for it. Cherry Blossom Country, everyone stay calm. The talk of Dragon Country closing its borders is pure nonsense. This move is tantamount to self-destruction. Dragon Country absolutely cannot close its borders. Rice Country strongly condemns Dragon Country for causing global panic. we urge Dragon Country to abandon the recruitment initiative and not to provoke war. Online, discussions were heated, and the world was in shock. Not only that, but in reality, major television stations in Dragon Country were also broadcasting the many directives issued by the mythical Anomaly Bureau during prime time. In Tianhai City, at a street-side eatery, 7 dark-skinned middle-aged men were gathered together, their faces showing a sense of desolation. Hua Tu, haven't you found a project yet? If this continues, the people below will rebel. A small foreman grimaced and complained to the man at the front, yeah, Hua Tu, hurry up. The others around also chimed in. These people all belonged to a private construction team, and the foreman was the man in charge, named Hua Long. This construction team had dozens of members and was somewhat well known in Tianhai City, but in recent years, the impact of the pandemic had made it very difficult for many construction teams to survive, and it was common for them to be unable to secure projects. Do you think I don't want to? But you all know the current situation, no matter how much I beg, it's useless. What can I do? Hua Long said darkly, his voice filled with anger. To keep this team afloat, he had been using his savings to support the construction workers. If this continued, not only would his workers be on the brink of starvation, but he would be too. Welcome to the evening news. At 16:20 this afternoon, the central government issued Red Document No. 1, to be executed by the newly established Mythical Anomaly Bureau. The contents of the document are as follows. From this moment on. At that moment, the television hanging in the food stall blared with sound. Clatter! The sound of a chair falling echoed as Hua Long suddenly stood up, staring intently at the television, tears welling in his eyes, and the other small foremen beside him were the same. Brothers, the country needs us, we should respond to the call. When the country calls, the people must respond. We can't let the country down. Hua Long said excitedly, glancing at his brothers, and shouted loudly. After this drink, tomorrow inform everyone under me to report back. Work has begun. That night, countless construction workers wept tears of joy. The policy issued by the government had almost pulled them back from the abyss. Otherwise, many would have no choice but to change careers. But these ordinary construction workers, aside from their strength, what else could they do if they changed careers? Not only these construction workers, but the veterans were also excited. They never expected to have the chance to serve again after retiring. Military life is indeed tough and difficult, but the experiences within it are enough to be remembered for a lifetime. Many say that the barracks are where men should be. Since the Mythical Anomaly Bureau posted on Weibo, several hours had passed, but the uproar it caused had not dissipated. Instead, it intensified. This time, Long Country was serious. The embassies of Long Country around the world, at exactly 1900 hours Beijing time, spoke out in unison. The embassy of the Star-Spangled Country in Long Country, all citizens of Huaxia, please return to the country as soon as possible. In 2 days, all embassy staff will withdraw. The Sakura Country, the United States, the Northern Bear Country, the statements from these embassies sparked wild discussions among people worldwide. That night, Huaxia Long Country captured the attention of the entire globe. No one knew what this ancient and mysterious Eastern nation was truly up to. Halting all national policies, conscripting 8 million, withdrawing embassies, recalling citizens from abroad, these policies felt like a dream. But anyone with a bit of rationality would not issue such a crazy plan. Could it be that Long Country truly wanted to return to the closed-off state of over 100 years ago? On Twitter, almost all foreign netizens mocked, and even some Long Country students directly stated on Twitter that they would absolutely not return. They yearned for the breath of freedom. The statements from these people made foreign netizens even more excited, all waiting to see Long Country's joke. God, look at that big worm in the east, what foolish things has it done? Even their own people don't believe in their country. I really don't understand how so many would respond. Shouldn't there be protests? The people of that country are timid and cowardly, they simply don't have the courage to protest. At the Dongfeng base, in a vast conference room, Xin Xian sat at the head of the table, with Lin Jianya beside him, and below them sat elites from various industries, densely packed, numbering in the hundreds. How is the public opinion online? Lin Jianya tapped the table and inquired of the network team. The public sentiment is very high, the vast majority are responding to the country's call, and the few negative voices have been suppressed immediately. Overseas, most are singing a dirge, led by the United States. It's almost entirely negative. Some financial sharks even plan to take advantage of this situation to profit from our country. Among them, the most negative are the comments from some overseas Dragon Country students on Twitter, which have a significant impact. The head of the network team, Yi Yong, quickly stood up to report, nervously glancing at Qin Xian, who sat at the head of the table. Those who could sit here were all elites among elites, and they had all signed confidentiality agreements. For the next week, they would basically not be able to leave the Dongfeng base. Many maintained a sufficient awe for Chen Xian, this mysterious and high-ranking young man. Having struggled for many years, they would not underestimate him because of his youth. Rather, they valued him even more because of it. At such a young age, being in this position, the power behind him was unimaginable. Although they had been informed of some information about the myth era, they did not know Chen Xian's specific identity. Now, Chen Xian's information had disappeared from the internet and was classified as the highest secret of the Dragon Country, including his family, who had been protected by the state. Those who are rebellious do not need to be cared for or persuaded. Just take care of those who love the country. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Chen Xian said calmly, "For those who yearn for foreign air, even if they return, what use is it? Just informing them is already the country's mercy. Whether they love it back or not, can the country still indulge them?" What a beautiful thought. How is the construction of the 34 prevention zones coming along? Upon hearing Chen Xian's inquiry, the head of the construction team, Lin Shang, stood up and replied, "All major construction companies, private engineering teams, as well as mineral companies, cement plants, steel mills, etc., are actively responding to the call. Materials have been transported to the designated locations overnight, and work can begin tomorrow." Hearing this, Chen Xian nodded slightly and instructed, "They must receive the treatment they deserve. Their response to the country's call is a trust in the nation, and we cannot let them down." Yes. This meeting lasted a full 2 hours. After everything was sorted out, Chen Xian stood up, looked at everyone present, and said loudly, "Comrades, facing this unprecedented major change, it is both perilous and an opportunity. I believe that as long as we stand together, as long as the people of the whole country unite, this change will not be a disaster for our dragon country, but an opportunity." As Chen Xian's words fell, the young people in the meeting all turned red in the face, and even some middle-aged and older individuals felt their blood boiling, as if they had become 10 years younger. United we stand, resisting the change. In the room, Chen Xian was waiting for feedback from the professional team. He brought up the professional panel to calculate the basic values he could feedback. During this time, his professional level had risen to 57, and the corresponding basic values had undergone earth-shattering changes from the previous day. Name, Chen Xian. Profession, Chaos Sword Master. Unique, level, 57. Strength, 4134. Due to the talent of the Emperor Dragon's dominance body, strength value increased by 1000, Constitution, 4972. Due to the talent of the Emperor Dragon's dominance body, Constitution value increased by 700, Spirit, 6168. Equipment, True Martial Spirit Sword, Spirit Level, Professional Skills, Space System, Spirit Dome Sword / Ice System, Ice Seal for thousands of miles, Thunder System, Sword, Commanding Divine Thunder, Dark System, Dark Prison Annihilation, Light System, Universal Illumination. All skills have reached level 100, and can break through again after the player comprehends the corresponding laws. Professional talents, Sword Heart Clarity, Chaos Sword Domain, Emperor Dragon's Dominance Body, Crimson Flame Melting Furnace, Phoenix Path Nirvana. Note, the maximum values for ordinary people's strength, physique, and spirit are 10 points. Looking at the values on the professional panel, Chen Xian couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps due to being a transmigrator, his spirit value had already exceeded the maximum value of ordinary people from the start, which also led to his spirit value far surpassing the other values. Fortunately, he had awakened the Imperial Dragon Body. As long as he continued to study the Imperial Dragon Body and raised the level of that talent, his strength and physique base values would also increase with the advancement of the Imperial Dragon Body. The pattern of value changes after the professional level increases is unfair to many, as it is based on the initial values of the awakened. For someone like him, with strength 6, physique 8, and spirit 12, he was quite weak in strength. Those with all three initial attributes at maximum value were undoubtedly powerful in combat within the same realm. After all, they had already taken the lead from the very beginning. To change this situation, aside from awakening a talent like the Imperial Dragon Body, one could only hope for the miraculous treasures that might emerge after the arrival of the mythical era. Boom! As Chen Xian sighed, the feedback from his strength arrived as expected. A massive warm current surged into his body, crazily transforming his physique. That powerful and vast force made Chen Xian obsessed. 10 minutes later, in reality, Chen Xian's values had transformed into strength 413, 4, physique 497, 2, and spirit 616, 8. Even the weakest strength was 40 times that of an ordinary person. He gently clenched his fist, and even in the void, a sonic boom was produced, the gust of wind causing the facilities in the room to shake incessantly. After experiencing the changes in strength, Chen Xian opened the shop to check the gift packs. Awakening Stone Gift Pack, contains a limited-level awakening stone that can reflect reality in advance, allowing 100 people to awaken, limited to 3 purchases, each pack priced at 1 billion. Buy. 30 billion was spent in an instant, his eyes didn't even blink, and his hand didn't shake, it was all so calm. Experience Pill Gift Pack contains 3 experience pills that directly level up to level 10, limited to below level 80, and any excess experience is invalid after reaching level 80, priced at 300 million. Buy. Regarding his own professional level, Chen Xian wouldn't hesitate at all. To his surprise, behind this experience pill gift pack, there was also a gift pack that could reflect reality in advance, priced at a full 30 billion, containing 100 experience pills that could directly level up to 10, limited to use below level 30. This gift pack was undoubtedly a must-buy. In short, for Chen Xian at this moment, it was just 3 words: buy, buy, buy. He finally experienced how refreshing it was to spend money without any worries. No wonder those rich women shop like they're loading a truck every time. Aside from that one, I want everything else. Just thinking about that phrase was exhilarating. Chen Xian, oh Chen Xian, the mythical era is about to arrive. How can your thoughts be so mundane? You need to correct yourself. After some self-reflection, Chen Xian sent his character, who would reach level 80, to the Wutong Fierce realm to grind monsters, while he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Tianhai City Prevention Zone construction site. Good morning, audience friends. Welcome to the live broadcast from the Prevention Zone construction site. I am your host, Meng Meng. A sweet-looking, curvaceous young woman smiled at the phone screen, showing her 2 dimples. Goddess, it's so nice to see you as soon as I wake up. Meng Meng, quickly move aside, don't block my view of the construction site. Various comments flooded the live broadcast room. Since the thin announcement from the Mythical Anomaly Bureau yesterday, the heat of several major policies had remained high, with all the top 10 trending topics on Weibo related to the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, and not a single entertainment star or other news could compete. This also led many streamers to rush to the Prevention Zone construction site to live stream in order to ride the wave of popularity. Family, we can see that in just one night, all the construction materials have been set up, waiting only for the workers to arrive so we can start. This is the speed of our dragon country. The host, Meng Meng, stood outside, holding her phone and scanning the construction site with extreme pride. The speed of dragon country, the best in the world. When it comes to infrastructure, no country can compete. The comments flooded in, and even through the screen, one could feel the excitement. Look, the construction workers are arriving, let's go interview them. At that moment, dozens of people approached from a distance, catching Meng Meng's attention. After saying something to the live stream, she jogged towards them with her phone raised. The scene was grand, making the viewers in the live stream exclaim in awe. Hello, may I interview you? Hua Lon looked at the cute woman in front of him, his expression hesitant. It won't take too long. Hearing this, Hua Long reluctantly nodded. Alright, make it quick, we're about to start. Seeing Hua Lon's unwilling expression, the live stream erupted in joy. Unbelievable, there are still people not tempted by Meng Meng's beauty? His reluctance is written all over his face. With no women in his heart, he naturally works hard. Nothing can stop me from starting work. Finally catching someone, Meng Meng didn't want to waste time and quickly asked, did you stop working in response to the national call? After a moment of silence, Hua Long shook his head. Before this, our construction team had already stopped working for a long time. Was it because of the previous pandemic? Yes. Noticing the downcast expressions of Hua Long and the others, Meng Meng quickly changed the subject. Do you have confidence in completing this prevention zone? With such a huge workload to finish in a short time, do you think it's possible? Hearing this, Hua Long's expression became serious as he stared intently at Meng Meng's phone camera, saying firmly, even if you don't believe in yourself, you must believe in the country. With the strength of the whole nation working on something, what can't be accomplished? After saying this, Hua Long didn't care about Meng Meng's reaction and asserted, your interview time is up. We need to start working. A group of dozens of people passed by Meng Meng and headed towards the construction site, while at the same time, many other construction teams of various sizes entered from all directions. At this moment, the sun had just risen, casting a reddish glow over the entire construction site, like a miracle. This scene would forever be unforgettable for those in the live stream. Years later, this image appeared online, voted as the most beautiful sight before the arrival of the mythological era. Dongfeng Base. When Chen Xian arrived at the office, the first thing he saw was Lin Tong standing there, with steaming coffee already prepared on the desk. After sitting down, Chen Xian took a sip of the coffee and smiled. Just the right sweetness. Did you add milk? Are you really treating yourself like a secretary? In response to Chen Xian's teasing, Lin Tong also smiled. Whether as a director or a secretary, it's all for the service of Dragon Country. In their position, they must manage their affairs. As a director, I will do my best. As a secretary, I will also do my best. Hearing this, Chen Xian nodded slightly, his expression becoming serious. I bought an awakening stone that can reflect reality in advance last night. Immediately notify Director Lin to mobilize the strongest special forces in the country, limited to 300 people. I plan to have them awaken early and form a mythological special forces unit. Also, transfer 100 billion to my card. Due to the limitations of the awakening stone, Chen Xian couldn't select powerful professional awakeners to form the mythological special forces unit. He could only try to choose those with high base values for awakening. As for what profession they could awaken to, that would depend on their luck. Understood. Lin Tong replied and immediately set to work. Upon receiving the order, Lin Jianye did not dare to delay and immediately notified the top special forces of Dragon Country stationed domestically to drop all tasks and come to Dongfeng Base. In just 1 hour, at the East Wind Base, armed helicopters continuously descended, their massive roar echoing in all directions. Report. Dragon Soul Team, expected 30 members, present 30 members. Please review, Commander. Report. Sharp Blade Team, expected 30 members, present 30 members. Please review, Commander. Report. The loud voices resonated in the training ground, with squads in various uniforms standing straight like long spears, waiting for Lin Jianye's instructions. Each of these individuals was a king of soldiers, and each team was an elite force from various battle zones. It is no exaggeration to say that if all 300 of them appeared in a foreign country, the leaders of that country would be alarmed. After scanning the crowd, Lin Jianye nodded in satisfaction and shouted, "You may be wondering why you have been summoned here. I tell you, Huaxia and even Blue Star will face an unprecedented change. Our enemies are very strong, and you are the chosen ones, the first batch of warriors to confront the enemy. Tell me, do you have confidence?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 300 kings of soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes." The overwhelming momentum surged into the sky. One team after another, "Follow me. March in step." In the underground base, in a large room, Chen Xian and Lin Tong were already waiting there, and besides the two of them, there were various instruments and a dozen research experts who were there to study the awakened values of those special soldiers. In addition, the awakened special soldiers would also contribute a bit of blood for the scientists to study the changes in genes after awakening their professions. Not long after, under Lin Jianye's leadership, teams of top special forces entered the hall, all eyes straight ahead. Even though they were extremely curious, not a single person moved. It was only when Lin Jianye stood behind Chen Xian that a hint of surprise flashed across the faces of these special soldiers. Chen Xian looked younger than them, yet his position was even above that of the already promoted Major General Lin Jianye. "Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Xian, 27 years old, Director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, Captain of the Mythical Special Forces. From this moment on, you will be removed from your original teams and become members of the Mythical Special Forces, surpassing all other units. Upon joining, you will be directly granted the rank of Major. Similarly, you will also become the vanguard of the Dragon Kingdom against the myth, with a level of danger far exceeding any tasks you have previously undertaken. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may leave now." Not a single person moved. All the special soldiers stood straight, firmly gazing at Chen Xian. Seeing this, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand, and 3 massive stones engraved with peculiar patterns appeared in the hall. This sudden manifestation caused the seasoned special soldiers to narrow their pupils. Their strong willpower barely kept them from causing a stir. "Everyone line up and approach the awakening stones one by one, placing your palms on them. Calm your mind." Under Chen Xian's command, each special soldier began to undergo their professional awakening. Chen Xian was quite curious to see the awakening in reality for the first time, his gaze fixed on the first special soldier to awaken. Not only him, but Lin Jianye, Lin Tong, and the researchers and soldiers present were also curiously watching. This special soldier was extraordinary, a true king among kings, the captain of the Sharp Blade Special Forces, Xia Pingwu. He extended his broad, calloused hand and placed it on the awakening stone. Buzz! In an instant, the mysterious patterns on the awakening stone lit up as if activated, a faint purple light shimmering like a dream, illuminating the entire hall. Xia Pingwu was enveloped in this faint purple light, appearing as if wrapped in a giant cocoon. Apart from Chen Xian, no one else could see him. This peculiar scene caused the special soldiers to lose control, erupting in exclamations and commotion. At this moment, Lin Jianye had no mind to scold them, even though he had already witnessed many extraordinary methods from Chen Xian. Yet, he was still shaken. When extraordinary powers from novels suddenly appeared in a world that prioritized science, no one could remain calm. It was Chen Xian, however, whose eyes sparkled with brilliance, unable to hide his smile. He hadn't expected that just the first awakening would lead to a legendary profession, Truly, he was worthy of being the captain of a top special forces unit. Despite his entire being mythic level, in reality, awakening a mythic profession was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even legendary professions were rare, with normal people awakening high-level professions being quite impressive. After a moment, the light dissipated, and Xia Pingwu returned with an excited expression. At the moment of awakening his profession, he could clearly feel himself becoming stronger, at least several times stronger than before. What profession did you awaken? Chen Xian asked Xia Pingwu, looking at him. He could determine the level of Xia Pingwu's awakened profession by the color of the light column, but he couldn't directly see through to the profession itself. Combat-type legendary profession, Holy Warrior. Possessing an extremely high combat awareness, with insights into battle far exceeding that of ordinary people, he can awaken 3 major combat skills within the basic 100-level range. Xia Pingwu did not dare to be negligent, standing straight and reporting to Chen Xian. After awakening his profession, he could sense the terrifying power hidden within Chen Xian. In his eyes at that moment, Chen Xian resembled a human-shaped ferocious beast, making his heart tremble. But strangely, he did not sense any professional aura from Chen Xian. Not bad. Go aside and assist the researchers. Chen Xian nodded in appreciation, then turned to the group of Special Forces soldiers and said in a stern voice, "Next." This profession awakening lasted for more than 2 hours, and to Chen Xian's delight, among the 300 Special Forces soldiers, 10 legendary profession awakeners emerged, all of whom were captains of various Special Forces units. There were also a total of 108 rare professions, while the remaining Special Forces soldiers mostly awakened high-level professions, with only a few being support-type professions. After a moment's thought, Chen Xian understood. These individuals were all members of the top special forces of the Dragon Kingdom, almost all carefully selected from various war zones, and they had all experienced the brutality of the battlefield. In terms of physical strength and willpower, they far exceeded other soldiers. Their ability to awaken such high-level professions was both unexpected and reasonable. Among these people, the one Chen Xian valued the most was Yi Wentao, the captain of the Dragon Soul Special Team, who awakened the legendary hidden profession of Holy Array Master. Holy Array Master, a combat-type profession with an extraordinary talent for array comprehension, capable of setting up arrays several times faster than ordinary array masters, and the power of the arrays they set up will also increase several times. This profession was of such importance to the Dragon Kingdom that it was second only to Chen Xian himself. After all, with Yi Wentao setting up arrays, the safety of the 34 defense zones of the Dragon Kingdom would be greatly enhanced. Even if they couldn't stop the high-level alien beasts that might descend, at least it would buy them some time for rescue. Director, these people are in your hands. I have to get busy, Lin Jianye said to Chen Xian, looking at the many Special Forces soldiers surrounded by research experts not far away. If it weren't for the symbolic and crucial significance of establishing the mythic Special Forces, he wouldn't have been able to spare the time to come over. Compared to the somewhat leisurely Chen Xian, he was simply overwhelmed with work. Various matters required his observation and attention. You've worked hard, old Lin. Chen Xian patted Lin Jianye's shoulder in comfort. This gesture made Lin Tong, who was nearby, unable to help but roll her eyes. After lunch, Chen Xian received a report from the research experts, the 300 Special Forces soldiers who awakened their professions, even if only at level 1, had doubled their physical qualities. 10 legendary profession awakeners, with both strength and physique reaching 20, while the others were all above 17. The overall base values made Chen Xian envious. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Xian gathered the Myth Special Forces and took out the experience pill gift packs he had purchased, distributing them to this group of awakened profession special forces. Among them, each of the 10 legendary profession awakeners received 3 pills, directly raising them to level 30, while the remaining 70 were distributed according to their profession levels. The rest would have to wait until tomorrow to obtain experience pill gift packs. Once everyone had consumed the experience pills and leveled up, Chen Xian stood before them and shouted, "Comrades, do you think you are strong now?" "Strong," the special forces shouted at the top of their lungs, their faces flushed. It was no exaggeration to say that they could easily crush their former selves. To ordinary people, you are indeed strong, but to our enemies, you are still weak, weaker than ants. After saying this, Chen Xian could see many faces showing signs of discontent, but he ignored it and continued, "As members of the Myth Special Forces, you are now qualified to know the truth. In 5 days, no, to be precise, in 4.5 days, the Myth Era will descend upon Blue Star, and at that time, the entire Blue Star will be invaded by alien beasts. Facing creatures that can be dozens of meters long, or even hundreds or thousands of meters, do you still think you are strong?" Hiss. As Chen Xian's words fell, all members of the Myth Special Forces had their pupils constrict, their faces flashing with horror. Even they, seasoned veterans, could not suppress their expressions upon hearing such a bizarre and terrifying truth. I hope you will train yourselves more rigorously and not become arrogant because of your sudden increase in strength. You are the vanguard against the myth, and also the confidence that the country has established for the people. I hope that when the myth era descends, you can make the people of the entire nation understand that as long as the myth special forces are here, Long Country will be safe. Hearing Chen Xian's words, many members of the myth special forces responded solemnly, yes. Seeing this, Chen Xian nodded slightly and gestured to Lin Tong, who was standing aside. Lin Tong, already prepared, brought a group of staff members to distribute a series of albums to the members of the myth special forces. These albums were a perfect copy of the Alien Beast Encyclopedia made by researchers using Chen Xian's phone. This is the Alien Beast Encyclopedia. Next, I don't care if you memorize it or use other methods, you must firmly remember the information inside. During the memorization process, you can also discuss with each other how to deal with these alien beasts if you encounter them. After speaking, Chen Xian ignored the reactions of the group and waved to Yi Wentao. Yi Wentao, come with me. As Chen Xian, Lin Tong, and Yi Wentao left, the members of the myth special forces gathered together, flipping through the Alien Beast Encyclopedia and engaging in heated discussions. In the office, the refined-looking Yi Wentao stood straight, waiting for Chen Xian's instructions. You have now reached level 30. Have you awakened any profession skills? After sitting down, Chen Xian got straight to the point. Reporting to the commander, I have awakened a legendary skill, 8-direction sword formation. 8-direction sword formation, a sword formation with great power. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes sparkled, and he instructed Yi Wentao, list the materials needed to set up the 8-direction sword formation and take it to the logistics department. Once the logistics department has collected the materials, you will immediately go to the 34 defense zones and set up the 8-direction sword formation in each one. Time is of the essence. You must act immediately. Yes. A loud voice echoed throughout the office as Yi Wentao saluted Chen Xian and turned to leave. There's something you might need to handle personally. At that moment, Lin Tong walked up to Chen Xian, her expression somewhat strange. What is it? Your father is strongly insisting on joining the military, and he even argued with the recruitment office staff. Ever since Chen Xian became the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, his parents had been protected, but it was done discreetly, without revealing anything to them. Therefore, they were unaware that their son was now part of the leadership of Long Country. This recruitment drive was only for those under 40, and Chen Xian's father, Chen Lujun, had long surpassed that age. However, his desire to enlist was strong, and as a 10-year veteran, the recruitment office staff found it difficult to outright refuse him and could only report it. Upon hearing the news, Lin Tong dared not make any decisions on her own and could only inform Chen Xian, leaving it for him to handle. What? At that moment, Chen Xian was truly bewildered. His father was nearly 50 years old, and he wanted to enlist? What was he thinking? At that moment, Lin Tong handed over a tablet, which displayed surveillance footage from the recruitment office. In the video, a middle-aged man in dark green camouflage was rolling up his sleeves, arguing passionately with the recruitment staff. On what grounds are you not allowing me to enlist? I'm only 46, not old yet. As a 10-year veteran, I have much more experience than those fresh recruits. Why can't I enlist? My skills are still sharp, and my blood is still hot. Since the country needs it, if this veteran doesn't go, who has the right to? Watching his father shout with a red neck, drawing cheers from the crowd, Chen Xian's mouth twitched. Why does the country limit the age for enlistment? Firstly, younger people have a stronger physical adaptability and can keep up with high-intensity combat. Secondly, even if the future changes drastically, young people have greater potential after awakening their professions. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility of some older individuals awakening to super-strong professions, but such cases are extremely rare. The future battlefield is destined to be the domain of Long Country's youth. As long as he is around, Long Country's soldiers will remain, and it is impossible to let the older generation go to the battlefield. They have experienced enough, now is their time to enjoy life. With Long Country's youth still alive, how could they let the older generation go to war? Is this situation common? Chen Xian raised his head and asked Lin Tong. Very, very common. The enthusiasm of the public exceeds our imagination. Almost all older veterans are signing up at the recruitment office. This time, the power displayed by the people of Long Country even shocked the higher-ups. Many were very confused and curious about the country's decision, even feeling anxious and worried about the future of the country and themselves. However, when the country needed them, they still stepped forward without hesitation. Previously, when the top leader learned of this matter, he had tearfully exclaimed, "The people's hearts can be relied upon. The entire nation stands united. What risks can't we overcome?" After a moment of silence, Chen Xian finally instructed, have the recruitment office issue a notice to explain things, so these veterans don't have any misunderstandings. I'll call my father myself. Understood. Once Lin Tong left to handle the matter, Chen Xian took out his phone and dialed his father's number. Hello, you little rascal, have you found a girlfriend? Hearing the rough voice on the phone, Chen Xian's mouth twitched. It was the same familiar tone. I heard you're planning to enlist? The country needs it. As a 10-year veteran, I have no choice but to answer the call. After a moment of silence, Chen Lujun spoke sternly. Then you're late. Your son has already enlisted. If both of us go to the battlefield, who will take care of your mother? This time, you stay home and take good care of her. I'll go to war in your place. Chen Xian smiled at his phone, knowing his father's stubborn character. Conventional methods of persuasion would definitely not work. Besides, he had done nothing wrong by joining the army. The director of the Mythical Special Bureau, isn't that military? The captain of the Mythical Special Forces, isn't that military? You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? Hurry back to me. Chen Liujuan's frantic voice came from the phone, but the deep concern could not be hidden. If Dad gives an order, I will definitely comply. But you, as a 10-year veteran, should know what a deserter is, right? Chen Xian's calm words left Chen Lujun on the other end of the line silent. Take care of yourself and actively cooperate with the training. Training may be tough, but it's to minimize bloodshed on the battlefield. The more we train, the better. It's better than bleeding on the battlefield. You must. Listening to the nagging coming from the phone, Chen Xian felt warmth in his heart and quietly listened. How many people in the entire dragon country are like his father, tirelessly advising their sons to join the army? In the past, many viewed joining the army as an honor, not thinking there would be any danger. After all, this is a time of peace. Even if battles might occur in unknown corners, it wouldn't involve their sons. But this time, with the major movements in the dragon country, it was clear that a great war might really happen, so this enlistment was not a joke. After a long while, Chen Xian hung up the phone and turned to Lin Tong, who was waiting nearby, and said, "How many new recruits are there this time?" "Basically all veterans." "All right, let them train hard, time is short." "Understood." As if recalling something, Chen Xian continued, "Some pests in the country and those ill-intentioned foreigners should also be dealt with." Hearing this, Lin Tong chuckled lightly. This matter is already being handled by Deputy Director Lin. Ding dong. At that moment, Lin Tong's phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. She picked it up and her expression changed immediately. "Director, something has happened." A Dragon Country student studying in the Star-Spangled Country learned that the country is recalling overseas Chinese and decided to return home but was detained by the Star-Spangled Country. Upon hearing Lin Tong's words, Chen Xian was somewhat dumbfounded. The Star-Spangled Country detained a Dragon Country student? Why? That student, named Xiao Chunfeng, is globally recognized as a top genius. At just 35 years old, he has already received the Lifetime Achievement Award in World Scientific Research and has high attainments in medicine, biology, physics, and nuclear energy. Some once believed he would stay in the Star-Spangled Country, which led to ridicule for our Dragon Country, and even some high-ranking officials in the Star-Spangled Country treated him as one of their own. Now that he suddenly announces his return, it seems the Star-Spangled Country couldn't handle it and detained him. Lin Tong explained with a cold expression. "Humph, what a tyrannical bandit." Chen Xian sneered, his eyes filled with cold light. He took out his phone and saw that the internet was indeed in an uproar. After learning the news and receiving directives from the higher-ups, the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately held a press conference to issue a statement, strongly condemning the actions of the Star-Spangled Country. "We strongly condemn the hegemonic actions of the Star-Spangled Country and call for the return of our detained citizen, Xiao Chunfeng. Otherwise, we will not hesitate to use all means necessary to bring our citizen back." Suddenly, words unanticipated. The video of this press conference quickly went viral on Weibo, receiving countless likes and shares from Dragon Country citizens, and within just a few minutes, it topped the trending list. "Our great Dragon Country has risen. Detaining our scientist? What is the Star-Spangled Country thinking? I hope this time, the country can be tough to the end." Moreover, on Twitter, many foreigners were commenting, "Oh God, this is really bad news. The Eastern Lion has awakened." After the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, the Dragon Kingdom once again attracted global attention, but this time it was because the Star-Spangled Nation detained a scientist from the Dragon Kingdom. In the White House of the Star-Spangled Nation. Shit, what exactly does the Dragon Kingdom want to do? A group of people sat together, their expressions changing constantly, vaguely filled with some fear. In fact, the reason they detained Xiao Chunfeng was twofold. First, They didn't want this prodigious scientist to return to the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was already strong enough. Second, it was related to the recent major actions of the Dragon Kingdom. Since the mysterious mythical anomaly bureau of the Dragon Kingdom issued a notice, a series of major actions from the Dragon Kingdom had not stopped, first starting the construction of those 34 precautionary zones, and then massively purchasing various supplies, recalling overseas Chinese, and withdrawing embassies. Even more outrageous, not long ago, they even prepared to use force to repatriate embassies from various countries and other foreign nationals. Now, their embassy in the United States had been ordered to evacuate within 2 days, and Dragon Kingdom soldiers were already watching the area. They initially thought the Dragon Kingdom was just bluffing, but who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom was serious? Although many in the West were singing the decline of this ancient Eastern nation, once this ancient Eastern nation took real action, who wouldn't panic? Among them, the Star-Spangled Nation was the most anxious. They desperately wanted to know what the Dragon Kingdom was up to. This feeling of not knowing anything was driving them almost mad, as they, who always liked to be in control, simply could not accept it. Commander, just now a fleet of aircraft carriers from the Dragon Kingdom has moved. At this moment, a blonde, blue-eyed beautiful secretary rushed into the conference room and whispered to the white-haired commander of the Star-Spangled Nation. Shit! No. After cursing, the commander hurriedly led many high-ranking officials to the command room. Meanwhile, at the Dongfeng base, Chen Xian also received a call from the head of cabinet No. 1. Comrade Chen Xian, how are the recent actions of the mythical anomaly bureau? Report to the leader. The entire nation is united, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Chen Xian stood straight, holding the phone, and spoke solemnly. You've worked hard, bearing such great pressure. Listening to the words in his ear, Chen Xian's heart surged, and he quickly responded, you are working even harder. Please believe that our Dragon Kingdom has endured so many hardships, this time will be no exception. I believe, of course I believe. The head of cabinet No. 1 replied cheerfully, then continued, you should have heard about Comrade Xiao Qinfun's situation, right? Just learned about it. Every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom must not be lost. If not necessary, the Dragon Kingdom really does not wish to initiate combat during such a sensitive period. After all, our main enemy is not other countries, but the mythical era. If things really reach an irretrievable point, I would like to ask you to take action and bring back scientist Xiao Qinfeng. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said, Chen Xian is terrified. As the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, serving the people is the highest purpose. As long as the people need it, the Mythical Anomaly Bureau has an unshirkable responsibility. The head of cabinet No. 1 on the other end chuckled lightly. If everyone had the awareness of Comrade Chen Xian, what would our Dragon Kingdom fear from the mythical era? Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. If needed, I will have someone notify you. Yes, the Mythical Anomaly Bureau is always on standby. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xian instructed Lin Tong beside him, pay full attention to the detention incident. Understood. After the seriousness, Chen Xian looked at the stunningly beautiful Lin Tong and joked, if these things hadn't happened, you should be drinking tea in the office now, and I should be selling real estate to a middle-aged balding man in a suit. Put. Lin Tong, who had originally been serious, couldn't help but laugh, responding, how did you know he was a middle-aged balding man? Most of the clients I've encountered before are like that. Looking at Chen Xian's handsome and refined face, Lin Tong's heart couldn't help but race. From the moment she bought the house, she had a bit of a crush on Chen Xian. After all, she was also a superficial woman who appreciated looks, but at that time, she had no particular thoughts. Even though she was in her 30s, unmarried, and had never had a boyfriend, her status did not allow her to pursue someone she liked as an ordinary woman would. If it weren't for these unexpected events, her ultimate fate would likely have been to obey her family and find a suitable stranger to spend her life with. Many people envied those who were born into privilege, unaware that those living in such privilege also envied those who could spend their lives with the ones they loved. The initial crush, combined with a series of events, made Lin Tong at this moment unable to help but entertain the thought of devouring the man before her. However, she deeply understood that with Chen Xian's current status, she was probably reaching too high, and moreover, the impending crisis did not allow them to indulge in romance. Yet, she still wanted to boldly pursue it once. Even if it didn't succeed, she wouldn't regret it when looking back. Chen Xian was stunned. The cold, soft sensation on his temple and the fragrance constantly wafting into his nose made his whole body stiffen. What does this woman mean? You must be very tired, right? Everything is resting on your shoulders, and for a long time to come, you will need to protect the Dragon Kingdom. What you carry on your shoulders now is the safety of the entire Dragon Kingdom. The gentle voice made all of Chen Xian's chaotic thoughts dissipate, and he fell silent. Having an advantage is something that ordinary people dream of, but when that advantage comes with the weight of mythological invasions and the survival of Blue Star, only those who truly experience it can feel the suffocating pressure. Whether in his past life or this one, Chen Xian was just an ordinary person. Suddenly accepting such a heavy burden, how could he simply adapt? Those below might not understand, but Lin Tong, who had always been by Chen Xian's side, was very clear about the pressure he faced. Don't be fooled by Chen Xian's seemingly idle demeanor, as if he had nothing to do but buy game packages. The psychological pressure he bore was beyond ordinary imagination. Currently, the series of actions by the Dragon Kingdom, along with many high-ranking officials sharing the burden with Chen Xian, could help him, but once the mythical era arrived, who could share that burden with him? Before the mythical special forces and the entire populace of the Dragon Kingdom awakened their professions, it was destined that Chen Xian would have to fight alone. The only help the country could provide him was remote assistance. Neither I nor the Dragon Kingdom has a choice. After a long silence, Chen Xian spoke firmly. Yes, there is no choice. For the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, and for the Dragon Kingdom. After responding, Lin Tong, who stood behind Chen Xian, changed her expression and then gradually became resolute, saying, if there is a next time, I want to awaken. Perhaps for a long time, I won't be able to help you, but I will work hard for it. Perhaps feeling that her words were too ambiguous, Lin Tong quickly teased, as the secretary of the illustrious director of the Mythical Special Bureau, I can't just be an ordinary person, right? Under Lin Tong's gaze, Chen Xian suppressed his rapidly beating heart and nodded lightly, appearing calm. Thank you, Director. Lin Tong's eyes squinted into crescent moons. Her stunning smile seemed to make all the flowers pale in comparison. Chen Xian hurriedly averted his gaze, pondering. Lin Tong's words reminded him, why not let his parents awaken early as well? Although it was certain that everyone would awaken after the arrival of the mythical era, having his parents awaken early would at least allow him to use experience pills to train them. Even though the levels that experience pills could enhance were limited, they could still reduce the time it took for his parents to level up. After all, once everyone awakened, to level up their professions, they would have to hunt exotic beasts, and hunting exotic beasts was fraught with danger. He is not a saint. Even though he holds such a high position, he has his own selfish motives. Even with the establishment of the Myth Special Forces, in the end, during the initial phase of the Myth era, he still had to face everything alone. After all, no one knows how strong the beasts that descended are. Currently, in the Dragon Country, the only one who can ensure a solo kill of the beasts is him alone. In this situation, the Myth Special Forces merely play a supporting role, so it makes sense for him to let his parents occupy 2 slots. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, Chen Xian's phone rang, and upon answering, he heard the voice of the number 1 leader. The negotiations have failed. I'm afraid you'll have to take action. Hearing this, Chen Xian's expression turned serious, and he said, Leader, I have an idea. The Myth Special Forces have just been established. Why not let them go as well, just as a training exercise? In fact, with Chen Xian's current strength, sneaking into the United States to bring back Xiao Chenfeng would be easy. As long as the United States does not use powerful weapons, ordinary handguns wouldn't be able to harm him at all. Perhaps only a sniper rifle could pose a bit of trouble, but that would require hitting him first. Okay, but don't take too many people. This time, we just need to bring back the scientist Xiao Chenfeng. Still, our main enemy is not them, it's the Myth era. Understood. After hanging up, Chen Xian immediately took Lin Tong to the hall where the Myth Special Forces were located. Assemble! As soon as he stepped into the hall, Chen Xian's loud voice echoed, and the members of the Myth Special Forces, who had been sitting together discussing, quickly stood up and formed ranks. Xiao Pingwu, Chen Dinghuang, Hu Shaoan. You 7 come with me, the rest continue studying the Beast Compendium. With that, Chen Xian turned and left, while Xiao Pingwu and the others hurriedly followed. The 7 he selected were mostly captains from various special forces, all awakened to legendary professions. With these 7, plus him, if they still couldn't bring back Xiao Chenfeng, then their awakening would have been in vain. In terms of individual combat capability, let alone him, anyone of Xiao Pingwu and the others would have no rivals. The United States has detained one of our overseas students. The organization has ordered us to rescue him and bring him back safely. This is your first battle after awakening. I hope you won't give me a chance to intervene. On the way to the ground base airport, Chen Xian spoke to Xiao Pingwu and the others without looking back. Xiao Pingwu and the others exchanged glances, remaining silent, but the killing intent and invincible belief emanating from them already explained everything. Soon, under Lin Tong's watchful gaze, Chen Xian and the others boarded an armed helicopter heading to the nearby Tianhai International Airport. Since the Myth Anomaly Bureau issued the announcement, many international airports in the Dragon Country have refused foreign flights, but flights from the Dragon Country to foreign lands have not stopped. Most of these flights are transporting overseas Chinese who wish to return to the Dragon Country. The flight Chen Xian and the others were on was one prepared to transport overseas Chinese back to the Dragon Country. A few hours later, it was already midnight in the capital of the Dragon Country, and Chen Xian received feedback on his professional level once again. This time, he received a basic attribute value increase of 10% after reaching level 80. A tremendous power flowed within him. If he hadn't been prepared and suppressed the fluctuations, the entire plane might have been affected. 10 minutes later, feeling the powerful force within him, Chen Xian's expression turned joyful. At that moment, he even felt that the gravity of Blue Star had lost its effect on him. He seemed capable of walking through the air. Of course, he hadn't thought of trying it out. After all, he was on a plane, and if he miscalculated, it would be disastrous. After receiving the feedback power, Chen Xian purchased all the items from the refreshed shop, including experience pill packages, awakening stone packages that could reflect reality in advance, and experience pill packages limited to players below level 40. Without hesitation, Chen Xian used all the experience pills on his character in the game, and his profession level rose from 80 to 100. The basic 100 was finally complete. Chen Xian's face was filled with joy. The actual time from this mythical game until now was 3 days, but the span was 4 days, as it was already past midnight. In reality, no one could level up from 1 to 100 in just 3 days. Although he was happy, Chen Xian did not feel proud. After all, the basic 100 was just the foundation, and there were several levels above it. The exotic beasts in the mythical era were numerous and stronger than the basic 100. He still needed to continue improving himself while the mythical game was still open. But the next moment, a notification from the phone interface changed Chen Xian's expression. Congratulations to player Chen Xian for reaching level 100. You are now a mature Chaos Swordsman. The leap from basic 100 to the King Realm is significant. It can no longer be improved with experience pills. Moreover, even if a player breaks into the King Realm, they cannot use experience pills to level up. Even after the mythical era descends, players will not gain experience from slaying exotic beasts. After the King Realm, it is more about comprehending the laws, and understanding the laws can only rely on oneself, or players can find extremely powerful law treasures to enhance themselves. Note, as a Chaos Swordsman, the player possesses the awakened skills of the entire system, thus having an innate advantage in comprehending the awakened professional skills. Before the mythical game closes, the game shop will still refresh daily, and players can continue to purchase packages. Additionally, tomorrow the game shop will undergo a major update, refreshing some brand new packages. If needed, players can make purchases. Seeing these notifications, Chen Xian felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to use this game to raise his profession level to Legendary Saint before the mythical era descended. At the very least, he wanted to reach True King. Now it seemed that this beautiful dream was shattered. Indeed, if one could level up smoothly by just grinding monsters, the cultivation of the exotic beasts in the mythical era would likely be unimaginably high. Reaching level 100, he had already taken a significant step forward. After a light sigh, Chen Xian used all the skill scroll packages he had purchased on the 5 newly awakened professional skills after level 50, raising their levels to 100 as well. Then, he opened his profession panel to take a closer look. Name, Chen Xian. Profession, Chaos Swordsman. Unique, level, 100. Strength, 59280, due to the talent Imperial Dragon Body. Physique value increased by 1000, Constitution, 82540, due to the talent Imperial Dragon Body. Physique value increased by 700, Spirit, 116460. Equipment, True Martial Spirit Sword, Spirit Level, Professional Skills. Space System, Spirit Dome Sword / Ice System, Ice Seal for Miles. Thunder System, Sword Commanding Divine Thunder. Dark System, Dark. Prison Annihilation, Light System, Universal Illumination. Fire System, Leaving Fire Calamity. Metal System, Gung Metal / Wood System, Heavily Wood Guanine. Earth System, Absolute Defense. Time System, Time Reversal Sword Array. All skills have reached level 100 and can break through again after the player comprehends the corresponding laws. Professional Talents, Sword Heart Clarity, Chaos Sword Domain, Imperial Dragon Body, Crimson Flame Melting Furnace, Phoenix Path Nirvana. Note, the maximum strength, constitution, and spirit for ordinary people is 10 points. Looking at the character panel, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed a mythical level hidden profession, truly powerful. He couldn't wait to feel just how strong the power he could gain after fully feedbacking his profession would be. Unfortunately, if it weren't for his innate shortcomings, his basic attributes would be even stronger. However, with numerous skills and talents at his disposal, he was more than capable of compensating for his innate shortcomings, and among peers, he could undoubtedly be called invincible. After several hours had passed, the flight that Chen Xian and the others were on finally arrived at Los Angeles International Airport. With the help of agents, they quietly made their way to the location where Xiao Chenfeng was being held. Meanwhile, online, there was once again a wave of ridicule directed at Long Country's lack of a strong stance. On Twitter, many foreigners sang a chorus of mockery, with taunts appearing one after another. Is this what they call the Eastern Lion? They were indeed right to call them the sick man of East Asia. Damn it! Long Country has shrunk again. Even domestically, there were many disappointed voices, but compared to those immersed in the online world, the workers building the defense zones, even upon hearing the news, merely smiled faintly and immediately returned to their construction work. Although the time was short, under the united will of the nation, the 34 defense zones had begun to take shape. As the saying goes, when a country spares no expense to accomplish something, the results achieved will far exceed ordinary imagination. Among these defense zones, construction workers often saw a young man leading a group, fiddling with some strange stone carvings at the construction site. This young man was Yi Wentao, who had been instructed by Qin Xian to go to various defense zones to set up formations. Many reporters outside the defense zone construction sites wanted to interview Yi Wentao upon seeing this bizarre scene, but before they could approach him, they were stopped. It can be said that the cohesion and creativity displayed by Long Country in recent days had shocked and made the countries around the world wary, so during this incident of detention, those foreigners seized the opportunity to mock and belittle, trying to cover up their own apprehensions. Among them, there were certainly instigations from hostile nations. Inside a villa in Los Angeles, a refined young man stood in front of a landscaping painting, quietly observing. On the surface, the villa was eerily quiet, but in reality, the entire villa was under surveillance, and secretly, dozens of armed soldiers from the Star-Spangled Country were guarding it. Even the most rampant terrorists would likely not dare to easily step into this villa. A blonde, blue-eyed, graceful woman approached the young man, holding 2 glasses of red wine. "Xiao, would you like a glass?" Xiao Chenfeng reached out to take it, remaining silent. The woman's seductive crimson lips took a sip of the red wine as she looked at Xiao Chenfeng and softly said, "Xiao, why must you return to Long Country? Isn't it good to stay in the Star-Spangled Country? Here, there is the beautiful Statue of Liberty, filled with the spirit of freedom. If you want, you can immediately get a Star-Spangled Country green card, along with $100 million and me." The waves surged, soft and close, and if it were any other man, he might have lost control. But Xiao Chenfeng remained as calm as a still pond. He glanced at the internationally renowned Star-Spangled Country star Lilia and said, "I can never betray my country." Boom! Lilia wanted to say something more, but at that moment, a loud rumble echoed, followed by intense gunfire and shouts of anger that filled the villa. "Damn it! Who is it? Damn!" At this moment, dozens of soldiers from the Star-Spangled Country surrounded the villa, guns raised, continuously shooting into the darkness. Even with their infrared goggles, they could not detect the enemies lurking in the shadows. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air erupted, and the surrounding soldiers looked up to see several large trees crashing toward them, causing them to panic and dodge. Just as they were evading, several figures, undeterred by the hail of bullets, approached them at an incredible speed. Bang! The leading figure suddenly threw a punch, and the entire outer wall of the villa was smashed open, creating a large hole. God! What kind of monster is this? The sound of exclamations echoed continuously. Even though this group of soldiers from the Star-Spangled Nation was well trained, in front of those few figures, they were like small fish. Anyone who was touched basically fell to the ground and couldn't get up. In just a few minutes, this group of soldiers from the Star-Spangled Nation was all lying on the ground, and even those who weren't dead pretended to be, not daring to get up. Chen Xian, with his hands behind his back, calmly stepped over the pile of bodies, while Xiao Pingwu and others gathered around, following Chen Xian into the villa. "What the hell? Who are you?" In the villa's hall, several soldiers from the Star-Spangled Nation protecting Xiao Chenfeng and Lilia looked at Chen Xian and the others entering in a line with fear in their eyes. The leading man mustered his courage to shout, but his face was filled with panic. Chen Xian ignored the soldiers and directly looked at Xiao Chenfeng, saying in a solemn voice, "We are here to take you home." This sentence completely broke Xiao Chenfeng. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, tears welling up in his eyes, and he heavily nodded at Chen Xian. Bang! After Xiao Chenfeng nodded, Chen Xian moved, appearing in an instant before the soldiers from the Star-Spangled Nation. They didn't even have time to fire their guns before being sent flying by Chen Xian. Oh, God! Lilia and Xiao Chenfeng were both stunned, with Lilia exclaiming as if she had seen a deity. Chen Xian casually waved his hand, knocking Lilia unconscious, and then directly took Xiao Chenfeng away. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. After all, This was the territory of the Star-Spangled Nation, and they had to race against time. Otherwise, once the Star-Spangled Nation reacted and mobilized troops to surround them or used large-scale weapons, even Chen Xian wouldn't be able to withstand it. After leaving the villa, Chen Xian and the others got into the vehicle arranged by the agents and rushed to the nearby dock, where boats prepared by the agents were waiting. Although Chen Xian and the others moved quickly, those hiding behind the surveillance would definitely discover and report it immediately. At that time, the high-ranking officials of the Star-Spangled Nation would surely seal off the airport. Therefore, they could only rely on the time difference to quickly leave the Star-Spangled Nation by sea. Damn it! The Dragon Nation is indeed insidious and hypocritical, secretly sending people over. This is a contempt for our Star-Spangled Nation. The shame of our Star-Spangled Nation will be washed away with blood. General William, a major general of the Star-Spangled Nation, cursed in the command room upon receiving the news. Notify Los Angeles to block all roads and close the airport. Immediately send troops to bring back these damned yellow-skinned monkeys. With General William's order, the troops stationed in Los Angeles moved instantly, and all roads in Los Angeles were sealed off by the police. At the same time, the media of the Star-Spangled Nation, upon receiving the news, also sprang into action. Reporters, carrying cameras, broadcasted on various roads, causing the entire network of the Star-Spangled Nation to explode. Oh God, what are these soldiers doing? They've been touched at home. Damn it! This will be the biggest joke in the history of our Star-Spangled Nation. Citizens of the Star-Spangled Nation vented their anger. On the other side, facing the blockade, Chen Xian and the others paid no attention and charged through. Of course, this was also because they took advantage of the time difference, having already sped away before the Los Angeles police completed the blockade. However, when Chen Xian and the others arrived at the dock, they were followed by a dozen police cars, and there were several armed helicopters in the air, along with live broadcast helicopters sent by major media companies. Xia Pingwu, you escort Mr. Xiao onto the boat first. After getting out of the car, Chen Xian glanced at the distant Star-Spangled Nation police and the armed helicopters in the air, and directly instructed, Captain, what about you? Xia Pingwu and the others, including Xiao Chenfeng, changed their expressions and stared at Chen Xian. They were well aware of Chen Xian's identity and knew that his importance to the Dragon Nation far exceeded that of Xiao Chenfeng. If something happened to Chen Xian, they would be the sinners of the entire Dragon Nation. It's fine, these people can't keep me. Follow orders. Chen Xian waved his hand dismissively and coldly scolded, leave. Upon hearing this, Xia Pingwu and the others gritted their teeth and turned to leave with Xiao Chenfeng. Before they left, Xiao Chenfeng fixed his gaze on Chen Xian and said solemnly, I'll be waiting for you on the ship. Chen Xian smiled and ignored Xiao Chenfeng and the others, heading straight to the two cars that had crashed and were now in tatters. He grabbed the back of each car with both hands and swung them violently. At the same time, the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department was holding a loudspeaker, shouting, You are surrounded. If you don't want to die, put down your weapons, raise your hands, and come out peacefully. Oh my God. Shit. As soon as he finished speaking, the police officers beside him began to curse angrily and hurriedly fled. The confused police chief looked up and his pupils instantly contracted. While he was still dumbfounded, a police officer yanked him away. Bang! The two cars crashed to the ground and exploded instantly, flames shooting into the sky, and many officers who couldn't escape were blown away by the shockwave. After throwing the two cars, Chen Xian didn't stop. He grabbed a nearby cargo box and hurled it at the armed helicopter that was firing at him. The cargo box, several meters long and weighing who knows how much, was tossed aside by Chen Xian as if it were a small stone. This astonishing scene left the police officers of the Star-Spangled Nation dumbfounded. Oh my God, is this Superman? Shit, what kind of monster are we dealing with? As the police and even the soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation stared in disbelief, Chen Xian left calmly. He stood on the deck like a deity, causing everyone from the Star-Spangled Nation to hesitate. Even the combat personnel on the armed helicopter instinctively stopped firing. Just moments ago, this guy had thrown cargo boxes at them like stones, nearly scaring the helicopter pilot to death. Now, standing on the ship, they were even afraid this monster might lose his mind and throw the ship at them. The helicopter pilots had no confidence in dodging again from this monster's hands. On the ship, Xia Pingwu and the others looked at Chen Xian with awe. They had thought that after awakening, they would be invincible, but at this moment, they realized that there were always greater mountains and more powerful people. What was even more terrifying was that such a powerful Chen Xian had not truly awakened yet. They couldn't imagine how strong Chen Xian would be after awakening. Beside them, Xiao Chenfeng was even more fervent, his gaze fixed on Chen Xian as if he wanted to devour him. He excitedly stepped forward, grabbing Chen Xian's arm and asking, Are you a genetic warrior? I didn't expect that the biologists back home have become this strong, able to research such powerful genetic warriors like you. Chen Xian shook off Xiao Chenfeng's hand and smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon. After saying this, Chen Xian let Xiao Chenfeng go to rest in the cabin and instructed Xia Pingwu and the others to spread out and keep watch, while he himself went to the captain's room. As soon as he stepped into the captain's room, Chen Xian was taken aback. Inside the captain's room, 5 people dressed in black tight-fitting suits were pointing guns at the Star-Spangled Nation man steering the ship. So that's how it is, Chen Xian suddenly realized. He had been wondering how that group of agents had managed to get such a large ship, not expecting it was a direct hijacking. What surprised Chen Xian was that the leader of the 5 agents was actually a woman. She had her hair in a ponytail, with a fair and delicate face, eyebrows like distant mountains, a strong nose, and a tall figure. If Lin Tong was mature and charming, then this woman was heroic and spirited. Who would have thought such a beautiful woman would be an agent? Peacock, ostrich, salute the chief. After Chen Xian entered the captain's room, the 5 agents saluted him in unison. Although they did not know Chen Xian's specific identity, they had received orders from their superior to follow Chen Xian's command and ensure nothing happened to him, even if it meant everyone else would die. Chen Xian must not be harmed. Moreover, they had just witnessed Chen Xian's inhuman strength, and even without those orders, they would not dare to show disrespect to him. Thank you for your hard work. The country has arranged for the fleet to wait in international waters. As long as we can hold on through this period, we will be able to return home. Understood. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, the woman codenamed Peacock and the others all nodded in agreement. This time when you return, you won't have to be spies anymore. Soon, an unprecedented upheaval will occur, and spies will no longer be needed. If you want to join the military, you can. If you want to return to a normal life, that's fine too. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian glanced at Peacock and the others, speaking solemnly. The entire blue star seemed peaceful, but in places where the sun did not shine, there were dangers unimaginable to ordinary people, and Peacock and the others were constantly in such peril. To their own country, they were undoubtedly heroes, but to other nations, these spies were hunted down, and if caught, it wouldn't be easy to die. What? They escaped? Useless. So many people let that group of yellow-skinned monkeys escape? In the command room, General William cursed into the phone, his face flushed red with shame. This time, the entire police force of Los Angeles was mobilized, even armed helicopters were used, and yet, they caught not a single hair? He could already imagine the scene of being scolded by the supreme leader. This was just a small matter. What truly concerned him was that if he couldn't kill or capture the damned group of yellow-skinned monkeys, this incident would become an indelible stain on his military career. At that moment, a video came through on his phone, leaving him silent, his face showing shock. Dragon Country Kung Fu? Shit. After cursing, General William was drenched in cold sweat. He could see much further than ordinary people. From the video, the strength displayed by that person would wipe out even the top special forces of the Star-Spangled Country. Such terrifying individual combat capability, cutting down generals and seizing flags, was undoubtedly easy. What was the purpose of Dragon Country hiding such inhuman monsters? Coupled with the various actions of Dragon Country in recent days, General William could no longer sit still. His expression hardened, and he shouted angrily, "At all costs, we must capture this group of people. Notify the Falcon Team's first squad to mobilize." The Falcon Team, the Star-Spangled Country's elite Air Force unit, equipped with F-15 Eagle fighter jets, F-16 fighter jets, and F-22 Raptor fighter jets, all armed with AIM-120 missiles, was a highly capable and well-equipped aerial combat force. With General Williams' order, several powerful fighter jets from a secret base in the Star-Spangled Country soared into the sky, heading straight for the ship where Chen Xian and the others were located. Meanwhile, a large fleet was anchored in international waters. In the command room of the main ship, over 100 military observers from Dragon Country were monitoring the ship where Chen Xian and the others were through satellites. In addition, standing in the command room was a strong middle-aged man in dark green military uniform, with 2 stars on his shoulders. He was the commander of this fleet, Dragon Country's Major General Huangfu Jinzong. Report. 5 F-15 fighter jets, 3 F-16 fighter jets, and 1 F-22 fighter jet are heading towards the myth ship, expected to be 150 nautical miles away. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Jinzong's expression darkened. It's a squad from the Falcon Team. Faced with such a significant matter, Huangfu Jinzong did not dare to act rashly. He took out a secure phone and dialed the red emergency number. Wait a moment, trust him. Just remember one thing, no matter the cost, we must protect Comrade Chen Xian, even if it means crossing international waters. Understood. Listening to the voice on the phone, Huangfu Jinzong replied solemnly, his tiger-like eyes shining with brilliant light. On the other side, as the small team approached, Chen Xian on the ship sensed the unusual situation in the air. He stepped out of the cabin, standing on the deck, squinting his eyes as he gazed at the sky. Behind him followed Xia Pingwu and others, along with a few peacocks. Gradually, the figures of the small team emerged from the clouds, their majestic bodies causing Xia Pingwu and the others to narrow their pupils. "Captain, jump now." In the next moment, Xia Pingwu and the others' faces changed dramatically, and they shouted in alarm. They saw sparks flying as projectiles fell from the sky like meteors towards them. No one expected that the Star-Spangled Nation would be so ruthless, launching an attack without even a warning. This was a case of if I can't have it, neither will you. The extreme sense of crisis left Chen Xian no time to think. He moved instantly. He had already received 3 feedbacks, with the third reaching an impressive level 80 in his profession. Even if it was just 1/10 of his basic attributes, it pushed Chen Xian's strength value over 1500, with his physique and spirit even higher. Under such monstrous values, the gravity of Blue Star had little effect on him. Although he hadn't reached the point of flying freely, a brief leap was not a problem. Chen Xian appeared in the air as if shifting shadows, delivering a powerful sidekick to one of the incoming projectiles. Bang! The projectile was instantly sent flying, landing far away on the sea, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Following that, Chen Xian continued to sway, kicking away projectile after projectile. The successive explosions on the sea created powerful shockwaves, causing the ship carrying Chen Xian and the others to sway dangerously, as if it could be capsized by the waves at any moment. After kicking away the projectiles, Chen Xian's figure flickered and appeared on the ship, tearing down the flagpole with his bare hands, then forcefully throwing it out. The terrifying force created a sound of air bursting around, and an F-15 fighter jet that couldn't evade was directly pierced by the flagpole, exploding like fireworks. From the moment Chen Xian took action to the explosion of the F-15, not even a minute had passed. Whether it was Xia Pingwu and the others on the ship, or Huangfu Jinzong and others in the vast fleet on the high seas, or General William of the Star-Spangled Nation monitoring in real time, they were all dumbfounded, standing there like statues. The pilots flying the fighter jets were even more terrified, nearly losing their minds. Shit! How can there be such a monster? Seeing Chen Xian standing on the ship, ready to throw the flagpole, these pilots didn't think twice and immediately pulled up. They didn't even dare to appear in Chen Xian's line of sight. Meanwhile, in the White House of the Star-Spangled Nation, the high-ranking officials watching the battle situation via satellite gulped nervously, their faces pale. Under Chen Xian's terrifying deterrence, this pursuit was destined to become a joke. Several hours later, under the protection of the Dragon Nation's fleet, Chen Xian and the others safely returned to their homeland, but they were unaware that the internet was already boiling over like boiling water. The cause was a news report from the top media of the Star-Spangled Nation posted on Twitter. Breaking! Scientist Xiao Chunfeng has been kidnapped by a group of mysterious individuals. Are they Gene warriors or Dragon Nation martial artists? Below this news, there was a video of Chen Xian displaying his might at the dock. Oh my god, is this Superman? The mysterious Dragon Nation truly reveals its fangs. The ancient Eastern country possesses all kinds of incredible abilities. God, he even threw a car like a brick. Once this news was released, after nearly 10 hours of fermentation, it had gone viral worldwide, and the entire Dragon Nation was once again in the global spotlight, even shocking many domestically. The country has been secretly cultivating immortals? Nonsense! We should believe in science. This must be a gene warrior developed by our country. While shocked, the netizens of the Dragon Nation were also immensely proud, celebrating wildly on Twitter. On the other side, the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs also issued a statement regarding the incident. We deeply sympathize with the Star-Spangled Nation's encounter with terrorists, but fortunately, this group of terrorists still has some kindness, safely returning our scientist Mr. Xiao Chunfeng. What the hell are these terrorists? Once this statement was released, not only foreigners but even people domestically were a bit bewildered, speaking nonsense with eyes wide open. Cough cough, that's right, terrorists. It was the scene where Chen Xian kicked the missile head that was not made public, otherwise, the ensuing public opinion would have been even greater. While countries around the world were discussing the terrorist incident faced by the Star-Spangled Nation, the instigator, Chen Xian, was at the Dongfeng base, awakening the new members of the mythical special forces. Previously, on the plane to the Star-Spangled Nation, Chen Xian once again purchased the Awakening Stone gift pack that could reflect reality in advance, still limited to 3, each containing an Awakening Stone capable of accommodating 100 people. After more than 2 hours, all 300 new members of the mythical forces were awakened. Compared to the first round, there were only 5 legendary professions awakened this time, but there were more rare professions than in the first round. Due to the limited experience pills, Chen Xian did not let the new members of the second round of the mythical special forces take them. Instead, he gave the experience pills to the 300 members of the first round, raising all their profession levels to 30, and the 10 legendary professionals all reached level 40. Thus, apart from Chen Xian, the Dragon Kingdom now had 600 specially awakened soldiers. It is worth mentioning that in this round of awakening, Chen Xian's secretary Lin Tong also secured a spot, and her awakened profession left Chen Xian stunned. Holy Light Sword Master, a legendary profession in the Light System Sword Path, possessing an innate super strong comprehension of the Light System and Sword Path, with a 70% increase in experience gained from slaying alien beasts within the basic 100 levels. This profession is half combat and half support, capable of both attacking and healing. After encouraging the new members of the mythical special forces, Chen Xian tossed the alien beast compendium to them for study and returned to his room. This trip to the Star-Spangled Nation took a full 20 hours back and forth, plus the 2 hours just spent awakening the new members, and now the time was approaching midnight. Chen Xian was about to receive the final feedback for the basic 100 levels. Boom! When the clock struck midnight, the 100-level feedback arrived as expected, and vast power poured down like a heavenly river, enveloping Chen Xian, enhancing his physique. Under the immense power, the void around him began to visibly distort. After nearly 20 minutes, the commotion in the room finally subsided. Having received 100-level feedback, Chen Xian's basic attributes had transformed into Strength 5928, Constitution 8254, and Spirit 11646. At this moment, Chen Xian felt an unprecedented strength. The gravitational pull of Blue Star had completely lost its effect on him, and he could now soar through the air like in a cultivation novel. Moreover, with a constitution exceeding 8,000, his physical defense and vitality had reached an extremely terrifying level. Now, even a sniper rifle couldn't harm him, and even small rockets were ineffective against him. After adapting to the surge of power, Chen Xian picked up his phone and eagerly opened the game store. He wanted to see what new gift packs the so-called major update of the game had brought. There were no changes to gift packs like experience pills or awakening stones. The only change was the addition of some new gift packs. Chaos Swordmaster exclusive growth-type divine weapon gift pack includes sword, armor, boots, priced at 5 billion. Enlightenment gift pack contains a mat that can reflect reality in advance. This mat can only exist for 2 days. Sitting on it increases comprehension by 100 times, priced at 3 billion. Special gift pack contains the locations of awakening stones that appeared across the Dragon Kingdom in the first 3 days after the arrival of the mythical era, priced at 100 billion. Note, the number of awakening stones is related to the total population of the country, the area of the territory, and the intensity of spiritual recovery. Seeing the 3 newly updated gift packs, Chen Xian did not hesitate and directly called Lin Tong, asking her to transfer 3 billion to his card. Since cooperating with the state, Chen Xian had basically used all the money he received from the government to purchase game gift packs, and he meticulously recorded every expenditure, compiling it into reports to submit. Perhaps the state might not care, but Chen Xian had to do what was necessary. This was also why he did not let Lin Tong transfer a large sum of money all at once. In the past, Chen Xian might have pursued wealth, but since learning that the mythical era was about to arrive, he had little interest in wealth. After all, for someone of his status, wealth was no longer significant. Protecting the safety of the Dragon Kingdom was what he should think about and do, otherwise, he would not be worthy of the trust of the state. Of course, having a little personal interest occasionally was not a big deal. After receiving Lin Tong's transfer, Chen Xian immediately purchased all the gift packs in the store, with the most important being the 3 newly updated ones. The exclusive Divine Weapon gift pack for the Chaos Sword Master could enhance his strength, while the Enlightenment gift pack could give him the possibility of breaking into the King Realm in a short time. What does a 100-fold increase in comprehension mean? It should be noted that Chen Xian's mental value as a professional master had already surpassed 100,000. With such a terrifying mental value, his innate comprehension was already far beyond that of ordinary people. If it were to increase 100-fold, Chen Xian could hardly imagine how terrifying his comprehension would become. Originally, breaking into the King Realm in a short time was basically impossible, but after a 100-fold increase in comprehension, even in just 2 days, Chen Xian was confident he could break into the King Realm. However, to use the Enlightenment mat to break through, he still needed to wait for the complete feedback from the game's profession. At this moment, although Chen Xian's basic values had become powerful to an unimaginable extent, he did not have the insights into the laws of space, ice, and so on that other professions possessed. He could only wait for the complete feedback, and based on the insights of the professional master, he could then integrate and deeply comprehend the power of the laws. The special gift pack could allow the Dragon Kingdom to quickly find awakening stones, enabling more people to awaken. Otherwise, relying solely on themselves to find awakening stones would not be so easy. Early morning. Chen Xian, who got up early, first went to the office and instructed Lin Tong to have Lin Jianye select new members for the mythical special forces from various battle zones again, and then he went to the conference room with Lin Tong. Today was August 30th, 2025, in the Dragon Kingdom calendar, just 2 days before the arrival of the mythical era. The meeting Chen Xian was about to attend was the first full meeting of the Mythical Special Bureau since its establishment. The meetings Chen Xian had previously participated in were merely high-level meetings of the Mythical Special Bureau. This was also the first time Chen Xian, as the director of the Mythical Special Bureau, publicly appeared before all the members of the Bureau. This full meeting was both a report of work from various divisions of the Mythical Special Bureau and a detailed discussion of the plans for the next 2 days. Dressed in a suit, Chen Xian stood tall and imposing, with bright, piercing eyes that seemed to captivate everyone. When he and Lin Tong entered the grand conference room, all eyes in the room turned towards him. Looking around, there were hundreds of people in the conference room, many of whom were familiar faces often seen on television. As Chen Xian and Lin Tong approached, everyone in the conference room stood up and saluted him. Many who had never seen Chen Xian before showed shock. They had never expected that this mysterious director of the Mythical Special Bureau would be so young. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Xian took his seat at the podium, marking the position of the director, while Lin Tong stood behind him. At this moment, the high platform was already filled with the senior officials of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. Among them, Deputy Director Lin Jianye sat to the left of Chen Xian, while to his right was Lu Yisheng, the head of the Weapons Research Group and former president of the Dragon National Academy of Sciences. In addition, there were the heads of the Architecture Group, Network Observation Group, Diplomatic Group, Internal Cleanup Group, and several other senior officials from the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the cabinet leaders to this meeting of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, Chen Xian said as he picked up the remote control on the table and pressed a button. He then stood up and applauded towards the projector in front of him, followed by all members of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau who also stood and applauded. As the projector played, several cabinet leaders appeared on the screen, participating in the meeting via video call. Thank you for your hard work, let's begin. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's expression turned serious, and he immediately spoke up, all groups, please start your reports. The head of the Architecture Group stood up, approached the high platform, faced the crowd, and said loudly, "Good morning to the esteemed cabinet leaders and Director Chen." Currently, all 34 prevention zones in Dragon Country have completed over 70%. Before the great changes arrive, the Architecture Group will implement the central will and perfectly complete the 34 prevention zones, providing a perfect answer to the people and the central government. The Network Observation Group, Weapons Research Group. The entire meeting lasted for 3 hours, during which the Mythical Anomaly Bureau reported work progress to the cabinet leaders and made summaries and improvements, striving to create a solid shield for Dragon Country before the great changes arrived. After the meeting, Chen Xian and Lin Tong went to the training ground of the Mythical Special Forces to awaken the 298 new members, and then distributed all the experience pills. To Chen Xian's surprise, among these 298 new members were several agents who had previously assisted them in the Star-Spangled Country. Among them, the most outstanding was a woman codenamed Peacock, who awakened the legendary hidden profession of Dark Blade Master. Dark Blade Master, a dark-type knife profession, upon awakening, will possess a legendary quality dark knife body, with an innate advantage in understanding dark knife techniques, increasing the power of dark knife skills by 50%, and within the basic level of 100, gaining a 70% increase in experience from slaying alien beasts. After encouraging many members of the Mythical Special Forces, Chen Xian got into an unremarkable domestic car, with Lin Tong as the driver, heading to his hometown in Hangzhou. In 2 days, the mythical era would arrive, and Chen Xian's return was for 2 reasons: to awaken his parents' professions and to spend some time with them. After all, once the mythical era arrived, he would be fighting on the front lines and would have little time to be with his parents. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dragon Country held a press conference, and the statement released once again shocked the world. In 12 hours, Dragon Country will close its borders. Embassies around the world, hurry to withdraw. Overseas Chinese who wish to return, please do so quickly. Additionally, unrelated foreign personnel, please leave Dragon Country as soon as possible. In 12 hours, those who do not comply will be forcibly expelled. Except for foreign personnel who have goodwill towards Dragon Country, have worked long-term in Dragon Country, have established families, or have contributed to Dragon Country, all other foreign personnel are considered unrelated. After the border closure, troops will be dispatched to guard, any intruders will be executed on the spot. As this news was released, within seconds, countless replies and likes flooded in. The active netizens of Dragon Country responded excitedly, one after another. Explosive! Dragon Country is finally no longer silent. In the past, it was others expelling our people, now it's finally our turn to expel theirs. It feels so damn good. No regrets in this life for entering Huaxia. Compared to the excitement of the people of Dragon Country, leaders from around the world were terrified, all remaining silent. Even if they are unwilling to admit it, they cannot hide the fact that Longwei is the world's second largest economy. Once Longwei closes its borders, it will deal a fatal blow to countries around the globe, especially those with industries in Longwei. Losing such a vast market will cause many foreign companies' wealth to shrink by at least half or even more. When Longwei is silent, no one takes it seriously, but when Longwei erupts, the whole world will tremble. This news from the Longwei Ministry of Foreign Affairs topped Weibo's trending topics, and the following dozens of trending topics were all related to this news. No one knows what Longwei intends to do. Countless countries have sent spies to uncover Longwei's motives, but in the end, it has all sunk without a trace, causing not a ripple. This time, the firmness of Longwei's will has shocked not only its own citizens but also the people of countries around the world. After an emergency meeting of world leaders, the Western countries led by the Star-Spangled Nation issued a stern statement: "We urge Longwei not to act impulsively. Embassies are symbols of peace among nations. If Longwei insists on using force to expel, it will disrupt global peace, leading to irreparable consequences." After issuing this statement, the leaders exchanged knowing smiles. They did not believe Longwei had the courage to confront the world. The so-called closure of Longwei would become a joke. To be honest, if it weren't for Longwei's massive market, which put pressure on the conglomerates behind them, they would be hoping for Longwei to close its borders and self-destruct. Less than 10 minutes later, the statement from the Longwei Ministry of Foreign Affairs left everyone in silence. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Star-Spangled Nation? Sakura Nation? Rice Nation? Fuck! What does Longwei want? At this moment, Longwei's toughness left many Western leaders agitated and fearful. Ever since the damned mythical Anomaly Bureau appeared in Longwei, everything has spiraled out of control. Longwei, known for its love of peace, has become so hardline. It should be noted that in the past, Longwei would never have made statements that could likely lead to a world war. What has happened to this world? While the globe is in an uproar over Longwei's actions, Chen Xian has leisurely returned to his hometown. When he saw Chen Xian bringing Lin Tong home, his mother Yixioqing's smile was brighter than flowers, pulling Lin Tong to sit on the sofa, showering her with warmth and concern, even neglecting Chen Xian. Good boy. Chen Xian's father, Chen Lujun, patted Chen Xian's shoulder with satisfaction. Old Chen, stop joking. She is my secretary, Lin Tong. Chen Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation, explaining to Chen Lujun. Undeniably, Chen Xian had feelings for Lin Tong, but the current situation did not allow him to indulge in romance. At least until Longwei was completely stable and had the means to confront the mythical era, he probably wouldn't focus on that aspect. Get lost. If you're going to make excuses, at least make them good. Do you really think I served 10 years in the military for nothing? You, a new recruit, and the country can still assign you a secretary? Are you still half asleep? After Chen Xian finished speaking, Chen Lujun scolded him in annoyance, even giving him a light slap on the head, causing Lin Tong, who was sitting uneasily on the sofa, and the national personnel secretly guarding Chen Lujun and his wife to be startled. Looking across all of Longwei, besides these two, no one else would dare treat the director of the mythical Anomaly Bureau this way. Old Chen, if you're going to say that, then I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I, Chen Xian, director of the mythical Anomaly Bureau. As soon as Chen Xian said this, not only Chen Lujun but even Yixioqing, who was still concerned about Lin Tong on the sofa, was stunned. Their first reaction was fear. This kid dares to say anything? Before Chen Lujun and Yixioqing could react, Chen Xian clapped his hands. Immediately after, Chen Lujun and his wife saw two soldiers armed with real guns carrying a stone into their suite. After placing the stone in the living room, the two soldiers saluted their son, Chen Xianzhang. Mission accomplished. Please give instructions, sir. Return to the team immediately. Yes. Until the two soldiers left, Chen Lujun and his wife were still in a daze. If it weren't for Chen Liujuan's military background, he would have thought that those two soldiers were just actors hired by Chen Xianzhang. What's going on? Their son just joined the army and is already a commander? This is absurd. No parents in the world do not wish for their child to succeed, and Chen Lujun and his wife also hoped that Chen Xianzhang could achieve something. but the key is that this was no longer just about success, this was something extraordinary. Although Chen Xianzhang had only crossed over for 3 years, as someone who had long been under the oppressive influence of Chen Lujun and his wife, with memories of a true family background, he felt a bit pleased to see his bewildered parents. Pleased as he was, there were still serious matters to attend to. Chen Xianzhang wiped the playful expression off his face, sat down seriously on the sofa, and said to his bewildered parents, "What I am about to say is the highest secret of Longwa. After you listen, just remember it in your hearts and don't speak of it outside. In 2 days, Blue Star will undergo a complete transformation. You will know the specifics then, and if the country takes any actions, you must follow the commands. The reason I came back this time is to spend time with you too and to awaken your professions." What I mean by profession is, throughout Chen Xuanjing's speech, Chen Lujun and his wife were in a state of confusion, completely embodying the saying, "The bewildered fruit on the bewildered tree, you and I beneath the bewildered tree." Chen Lujun, like a machine, placed his palm on the awakening stone in the living room under Chen Xuanjing's guidance. Boom! Just a dozen seconds later, a brilliant golden red light beam erupted from the awakening stone, causing the originally calm Chen Xianjing and Lin Tong to stand up abruptly, their eyes fixed on Chen Lujun, who was enveloped in the golden red light. Damn! My old man actually awakened a mythical profession? Chen Xianjing was completely stunned. Although he wanted his parents to awaken early, he didn't have much hope. After all, both old Chen and old Ji were not young anymore. The reason for wanting them to awaken early was partly to give them a slight advantage and partly to improve their physical fitness. But Chen Xianjing never expected that his nearly 50-year-old father would awaken a mythical profession. This made him the second mythical profession awakener in all of Longwa so far. Not only were Chen Xianzhang and Lin Tong stunned, but Chen Lujun himself was also bewildered. At this moment, he clearly felt the immense power flowing within him and the related professional insights filling his mind. In nearly 50 years of life, he had never encountered such a mysterious event. Anyone would be bewildered in his place. "Old Chen, what profession did you awaken?" After the light dissipated, Chen Xianzheng quickly stepped forward, grabbing Chen Liujuan's arm and asking excitedly, "Mythical level hidden profession enchanter." Chen Lujun instinctively replied, "Enchanter, a mythical level hidden profession in the lifestyle category, capable of enchanting all non-biological items. The power of the enchantment is related to the profession level and the understanding of the enchantment." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanjing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Originally, he wanted his parents to stay quietly in the rear, but now it seemed that would not be possible. A mythical level enchanter was absolutely crucial for Longwei today. Not to mention, just adding defensive attributes to the walls of the 34 defense zones would make those walls sturdier and increase the chances of withstanding the onslaught of alien beasts. After pulling the bewildered Chen Lujun to sit down, he turned to the equally stunned Yi Xiuqing and said, "Old Ji, you should also go awaken." Okay. After regaining her senses, Yi Xiuqing responded and approached the awakening stone, taking several deep breaths before placing her palm on it. A minute later, a brilliant golden red light column descended once again, completely enveloping Yi Xiuqing. Damn! This time, even Lin Tong couldn't help but mutter under her breath. She glanced at Chen Xian, then at Chen Lujun and the glowing Yi Xiuqing, feeling quite speechless. What kind of divine family is this? All 3 members awakened myth-level professions? If she didn't know the inside story, she would have thought Chen Xian was secretly manipulating things. After the light dissipated, Chen Xian excitedly stepped forward to inquire. Myth-level hidden profession alchemist. Alchemist, myth-level hidden profession in the lifestyle category, capable of refining all kinds of elixirs, automatically possessing all formulas in the profession inheritance. At this moment, Chen Xian didn't know how to express his feelings. Not only were the professions activated by his parents' myth-level hidden professions, but they were also of great use to the country. Of course, compared to enchanters, the current role of alchemists was still limited, as the spiritual energy on Blue Star had yet to recover, and no spiritual medicines had been produced, making alchemy impossible. But in the future, the role of alchemists would definitely not be inferior to that of enchanters, and might even surpass it. After Old Chen and Old Ji completed their awakenings, Chen Xian took out the experience elixirs he had withheld and handed them to Old Chen and Old Ji, urging them to take them immediately. Under Chen Xian's care, their promotions occurred without surprise, with their profession levels reaching 40, and their dramatically enhanced physiques and spirits made Old Yi and Old Chen almost unrecognizable. The crow's feet on Old Ye's face vanished completely, and her previously dry long hair became glossy and vibrant, making her look as if she had suddenly become 10 years younger. If Old Ji and Lin Tong went shopping at that moment, everyone would probably think the 2 women were sisters. When Old Ji saw her transformation in the mirror, she smiled like a fool. Indeed, no woman could escape the temptation of becoming beautiful. Ahem! Mr. Chen, MS. Yi, let's get down to business, come sit. Seeing the couple practically glued to each other, Chen Xian cleared his throat. In light of you making me look younger, I won't hold you accountable for your disrespect today. Yi Shouqing shot Chen Xian a glare and said irritably. Though she said that, she still took old Chen's hand and obediently sat on the sofa. Chen Xian twitched his mouth, feeling speechless. He sensed that things had changed. He thought Yi Shouqing should be surprised by her awakened profession, astonished by his identity and abilities, but she seemed only concerned about her newfound youth and beauty. Such a mundane old Yi. Chen Xian shook his head, no longer paying attention to Yi Shouqing's thoughts. He straightened his face and solemnly addressed the couple. I, Chen Xian, as the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, appoint Comrade Chen Lujun as the leader of the Enchantment Group and Comrade Yi Shouqing as the leader of the Alchemy Group. After Chen Xian's words fell, both Chen Lujun and Yi Shouqing were stunned. It wasn't that they didn't believe Chen Xian's identity. From the moment they awakened their professions, they no longer doubted what Chen Xian had just said. However, as ordinary civilians, suddenly becoming the leaders of the most mysterious group in Long Country's Mythical Anomaly Bureau, how could they not be bewildered? At the same time, they were also worried that Chen Xian's appointments might lead others to accuse him of nepotism, potentially affecting his future status. This is an order. As the couple was about to say something, they noticed Chen Xian's expression turn serious, his gaze fixed on them. That unmistakable demeanor made the Chen Lujun couple, who had always treated Chen Xian like a dog, feel a shiver in their hearts. Yes, Commander. As a 10-year veteran, Chen Lujun instinctively stood up and saluted Chen Xian. Secretary Lin immediately formed the alchemy team and the enchantment team. Once both of them acknowledged, Chen Xian then instructed Lin Tong beside him. Yes, after a serious moment, the family once again enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. Well, to be precise, it was old Chen, old Ji, and Lin Tong who were enjoying themselves, while Chen Xian, their biological son, was completely ignored. After a sumptuous dinner at home, Chen Xian did not stay overnight but took old Chen and old Ji back to the East Wind Base, where the Mythical Anomaly Bureau was located. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. Chen Xian had Lin Tong take old Ji to select dormitories, while he took old Chen to the newly established enchantment team's office. A few young people who had been waiting in the office, upon seeing Chen Xian enter, looked excited, standing up straight. Hello, Commander. After returning the salute, Chen Xian pointed to Chen Lujun and introduced, from now on, this is your enchantment team leader, Chen Lujun. Your first task is to cooperate with your leader and go to the 34 defense zones to enchant all the city walls in those zones. Then, Chen Xian turned to Chen Lujun and said, Old Chen, the task is heavy and the time is urgent. Get to know them a bit, and then you can set off. I understand. Seeing this, Chen Xian no longer disturbed them, allowing them to plan on their own. In the capital of Manhwa, at 9 p.m. on August 30th, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued the latest statement, Manhwa, closed country. 10 minutes later, after the Mythical Anomaly Bureau appeared in public, the second piece of news was also released. On August 31st, 2025, at 9 a.m., Manhwa plans to station 8 million troops across 34 defense zones, with an expected 200,000 troops in each zone. All major defense zones organize relevant matters. With the release of these two pieces of news, Manhwa and countries around the world erupted once again. A once-in-a-lifetime sight. What big event is the country planning? Follow orders, trust the country. Tianhai Defense Zone received. Hangcheng Defense Zone received. With such high attention, these two pieces of news pushed aside all trending topics, reaching the top spot. Even on Twitter, there were numerous netizens from various countries discussing these two pieces of news. Many foreign workers who lost their jobs due to Manhwa's closure vented their anger, cursing not only Manhwa but also their own countries. Meanwhile, countries were made anxious by Manhwa's actions. It should be noted that even the military powerhouse, the Star-Spangled Country, has fewer than 6 million troops in permanent deployment, and even half of that is hard to come by. And this is just what is visible on the surface. What about what is hidden? Damn yellow-skinned monkeys. From now on, focus all efforts on monitoring Manhwa's movements. All major bases are on alert, ready for war at any time. In the White House of the Star-Spangled Country, the gray-haired commander was so furious he was jumping up and down, cursing while giving orders to military leaders. The Prime Minister of Sakura Country also held an emergency meeting, and during the meeting, he was equally furious, but anyone with eyes could see his panic. Baka, Manhwa, very bad. Contact our big brother, request assistance from our big brother. If Manhwa is going to start a world war, they will definitely target us. While the commander of the United States held a meeting, he also had the Ministry of Foreign Affairs speak out, calling for Longwei to stop the violence and not to start a world war. In no time, countries began to follow suit. However, it seemed that Longwa had not heard them at all and completely ignored their pleas. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Even in the Dragon Kingdom, many people toss and turn, unable to sleep through the night. They force themselves to believe in the country, yet their hearts are filled with anxiety and unease. However, it seems that no one could have anticipated that the war the Dragon Kingdom was about to unleash was not aimed at other countries. The next day, as dawn broke, numerous online streamers and major media outlets had already gathered in various defense zones, with some even arguing over the best spots. Long guns and short cannons were set up on both sides of the defense zone's passage, and the air was filled with noise. Many local residents had also risen early to gather together. Each defense zone was garrisoned by 200,000 troops. Such a grand scene had not been witnessed by anyone except for the older generation who had experienced war. Many company owners arrived at their offices only to find them empty. Dear viewers, welcome to the Tianhai Live broadcast room. I am the host Meng Meng, said the cute and charming Meng Meng, standing in front of the camera on the top floor of a high-rise in the Tianhai defense zone, smiling brightly. Meng Meng, step aside, we want to see the army move in. The barrage of comments nearly obscured the screen. Despite the early hour, the number of people watching in the live room was countless, with over 1 million viewers just in the Tianhai Live broadcast room, not to mention the countless other streamers around. As everyone waited, time quietly passed, and soon it was the scheduled time for the troops to arrive. Boom! Both the streamers present and the viewers in the live room were eagerly anticipating. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, shaking the entire ground, and countless streamers' cameras focused on the distance. In the next moment, a scene that would shock and stir the blood of countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom appeared. At the far end of the road, a line of 99 main battle tanks and 04A infantry fighting vehicles formed a long procession, slowly making their way to the Tianhai defense zone, followed by fully loaded troop transport vehicles. The entire convoy stretched endlessly, a magnificent sight that excited everyone present. Each streamer stood in front of the camera, introducing the land dominators to the audience, clearly having put in considerable effort to understand the Dragon Kingdom's army configuration for this live broadcast. In fact, not only were the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom paying attention, but foreign leaders were also monitoring this troop deployment event via satellite. While the people of the Dragon Kingdom could only see a glimpse, the foreign leaders, looking down from satellites, were even more shocked. The long lines of vehicles emerging from various bases formed a dense net, enveloping the entire Dragon Kingdom. It was only at this moment that those foreign leaders truly realized how astonishing the awakening of the Dragon Kingdom was. The silent lion, once it roars, will surely shake the heavens and the earth. On Twitter, various mocking foreign netizens fell silent after seeing those grand and magnificent videos. Many years later, numerous surviving foreigners would reminisce about this scene with deep emotion. On that day, the ancient Eastern nation awakened from its slumber, leaving countries trembling in fear. Yet, ironically, despite all the preparations made by various nations to face the world war ignited by the Dragon Kingdom, in the end, the Dragon Kingdom had never regarded them as enemies. From the beginning to the end, their true enemy was not on Earth. An hour later, the Central News of the Dragon Kingdom released a video on major online platforms, showcasing the army's deployment as seen from a satellite view of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Along with the video, there was a caption, "Where the long guns point, the enemy will ultimately perish." As soon as this news was released, it garnered countless likes and comments. What is the central government hinting at? Dojimoji for safety. If there is war, victory is certain. Is a great war really about to happen? Throughout the day, the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom was in a frenzy of discussion, with data platforms showing that the online activity index was several times higher than usual. Across the entire network, apart from videos of the military stationed in the prevention zones, there are clips of the citizens in various prevention zones spontaneously gathering supplies to send to the camps where the military is stationed. The videos of people carrying rice, oil, fruits, and vegetables have once again shocked people from other countries with the extraordinary cohesion of Longwa. Besides Longwa's movements, other countries have also prepared some actions in response to Longwa's activities. For example, the State Department of the Star-Spangled Country publicly announced that it would soon dispatch an aircraft carrier fleet to conduct military exercises in the waters near Sakura Country. Following this announcement, Sakura Country immediately declared that it would cooperate with the Star-Spangled Country to jointly conduct military exercises to promote a good international military environment. These statements amused the netizens of Longwa. You're the least friendly in the world, and yet you're promoting a good military environment? Who are you fooling? On September 1, 2025, at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the Mythical Anomaly Bureau released news on various platforms, after unanimous approval from all cabinet heads, the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, and senior leaders from various departments of Longwa, tomorrow, all industries across the country will have a day off, and all citizens must stay at home and avoid going out. Once this news was released, the entire network exploded again. Hiss, is it starting? Although I look forward to the holiday, I'm quite anxious about the future. Don't panic, beauty, give me an address, and I'll come protect you. What time is it, and you still have the mood to chat? Everyone was discussing, their emotions fluctuating greatly, and many scholars were expressing their views online, with one scholar receiving the most likes. In my opinion, everyone should do what they need to do, follow the country's commands, and not be anxious or hesitant. Trust the country. 5,000 years have passed, how many disasters? Longwa still exists in the world, but what about other ancient civilizations? What makes Huaxia the strongest is not the 1 billion people, nor the unfathomable number of soldiers, but the heart that dares to strive and can swim against the current in the face of any adversity. Half an hour later, the Mythical Anomaly Bureau released another major piece of news. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Mythical Anomaly Bureau will hold a press conference for all citizens. All cabinet members, the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, and senior leaders from various departments of Longwa will be present. At the same time, Longwa's most mysterious and strongest mythical special forces will make their first appearance and be reviewed before heading to the various prevention zones. At this moment, many netizens from Longwa and other countries were stunned. Longwa had been incredibly high-profile these past 2 days, with a series of actions that had shocked the world countless times. Mythical special forces? The most mysterious and the strongest? Damn! Our country has such a special force? Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it +1. Looking forward to it +1, 24. As all citizens of Longwa looked forward to it, in the White House of the Star-Spangled Country, the elderly leader was once again furious, his face flushed with anger. He had lost count of how many times he had needed oxygen in recent days, and his blood pressure kept rising, making the medical team standing by tremble with fear, worried that he might collapse at any moment. Mythical special forces? Damn it! What are those agents doing? Such important information, and they couldn't even find out? Can anyone tell me what this so-called mythical special forces really is? Faced with the leader's question, the military leaders of the Star-Spangled Country looked at each other, all pretending not to hear. Are you kidding? I'm still confused myself. If you ask me, who should I ask? At this moment, all Western countries became tense. The fact that Longwa, usually Loki, used the words most mysterious and strongest was enough to show the power of the mythical special forces. Many countries were frantically mobilizing their troops, continuously laying out defenses, fearing they would be caught off guard. At the Dongfeng base, in the dormitory, Chen Xian quietly awaited the arrival of Dawn, which would be his last chance to purchase a Mythical Era game package, and also the moment the Mythical Era game would close. Dragon Kingdom Calendar. September 2nd, 2025, at midnight. The game store's packages refreshed once again. It is worth mentioning that this time, there was a package of experience pills that could reflect reality in advance. Although still limited in purchase, one could buy it 5 times, with each package containing 200 level-up experience pills that could only be used by characters below level 50. Chen Xian did not hesitate and bought all the refreshed packages with real money. With these experience pills, the Dragon Kingdom's chances of resisting the arrival of the Mythical Era would be greater. After Chen Xian finished purchasing the packages, an ancient and grand voice emanated from his phone. Dear Chen Xian, the only internal tester from Blue Star, thank you for your companionship during this time. Please evaluate the mythical internal test game. After the voice faded, a series of evaluation options popped up on Chen Xian's phone, making him involuntarily twitch his mouth. Goodness, you've gone full fantasy, and now you want game reviews? In the end, Chen Xian, with a guilty conscience, clicked 5 stars for all options, giving the mythical internal test game a perfect review. Thank you for your evaluation. In light of your high recognition of this internal test game, we would like to grant you several messages. Message 1, the Mythical Era will descend upon Blue Star at noon tomorrow, without any prior warning. Message 2, there are both good and bad beasts within the Mythical Era. If you wish to help your country, you may try to communicate and ally with the friendly beasts. Message 3, within the Mythical Era, there are not only countless beasts but also extremely powerful alien races, which will only see humans as food. Message 4, the alien races will not descend within a month, so take this month to strengthen yourself, esteemed internal tester. Note, complete feedback from the Profession Master will be transmitted to you 1 hour after the game closes. As the last words fell, the game interface was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning, followed by a flash of bright light, and the mythical internal test game on the phone vanished without a trace. The game packages that Chen Xian had purchased also appeared in the room. However, at that moment, Chen Xian could not afford to check them. He sat on the sofa with a grim expression. The first two messages could barely be considered good news, but the latter two were simply terrible. Although the beasts were strong, they were ultimately just beasts, and those of lower levels were far inferior to humans in intelligence. Therefore, as long as not too many powerful beasts descended at the same time, Chen Xian still had confidence in dealing with them. But the alien races were different. Although he did not know what the alien races in the mythical era were like, it was clear that they were incredibly powerful to survive in a world like the mythical era. Once the alien races descended, combined with the beasts and the mutations of local flora and fauna caused by the revival of spiritual energy, would humanity still have a way out? Current technology, while powerful, was only effective against basic level threats. Once one reached the king level, only nuclear weapons posed any real threat. Other firearms would do no harm if the target stood still. As for those above the true king level, nuclear weapons were like toys, easily manipulated. I can only fight. At least, until the result truly arrives, the Dragon Kingdom will never give up. After a long while, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes and murmured with a determined expression. What was most important to Chen Xian now was to resist the invasion of beasts at the beginning of the mythical era. Only by holding them off could he and the Dragon Kingdom consider the matters of the alien races later. If they couldn't even fend off the beasts, what was there to worry about regarding the alien races? Moments later, Chen Xian summoned several members of the mythical special forces, instructing them to carry the awakening stone outside to grant the newly joined members their awakening professions. Additionally, he assigned Deputy Director Lin Jianye the task of distributing experience pills to elevate the professional levels of many members of the mythical special forces. At this time, the entire underground base was brightly lit, and no one was sleeping. Everyone was nervously preparing, conducting final checks in the defense zone, resource supplies, and so on, all needing to be coordinated by the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. When the mythical era descends, chaos can easily ensue, even leading to apocalyptic theories. Even with major armies stationed, if there are insufficient supplies, even the highly cohesive Dragon Kingdom could erupt into turmoil. When a person is pushed to the brink of hunger, anything can happen. Fortunately, since the establishment of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, the Dragon Kingdom has been preparing supplies, and in a short time, providing for the entire nation should not be a problem. As they waited, time quietly passed. Finally, Chen Xian's feedback from the Chaos Sword Master arrived in full. Boom! An endless torrent of power surged forth from the void, rushing towards Chen Xian, lifting his entire body into the air, radiating brilliant light. Under the powerful wave of energy, everything in Chen Xian's dormitory was shattered, and that wave of power even spread throughout the entire underground base. Bang! Centered around the room where Chen Xian was, several nearby rooms shattered, dust filled the air, and debris flew everywhere. Even the underground base, constructed from special metals, could not withstand this wave. Fortunately, since everyone was working in the work area, no personnel injuries occurred. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of everyone in the underground base. Members of the mythical special forces rushed over first, but as they stepped into the area, they felt a powerful pressure weighing down on them like a giant mountain. Even though they had reached level 50, they trembled under this pressure. That's the director's room. Could it be that the director is awakening a profession? God, what terrifying noise. What profession has the director awakened? And this power is just too frightening. All the members of the mythical special forces stared in shock at the distant ruins, discussing among themselves, their faces filled with astonishment. Everyone except the mythical special forces members, returned to your posts. Deputy Director Lin Jianye, who had hurried over, glanced at the onlookers and coldly shouted, "All mythical special forces members, spread out and build defenses to prevent the power from spreading and causing the underground base to collapse." Lin Jianye continued to issue orders. Yes. Many members of the mythical special forces, upon receiving the command, immediately sprang into action, unleashing their own powers to construct a massive light shield, completely enveloping the distant ruins. Seeing this, Lin Jianye finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood side by side with Lin Tong, gazing at the distant ruins, and quietly asked, "You've reached level 50 now. If you were to fight the director, how many moves could you withstand?" Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Lin Tong's exquisitely beautiful face. "Dad, you think too highly of me." Based on the power fluctuations emitted by the director, even if the entire mythical special forces joined forces, it probably wouldn't be enough for the director to take down alone. In the ruins, Chen Xian was enveloped in brilliant light, countless sword principles flooding into his mind. These sword principles felt innate, with not a hint of unfamiliarity, as if he wielded them with ease. The torrent of immense power continuously transformed Chen Xian's physique, enhancing the density of his bones and the width of his meridians countless times, gathering all 5 of his talents in this moment. Moreover, the principles of the 10 awakened professional skills were also comprehended by Qin Xian. The exclusive divine weapon set he had purchased for the Chaos Sword Master appeared, autonomously donning itself onto him. This divine weapon set includes the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaos Emperor Dragon Armor, and Chaos Emperor Dragon Boots, all reaching the corresponding level of 100 in the Earthgrade Premium category. Boom! Outside the ruins, Lin Jianye and the others suddenly heard a deafening explosion. Before they could react, a figure soared out from the ruins, standing in the void above. At that moment, Lin Jianye and many members of the mythical special forces were stunned. Lin Tong, standing beside Lin Jianye, had her beautiful eyes shining with brilliant colors, her heart racing. She gazed obsessively at Qin Xian, floating in midair, feeling as if her entire being was about to be captivated. A majestic and imposing crimson gold armor enveloped Qin Xian's tall and heroic figure, and a crimson gold dragon pattern longsword circled around him, radiating a shimmering glow, with countless sword shadows emerging behind him. In that moment, Qin Xian truly resembled a sword immortal descending to the mortal realm, evoking a sense of awe and tremor in everyone. As the crowd was in shock, Qin Xian retracted his aura and gracefully descended, walking towards Lin Jianye and the others. I lost control of my strength for a moment. Should I compensate? Put. As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, Lin Tong couldn't hold back and let out a delicate laugh, while Lin Jianye and many members of the mythical special forces also stifled their laughter. Then, a group of people surrounded Qin Xian and headed towards the training hall of the mythical special forces. After several days of development, including Qin Xian's parents and Lin Tong, the number of those who had awakened early had reached 1,500, with each person's level reaching 50. Among them, there were 2 in the mythical profession, namely Qin Xian's parents, while there were a total of 45 in the legendary profession, 490 in rare professions, 960 in advanced professions, and 5 in ordinary professions. Currently, the total number of members in the mythical special forces was 1,497, with 1,120 in combat professions, 350 in support professions, and 27 in life professions. Although it was somewhat regrettable, the 27 members who awakened in life professions were destined to serve as logistics personnel. For the time being, the mythical special forces would still focus on combat. In the training hall, Qin Xian stood on a high platform, looking down at the many members of the mythical special forces standing straight below, a satisfied expression on his face. After pondering for a moment, he said loudly, I have decided to form a special operations team codenamed Qishao, with the initial members tentatively set as Xia Pingwu and the other 45 legendary profession awakeners. Qishao will be the true elite of the mythical special forces, responsible for rapid rescue, mobile support, and guarding the capital's defense zones. The remaining members of the mythical special forces will immediately be divided into 34 teams after the press conference and dispatched to 34 defense zones. Received. Loud voices echoed throughout the training hall, and no one questioned Qin Xian's decision. In the current mythical special forces, Qin Xian was undoubtedly the faith. Now, line up to go to the logistics department to receive your battle armor and weapons. Yes, the battle armor of the mythical special forces was developed by the weapon research group of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, each set weighing 500 pounds and made of special metals. The armor was standardized, but the weapons were tailored to each person's awakened profession traits, and both the armor and weapons had been enchanted by Qinlu Jun, greatly enhancing their defense and attack. Although Lin Tong was not a member of the mythical special forces, she also received a set of enchanted armor due to her early awakening, and her weapon was the true martial spirit sword that Qin Xian had initially purchased to gain the trust of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. In the late night, everyone in the Mythical Anomaly Bureau was making preparations, including Qin Xian, who personally sat in the command center of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, coordinating all plans. Despite his deep desire to break through to the King Realm with the Dao Enlightenment Mat, time was running out. At the initial stage of the mythical era's arrival, the entire dragon country needed him to protect it. If he were to enter seclusion at this moment and something went wrong, he would become a sinner of the dragon country. At 3 in the morning, some light sleepers and night owls in various defense zones heard a series of rumbling sounds. Looking out through their windows, they saw transport vehicles entering the defense zone. These transport vehicles formed a long line, stretching out of sight, mostly carrying food supplies. Many night owls curiously picked up their phones to take pictures of the scene and posted them online. At that moment, they discovered that people from other defense zones had already posted similar photos, all showing endless rows of transport vehicles. At 5:30 in the morning, Deputy Director Lin Jianye took over from Qin Xian, sitting at the command center, while Qin Xian, along with Lin Tong, Old Yi, Old Chen, and many members of the mythical special forces, boarded the transport vehicles heading to Tianhai Airport, preparing to take a passenger flight to the imperial capital. The journey was smooth, and soon Qin Xian and the others boarded the passenger plane. As the sun rose, painting half the sky red, at exactly 7 in the morning, all citizens of the Dragon Country, regardless of age or gender, turned on the central television, eating breakfast while waiting for the press conference to begin. Residents near the city walls of the defense zone were surprised to find that tanks had somehow arrived at the foot of the walls, their cannons pointed skyward. At the same time, soldiers of the Dragon Country stood straight with firearms on the high walls of the defense zone. In addition, everyone in the defense zones could hear the roar of fighter jets in the sky. Although many were curious, no one stepped outside, obediently following the country's instructions to stay at home. Meanwhile, leaders and citizens from countries around the world, regardless of time zones, were waiting in front of their screens through broadcasts, fully aware that this press conference from the Dragon Country would represent the upcoming world order. Given the series of major actions from the Dragon Country, this war was inevitable. The only question was which country the Dragon Country would target first. At this moment, the Great Hall of the People in the imperial capital was fully prepared. Famous hosts Shao Kong, Xiao Sa, and Xiao Cheng were moving around the hall with cameras, introducing the setup to the citizens of the Dragon Country and people around the world on the other side of the screen. Good morning, audience friends, I am the host Xiao Kong /Xiao Sa /Xiao Cheng. The time in the imperial capital of the Dragon Country is 7:45 a.m. on September 2nd. We can see that the doors of the Great Hall of the People have been closed, and armed personnel are dutifully guarding outside the hall. The attendees are also entering in an orderly manner. As these words were spoken, the barrage in the live stream filled the screen. It's finally starting. Doesn't this look like a mobilization meeting? I wonder who the country plans to target. Looking forward to the appearance of the strongest and most mysterious mythical special forces. Looking forward +1. 10 minutes later, the spacious Great Hall of the People was filled with figures, with all participants except for the first 2 rows having entered. In the last 2 minutes, all cabinet members and senior officials of the Dragon Country, including Qin Xian, also entered. The press conference of the Dragon Country officially began. This press conference would soon be hailed by people around the world as the curtain raiser for a new era, also known as the last press conference marking the transition from the old era to the new. The Dragon Country was regarded by humanity worldwide as the leader of the new era. Under the gaze of the masses, the number 1 leader ascended the high platform, his expression solemn and sacred. He spoke into the microphone, "Comrades, good morning. The Dragon Country and all countries on Blue Star will face an unprecedented major change, and in this major change, our Dragon Country is fully prepared. I hope that no matter what happens next, do not panic, do not be chaotic, trust the country, trust the government, trust the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. The Dragon Kingdom has endured countless disasters over its 8,000 years of history, and we have all persevered. This time will be no exception." As the words fell, everyone in the hall stood up and applauded, and the major live streaming platforms were filled with praise. For more details, let the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, Comrade Qin Xian, introduce it to everyone. Immediately, the number 1 leader stepped down from the high platform and returned to his seat, giving an encouraging glance to the standing Qin Xian. Soon, Qin Xian, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, appeared before the eyes of the people of the nation and the citizens of the world. This was the first public appearance of Qin Xian as the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau since its establishment. Wow, the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau is so young? Oh my god, so handsome. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Oh god, this Qin must be a genius. Major live streaming platforms in the Dragon Kingdom, including foreign ones, were flooded with dense bullet comments as soon as Qin Xian took the stage, with countless people astonished by his youth and good looks. Even more than 90% of the people in the hall showed surprise. Qin Xian's identity had always been a secret. Apart from the highest levels of the Dragon Kingdom and some leaders, others had no idea who the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau was. But today, they officially saw him and were astonished. At this moment, standing on the high platform, Qin Xian felt both immense honor and heavy responsibility. Comrades, good morning. I am Qin Xian, the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. Many of you are seeing me for the first time, but that's okay. I hope that in the days to come, you will see me often. As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, many people showed confusion, and various questions appeared in the live stream comments, while only the members of the cabinet who knew the inside story, along with Lin Tong and Qin Xian's parents, fell silent. They all understood the meaning behind Qin Xian's words. This poor child, he is only in his 20s, yet he bears such a heavy responsibility. Whether he can withstand it or not, he will be a great contributor to the Dragon Kingdom. The second in command, sitting next to the number 1 leader, looked at Qin Xian with a gaze full of affection and solemnly whispered to the number 1 leader. The number 1 leader did not speak but gently nodded, looking kindly at Qin Xian on the high platform. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Xian slowly opened his mouth again, but what he said was earth-shattering. A week ago, the interdimensional detector created by the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences was born. During the experiment, the Academy unexpectedly detected that an alternate world named Mythical Era will descend upon Blue Star, forming a space-time passage with Blue Star. After meticulous testing and experimentation, the Academy has ultimately confirmed that the results of the interdimensional detector are true. 1 week later, at noon today, the Mythical Era alternate world will form a space-time passage with Blue Star. This was a statement jointly decided by the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom after discussion, with the fundamental purpose of protecting Chen Xian's special identity. As for whether others believe it or not, that is their business. Anyway, the Dragon Kingdom truly has an interdimensional detector. The uninformed attendees were stunned. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were stunned. Leaders and citizens from countries around the world were also stunned. Wow, did I hear that wrong? Do you think Director Chen would joke with you in such an occasion? So, there really is an alternate world? Oh my god, the Dragon Kingdom is amazing. I'm really proud. Who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences quietly pulled off such a big move? Shouldn't you be worried about the consequences of the alternate world descending? What are you afraid of? Haven't you seen that the country is already prepared? In facing the alternate world, the Dragon Kingdom is already a big step ahead of the world. In the central live broadcast room, a flood of comments surged, with all the citizens passionately and fervently discussing. Not only that, but foreign citizens were also wildly debating. Shit, I must be dreaming. Mythical Era alternate world? Oh my god. Look at Dragon Country, then look at our country? What are those scientists doing? The taxes I pay are raising such a bunch of useless people? Fuck. On the high platform, Chen Xian continued, after a series of meticulous investigations, the Academy of Sciences has discovered that this mythical era is a vast world where strange beasts and alien races coexist, and it is also a fantastical world found in novels. In this world, there are terrifying strange beasts that are hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of meters tall. After forming a space-time passage with Blue Star, strange beasts will invade. This is an unprecedented crisis, but at the same time, it is also an unprecedented great opportunity. Through testing, we found that after the mythical era comes into contact with Blue Star will experience a revival of spiritual energy. At that time, a peculiar object called Awakening Stone will appear. After humans come into contact with the Awakening Stone, they will awaken various professions, and after awakening their professions, human bodies will become stronger. In addition, they will be able to control mysterious powers like those in novels, including but not limited to various so-called laws of power. At this moment, the entire Great Hall of the People was silent, with only Chen Xian's voice echoing. Everyone was stunned by the information contained in Chen Xian's words. Even in major live broadcast rooms, not a single comment appeared. One might think the internet had crashed. Damn! Believed in science my whole life, and suddenly it turned into fantasy? Fantasy. Fellow Taoists, the day of proving the Tao has arrived. Instead of worrying about the upcoming crisis, shouldn't you be concerned about the hundreds and thousands of meters of strange beasts? With our current technology, can we handle it? What are you afraid of? Trust the country, trust the Dragon Country's soldiers. That's right, didn't you see the country is already prepared? I apologize for my previous doubts about the country. Apology +1. While the netizens of Dragon Country were discussing, foreign citizens had completely exploded. Fuck, what is our country doing? Hurry up and prepare. Shit, the apocalypse is here. Let's die together. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, awakening professions? I want powerful strength. As people from various countries vented, the high-level officials first fell silent for a moment, then immediately took urgent action, even in Western countries. Although many complained that Dragon Country only released information at this time, no country, doubted Dragon Country's words. They might belittle or downplay Dragon Country, but they would never deny that Dragon Country is a global power. Rather than saying they believe in Dragon Country, it is more accurate to say they believe that a country of global significance would never lie in such a globally significant occasion. This is not only recognition and respect for a major power but also recognition and respect for themselves. Therefore, at this moment, countries around the world were doing their utmost to prepare, even if only a few hours remained, but any additional preparation was good. Do not underestimate any country. Still, the same saying applies: when a country puts all its effort into doing something, the energy that can be unleashed is beyond imagination. On the high platform, Chen Xian's expression was serious as he said loudly, "Next, please move to Tiananmen Square and review the strongest mythical special forces of Dragon Country together with the people of the nation. Special reminder, every member of the mythical special forces has awakened their profession. After finishing his words, Chen Xian stepped down from the platform, leaving with cabinet members and high-level leaders. Meanwhile, the attendees were guided by staff to exit the Great Hall of the People, but Chen Xian's last words left everyone present in a long-lasting state of agitation. Not only them, but also online, everyone was stirred up like boiling water because of Chen Xian's last sentence. Unfortunately, I have no culture, just a single can conquer the world. No more words, Long Country is invincible. While all the citizens of Long Country expressed their joy, they also looked forward to the appearance of the mythical special forces, and similarly, people from all over the world were anticipating it. Across the globe, various countries even urgently organized scientists to try to study the so-called powers of professional awakeners, at the very least, to gauge just how strong the mythical era really was. At the back of the hall, Chen Xian bid farewell to the cabinet heads and senior leaders, heading to don his battle armor. This time, he would make a grand entrance as the finale. This action was a collective decision made by all members of the cabinet and the informed leaders, aiming to use Chen Xian's extraordinary strength to instill confidence in the entire nation. In the face of a powerful and mysterious invasion from another world, without a spiritual pillar, problems could easily arise. Just look at the series of actions taken by Long Country during this time, which have caused a surge in criminal incidents in certain countries, leaving their leaders in a state of panic. During the press conference held by Long Country, once the news spread, a large number of doomsday statements immediately emerged in certain countries, with citizens celebrating wildly, and various criminal incidents sprouting up like mushrooms after rain. Therefore, for a country, especially when facing a major crisis, having a spiritual pillar is very necessary, and Chen Xian is the spiritual pillar specially put forward by the senior leaders of Long Country. On the other side, under the guidance of the staff, the attendees all arrived at the city wall of Tiananmen, where the central figures were several cabinet heads and high-ranking leaders of Long Country. Observant individuals noticed that the young and mysterious director of the Mythical Special Bureau had already disappeared. Although there were chairs set up on the city wall, no one sat down. Instead, they all stood at the edge of the wall, gazing out. What puzzled them was that in the square, apart from some armed personnel on duty, no military forces were seen, and the most mysterious and powerful mythical special forces were nowhere to be found. At this moment, Chen Lujun, the head of the enchantment group of the Mythical Special Bureau, wearing a Zhongshan suit, jogged out from one side of the square, came to the center, faced the many leaders on the city wall, saluted, and shouted, "The mythical special forces are lined up and ready. Please give instructions, leaders. Let's begin." Yes. In an instant, all the long guns and cannons set up on the city wall aimed at the square, creating a 360-degree coverage. The entire population of Long Country, along with people from all over the world, held their breath, eagerly watching. "Rise, those who do not wish to." Accompanied by the high and clear singing, figures began to appear from afar, clad in silver-brown battle armor, shining under the sunlight, with a powerful aura erupting from each member of the mythical special forces. The sky above the square was filled with tumultuous winds. At the forefront were the newly established 40 or so Qixia members and Chen Xian's secretary Lin Tong, standing uniformly in the air above the square, their professional skills bursting forth in succession, with flashes of blades and shadows filling the entire sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Whether it was the citizens of Long Country or those from other countries around the world, they stood there like statues. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly exploded over the entire imperial capital, followed by a brilliant beam of light falling from the sky, with Chen Xian, clad in battle armor and exuding majesty, standing proudly within the light. Behind him, a sword shadow stretching hundreds of meters emerged, like an invincible sword immortal descending to the mortal realm. At this moment, anyone in the imperial capital who looked up could see the terrifying sword shadow. At this very moment, the people of the nation and the people of the world were all profoundly shocked. Even though Chen Xian and the others had not truly engaged in battle, just from the power they displayed, one could feel their strength. That kind of heroic demeanor, akin to celestial beings, was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Many years later, this last military parade of the old era would be referred to by humanity as the stepping stone for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, marking the beginning and soaring of the mythic era of the Dragon Kingdom. This military parade and the subsequent press conference ultimately concluded with Chen Xian's speech. At 12 noon, the mythic era will descend. At that time, all citizens are requested to follow instructions, stay at home, and avoid going out. Regarding supplies, there will be dedicated staff delivering them to your door. Additionally, please do not panic, trust the nation, trust the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers, trust the mythic special forces. In this great upheaval, we, the youth, like the martyrs, will not fear difficulties and will fight bravely. I believe that as long as the people of the nation unite, the Dragon Kingdom will surely win. The press conference ended, but the impact it caused was nothing short of earth-shattering. Star-Spangled Nation, Hadafu Academy, a top-tier institution. Inside, there were not only elites from the Star-Spangled Nation but also elites from other countries. At this moment, the study room was quiet, everyone was engrossed in their studies, but there were still some whispering sweet nothings. Miss Lin, your eastern country has closed its borders, you have to stay here forever. Beside him, a heavily made-up girl nudged him and pouted, Darling, I long for this place, for the breath of freedom, being able to stay here forever is my honor. That's right, the Star-Spangled Nation is not only the center of Blue Star but also the center of the universe. Only here can we achieve true progress. At the next table, a Dragon Kingdom exchange student turned around and spoke proudly. Hey, you guys, come look. Just then, a white youth kicked open the study room door, rushing in with his phone held high. He directly connected his phone to the projector in the study room, and the video playing was the recently concluded press conference of the Dragon Kingdom. Oh my god, the mythic era from another world is coming? Is this for real? In an instant, all the students in the study room were in an uproar, standing up and shaking their heads like madmen. Absolutely true, our country is also preparing. The military from major bases has been dispatched, even the nuclear launch sites have been opened. As the white youth spoke, the group of students shouted again, their faces a mix of shock and horror. Damn it, why is the Dragon Kingdom so strong? How can they seize the initiative? We also want to achieve career awakening, we want powerful strength. As this group of students shouted, the Dragon Kingdom exchange students in the study room turned pale, each regretting their decision to stay behind. As if recalling something, the heavily made-up girl hurriedly took out her phone and dialed her father's number. Dad, I want to go back. Hurry and get someone to bring me back. On the other end of the line, there was silence for a moment, then a roar. I told you to come back before, but you insisted on talking about longing for the breath of freedom. Now you want to come back? It's too late. Even if the King of Heaven comes, you can't go back. After the man finished shouting, he sighed and said gently, You should hurry back to your dorm, buy some food, and hide for now. Oh, by the way, your mother and I plan to have another child. You, take care of yourself. After the man hung up, the girl slumped in her chair, her eyes vacant, her heavily made-up face filled with regret. Lin, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and organize the other exchange students who haven't gone back to speak up. As long as there are enough people, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely not dare to ignore us. They cannot afford the power of public opinion. If you succeed, I hope you can take me with you to the Dragon Kingdom. When the girl was dumbfounded, the white youth beside her nudged her and said sternly, Right. Once the girl snapped back to reality, she quickly picked up her phone and posted a message in the Yearning for Freedom group, which consisted entirely of international students from the Dragon Country who had chosen to stay in the United States after being called back by their homeland. Before long, a video was uploaded to Weibo by her, depicting a heart-wrenching story that perfectly illustrated the plight of a patriotic student who, due to academic commitments, was unable to return home in time. Heh, your studies are more important than the country's call? Get lost, idiot. Keep yearning for your freedom. The Dragon Country doesn't need you. Once, you ignored me, now, you want to reach out to someone you can't afford to? Where in the world does such a good thing happen? This Weibo post was quickly overwhelmed by netizens from the Dragon Country, who lambasted the girl, leading to her account being banned by Weibo, which garnered widespread praise. Aside from the idle netizens at home, no one in the Dragon Country paid attention to the online uproar. All soldiers stationed in the defense zones were fully armed and on high alert, with numerous heavy weapons ready to unleash devastating firepower at any moment. Meanwhile, members of the Myth Special Forces were divided into 34 teams, heading to 34 defense zones. Should any other worldly beasts invade, they would be the first line of defense. Chen Xian and the Qishao team were stationed in the capital's defense zone. On September 2, 2025, at 11:30 a.m., sharp and piercing alarm sounds echoed throughout the Dragon Country, plunging the entire nation into a state of Level 1 alert. All flights were grounded, even fighter jets were on standby, not appearing in the skies. The naval fleet of the Dragon Country was fully armed, surrounding the coastline and forming a steel coastal wall, while the nuclear missile silos hidden in undisclosed bases were also activated, ready to respond to any unknown disaster. At this moment, the hearts of all citizens of the Dragon Country were in their throats, filled with worry and hope, hoping that the nation could withstand the disaster and usher in a new era. The Dragon Country is invincible. The Myth Special Forces are invincible. Director Qin Xian is invincible. Salute to all the soldiers stationed on the front lines of the Dragon Country. At this time, netizens from the Dragon Country spontaneously rushed to the Weibo account of the Myth Special Bureau to reply. Their uniform responses were shocking and exhilarating. On the other side, countries around the world also went on high alert, mobilizing all their military forces to guard major cities, with new heavy weapons being deployed. At this moment, no country dared to hide, almost exhausting their national strength to resist the impending disaster. Of course, some smaller countries, aware that they could not withstand the onslaught, completely gave up resistance and fell into a final frenzy. Many years later, a journalist published a detailed account of everything that happened during the arrival of the myth era on social media. The detailed record stated, on September 2, 2025, at exactly 12 p.m., the myth era arrived. In the sky, a massive and pitch-black rift tore open, and boundless spiritual energy spewed forth from the crack, like a heavenly river pouring down, causing the entire blue planet to tremble, with waves surging and winds howling. One after another, enormous dark figures broke free from the rift, scattering across the blue planet, and then, the disaster began. A giant beast over 100 meters tall, resembling a gorilla, appeared in a city in the United States, wreaking havoc under a hail of bullets, and after causing tens of thousands of casualties, it was killed by 123 cruise missiles. Statistics show that during the initial phase of the myth era's arrival, the first wave of otherworldly beast invasions resulted in casualties numbering in the tens of millions, with the number of destroyed cities being incalculable. The only pure land is the mysterious and ancient dragon kingdom standing in the east. At this moment, humanity around the globe gazed up at the pitch-black rift spanning the sky, their expressions frozen in shock, unable to regain their senses for a long time. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Xian quickly snapped back to reality. Everyone, maintain communication. Report immediately if there are any abnormalities. Meanwhile, countries around the world also reacted, shouting and cursing in panic while nervously preparing their defenses. Especially when they saw the massive dark shadows scattering, their hearts raced, constantly praying that disaster would not strike their nations. In the prevention zone of Hubei province, on the city wall near Shenangjia, 5 members of the mythological special forces were nervously patrolling alongside other soldiers. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a hurried ringtone rang out from the pocket of team leader Wu Chengyu. He took out his phone to answer. Comrade Wu Chengyu, our unit has detected abnormal energy fluctuations within Shenangjia. I have notified Director Chen Xian. Please be on guard. Understood. Wu Chengyu's expression turned serious. After hanging up, he scanned the many soldiers on the city wall and shouted, "Everyone, raise your guns and be ready to engage the enemy at any moment." Yes, a resounding voice echoed as everyone uniformly raised their weapons. Additionally, dozens of machine guns were all set, and the missile vehicles at the military base in Hubei province were also fully prepared. On the other side, at the newly constructed headquarters of the Mythological Anomaly Bureau in the capital, Chen Xian and others stood in front of a large screen, which displayed real-time footage of Shenangjia via satellite. At this moment, deep within Shenangjia, a menacing giant snake, entirely black and over 200 meters long, was advancing toward the Hubei prevention zone in a crushing manner. The overwhelming aura of vitality emanating from the human gathering area appeared to these beasts like a beacon in the dark, highly tempting. Director, in your opinion, what level do you think this beast is? Can the Hubei prevention zone withstand it? Asked Deputy Director Lin Jianye, who had just returned from Dongfeng base, as he looked at the menacing giant snake on the screen. As soon as he finished speaking, the many officials of the Mythological Anomaly Bureau gathered around Chen Xian also turned their gazes toward him. A beast within 50 meters in size is below level 30, within 200 meters, it's below level 50, and a 500-meter beast is below level 100. Based on this giant snake should be above level 50 and below level 70. Of course, this judgment standard is not absolute, but it can give a rough idea of these beasts' strength. After speaking, Chen Xian continued, I am heading to the Hubei prevention zone now. You all keep monitoring, and don't just focus on Hubei, the entire Dragon Kingdom must be observed. Yes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Xian turned to leave. Not long after, those in the headquarters of the Mythological Anomaly Bureau heard a sonic boom from above. On the other side, on the city wall of the Hubei prevention zone, all the soldiers looked at the exposed menacing giant snake, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by its size. Prepare, fire. Wu Qingyo's booming voice resonated in the ears of all the soldiers, bringing them back to their senses as they immediately raised their guns to shoot. Boom! Fire dragons spewed from the city wall like a torrential downpour, landing on the giant snake's massive body and sparking bursts of flames. Bang! At the same time, dozens of tanks behind the city wall also opened fire, with shells soaring over the wall like shooting stars, heading straight for the giant snake. In an instant, the area where the giant snake was located erupted in flames and deafening roars, with terrifying shockwaves stirring up clouds of debris and dust. Roar! The deafening roar echoed in all directions, and the residents closest to the city wall were frightened by the sound. They forcibly suppressed their unease and did not act recklessly, preventing trouble for the country. On the city wall, all the soldiers looked at the unscathed, furious black giant snake charging towards them, their faces showing shock. Such a high-intensity attack had only caused the black giant snake to lose a few scales? At that moment, everyone couldn't help but feel grateful that the Dragon Kingdom had prepared in advance. Otherwise, encountering such a beast attack without preparation would surely result in countless casualties. All members of the mythical special forces, follow me into battle. At this moment, Wu Chengyu was holding a 2-meter-long saber, which he had somehow grasped, and after shouting this command, he charged out like an arrow released from a bow, swinging the long saber to unleash waves of saber energy. The other 4 members also sprang into action. Boom! Powerful professional skills erupted, striking towards the black giant snake. Surrounded by 5 level 50 members of the mythical special forces, the charging momentum of the black giant snake was halted. Although Wu Chengyu and the others were at a lower level than it, they could still inflict damage under their combined assault. On the city wall, the soldiers watched the fearless Wu Chengyu and his companions with envy in their eyes. As soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, they feared no enemy. The only thing they feared was not having enough strength to protect the people and the country. On the battlefield, Wu Chengyu and the others used all their strength. Although they could inflict damage on the black giant snake, they could not completely defeat it. The black giant snake even became more enraged due to its injuries, its massive tail whipping like a long whip, forcing Wu Chengyu and the others to hurriedly dodge. With such a massive giant snake, a single sweep of its tail could devastate even a small hill. Although their awakened physiques had become much stronger, they had no intention of taking a hit from its tail. High above, Chen Xian stood quietly, overlooking the battle below. He did not rush to intervene. Under the premise of safety, it was necessary for this group of mythical special forces members to gain more experience in battling exotic beasts. For the Dragon Kingdom to grow strong and withstand the mythical era, it could not rely solely on him. Only by strengthening the entire Dragon Kingdom could they truly become powerful. If he relied only on himself, what would happen if something happened to him? Wouldn't the Dragon Kingdom be doomed? He had the advantage, but he was not invincible. He had just reached the foundational level of 100 and had not even broken through to the King realm. In the mythical era, there were many who were stronger than him. Boom! Just as Wu Chengyu and the others were about to collapse, Chen Xian moved. He made no unnecessary movements, and with a powerful stomp of his left foot, bang! In an instant, the entire world resonated with a sound of explosive force, like a torrent of power cascading down, transforming into a giant foot that crashed down like the foot of the heavens. Roar! Feeling the pressure from above, the giant snake let out a roar, its crimson eyes flashing with a hint of human-like fear. Its tail curled up, sweeping towards the giant foot in an attempt to block it. However, how could Chen Xian, who had reached the foundational level of 100, be something it could withstand? Bang! In just a moment, the giant snake was struck by the giant foot, its massive body directly stomped into the ground, creating a large hole in the earth, which was filled with boiling hot blood. With just this one stomp, the giant snake, which had left Wu Chengyu and others helpless against tanks and other technological weapons, fell. Hiss! Is that the director of the Mythical Special Bureau? God, he is indeed as powerful as the rumors say. How fortunate we are to have Chen Xian in the Dragon Kingdom. On the city wall, those soldiers who had never seen Chen Xian widened their eyes in astonishment, whispering in shock. Amidst the cheers, Chen Xian extended a hand, conjuring a powerful hand of energy to drag the black giant snake to the city wall. Seeing this, Wu Chengyu and the others hurriedly approached Chen Xian. This exotic beast contains powerful energy. We need to process it for the soldiers to consume. Remember, ordinary soldiers should not eat too much at once. 1 or 2 pieces per meal is enough. Hearing Chen Xian's instructions, Wu Chengyu and the others' expression stiffened, and they quickly replied, "Yes, you performed well, but there is still room for improvement. In that situation just now, you could have worked together to set up a power barrier to keep the beast outside the city walls, and then use artillery to wear it down. When it is exhausted, you can charge in." Upon hearing this, Wu Chengyu and the others immediately showed shame, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. "Alright, I'm not scolding you, I just want to tell you that human wisdom is the most powerful. You should make good use of your strengths, rather than confronting the enemy's strengths with your weaknesses." Yes. Seeing this, Chen Xian glanced at the eager soldiers staring at him and said loudly, "You are all the future of the Dragon Kingdom. While protecting the people behind you, I also hope you can protect yourselves well. Don't worry about ammunition, as long as there are enemies, just blow them to pieces." "Yes, Commander." At this moment, the soldiers present shouted in unison, their voices incredibly powerful. They looked at Qin Xian with reverence, as if they were gazing at their faith, or perhaps at the only deity of the Dragon Kingdom. Director, there have been attacks by exotic beasts in the 5 major defense zones: Tianhai, Northeast, Inner Mongolia, Qinghai, and West Xinjiang. The situation is urgent. At this time, an urgent voice came from the earpiece Qin Xian was wearing, causing his expression to change slightly. Hold your positions. After leaving this sentence, Qin Xian soared into the air, streaking across the sky like a meteor, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. With the director here, our Dragon Kingdom will surely be safe. Looking in the direction Qin Xian had left, Wu Chengyu said firmly. The soldiers behind him, though silent, also wore expressions of agreement. As Qin Xian rushed towards the Tianhai defense zone, he inquired, "What is the current situation?" The liaison officer at the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau quickly replied, "While you were heading to the Yi Province defense zone, the 5 major defense zones were attacked by exotic beasts, with more than 3 in each zone. The Tianhai defense zone has the most, with a total of 5, each over 300 meters tall. The Qishao team has split into 5 groups to head to the 5 major defense zones to resist, and Secretary Lin is currently also in the Tianhai defense zone fighting back." Qin Xian's expression grew serious as he asked, "How is the battle?" "It's very intense. With the support of hot weapons, we can hold them off for a while." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian did not respond further, but his pace quickened involuntarily, and the sky echoed with sonic booms. At the same time, outside the Tianhai defense zone, a spectacular battle was raging. On the city walls, fully armed soldiers raised their firearms, unleashing streams of fire, while behind the walls, tanks roared in unison. In front of the walls, 9 figures clad in battle armor wielded powerful attacks. Their opponents were 5 enormous exotic beasts, each over 300 meters tall, 2 giant snakes, 2 demon apes, and 1 giant lizard, all fearsome and terrifying, capable of shattering the ground with a mere gesture. Beasts of this size, over 300 meters, were at least level 70 or above, their power far exceeding that of ordinary exotic beasts. Because of this, Lin Tong and several members of the Qishao team did not dare to charge directly at these beasts but instead held their ground in front of the city walls, coordinating with artillery to fend off the beasts. As legendary awakened professionals, Lin Tong and the others' combat power was naturally not something ordinary peers could compare to, but this combat power was maintained within a certain limit and was not overly exaggerated. In terms of individual combat power, Lin Tong and the others could handle beasts below level 60 without much trouble. With all 9 of them working together, they could even kill 1 or 2 level 70 beasts. However, this time, they were facing a total of 5 beasts above level 70. Given such numbers, they were unwilling to take the risk of confronting them head-on unless absolutely necessary. After all, a moment's carelessness could lead them to fall into the midst of those beasts, and they would surely be torn apart before anyone could come to their rescue. Boom! The thunderous sounds erupted one after another, causing the ground to tremble beneath the feet of all the residents in the Tianhai defense zone. Some elderly residents, who were devout Buddhists, found themselves praying in front of the Buddha statues they had at home. Meanwhile, many passionate young men armed with kitchen knives stood guard on their balconies, ready to contribute their strength if the Tianhai defense zone truly fell, even if their efforts seemed insignificant. They were unwilling to sit idly by, nor did they want to watch the soldiers protecting them fight alone. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed across the battlefield, the terrifying sound wave visibly sweeping toward the Tianhai defense zone, shattering the glass of nearby buildings. Following that, a terrifying giant beast over 400 meters long emerged from the clouds, its fearsome head and blood-red, cold eyes sending a bone-chilling fear through Lin Tong and the soldiers present. Sea-splitting demon dragon. Upon seeing the beast, Lin Tong and several members of the Qishao team changed color dramatically, a hint of despair surfacing in their eyes. The sea-splitting demon dragon, recorded in the Beast Compendium, was said to possess a trace of the bloodline of the mythical beast, the Qingzi demon dragon. From birth, it had a power level of 30. And even without training, it could reach a strength of 80 upon maturity. Among the basic 100-level beasts, the sea-splitting demon dragon was at least of medium rank. Boom! As Lin Tong and the others were filled with dread, the sea-splitting demon dragon opened its massive jaws and unleashed a breath attack, a torrent of power that distorted the very air around it. Quick, join forces to defend! As Lin Tong shouted, all the members of the Qishao team sprang into action, unleashing their strongest attacks toward the breath while also exerting all their strength to create a defensive barrier. Boom! However, in front of the nearly 100-level sea-splitting demon dragon, their efforts were utterly insufficient. The attacks and defenses they unleashed were easily shattered, and the terrifying force struck them, causing them to spit out blood and be sent flying like cannonballs, crashing hard against the city wall and leaving deep craters. Damn it! All artillery, fire at will! The commander on the city wall bellowed. In an instant, heavy machine guns, automatic cannons, and tanks unleashed a relentless barrage, pouring down firepower like a torrential rain upon the sea-splitting demon dragon and the other beasts. Soon, a scene of despair unfolded before the station's soldiers. Under the lead of the sea-splitting demon dragon, the other beasts charged through the rain of artillery fire, powerful enough to destroy a mountain, without even breaking the dragon's defenses. As the beasts drew closer, the ground trembled violently, making it difficult for many soldiers on the city wall to maintain their footing. "Monsters, how dare you destroy my homeland!" At a critical moment, a thunderous roar echoed from above, followed by a streak of light descending from the heavens, crashing down toward the sea-splitting demon dragon. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out, sending debris flying and dust swirling. When the dust settled, everyone saw a sword engraved with dragon patterns, shimmering with a radiant glow, pinning the sea-splitting demon dragon to the ground. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the sword's binding. Roar! The howling roar echoed like a wail. Despite the pain in their eardrums, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom still found the sound to be incredibly pleasant. They looked up and saw Chen Xian standing in the air, as if a true god had descended, exuding an unimaginable pressure. That tall and heroic silhouette brought an unprecedented sense of security to everyone present. Seeing Lin Tong and the others in such a weak and miserable state, Chen Xian's anger could no longer be contained. After restraining the sea-splitting demon serpent, Chen Xian struck out once more. He unleashed his professional skill, sword commanding divine thunder. Boom! A dense mass of thunder erupted in the void, like stars falling or dragons roaring, suddenly descending upon the several strange beasts. The immensely powerful thunder struck them before they could even dodge, directly blasting them into the ground. Their massive bodies were battered black by the thunder, lying in pools of blood, barely clinging to life. Immediately after, Chen Xian turned his gaze to the restrained sea-splitting demon serpent. Its violent struggles accelerated the loss of its blood, and at this moment, it too was on the brink of death, its roars sounding feeble. Seeing that the sea-splitting demon serpent no longer posed a threat, Chen Xian raised his hand, and the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, pinned to the sea-splitting demon serpent, emitted a crisp sword chant before flying into Chen Xian's hand. "Lin Tong, Xia Pingwu, you six will kill these strange beasts. They can help you level up. After slaying them, have someone process them, dividing their flesh and blood for the soldiers to consume, which can enhance their physique, but not too much." This was Chen Xian's idea on the way, a method to help Lin Tong and the others quickly increase their levels. In the E Province defense zone, he hadn't considered it at the time, directly slaying that strange beast, and now he thought it was a complete waste. Now, he had reached the foundational level of 100, even if he killed strange beasts, he wouldn't gain experience. Rather than that, it was better to severely injure these strange beasts and leave them for the members of the Qishao team to kill. This way, the Qishao team could grow rapidly, and later, when the spiritual energy fully revived, and the awakening stones appeared, and the entire Dragon Kingdom awakened, they could still use this method. By then, even if the alien races descended, what could they do? Could they withstand the united strength of 1.4 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom? After instructing Lin Tong and the others, Chen Xian did not linger, his figure flickering as he unleashed a deafening sonic boom, rushing towards the next attack defense zone. Since the sea-splitting demon serpent had appeared in the Tianhai defense zone, it was uncertain whether other attack zones would also be affected. Therefore, to prevent an irreparable disaster, he had to race against time. After Chen Xian left, Lin Tong and the others, who had recovered, approached the sea-splitting demon serpent and other strange beasts. After discussion, Xiao Pingwu and the others unanimously decided to let Lin Tong slay the sea-splitting demon serpent, while they would take down the other 5 strange beasts. After Lin Tong killed the sea-splitting demon serpent, she learned its exact level, which reached a staggering level of 91. At that moment, an endless power erupted from the massive body of the sea-splitting demon serpent, surging towards Lin Tong. Under this power, Lin Tong's injuries instantly healed, and her professional level surged as if she had taken a powerful drug. The same was true for Xia Pingwu and the others who killed the other strange beasts. On the distant city wall, the commander of the Tianhai defense zone, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but look in the direction Chen Xian had left, exclaiming, "Our Dragon Kingdom has a god." The setting sun cast a red hue across half the sky. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, who had stayed at home all day, were filled with anxiety. They were eager to know how the battle was going, but until now, not a single piece of news had come through, leaving them restless, even losing their appetite for dinner. The blogger you follow has posted a new Weibo update. Come take a look. At exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom who followed the Mythical Anomaly Bureau's Weibo received this notification on their phones. In an instant, everyone flooded into Weibo. If it weren't for prior preparations, Weibo would have surely crashed. Everyone saw that on the official Weibo of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, a new update had been posted, featuring not only text but also several videos. The Dragon Kingdom is safe. These 4 short words brought tears to the eyes of everyone who saw them. Couples in love embraced excitedly, married couples kissed passionately. The elderly looked up at the sunset that painted half the sky red, feeling that this moment of dusk had never looked so beautiful. After a brief emotional release, they opened the videos one by one. The videos showed scenes from the anomaly defense zones under attack by monstrous beasts, the terrifying and massive creatures making the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom tremble with fear, especially when they saw that even artillery fire could not harm these beasts. Their faces turned pale with fright. But in the next moment, a wave of immense surprise and endless reverence surged in their hearts. In the video, at a critical moment, Chen Xian appeared as if a true god had descended, effortlessly defeating the terrifying beasts that had instilled fear in them. His heroic and invincible image was deeply etched in the hearts of all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom who watched the video. No more words, bow to the boss. Ah, Director Chen Xian is so handsome, I can't take it. Chen Xian is invincible. With Chen Xian in the Dragon Kingdom, what fear is there from mere beasts? Comments sprang up like mushrooms after rain beneath this post, and in less than 5 minutes, there were already a million replies. The heat was astonishing. Those residents of the defense zones who felt the most deeply affected by the attacks continuously shared their thoughts online. The artillery was relentless, the ground shook, the windows shattered. I thought I would have to take a kitchen knife to the battlefield. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom has Chen Xian. The online atmosphere was one of uproar and celebration. If circumstances allowed, they would have even wanted to set off fireworks to celebrate. For the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom at this moment, Chen Xian was like the sun in the day and the moon at night, illuminating the entire Dragon Kingdom, allowing them to no longer wander in darkness or fear. Amidst the online clamor, Chen Xian, located at the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau in the imperial capital, felt no relaxation. Instead, he grew increasingly serious. On the very first day of the arrival of the mythical era, 6 defense zones had been attacked, and the levels of the beasts were terrifyingly high, with even monsters above level 90 appearing. Although he easily slaughtered these beasts, that was under the premise of having internal testing qualifications. Had he not received this opportunity, the losses the Dragon Kingdom would have suffered were unimaginable. Most importantly, Chen Xian could clearly sense that the concentration of spiritual energy within Blue Star was rising at an alarming rate, and the observation team of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau had also detected that many animals across the Dragon Kingdom were exhibiting signs of mutation. Chen Xian was relieved that after he changed strategies and had the members of the Qishao team slay the beasts, those members had all broken through level 50. Among them, Lin Tong achieved the highest level. After slaying a level 91 sea-splitting demon dragon, Lin Tong's professional level skyrocketed to 60. But that was merely the limit she could accept. Reality is not a game. Slaying beasts does not lead to infinite improvement. The so-called experience is actually energy. After slaying a beast, the awakened profession absorbs energy from the beast's body. This energy is extremely violent, and even a mythical profession awakener cannot fully absorb it. The energy of the sea-splitting demon dragon is immensely vast, far beyond what Lin Tong could absorb entirely. She absorbed not even half of it. Some of it contributed to her level, allowing her to advance to 60, while some accumulated within her body, but more of it dissipated into the world, becoming nourishment for the heavens and the earth. The experience pills in the internal test game are, to put it simply, energy, but they are gentle pills refined by alchemists using various rare herbs to assist energy. These pills can be perfectly absorbed, but at most, they can only elevate a level by 10. Besides Lin Tong, more than a dozen members of the Qishao team, including Xiao Pingwu, have also reached level 55 or above. Coupled with the enhanced physique from consuming exotic beast meat, the overall strength of the Qishao team has significantly increased. In the conference room, Chen Xian sat in the center, with his secretary Lin Tong behind him, followed by Deputy Director Lin Jianyan and the leaders of various small groups. What are the casualties? Chen Xian asked with a serious expression. Preliminary statistics show that the number of deaths is 3,860, and the number of injuries is 158,600. Among the dead, most were killed instantly by the aftermath of the exotic beast attacks. The injured were either hurt by the sound waves of the exotic beasts or by the shockwaves from the battle. After the data reporting group leader finished, Chen Xian and the senior officials of the Mythical Special Bureau fell silent. The Dragon Kingdom had made ample preparations, with the Mythical Special Forces stationed, support from the Qishao team members, and Chen Xian, a level 100 powerhouse, taking immediate action to kill the exotic beasts. Yet, even so, such significant casualties still occurred. The horror of the exotic beast invasion was vividly displayed before everyone. What about other countries? After a moment of silence, Chen Xian continued to inquire. As for the small countries, more than a dozen that encountered exotic beast attacks have completely disappeared. The Star-Spangled Nation faced an attack from 10 exotic beasts over 200 meters in size. After losing over 100,000 people, their think tank devised a strategy to use a large number of death row inmates, covered in fresh blood, to lure the exotic beasts together and then dropped a large-yield nuclear bomb. Although they successfully eliminated those 10 exotic beasts, the economic losses are incalculable. After the success in the Star-Spangled Nation, other countries followed suit and also successfully killed exotic beasts. Among them, Sakura country suffered the most severe losses, with over 1 million dead and injured, and more than half of its territory destroyed. Hearing this, Chen Xian nodded slightly. He glanced at the people present, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Everyone quietly looked at Chen Xian, waiting for his orders. The situation is severe. Although our Dragon Kingdom is prepared, we cannot be complacent. Increase defensive efforts, with 24-hour rotation of defenses. Even when night falls, we cannot slack off. In addition, ensure that ammunition is replenished where needed, and that supplies are transported, making sure the people are not affected. At the same time, the observation team should closely monitor the locations of the awakening stones I provided. Once an awakening stone appears, immediately notify the collection team to go collect it. Also, inform the collection team to gather herbs containing spiritual energy and hand them over to the alchemy team. After Chen Xian finished speaking, everyone present responded seriously. Dismissed. Chen Xian and Lin Tong left first, followed by many senior officials of the Mythical Special Bureau, who went to convey Chen Xian's orders and prepare for nighttime and future defenses. Chen Lujun and Yi Xiuqing watched Chen Xian's departing figure, exchanging a glance, their faces flashing with relief and deep pride. In just a few days, their son had transformed from a mere real estate salesman into the hope of the entire Dragon Kingdom. If it weren't for the reality before them, they would truly think they were dreaming. In the office, Chen Xian lay back in a luxurious leather chair, pondering for a moment. He then said seriously to Lin Tong, who was standing beside him, "Contact the cabinet." Upon hearing this, Lin Tong picked up the process tablet on the desk and dialed the red phone number 1. Soon, several cabinet leaders appeared on the screen. "Little Chen, we are all aware of the situation. This time, we owe it all to you," said the gentle voice of the number 1 leader from the screen, while the other leaders looked at Chen Xian with kind expressions, though they did not speak. "This is the result of the collective efforts of all the citizens." After responding, Chen Xian's expression turned serious. "Leaders, I have some plans here and would like to seek your opinions." "Go ahead." The alien races are different from the alien beasts. They are organized and disciplined. Once they descend, the damage they can cause is far greater than that of alien beasts. Therefore, before the alien races arrive, our dragon country must enhance its strength at all costs. With my current strength, I can basically suppress the early invasion of alien beasts, even those at the king level. I can still put up a fight. However, in the short term, the alien beasts invading our territory are simply not enough to enhance the strength of the mythical special forces. Thus, after our dragon country deals with the invading alien beasts, we can selectively assist some countries, using the alien beasts invading those countries to enhance the strength of the mythical special forces. Of course, the necessary costs cannot be overlooked. Chen Xian's expression was serious, his eyes bright, as he spoke eloquently under the gaze of the leaders. "Ha ha! Little Chen, we naturally understand the bigger picture. As long as we can ensure that Dragon Country survives and even grows stronger in this major upheaval, opening up a new era, some things can be temporarily set aside. Rest assured, we understand your intentions. Shortly, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will issue a public statement." After hanging up the video call, Chen Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The reason for proposing this plan was that Chen Xian had gradually figured out the so-called alien beast invasion. This invasion was not organized or premeditated, rather, it was an inevitable contact after the two worlds connected. The emergence of the space-time passage would inevitably involve some alien beasts that were nearby at that time, and this was the reason for the appearance of alien beasts attacking the populace today. Therefore, before the large alien beast races or even the alien races discovered the space-time passage, a large-scale invasion of alien beasts was impossible. What appeared were merely some alien beasts that entered out of curiosity to explore near the space-time passage. According to the hints before the closed beta game ended, this discovery time was about a month ago. For other countries, even just a few curious alien beasts exploring could cause significant losses, but for Dragon Country, these exploring alien beasts could become precious resources for rapidly enhancing its strength. After defeating those alien beasts today with overwhelming force, a huge ambition arose in Chen Xian's heart, he not only wanted to help Dragon Country improve but also to counterattack the mythical era. To implement this ambition, he needed extraordinary strength. Using the invading alien beasts from various countries to enhance Dragon Country's strength was the first step in realizing this ambition. Meanwhile, the global populace was also shaken by the news released by the Mythical Special Bureau. On Twitter, countless foreign netizens were discussing fervently, "Shit, why is Dragon Country so strong? Look at Dragon Country, then look at our country? Fuck. I am a scientist from the Star-Spangled Country, seeking to purchase a residence permit from Dragon Country." On the other side, some netizens from Dragon Country, after bypassing the firewall, saw the bustling Twitter and were all amused. Some even posted videos of themselves eating hot pot. "Oh my god, dragon people can still eat hot pot? God, I want to go to Dragon Country. Damn it, why hasn't my Star-Spangled Country produced a hero like Chen Xian from Dragon Country? Baka, Chen Xian is from my Sakura Country." On Twitter, images of shattered cities in various countries suffering from alien beast attacks contrasted sharply with peaceful and serene images of Dragon Country, provoking extreme envy among countless foreign netizens. Those top billionaires were crazily seeking to purchase residence permits from Dragon Country, but unfortunately, with Dragon Country already closed off, it was impossible to let any troublemakers in. Half an hour later, the news released by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dragon Country completely exploded on Twitter. In the spirit of humanitarianism, after our country deals with the alien beast invasion, countries in need of assistance may seek help from us. In certain circumstances, our country is willing to offer assistance. After the aid, the exotic beasts killed by our soldiers will belong to our country. After this news was released, many citizens of the Dragon Country expressed confusion. Only those who had consumed exotic beast meat revealed a sinister smile of "I have seen through everything long ago. What is the country waiting for? Why not quickly seek aid from the Dragon Country?" According to our experts' research, the exotic beasts contain unknowable magical powers. This must be a conspiracy of the Dragon Country. Indeed, I hope the country does not fall for it. Compared to the conspiracy theories of some netizens from other countries, most citizens of the country praised the news from the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, especially the Dragon Country's Iron Brother, the Iron Pakistan, which immediately called the cabinet's #1 leader, requesting aid from the Dragon Country. In addition, several countries friendly with the Dragon Country also called for assistance, finding the so-called conspiracy theories utterly ridiculous. Compared to the destruction faced by their country, they were more willing to offer exotic beasts, and besides, those exotic beasts were originally killed by them. What was the problem in taking back the spoils? While various countries were discussing, the Mythical Anomaly Bureau was brightly lit, with everyone paying attention to the situation in the entire Dragon Country, including the stationed troops in major defense zones, which were divided into two groups for rotation. After all, no one knew when an exotic beast would discover the time-space passage and invade Blue Star. On the other side, other countries also took advantage of this rare tranquility to build defense zones. Western countries like the Star-Spangled Nation constructed steel walls along the areas where they had bombarded the exotic beasts today, intending to turn this place into a slaughter zone. Once another exotic beast descended, they would use the same method, luring them with death row inmates, gathering the exotic beasts, and then bombarding them with nuclear weapons. That night passed in this tense atmosphere. The next day, roar! As the sun rose and illuminated the earth, a terrifying roar that echoed across Blue Star suddenly erupted, followed by a scene that shocked humanity worldwide. A terrifying giant ape nearly 600 meters tall broke free from a dark crack, its fierce aura sweeping in all directions, causing the sea below to rise in towering waves. Countries with satellites quickly focused their satellites on this terrifying giant ape, and with just one glance, those in front of the screens were deeply shaken. The giant ape was entirely black, its fur swirling like a black long snake in the air, its bulging muscles resembling a coiled dragon, and its ferocious and violent aura seemed palpable even through the screen. This is the sky-piercing demon ape. In the command room of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, staring at the screen, murmuring softly. The sky-piercing demon ape possesses a trace of the bloodline of the ancient demon ape. In terms of ferocity, it is far more terrifying than the previously appeared sea-splitting demon serpent. Judging by its size, this sky-piercing demon ape has reached level 100, even approaching the king realm, and its combat power is far beyond that of ordinary level 100 exotic beasts. "Can we handle it?" asked Lin Jianye, the deputy director standing beside Chen Xian, with a hint of worry. "Not a big problem. But there's no rush, let's observe first," Chen Xian replied with a calm expression, and his words, though plain, contained a confidence that greatly reassured Lin Jianye and the staff present. Soon, the sky-piercing demon ape landed on an uninhabited island in the sea, and at the moment it landed, the island trembled violently, the ground sinking, and the entire island seemed on the verge of collapse. as if it could sink at any moment. Roar! Following that, the sky-piercing demon ape raised its arms and pounded its chest wildly, roaring to the sky. The deafening sound waves rippled out like ripples, stirring up towering waves. The next moment, a scene that made the citizens of countries around the world change color appeared. One after another, sky-piercing demon apes squeezed out from the dark crack, their sizes ranging from 100 meters to below 500 meters, and in an instant, over 100 had already appeared. The gathering aura of ferocity and brutality stirred the winds and clouds in this area, and the entire sky was shrouded in dark clouds, as if the apocalypse were upon them. About 10 minutes later, no more sky-piercing demonic apes descended, but at this moment, the number of sky-piercing demonic apes had approached 250. They clustered around the one that was nearly 600 meters tall, their overwhelming presence shaking the heavens and the earth. Silence, a deathly silence. Countries around the globe, observed through satellites, fell silent. Some with weak resolve even had their legs go soft, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, while even those with strong will turned pale. A dozen or so exotic beasts could cause heavy losses to various nations. Over 200 of them, with one nearly 600 meters tall, would leave any country with almost no power to resist. Even a nuclear-armed superpower, if they managed to withstand it, would still see their nation nearly destroyed. We must eliminate these exotic beasts in international waters. After a brief moment of shock, all the national leaders simultaneously made their decision. Although dropping a high-yield nuclear bomb in international waters would trigger natural disasters like tsunamis, the distance was far enough that any impact would be much smaller than being confronted by these over 200 exotic beasts. In the command room of the Mythical Special Bureau, Chen Xian trembled as he looked at the more than 200 exotic beasts on the screen. It wasn't fear, it was excitement. At this moment, his eyes sparkled as if he were seeing a treasure trove, his face slightly flushed. Truly, he had stumbled upon a great fortune without any effort. He had been worried about lacking exotic beasts to enhance the strength of the mythical special forces, and unexpectedly, over 200 had appeared at once. Although the leader of these beasts was nearly 600 meters tall and belonged to the ranks of the strong among the 100-level beasts, Chen Xian was invincible beneath the realm of kings, and that was not just talk. Unless it was a young of a mythical sovereign or a starry sky emperor, he would feel some pressure. The rest were all insignificant beings. Notify all countries around the world, these exotic beasts will be handled by my dragon country. After saying this to his deputy director Lin Jianya beside him, Chen Xian hurriedly walked out. Lin Tong was momentarily stunned, then quickly followed Chen Xian out, along with Chen Xian's parents, Chen Lujun, and Yi Xiuqing. Realizing what was happening, Lin Jianya hurriedly contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to issue a statement. Soon, countries that received the news were dumbfounded. What? Does Dragon Country really think they are invincible? Oh my god, has Dragon Country gone mad? These are over 200 exotic beasts. Good, let them fight among themselves while we reap the benefits. Countries like the Star-Spangled Nation, which had conflicts with Dragon Country, mocked and ridiculed, each sitting in front of their screens, waiting to see Dragon Country's joke. They were envious of Dragon Country's overwhelming strength, and now had the opportunity to weaken it while reducing the threat. Why not take advantage? While observing the movements of the exotic beasts, they also deployed some satellites over Dragon Country's territory, intending to see how Dragon Country would respond to these over 200 exotic beasts. As a nation that had just experienced an attack from exotic beasts, they knew how terrifying these creatures were. Even if Dragon Country had the advantage, they absolutely did not believe it could handle over 200 exotic beasts. Their most anticipated outcome was that Dragon Country would suffer heavy losses, while they would easily come in to pick the fruits. On the other side, after leaving the command room, Chen Xian went directly outside the headquarters of the Mythical Special Bureau. He then stepped into the air, standing hundreds of meters high, and unleashed his full momentum. Boom! In an instant, the sky above the imperial capital roiled with wind and clouds, a terrifying force sweeping in all directions like a raging tide. The citizens of the imperial capital inexplicably felt their breaths quicken, as if a giant mountain were pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. All members of the mythical special forces, follow me into battle. As the citizens of the imperial capital were left in confusion, a voice like a great bell suddenly resonated from above, shaking their eardrums and causing their souls to tremble. Yet, no one was frightened. Instead, they were filled with excitement, trembling all over as they rushed to the windows, looking up in search of the figure they regarded as a god. However, these citizens of the imperial capital could not have imagined that Chen Xian's voice was not only echoing in the capital but throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. When Chen Xian spoke those words, visible sound waves rippled outwards from him, rapidly spreading across the entire territory of the Dragon Kingdom at an astonishing speed. The Qishao team in the imperial capital, along with Lin Tong, Chen Lujun, and Yi Xiuqing, reacted the fastest and responded one after another. Xia Pingwu receives the order. Lin Tong receives the order. As the sound waves spread to each defense zone, the members of the mythological special forces stationed their sword into the air, responding loudly. Yu Luyun from the Tianhai defense zone receives the order. Wei Chang from the northeast defense zone receives the order. Yi Province. One by one, figures leaped out from various defense zones, and one resounding voice after another rang out. Even though their voices could not resonate throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom like Chen Xian's, whenever a voice arose from a defense zone, the citizens within that zone would pay their utmost respect, coming to the windows to salute the soaring light, lingering for a long time. In the command room of the Mythical Special Bureau headquarters, Deputy Director Lin Jianye and all the staff present watched the satellite images of the lights converging towards the imperial capital, their faces flushed with excitement, their blood boiling, wishing they too were awakened and could fight alongside Chen Xian. If even their own people were so excited, one could only imagine the reaction of foreign leaders who were watching the entire Dragon Kingdom from above via satellite. Those foreign leaders, who wore sinister smiles while sipping champagne, had their faces stiffen at the scene on the screen, and the staff behind them, while shocked and trembling, also showed a deep envy. With a single command, no one does not respond. Chen Sang is truly a hero. After the stiffness wore off, the Prime Minister of Sakura Country couldn't help but exclaim. The highly individualistic Star-Spangled Country was even more fervent. If it weren't for the face of the Supreme Leader, many female staff members would have likely been drooling over the screen. Even though they tried their best to restrain themselves, the admiration shining in their eyes grew stronger. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, who had gathered all the members of the mythical special forces, wasted no time and directly led them towards the group of alien beasts in the high seas. As they sped along, neither Chen Xian nor the members of the mythical special forces concealed their momentum. Their overwhelming presence surged like a tornado, stirring up waves. Roar! Sensing the presence of Chen Xian and the others, the leader of the sky-piercing demon ape suddenly howled at the sky, its crimson eyes flashing with fierce malice, its furry hands pounding its chest as if to showcase its strength to Chen Xian and the others. Following suit, the other sky-piercing demon apes gathered around the leader also howled at the sky, pounding their chests in a display of raw and ferocious power, causing the representatives from various countries to tremble in fear. Could such terrifying alien beasts truly be dealt with by humans? Under the watchful eyes of all, the two sides finally met. In terms of numbers, the mythical special forces undoubtedly had the upper hand, but in terms of momentum, it was clear to any observer that the group of over 200 alien beasts was stronger. Aside from Chen Xian, the highest-ranked member of the mythical special forces was Lin Tong, who was only at level 60 and was not even a regular member but had come along temporarily. In contrast, the opposing side not only had a leader at level 100 but also numerous alien beasts above level 70. If it weren't for Chen Xian, the outcome of this battle would have been almost certain. Humanity, are you here to worship the great Lord Liqian Shosi? At that moment, the leader of the Liqian demon ape suddenly spoke, leaving Chen Xian and the others, as well as people from countries around the world who were paying attention to this place, all stunned. A strange beast, could actually speak human language? Even Chen Xian was unclear. The internal test game had never informed him of this information. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xian understood. Reaching level 100 was already extraordinary. Both body and spirit had undergone significant evolution, so it was normal to be able to speak. A glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes as he tentatively asked, "Are you of a different race?" To his surprise, as soon as Chen Xian's words fell, the leader of the Liqian demon ape glared at him angrily. "A mere different race, how can it compare to my great Liqian demon ape clan? I am the son of the great Liqian demon king, of noble bloodline, and my strength sweeps across all directions, invincible in the same realm." Sweeping across all directions, invincible in the same realm? So strong? Hearing the words of the Liqian demon ape, Chen Xian's expression suddenly became serious. Who could be called invincible in the same realm? Although he was very confident in his own strength, he would never be arrogant, nor would he underestimate an existence that could be called invincible in the same realm. It seemed he had previously underestimated the strength of this Liqian demon ape leader. The upcoming battle would likely be a fierce one. With this thought, a strong fighting spirit surged through Chen Xian, and the blood within him boiled. Ever since he received the full feedback on his professional level, he had no idea how strong he had become. The strange beasts he had encountered before were simply not his match. This had always left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. And now that he finally had the opportunity to fight with all his might, how could he not be excited? Since you are the first human to worship me and have brought so many capable subordinates, and your own strength is not bad, there must be a place for you among my generals. As Chen Xian's blood boiled, Liqian Shosi raised his head proudly and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the mythical special forces behind Chen Xian were furious, their killing intent surging. their eyes filled with rage as they stared at Liqian Shosi, the dignified director of the Dragon Kingdom's mythical anomaly bureau, to be a general under you? What a joke! A mere strange beast, how could it be worthy? Chen Xian's expression also turned cold. Originally, he wanted to extract more information about the mythical era from the other party, but now it seemed the other side was eager for death. He directly summoned the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword and pointed it at him from a distance. You think you are worthy? The price for angering the great Lord Liqian Shosi is not something a small human like you can bear. Since you seek death, I, Liqian Shosi, will grant it to you. Chen Xian's stance completely enraged Liqian Shosi, who had initially wanted to recruit him as a subordinate. He, the great son of the Liqian Demon King, Liqian Shosi, was actually being pointed at with a sword by a human ant? If this were to be reported back to his clan, how would he face them? Not only him, but the surrounding Liqian demon apes also blared at Chen Xian, their fierce and terrifying aura shaking the surroundings. Boom! A pitch-black aura erupted from Liqian Shosi, and under this terrifying pressure, the hair on his body stood on end like barbs, dark lightning swirling around him, making him look like a demon god, exuding immense power. Bang! As Liqian Shosi stomped his giant foot, a sonic boom erupted, and the ground on the small island instantly shattered, the void seemingly being crushed by the stomp, twisting visibly. Despite his seemingly massive size, his speed was astonishing. In an instant, Liqian Shosi's enormous fist had already smashed in front of Chen Xian, an overwhelming gust of wind creating circles of white airwaves that swept outwards. The many members of the mythical special forces behind Chen Xian were forced back dozens of meters by this powerful wave, all nervously watching the battlefield. Boom! Faced with such a massive strike, Chen Xian did not dare to be careless. His entire body was tense, muscles writhing, all his strength converging in his fist. At the same time, he directly activated the Imperial Dragon Body, and a domineering dragon roar immediately resonated from within him. Vaguely, golden scales began to appear on Chen Xian's skin. Although he did not use any professional skills, this punch was undoubtedly the full power of his physical body at present. Even if it was just the full power of his physical body, among the extraordinary beasts that had appeared so far, only the peerless Rift Sky shows had this treatment. Bang! Under the tense gaze of the crowd, a large and a small fist collided with a thunderous crash, and a terrifying shockwave centered around the man and the ape swept out in all directions, raising the seawater to a height of 100 meters, making it seem as if the sea was hanging upside down. Whether it was the members of the mythical special forces or the group of Rift Sky demon apes, they were all pushed back by this force. Boom! Another terrifying roar echoed, and then everyone saw a massive figure flying out from the towering waves, crashing through the layers of 100-meter-high waves, creating holes, and then smashing down onto the small island. With a bang, the entire small island trembled as if it had endured a magnitude 10 earthquake, tearing open deep and unfathomable cracks. The soil layers blasted away by several levels. At the center of the battlefield, Chen Xian maintained his punching posture, looking at the collapsed Rift Sky shows, who was lying on the small island and spewing dark red blood, feeling somewhat dazed. Wait, isn't you, Rift Sky shows, supposed to sweep through all directions, invincible in the same realm? I only exerted my full physical strength, and you couldn't withstand it? Clearly, you were imposing and seemed like a war god of the demonic path, but unexpectedly, you turned out to be all bark and no bite? Not to mention Chen Xian was dazed, even Rift Sky shows himself was bewildered. I, the great Lord Rift Sky shows, was actually knocked away by a single punch from a human? This human must be fake. This world must be fake. There can't be any time-space passage. I must be dreaming. While spewing blood, Rift Sky shows began to doubt his life as a monkey. The group of Rift Sky demon apes, seeing their leader defeated by Chen Xian's punch, were equally stunned. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Until Lin Tong and the others snapped back to reality from their daze and erupted into cheers, this silence was finally broken. Chen Xian, invincible. Invincible. Chen Xian's punch not only left Rift Sky shows dumbfounded but also rendered the observers from various countries behind the screens speechless. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in their throats, as if any words before this scene seemed pale and powerless. Good. The director is mighty. On the other side, the command room of the Mythical Special Bureau erupted in thunderous cheers. Many staff members stood up from their chairs, embracing each other, overwhelmed with excitement. Even Deputy Director Lin Jianye lost his composure, trembling with excitement. With Chen Xian in Dragon Country, how fortunate we are. The cabinet leaders who also witnessed this scene exchanged smiles and murmured in unison. Boom! Just as the people of Dragon Country were rejoicing, an even more terrifying aura erupted from the small island, rolling magical power surged like a raging tide, its might astonishing. Amidst the towering magical waves, the figure of Rift Sky shows gradually emerged, but at this moment, he had already changed drastically. The originally pitch-black fur began to fall off him, but instead of scattering on the ground, it gathered together, forming a large stick resembling a wolf's fang. Dark red patterns surged on his iron-hard skin, exuding a terrifying and fierce aura. Compared to before, at this moment, Rift Skyshows truly resembled a demonic god. Human, to force the great Lord Rift Skyshows to use his true form, you should feel honored. This time, I abandon the humble illusion and will fight you with my true form at full strength. Hope you can withstand the wrath of Lord Tianshosi. Boom! As the words fell, Tianshosi struck directly, his massive body appearing beside Chen Xian in the blink of an eye, his fists like two shooting stars, crashing down fiercely. The overwhelming force of his punches seemed to tear the void apart, creating dark fissures. Lin Tong and the others, far away, felt the sting on their skin from the shockwaves, unable to imagine the terrifying pressure Chen Xian was enduring at the center. This made their hearts race, palms clenched, anxiously watching the battlefield. Bang! Just as those enormous fists were about to smash into Chen Xian, he did not back down, striking out with his own fists, like twin dragons emerging from the sea, colliding fiercely with the disproportionately large fists. A terrifying wave of energy surged outwards, centered around the two, rolling for hundreds of meters, stirring up endless waves, the apocalyptic scene of battle making onlookers tremble with fear. The punches collided, and neither Chen Xian nor the giant monkey paused, continuing their fierce combat. Chen Xian's legs swept out like long whips, carrying terrifying force, while Tianshosi raised his arm to block, his other hand swinging down in a punch. Chen Xian's body twisted strangely, dodging this blow, circling behind him, striking like a shadow. Boom! At that moment, even satellites could not capture the figures of Chen Xian and Tianshosi, only seeing two streaks of light colliding madly in that terrifying battlefield. Each collision sent shockwaves through the nearby sea, stirring up monstrous waves. If this battle were to occur on land, even the sturdiest buildings would not withstand such devastation, an entire city would likely be reduced to ruins. This was the first time the entire Blue Star witnessed a battle of this magnitude. Whether it was the Dragon Kingdom or other nations, all were deeply shocked and terrified by this power. Countries with nuclear weapons, while frightened, also wore grim expressions. Data from experts showed that reaching the level of Chen Xian or Tianshosi meant that even nuclear bombs, while a threat, might not even hit them. Given their displayed speed, dodging the explosion center at the moment a nuclear bomb fell was not difficult. Some high-ranking officials in the Star-Spangled Country and other Western nations began to entertain the thought, should they set aside their pride and seek counsel from the Dragon Kingdom? Amidst the shock of the crowd, Chen Xian on the battlefield felt utterly exhilarated. Tianshosi, having unleashed his true form as a demon ape, had his physical strength increased several times compared to before. Although he was still somewhat weaker than when using the Imperial Dragon body, it allowed him to fight with great satisfaction. Even just in terms of physical prowess, Chen Xian was quite content. At the very least, this battle revealed his own strength. There was no doubt he could contend with the King Realm, but whether he could kill Chen Xian was still uncertain. He would have to fight to find out. Unfortunately, this so-called true form of the demon ape seemed to belong to the explosive secret techniques of the Liatian demon ape clan. It appeared powerful, but as long as one could endure the duration of the explosion, the opponent would be like a lamb, ready for slaughter. As the battle progressed, Chen Xian could clearly feel Tianshosi's power continuously weakening. Bang! After a loud crash, Chen Xian, having sent Tianshosi flying, stood proudly. He suddenly reached out, and the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, which had been on his back, let out a clear, melodious sword cry, falling into Chen Xian's hand. Ice seal for 1,000 miles. When this deep voice sounded, everyone present inexplicably felt a bone-chilling cold, and then, a shocking scene unfolded before them. Centered around Chen Xian, within 100 meters, snowflakes began to appear, the extreme cold seemingly freezing the space itself. In that area, there was no sense of air movement at all. Boom! With a single sword strike, enveloped in endless icy cold, the sword light slashed towards the sky-rending demon ape at supersonic speed. The gradually weakening sky-rending demon ape had no time to resist and was struck by the sword. In the next moment, layers of ice crystals surged forth, freezing the sky-rending shows into a nearly 600-meter-tall ice sculpture, while the sea surface beneath it also solidified into ice under this extreme cold. This sword strike, capable of changing the weather, made the personnel from various countries behind the screen shudder in fear, their faces turning pale. If this sword were to strike their homeland, what could they use to defend against it? The words "the Dragon Kingdom is invincible" unconsciously surged in the minds of people from around the world, and the proud figure in the image was something they would never forget in their lives. Captain, so strong. On the open sea, members of the mythical special forces gazed at Chen Xian's back, their eyes filled with fervor, as if they were looking at a deity they believed in. No one denies the title of the strongest man on the surface, right? A member of the mythical special forces with a lively personality said. No one responded, but everyone subconsciously nodded in agreement. After slaying the sky-rending shows, Chen Xian's eyes sharpened as he suddenly looked towards the group of sky-rending demon apes. Upon meeting his gaze, the group of sky-rending demon apes retreated in unison, their large pupils flashing with terror. Even the great Lord Sky-rending shows had been frozen by this human. They certainly did not believe that their numbers could overcome this incredibly powerful human. Boom! However, before the group of sky-rending demon apes could escape, a terrifying pressure descended like a magnificent heavenly might, rendering them unable to move, forcing them to watch in fear as Chen Xian stood in the air. After suppressing this group of sky-rending demon apes, Chen Xian turned to the many members of the mythical special forces and said, "It's your turn now. If you don't kill them all within an hour, you'll face the consequences." With that, he released the suppression on those below level 60. At the same time, upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Xia Pingwu and others instantly erupted, the battle cry soaring into the sky as they charged towards the group of sky-rending demon apes that had lost their suppression and were preparing to flee. Rumble! The deafening roar resounded again, and the terrifying battle turned this stretch of open sea into a desolate realm. With the cooperation of many members of the mythical special forces, numerous sky-rending demon apes were slain, and those who achieved the killing titles saw their levels rise. Next, Chen Xian instructed Xia Pingwu and other legendary class awakeners to slay the sky-rending demon apes above level 60 that he had suppressed. After Xia Pingwu and others killed those above level 60, Chen Xian waved his hand, allowing the members of the mythical special forces to carry the beast corpses back to the Dragon Kingdom in a grand procession. Watching Chen Xian and the others leave, the personnel behind the screen from various countries were utterly shocked. Who would have thought that this calamity of alien beasts, which could bring great disaster to countries around the world, would be resolved so easily by the mythical special forces of the Dragon Kingdom? Especially the strength displayed by Chen Xian filled various countries with dread. Countries friendly with the Dragon Kingdom rejoiced, while those with conflicts were all grim-faced, trembling in fear, worried about provoking the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xian was completely unaware of these countries' thoughts, and even if he knew, he would just smile it off. One's vision should be broad. What is there to fight over in this mere blue star? The mysterious and vast world of the mythical era is what Chen Xian truly yearned for. At this moment, Chen Xian and the others were in the imperial capital base. A dense crowd of staff and researchers began to dissect the corpses of the sky-rending demon apes, leaving only the corpses of those above level 80. The flesh and blood of alien beasts below level 80 could still be consumed by Xia Pingwu and others to enhance their physical strength, but those above level 80 had already undergone a qualitative change, and with their current levels, Xia Pingwu and others could not bear the immense energy contained within the flesh and blood of level 80 alien beasts. Though with an ancient magic ape bloodline above level 80 has already reached the standard for Chen Xian's imperial dragon overlord body to devour. In terms of enhancing his own strength, Chen Xian spared no effort, even if it was just a trace. On the vast base square, that in nearly 10 corpses above level 80 and even 90 lay quietly here. Chen Xian sat cross-legged atop the corpses and suddenly activated the Imperial Dragon Overlord body talent. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Chen Xian, a torrent of vast power surged forth, enveloping the massive corpses and drawing out their vital blood. Buzz! Minutes passed, and strands of vital blood were visibly drawn out, converging towards Chen Xian in the void. If someone were present, they would be astonished. Those strands of vital blood formed a blood-red river, emerging from the beast corpses, ultimately wrapping Chen Xian in a blood-colored cocoon. At this moment, Chen Xian's Imperial Dragon Overlord body talent fully awakened, greedily absorbing this vast vital blood. Only Chen Xian could achieve this. For anyone else, it would be nearly impossible to absorb such immense vital blood. Several hours passed, and then other corpses visibly shriveled down, transforming into large and grotesque mummies, while the blood-red light flickering on Chen Xian gradually faded. Buzz! Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of red light darting through them, and a powerful wave emanated from him that made the heavens and earth tremble. He retracted his entire aura, comprehending the changes in the power within him. Chen Xian was pleased that this immense vital blood had brought his Imperial Dragon Overlord body talent directly to the peak of its initial activation state, just half a step away from entering the intermediate state. Thanks to the enhancement of the Imperial Dragon Overlord body, his strength and physique had significantly increased, making him even more powerful than before. After finishing his comprehension, Chen Xian's figure flickered and he directly returned to the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. Shortly after Chen Xian left, vehicles entered the square, cutting up the dried corpses and transporting them to the laboratory for the researchers to experiment on. Even though these corpses no longer had vital blood, their bones and fur were still incredible treasures. Given to those awakened in the forging profession, they could forge dozens of divine weapons. Of course, before forging, they still needed to utilize the residual heat for the scientists to study. Back at the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, before Chen Xian could settle in, he was called by Lin Tong. Director, the collection team has found the awakening stones. The deputy director asks you to attend a meeting to decide the uses of these awakening stones. A gleam flashed in Chen Xian's eyes as he quickly inquired, how many awakening stones were found? A total of 18. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian immediately stood up and walked with Lin Tong towards the conference room. When Chen Xian arrived at the conference room, the high-ranking officials of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau were already seated. After a round of polite greetings, Chen Xian took the seat of honor without hesitation. I've heard about the situation. I have a few suggestions for you to consider. Chen Xian lightly tapped the table and spoke solemnly. Currently, we should focus on defensive power, so I suggest prioritizing the awakening of Dragon Country soldiers. Once all soldiers are awakened, we can officially start the awakening for the entire population. Additionally, the concentration of spiritual energy has been gradually increasing over the past few days, and the mutations of Blue Star's flora and fauna are also beginning to unfold. I suggest that, in the absence of beast invasions, the newly awakened soldiers go to those ancient forests and the deep mountains for trials. This way, they can clear out the mutated flora and fauna while also leveling up. After Chen Xian finished speaking, many high-ranking officials of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau brightened their eyes. No one spoke, but they all nodded in agreement. Since there are no objections, let's implement it. By the way, the blood and flesh of those should also be prioritized for the newly awakened soldiers. Collecting and observation teams, continue to search for awakening stones and rare materials containing spiritual energy. Yes, the meeting started quickly and ended just as swiftly. National awakening must be the main direction for the future, but with the limited number of awakening stones, both Chen Xian and the high-ranking officials of Long Country hope to prioritize enhancing the strength of the military. After all, they are the backbone force against the invasion of alien beasts. Only by strengthening their power can Long Country remain safe and sound. Meanwhile, videos of Chen Xian leading the Mythical Special Forces members effortlessly slaughtering alien beast groups began to appear on Weibo and Twitter, sparking widespread discussion among humans worldwide. Citizens from countless countries expressed envy and amazement, while the collective sense of honor and unity among the people of Long Country surged under this overwhelming strength. Every citizen of Long Country felt proud to be a citizen of Long Country, and Chen Xian's fame soared to unprecedented heights, even becoming a heroic figure among the citizens of other countries. No international superstar could compare to him. However, soon after, a video emerged that overshadowed this news, igniting frenzied discussions among citizens of all countries. In the video, a citizen from the Star-Spangled Country stood proudly. He looked directly at the camera and grinned, saying, "Dear viewers, the professional awakeners of Long Country are actually part of a conspiracy. The high-ranking officials of Long Country have blocked the awakening path for all Long Country civilians, using your country's awakening stones to awaken their supporters. The mythical era has arrived, and it has been 2 days. Are there any civilians awakened in Long Country? Since they know the mythical era is coming, why not awaken the entire nation? Wouldn't it be easier to resist the alien beasts with a nationwide awakening?" If it were just these statements, no one would pay attention to him. Even his own country, the Star-Spangled Country, might immediately send troops to arrest him. But the next segment of the video shocked everyone. In the video, this citizen from the Star-Spangled Country showcased his awakened profession as a fire mage, demonstrating fire control techniques that captivated audiences worldwide. After the emergence of Chen Xian and the Mythical Special Forces, citizens from all countries were envious of Chen Xian and his team, especially after witnessing their displayed power, which made them almost mad with jealousy. Now, citizens from the Star-Spangled Country had begun to awaken and even threw out conspiracy theories, prompting many citizens from countries with conflicts with Long Country to respond, speculating in the comments below the video. 10 minutes after this video was released, one video after another emerged, featuring lucky individuals from various countries who accidentally touched awakening stones that appeared in their nations, thus awakening their professions. Ha ha ha, our Star-Spangled Country is the true cosmic overlord, the overlord of Blue Star. Quick, gather our heroes, no matter the cost, we must have them serve the country. In the White House of the Star-Spangled Country, the elderly leader laughed heartily, feeling elated. Under his orders, the police and even military personnel of the Star-Spangled Country began to mobilize to recruit the unexpectedly awakened citizens, while the leadership of other countries also took action to recruit their own awakened citizens. On the other hand, amidst a plethora of conspiracy theories, some citizens of Long Country were misled, and gradually, voices of doubt began to appear online. Is it really as that citizen from the Star-Spangled Country said? Why doesn't the country explain? What the hell, you fools? Do you believe everything others say? How much has the country sacrificed to protect us, and you still question it? Truly a bunch of ingrates. Although many steadfast believers rebutted, as the voices of doubt grew louder, the online discourse split into two factions, leading to heated arguments across major social media platforms. No one would want to miss the opportunity to awaken their profession and gain powerful strength. When it comes to their own awakening, many people lose their rationality and are thus led astray. In the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau in the capital, in the director's office, Chen Xian put down the tablet in his hand, his expression calm and unruffled. In front of his desk, Lin Jianye and Lin Tong stood respectfully, waiting for Chen Xian's instructions. From now on, if countries like the Star-Spangled Nation seek assistance, it will not be allowed. Since they think they can manage on their own, let them fend for themselves. Hearing Chen Xian's indifferent voice, Lin Jianye and Lin Tong exchanged glances and bowed in response. Yes, Director. Release the casualty data. Let them see how many people died to protect them while they question the country. Chen Xian lightly tapped the desk and said coldly. To be honest, he felt very angry when he saw those comments online, but he was also helpless. After all, the cultivation culture in Longwei was thriving, and almost all Longwa people, especially the young, yearned for cultivation. Now that they finally had the opportunity, if one thought about it from their perspective, no one would not be anxious. If it were just for awakening, that would be understandable, but they should not question the country. If it weren't for the country's unwavering belief in him, immediately establishing the Mythical Anomaly Bureau and entrusting all power to him, who knows how many people would have died in Longwa by now. If it weren't for his unwillingness to watch the central plains of Huaxia suffer disaster, Chen Xian could have hidden away and cultivated secretly. Even if he couldn't be as strong as he was now, he, who had seized the opportunity, would definitely have achieved unimaginable success. The entire country was willing to do anything to protect this land, yet faced with the citizens' doubts, who wouldn't feel heartbroken? Director, won't you come out and explain? With your prestige, once you explain, these comments will surely be refuted, and no one will question it again. After a moment of hesitation, Deputy Director Lin Jianye suddenly spoke up. Explain what? What is there to explain? If they can be so easily swayed by some comments, even if I explain, will they really believe it? If such situations arise again in the future, should I explain every time? The future of Longwei is destined to soar. Those without national faith can be filtered out in advance. Those with weak will, even if they awaken, will only become a tumor in the country. Chen Xian raised his gaze to Lin Jianye and spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianye's heart trembled, and he did not dare to say more. He responded and went out to carry out Chen Xian's orders. Why bother getting angry over those people? The country is large, and it is inevitable that there will be some tumors. We only need to protect those worthy citizens, and those with ulterior motives will eventually regret it. Lin Tong came to Chen Xian's back, extending her delicate hand to gently massage his temples, her soft and melodious voice drifting into his ears. Chen Xian said nothing, slightly squinting his eyes, enjoying Lin Tong's massage and casting aside all distracting thoughts. Meanwhile, the two sides arguing fiercely online, upon learning of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau's update, rushed to the new post. When they saw the casualty data, everyone fell silent. In just a few minutes, the clicks exceeded 10 million, yet there was not a single comment below. This data detailed the list of soldiers who died during the first beast invasion and their deeds. Such tragic and bloody data shocked and pained many citizens of Longwa. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Salute to the heroes. After a while, as the first comment appeared, more comments followed, all uniform, with not a word more or less. The National Awakening Plan drafted by the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau has been unanimously approved after discussions by the entire cabinet. The plan indicates that within a year, the Awakening program will be gradually launched in major prevention zones, aiming for a nationwide awakening 1 year later. In addition, the Higher Education Talent Training Program drafted by the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau has also been unanimously approved. In this program, the Dragon Kingdom will establish 4 major universities, named after the 4 sacred beasts of the Dragon Kingdom: the Qinglong Sacred Academy, the Baihu Sacred Academy, the Zhuke Sacred Academy, and the Xuanwu Sacred Academy. The first president of the 4 Sacred Academy Committee will be Comrade Chen Xian, the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, with other members including Xiao Pingwu, president of the Qinglong Sacred Academy, Lin Tong, president of the Zhuke Sacred Academy, Chen Lujun, president of the Baihu Sacred Academy, and Yi Wentao, president of the Xuanwu Sacred Academy. The 4 sacred academies are expected to start enrollment for the Dragon Kingdom in 3 days, and anyone aged 18 to 25 can apply for selection. Once successfully admitted to the 4 sacred academies, they will have the opportunity for awakening. An hour after the questioning incident, news released by the central news station of the Dragon Kingdom caused a stir among the entire populace, even attracting attention from other countries. Damn, is it still possible to give birth now? If you can give birth within half a month and let him grow to 18, then it will definitely be possible. Talent. You give me one to see. If you really give birth, I'll cover all the tuition. I'm only 18, I'll participate in the selection in half a month. Damn, you're in your 30s, why act so young? Major online platforms exploded, with everyone discussing frantically, and those young people who met the age requirement were even more excited, all eager to wait for the enrollment of the 4 sacred academies in half a month. Is there any brother from the mythical anomaly bureau who can reveal what the selection criteria are? My son just turned 18 this year. Same here. So envious. What are you envious of? Anyway, everyone will awaken in a year. Now, you can start to look forward to what profession you will awaken to. Amidst the online uproar, Chen Xian was slumped in his office chair, resting with his eyes closed. In fact, if it weren't for the collection team gathering 20 awakening stones just over 40 minutes ago, Chen Xian would not have been able to announce the nationwide awakening in the higher education talent training program so quickly. 38 awakening stones, 3 days, 24 hours of continuous awakening, were enough for most of the current military personnel in the Dragon Kingdom to awaken their professions, thus allowing the nationwide plan to be rolled out. After all, the earlier the awakening, the more advantageous it is. A month later, the alien races will descend, and the tests the Dragon Kingdom will face will be even greater. The more people who awaken, the greater the advantage the Dragon Kingdom will have in resisting the alien races. Director, Ba country and Russia have requested assistance from our country. A minute ago, both countries were attacked by 7 alien beasts, estimated to be around level 50. At this moment, Lin Tong entered the room, reporting with a serious expression. The number 1 leader has already agreed to assist them and ordered our mythical special forces to go for rescue. Before Qin Xian could speak, Lin Tong continued. Let Xia Pingwu and the others take action. One country sends 20 people. Just right, let the new students of the 4 sacred academies experience the taste of alien beasts. Hearing this, Chen Xian waved his hand and instructed. Level 50 alien beasts can be handled by Xia Pingwu and the others. After slaying over 200 skyrending demon apes, the 45 legendary profession awakeners, including Xia Pingwu, have all leveled up to level 60, while Lin Tong has reached level 65. In addition, over 100 members of the mythical special forces have reached level 55 or above, and most of the others have also broken through 1 or 2 levels. The alien beasts that invaded in the past 2 days, while not enough for the mythical special forces to kill, provided a large amount of alien beast meat, allowing these members to absorb enough power to increase their profession levels. Understood. Lin Tong nodded in response, then took out her phone to notify Xia Pingwu and the others to head to assist the 2 countries. Receiving the order, Xia Pingwu and the others immediately donned their battle armor and boarded the transport aircraft, heading towards the Ba Kingdom and Russia. Several hours later, they arrived within the borders of the 2 countries. Having received news in advance, both nations had closed their air defense operations, allowing the 2 aircraft to enter their airspace. Xia Pingwu and the other members of the Qishao team were assisting Russia. Looking down from the aircraft, they could see the city of Saint Fortress in Russia engulfed in flames, with various shells raining down. 7 monstrous beasts, each over 200 meters tall, were attacking the city from all directions, leaving countless buildings in ruins and causing heavy losses to the Russian citizens. Kill! Seeing the hellish scene before them, Xia Pingwu and the others did not hesitate and leaped directly from the aircraft, their terrifying momentum crashing down like a landslide. Before they even landed, their powerful professional skills were already unleashed towards the 7 beasts. It's the mythological special forces from the Dragon Kingdom. We're saved! Oh my god! Thank you, Dragon Kingdom. The surviving residents of Saint Fortress cried out in joy upon seeing Xia Pingwu and the others descend, overwhelmed with emotion. To them, Xia Pingwu and his team were like gods descending to earth, bringing them boundless hope. This experience of leaping from hell to heaven was something that could not be understood by those who had never truly experienced it. Not only the civilians were cheering, but the Russian soldiers also breathed a sigh of relief, their faces filled with excitement. At the first moment of the beast attack, they had organized themselves, but the beasts were simply too strong. With their current technology, it was nearly impossible to destroy them. They couldn't just drop a nuclear bomb on Saint Fortress, could they? That was utterly unrealistic. Because of this, upon learning of the attack on Saint Fortress, Emperor Pu immediately sought assistance from the Dragon Kingdom. The city of Saint Fortress, known as the capital of the north, could not be destroyed by the beasts. That would be a tremendous blow to Russia. Although there were awakened individuals in Russia, they had been gathered by the state at the first opportunity, but their levels were too low. Faced with beasts that generally exceeded level 50, Emperor Pu had no intention of letting them take action. It was absurd. These awakened individuals were considered the sparks of Russia, and before they had truly grown, Emperor Pu would rather pay a price to seek help from the Dragon Kingdom than let them face even the slightest danger. Hiss! Is this the power of the mythological special forces? Watching Xia Pingwu and the others effortlessly slay the 7 beasts and carry their corpses away with ease, all the surviving residents of Saint Fortress were deeply shaken. They had seen videos of the mythological special forces online, but the feeling of witnessing it in person was completely different. The shock that resonated from the heart was far beyond what any video could compare to. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, in the director's office, Chen Xian suddenly stood up from his chair, his face filled with astonishment as he stared at Lin Tong in front of him. What did you say? The Kunlun Mountain Anomaly. Lin Tong's 5 words struck Chen Xian like thunder, leaving him utterly shocked. As the ancestor of dragon veins and lord of all mountains in the Dragon Kingdom, Kunlun Mountain held an extremely unique position, shrouded in mystery by countless scholars and poets. Now, it was experiencing an anomaly? This is the satellite image captured. However, due to magnetic field disturbances, it's not very clear. Lin Tong placed the tablet in her hand on Chen Xian's desk and spoke solemnly. Chen Xian focused his gaze, and his body trembled. In the image, the peak of Kunlun Mountain was intertwined with lightning, as if a sea of thunder had been born. Faintly, it seemed that a shadow could be seen flickering within the lightning. I'll go take a look. If there are powerful beasts invading, notify me. Unable to sit still, Chen Xian said a word to Lin Tong and hurriedly left. The mythical era had only just begun 2 days ago, and Kunlun Mountain was already experiencing an anomaly? Was it stimulated by spiritual energy? Chen Xian could not know, but in any case, he had to go see for himself. After all, the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom is not very good. Any unstable factor could trigger a dramatic change. Seeing this, Lin Tong turned back to the command room. She informed Chen Xian of her true intention, which was to have him go to Kunlun Mountain. Apart from Chen Xian, the others lacked the strength to handle any unforeseen circumstances. With the establishment of the precautionary zone, the residents near Kunlun Mountain had already moved into the zone. If it weren't for the observation team monitoring the entire area, it wouldn't be easy to detect any anomalies at Kunlun Mountain. As Chen Xian approached Kunlun Mountain, he saw from a distance the ocean of thunder gathering at the peak. On the video, it was ultimately not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. The entire summit of Kunlun Mountain was completely covered by thunder, the roaring sound like a dragon's chant, captivating and terrifying, with the violent and dense thunder enough to deter any human. Even someone as strong as Chen Xian felt a threat among those thunders. His figure swayed and appeared at the edge of Kunlun's peak, sensing the intensity of the thunder, his expression slightly grave. As a Chaos Sword master with affinity for all elements, he had resistance to thunder itself, and with a profession level reaching 100, ordinary thunder posed no threat to him. However, the thunder at the peak of Kunlun Mountain was merely on the edge, yet it still posed a threat to him. The thunder in the central area would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. After standing for a long time, Chen Xian took a deep breath and resolutely stepped in. A powerful aura emanated from him, and the Imperial Dragon Overlord body was instantly activated. As the top-tier mythological physique talent, the Imperial Dragon Overlord body could not only devour the blood and energy of exotic beasts but also absorb other energies. Without considering the risks, these powerful thunders were an opportunity for Chen Xian. Of course, the premise was that the intensity of these thunders did not exceed his limits. Boom! As Chen Xian moved toward the center, the thunder in the sky seemed to be stimulated, roaring astonishingly. The entire sea of thunder appeared to go wild due to Chen Xian's intrusion. Countless thunders surged toward him. The moment the thunder enveloped his body, even Chen Xian felt a tingling sensation all over, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his bones, causing his face to pale and cold sweat to pour from his forehead. He fully activated the Imperial Dragon Overlord body talent, absorbing this terrifying thunder to refine his physique. At this moment, Chen Xian did not use his own power but relied solely on his physical body to withstand this thunderous force. After all, such opportunities to refine his physique were rare. He advanced steadily while refining his body with the thunder, moving further into the sea of thunder. On the other side, in the command room, Lin Tong and the others could no longer see Chen Xian's figure after he stepped into the sea of thunder, and the screen was completely cut off, causing everyone's hearts to rise in anxiety. Chen Xian was now the stabilizing force for the entire Dragon Kingdom. If he were to perish, it would be a devastating blow for the kingdom. Trust him, Lin Jianya said, patting Lin Tong's shoulder as she worried. In the Sea of Thunder, as Chen Xian moved further in, the power of the thunder grew stronger. At first, he could rely on his physique to endure, but later he had to use his own power to resist. Although it was a difficult journey, under the refining of the thunder, Chen Xian could clearly feel his physique gradually strengthening. It was a sensation that was quite uncomfortable. As Chen Xian approached the central area, the thunder here had turned deep purple, as if forming two worlds of thunder, one blue outside and one purple inside. Just standing at the edge made Chen Xian's hair stand on end, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Is this the purple cloud divine thunder? As if recalling something, Chen Xian's pupils constricted, and he suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. He had seen this deep purple thunder in the Exotic Beasts Compendium, which was carried by a terrifying exotic beast of mythological monarch level. The beast, known as the Purple Cloud Divine Dragon, was born from the bathing of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, inherently able to control the power of thunder. It was the pinnacle of dragon-type thunder beasts. Are you going or not? Chen Xian stopped at the edge, his expression wavering. He never expected that the changes in Kunlun Mountain would be so terrifying, with even the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder appearing. Such a level of thunder, even he had no confidence to withstand. Given the current situation facing the Dragon Kingdom, as its strongest and spiritual pillar, Chen Xian had no qualification to take risks, yet he was unwilling to retreat like this. His current strength was not due to exceptional talent, but entirely because of the unique internal test qualification of Blue Star. Certainly, with his current profession and talent, if he practiced steadily, he could eventually achieve remarkable results, but he could not be invincible. The mythical era was vast, and no one knew how many beings existed within it. In those long years, how many extraordinary talents were born in the mythical era, no one knew either. Growing in such a place rich in spiritual energy, it was no exaggeration to say that even a pig or an ant would be far stronger than humans on Blue Star. If it weren't for the awakening stones, humans on Blue Star would have no power to resist. To defend the Dragon Kingdom and even counterattack the mythical era, one must possess invincible strength. Without the belief in invincibility, how could there be invincible strength? If he retreated today before the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, he could retreat elsewhere tomorrow. Those extraordinary talents who shook the ages had such overwhelming strength, not only due to their exceptional talent but more so because they could seize every opportunity to enhance their own power. Without a heart that moves forward relentlessly, how could one stand out? Gradually, Chen Xian's expression became resolute. He gritted his teeth, fully activating the Imperial Dragon Body, while also employing another transformative power talent, the Crimson Flame Melting Furnace. After preparing, Chen Xian stepped into the area of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, endless Purple Cloud Divine Thunder struck Chen Xian like heavy hammers. An indescribable pain surged in his heart, and within a few breaths, his body was already seeping with countless beads of blood, dyeing his robes crimson. The intensity of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder was at least equivalent to the King Realm level. Otherwise, with Chen Xian's current physical strength, it would be impossible to endure such immense pain in such a short time. If an ordinary level 100 powerhouse were to come here, they would likely be reduced to ashes. Chen Xian gritted his teeth and endured, continuously operating the Imperial Dragon Body talent, absorbing the violent Purple Cloud Divine Thunder to temper his physique. At the same time, he also operated the Crimson Flame Melting Furnace to absorb and condense the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder that exceeded his capacity. Under the absorption of the Crimson Flame Melting Furnace, beads glowing with purple light appeared around Chen Xian. For Thunder-type awakened professionals, these beads were absolute treasures. With extraordinary resilience, Chen Xian not only endured the pain but also comprehended the profound laws of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. No one could imagine the pain Chen Xian was enduring at this moment, nor could they fathom that he still had the energy to comprehend the laws of thunder while suffering such agony. Under the tempering of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, the cells within Chen Xian's body continuously split and compressed, making his bones, muscles, and even internal organs increasingly tough and resilient. If someone could see through Chen Xian's body, they would discover that boundless power was filling every part of him. These powers were incredibly violent, flashing with purple arcs of lightning. However, under the domineering talent of the Imperial Dragon Body, these powers were forcibly squeezed into his flesh and blood, merging with Chen Xian. Thus, while comprehending the laws of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, Chen Xian was also tempering his body. Whenever he could endure more, he would inch forward, continuously moving closer to the center. Time quietly passed, and Chen Xian, immersed in it, could not feel the passage of time at all. The headquarters command room of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't he come out yet? Lin Tong said anxiously, looking at the screen displaying Kunlun Mountain. Lin Jianye, who was beside her, was also worried, but he didn't show it. Over these 3 days, their concern had grown heavier each day, even sending Xia Pingwu and others to Kunlun Mountain to check, but with their strength, they couldn't withstand even the thunder at the edge of Kunlun Mountain, making it impossible to find any news about Chen Xian. Fortunately, the attacking beasts over these 3 days were not strong, mostly below level 50, and thus were easily dealt with by Xia Pingwu and the others. "Don't worry, he is very strong. He should be fine," Lin Jianya said, suppressing his own worries as he patted Lin Tong's shoulder to comfort her. Lin Tong remained silent, her beautiful eyes red, staring intently at the screen as if trying to find that tall figure. Seeing this, Lin Jianya sighed softly and turned to leave. With the enrollment of the Four Saints Academy approaching, he couldn't stay here all the time, especially with Chen Xian absent. As the deputy director, he needed to maintain the entire mythical anomaly bureau. No matter how worried he was, the difficulties facing Long Country did not allow him to act on his emotions. When Lin Jianya arrived at the conference room, many high-ranking officials of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau were already seated. To prevent unrest, Lin Jianya and others in the know kept the entire bureau in the dark. Even the high-ranking officials present were unaware that Chen Xian had been missing for 3 days. The only ones who knew were a few leaders in the cabinet. "The director has matters to attend to and cannot be present for now. This time, I will preside over the enrollment of the Four Saints Academy," Lin Jianya said, scanning the high-ranking officials present before speaking in a serious tone. Before anyone could respond, he continued, "Enrollment for the Four Saints Academy will begin at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The written exam will be the same standard as the college entrance examination, with a passing score of over 300. The Four Saints Academy was destined to be incomparable to other ordinary universities, so the written exam was merely a formality. What mattered more was their innate talent." "Understood," the high-ranking official responsible for the Four Saints Academy affairs quickly replied. Lin Jianya nodded slightly and asked again, "What is the situation with the military awakenings?" "Currently, over 7 million soldiers have awakened, with ordinary professions accounting for 97%, advanced professions 2.5%, rare professions 0.49999, and legendary professions 0.0001. As for mythical profession awakeners, there are 5. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianya was not disheartened. Although it seemed like a small number, the base of awakened individuals was large. Calculating it, there were over 700 legendary profession awakeners, and with those 5 mythical profession awakeners, Long Country would surely grow stronger in the future. Leave 2 awakening stones in the military, and move the rest to the Four Saints Academy. Additionally, let those legendary and mythical profession awakeners join the mythical special forces, and allow them to attempt to kill attacking beasts below level 30. Understood. At exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, before the enrollment of the Four Saints Academy had begun, a dense crowd had already gathered outside. Looking around, the nearby streets were completely occupied, and no vehicles could pass through at all. The location of the Four Saints Academy was in the suburbs of the imperial capital, so the area was quite large, but even so, it couldn't stop the incredibly enthusiastic crowd. Some were parents accompanying their children, while others were simply there to watch the excitement. "Dear viewers, welcome to the Tianhai Live broadcast room. I am the host Meng Meng," a graceful woman in the crowd said with a smile to the camera, causing a flurry of excitement among the viewers. "We can see that all those who registered for the Four Saints Academy enrollment are already waiting here. Looking around, it's a sea of people. I can confidently say this is definitely the largest enrollment in the history of Long Country." As soon as Meng Meng finished speaking, a barrage of comments flooded the live chat. Of course, who would miss such an opportunity? Meng Meng just stated the obvious. As time gradually passed, while everyone eagerly awaited, the gates of the Qinglong Sacred Institute slowly opened, and dozens of members of the mythical special forces surged out, guarding the entrance. Lin Jianyi walked out with the heads of the 4 sacred institutes. Hiss. So these are the members of the mythical special forces? Truly powerful. Hee, this trip was worth it. I didn't expect to get so close to my idol. The crowd's eyes sparkled as they stared at the dozens of mythical special forces members, whispering excitedly among themselves. Silence. With a shout from Xia Pingwu, the entire square instantly fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Deputy Director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, responsible for presiding over this enrollment ceremony. All candidates who have registered, please bring your ID, and enter in an orderly manner. After his words, Lin Jianya left with the heads of the 4 sacred institutes, and many staff members also came out to guide the candidates in. Meanwhile, in the square in front of the 4 sacred institutes, 4 giant screens emerged, allowing those waiting outside to see the candidates' situations. As evening approached, the first round of written exams had concluded. At this moment, Lin Jianya stood in the square of the Qinglong Sacred Institute, looking at the formations below, and loudly declared, "The second exam is for courage and willpower. All candidates, 10 per team, will enter the rooms in turn." Under the guidance of the staff, the first batch of candidates entered the 20 rooms on the left and right sides of the square. Oh my god, there are exotic beasts. Within just a minute, dozens of candidates rushed out of the rooms in a panic, their faces filled with fear. "You have been eliminated." Some staff members went up to comfort them and stated plainly, "Why? That was an exotic beast." Some candidates could not accept this fact and shouted loudly. However, no one paid attention to these candidates and directly drove them away from the Qinglun Sacred Institute. This assessment was even faster than the first round, with the final number of passers being less than 1/10 of the applicants, yet even so, there were still millions. Many candidates and even parents who did not pass expressed their grievances online. Fortunately, the Mythical Anomaly Bureau had anticipated such a situation and directly issued a notice. The exotic beasts in the second round have been suppressed by the members of the Mythical Special Forces and pose no threat. Moreover, there are members of the Mythical Special Forces stationed inside. Their first thought was not to seek help from the Mythical Special Forces but to escape directly. Such weak-willed and cowardly individuals have no right to become students of the four sacred institutes. How can they become the sharp sword of Longwa against exotic beasts in the future? After this announcement was made, all those who questioned fell silent, and the parents of those students quietly withdrew their belts. That night, countless piercing cries echoed in the homes of those candidates who had not passed. Meanwhile, with the help of unexpectedly awakened professionals from around the world, many countries began to find awakening stones and started to drastically enhance their powers. But compared to Longwa, those countries were undoubtedly far behind. It had been a full 7 days since Chen Xian entered the peak of Kunlun Mountain to investigate the anomalies. In the center of the Purple Thunder Sea, a tall figure stood, exuding a majestic aura. After 7 days of continuous tempering, Chen Xian's imperial dragon body talent had approached minor completion, and his physique was nearing the level of a physical king. At the same time, the purple sky divine thunder laws he comprehended were also approaching perfection. At this moment, every muscle, bone, and even blood in Chen Xian's body was tinged with a purple glow, and faintly, it seemed that arcs of lightning flickered within, emanating a domineering and sacred aura. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar erupted from within Chen Xian, causing the surrounding purple sky divine thunder to tremble continuously. Moments later, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling lightly, a joy he could not suppress surging on his face. This time, although he had endured unspeakable pain, the improvement was also tremendous. His strength had at least increased several times compared to before. At this moment, Chen Xian was surprised to find that he had actually arrived at the center of the purple sky divine thunder area. Previously, in order to resist the terrifying purple sky divine thunder, all his focus had been on operating his two great talents and comprehending the laws of the purple sky divine thunder, leaving him no mind to pay attention to his surroundings, merely relying on instinct to move forward. As he began to take in his surroundings, Chen Xian's pupils constricted, and he stared intently ahead. Before him, less than 10 meters away, stood a massive purple gate about 10 meters tall, engraved with dense and intricate mysterious patterns, surrounded entirely by the purple sky divine thunder. This gate is the source of the changes in Kunlun Mountain? Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, gazing at the purple gate, countless questions surging in his heart. After pausing for a moment, Chen Xian took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the purple gate. When he stood before the purple gate, an ancient and vast aura rushed towards him. After observing for a moment, Chen Xian pushed the purple gate open without hesitation. He had thought it would be difficult to push open this massive gate, but to his surprise, it opened with just a gentle push. Boom! The moment the purple gate opened, Chen Xian felt an extremely rich spiritual energy burst forth from within, causing every pore in his body to open up, greedily absorbing this dense spiritual energy. Could it be that this gate leads to the mythical era? Although he felt some uncertainty, Chen Xian still firmly stepped forward, crossing into the purple gate. A strong light surged towards him, causing Chen Xian to instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, he was stunned. What lay before him was a lush mountain range, with trees at least 100 meters tall, as if he had suddenly arrived in a primitive era. Moreover, Chen Xian noticed that the spiritual energy here was extraordinarily rich. If the spiritual energy concentration on Blue Star was 1, here it was at least 1,000. The thousandfold difference in spiritual energy left Chen Xian unable to imagine what kind of terrifying exotic beasts could be born here. He cautiously spread out his perception to investigate, but the next moment, he was stunned again. Under his perception, this place was only about 100 kilometers in size, and most importantly, he did not detect any signs of life, this seemingly vibrant place appeared to be a dead zone. Even though Chen Xian's understanding of the mythical era was limited, he clearly knew that this could not be the vast and boundless mythical era. But if it wasn't the world of the mythical era, then what place was this? Could it be a secret realm from a novel? Chen Xian speculated silently, but with the current spiritual energy of Blue Star, how could such a secret realm possibly exist? Unless it was man-made. Chen Xian's expression changed, and he became alert, the power within him quietly surging, ready to respond to any sudden events. He fully spread out his perception, carefully probing. The next moment, it seemed Chen Xian discovered something. Unable to suppress his surprise, his figure flickered as he rushed towards the mountains ahead. In an instant, Chen Xian's figure appeared in a clearing at the center of the mountain range. Looking up, an ancient and majestic hall stood tall, and even from a distance, Chen Xian could feel that ancient aura, as if this hall had existed for thousands of years. The entire hall was pitch black, shaped like an ancient palace, with walls engraved with seemingly chaotic yet containing some mysterious patterns. In front of the hall was a square of moderate size, with 8 stone pillars standing on either side of the path. At the front, a stone tablet about a yard high rose from the ground, covered in dense inscriptions. Chen Xian's heart stirred, and he instantly arrived before the stone tablet. He did not recognize a single character on it, and after pondering for a moment, he concentrated his mental power, enveloping the stone tablet. Then, he understood. However, the information recorded on this stone tablet stirred up turbulent waves in Chen Xian's heart. The invasion of the mountains and seas, the destruction of the homeland, the plundering of the people. I am powerless to turn back time, leaving behind eternal regrets. I am the ancient human Emperor Shun, ruling over the entire ancient human race. At the time of the revival of spiritual energy, I seized the opportunity, advancing rapidly, entering the realm of the Starry Sky Emperor, and within the human race, there were also hundreds of mythical monarchs. However, at the moment I broke into the realm of the Starry Sky Emperor, the mountains and seas invaded, and endless strange beasts surged in. I led the ancient human race to resist, but was outnumbered. This secret realm was created by me at the brink of death, possessing the legacies of myself and the 100 mythical monarchs, as well as many ancient treasures. If a fated person from future generations arrives here and passes the trials, they may obtain the legacy. Among the treasures, they may also be taken. I only hope that future generations can protect our human race, ensuring our race remains boundless for 10,000 generations. Upon seeing this, Chen Xian's pupils widened, his heart like a lake stirred by violent waves, unable to calm down. Here, was actually a secret realm created by a Starry Sky Emperor? Or was it an ancient civilization? The invasion of the mountains and seas? Could it be another world like the mythical era? Or is it just another name for the mythical era? If it is merely another name for the mythical era, then this mythical era world is terrifying indeed. A Starry Sky Emperor and 100 mythical monarchs, what a terrifying lineup. At this moment, Chen Xian could hardly imagine that even such powerful strength could be destroyed. After the shock, Chen Xian felt an overwhelming heaviness. Whether the other party was from the mythical era was not important. What mattered was that if they could invade once, they could invade a second time. The entire ancient civilization, with such powerful strength, had been completely destroyed. What could the current Dragon Kingdom or Blue Star use to resist? The history of the Dragon Kingdom, though it has records of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, is merely fragments, with no signs of spiritual energy revival, completely an ordinary ancient world. But the information on this stone tablet undoubtedly proves that in ancient times, Blue Star had already experienced the revival of spiritual energy and had thrived. But after the invasion of the mountains and seas, the entire civilization was destroyed, and even the revived spiritual energy might have been directly scattered, leading to an era of no spiritual energy. What level of power could cause such terrifying destructive force? After a long silence, Chen Xian finally came back to his senses, shook his head, and realized that with his current strength, thinking further was useless. The urgent matter was to use this secret realm to enhance his own and the Dragon Kingdom's power. Inside, there were not only the legacies of the Starry Sky Emperor but also the legacies of the 100 mythical monarchs. If he could obtain them, it would definitely greatly enhance the strength of the Dragon Kingdom in a short time. Setting aside the relationship between the mountains and seas and the mythical era for now, at least his Dragon Kingdom could withstand a short-term invasion from the mythical era. With that thought, Chen Xian stepped towards the dark Grand Hall. The closer he got, the more he could feel the ancient and wild aura, even faintly sensing a kind of tragic grandeur that made his mood heavy and sorrowful. Truly, he was the ancient human emperor, leaving behind an aura that had lasted for countless years, capable of affecting him. He pushed against the dark hall door but found it impossible to open. Suddenly, he noticed a groove on the door. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian forced out a drop of blood and let it fall into the groove. After all, he was still a young man, having been influenced by online literature. He had seen enough to know how things worked. Buzz. When Chen Xian's drop of blood landed in the groove, it was visibly absorbed, and then a stream of light spread from the groove to the entire dark hall door. In no time, the dense patterns on the dark hall door began to glow with a brilliant light. Creak! Under Chen Xian's expectant gaze, the hall door slowly opened. He took a deep breath, remaining vigilant as he stepped boldly into the hall. As soon as he stepped into the grand hall, a wave of spiritual energy, even more intense than that in the secret realm, rushed towards Chen Xian, making him feel completely at ease, almost unable to suppress a cry of delight. He clearly sensed that this spiritual energy was all concentrated within the hall, blocked by some mysterious force, preventing it from spilling out. Truly worthy of the Starry Sky Emperor, the methods were indeed unfathomable. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xian began to survey the entire grand hall. It was only then that he realized that although the hall did not appear very large from the outside, the internal space was unimaginably vast. Even with Chen Xian's current perception, he found it difficult to cover the entirety of the hall space. It seemed that this grand hall was the true secret realm. The internal space of the hall resembled a real world, with mountains and rivers, lush greenery. The only thing missing was living beings. The trees here were exceptionally tall, nearly 200 meters by visual estimation, and they were filled with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, among which were not lacking royal-grade treasures. He did not pick those heavenly materials and earthly treasures but continued to move forward. He did not know how long he had walked, but Chen Xian arrived at an open area. In the center of this open space stood a towering black tower, 9 stories high, resembling the pitch-black grand hall, its entire body engraved with mysterious patterns, exuding an ancient and vast aura. Before the towering black tower stood a stone tablet, which recorded information about the tower. This towering black tower was the inheritance tower created by the ancient human Emperor Shun, and only by passing through the 9 levels of trials could one be transported to the inheritance space on the 9th level. At that time, there was a possibility of receiving recognition from a mythological monarch or the ancient human Emperor Shun that matched oneself, and then accepting their inheritance. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Xian did not step into the inheritance tower. He had already been in this area for some time, and he was unaware of the situation in the Dragon Kingdom. If he encountered a beast beyond what the mythological special forces could handle, the Dragon Kingdom would be in danger. He spread out his perception and quickened his exploration speed. After a while, Chen Xian arrived at a valley, where a magnificent and towering pavilion stood. A plaque hung on the door, inscribed with 2 ancient characters, Treasure House. Chen Xian's eyes lit up instantly, and he strode forward. When he reached the pavilion door, the complex patterns on the door suddenly flickered with a ghostly light, and then Chen Xian felt a mysterious force sweep over him. Even with his current strength, he felt a sense of helplessness under this mysterious force. Fortunately, this force was not malicious. After scanning for a moment, it disappeared without a trace. This should be a method used by the ancient human emperor to prevent beasts from obtaining it. Moreover, this treasure house likely contains the heritage of the entire ancient civilization. Such wealth must be approached with caution by anyone. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian pushed open the pavilion door and walked inside. The first floor was over 1,000 square meters, and as he looked around, he saw rows of neat and clean shelves standing tall, filled with countless items. Most of them were jade bottles containing pills and ancient bamboo slips. There should be formations on the shelves, as even with Chen Xian's perception, he could not penetrate the formations to discern the specific grades of the pills or the contents of the bamboo slips. He did not check these pills and bamboo slips but continued to ascend to the next floor. There were too many items. He could not possibly take them all in by himself. The second floor also had nearly 1,000 square meters of space. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, Chen Xian felt waves of strong light assaulting him. Looking closely, the source was a series of small mountains made up of unknown ores, their colorful brilliance nearly blinding Chen Xian's eyes. Even from a considerable distance, Chen Xian could sense the vast spiritual power contained within these ores. Could it be that they were the spiritual stones that contained spiritual power, as described in novels? Chen Xian's eyes brightened slightly. Among the piles of ores, each piece contained spiritual power of at least the king level or above. In the deepest part, even his perception did not dare to touch easily. Every approach made him feel a strong sense of crisis. He continued to examine the space of the second layer. Besides these ores, there were countless divine weapons. Some of these divine weapons, even through the formation, made him feel as if they could pierce his soul with their sharpness. As for these divine weapons, Chen Xian didn't have much desire. After all, he possessed a growth-type exclusive divine weapon set for chaotic swordmasters, so his desire for other divine weapons wasn't that great. Suddenly, it seemed Chen Xian discovered something. His figure swayed and appeared in a corner of the second layer loft, where a dense pile of rings was stacked. These rings were colorful, ancient, and mysterious. Next to this pile of rings was a small stone tablet that recorded the origins of these rings. Space rings crafted by mythic monarch blacksmiths, at the very least, are above the king level, with space of several hundred square meters. Seeing this introduction, Chen Xian's eyes lit up. He gathered his power in his palm and suddenly reached in, selecting a space ring that reached the peak of the king level among the king level space rings. He did not hesitate, directly dripping blood to recognize the master, and his perception entered it, revealing a space of over 1,000 cubic meters in his awareness. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction and placed his chaotic emperor dragon sword and other items inside. After doing all this, he continued toward the third layer. However, when he reached the stairs to the third layer, he felt a powerful resistance. Chen Xian tried to take 2 steps but found the resistance growing stronger. Unless he exerted all his strength, it would be difficult to ascend to the third layer. It seems I need to reach a certain realm to gradually unlock the wealth in this treasury. Forget it, the current resources are enough for the Dragon Kingdom to digest. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xian did not continue and turned to exit the treasury. Despite his strength, if he truly erupted, he could ascend to the third layer, but it was unnecessary. The resources he had found so far were sufficient for the Dragon Kingdom to digest for a long time. Sometimes, it's not about how high the grade of the treasure is, what's suitable is the best. Even if he obtained mythic-level treasures, what good would it do? With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to use them and might even be drained directly. After leaving the treasury, Chen Xian did not continue to explore the secret realm but hurried outside. The safety of the Dragon Kingdom was the top priority. The secret realm was right here and wouldn't run away, so why rush? A little understanding was enough. Meanwhile, on the high seas, a fierce battle was erupting. Roar! A over 800 meters tall stood in the air, its violent aura causing the void to tremble incessantly, and faintly, dark cracks seemed to spread around it. 2 kilometers away from this, majestic ships formed a surrounding circle, enclosing the within. Countless shells erupted from the fleet, continuously landing on the massive body of the countless fire dragons formed by ammunition swept across wildly. In addition, members of the mythic special forces were all deployed, surrounding it and exerting their skills to bombard the with powerful attacks. Yet, despite such a fierce offensive, it failed to inflict significant damage on the. On the contrary, each punch and kick from the opponent could stir up towering waves, making Lin Tong and others not dare to approach at all. Damn it, a king level has appeared. Secretary Lin, where is the director? Xia Pingwu, suppressing the turbulent blood in his body, asked Lin Tong beside him with a grim expression. An hour ago, the blue star, which had been calm for a while, was once again invaded by. This time, there was only one invader, but its level reached the terrifying king level. From the moment the first leader discovered this strange beast, he immediately contacted other countries, deploying nuclear weapons to strike it. The first leader was well aware that with Chen Xian missing, Long Country and even the entire Blue Star could not withstand this beast. If decisive action was not taken, the losses would be catastrophic. Those countries were not fools. They understood the threat posed by this beast and quickly agreed to the first leader's strategy, launching nuclear strikes against it. Even though they caught the beast off guard, they were unable to inflict significant damage, merely causing it some injuries. Now, fleets from countries around the world had gathered here, along with the mythical special forces, barely managing to hold the beast at bay. However, if this trend continued, their defeat was only a matter of time. Hearing Xia Pingwu's inquiry, Lin Tong's pale face flickered with a hint of desolation, and she fell silent, unsure of how to respond. She knew that once everyone learned of Chen Xian's disappearance, the situation would inevitably collapse. The reason they could fight to the death was that they believed in Chen Xian's strength and still held on to hope. But if that hope vanished, the consequences were all too clear. Don't worry, he will come. Just hold on a little longer. After a moment of silence, Lin Tong replied and continued to attack the sky-splitting demon ape. Seeing this, Xia Pingwu and the others could only continue their assault. If it weren't for their recent improvements and the support of numerous fleets, this sky-splitting demon ape, having reached the king level, could easily wipe out a large area with a single punch. Damn it! Why hasn't Long Country let Chen Xian take action yet? The leaders of various countries cursed upon seeing the battlefield's dire situation. The Western countries, led by the Star-Spangled Nation, directly connected to question the first leader. However, the first leader completely ignored them, giving a few perfunctory responses before hanging up, infuriating those leaders. Although their fleets were far enough from the beast, its terrifying power meant that even a mere brush could lead to heavy losses. The great battle had only lasted a little over half an hour, and they had already lost several new warships, with casualties numbering at least in the tens of thousands. After all, this was the vast ocean, with nowhere to escape. Once a warship was downed, death was almost certain. Meanwhile, having left the secret realm and appearing at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, Chen Xian sensed the energy fluctuations over the open sea, and his expression changed instantly. Damn it! Chen Xian cursed, transforming into a streak of light and racing towards the open sea, the sound of sonic booms echoing across Long Country's territory. Report: an unidentified flying object has been detected near Kunlun Mountain, moving at an extremely high speed, exceeding the speed of sound. A loud voice resonated throughout the command room of the Mythical Special Bureau headquarters. Deputy Director Lin Jianya trembled with excitement, murmuring, "It's him, he has appeared. Long Country is saved." Even though they had not captured an image of the unidentified flying object, Lin Jianya was still certain that it was Chen Xian, who had been missing for a full 10 days. The many staff members in the command room, hearing this murmur, were equally thrilled. If it weren't for the uncertainty of the facts, they would have almost burst into cheers. This clearly demonstrated Chen Xian's importance to Long Country. To prevent any misjudgment, Lin Jianya did not inform Lin Tong and the others, but his gaze was fixed on the large screen in front of him. On the screen, the battlefield was gradually showing signs of defeat. The beast, having reached the king level, was clearly about to break through the encirclement. At that point, not only would those on the battlefield perish, but the entire Blue Star would also face disaster. Even if they ultimately managed to kill it with nuclear weapons, the resulting consequences could wipe out 80% or even more of humanity. Previously, to prevent triggering a massive tsunami, although countries had launched nuclear missiles, they had all been controlled within a certain range. While there was some impact on land, it was not significant, because, whether it is the Dragon Kingdom or other countries, the humans along the coastline have almost all evacuated, relocating inland. Damn beast, how dare you cause chaos! On the battlefield, a roar like muffled thunder suddenly erupted, the visible sound waves sweeping in all directions, causing the eardrums of those present to ache, yet no one felt pain. Instead, they wept tears of joy, gazing at the sky as if on a pilgrimage. There, a tall figure stood, like a deity descending from the heavens, majestic and extraordinary, with immeasurable power. It's Chen Xian, he has finally appeared. Ha ha, we are saved. On the fleet of Sakura Country, the general and soldiers could not contain their cheers. Not only them, but people from other fleets also breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing a hint of gratitude for surviving a disaster. Even though this beast was unprecedentedly powerful, Chen Xian's invincible image had deeply rooted itself in people's hearts. Regardless of any grievances with the Dragon Kingdom, countries around the world almost unanimously recognized Chen Xian as the most powerful individual combatant in the history of Blue Star. Boom! As the crowd cheered, Chen Xian did not hesitate, directly summoning the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, unleashing his professional skill, the Spirit Sky Sword Slash. In an instant, the entire sea surface was stirred up, endless sword energy converging in the sky, forming a sword light that obscured the sun. When this sword light fell, the entire void seemed to be squeezed by a terrifying force, tearing open dark cracks, the invisible pressure and soul-shattering sharpness causing soldiers from various countries to tremble even from a distance. Just watching it gave them a feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cave, making it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying pressure they would face if confronted with this sword light. Chen Xian, filled with rage, used all his strength. Aside from a few major talents that had not been activated, he held nothing back. This was the first time he had used all his power since reaching the foundational level of 100. Roar! An astonishing roar erupted, endless light gathering in the mouth of the Rift Sky Demon Ape, followed by a beam of light spewing forth like a pillar, charging upward against the sword light. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying roar resounded, endless power colliding, forming a storm that swept in all directions. Under this storm, the entire sea surface almost rose 100 meters high, like layers of wave walls, startling those in the distance to hastily steer their fleets away. Amidst the towering waves, Chen Xian wielded the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, slashing out waves of sword energy, continuously colliding with the Rift Sky Demon Ape, endless ripples of power sweeping outwards, from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers, then to 3 kilometers. The surrounding fleets retreated further and further, their crews staring dumbfounded at the terrifying battle scene. This kind of power was no different from that of legendary immortals. Not only them, but the high-ranking officials of various countries observing through satellites were equally stunned. Even though they had tried their best to overestimate Chen Xian's strength, they still did not expect it to be this terrifying. Just a casual sword energy could raise 100-meter waves. If it landed on a person or a ship, how could they defend against it? Originally, some countries had gradually regained composure due to the emergence of professional awakeners within their borders, even occasionally mocking the Dragon Kingdom. But now, seeing Chen Xian's terrifying strength, they were filled with regret. Fortunately, they had only mocked and not taken action. Otherwise, if Chen Xian came knocking, who could stand against him in the complex terrain of a city? Even high-yield weapons could not kill Chen Xian. They couldn't possibly drop nuclear weapons on their own cities, could they? At that time, not only would they fail to kill Qin Xian, but their own citizens would also rise against them. Bang! A huge roar sounded, drawing everyone's gaze. They saw a massive figure flying out from the towering waves. It was the king-level Rift Sky Demon Ape. At this moment, its massive body was covered in countless sword scars, and dark blood flowed continuously, dripping onto the sea and producing wisps of white smoke. The originally azure sea visibly turned black. In the void, Qin Xian stood proudly, surrounded by sword energy, resembling an invincible sword god, evoking both awe and admiration from the members of the mythical special forces in the distance. When would they be able to reach the level of their captain? Human, you seek death. Just as everyone was shaken by Qin Xian's strength, a roar filled with boundless rage suddenly erupted. Following that, centered around the sky-splitting demon ape, a layer of dark light rippled outward, gradually enveloping Qin Xian. As this layer of dark light spread, the entire world instantly changed, as if it had suddenly transformed into another realm. From Lin Tong and the others' perspective, they could not see what was happening. They could only see layers of black circles continuously shrouding the entire battlefield. Domain? Qin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression became considerably serious. Although his combat power was formidable, this was his first time facing the power of a domain, and he did not dare to be careless. The sky-splitting demon ape clan's exotic beasts, once they break into the king realm, comprehend a domain known as the sky-splitting demon domain. Depending on their bloodline purity and strength, the intensity of the domain would vary. This sky-splitting demon ape's strength was likely at the mid-king realm, and its domain was already extremely mature. Before it could fully envelop him, Qin Xian felt a powerful pressure, as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him, causing his entire body to feel heavy. The pressure was secondary. What truly made Qin Xian serious was that within this sky-splitting demon domain, there was not only a peculiar force eroding his vitality but also waves of demonic sound. This demonic sound was highly seductive, seemingly trying to pull him into the abyss of demons. If it were an ordinary level 100, it would likely have already succumbed to this demonic sound. Boom! After stabilizing his mind, Qin Xian's eyes sharpened, and he directly unleashed his innate chaos sword domain. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy surged outward from Qin Xian, sweeping in all directions, with endless sword energy rolling within the wave, its sharpness seeming to tear apart the heavens and the earth. Currently, within the chaos sword domain, only the lightning sword path was integrated, thus the sword energy was filled with overwhelming thunder, both domineering and unmatched in sharpness. There was no other way. Among the many professional skills, Qin Xian had a deeper understanding of the first skill, Spirit Dome Sword Slash. Once he fully comprehended and integrated all 10 professional skills into the Chaos Sword domain, his innate Chaos Sword domain would be completely formed, and its power would truly manifest. On the surface, it seemed that once the Chaos Sword domain broke into the King Realm, it would be of little use. After all, everyone who broke into the King Realm could comprehend a domain. However, possessing the innate Chaos Sword domain meant that Qin Xian had one more domain than others. Once the battle began, with both domains unleashed, their power would not simply be additive. In fact, Qin Xian's professional skills, and innate abilities were all of the highest mythical quality, with boundless potential. For an ordinary person to possess even one of these was already an immense stroke of luck, yet Qin Xian could gather them all. If he could fully unleash the potential within, no one could imagine how much his strength would increase. However, even with Qin Xian's extraordinary mental strength, it was difficult to comprehend so many super abilities simultaneously. The later it got, the more terrifying his abilities would become. Boom! When Qin Xian's Chaos Sword domain collided with the sky-splitting demon domain, a terrifying explosion resounded, shockwaves sweeping in all directions, shaking the entire void. Roar! Impossible! How can a mere level 100 ant possess a domain? And such a strong one? The King Realm sky-splitting demon ape's eyes nearly bulged out, roaring in disbelief. In its beastly life, it had never seen anyone at the 100th level who could perceive the existence of a domain in advance. Even among the extremely talented prodigies of other races, they were merely a shadow of it. Perhaps they far surpassed others at the same 100th level, but it was absolutely impossible to collide with a true domain. Previously, even when Qin Xian had sent it flying, it had never regarded Qin Xian as a threat. Once the domain was unleashed, all others were but ants. In its domain, it was a god, unmatched by anyone, but it never expected that Qin Xian also possessed a domain, and one so powerful that it could almost contend with it, an established king realm, which was simply unbelievable. Are you stunned? Qin Xian sneered, recklessly urging the Chaos Sword domain, crushing towards the cracking sky demon ape. At the same time, he continuously unleashed the Spirit Dome Sword Slash, with violent thunder mixed with sharp swordlight, attacking the cracking sky demon ape amidst the unmatched sword energy within the sword domain. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Xian leaped out of the domain, using his unmatched physical strength to push into the cracking sky demon domain, like a sharp sword, charging towards the cracking sky demon ape under immense pressure. His chaos sword domain had just begun to merge with a series of sword techniques, and in terms of power, it was still somewhat lacking compared to the cracking sky demon domain. It was basically impossible to slay the cracking sky demon ape with just the chaos sword domain. However, with the chaos sword domain restraining the opponent's domain, it allowed him to free his hands, and the effect was entirely different. Boom! Chen Xian's figure swept through the cracking sky demon domain at an incredible speed, appearing ghost-like before the cracking sky demon ape, unleashing powerful skills from various professions in succession, with colorful brilliance illuminating the entire world. Generally, when a King Realm-level powerhouse unleashed a domain collision, they would be unable to move, relying solely on their own domain to crush the opponent's domain and slay them. Therefore, under normal circumstances, King Realm powerhouses would not directly use their domains to confront enemies, as once unleashed, it meant relying on the strength of the domain to determine victory or defeat. If the opponent's domain was strong, they would surely be doomed. Of course, there were some special cases where one could still move freely under domain collisions, like Chen Xian. At this moment, within the cracking sky demon domain, the cracking sky demon ape, entangled by the domain collision, could only watch helplessly as Chen Xian's numerous powerful attacks fell upon it, its massive crimson eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Originally wanting to avenge its son, it never expected that it would also pay the price. Rumble! Terrifying explosions erupted one after another, with powerful shockwaves sweeping in all directions like a tornado, turning the entire battlefield into a scene of apocalypse, filled with world-destroying energy, countless waves rolling as if lifting the entire sea surface. When everything calmed down, the cracking sky demon ape's corpse had already been collected by Qin Xian into the newly acquired space ring, leaving him standing alone in the void. The fallen immortal stood alone, divine and unmatched. At this moment, all the people of Blue Star who witnessed this battle were struck with fear, gazing at that figure like a celestial being, unable to regain their senses for a long time. We won, we won. After a long while, cheers finally echoed from the sea area, all the Dragon Kingdom soldiers on the warships gazing at Qin Xian in the void with an unparalleled reverence. Their gazes were as if they were looking at their own deity. Damn Dragon Kingdom, return my Qin sang. On the warship, a general from Sakura country looked at Qin Xian's back, his eyes reddening with jealousy, low growls echoing in the command room of the warship. Shit, why doesn't my star-spangled country have an invincible figure like Mr. Chen? My star-spangled country is the true cosmic overlord. Many Western countries pounded their chests in frustration, nearly going mad with jealousy over the Dragon Kingdom's possession of an invincible existence like Qin Xian, reflecting on the disasters their own countries had suffered, and comparing it to the Dragon Kingdom's fortunes. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Qin Xian ignored the thoughts of various countries. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared on the main ship of the Dragon Kingdom. Where have you been? Do you know I was very worried about you? As soon as he landed, a graceful figure rushed towards him, her worried words ringing in his ears. Soft jade entered his embrace, and a fragrant breeze wafted around, causing Qin Xian's entire body to stiffen, momentarily at a loss for what to do. He never expected Lin Tong to be so bold, taking advantage of him in front of so many people. It was simply unforgivable. He had to get back at her. Thus, Qin Xian wrapped his arms around her waist and gently patted Lin Tong's beautiful back, softly saying, "It's okay now." Under Qin Xian's reassurance, Lin Tong, coming back to her senses, blushed and hurriedly broke free from his embrace. Just now, her mind had been a muddle. Upon seeing Qin Xian, she hadn't thought of anything else and had rushed right in. After a brief conversation with General Han Su of the Dragon Kingdom on the warship, Qin Xian took Lin Tong back to their homeland, while members of the mythical special forces, including Xia Pingwu, followed the fleet back to the Dragon Kingdom. Now that the spiritual energy on Blue Star was abundant, to prevent any mutated sea creatures from attacking the fleet, Xia Pingwu and the others were left behind to guard. After all, although those soldiers had successfully awakened their professions, most were below level 10, while even newly mutated sea beasts could potentially exceed level 30 if they possessed exceptional talents or had fortuitously obtained rare treasures. Before long, Qin Xian and Lin Tong returned to the headquarters of the Mythical Special Bureau in the imperial capital. Along the way, Qin Xian learned from Lin Tong about the events that had transpired during this time. He hadn't expected that so much time had passed since he entered the Emperor's secret realm in Kunlun Mountain. Fortunately, he hadn't delayed any longer, otherwise, by the time he emerged, Blue Star would have changed beyond recognition. Now, many active military personnel in the Dragon Kingdom had successfully awakened their professions, most of them being combat professions, with a few in support roles. Additionally, the students recruited by the 4 holy institutes had also successfully awakened, resulting in 5 legendary profession awakeners, but there were none in the mythical profession. Moreover, during this time of hunting mutated beasts, Xiao Pingwu and the other initial members of the mythical special forces had all reached level 60 or above. The current membership of the mythical special forces had expanded to 10,000, with the vast majority being rare profession awakeners drawn from the military. The number of legendary profession awakeners was nearing 1,000, and the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom had changed dramatically. Even so, if one disregarded Chen Xian and those powerful firearms, the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom could not withstand a king-level mutated beast. Reaching the king level truly transcended the ordinary, with every move carrying immense power. No matter how many people there were, if a domain enveloped them, it would be futile. Therefore, Chen Xian planned to focus on building the Dragon Kingdom's high-end combat power to counter the alien invasions in the mythical era. With the Emperor's secret realm in place, the feasibility of this plan was quite high. After a brief conversation with Lin Jianye, Chen Xian hurried to the cabinet of the Forbidden City to meet with several leaders. After 2 hours of discussion, Chen Xian returned to the headquarters of the Mythical Special Bureau to begin formulating plans. The Emperor's secret realm was destined to be an important foundation for the Dragon Kingdom's resistance against the mythical era, and Chen Xian did not intend to make it public. After all, once the awakening spread throughout the populace, with so many people in the Dragon Kingdom, some would inevitably become arrogant due to their newfound strength. This was unavoidable. Human hearts are the most difficult to fathom in this world. In the past, when the Dragon Kingdom faced foreign invasions, how many people couldn't resist siding with those invaders? If the entire Dragon Kingdom were united, it would be impossible for that tiny nation to act arrogantly. Even if their weapons were outdated, they could simply overwhelm it with sheer numbers. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom seemed united, but that was because he suppressed everything. Once a powerful enemy appeared that even he could not resist, there would undoubtedly be people who would choose to become lackeys of the mutated beasts or even the alien races to save their own lives. In such a situation, opening the Emperor's secret realm would be tantamount to self-destruction. Even those chosen by him to enter the Emperor's secret realm, if they have not undergone sufficient trials, Chen Xian does not intend to let them directly enter that pitch-black Great Hall. After all, the spiritual energy on the outskirts and the resources he brought out from inside are enough for their cultivation. The next day, several news announcements issued by the Mythical Special Bureau's official WeChat account broke the long-standing calm. The original trending topic of the beast invasion was suppressed, and even other countries began to pay attention. As the pioneer of the mythical era, every move of the Dragon Kingdom attracts global attention. No matter how reluctant the star-spangled country is, it must admit that its hegemonic status has already passed, and the Dragon Kingdom has become the new ruler of Blue Star. If it weren't for the beast invasion, unifying the world would no longer be a question. What do nuclear weapons count for in front of Mr. Chen? After discussions among several cabinet leaders and Comrade Chen Xian, the director of the Mythical Special Bureau, it has been decided to establish an inspection bureau in the 34 prevention zones, replacing the original police stations. In addition, the cabinet has decided to fully launch the National Awakening Plan 3 days from now. At that time, public officials will carry awakening stones to various prevention zones. Citizens who wish to awaken should pay close attention to the announcements in their respective prevention zones. Below is the new law of the Dragon Kingdom that must be followed after awakening to a profession. Citizens who wish to awaken must study it carefully. Those who violate the new laws will face severe penalties. Below this announcement is a document of new laws. Finally, it's here. Awesome. I really hope I can awaken a powerful profession. No, I need to go pay a visit to Director Chen. Wow, that's amazing, bro. Comments flooded in under the announcement, and within a few minutes, the view count of this announcement had exceeded 100 million, with all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom excited and looking forward to it. In addition, Twitter erupted with astonishing discussions, as people from various countries saw that the Dragon Kingdom was preparing for a national awakening while their own countries remained silent, expressing their dissatisfaction on Twitter. What the hell? What is our country doing? Look at the Dragon Kingdom. I also want to awaken a profession. I really envy the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it, what are those officials doing? Why aren't they letting us awaken? We were already behind the Dragon Kingdom, and now we can't catch up at all. If it were just discussions, it would be one thing, but many people spontaneously took to the streets to protest against the government for hiding the awakening stones and refusing to allow the entire population to awaken, leaving leaders of various countries in a state of panic and frustration. They are not like the Dragon Kingdom. Once powerful awakeners appear domestically, whether they will listen to their orders is questionable. Before the national strength is strong enough, How dare they allow a national awakening? Meanwhile, Chen Xian paid no attention to the heated discussions online. At this moment, he brought Lin Tong, Lin Jianye, and his parents, Chen Lujun and Yi Xiuqing, to the training ground of the mythical special forces. Inside, the 865 legendary profession awakeners of the mythical special forces stood in neat rows, and there were also 5 mythical profession awakeners among the crowd. Through Lin Jianye's introduction, Chen Xian learned that these 5 mythical profession awakeners all awaken combat professions, coming from military families whose ancestors had participated in the invasion war, and their loyalty to the country was beyond doubt. Among them, former Southeast Military District Major Yi Zhentian awakened the mythical profession of puppeteer, capable of refining the corpses of beasts into puppets to assist him in battle. Northeast Military District Lieutenant Colonel Wei Guocheng awakened the Shadow Sword Master, leaning towards the assassin type. Central Military District Colonel Wang Menghu awakened the Holy War Sword Master. South China Sea Military District Major Wu Zhenqing awakened the Ghost Witch Caster, and West Frontier Military District Major Alamuto awakened the support-type mythical profession, the Radiant Priest. These 5 are basically the predetermined members of Chen Xian's high-level combat training plan, while the others will be selected from the more than 800 legendary profession masters. When Chen Xian and the others arrived at the training ground, the many legendary professional awakeners, who had been whispering among themselves, suddenly held their breath, standing straight like long spears, looking at Chen Xian with reverence and fervor. Chen Xian was not only the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau but also the captain of their mythical special forces, and the only war god-level figure in the Dragon Kingdom. His contributions to the Dragon Kingdom were beyond imagination. Since the arrival of the mythical era, he had never been defeated, even slaying king-level beasts. Such a figure naturally commanded the respect of these once proud military kings from various military districts. Chen Xian led Lin Jianye and the others to the high platform in the training ground, glanced at the spirited crowd, and nodded in satisfaction. Boom! In the next moment, without saying a word, Chen Xian unleashed his own aura, a powerful force that descended like a storm upon the many legendary professional awakeners, suppressing them like towering mountains. Under Chen Xian's intentional control, the pressure experienced by the awakeners varied according to their professional levels. Those above level 60, like Xia Pingwu, bore the greatest pressure, while those at levels 10 and 20 felt the least. However, relatively speaking, this pressure was already terrifying enough at their level. No one knew what was happening. At that moment, they could only focus on resisting this overwhelming pressure with all their might. In less than a minute, this group of legendary professional awakeners was drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked, some even pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yet, despite enduring such immense pressure, they still gritted their teeth and held on. I have proposed a plan to the cabinet to cultivate the Dragon Kingdom's elite combat power, and the cabinet leaders have unanimously approved it. As long as you pass my selection, you can become a part of this elite program. Depending on your professional levels, the pressure you endure will differ. The higher the level, the stronger the pressure. Moreover, every 10 minutes, this pressure will increase again. The last 100 awakeners remaining will become part of the elite program. Chen Xian spoke to the many legendary professional awakeners while releasing pressure. Even with just a slight probe, Chen Xian knew that the resources in the Emperor's secret realm were unimaginably abundant. Not to mention these 800 legendary professional awakeners, supplying the entire Dragon Kingdom in a short time was not a problem. However, this meant that the Dragon Kingdom could not possibly produce high-end combat power in the short term. Even if the overall strength improved, what use would it be? A single king-level beast could wipe out a large area. Therefore, cultivating elite combat power was currently the top priority for the Dragon Kingdom. If a few or even dozens of king-level figures could emerge, the Dragon Kingdom would have the strength to resist foreign invasions. This selection was not testing talent but willpower. Those who could awaken legendary professions naturally had strong talent, and there was no need for further assessment. After all, the potential upper limit corresponding to legendary professional awakeners could reach the level of legendary saints. Of course, these individuals were already military kings from various military districts. Some were not, but they were all soldiers who had undergone high-intensity training. Compared to ordinary people, their willpower was absolutely sufficient, but for Chen Xian, it was still not enough. To achieve king level in a short time, talent and resources were unquestionable, but more importantly, it was comprehension. Only with strong comprehension could they grasp the domain and break into king level. The mental value on the professional panel was, after all, the soul value, which included comprehension, willpower, and so on. However, the mental value was too one-sided to truly filter out the strong. After all, it could not be ruled out that some people had high mental values but weak comprehension and willpower, and their high values were merely compensated by other aspects. Chen Xian's selection was simple and brutal. while it could not truly filter out unparalleled geniuses, it was sufficient for the time being. At the same time, when Xia Pingwu and the others heard Chen Xian's words, their eyes turned red. Those who were on the verge of collapse once again erupted with resilient will, gritting their teeth and holding on. Although Chen Xian did not specifically describe the details of this advanced plan, they all knew how great the benefits would be to become a part of it. Just like before, the first batch of members from the mythical special forces, Xia Pingwu and the others, were all at least level 60, and even those rare professional awakeners far surpassed the later arrivals. The newly formed Qishao team was now approaching level 70. With over 800 candidates vying for just 100 spots, the competitive pressure was unimaginable, but in order to become part of the advanced plan, everyone gritted their teeth and held on, including Xia Pingwu and the others. Boom! As the 10-minute mark arrived, another wave of powerful pressure swept in, instantly sending some of those who had reached their limits flying, causing them to faint. The medical staff, who had been waiting nearby, rushed forward with stretchers to carry these individuals away one by one. I must hold on. This thought echoed in the minds of those still enduring the trial, like a spell. Some people's bodies were nearly bent into a bow shape, yet they still gritted their teeth and persevered. This selection lasted for a full 2 hours, and in the end, Xiao Pingwu and the original members of the Qishao team had mostly held on, along with the 5 mythical professional awakeners. Congratulations, you have become part of the advanced plan. As Chen Xian's voice fell, Xiao Pingwu and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Despite their exhaustion, smiles spread across their faces. You may go rest now. Gather at the training ground early tomorrow morning. Yes, Commander. Xia Pingwu and the others shouted hoarsely, appearing weak yet full of spirit. Seeing this, Chen Xian waved his hand, allowing the medical staff to take Xia Pingwu and the others away, while he returned to the conference room with Lin Jianye and the others. Sitting at the head of the conference table, Chen Xian looked at Lin Jianye and instructed, outside the human emperor's secret realm, I have opened a safe passage. If any formidable beasts invade, notify us immediately. Upon leaving the human emperor's secret realm, Chen Xian discovered that the Zixia thunder crystals he had refined using the Qian melting furnace could resist the Zixia divine thunder within, so he did not take those crystals away but instead laid them out to form a safe passage. Before Lin Jianye could speak, Chen Xian continued, I will select some resources from within, have someone bring them out. These resources will be prioritized for training the members of the mythical special forces, and any surplus will be provided to the stationed personnel in the defense zone. The resources in the human emperor's secret realm were countless, and it was impossible to use them all for training Xia Pingwu and the others. Others would naturally receive corresponding resources, though they could not compare to Xia Pingwu and the others. After the meeting, Chen Xian went to the base behind the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. With a wave of his hand, the massive corpse of the king-level beast appeared in the open base. Even in death, it still emanated a powerful pressure. Ordinary people who approached would be instantly crushed, and breaking a few bones would be light. Chen Xian approached the enormous head of and the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword instantly appeared in his hand. He thrust it in fiercely, and with a gentle flick, a round orb about the size of a fist, glowing faintly, immediately appeared before him. This was an anomaly core that could only be refined by beasts above the king level, also known as a demon core. It contained immense power, and once absorbed, it could significantly enhance a professional awakener, but the power within was incredibly violent. Without sufficient strength, it could not be absorbed at all. After putting the into the spatial ring, Chen Xian pressed his palm against the massive head of fully activating his innate. Boom! In an instant, a vast surge of vitality erupted from that enormous body, spreading out like rivers of blood, rushing towards Chen Xian and enveloping him, transforming him into a gigantic blood-colored cocoon. At the same time, the corpse of began to shrivel gradually. Several hours later, this massive corpse had turned into a dried husk. In the entire empty base, there was only a blood-colored cocoon and a huge skeleton. Boom! About an hour later, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth from Chen Xian, distorting the surrounding void as if it could not bear his terrifying physique. The roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens. After absorbing the vitality of Chen Xian's talent had risen to the advanced stage of the initial phase. According to Chen Xian's estimation, as long as he devoured the vitality of 3 more, his talent would reach a small success. At that time, relying solely on the talent, he would possess the power of and if he himself also broke through to it would be equivalent to having the power of 2 kings. Chen Xian suppressed the joy in his heart, gripping his figure constantly swaying, the sound of thuds echoing. After a while, Chen Xian stopped and walked straight out, while behind him was a neatly cut pile of bones, and the researchers waiting in the room came out at this time to carry away the cut bones. The bones had been tempered to an extremely tough degree, and with the current technological means, cutting this skeleton would take a considerable amount of time. To reduce the time, Shen Xian had to do it himself. The next day, Shen Xian took 100 selected members of the along with Lin Tong, Chen Lujun, and Yi Xiuqing to the. Both Chen Lujun and Yi Xiuqing had awakened myth-quality professions. Although they were support types, their effectiveness far surpassed that of some combat professions. For instance, Chen Liujuan's enchantment, if utilized well, could enable the Dragon Kingdom to withstand the invasion of, while Yi Xiuqing's alchemy could significantly enhance the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, many members of the had consumed the pills refined by Yi Xiuqing. If it weren't for the short time since the spiritual energy revival and the scarcity of spiritual herbs, the strength of the would be even greater. Soon, the group arrived at the summit of, and under Qin Xian's lead, they stepped into the. As soon as they entered, Xiao Pingwu and the others felt a rich aura of spiritual energy rushing towards them, causing their pores to uncontrollably open, greedily absorbing this spiritual energy. This is the. Except for Chen Xian, the others curiously surveyed the entire. From now on, you will stay here to cultivate. After absorbing spiritual energy for 5 hours, you will pair up to battle for 3 hours, and then absorb spiritual energy again, repeating this cycle. Ignoring the curiosity of the crowd, Chen Xian's expression was solemn as he spoke. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Seeing this, Chen Xian nodded and walked straight towards the pitch-black Great Hall. Although they were very curious about the pitch-black Great Hall, Xiao Pingwu and the others did not dare to ask questions or explore on their own. They dispersed and sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb spiritual energy to raise their profession levels. Even Lin Tong and Chen Lujun, as a couple, did the same. Of course, since they were support-type professions, they did not need to train like Xiao Pingwu and the others. Entering the true, Chen Xian's goal was very clear, heading straight towards the location of the treasury. Not long after, he stepped into the first level of the treasure vault. Chen Xian headed to the elixir area and began to carefully examine the items, selecting suitable elixirs for Xiao Pingwu and others, as well as the mythical special forces, to assist them in their cultivation. Chen Xian was relieved to find that, apart from elixirs above the legendary saint level, there were basically elixirs for all other stages, and there were quite a few of them. He took out all the experience elixirs that could help those at the 100-level foundation improve their levels, and these elixirs filled an entire spatial ring with 1,000 cubic space. Of course, the quality of these experience elixirs was far inferior to those sold in the closed beta game. The highest they could increase was only 3 levels, and they also had considerable side effects, making it impossible to take them continuously. Only after consolidating their realm could they continue to be used. Even so, these experience elixirs were enough to significantly enhance the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. To Chen Xian's delight, in addition to the experience elixirs, he also discovered various auxiliary elixirs, such as the Strength Elixir, which could permanently enhance the basic strength value by 10 points, and the Physique Elixir, which could permanently enhance the physique value by 10 points. The only regret was that there were no mental-type elixirs. After all, when it comes to the soul level, even the top alchemists might not be able to refine them. However, although these auxiliary elixirs had good effects, they also had considerable limitations. For instance, if one took too many strength or physique elixirs, the values they could increase would gradually diminish until, in the end, even taking them would not yield any improvement. Chen Xian was not polite and directly took out the jade bottles containing the strength and physique elixirs, pouring them into his mouth like candy, one bottle after another. In a short time, a number of empty bottles had already piled up at his feet. About 20 minutes later, Chen Xian stopped because these physique and strength elixirs no longer had any effect on him. He had consumed over 1,000 of these two types of elixirs, which had only increased his strength and physique by around 10,000 points. In other words, for an ordinary person, it would be impossible to consume so many elixirs in such a short time. He collected all the strength and physique elixirs used within the 100-level foundation, filling another spatial ring. In fact, Chen Xian did not think these elixirs were many. After all, this was the legacy of the entire ancient civilization, and the elixirs here were probably left behind in a hurry by the human emperor back then. Otherwise, there would be far more than this. While browsing the elixir area, Chen Xian seemed to have discovered something, suddenly exclaiming in surprise as he quickly walked to a shelf, his gaze fixed on the introduction above. Law Elixir, a top-tier king-level elixir, can help professional practitioners enhance their affinity with the laws they comprehend, aiding them in grasping the laws more quickly. Without hesitation, Chen Xian took 10 bottles of law elixirs. This time, coming to the human emperor's secret realm, he not only wanted to cultivate Xia Pingwu and others but also intended to enter seclusion here to break through to the king level. With the Dao Enlightenment mat purchased from the closed beta game, along with these law elixirs, Chen Xian was confident he could break into the king level with 100% certainty. With this in mind, he went to the divine weapon area, selected a large number of divine weapons suitable for the 100-level foundation, and filled 3 entire spatial rings before exiting the treasure vault to continue exploring the entire Human Emperor's secret realm. The true Human Emperor's secret realm was vast and boundless. Even with Chen Xian's speed, it still took him several hours to explore it completely. Besides the Inheritance Tower and the Treasure Vault, he also discovered 2 special buildings, the Trial Tower and the Dao Enlightenment Hall. The Trial Tower was personally crafted by the ancient Human Emperor, using an unparalleled great formation to condense various levels of exotic beasts for professional practitioners to test themselves. Once they slayed the exotic beasts within, they could obtain the spiritual power of the condensed exotic beasts, helping them level up more quickly. The entire Trial Tower had 99 levels, ranging from the 100-level foundation to the legendary saint level, encompassing everything. In the Enlightenment Hall, the ancient Human Emperor used his own power to extract and refine the laws of heaven and earth, which contained the substantial laws of various systems. Once one enters, they can closely perceive the mysteries of the laws, thus mastering them more quickly. At this moment, Chen Xian was so excited that his whole body trembled. These special buildings, no matter which one, had unimaginable effects for him and even for the Dragon Kingdom, especially the Trial Tower and the Enlightenment Hall, which were undoubtedly the best places for the Dragon Kingdom to enhance its strength at present. Chen Xian planned to let Xia Pingwu and others use pills to improve their abilities first, and when there was nothing left to upgrade, he would let them enter the Trial Tower for trials, and then go to the Enlightenment Hall to comprehend the power of the laws. There were about 2 weeks left before the invasion of the alien races, and these 2 weeks were the golden period for the development of the entire Dragon Kingdom. After thinking this through, Chen Xian's figure flickered, and he exited the Human Emperor's secret realm. He called Lin Tong and handed over the resources he had collected to her, instructing her to give part of it to Lin Jianye to train a mythical special forces unit, while the other part was to cultivate Xia Pingwu and others. After giving his orders, Chen Xian returned to the Human Emperor's secret realm. He did not immediately attempt to break through to the King realm but instead went to the Trial Tower. He was very clear about his potential. On the surface, he had reached a point where there was nothing left to upgrade, but his combat power had not yet reached its peak. Although all his various professional skills had reached the maximum level with the help of skill scrolls, he had not fully mastered them. To be precise, he had used his professional skills too little, to the extent that he did not even fully understand the power they could unleash. In addition, he had not fully mobilized his 5 major talents. The reason for this was the lack of sufficient combat. Although he had killed many alien beasts before, they were all easily strangled, and he had not had the opportunity to use his professional skills or talents. Even the King Realm alien beast had not forced Chen Xian to exert his full strength. The Trial Tower was his opportunity to stimulate his potential. The alien beasts from the 1st to the 10th floor corresponded to the basic levels from 10 to 100. Even though there were many on each floor, it did not take Chen Xian much time to easily reach the 11th floor. As soon as Chen Xian's figure appeared, 10 basic level 100 alien beasts rushed towards him. For an ordinary person, facing the attacks of 10 opponents of the same realm would be perilous, but for Chen Xian, even with a large number of basic level 100 beasts, there was no pressure at all, and he could easily deal with them. On the 12th floor, Chen Xian faced 2 King Realm alien beasts, and it was only then that he felt pressure. However, he did not retreat at all. Instead, he charged forward with boiling battle intent and fought fiercely with the 2 King Realm alien beasts. After several hours, Chen Xian defeated the 2 King Realm alien beasts. The spiritual energy condensed from the destruction of the alien beasts surged into Chen Xian's body, with part of it refining his physique and another part accumulating within him. For 3 whole days, Chen Xian stayed in the Trial Tower fighting alien beasts. During these 3 days, he spent most of his time stuck on the 15th floor because he faced a total of 16 peak early-stage King Realm alien beasts. Chen Xian used all his skills but still could not break through, and several times he nearly died under the siege of these King Realm beasts. Although he did not break through the 15th floor, the experience he gained was unimaginable. Throughout these 3 days, Chen Xian was constantly in battle, and his opponents were all King Realm alien beasts above his level. Such high-intensity combat allowed Chen Xian to perfectly master his professional skills and various talents in just 3 days. At this moment, Chen Xian truly reached the peak of basic level 100 that he could achieve, and his combat power had increased several times compared to 3 days ago. It was also on this day that Chen Xian walked out of the Trial Tower and headed to the Enlightenment Hall, ready to break through to the King Realm. The entire Enlightenment Hall, from the outside, does not appear large, but once inside, it is immensely vast. A rough estimate suggests there is at least 1,000 cubic meters of space, filled with colorful radiance, each beam of light containing the manifestation of a law. Even Chen Xian felt an immense pressure within this enlightenment hall. After all, the surroundings were all solidified laws, how could there be no pressure? Chen Xian took a deep breath, refining his essence to the utmost, then took out the enlightenment mat, sitting cross-legged on it, directly activating its function while also swallowing a law pill. Boom! In an instant, a mysterious power filled Chen Xian's entire body. Under this mysterious force, Chen Xian's comprehension was increasing at a terrifying speed. With this superhuman understanding, he even felt as if he could easily analyze everything in the world, as if he were about to ascend to immortality. He suppressed all distracting thoughts, mobilizing his 10 professional skills, using them to comprehend the various laws within. No one could imagine how terrifying Chen Xian's comprehension was at this moment. If the progress of understanding the laws was 100, then Chen Xian's comprehension speed at this moment was a frenzied +1, almost 1% of progress every second. In just a short time, Chen Xian had completely grasped the law of space. Boom! Just as Chen Xian comprehended the law of space, a halo representing the law of space surged towards him in the enlightenment hall, encircling him. The solidified law of space wrapped around him, making Chen Xian, with his superhuman comprehension, unable to resist continuing to understand. Countless profound laws of space continuously surged forth. As Chen Xian's understanding of the law of space deepened, the space around him suddenly trembled, strands of space laws intertwining and weaving together, as if constructing something. This was the embryonic form of a domain. As long as Chen Xian wished, he could condense a spatial domain at any time, stepping into the king realm in one fell swoop. But Chen Xian did not do so. His profession was that of a chaotic swordsman of all systems. How could he condense a single system domain? That would be a complete waste of his profession. With the enhancement of 100-fold comprehension, Chen Xian, in just 1 hour, reached the limit of understanding the law of space that could be comprehended in the king realm. It is no exaggeration to say that with Chen Xian's current comprehension, he could analyze the manufacturing methods and even the components of the strongest technology on Blue Star with just one glance. If applied to learning technology, even in just 2 days, he could become the strongest scientist on Blue Star, creating technology products for Long Country that would be at least 100 years ahead. After comprehending the law of space, Chen Xian did not waste time and continued to comprehend the law of ice. 12 hours later, the 10 professional skills representing space, ice, thunder, darkness, light, fire, metal, wood, earth, and time had completely transformed into laws. At this moment, Chen Xian was surrounded by the power of 10 systems of laws, the colorful radiance illuminating his entire being, as if he were being portrayed as a supreme deity. In the law of time, Chen Xian spent a full 3 hours to reach the limit of comprehension possible in the king realm, while the other 9 systems were basically completed in just 1 hour each. Feeling the power of the laws surrounding him, Chen Xian exhaled lightly, his expression growing increasingly serious. He knew that the next moment was crucial. With the enlightenment mat, comprehending the laws was not difficult for him. The real challenge was how to coexist these 10 systems of laws and condense them into a 10-system domain. It was obvious how difficult it would be to make the 10 systems of laws coexist and condense them into a domain. How many exceptionally talented individuals had been blocked at this step, especially since Chen Xian's 10 systems of laws had corresponding powers, such as light and darkness, ice and fire, etc. These opposing laws inherently repelled each other. Making them coexist was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If it weren't for the 100-fold comprehension enhancement and the law pill, Chen Xian wouldn't even have had the chance to try. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian began to attempt it. Boom! As Chen Xian mobilized the power of the laws, an invisible wave surged outward from him, sweeping in all directions. Vaguely, it seemed as if a forbidden zone formed around Chen Xian, where the originally stable spatial laws and ice laws became violent the moment they touched. Chen Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure, relying on his extraordinary comprehension of the power of the laws to forcibly squeeze the space and ice together. Following that were the thunder and fire laws. After 30 hours, a domain with a radius of 1 kilometer slowly took shape around Chen Xian, where the 10 laws intertwined, making the strength of the entire domain reach an extremely terrifying level. Multicolored brilliance illuminated the entire enlightenment hall, even overshadowing the brilliance of the laws within the hall. At this moment, the aura surging from Chen Xian was incredibly terrifying. An ordinary foundation level 100 could not withstand it at all. The moment one got close, they would be suppressed to the point of immobility. The unmatched power made Chen Xian feel invincible, as if he could explode the entire Blue Star with a single punch. After 42 hours, Chen Xian finally reached the mid-stage peak of the King Realm, just one step away from entering the late stage of the King Realm, and he had condensed a domain of 10 laws. After spending another hour consolidating his realm, Chen Xian pulled up his professional panel. Realm, mid-stage peak of the King Realm power, 120 dragons, 1 dragon equals 100,000 base value, physique, 150 dragon spirit, 187 dragons divine abilities, spirit dome sword slash, ice seal for thousands of miles, sword command divine thunder, dark prison annihilation, universal illumination, leaving fire calamity, metal slashing, heavily wood guanine, absolute defense, time reverse sword formation, wind shadow critical hit, wind, system, soul cutting, soul system, talents, sword heart clarity, minor achievement, chaos sword domain, minor achievement, emperor dragon overlord body, minor achievement, crimson flame furnace, minor achievement, phoenix path nirvana, minor achievement, divine weapons, chaos emperor dragon sword, chaos emperor dragon armor, chaos emperor dragon boots, king grade supreme, domain, 10 law domain special talent, chaos source body, 3 forms, chaos demon source form, consumes a large amount of vitality, power amplification of 3 to 5 times, depending on the vitality consumed, chaos divine source form, consumes a large amount of soul power, power amplification of 5 to 8 times, chaos berserker form, consumes one's own life force, overall amplification of over 10 times. After breaking through the King Realm, Chen Xian's strength was almost comprehensively enhanced. The 10 major professional skills transformed into 10 divine abilities of the laws, and in addition, he awakened 2 new divine abilities in the wind and soul systems. What surprised Chen Xian the most was the awakening of the special talent, Chaos Source Body. Although using the Chaos Source Body required a tremendous cost, it could become his greatest trump card. Once unleashed, even a true King Realm expert would be challenged. Moreover, his 3 basic attributes were shockingly strong. Generally, the 3 basic attribute values of King Realm experts would peak at 100 dragon power, and while King Realm beasts might fluctuate, they wouldn't differ too much. Yet, he, merely at the mid-stage peak of the King Realm, had all 3 basic attribute values exceeding 100 dragon power, with the highest spirit nearing 200 dragon power. This meant that at this moment, Chen Xian's pure strength far surpassed that of peak King Realm experts. Coupled with his domain and various divine abilities, he was already invincible below the true King Realm. Chen Xian suppressed the excitement in his heart and, taking advantage of the continued effect of the enlightenment pouch, began to comprehend the newly awakened soul and wind systems. After spending 3 hours, Chen Xian once again reached the limit of comprehension for the soul and wind systems that could be achieved at the King Realm. With his current understanding of the laws, as long as he had sufficient resources to supplement, he could quickly elevate his realm to the peak of the King Realm. Of course, given Chen Xian's current state, the resources required were immense. If it weren't for the resources in the human emperor's secret realm, relying solely on Chen Xian's own absorption of spiritual energy, it would take at least 10 years to reach the peak of the King Realm. The effect of the enlightenment meditation mat was still 2 hours away, but Chen Xian did not continue to improve himself. Instead, he took out a large pile of materials and began to study frantically with his extraordinary comprehension. These materials included books on physics, chemistry, mathematics, and numerous experimental results from Dragon Kingdom scientists. For a full hour, Chen Xian's brain operated at high speed, like a giant sponge, greedily absorbing this knowledge. This was something Chen Xian had already discussed with the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences before entering the human emperor's secret realm. If there was still time left on his enlightenment meditation mat, he would use his extraordinary comprehension to learn and thereby solve the problems encountered by the Academy. Since the arrival of the mythical era, all the scientists at the Academy had been researching almost without rest. There had been some breakthroughs, resulting in the development of several new types of weapons and new alloys. However, in terms of professions and technology, they had hit a bottleneck. This concept was proposed by a top academician at the Academy, combining professional powers with technology to create a new type of spiritual energy technology weapon. In his vision, if they could truly create such a weapon, the Dragon Kingdom's chances of resisting the invasion of alien beasts would increase by at least 30%. Because even an ordinary person wielding a spiritual energy technology weapon could inflict damage on alien beasts, the importance of such weapons to the current Dragon Kingdom was self-evident. For this reason, the Academy wanted to leverage Chen Xian's extraordinary comprehension to see if they could make a breakthrough. If they could, the Dragon Kingdom would truly soar. If not, the loss would not be great. In just half an hour, Chen Xian had learned and integrated all the materials he had brought, and such a fast speed did not surprise him. Compared to learning knowledge from Blue Star, comprehending laws was much more difficult, as it was an entirely new field and involved the forces of heaven and earth. If Chen Xian's original IQ was 120, with the 100-fold enhancement of his comprehension, his IQ could reach 1,200 or even higher. With such a high IQ, even the most difficult knowledge could be grasped at a glance. For the next hour and a half, Chen Xian immersed himself in the concept of spiritual energy technology proposed by that top scientist. In his concept, spiritual energy was a new type of power, but essentially it was also a form of energy. If they could find the balance point between spiritual energy and technology, they could create spiritual energy technology. It was similar to the transition from the steam age to the nuclear age. It seemed like technology was constantly developing, but in essence, it was a progress in energy utilization. Ultimately, Chen Xian not only solved the scientist's problem but also successfully created spiritual energy technology weapons. It should be noted that Chen Xian possessed memories from 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, although he had not entered the field of technology, many concepts related to technology had been proposed in various online literature. With his extraordinary comprehension, he compared and deduced them one by one, so his success was not an exaggeration. Due to time constraints, Chen Xian only designed 3 types of spiritual energy weapons: the spiritual energy laser cannon, the spiritual energy gun, and the spiritual energy mech. The energy for these weapons came from ores containing vast amounts of spiritual energy, known as spiritual stones. The principle of the spiritual energy laser cannon was quite simple. It used technological means to rapidly absorb the spiritual energy from the spiritual stones, gathering it together to unleash a powerful attack, and the same applied to the spiritual energy gun. The spiritual energy mech was more complex. Chen Xian spent most of the time in that hour and a half researching it. Spiritual energy technology had been created, but with the current concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star, it would take at least 3 more years to form a vein of spiritual stones. In Chen Xian's estimation, the only hope lay in the treasure vault of the human emperor's secret realm. With this thought, Chen Xian directly left the Enlightenment Hall and headed to the vault. This time, he easily reached the 3rd level, and to his delight, the 3rd level was filled with towering mountains made of spiritual stones. As far as the eye could see, the entire 3rd level was a sea of spiritual stone mountains. He did not rush to collect the spiritual stones but continued to ascend to the 4th level. In this layer, there are countless medicinal herbs and formation manuals piled up. Chen Xian knew nothing about medicinal herbs, so he did not look at them but instead went to the formation manuals to start studying the formations. These formation manuals were left behind by the formation masters of the ancient civilization who awakened to the formation profession. Some were their original creations, while others were their professional skills. Under Chen Xian's terrifying perception, although there were many formations, he understood them roughly. Chen Xian selected 2 types of formations: the spirit-gathering formation and the time-delay formation. One gathers spiritual energy, and the other can alter the flow of time. Only someone like Chen Xian, who has comprehended the laws of time, could set up a time-delay formation. Otherwise, even Yi Wentao, an awakened formation master, would not be able to arrange such a formation. After collecting the spirit stones, Chen Xian went outside the treasury, waved his hand, and a spatial rift suddenly appeared before him. He stepped forward, and his figure reappeared in the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences. He handed over the knowledge of the spiritual energy technology he had created to the academy, and under the excited and enthusiastic gazes of the scientists, he crossed space again to arrive at the headquarters of the Mythical Special Bureau. Chen Xian called for Lin Jianyi and inquired about the situation over the past few days. After learning that nothing significant had happened, Chen Xian set up the spirit-gathering formation and the time-delay formation on the training ground of the Mythical Special Forces, allowing many members of the Special Forces to enter and cultivate within. With Chen Xian's current mastery of the laws of time, the time-delay formation he set up had a ratio of about 1 to 10, meaning that for every day outside, 10 days would pass inside the formation. After returning to the Emperor's secret realm, Chen Xian replicated the process, allowing Xia Pingwu and others to cultivate in the spirit-gathering formation and the time-delay formation area. Then, he took Chen Lujun and Yi Xiuqing into the true Emperor's secret realm. He brought Chen Lujun to the divine weapon area in the treasury to help him comprehend the enchantments on those divine weapons, and then took Yi Xiuqing to the medicinal herb area on the 4th floor, allowing her to use the herbs there to refine pills. Although there were many pills in the treasury, it was impossible to supply them for the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom, so refining them oneself was definitely the trend for the future. As a mythical-level alchemist, Yi Xiuqing would undoubtedly become a leading figure in the alchemy industry of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, she was his mother, and as long as it did not involve national interests, Chen Xian taking care of his own was not a big deal. With such a vast supply of medicinal herbs for Yi Xiuqing to refine, her proficiency in alchemy would surely advance by leaps and bounds in a very short time. After arranging everything, Chen Xian took away a considerable amount of pills from the alchemy area and then entered the trial tower. He planned to use the trial tower and the pills to push his cultivation to the peak of the king realm before the arrival of the alien races. After Qin Xian completely entered seclusion, the Dragon Kingdom was also developing at an extremely fast pace. Although there were occasional attacks from alien beasts, their levels were not high and were quickly suppressed. During this time, the Dragon Kingdom had basically awakened the entire population, and with such a large base, many legendary and mythical professions appeared among the awakened civilians. When these people approached the mythical special bureau, they mostly agreed to join and become part of the bureau. However, although the Dragon Kingdom was developing rapidly, many problems also arose, such as too many monks and too little meat. Without alien beasts, it's tough. I just reached level 2. Little brother, being able to reach level 2 is already quite good. I haven't leveled up since I awakened. On Weibo, countless people were discussing, and the vast majority were complaining about the scarcity of alien beasts. After the awakening of the entire population, except for those who preferred stability, everyone else was eager to hunt alien beasts to level up, but the invading alien beasts simply could not support the hunting of the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! On October 1st, 2025, the day before the alien invasion, a loud explosion echoed across the globe, resonating in the sky. Boom! At 6 in the morning, a loud roar awakened everyone from their dreams. People around the world looked up in astonishment at the pitch-black crack stretching across the sky. At that moment, the dark fissure was writhing violently, like a long black snake struggling and rolling in the heavens. Chen Xian and others in the human emperor's secret realm were also startled awake by the roar. Chen Xian hurriedly rushed out of the true human emperor's secret realm, leaving a message for Xia Pingwu and the others before appearing in the outside world. You continue your cultivation, I will go take a look. Upon receiving Chen Xian's order, Xia Pingwu and the others immediately calmed down, ignoring the disturbances from the outside world, and continued to immerse themselves in their training. Meanwhile, Chen Xian crossed the void and appeared on the rooftop of the mythical Anomaly Bureau's headquarters, gazing at the changes in the passage above with a grave expression. Lin Jianye and others also appeared, looking up at the changes in the sky with heavy hearts. Director, do you know what this change is? In response to Lin Jianye's inquiry, Chen Xian shook his head. As someone who understood the laws of space, he could sense that the space-time passage was fluctuating violently, appearing to be a kind of splitting, but he had no idea what would happen next. Boom! While Chen Xian and the others were discussing, the anomalies in the sky did not cease. One after another, booming sounds erupted, and in addition, an invisible ripple centered around the space-time passage spread out across the globe. Under the stimulation of this ripple, Chen Xian noticed that the spiritual energy of the entire blue star began to become active, and from that space-time passage, an immense amount of spiritual energy was suddenly spewing forth. This energy was even more terrifying than that within the human emperor's secret realm, but once it dispersed across the entire blue star, it was greatly diluted, yet it still caused the spiritual energy concentration of the entire blue star to rise sharply. In the next moment, brilliant ghostly light burst forth from the space-time passage, almost enveloping half of the blue star, obscuring the sunlight from the heavens and dimming the sky of the entire blue star, as if the apocalypse were upon them. This scene left all of humanity trembling in fear, filled with anxiety. After a full hour, the enormous crack in the sky suddenly split open before everyone's eyes, transforming into countless streams of black light that shot out across the globe. These streams of black light moved with incredible speed, so fast that even Chen Xian could not block them. Moreover, when he attempted to intervene, a strong sense of crisis surged in his mind, as if blocking this light would lead to his immediate destruction. Ultimately, one stream of black light landed on the Inner Mongolia Plateau within the Dragon Kingdom, less than 100 miles from the Inner Mongolia defense zone. Chen Xian waved his hand, enveloping Lin Jianye and the others, and followed closely behind, landing not far away. This is. Upon seeing what the stream of black light had transformed into, Chen Xian and the others all narrowed their eyes. They saw a pitch-black crack, hundreds of miles long, standing upright nearby, with endless ghostly light blooming around it, making it appear mysterious and dreamlike. If one stared for too long, it felt as if the crack were a black hole, causing one's soul to tremble. After a moment, Chen Xian, coming back to his senses, looked grim and speculated, this should be the branch of the space-time passage that split earlier. Although it was just a guess, Chen Xian was over 90% sure that this was indeed a branch of the space-time passage. Hearing this, Lin Jianye and the others also changed their expressions. As high-ranking members of the mythical Anomaly Bureau, they understood how great a crisis such a change posed for the Dragon Kingdom. It should be noted that although the space-time passage hanging in the sky was enormous, the alien beasts invading the blue star from it appeared randomly. They could emerge within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom or in other countries, and with the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, they could even keep them at bay beyond the coastline, preventing them from causing destruction within the Dragon Kingdom's territory. But now, with the spatial passage appearing directly in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, it means that in the future, the invasion of alien beasts will also directly manifest in the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Even the alien beasts that emerge from this passage will need the Dragon Kingdom to fend them off. Although everyone online is complaining about the scarcity of alien beasts, who is truly willing to let them descend upon their homeland? Certainly, killing alien beasts can allow them to level up quickly, but it comes with life and death risks. Without alien beasts, progress may be slow, but it can still be improved bit by bit. What truly weighs on Chen Xian's mind is that tomorrow, the alien races will invade Blue Star, and what they will face then is a well-trained, powerful army. These organized alien armies pose a greater threat than the alien beasts themselves. Immediately summon the Construction Bureau to build a steel defense line, relying on the Inner Mongolia defense area to construct a 10,000-mile steel defense line. At the same time, relocate the people in the Inner Mongolia defense area to other defense areas as quickly as possible, and dispatch 5 million troops to garrison. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian did not hesitate and directly ordered Lin Jianye and the others. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom is no longer what it used to be, otherwise, just one day would not be enough. Since the arrival of the mythical era, the steel factories of the Dragon Kingdom have not stopped production. Even though the defense areas have been completed, production continues, and it is not ordinary steel but a new type of alloy developed by the Dragon Academy of Sciences. The newly produced alloy will be smelted into massive steel plates like walls. Once a defense area's city wall is breached or a new defense area needs to be constructed, these steel plates will be pieced together to form temporary walls, both to fend off invading alien beasts and to reinforce the walls. Because of this, Chen Xian dared to say that a 10,000-mile steel defense line could be built in one day. Before Lin Jianye and the others could speak, Chen Xian continued, "This is destined to be a protracted war. While preparing for battle, continue to recruit soldiers and ensure that there are enough troops available." Yes, Lin Jianye and the others' expressions stiffened, and they nodded in response. Seeing this, Chen Xian waved his hand and took Lin Jianye and the others back to the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. After returning to the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, Lin Jianye and the others did not dare to be negligent and immediately began to take action. The entire Mythical Anomaly Bureau seemed to come alive, with orders radiating outward from the imperial capital. Huge alloy steel plates were transported to the Inner Mongolia defense area, while government personnel in the Inner Mongolia defense area began to relocate the population. When they learned that the passage for the alien beast invasion was less than 100 miles from the Inner Mongolia defense area, no resident refused. Everyone actively cooperated with the government's arrangements. Inside the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, after arranging everything, Chen Xian held a meeting with several cabinet leaders. After gaining the support of all cabinet members, he went to the training ground to gather many members of the mythical special forces. Despite the heavy thoughts on his mind, Chen Xian still showed anticipation. He was eager to see how much these mythical special forces members could grow with the support of resources from the Emperor's secret realm. While waiting for the arrival of the mythical special forces members, Chen Xian opened his profession panel to check on the surge in his strength after his retreat. Boundary, peak power of the King Realm, 576 dragons, 1 dragon equals 100,000 base value. Physique, 692 Dragon's Spirit, 827 Dragon's Divine Abilities, Spirit Sky Sword Slash, Ice Seal 10,000 Miles, Sword Command Divine Thunder, Dark Prison Annihilation, Universal Illumination, Fire Calamity, Metal Slashing, Heavily Wood Guanine, Absolute Defense, Time Reversal Sword Formation, Wind Shadow Critical Hit, Wind, System, Soul Cutting, Soul System, Talent, Sword Heart Clarity, 43%, Chaotic Sword Domain, 47%, Emperor Dragon Overlord Body, 48%, Crimson Flame Furnace, 41%, Phoenix Path Nirvana, 39%, Divine Weapons, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Boots, King Level Supreme, Domain, 12 System Domain, Great Achievement, Special Talent, Chaotic Source Body, 3 Forms, Chaotic Demon Source Form, consumes a large amount of vitality, Power Amplification 3 to 5 times depending on the vitality consumed, Chaotic Divine Source Form, consumes a large amount of soul power, Power Amplification 5 to 8 times, Chaotic Berserker Form, consumes one's own life force, overall amplification over 10 times. This is Chen Xian's current profession panel, having reached the peak of the King Realm, causing his base values to soar by hundreds of dragon power. Just from the surface, his combat power is enough to rival true King Realm level experts. If combined with various talents and divine abilities, even ordinary true King Realm experts are no match for Chen Xian. Moreover, during this time, Chen Xian has also integrated his newly comprehended wind and soul system laws into his domain. forming an extremely terrifying 12-system domain. Even Chen Xian himself does not know the extent of his current strength. After all, there is no reference. With his current strength, all the awakened beings on Blue Star combined may not be his match. It is only at this moment that Chen Xian understands how great an opportunity it is to have early access to the internal test. If he had not awakened with internal test qualifications, even if he also awakened the hidden profession of chaotic swordmaster, his profession panel could not possibly be this magnificent. After all, even a mythical profession cannot allow the skills or talents of the awakened profession to reach top mythical quality. Tap tap. Not long after, a series of uniform footsteps echoed, as many members of the mythical special forces arrived at the training ground, forming a formation of 10,000, standing straight and tall, gazing at Chen Xian with reverence. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xian squinted his eyes, surveying the many members of the mythical special forces, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Although the time was short, under the resource cultivation of the human emperor's secret realm, these over 10,000 members of the mythical special forces have all reached above level 50 in their profession, while those legendary profession awakeners have even reached above level 70. The gap in talent is evident at this moment. The higher the quality of the awakened beings, the more complete their absorption of rare materials and treasures. For the same quality of rare materials, a rare profession awakener can absorb at most 70% of its power, while a legendary profession awakener can absorb 80 or even 90%. The alien race is about to attack you. As the sword of the Dragon Kingdom, it is time to unsheathe. As Chen Xian's voice fell, the many members of the mythical special forces all had a stern expression, their battle intent surging, roaring loudly, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The momentum was terrifying, battle intent soaring. All units immediately head to the Inner Mongolia defense zone. Seeing this, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction and directly issued the order. Upon hearing this, the many members of the mythical special forces lined up and walked out of the training ground, heading towards the airport. At the same time, Chen Xian tore through space, taking a step in, and when he reappeared, he was already at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Compared to the many members of the mythical special forces, he was more looking forward to the growth of Xia Pingwu and others. These 100 were the true trump card of the Dragon Kingdom besides him. After entering the small world where the secret realm is located, Chen Xian first entered the human emperor's secret realm, allowing his father, Chen Lujun, to head to the Inner Mongolia defense zone, using his enchanting ability to enchant the 10,000-mile steel defense line, enhancing its defensive power. Under Chen Xian's full cultivation, his father Chen Lujun and mother Yi Xiuqing had both reached level 90 in their professions, greatly enhancing their alchemy and enchanting abilities. After completing all this, Chen Xian finally went outside to gather Xia Pingwu and the others, checking their profession levels one by one. Fortunately, Xia Pingwu and the others did not disappoint his training. In just 2 weeks, their profession levels had all reached 95, and the 5 mythic profession awakeners had even reached 97, on the brink of level 100. Of course, Xia Pingwu and the others' achievements were also inseparable from the many special buildings and abundant resources in the human emperor's secret realm. Besides Xia Pingwu and the others, Lin Tong's level also reached 95, and her combat power was not to be underestimated even compared to Xia Pingwu and the others. Not bad. You have not let down the country's training. Chen Xian looked at Xia Pingwu and the others, expressing his admiration, and then, without waiting for their response, he became serious. You have half an hour to choose suitable weapons and armor from the treasury, and each of you will also receive a space ring. Yes. Xia Pingwu and the others responded in unison, their figures flashing as they headed towards the human emperor's secret realm. Is something wrong? Lin Tong came to Chen Xian's side, her expression grave. The space-time passage has undergone a mutation, splitting off branch passages that have appeared in our Inner Mongolia defense zone. Not only in our country, but basically all remaining countries in the world have also seen branch passages. Upon hearing this, Lin Tong's expression changed dramatically. As Chen Xian's secretary, she knew all too well what this news meant for the Dragon Kingdom, and even though she was aware of Chen Xian's unmatched strength, she couldn't help but feel worried. Half an hour later, after selecting their weapons, Xia Pingwu and the others gathered before Chen Xian. Without saying a word, Chen Xian waved his hand and directly led them out of the human emperor's secret realm, while also taking back the Zixiao Thunder Crystal. Boom! Without the Zixiao Thunder Crystal, the terrifying Zixiao Thunder once again spread across the entire Kunlun mountain peak. Even Xia Pingwu and the others found it difficult to withstand the area of the Zixiao Divine Thunder, aside from Chen Xian. After doing all this, Chen Xian took Xia Pingwu and the others directly to the Inner Mongolia defense zone. Meanwhile, the conscription notice issued by the Mythical Anomaly Bureau sparked heated discussions online. What happened? They are conscripting again? It's probably related to the mutation of the space-time passage in the sky. Are there any comrades joining the army? Let's go together. Together! I am already a level 30 powerhouse. What is there to fear from a mere alien beast? Hiss! A level 30 powerhouse is terrifying. Although everyone had some worries in their hearts, their words were filled with joy, and the intention to enlist was extremely strong. This time, to resist the invasion of alien races, the Dragon Kingdom would withdraw all stationed troops from major defense zones. In addition to the 5 million troops mentioned by Qin Xian, another 3 million troops were also drawn as reserves. Across the entire Dragon Kingdom's interior, 2 million troops and the inspection bureaus of various defense zones remained to guard. On the northern city wall of the Inner Mongolia defense zone, many workers were welding alloy steel plates with great enthusiasm, and one steel city wall after another was taking shape. In just a few hours, over 1,000 miles of steel city walls had appeared on the northern side of the Inner Mongolia defense zone. Not far away, Chen Lujun stood in midair, continuously activating enchanting skills to imprint intricate patterns on the alloy steel plates. At the same time, scientists from the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences, along with many assistants, were constructing the developed spiritual energy laser cannons and distributing spiritual energy guns to the station troops. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, spiritual energy mechas could not be mass-produced, with only about 100 produced. In addition, only a few hundred spiritual energy laser cannons were manufactured, which would mostly be set up on the steel defense line. The members of the Mythic Special Forces who had already arrived were not on the city walls but were helping the residents of the Inner Mongolia defense zone relocate alongside those soldiers. Additionally, Xiao Pingwu and the others, who had come with Chen Xian, also went to help. Chen Xian brought Yi Wentao and Lin Tong to the steel defense line. Let's get started. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Yi Wentao nodded, took out a large amount of materials, and began to set up the formation on the steel defense line. He had Lin Tong follow him to arrange the formation, while Chen Xian's figure flickered and he arrived at the temporary command room in the Inner Mongolia defense area. At this moment, the command room was already filled with many staff members, and orders were being issued from the computer screens. 3 middle-aged men, each bearing 5 military stars, stood straight. These 3 were the 5-star generals of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Pengyang, Lu Hushuan, and Lin Zhongchen. They had all experienced that dark era and were over 80 years old, but after awakening their professions, their physical qualities had improved significantly. Coupled with some treasures from the Emperor's secret realm, they had all regained their youth. Perhaps due to their advanced age, their awakened profession levels were not high, only high-level professions. Of course, given their status, they did not need to go to the front lines personally, they only needed to command from the central hub. Director Chen is here. Seeing Chen Xian's figure, Wang Pengyang greeted him with a smile, and Lin Zhongchen beside him also nodded kindly at Chen Xian. Elder Wang, Elder Lu, Elder Lin. Chen Xian did not dare to be negligent and bowed to the 3 old generals. After some pleasantries, the group entered the conference room and sat around together. Director Chen, in your opinion, how strong is this invasion by the alien races? Wang Pengyang asked, looking at Chen Xian with a serious expression. He had fought all his life, and the last thing he wanted was to fight an enemy he knew nothing about. That feeling of being blind was very uncomfortable. It was too passive, making it impossible to formulate an effective resistance plan. Hearing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. You overestimate me. I know nothing about the alien races either. Before Wang Pengyang and the others could respond, Chen Xian continued, fortunately, thanks to the training from the Emperor's secret realm, members of the advanced programs like Xiao Pingwu have all been raised to level 95 or above, and members of the mythical special forces are all above level 60. As long as there are no large numbers of true kings appearing, we should be able to hold on. Wang Pengyang and the others exchanged glances and chuckled lightly. We have to thank Director Chen. Everything is for the Dragon Kingdom. These distinguished figures made Chen Xian not dare to boast in front of them, so he quickly shifted the topic. Let's discuss the battle plan. With that, Chen Xian didn't wait for Wang Pengyang and the others to respond and began to analyze. Although the time-space passage has appeared within our borders, there are also benefits. As long as we can hold this defense line, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom within that line can still live and work in peace. Since we know nothing about the alien invasion, let's give them a simple and brutal response. First, bombard them with a large number of firearms. Even if we can't cause too much damage, we can wear down their strength. When the time is right, we can let the mythical special forces charge in. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid a direct confrontation between our army and the alien races. Hearing this, Wang Pengyang nodded in agreement. What Director Chen said is right. Although they have all awakened, their levels are still relatively low. If we engage in a direct confrontation, it could easily lead to massive casualties. Lin Zhongchen also spoke up. Let's go with Director Chen's plan. This time, it was basically a contest of hard power laid out on the table, so any military strategies would not have much effect on such a battlefield. If the alien races deployed 100 true kings, let alone them, even if Han Xin and Zhuge Liang were resurrected, it would be futile. I will try my best to hold back the alien races above the king level. If possible, I hope to use the battle to train our soldiers. Only by becoming stronger can we resist the alien races and even counterattack the mythical era world, Chen Xian said, his eyes shining with determination. I hope we can all see that day. The news of the spacetime portal appearing in the Inner Mongolia defense zone was not concealed by the Dragon Kingdom, but rather presented openly, even allowing reporters from the central news station to broadcast the preparations at the front in real time. Hello, audience friends, I am the host Bing Bing. Let's connect with our frontline reporter to see the situation there. Hello, host. Hello, audience friends. I am currently located in the Inner Mongolia defense zone. We can see that the residents of the Inner Mongolia defense zone are actively cooperating with the government's work, relocating to nearby defense zones. After several hours, most of the residents have completed their relocation, and it is expected that in another 3 hours, all residents of the Inner Mongolia defense zone will have moved. Let's take another look. More than 80% of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom gathered in the live broadcast room to watch the situation at the front, witnessing the steel torrent formed by tanks and missile vehicles, all feeling a surge of blood and passion. This is our Dragon Kingdom, a strong nation with a powerful military. Any enemy within cannon range will be destroyed. Victory for the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the entire nation was united, the momentum soaring. This live broadcast continued until 3 in the morning, and the last scene the domestic audience saw was an extremely spectacular 10,000-mile steel city wall, with the Inner Mongolia defense zone as the midpoint, radiating 5,000 miles in both directions. The sight stirred everyone's blood, making them eager to join the battlefield and shed their blood. Soldiers, standing tall in armor, were positioned on the steel city wall, and the vast military might brought great shock to the domestic populace. What amazed them even more were the oddly shaped spiritual energy laser cannons set up on the city wall, with many military enthusiasts discussing them fervently online. Not only the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were talking about it, Twitter was also buzzing with people from various countries, with comments increasing geometrically. However, countries around the world had no time to control public opinion. They were all nervously preparing for the impending invasion of the alien army. On October 2, 2025, at 9 in the morning, the entire Inner Mongolia steel city wall was filled with soldiers, all weapons loaded, and the tanks and missile vehicles within the wall had also turned their barrels towards the direction of the spacetime portal. At this moment, the entire steel defense line was permeated with a chilling atmosphere, and the world seemed to thicken. 5 million soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were spread across the 10,000-mile steel city wall, averaging 500 per mile, each armed with a spiritual energy gun or light machine gun, with a spiritual energy laser cannon every 50 miles, and new heavy machine guns CS/LM-15 set up every 10 meters along the wall. Additionally, rockets, grenades, and countless other weapons were present. If they were to face a modern nation, such a formation would be enough to make any country tremble. Besides these modern weapons, a powerful formation was laid out by Yuantao within a range of about 50 miles in front of the 10,000-mile steel city wall. Once stepped into it, the formation would be triggered, and the main battle soldiers were mostly wearing equipment taken from the human emperor's secret realm, with members of the mythical special forces and cutting-edge program members also stationed along the 10,000-mile steel city wall. It can be said that the Dragon Kingdom had already put forth all its strength to deal with this alien invasion. The entire steel defense line was silent and heavy, everyone on high alert, the tense atmosphere seemingly infecting the world, causing the sun in the sky to quietly hide away. Chen Xian, dressed in the Chaos Emperor Dragon armor and holding the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword, stood on the city tower directly facing the spacetime portal, flanked by Lin Tong and 3 other 5-star generals. At this moment, Lin Tong was wearing platinum-colored battle armor, the tight-fitting armor accentuating her exquisite figure, transforming her from a captivating beauty into a valiant warrior. Send the order down. Once the aliens appear, first see whether they are good or evil. If good, do not rush to act. If evil, act immediately. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, gazing at the spacetime portal, and instructed in a deep voice. No one would be foolish enough to wait for the other party to fully appear on Blue Star before taking action. Once it was determined that the other party was not friendly, they would directly bombard them, preferably trapping them in the spacetime passage. Understood, Wang Pangyong replied and called for a messenger to relay the orders. On October 2, 2025, at noon, the earth trembled, dark clouds pressed down on the city, and alien races descended. Roar! Deafening roars suddenly echoed from the space-time passage, as several alien beasts over 100 meters in size, resembling crocodiles, squeezed out from the passage, followed by more and more alien beasts surging out like a tidal wave. Even more alarming was that these crocodile-like alien beasts had figures about 2 zheng tall sitting on them, with dark purple skin, scales, and spikes. Apart from these, their overall shape was similar to that of humans. Even standing on the steel city walls, Chen Xian could sense that after the aliens appeared on Blue Star, their eyes were filled with greed as they all looked towards the Inner Mongolia defense zone, speaking in an incomprehensible bird-like language. Although he couldn't understand it, with Chen Xian's extraordinary mental strength, he could grasp their meaning. A fresh world, fresh blood food, heaven bless our race. Chen Xian's expression immediately turned cold. Did they really think of his human race as food? Did they truly believe that the cannons of Longwa were not powerful enough? Let's feel the impact of modern weaponry. With a cold laugh, Chen Xian gazed at the area where hundreds of alien beasts and hundreds of aliens had already surged out in a short time, slowly raised his palm, and then slammed it down. Fire! The sound was like a bell, shaking the heavens and the earth. Bang! The tanks that had long been prepared instantly fired. Shells mixed with flames streaked over the city walls, like shooting stars across the sky, falling towards the space-time passage. Looking around, the entire sky was densely packed with flashing shells, an extremely spectacular scene. In addition, at the strategic base in Inner Mongolia, behind the steel city walls, one cannon after another opened up, and the new short-range ballistic missile DFA-1 officially debuted, launching a total of 200 rounds. Those beams mixed with flames seemed to declare the indomitable spirit of the entire Longwa people and their determination to protect their homeland to those alien races. Boom! One shell after another fell into the area where the aliens were located. The deafening explosions echoed in all directions, smoke mixed with sound waves swept through, and under the brilliant fireworks, an astonishing killing intent was concealed. The entire earth trembled, even extending to the steel city walls, where those standing on the walls felt the constant shaking, as if experiencing an earthquake. That area buried under artillery fire, even from 70 or 80 miles away, made the soldiers on the walls feel alarmed. They had no doubt that even with their awakened abilities, being in that violent area would surely result in being torn apart by the artillery. After all, their overall average profession level was below level 10. This range of professionals, while much stronger than ordinary people, could not withstand tank shells. The artillery fire lasted a full half hour, the shockwaves extending over 1,000 kilometers, and the first wave of tanks even had their barrels smoking, clearly in a state of being scrapped. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked intently. They saw that the area within 20 miles of the space-time passage had almost been blasted apart, forming a huge pit, the crimson blood staining the entire ground, as if turning that pit into a blood lake. However, what was shocking was that despite such high-intensity bombardment, the number of alien beasts and alien races killed was extremely limited. Only a few dozen alien beasts and alien powerhouses had been slain. On the city walls, this severely imbalanced battle situation did not surprise Chen Xian. He knew better than anyone how powerful high-level alien beasts or races could be. What truly weighed on him was that in this short half hour, that group of aliens and the alien beasts driven by them had surged out in the tens of thousands, even under the bombardment. Overall, the count has approached 20,000 enemies. A rough estimate shows that the level of the alien beasts is above 30, while the average level of the alien warriors is above 40. But there have yet to be any alien beasts or warriors above level 70. In an instant, Chen Xian made a decision and shouted loudly, "Myth Special Forces, all units, attack. Injure but do not kill. Resolve the battle within half an hour." From the very beginning, Chen Xian did not expect to rely solely on artillery fire to hold back this powerful group of aliens. The reason for using artillery bombardment had several purposes. First, killing a few is better than losing lives. It's better to wear them down with shells than to pile up casualties. Second, it was to delay the appearance of the alien army in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Under the bombardment, in half an hour, the number of aliens and alien beasts that emerged was less than 20,000, and their overall strength was below level 70. This range, given the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, could be completely managed. To fight to sustain the fight, to use the power of the aliens to strengthen the Dragon Kingdom's strength, was the true purpose of this war. Because of this, after estimating the strength of the alien army, Chen Xian unhesitatingly ordered the Myth Special Forces to engage. Myth Special Forces, Xiaopingwu, receive orders. Myth. Roars echoed from the thousands of miles of city walls, and then figures leaped from the walls, as swift as thunder, powerful as mountains, charging fiercely towards the alien army. Boom! The members of the Myth Special Forces, who had long been impatient, unleashed their attack with overwhelming momentum, their powerful assaults falling like a torrential storm, the sound of explosions ringing incessantly. Ants, seeking death. This roar mixed with the alien language was understood not only by Chen Xian but also by Xia Pingwu and others. Standing in midair, Xia Pingwu looked at the furious alien commander of 10,000, a smirk on his lips, and in an instant appeared beside the commander, ignoring the surrounding guards rushing in, and struck down with a powerful punch. A mere level 70 alien commander didn't even qualify to make him use his professional skills. With one punch, he knocked him out. He grabbed the unconscious alien commander and hurled him backward, then charged back into the alien army. Such a scene unfolded across the battlefield, in the hands of the Myth Special Forces, who generally reached above level 60. This group of nearly 20,000 alien troops had no power to resist at all. Whether it was alien warriors or beasts, they were all knocked out and thrown in front of the steel city walls, one by one, like dumplings falling, smashing the ground into flying debris and dust. In just 10 minutes, a mountain of corpses piled up in front of the steel city walls. Under Qin Xian's orders, the soldiers on the walls rushed down to finish them off. Even with limited damage, many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were enthusiastic, chopping and slashing without a hint of fatigue. Under the siege of millions of Dragon Kingdom soldiers, these unconscious aliens and beasts met a tragic end, more miserable than the punishment of 1,000 cuts. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers participating in the slaughter, stimulated by the overwhelming bloodlust, generally increased their professional levels by 3 to 5 levels, while those lucky enough to secure kills even rose by 7 to 10 levels. This was Qin Xian's strategy of fighting to sustain the fight. What could compare to the blood of high-level alien beasts in enhancing professional levels? After slaying numerous unconscious aliens and beasts, the millions of Dragon Kingdom soldiers still felt unsatisfied. There were simply not enough to share among them. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were disciplined, and after quickly cleaning the battlefield, they returned to the walls to stand guard, waiting for Qin Xian's next order. In just over 10 minutes, many members of the Myth Special Forces had already knocked out the nearly 20,000 alien troops that had first appeared. At this moment, they lined up in front of the space-time portal, and whenever an alien rode out on a beast, what awaited them was an onslaught like a torrential storm. No one could stop them. Even the level 70 alien captain was knocked out in the first instance, becoming material for the Dragon Kingdom soldiers to level up. Standing next to Qin Xian, Wang Pengyang seemed to have thought of something, his eyes flashing with brilliance. He beckoned a soldier over and whispered a few words in his ear. Once the soldier received the order and left, a mysterious smile appeared on Wang Pengyang's face. Not long after, the soldiers on the city wall were surprised to see several drones take off from the rear, circling the entire battlefield for aerial photography. "General Wang, what are you doing?" Even Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback by this scene and couldn't help but ask. "The people back home are still on edge. I plan to capture the war footage and send it back to boost the people's confidence in the country, and let them see that behind their peaceful lives, there are a group of soldiers who are guarding them at the cost of their lives." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian gently nodded, a look of approval on his face. This action not only enhances the domestic people's confidence in the country but also increases national cohesion, truly a benefit without harm. This battle lasted a full 3 hours. Aside from the initial missile and tank shell bombardment, the rest was basically the mythical special forces slaughtering the enemies. It wasn't that the alien invasion stopped, but rather that the aliens must have realized their strength, so they paused the invasion to plan for a second assault. Therefore, Chen Xian and the others did not relax. Instead, they became even more serious. The second wave of invasion would definitely be fiercer than the first, and they had to use this downtime to prepare for battle. In the central section of the Steel City Wall, there was a watchtower, specially built as the frontline command center. At this moment, Chen Xian and the 3 5-star generals, including Wang Pengyang, were sitting in the command room, listening to the statistician report the results of the battle. According to statistics, in this battle, a total of 107,800 aliens and 107,800 alien beasts were annihilated, including 38 level 70 alien powerhouses and alien beasts. Our soldiers suffered no casualties. This battle was a great victory. Even knowing that there would be a next wave of fiercer attacks, Wang Pengyang and the others couldn't help but feel joy. Annihilating over 200,000 enemy troops without any casualties was an astonishing achievement. In the entire history of warfare on Blue Star, this was truly unprecedented. Of course, this brilliant result was not only due to the mythical special forces being generally stronger than the invading aliens but also because these over 200,000 enemy troops invaded in batches. If they had pushed in with over 200,000 from the start, such results would have been impossible. How did the soldiers improve? Chen Xian gently nodded, looking at the statistician and asking. Among the members of the mythical special forces, 3,865 below level 70 were promoted by 1 level. Although the others did not level up, their strength has also increased. Out of 5 million soldiers, over 200,000 improved by more than 7 levels, and the rest have at least improved by 3 levels. Hearing Chen Xian's inquiry, the statistician did not dare to be negligent and quickly opened the materials in his hands to report to Chen Xian. Good, very good. If this can continue, how can our dragon kingdom not grow strong? Before Chen Xian could speak, Lin Zhongchen beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud, but soon his laughter stopped because he knew very well that this was impossible. This time, they achieved such results entirely because the aliens were unaware of their situation and did not deploy their top powerhouses. Now that the aliens had some understanding of their situation, it would be nearly impossible to achieve such results again. The reason the soldiers could improve so much was that they were mostly newly awakened, with the highest level not exceeding 10, while the enemies they surrounded and killed were all level 30 or above aliens or alien beasts. Such a huge gap naturally allowed them to rise rapidly. Once their levels increased, achieving such rapid progress would no longer be possible. Thank you for your hard work, you may go now. Yes. Once the statistician left, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a serious tone, "The results of this battle are significant, but it is not the time to celebrate. We must continue to prepare for war with all our strength. We need to replenish the ammunition as soon as possible, and also, send orders to logistics to cook all the beast meat so that the soldiers can have a good meal." Understood. Compared to the glorious achievements of the Dragon Kingdom, other countries faced arduous battles with countless casualties. In the Star-Spangled Nation's Los Angeles, a city known as the City of Angels and one of the global centers of industry, commerce, and culture, it had already turned into a battlefield ruin, with countless skyscrapers collapsing, the sound of artillery roaring endlessly, and the cries of the wounded mixed with the sinister laughter of the alien races echoing. Unfortunately, the time-space portal located within the Star-Spangled Nation was in Orange County, Los Angeles. Despite the Star-Spangled Nation organizing 3 million troops in time and constructing a steel defense line with countless tanks and missile vehicles, without high-level awakened professionals, the Star-Spangled Nation could not block the portal like the Dragon Kingdom and suppress the alien races. Those beasts, towering hundreds of meters high, charged at the Star-Spangled Nation's steel defense line under the control of the alien races, and in less than half an hour, the defense line collapsed under the assault of over 10,000 beasts. The casualties exceeded 100,000, and this was under the condition that the residents of Los Angeles had already evacuated, otherwise, the number would have been even greater. Report. This is Williams Hurt, requesting the deployment of a high-yield nuclear bomb. The commander, who had narrowly escaped, looked at the mere tens of thousands of remaining troops beside him and reluctantly issued this order. He knew that after this battle, he would surely be brought to a military court and even be cursed by countless citizens of the Star-Spangled Nation, becoming a sinner of the Star-Spangled Nation, but he had no choice. If he allowed this group of beasts to escape, the losses for the entire Star-Spangled Nation would be even greater. As the Dragon Kingdom says, if you hesitate to cut, you will suffer the consequences. Even if he became a sinner of the Star-Spangled Nation, he had to make this group of beasts pay the price. Hurt. The high-ranking officials who received General Williams' order cursed and hung up the communication, notifying the White House. Everyone, the alien races are fierce. I have ordered the deployment of a high-yield nuclear bomb. You should take this time to escape quickly. General William looked at the terrified soldiers beside him and shouted loudly, "Oh my God, run!" In the blink of an eye, this group of defeated soldiers scattered in a frenzy, with only a few dozen loyal to General William remaining. You should go too. General, what about you? With this order, I will surely become a sinner of the Star-Spangled Nation. Rather than return to face humiliation, I would rather die heroically. After saying this, General William headed towards the direction of the rampaging beasts, his back desolate and heroic. The dozens of loyal soldiers exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately turned to flee. The situation in the Star-Spangled Nation was already considered good. Some countries were even worse, like the Cherry Blossom Nation. Even though the Cherry Blossom Nation organized an army to resist the invasion of the alien races, their strength was even inferior to that of the Star-Spangled Nation, so how could they withstand the invasion? Even more terrifying was that several beasts, during their rampage, accidentally exploded Mount Fuji, causing endless lava to erupt. Natural disasters combined with the calamity of the alien races led to countless losses for the entire Cherry Blossom Nation, resembling a hell on Earth, nearly leading to its destruction. In just 2 hours, the so-called Thousand Islands Cherry Blossom Nation became a paradise for the alien races and beasts, with only less than 1/10 of its population, fortunate enough to escape this disaster, struggling to survive in air raid shelters or under the ruins. However, this first wave of alien invasion caused varying degrees of losses for all countries around the world, except for the Dragon Kingdom, with more than 50 countries perishing in this first wave of invasion. their territories becoming a paradise for the alien races. The world is filled with sorrow, the roars of strange beasts and the laughter of foreign races sketching a symphony of doom, with bloodshed, tragedy, and hatred permeating every nation. Some scenes were filmed and uploaded to Twitter, silencing countless people and causing despair and tears among netizens still active online. In the Dragon Country, some people bypassed the firewall and saw these videos, their faces turning pale with fear as they hurriedly relayed the news back home, instantly causing an uproar. Ugh, damn, I can't eat anything today. Hiss, it's really terrifying. Let's mourn for these countries. It's like hell, I can't even imagine. God, even the star-spangled country has suffered such heavy losses. What about our country? Yeah, how's the situation in our country? Why is there still no news? We have the right to know, whether good or bad. We earnestly request the country to inform us truthfully. If it comes to it, we can all fight together. From initially discussing the plight of those countries, everyone began to at the official Weibo account of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, with comments pleading for the Bureau to report on the war situation. Although people had confidence in the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, they were still anxious. Now seeing the dire situations of other countries, how could they remain calm? They would rather be told of a defeat than live in this vague state of anxiety. The heated discussion escalated, and within just 10 minutes, the comments under the Mythical Anomaly Bureau's official Weibo account had reached tens of millions, instantly making it the top trending topic on Weibo. Half an hour later, the Mythical Anomaly Bureau released a 30-minute video. The video showcased the battles of the mythical special forces against foreign races and even strange beasts, along with a statement. After 3 hours of arduous fighting, the mythical special forces under the Mythical Anomaly Bureau achieved a glorious feat with no casualties, annihilating over 200,000 enemy troops, marking the most brilliant victory in the history of warfare for the Dragon Country and even the world. In this war, our army launched a total of 600 new short-range ballistic missiles DFA-1 and over 7,000 tank shells. In this battle, we won. Please remember the achievements of the frontline soldiers, let us celebrate for them, and for the Dragon Country. Silence. Stillness. Under this post, it seemed to be stuck, with no replies for a full 10 minutes. What the hell? This is called arduous fighting? Cough. Isn't it arduous? One against over 200,000, each person swinging over 20 knives. It's exhausting, okay? That is indeed tiring. When I slaughter pigs, I only stab once, but my hand still goes numb. Salute to the frontline soldiers. You've worked hard. Salute. 10 minutes later, countless replies suddenly flooded under this post, each one more fervent than the last, and the one with the most likes was the one saluting the frontline soldiers. At this moment, the anxiety of the entire nation vanished, replaced by endless pride and honor. Looking at other countries and then at the Dragon Country, there is no harm in comparison. Everyone felt proud to be born in Huaxia, otherwise, they would probably be wailing and crying like the citizens of those countries. Long live the Dragon Country! The Dragon Country is invincible. Declarations appeared online, and not only were netizens celebrating, but major media platforms also shared the updates released by the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, doing their utmost to promote this victory. In this time of national crisis, this great victory is undoubtedly worth remembering for countless people. On the Steel City Wall defense line, Chen Xian also received news from various countries, but he paid no attention. Although everyone is of the human race, the Dragon Country is currently overwhelmed with its own issues. How could it have the energy to help other countries? Moreover, the Dragon Country already had gaps with those Western nations. How many citizens were slaughtered in that dark war back then? They were already repaying grievances with virtue by not kicking them when they were down. If there were no threat from the mythical era, and he had the strength he possesses now, Chen Xian would undoubtedly be unable to resist giving those countries a blow. National grievances and family hatreds cannot simply be erased by the passage of time. But for now, the focus must still be on the mythical era. It remains uncertain whether those countries can survive the invasion of foreign races. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted, and the space-time passage 100 miles away trembled incessantly. From a distance, endless spiritual energy surged forth, as if countless shadows were roaring within. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom on the steel defense line instantly reacted, orderly climbing onto the city walls, standing tall and straight, ready for battle, with various firearms also on standby, poised to unleash a tremendous bombardment at any moment. Chen Xian and the others stepped out from the city tower, gazing at the trembling space-time passage, their expressions somewhat grave. Under Chen Xian's vast perception, although the other side had yet to emerge from the space-time passage, he had already sensed several auras of the King Realm. Astonishingly, in just the second wave, they had dispatched multiple King Realm beings. Boom! About 10 minutes later, 5 figures towering 3 meters high emerged from the space-time passage, their violent aura sweeping across the land, causing the entire world to stir with wind and clouds. Even from 100 miles away, this terrifying presence made the soldiers on the city walls feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. No matter how resilient their will, their legs trembled, and fear shone in their eyes. These five were indeed the powerful beings of the foreign races. Unlike ordinary foreign races, the life force emanating from them was incredibly rich, and moreover, laws surrounded their bodies, as if true gods were soaring in the air, their power boundless. After their appearance, one after another, foreign powerful beings rode on exotic beasts, pouring out from the space-time passage. In a short time, over 100 had already appeared, and the number continued to rise. This barren world can still give birth to so many high-level blood foods? It has been a long time since I tasted the blood of the human race. Finally, I can feast again. From now on, this planet will be the backyard of my Xian Yuan Ming clan. Ha ha. The leader of the King Realm foreign race licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with extreme greed. Boom! In the next moment, the 5 King Realm foreign beings soared into the air, their momentum sweeping like a raging tide, pressing toward the steel defense line. Although there were only 5 of them, they gave the many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom a terrifying sense of being besieged by millions of troops. Break! Just as the 5 King Realm foreign beings thought they would dominate this planet, a roar that sounded like a magnificent heavenly sound suddenly exploded in the world. This voice seemed to strike at their souls, leaving them dazed. When the leader of the King Realm foreign race regained his senses, he found a handsome and tall young human standing just a meter away, his indifferent yet extremely bright eyes resembling an endless abyss, making one feel cold and trembling at a glance. In an instant, a great terror surged in his heart. The foreign leader immediately wanted to unleash his power, but before he could act, his entire consciousness plunged into darkness. Even as he fainted, he had no idea how this human youth could be so strong. Boom! To outsiders, it seemed that Qin Xian merely took a step forward and appeared in front of the foreign leader. Without any visible movement, the foreign leader fell straight from the void, smashing the ground and creating a massive pit. Not only him, but even the other 4 King Realm foreign beings fell to the ground like dumplings, each creating large pits. Chen Xian stood with his hands behind his back, a satisfied smile on his face. The power of the 10 major domains was indeed unmatched. Just now, he had only begun to use the power of the domain and had not truly unleashed it. The foreign leader at the mid-king realm and the other 4 at the early king realm could not withstand it and were knocked unconscious on the spot by the domain's power. It was only at this moment that Qin Xian truly realized his own strength. Even when facing true king realm powerhouses, he was not to be underestimated. From the moment Qin Xian made his move to the time when the 5 foreign kings fell into a coma, only a brief moment had passed, yet the shockwave created was beyond imagination. Hiss! Even the people of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but gasp in awe, looking at Qin Xian as if he were a deity. Especially the members of the mythical special forces, each with red eyes filled with fervor. Their admiration and reverence for Qin Xian had reached an unparalleled level. Those were 5 kings. How could Qin Xian knock them out so easily? What incredible strength was this? How fortunate was the Dragon Kingdom to have Qin Xian? Not only the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but the foreign powerhouses were also filled with dread and terror. At this moment, although Qin Xian did not emit any aura, he stood like a true god, harboring immeasurable divine power, causing their very souls to tremble. Damn it! How can such a powerful being appear in this barren world? A foreign powerhouse roared in fear. Without hesitation, he shouted in panic to retreat. However, those who had already appeared in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom could see Qin Xian's divine might, while the foreign army still emerging from the time-space passage could not see it, continuing to pour out endlessly, blocking the entire time-space passage, leaving them with no chance to escape. Moreover, Qin Xian would not allow them to escape. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Qin Xian unleashed boundless spiritual energy, instantly knocking out hundreds of foreign powerhouses and their beasts. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he threw this group of foreign powerhouses beneath the steel city wall, while he himself lifted the 5 foreign kings and returned to the top of the wall. Mythical special forces, where are you? Xia Pingwu is here. Yi Wentao is here. One by one, the members of the mythical special forces shouted with excitement, their faces filled with fervor, and an astonishing fighting spirit surged from their tall figures. All members, attack, encircle and annihilate, leave none alive. Yes! The terrifying momentum erupted along the steel defense line, as one after another, members of the mythical special forces soared into the air, surrounding the entire time-space passage. Once any foreign beings or beasts descended, they would face a terrifying onslaught like crashing waves. Qin Xian sat at the defense line of the city wall, quietly watching the members of the mythical special forces engage in battle. He always understood that one person's strength could not compare to the strength of a nation, so even though he could easily destroy these invading foreigners and beasts, he did not intervene, instead leaving it to Xiaopingwu and others to hone their skills. Meanwhile, Qin Xian kept an eye on the battle of Xiaopingwu and others, preventing them from being ambushed by suddenly appearing foreign kings, while also reaching out to awaken the leader of the foreign kings, intending to gather information about the mythical era from him. The heart-eating underworld king, a member of the Xianyuan underworld clan, was named for his penchant for devouring hearts. He was very pleased today because he had spent a great deal to finally obtain a quota, allowing him to lead the Xianyuan underworld soldiers to invade a new world, which was an immense opportunity for him. He did not know how many kings of the Xianyuan underworld clan were envious of him, including some top talents. If it weren't for his grandfather being a high-ranking member of the Xianyuan underworld clan, he would never have had such an opportunity. He arrived in high spirits, but never expected that the natives of this new world would be so strong. In just one encounter, he found himself utterly powerless, not even knowing how the opponent had struck. He thought he was dead, but when he regained consciousness, he saw that unmatched, terrifying native powerhouse standing quietly there, looking at him with an indifferent gaze, which to the heart-eating underworld king felt like the gaze of death. His body trembled uncontrollably. Despite the opponent not emitting any aura, he couldn't help but feel terrified. "Please, don't kill me," the heart-eating underworld king couldn't help but plead. It could be said that bullying the weak was the true portrayal of the heart-eating underworld king. Facing an incomprehensibly terrifying powerhouse like Chen Xian, he had no thought of resistance, only wanting to beg for mercy to save his life. "Speak of everything in your world." Chen Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down indifferently at the heart-eating king, his seemingly calm gaze concealing a ruthless killing intent. "All right, I will speak, I will speak," the heart-eating king trembled all over, hastily replied, fearing that if he delayed even a moment, Chen Xian would turn him into blood and mud. Although the two sides could not communicate verbally, having reached the king realm, they could perceive the meaning of each other's words through their mental fluctuations, thus there was no barrier in their communication. Under Chen Xian's coercion, the heart-eating king dared not conceal anything and recounted everything he knew. As he spoke, Chen Xian's expression grew increasingly grave, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. It was only because he had blocked their conversation that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did not hear this news. Otherwise, they would surely be shaken to their core. The mythical era is an infinitely vast world, and no one knows exactly how large it is. Even legendary powerhouses like the Starry Sky Emperor find it difficult to glimpse the world's edges. Within the entire mythical era, countless races stand tall, and the number of strong individuals is incalculable. Even the strongest races standing at the pinnacle do not know how many powerful beings exist within this world. The position of the Xianyuan underworld clan is merely a remote area of the mythical era, yet even so, the Xianyuan underworld clan has produced 5 true king-level ancestors, and even one legendary Saint ancestor, who is the strongest but is not in the clan, instead traveling to seek breakthroughs. What is even more terrifying is that the strength of the Xianyuan underworld clan, in that remote area, which is merely a wasteland of the mythical era, is not even considered a top-tier race, only at an upper-middle level, with even stronger races above them. If there are many legendary saint-level powerhouses in such a remote area, how terrifying must the more glorious places, even the center of the mythical era, be? Even with Chen Xian's current realm, he could not imagine it. According to the historical records of the Xianyuan underworld clan, the entire mythical era world has devoured no less than hundreds of worlds, and many strong races have grown powerful by relying on the legacies of these worlds. The strongest ancestor of the Xianyuan underworld clan once speculated that the mythical era world could continuously devour worlds to elevate its own origin, which is why it has such vast and boundless territories. Those hundreds of worlds are merely what the Xianyuan underworld clan is aware of. No one knows the true number of worlds that the entire mythical era has devoured. This time, the space-time passage connecting Blue Star and the mythical era split into countless branches, with its appearance occurring in the wasteland, and behind each space-time passage is an alien race in the wasteland. The space-time passage of the Dragon Kingdom appeared in the territory of the Xianyuan underworld clan. Because of this, after discovering this space-time passage, the higher-ups of the Xianyuan underworld clan immediately sealed the news and regarded this space-time passage as an opportunity for the clan's expansion, hoping that the Xianyuan underworld clan could, like those strong races, utilize the legacies of the new world to flourish. They did not know that Blue Star had other space-time passages, nor did they know that those space-time passages were also connected to an alien race in the wasteland. After listening to the heart-eating king's account, Chen Xian was unable to regain his composure for a long time, beads of cold sweat even forming on his forehead, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Fortunately, this space-time passage only appeared in a remote wasteland. Had it appeared in the center of the mythical era, the Dragon Kingdom would have had no chance to resist or develop and would likely have been destroyed in an instant by the powerful beings of those central races. A world is an unimaginable treasure for any race, and no one can withstand such temptation. For the myriad races within the mythical era, Blue Star is like a vast secret realm. On the surface, it appears barren, but when this secret realm is controlled by a race, the effects it can unleash are absolutely beyond imagination. In other words, the conflict between humanity on Blue Star and the myriad races of the mythological era world is almost irreconcilable, because those races would never abandon a world unless the humans on Blue Star were strong enough to make them too afraid to covet it. However, achieving this is a long and arduous journey. Chen Xian sighed lightly, raised his hand, and struck down the heart-eating underworld king and the other 4 powerful kings of the Xianyuan underworld clan, reaching a level of kingship that was extraordinary and transcendent. Even if he knocked them out and let Xia Pingwu and the others kill them, they would still be unable to defeat the heart-eating underworld king and the others. One step at a time. First, let's set a small goal: occupy the territory of the Xianyuan underworld clan. After killing the heart-eating underworld king and the others, Chen Xian thought to himself while collecting the spoils. The heart-eating underworld king and the others used a type of storage bag, similar to a spatial ring, but the space within it was far inferior to the spatial ring that Chen Xian had brought out from the human emperor's secret realm. Among the 5 kings, the wealth of the heart-eating underworld king was the greatest. His storage bag contained a large number of spirit stones and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although the quality could not compare to the wealth in the human emperor's secret realm, it was still a significant fortune for the current Dragon Kingdom. After finishing the collection, Chen Xian returned to the city wall and handed the storage bags to Wang Pingyong, asking him to use the resources inside to train many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. For Chen Xian, the most important thing right now was to comprehend the laws. Resources for cultivation were not urgently needed at the moment, and besides, the treasures from the human emperor's secret realm were enough for him. Chen Xian stood on the city wall, gazing at the battlefield in the distance. The intensity of this invasion by the Xianyuan underworld clan was much greater than the first time. Not only did they deploy 5 kings, but there were also dozens of those above level 90. At this moment, Xia Pingwu and the others were engaged in a fierce battle with these powerful Xianyuan underworld clan members above level 90. Boom! In the air, colorful attacks continuously flashed and collided, the sound of explosions ringing in their ears, and the powerful shockwaves swept through like a storm, tearing the ground apart into deep fissures resembling ravines. The scope of this battle extended for hundreds of miles. If it weren't for the protective formation set up by Yi Wentao around the steel city walls, the steel fortress would have likely collapsed. The overwhelming might of the battle left the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom on the walls both terrified and yearning. The fight lasted a full 5 hours, almost until dawn, with the total number of invading enemies nearing 400,000. Even Xia Pingwu and the others were exhausted, sustaining injuries to varying degrees, while the members of the mythological special forces were also battered and bruised. Fortunately, no one had died, with Chen Xian, a peak powerhouse capable of matching a true king, suppressing the entire scene. If there had been any deaths, Chen Xian wouldn't have needed to intervene. Of course, despite the hardships of this battle, the rewards were immense. Even those above level 90, like Xia Pingwu and the others, had risen 1 or 2 levels, while many members of the mythological special forces had an average increase of over 3 levels. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who had participated in the slaughter of the Xianyuan underworld clan's army had all increased by 8 to 10 levels. Currently, among the 5 million soldiers on the front lines, most had professional levels exceeding 15, with a small portion even reaching above 20. The increase in levels was just one aspect. The exotic beast mounts of the Xianyuan underworld clan also played a significant role. Their flesh was enough to enhance the physical strength of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers, and their bones could be used to forge new types of weapons. In summary, this war brought enormous gains to the Dragon Kingdom. However, whether it was Chen Xian, General Wang Pengyon, or the many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, none of them relaxed even slightly. Instead, they grew increasingly serious. They understood very well that as long as the Xianyuan underworld clan was not destroyed, the invasion would not end. Although they had cut down the enemies this time, they had undoubtedly enraged the Xianyuan underworld clan, and their next wave of attacks would definitely be stronger than the previous 2. Chen Xian even felt that the other side would send out powerhouses at the true king level. Once the true king descends, he will inevitably be unable to suppress the entire scene as he did before, and casualties will surely occur. After all, the strength of the true king is enough to hold him back, and aside from him, there are no other king-level experts in the Dragon Kingdom. Once the king level of the Xianyuan Ming clan descends, only Xia Pingwu and other top clan members can barely resist. Therefore, after the war ends, Chen Xian will hand over the bodies of the heart-eating Dark King and others to Xia Pingwu and the others, allowing them to absorb the king-level blood essence within to advance further. In the command room, Chen Xian and Wang Pengyom are discussing the details of the upcoming battle. Rather than battle details, it is more about preventive measures in case of failure. The power of the true king is something even Chen Xian cannot fully comprehend. Although he is very confident in his own strength, he does not dare to guarantee that he can withstand a true king. After reaching the foundational level of 100, understanding the laws, and refining the domain of laws, one can become a king. Once one breaks into the king realm, their lifespan increases to over 200, and their physique undergoes a complete transformation, creating a significant distance from ordinary people and even other awakened beings. After reaching the peak of the king realm, one must temper their domain, turning it into a cave of heaven, gathering the true meaning of the laws, and achieving the true king of the cave of heaven. It may seem like they are still within the king realm, but their strength is already unfathomable. Even more terrifying is that true king experts can command the cave of heaven to fight. If the cave of heaven is large enough, once it descends, it is like an entire world crushing down, its power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Chen Xian's potential is extremely high, having refined a 12-system domain that has never been seen before, but similarly, the difficulty of gathering the true meaning of the cave of heaven and turning it into a domain is tenfold or even 100-fold harder than that of an ordinary peak king. Within the foundational level of 100, one can quickly level up using the blood essence of exotic beasts or even pills, but once reaching above the king realm, it relies more on comprehension. However, even for those with exceptional comprehension, leveling up as quickly as in the foundational level of 100 is absolutely impossible. For true experts, the foundational level of 100 seems to have 100 levels, but in reality, it is just one level, the foundational realm. Refining blood essence, strengthening the physique, understanding the laws, gathering the domain, condensing true meaning, transforming into the cave of heaven. These 18 words encapsulate the essence of the foundational level of 100, the king realm, and the true king realm. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. While Chen Xian and the others were discussing plans, a crisp ringing sound echoed in the conference room. Upon looking over, Chen Xian and the others immediately narrowed their pupils. The source of the ringing was the red landline phone placed on the table. As high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, how could they not know what this red landline phone represented? Wang Pengyang immediately stood up, his expression serious as he answered, "This is Wang Pengyang." After hearing a response from the other end, Wang Pengyang looked at Chen Xian, signaling him to take the call. "This is Chen Xian." Chen Xian quickly took over, speaking in a solemn tone. "Director Chen, something has happened domestically. In the Shenangjia, Zishuangbana tropical forest, and Daxing Anling and other primitive forest areas, there have been animal mutations, and the numbers are extremely high. Some animals have just mutated, and their levels have already exceeded 10, even reaching 20. Satellite observations show that these mutated animals seem to be under some kind of summoning and are continuously gathering." An urgent voice came from the phone, and even Chen Xian's expression turned extremely grim upon hearing this. Although the front line had won 2 battles in a row, the situation was becoming increasingly tense. Originally, there was not much confidence in the third wave of attacks from the Xian Yuan Ming clan, and if they were to divert awakened beings to suppress the domestic animal mutations, it could very likely lead to a collapse on the front line. "Ha, I understand." Chen Xian exhaled lightly, spoke a word to the phone, and then hung up. He knew that if it weren't for an urgent situation, the people domestically wouldn't have called him. After hanging up, Chen Xian frowned in thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. Although Wang Pengyang and the others were curious about what had happened, they did not disturb Chen Xian's state. Lin Tong, director. Lin Tong, who was guarding outside the command room, strode in and stood before Chen Xian, waiting for his instructions. "Mobilize 100,000 troops, led by you, to return to the country and suppress the mutated animals in places like Shenangjia and other primitive forests." Chen Xian suddenly thought that although these mutated animals had caused him quite a bit of trouble, they also presented an excellent opportunity to train the army. After all, those animals had only just awakened. No matter how high their levels were, they wouldn't be too formidable. With Lin Tong, a level 90 or above awakener, leading the charge, it would be enough to suppress the situation. Of course, with such a vast number of animals, 100,000 troops would be far from sufficient. However, given the current situation, mobilizing 100,000 was already the limit. Chen Xian planned to mobilize the entire nation, allowing the awakeners within the country to step out of the safe zones and hunt down those mutated animals. For Longwei to become strong, it needed not only powerful individuals and a strong military but also a strong populace. Only by enhancing all aspects could Longwei truly grow. Naturally, as the strength of the populace increased, some chaos would inevitably arise, but as long as he was there, and with the mythical special forces present, even a bit of chaos could be easily suppressed. Compared to the overall enhancement, a little chaos was still bearable. Moreover, before the arrival of the mythical era, there had already been a major cleansing, and with foreign countries preoccupied with their own issues, the impact of chaos would not be significant. Understood. Lin Tan's delicate face tightened as she replied seriously. After speaking, she turned and left to carry out Chen Xian's orders. Director Chen, relying solely on 100,000 troops, is it really enough to suppress the mutated animals in the country? Wang Pangyang and others nearby changed their expression slightly upon hearing Chen Xian's command and couldn't help but voice their concerns. It's fine, I have other plans, Chen Xian said, his eyes flickering as he spoke solemnly. He then connected with the head of the cabinet in front of Wang Pangyang and the others to discuss his plans. The meeting lasted for more than 2 hours, during which Wang Pangyang and others also participated, discussing the details, and ultimately finalizing the plan. The next day, the official WeChat account of the Mythical Special Bureau released a post that once again ignited the entire internet. Yesterday evening, the alien race invaded again, launching a second wave of attacks. The director of the Mythical Special Bureau personally killed 5 alien kings, laying the foundation for victory in this war. After 5 hours, nearly 400,000 invading enemies were completely annihilated, with no casualties, setting a new record in the history of Blue Star warfare. Let's congratulate Comrade Chen Xian, congratulate the soldiers of Longhua, and congratulate Longhua. Longhua is invincible. 5 alien kings killed? Nearly 400,000 enemy troops annihilated? Hiss! As soon as the news broke, the entire nation was shocked. In just 10 minutes, the replies under this post had exceeded 10 million, and the excitement only grew. The students in the Four Saints Academy couldn't help but celebrate wildly in their dormitories, their cheers echoing for 10 miles around. So strong. With Director Chen Xian here, what are the aliens even worth? I really want to see Director Chen Xian's heroic figure on the front lines. It's over. I've fallen for him. Countless people were discussing on various platforms, the overwhelming heat nearly causing the servers to crash. Half an hour later, a news release from the Central Military Network once again sent everyone into a frenzy. In light of Comrade Chen Xian's outstanding contributions, the Central Military Commission has decided to award him the rank of 5-star general and appoint him as the honorary vice chairman of the Central Military Commission. On the Steel City walls, upon hearing the news, Chen Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected this surprise to come so suddenly. He hadn't received any prior notice. Ding! He picked up his phone to see it was a call from the head of the cabinet. Chen Xian quickly answered, "Sir, did you see the news?" The gentle laughter of the head of the cabinet came through the phone. Chen Xian nodded and replied, "I saw it. This is too sudden, isn't it? What have I done to deserve this?" A bitter smile appeared on Chen Xian's face, and he even felt a bit anxious. Although he is now the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau and holds a significant position in the Dragon Kingdom, his status is even more crucial as the honorary vice chairman of the Central Military Commission, a position equivalent to that of a real vice chairman, and in some respects, even higher. Not to mention, he has been directly appointed as a 5-star general. Xiao Chun, your contributions to the Dragon Kingdom are not only seen by me but also recognized by the entire populace. Without you, who knows what the Dragon Kingdom would have become by now. This is what you deserve, you need not mind. However, with the possibility of war breaking out at any moment, the award ceremony can only be held later. But I do hope that your award ceremony can be held together with the victory banquet. Listening to the words in his ear, Chen Xian felt a mix of emotions. He was touched by the trust of the Dragon Kingdom's leadership, yet he also felt the heavy burden on his shoulders. Rest assured, Chief, as long as I am here, no foreign race will step over the steel defense line. After collecting his thoughts, Chen Xian's expression became resolute, standing straight and declaring firmly, "Haha, I believe in you. All right, you get back to work." After hanging up the phone, Chen Xian let out a light breath, gazing into the distance at the spacetime portal, his eyes deep, lost in thought. On the other side, Chen Xian's parents, Chen Lujun and Yi Xiuqing, also received the news, leaving them stunned in place, sitting on the sofa for a long time, unable to regain their senses. After all, it was still the influence of their ingrained beliefs. Chen Xian was too young, and just over a month ago, he was merely a real estate salesman, yet a month later, he had become a 5-star general of the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone would find it surreal. However, if one were to break through that mindset, they would realize that Chen Xian's contributions to the Dragon Kingdom fully warranted such a position. Even without the support of the state, Chen Xian, who obtained the qualification for internal testing, could live quite well after the arrival of the mythical era, possibly even becoming a regional overlord. Yet, he chose to inform the state and share in its fortunes and misfortunes. Just this point alone made him a great benefactor to the Dragon Kingdom. On the first day of the mythical era's arrival, he had already slain numerous alien beasts, saving several major defense zones. Later, he cut through the realm of the Demon Ape King, crushing the Demon Ape clan, and even trained the Dragon Kingdom's elite mythical special forces, who now slayed 5 kings on the front lines, shattering over 600,000 enemies from another world. Each of these achievements could be said to have saved the Great Xia from collapse. In a certain sense, Chen Xian's contributions were even greater than those of the founding fathers, as he saved not only the Dragon Kingdom but the entire Huaxia ethnic group. His merits were strikingly similar to those of the martial king Ran Min from back in the day. While the people of the Dragon Kingdom were buzzing about these two major news stories, the central official website released another big announcement. Drafted by General Chen Xian and approved by the entire cabinet and senior leadership, the Dragon Kingdom Professional Association plan is now announced. Starting today, the Dragon Kingdom Professional Association will be established in 34 defense zones, directly under the Dragon Kingdom's cabinet, with General Chen Xian serving as the national president, and 2 vice presidents appointed, Major General Wang Ping'an and Major General Lu Minchang. In the future, if you wish to awaken a profession, you can go to the branch of the professional association in your defense zone. Additionally, we encourage all awakened individuals to join the Dragon Kingdom Professional Association for benefits. Please refer to the attached documents. Everyone who learned of the news eagerly checked this update in the documents below it, while the newly established Professional Association's official website quickly saw millions of registrations, with numbers continuing to rise. On the Steel City walls, Chen Xian, having logged out of the professional website, smiled with satisfaction. This was his previous plan, to establish the Professional Association, encompassing all awakened individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, while using tasks and rewards to motivate the populace to participate in suppressing the internal animal mutations within the Dragon Kingdom. He used part of the resources from the human emperor's secret realm as rewards and established a points system, where points could only be obtained through trading with each other or by slaying foreign races and beasts. Anyone with ambition, upon seeing those rewards, would definitely not miss out. Chen Xian still underestimated the enthusiasm of the Dragon Kingdom's populace. In less than 2 hours, the registration on the official website of the Dragon Kingdom's Professional Association had already surpassed 800 million, with over 100 million people calling for the rapid establishment of branch offices, as they could not wait to take on tasks. With Lin Tong and an army of 100,000, along with the enthusiastic public, the domestic animal mutations were basically under control, allowing Chen Xian and others to focus on resisting the invasion of foreign races. However, what puzzled Chen Xian and Wang Pengyang was that for 2 whole days, the Xian Yuan Ming clan had not launched a third wave of attacks, and the entire front line was eerily quiet. Despite having a brief respite, Chen Xian and the others showed no signs of slackening. Instead, they grew increasingly serious. The Xian Yuan Ming clan would absolutely not give up on conquering the New World. The only possibility was that they were preparing a major move. Naturally, Chen Xian and the others could not sit idly by. To enhance the strength of the frontline soldiers, he temporarily mobilized 1 million troops, led by Xia Pingwu, to hunt mutated animals in the nearby Greater Xing'an range. Additionally, he provided a large number of elixirs to raise the professional levels of the remaining 9 million frontline soldiers. With such a massive allocation of resources, the strength of the frontline soldiers was increasing day by day. Of course, although there were many elixirs in the human emperor's secret realm, Chen Xian would not squander them. While sending Xia Pingwu and others to suppress the mutated animals in the Greater Xing'an range, he also instructed them to gather spiritual herbs from the area to bring back for the alchemy team of the mythical anomaly bureau to refine into elixirs. With the awakening of the entire populace, the mythical anomaly bureau was also growing stronger. The most direct manifestation was that the alchemy team, enchantment team, and weapon forging team had all increased their membership, and most of them were legendary quality professional awakeners. These awakeners were discovered during the initial awakening of the entire populace and were directly absorbed into the mythical anomaly bureau. 5 days passed in a hurry. During these 5 days, the branch offices of the Dragon Kingdom's Professional Association in various defense zones were also being established, with no less than 100 million awakeners becoming members of the association. After becoming members, these individuals immediately took on tasks and formed teams to hunt mutated animals in the affected areas. In the evening, a piece of news spread rapidly across the globe, shaking not only the entire Dragon Kingdom but also the remaining countries worldwide. The Ganges Kingdom has been destroyed. These 5 words were like a shocking storm, causing everyone to tremble. Following the Sakura Kingdom, the second major nation in the world had fallen. Of course, neither the Sakura Kingdom nor the Ganges Kingdom could be considered truly destroyed, as there were still many survivors resisting the foreign races. However, large swaths of territory had already been lost, which could be deemed as destruction. Oh my! Thank goodness our Dragon Kingdom has General Chen Xian. Did you see the satellite images? That scene is simply like hell on earth. Alas! Let us mourn for the Ganges kingdom. On the internet, many citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were discussing fervently, and even Twitter was abuzz with astonishing commentary. In the frontline command room, Chen Xian, Wang Pengyong, and others were present, and on the large screen in front of them were images of the Ganges kingdom. Looking at the tragic scenes, everyone fell silent, and the entire command room was filled with a heavy atmosphere. It's the fiery winged lion clan. After a moment of silence, Chen Xian spoke solemnly, his expression extremely grave. The fiery winged lion clan was something Chen Xian learned about from the heart-eating underworld king, and like the Xian Yuan Ming clan, they were also a foreign race from the wasteland. It was said that the fiery winged lion clan possessed the bloodline of the fierce beast, the fiery winged divine lion, inherently having the ability to control fire, and their speed far exceeded that of others in the same realm, making their overall strength much stronger than that of the Xian Yuan Ming clan, placing them among the top foreign races in the wasteland. In their clan, there are not only 2 legendary holy ancestors but also more than 10 true kings. Although one of the legendary holy ancestors is away and the other is in deep slumber, they will not easily take action. However, just the presence of those more than 10 true kings is already a tremendous pressure. What is even more terrifying is that with the fall of the Ganges kingdom, at least 1 million fierce-winged lion warriors have gathered within the territory of the Ganges kingdom, and there is at least 1 true king commander among them. The Ganges kingdom borders the Dragon kingdom, and if the fierce-winged lions launch a large-scale invasion, it would undoubtedly be a great disaster for the Dragon kingdom, especially since the Dragon kingdom is also facing pressure from the Xian Yuan underworld clan. Fighting on 2 fronts, even Chen Xian cannot guarantee he can hold the line. The only consolation is that the fierce-winged lions are still digesting the land of the Ganges kingdom, and in the short term, they should not launch an offensive. After all, the strength of the Ganges kingdom is not weak, and the large-scale use of heavy weapons has caused considerable losses to the fierce-winged lions. However, a battle between the Dragon kingdom and the fierce-winged lions is inevitable, and it will be a life-and-death struggle between races. Send orders to the construction bureau to immediately dispatch people to the Lessa defense area to build an iron defense line, and at the same time, mobilize 1 million troops from within the country to garrison. Building an iron defense line is essential, but Chen Xian's only concern is the garrison troops. Compared to the troops on the Inner Mongolia front, the overall strength of the domestic troops is relatively weak, mostly below level 10. If the fierce-winged lions suddenly launch an offensive, these troops will definitely not be able to hold them back. Also, mobilize 20 elite clan members and 3,000 members of the Myth Special Forces to garrison the Lessa defense area. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xian issued another order. Even this will definitely not be enough to stop the fierce-winged lions' attack. Chen Xian's only hope is that they can hold out until he arrives, while also reducing casualties. What he is most worried about now is the cooperation between the Xian Yuan underworld clan and the fierce-winged lions, launching an attack on the Dragon Kingdom simultaneously. At that time, with his resources stretched thin, he can only defend one line, and the other line will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Hearing Chen Xian's orders, Wang Pengyong and others beside him did not speak, but silently conveyed Chen Xian's commands. Although the threat of the fierce-winged lions is great, they have not yet invaded. The Xian Yuan underworld clan is the top priority. However, it is also necessary to dispatch troops for garrison duty. Yet, with these strong individuals mobilized, if the Xian Yuan underworld clan launches a large-scale invasion, the pressure on the Inner Mongolia defense line will also increase significantly. Moreover, given the current situation, the safety of the entire Dragon Kingdom almost entirely rests on Chen Xian's shoulders. As long as Chen Xian can hold back the true king level strong, the defense line will not collapse. If he cannot hold it, the collapse of the defense line and the loss of territory will be inevitable. Chen Xian is also aware of the pressure on him, but he has no choice. Not to mention that he currently holds a high position in the Dragon Kingdom. Even as an ordinary citizen, he cannot stand by and watch foreign races rampage across the land of China. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom must not lose an inch, no matter who it is, no matter how strong. Anyone daring to invade will face the Dragon Kingdom's resolute resistance. What is most important now is not to worry but to think about how to strengthen the power of the Dragon Kingdom. Only with strong power can they protect their territory and even counterattack. Send orders for Xia Pingwu to bring back 1 million troops to the defense line. After these days of hunting, the 1 million troops that went to the Greater Xing'an range have improved, with levels mostly exceeding 20. Even Xia Pingwu has leveled up to 99. Although there is still room for improvement, most of the mutated animals, fearing the might of the army, have fled deep into the Greater Xing'an range and hidden away. Suppressing them all would undoubtedly take a long time. Receiving the order, Xia Pingwu immediately led the army back, and after several hours, they returned to the Inner Mongolia Iron Defense Line. When he arrived at the command room to report, he found that there were already more than 10 people in the command room. Sitting in the center was none other than Chen Xian. In addition, the 5 Mythic Class Awakeners, Puppet Master Yizhantian, Shadow Sword Master Wei Guoqiang, Holy War Sword Master Wang Menghu, Ghost Witch Spellmaster Wu Zhenqing, and Radiant Priest Alamuto, are all present, along with the Legendary Class Awakeners, Dark Blade Master Kong Ke, Holy Array Master Yi Wentao, Shadow Blade Master Chen Wenbin, Beast Master Huai, and the final Holy Warrior Xiao Pingwu. It can be said that these 5 Mythic Awakeners and 12 Legendary Class Awakeners in the conference room represent the highest combat power of the Dragon Kingdom, aside from Chen Xian. Each of their class levels is above 97. It is worth mentioning that the 2 vice presidents of the Dragon Kingdom Professional Association, Wang Ping'an and Lu Minqiang, are also among them. They have awakened the legendary classes of Heavily Blade Master and Dominant Gun Master, respectively, with Wang Ping'an being the son of the 5-star General Wang Pingyang. After Xiao Pingwu took his seat, Chen Xian glanced at everyone present and said solemnly, "The Ganges kingdom has fallen, and the fierce Wing Lion clan has occupied its territory. With the aggressive nature of these foreign races, the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably face a battle with the fierce Wing Lion clan. However, with our current strength, we cannot contend with the invasions of these 2 foreign races. I have decided that from this moment on, all of you will enter the Human Emperor's secret realm for closed-door training. No one is allowed to leave until you reach the King Realm." This is the King Realm training plan that Chen Xian formulated after learning of the fall of the Ganges Kingdom. He selected a dozen people to enter the Human Emperor's secret realm for closed-door training, granting them full access to the resources within, with the only requirement being to break into the King Realm. Although the development of the Dragon Kingdom has far surpassed that of other countries, it is still not enough, especially when facing those foreign races, where even self-preservation is somewhat difficult. After all, the entire Dragon Kingdom does not even have a true king-level expert. He is the only one in the King Realm. Once a dual-front war breaks out, the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Therefore, even though reallocating Xia Pingwu and others would significantly reduce the strength at the Inner Mongolia front, it must be done. Even if not everyone can be promoted to the King Realm, having even 1 or 2 would be worthwhile for the Dragon Kingdom. This, as Chen Xian's words fell, Xia Pingwu and the others exchanged glances, a hint of resistance flashing in their eyes. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom is in dire need of personnel, and as members of the Mythic Special Forces, they are being asked to hide away and cultivate during a time of crisis? How could they be at ease? "Chief, why not wait until the war is over before we go into closed-door training?" Xiao Pingwu looked up at Chen Xian and cautiously spoke, while the others, though silent, also looked at Chen Xian with hope. They naturally understood the benefits of closed-door training in the Human Emperor's secret realm, but they were unwilling to abandon their defenses during a great battle. Hearing this, Chen Xian glanced at Xiao Pingwu and said lightly, "I am not discussing this with you. I am informing you. This is not only my order but also the highest directive from the cabinet. The fierce Wing Lion clan and the Xian Yuan Ming clan are just the beginning. As time goes on, the Dragon Kingdom will have to face not just one foreign race, but multiple foreign races attacking us. You are not cowards, rather, you carry the hope of the entire Dragon Kingdom. You need not worry about the front lines. The only thing you should be concerned about is breaking into the King Realm. 1 hour from now, gather in the square. I will take you to the Human Emperor's secret realm." Meeting adjourned. With that, Chen Xian immediately stood up and left, leaving behind the silent Xia Pingwu and the others. Without entering the King Realm, they are like ants. Even if all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were to be promoted to the basic 100 levels, they would still kneel before a mythic monarch. Even true king-level experts can easily kill a large number, but if there are 10,000 or even 100,000 in the King Realm, even a mythic monarch would have to think twice. A multitude of ants can even kill an elephant, provided they can break through the elephant's defenses. Of course, for the current Dragon Kingdom, this is undoubtedly an extremely distant dream. Achieving it is a heavy burden, as breaking through to the King Realm is not the same as reaching the basic 100 levels. Even for legendary quality awakeners, it is not easy. Even with the numerous buildings and abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Human Emperor's secret realm, it is not guaranteed that everyone, including Xia Pingwu and the others, can all advance to the King Realm. If Chen Xian can achieve half of that, he would already be very satisfied. An hour later, Chen Xian took Xia Pingwu and the others to the Human Emperor's secret realm. After leaving them there, he quickly returned to the Inner Mongolia defense line without any unnecessary delays. At the same time, he did not lay out the purple cloud thunder crystal path, so the peak of Kunlun mountain was still filled with vast thunder. If Xia Pingwu and the others achieved the King Realm, they would naturally be able to withstand the purple cloud divine thunder and walk out. If they did not break through to the King Realm, they would have to obediently cultivate within the Human Emperor's secret realm. If it were not for this crisis, Xia Pingwu and the others would not be able to move freely within the human emperor's secret realm. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only Qin Xian and a few leaders of the cabinet had the authority to use the human emperor's secret realm at will. Both Qin Xian and the leaders of the cabinet regarded the human emperor's secret realm as the greatest foundation of the Dragon Kingdom and a reliance for its growth. Even though there were many treasures within, if they were squandered recklessly, one day they would be exhausted. Once the spiritual energy of the secret realm was depleted, it would not be easy to restore. Even Qin Xian himself exercised restraint, not using too many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and even the treasury was only open to the third layer. Until the Dragon Kingdom reached its most dangerous moment, Qin Xian and the leaders would not take out all the wealth of the human emperor's secret realm for use because they were considering not only the present but also the future. With the human emperor's secret realm in place, the growth of the Dragon Kingdom was just a matter of time. If they exhausted the wealth of the human emperor's secret realm, it would undoubtedly be a case of losing big for small gains. During the time when the Xian Yuan underworld clan had not launched their third wave of attacks, the Dragon Kingdom took the opportunity to reinforce the Inner Mongolia Steel Defense Line and the Lessa Steel Defense Line. In addition, many members of the Dragon Kingdom's professional association continuously formed teams to hunt mutated animals. Although there were some casualties, overall, their strength greatly increased. For a whole month, neither the Xian Yuan Underworld clan nor the Fierce Wing Lion clan made any movements. During this month, the two steel defense lines had been completely reinforced, appearing like a giant steel beast lying in wait, extremely spectacular. Under the enchantment of the Chenlu army, the defensive power of these two steel walls was greatly enhanced. According to Qin Xian's tests, both steel walls could withstand impacts below the King realm. Boom! On this day, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the space-time passage outside the Inner Mongolia Steel Defense Line, sweeping across a radius of 100 miles. Under this aura, the entire world was filled with an indescribable oppression. Even on the Inner Mongolia Steel Defense Line, one could clearly feel it, and many Dragon Kingdom soldiers felt as if a large stone was blocking their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. Woo! A high and clear sound of a horn rang out. Despite being startled by this aura, many Dragon Kingdom soldiers still rushed to the city walls to defend themselves under the pressure. Qin Xian and the others also stepped out from the city tower, standing on the city wall, gazing at the distant spacetime passage. True King. Qin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression extremely serious. The terror of this aura was such that even he felt pressure. Apart from a true king, no one in the king realm could make him feel this way. The faint aura emanating from the other side of the spacetime passage was already so terrifying, which showed how fearsome a true king was. As Qin Xian and the others stood ready, a streak of light shot out from the spacetime passage. Before everyone could see the form of the light, a strong brilliance suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire area around the spacetime passage, making it difficult to see what was happening inside. Worried about any unexpected occurrences, Qin Xian instantly soared into the air, unleashing his full momentum. Boom! A powerful momentum stirred the heavens and the earth. With Qin Xian at the center, the void within a 10-mile radius visibly twisted. The Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword had appeared in Qin Xian's hand at some point, its sharp and domineering sword intent soaring into the sky, as if it aimed to pierce through the heavens and the earth, unmatched in dominance. Slash! Thunder rumbled from the ground, the sword intent suppressing the heavens. As soon as he made a move, Qin Xian unleashed all his strength. The Spirit Dome Sword Slash enveloped in a storm of sword energy, fiercely slashing towards the light barrier. The terrifying brilliance tore through the vast sky, appearing as if it had split the firmament in two from a distance. Bang! When the sword light struck the light barrier, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Visible sound wave ripples mixed with terrifying power surged outward in all directions, instantly tearing apart the entire void, revealing countless dark cracks. The ground within a 50-mile radius was directly lifted, the entire earth violently descending several layers, transforming into a massive basin, dust swirling like a tornado, polluting the heavens and the earth. This terrifying scene left many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom on the Steel City walls dumbfounded, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even from such a distance, they could feel the aura of destruction. If it weren't for Qin Xian's protective power, along with the formations and enchantments laid out on the steel defense line, they had no doubt that the entire steel defense would be destroyed by this impact, and they would suffer heavy losses in an instant. It was only at this moment that they truly understood how terrifying Qin Xian's strength was. Above the void, however, Qin Xian felt no joy, but rather a heavy sense of foreboding. He could sense that although he had created a crack in the formation barrier, it had not shattered. True king-level formation? Qin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Only a true king-level formation could withstand his strike. Truly worthy of the alien races from the mythical era, their foundation was remarkable, even producing a true king-level formation plate. The formation plate is an extremely rare treasure. A complete formation plate is refined from formations and formation element crystals. Formation element crystals are a type of extremely rare heavenly material, allowing one to inscribe formations within them, and the spiritual energy contained within is sufficient to maintain the inscribed formation for a long time. It is well known that formation masters require a certain amount of time to set up formations, while formation plates are pre-recorded formations that can be activated for immediate use. In the wasteland, formations are already extremely precious, and true king-level formations are even rarer. While true king-level formation plates are considered world-class treasures, once they appear, they will surely cause a bloody storm. Chen Xian did not expect that the Xian Yuan Ming clan would even be willing to bring out a true king-level formation plate to invade Blue Star. If one sword doesn't work, then I'll come again with another. Although he didn't know what the Xian Yuan Ming clan was up to, the destructive power of the true king-level formation was formidable. If he allowed the opponent to free their hands and use the formation against the Dragon Kingdom's army, they would be utterly defenseless. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying momentum erupted once more, sword intent soaring into the sky, cold light shining brightly. The distant Dragon Kingdom soldiers instinctively closed their eyes under this brilliance, not daring to look directly. As Chen Xian slashed down with his sword, the entire void collapsed inch by inch, terrifying shockwaves forming several tornadoes, penetrating the heavens and the earth, wantonly destroying everything around. Even the many Dragon Kingdom soldiers on the Steel City walls felt as if they were about to be torn apart, an uncontrollable sense of terror surging within them. Bang! A deafening roar exploded, faintly mixed with crackling sounds. Under Chen Xian's two spirit dome sword slashes, this true king-level formation finally shattered, revealing the situation inside. Hiss! Upon seeing the situation within, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers' pupils instantly constricted. A synchronized gasp of cold air echoed on the steel defense line. Even those with the strongest will could not help but tremble at this moment. Before him stood a line of monstrous beasts, each over 100 meters in size, densely packed as far as the eye could see, resembling small mountains, completely obscuring the space-time passage. On each beast stood a powerful member of the Xian Yuan Ming clan, all at least level 50, with the foremost dozen or so reaching a foundational level of 100, and over 100 at level 90 or above. Not only that, but three figures in black robes floated above this army, appearing to be ancient and frail, yet the aura emanating from them was earth-shattering. Just a glance was enough to make one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, leaving no room for any thought of resistance. A million beasts, a million alien races, three true kings, they truly regard the Dragon Kingdom highly. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart sank. He knew the third wave of the Xian Yuan Ming clan's assault would be fierce, but he hadn't expected it to be to this extent. Although they hadn't deployed any king-level experts, they had sent out three true kings. It was no exaggeration to say that this group of Xian Yuan Ming clan members alone was enough to match half the strength of the entire clan, and perhaps even exceed it slightly. A mere peak king realm can actually shatter a true king-level formation. Their strength is not weak. And, I give you two choices. 1. Submit to my Xian Yuan Ming clan. 2. Your entire race will be annihilated. The leading true king narrowed his eyes and coldly shouted, seemingly not taking Chen Xian seriously at all, yet the body hidden beneath his robe was tense. That true king-level formation, though only of the lower grade, was not something a king realm could destroy. The fact that this human could annihilate the formation with two swords at the peak king realm was enough to prove that his strength was comparable to that of a true king, and not just any true king. If it weren't for the fact that they had deployed three true kings this time, he truly wouldn't have been confident in capturing Chen Xian alone. If he could force Chen Xian to submit directly, not only would they gain a new world, but they would also acquire a prodigious talent capable of rivaling a true king, undoubtedly making the Xian Yuan Ming clan even stronger, with hopes of unifying the wasteland. Hearing the words of the true king from the Xian Yuan Ming clan, Chen Xian's expression turned cold. Did they really think they had him at their mercy? Domain, arise. Chen Xian responded directly with action, his entire aura exploding forth, a myriad of colors instantly blooming, enveloping the entire battlefield and illuminating it like a dream. Boom! In an instant, a 12-system domain spanning 500 miles completely covered the battlefield, with spatial cuts, ice blades, thunder, dark blades. The full 12 systems of attack surged within the domain, ruthlessly slaughtering numerous powerful members of the Xian Yuan Ming clan. The sudden onslaught caused heavy losses to the Xian Yuan Ming army. In just a few breaths, at least several thousand powerful members of the Xian Yuan Ming clan perished under Chen Xian's domain, and even the three true kings had no time to defend themselves. A 12-system domain? How is that possible? The leading true king, known as Li Xian, along with the other two true kings, had their pupils constrict in disbelief. Although the cultivation methods of the alien races differed from those of the human race, they ultimately led to the same goal. Upon reaching the king realm, one also comprehended the power of the laws. However, in Li Xian's life, he had never seen anyone comprehend a 12-system domain. The strongest young prodigy in the wasteland had only comprehended 5 systems, and even then, that individual was hailed as an unparalleled genius rarely seen in the wasteland for millennia. He couldn't imagine how terrifying Chen Xian's talent would be, having comprehended 12 systems. After a brief moment of shock, the tragic state of the Xian Yuan Ming army ignited his fury. "You shall die." The roar echoed like thunder, a volcanic rage sweeping across the heavens and earth, causing the temperature in the entire realm to suddenly rise, as a powerful aura pressed down. Bang! The entire void seemed to be struck by towering mountains, with space collapsing inch by inch, and endless storm sweeping through as if it were the end of the world. In an ordinary king's domain, it would have surely crumbled under such momentum. But Chen Xian remained unfazed, frantically urging his domain, slaughtering the army of the Xian Yuan underworld clan, a full 1 million strong, plus another million beast mounts. If he did not take action, once these 2 million troops charged the iron defense line, even with formations and enchantments, the iron defense would absolutely not withstand it. If the 500,000 Dragon Kingdom troops could end up with just 100,000 remaining, that would be a tremendous victory. "And you will surely endure the punishment of 1,000 cuts." Seeing that Chen Xian dared to act after he had made his move, the true king of the cracked abyss had a face as dark as water, his internal power erupting like a volcanic explosion. He waved his hands, and as his power surged forth, the heavens and earth changed dramatically. In an instant, a massive shadow obscured the sky, causing the entire atmosphere to darken completely. The cracked abyss cave, over 150 miles in size, descended like a small world. At the same time, the other 2 true kings of the Xian Yuan underworld clan also made their moves, summoning their own caves, but compared to the true king of the cracked abyss, their cave ranges were smaller, only a little over 120 miles. The transformation into a domain cave was a qualitative change. Under normal circumstances, it would turn into an initial 100-mile cave, while some exceptionally gifted individuals might reach 150 miles or even 200 miles upon breaking into the true king realm. A cave under 200 miles signifies the early stage of a true king, 500 miles represents the mid-stage, 800 miles the late stage, and 1,200 miles the peak of a true king. The true king of the cracked abyss was already nearing the peak of the early true king realm. Boom! The 3 great caves descended simultaneously, and the entire world was engulfed in wind and clouds. The void around Chen Xian became thick and viscous, being forcibly compressed and folded by that terrifying might, his body trembling uncontrollably under such pressure. It was only at this moment that Chen Xian truly felt the terror of a true king. The 3 great caves pressed down on him like 3 stars, the pressure akin to towering mountains, causing his entire body to bend downwards, his blood boiling, and his bones feeling as if they were being struck by immense force. Even more unbearable was that as the true king of the cracked abyss and others made their moves, the Xian Yuan underworld clan army, enveloped by the domain, also reacted, coordinating with the 3 true kings to launch a counterattack, continuously assaulting Chen Xian's domain. At this moment, Chen Xian was single-handedly resisting 3 true kings and 2 million troops. No one could imagine the pressure Chen Xian was under. If it weren't for his talent and foundation far exceeding that of other peak true kings, he would have been destroyed long ago. The counterattack from 2 million troops posed little problem for Chen Xian. After all, his domain was incredibly solid, unparalleled in the ages, and could not be destroyed by just 2 million troops. The 12 types of offensive forces within the domain were no joke. The Xian Yuan underworld clan army would have to expend considerable effort to destroy his domain attacks, and how strong could the actual attacks that landed in his domain be? What truly brought immense pressure to Chen Xian were the 3 great caves crushing down from the sky. A true king was always a true king, and a cave was not something a domain could compare to. One was a chaotic small space, while the other was a true world. How could they be compared? For Chen Xian at this moment, the most important thing was not to break into the true king realm, but to settle down. The talent he gained from the internal assessment was beyond ordinary imagination, truly unparalleled in the ages, but after all, the time for cultivation was too short. In just a month, he had reached the peak of the king realm, which was incredibly astonishing for anyone. This also led to the fact that although Chen Xian's foundation was solid, his potential had yet to be fully tapped. In other words, at this moment, Chen Xian's strength in the king realm still had significant room for improvement. If his potential were fully realized, facing these 3 true kings would not be so difficult for him. In the distance, on the steel defense line, numerous soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom watched the hunched figure that had been crushed, their eyes reddening, fists clenched tightly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This included members of the mythical special forces and several generals like Wang Pingyong. The apocalyptic battle scene had indeed brought them immense shock, but at this moment, all that remained in their hearts was grief and hatred. They hated their own weakness, wondering why they were so powerless. Otherwise, how could they let Qin Xian fight alone? Even they needed Qin Xian to protect them, especially the members of the mythical special forces, who gritted their teeth, blood even oozing from the corners of their mouths. Get up! At the moment when Wang Pangyang and the others were in sorrow, Qin Xian, suppressed by the three great cave heavens, suddenly raised his head and roared loudly. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, a tremendous force sweeping through, and Qin Xian, who had almost become bow-shaped, slowly straightened up. As he straightened, a series of cracking sounds erupted from his body, dense beads of blood seeping out from his skin, and in an instant, he was drenched in blood. Roar! A roar like a dragon's echoed from Qin Xian's mouth, his body forcefully straightening up. Even the three great cave heavens were pushed up by several meters, his majestic aura sweeping like a storm. However, Qin Xian's tragic appearance nearly brought Wang Pangyang and the others on the steel defense line to tears. In fact, if it weren't to relieve the pressure on the Dragon Kingdom's army, Qin Xian wouldn't have to confront the three powerful beings of the Xian Yuan underworld so head-on. On the surface, it seemed that neither side had truly engaged, nor were there any flashy techniques colliding. But this simple and straightforward cave heaven suppression was even more perilous. If he couldn't withstand it, Qin Xian would surely turn into blood and mud. With the terrifying power of Qin Xian's 12 systems, it was not that cave heaven was better than cave heaven. If he didn't need to relieve the pressure on the Dragon Kingdom's army, he could completely counter the cave heaven's power with his own domain. Perhaps the process wouldn't be easy, but it certainly wouldn't be so tragic in such a short time. Humph. I must say, your talent is the best I've ever seen in my life, but to think you can contend with us is nothing but a fool's dream. Feeling the overwhelming aura that Qin Xian had unleashed, the Li Xian True King snorted coldly, his face full of disdain, but what no one saw was that his hands behind his back were clenched tightly, his heart churning like a stormy sea. How could such a terrifying prodigy be born in this barren world? Among the entire wasteland, he knew of no one in the younger generation who could compare to this child. He must die. If he were to break into the True King realm, the entire Xian Yuan underworld would have no one to stop him except for the legendary ancestors. Boom! With this thought, the killing intent surged in the Li Xian True King's heart, and the power within him continuously erupted, enhancing the cave heaven. The two true kings of the Xian Yuan underworld beside him also unleashed their full power. Bang! The terrifying pressure poured down like a celestial river, and Qin Xian's body bent down again, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his body covered in countless cracks like a porcelain vase about to shatter, bright red blood gushing out uncontrollably. Despite enduring unimaginable pressure, Qin Xian paid no attention, nor did he resist, but instead focused all his mind on his domain, mobilizing the power of the domain to annihilate the strong among the Xian Yuan underworld army, those at level 100 and above, even those above level 95. Rumble! On the battlefield, the sound of explosions was incessant, the terrifying 12 system energies swept through like a storm, destroying one Xian Yuan underworld powerhouse after another. Seeking death, the Li Xian True King did not expect that Qin Xian, already overwhelmed, would still dare to attack his Xian Yuan underworld strong. A raging fury swept through, a terrifying power surged forth, belonging to his cave heaven, crushing down like a towering mountain. In an instant, Qin Xian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale as paper, his entire body felt as if it were about to shatter, and unimaginable pain surged in his heart. Faced with such a shock, Qin Xian disregarded everything, still mobilizing the power within him, protecting himself while manipulating his domain to destroy the strong warriors of the Xian Yuan underworld clan. Ah! At this moment, within the domain, the sounds of screams echoed continuously, countless bolts of lightning, ice blades, and energies from the 12 systems rampaged. In a short time, over 70% of the top warriors of the Xian Yuan underworld clan were killed or injured, and even ordinary soldiers and mounts had at least over 100,000 casualties. What a terrifying number this was! Of course, Qin Xian's injuries were not light either. If it weren't for his god-level talent, the Emperor Dragon Body, which allowed him to continuously absorb the life force of the fallen Xian Yuan underworld warriors from the domain, he would not have been able to withstand such a long time under the suppression of the three great cave heavens. You should die. Ah! Watching his kin die one after another while feeling utterly powerless ignited the complete fury of the three true kings, including the king of the split abyss. Their terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth, countless storms raged, and the entire battlefield was turned into ruins. If it weren't for the influx of spiritual energy, which elevated the world status of the entire blue star, leading to a significant increase in the strength of space and the earth, the explosion of this aura alone could have shaken the entire Dragon Kingdom, triggering countless natural disasters. Puff! The terrifying power crushed down from the three great cave heavens, and Qin Xian was directly blasted into the ground, countless stones exploded, a 10-mile-wide pit emerged, and the entire earth seemed to turn over like a dragon. The three great cave heavens pressed on, crushing down like three giant mountains, ready to obliterate Chen Xian in one fell swoop. Crimson Flame Furnace. Chen Xian staggered to his feet from the ground, disregarding everything else, and unleashed his full power in the Crimson Flame Furnace. The Crimson Flame Furnace could devour all energy and transform it into crystals for himself and others to absorb. The impact of the enemy's attack could naturally be considered a form of energy. It could be said that any one of Chen Xian's 5 great talents was enough to create a top genius, yet he possessed them all, so one could imagine how great his potential was. Boom! In an instant, a fiery vortex radiating a purple-golden light suddenly rose above Chen Xian's head, like a purple-golden black hole, devouring all the energy falling from above. Buzz! Under the transformation of the Crimson Flame Furnace, energy crystals emerged like stars, scattered throughout the void, shining brightly. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, and the power within him erupted, directly shattering these crystals. The shattered crystals transformed into a torrent of terrifying power, surging into Chen Xian's body, healing his injuries and replenishing his life force. The once listless him became vibrant and full of life again. Impossible! This scene stunned the King of the Split Abyss and the others, their exclamations ringing out one after another. But the next moment, as if they had thought of something, the King of the Split Abyss and the others' eyes turned red, staring intently at Chen Xian, their gazes as if they were looking at a priceless treasure. At such a young age, he had already reached the peak of the King realm, comprehended the power of the 12 system laws, and condensed the 12 system domains, and now he was displaying such unfathomable divine abilities? If they said Chen Xian did not possess a great secret, they absolutely would not believe it. A mere impoverished little figure, obtaining such a secret and growing to this extent, if they were to acquire this secret, would it not mean that the myth was within reach, even the hope of becoming a sovereign? At this moment, the greed in the hearts of the King of the Split Abyss and the others rose to an unprecedented level. They even disregarded the lives of the army, intent only on suppressing Chen Xian to obtain his secret. If they could break through to become mythic sovereigns, what did it matter if 200,000 soldiers fell? After all, their Xianyuan underworld clan had plenty of kin, but there was only one ancestor of the mythic sovereign. Suppress! The King of the Split Void and the others exchanged glances, their resolve firm without hesitation. In a flash, they formed a formation of the 3 talents, surrounding Chen Xian below. Their cave heavens trembled above him like 3 blazing suns, radiating waves of brilliance, and a powerful pressure continuously pressed down. There was no doubt that the King of the Split Void and his companions were about to unleash their full power. Logically, facing such might, Chen Xian should have felt fear, or at least not be at ease, yet at this moment, he wore a smile. The top-tier experts of the Xianyuan Ming clan had already been wiped out by him, their numbers reduced to around 1.5 million. He could finally counterattack. Kill! In an instant, a roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted, an invisible sound wave sweeping out like ripples. As this roar fell, the 12 domains were instantly retracted by Chen Xian, who no longer needed to divert his attention to maintain them and unleashed his full power. The Chaos Sword body was fully activated, the innate Emperor Dragon body was fully activated, the innate Sword Heart was fully activated, and the innate Crimson Flame Furnace was fully activated, but the Crimson Flame Furnace was no longer devouring offensive power. Instead, it consumed the spiritual energy from the world. Endless spiritual energy was drawn into the Crimson Flame Furnace, like the Milky Way flowing backward, surging into Chen Xian's body. In that moment, the spiritual energy within the entire Dragon Kingdom was even drained by Chen Xian. Boom! The Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword was in hand, an endless sword intent erupted from Chen Xian, transforming him into an unparalleled sword god, like a divine sword about to cleave through the heavens and earth, filled with boundless sharpness. Bang! Chen Xian stomped his heel, and the entire ground exploded. He shot up like a supreme divine sword, instantly charging towards the 3 cave heavens. Rumble! When the two collided, a terrifying storm swept in all directions, and fissures in the void tore open like ravines. The 3 cave heavens, originally hundreds of meters in the air, were forcibly pushed up to 10,000 meters high by Chen Xian's sword. Countless violent forces surged at 10,000 meters, and the sound of roaring echoed like thunder. Even thousands of kilometers away could feel the terrifying force of the collision. Hiss! What happened? Oh my god, it's so terrifying. It feels like I'm going to die. That direction seems to be the front line? Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were filled with fear and unease, and the online chatter was a cacophony, especially the residents of the nearby defense zones close to Inner Mongolia, who trembled in fear, staring at the ever-changing sky. Meanwhile, on the front line, with Chen Xian's explosion, Wang Pengyong, who could no longer hold back, also erupted. Fire! A hoarse roar erupted from Wang Pengyong's mouth, followed by the clear and crisp sound of a horn. The spiritual energy laser cannons on the city walls were instantly activated, the embedded spirit stones continuously absorbing spiritual energy, a point of light emerging at the cannon's mouth, growing larger and more dazzling. Bang! Finally, the spiritual energy laser cannon fired. Dozens of streams of light shot through the sky like meteors, crashing into the ranks of the Xian Yuan Ming clan at an incredible speed, exploding into clouds of blood mist, as if it were raining blood on the battlefield. Within the direct line of impact of the spiritual energy laser cannon, any Xian Yuan Ming clan expert or mount below level 50 exploded, and even those above level 50, as long as they had not reached level 70, suffered varying degrees of injury. In an instant, dozens of paths resembling mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared, and even the most resilient soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but feel nauseous at the sight. Facing this scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Wang Pengyong remained unfazed, his expression extremely cold. He raised his arm and then brought it down forcefully. Fire! Bang! The sound of explosions rang out, and the tanks behind the city walls trembled, spitting out shells, which arced through the air, mixed with sparks, falling into the ranks of the Xian Yuan Ming clan. Not only that, but within the temporary base of the Inner Mongolia defense zone, various missile vehicles also began firing, streaks of light cutting through the sky and falling straight onto the battlefield. In a short time, it seemed as if a meteor shower had descended upon the entire battlefield, with endless shells crashing down, the sound of explosions ringing incessantly, and the ground trembling violently. With such a dense attack, there was no chance of survival for any Xian Yuan Ming clan warriors below level 50 or their beast mounts. At least over 300,000 Xian Yuan Ming clan warriors and beast mounts perished under this bombardment. Boom! Immediately after, the second round of bombing commenced. The third round. The fourth round. A full 10 rounds of bombardment, and aside from the area where the steel defense line was located, as far as the eye could see, there was not a single intact piece of land on the battlefield, only shattered ruins, blood mixed with chunks of flesh flowing through the debris, resembling a hellish scene. At least 100 tanks were rendered useless in this high-intensity bombardment, and even the energy laser cannons on the city walls were emitting black smoke. Where are the Myth Special Forces? Wang Pengyong, standing atop the city wall, shouted loudly, his killing intent so intense that it seemed to lower the temperature of the world by several degrees. Here, all personnel, attack! Yes! In an instant, figures leaped from the city walls, charging towards the Xian Yuan Ming clan army like a swarm of wasps. Even before they arrived, the terrifying offensive had already descended like a torrential storm. Moreover, any Dragon Kingdom soldiers around level 20 also jumped down from the city walls, advancing in perfect unison towards the beast army, unleashing various professional skills like a rain of arrows upon the battlefield. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom launched a full counterattack. Under the favorable conditions created by Qin Xian, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers surged with momentum, their killing intent erupting. This was a clash between the Dragon Kingdom and the Myth era, a collision of modern technology and professional awakening with the indigenous people of the Myth era. On the other side, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the battle between Qin Xian and the three true kings, including Lai Shen, officially began. I have to say, I underestimated your strength. As long as you are willing to obediently hand over your secrets, I can spare your life and guarantee that I will no longer invade your country. The three true kings surrounded Qin Xian, their crimson eyes fixed on him, their faces filled with greed. Just now, Qin Xian's outburst had even startled them, giving them a sense of being unable to contend, but this only deepened their desire to obtain Qin Xian's secrets. If it were one person, perhaps they could truly not withstand Qin Xian, but there were three of them. The combined power of three true kings was not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. Today, I will drink the blood of the Sword King. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's expression remained calm, his killing intent and sword intent intertwining, a deep roar erupting from him. At this moment, Qin Xian was like a lion unleashed, exuding a terrifying aura. Domain. Chaos Sword Domain. Suppress. Qin Xian held nothing back, simultaneously unleashing the 12 elemental domains and his innate Chaos Sword Domain, two orbs of light rising like stars from behind him, forcefully lifting the three great heavens above him. Bang! A violent collision erupted between the three great heavens and the two domains, a terrifying shockwave swirling around like a tornado, stirring everything in its vicinity. Two domains? How is that possible? The appearance of the Chaos Sword Domain left Lai Xian and the others completely stunned, feeling as if they had seen a ghost. Previously, Qin Xian's comprehension of the 12 elemental laws and the condensation of the 12 elemental domains, while hard to believe, was still somewhat acceptable, but now, Qin Xian had actually unleashed another domain? That was a bit far-fetched. They considered themselves well-informed, yet they had never seen anyone capable of condensing two domains, and both of these domains were so powerful. As the true kings, including Lai Xian, were shaken, Chen Xian did not hesitate. Free from the constraints of the cave heaven, he completely unleashed his power. With the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword in hand, he swung it, unleashing sharp sword energy that shot towards the three true kings. Ice seal for 1,000 miles. With a single sword strike, snow fell from the heavens. The ice laws surged wildly, dropping the temperature of the entire world to its lowest point, wrapping the true kings in frost as if to freeze them into ice sculptures. Spirit Dome Sword Slash. Sword Command Divine Thunder. After briefly restraining the three true kings, Chen Xian did not hesitate, unleashing a series of explosive attacks, his professional skills pouring out as if they were free, various laws intertwining, painting the world in vibrant colors, a dreamlike scene filled with astonishing killing intent. Bang! The three true kings broke free from the frost's grip, their eyes reddening as they faced the overwhelming assault. Their anger erupted like a volcano. They acknowledged Chen Xian's talent as truly unparalleled, but to think that a mere peak king realm could kill the three of them? Ridiculous! Endless power erupted, the powerful aura belonging to the true kings instantly shaking the entire world, causing the atmosphere to explode. A terrifying pressure surged into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds above, forming a circular black hole with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. Beyond this black hole was an endless abyss of darkness, so deep it was chilling, as if it could swallow everything. Ants, die! The brutal roar fell, and Lai Xian's fist, wrapped in boundless power, smashed down violently, creating a massive fist imprint like a mountain, tearing through the heavens and appearing before Chen Xian at a speed that seemed slow yet was incredibly fast. Before the terrifying fist light could land, the void was torn open, creating a massive cavity that looked as if a punch had smashed a hole in the world. At the same time, the two other true kings of the Xian Yuan Ming clan beside Lai Xian also acted instantly, blocking the various professional skills unleashed by Chen Xian. Boom! Just as the massive fist imprint crashed down, a gigantic sword light, seemingly sealing the dark hell, shot into the sky, sweeping through the heavens with ghostly light and sharpness, its momentum grand. Dark-type professional skill, Dark Abyss Annihilation. The sword emerged like hell, and the world lost its color. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy and fist light collided, but after just a moment of stalemate, the fist light shattered the sword energy, followed by a dazzling brilliance erupting, causing a massive explosion throughout the heavens and earth. Bang! Under the terrifying impact, the world shook, the fist light shattered, but the residual force still shattered the void. Chen Xian was sent staggering back by that immense power, each step creating a dark hole in the void. Chen Xian's talent was indeed terrifying, but ultimately, he lacked experience. Just over a month ago, he was still an ordinary person, and in this short span, reaching the peak of the king realm, how much of that power could he truly unleash? At this moment, Chen Xian was like a piece of hard divine iron. If it struck, it would surely kill, but he only knew how to strike straight and not how to pierce through with finesse. Besides his lack of combat experience, his potential in the king realm had not been fully developed. For instance, he had not comprehended the laws to perfection, nor did he fully understand the cross-application of different laws. Which peak king realm expert had not endured endless life and death trials to reach their level? A true peak king realm powerhouse not only has rich combat experience but also possesses unparalleled skill in applying the laws. Chen Xian was aware of his weaknesses, and thus, these three Xian Yuan Ming clan powerhouses became his stepping stones, helping him hone his skills. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out as Chen Xian suddenly appeared around Lai Xian, wildly swinging the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, slashing out dense sword energy that enveloped Lai Xian, as if to tear him apart. Humph! Lai Xian snorted coldly, his entire body filled with the intent of a fist like an ocean, his fists striking wildly, as if to break the heavens with his fists, unmatched in dominance. At the same time, the other two true kings also rushed towards Chen Xian, their blades flashing in fierce power sweeping across the entire sky, turning this 10,000-meter-high space into a forbidden zone of death. Bang! Chen Xian faced three opponents alone, constantly bleeding and being knocked away, yet he was like an unkillable cockroach, growing braver with each battle. The terrifying fighting spirit that seemed to challenge heaven and earth left even the Li Xian True King and the others in shock. On the other side, the battle on the ground was equally brutal. Many members of the Myth Special Forces fought fiercely against the top experts of the Xian Yuan Underworld Army, with violent power engulfing the entire battlefield. Fortunately, most of the experts above level 95 had been slain by Chen Xian, allowing the Myth Special Forces members to easily fend off those from the Xian Yuan underworld. The only particularly tragic aspect was the slaughter among the regular army. The Dragon Kingdom's forces on the front line, although improved compared to before, still had an average level of only around 20. Even though they were outnumbered, there were still many casualties. No one flinched, No one mourned, only the fearless fighting spirit of the invincible. Whenever someone died, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom would immediately take their place, forcefully keeping the Shenyuan underworld army at bay beyond the steel defense line, their professional skills raining down like a torrential downpour, energy guns firing continuously. Amidst the chaos of war and heavy casualties, the entire battlefield was filled with a tragic atmosphere. Despite the numerous losses, the scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the top experts of the Shenyuan underworld army had been mostly wiped out by Qin Xian, and the remaining ones could not withstand the Red Sky team, whose average level was above 90. Even without Xia Pingwu and the others, the Red Sky team still had hundreds of members, all of whom had joined after awakening their legendary professions. On the steel defense line, Wang Pengyang did not pay attention to the battlefield below. With no top experts from the Shenyuan underworld army, the outcome of this battle was already clear. His only concern was the battlefield above the sky. That was the real battle that would determine the outcome. If Qin Xian won, the Dragon Kingdom would be safe. If he lost, boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the sky, and in the celestial battlefield, Qin Xian was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, his face as pale as paper. At that moment, he felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart, the indescribable pain twisting his face. After stabilizing his form, he ignored his injuries and fixed his gaze on the battlefield. To break the deadlock, he disregarded the attacks from the Li Xian True King and the other True King, desperately focusing on the weakest True King, attacking relentlessly. In that previous confrontation, he didn't even bother to defend, solely aiming to inflict fatal damage on the weakest True King. Qin Xian's strategy was correct. Under his desperate assault, the weakest True King was covered in sword wounds, blood gushing out and staining him red, a massive wound tearing open on his chest, revealing his ribs. Seeing this, Qin Xian smiled, took a deep breath, and raised the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword in his hand, power continuously flowing into the sword, the crisp sound of the sword's chant resonating through heaven and earth. Time Reversal Sword Formation. The Time Reversal Sword Formation, a sword formation condensed from the laws of time, caused enemies within the formation to experience tenfold delays in thought and action, draining their vitality and blood, resulting in a bleeding effect that could not be healed while within the formation. Among the professional skills Qin Xian had awakened, the Time Reversal Sword Formation was undoubtedly the most powerful, bar none. What does it mean to have tenfold delays in thought and action? This meant that after Qin Xian unleashed the Time Reversal Sword Formation, those below the True King level would be directly immobilized, with no possibility of movement. Even those above the True King level would be unable to act for a short time. Coupled with the bleeding effect, even if Qin Xian lacked combat experience, he could still be considered invincible at the king level, unless someone could instantly break his Time Reversal Sword Formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stop him. It is conceivable that only a peak True King could barely break through Qin Xian's Time Reversal Sword Formation in an instant. This is Qin Xian's true killing move, Buzz. In an instant, sword shadows formed from the laws of time surged forth, presenting an 8-trigram orientation, surrounding the entire battlefield. The Li Xian True King, who had been furious due to the injury of the weakest True King and was about to launch an attack on Qin Xian, along with another True King, were directly immobilized, their thoughts coming to a halt. The entire battlefield seemed to experience a time-space freeze, the scene exceedingly bizarre. Gung Jin Slash. Feeling the power within him continuously depleting, Qin Xian no longer hesitated. His figure flickered and appeared before the weakest True King, raising the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword high, with golden laws surging wildly into it, a brilliant golden light bursting forth. Boom! As Qin Xian slashed down, a massive golden sword light, as if to break open the heavens and the earth, descended with an unstoppable force, ruthlessly striking down towards the weakest True King. Before the sword light fell, its terrifying sharpness had already torn apart the void, revealing a pitch-black fissure extending 100 meters in the air above the battlefield. The deadly crisis finally awakened the weakest True King from the influence of the Time Reversal Sword Formation. However, having already suffered severe injuries and enduring the effects of blood loss, he was incredibly weak, unable to muster any strength to resist, only able to watch in despair as the unmatched sword light descended upon him. Bang! A deafening roar echoed, like fireworks, as a blood mist erupted violently. Under this sword strike, the weakest True King was unsurprisingly obliterated, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. Seeing this, Qin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retracted the Time Reversal Sword Formation. Although the formation was incredibly powerful, the energy it consumed was also terrifying. In a short time, Qin Xian had expended at least 50% of his total energy. Rumble! Just as the Li Xian True King and the other True King, who had just broken free from the influence of the Time Reversal Sword Formation, were about to react, they saw a crimson blood pillar descending from the sky, with endless phenomena unfolding, a torrential blood rain pouring down. A true king had fallen, and the heavens wept blood. No! This scene made the Li Xin true king and the other two's eyes nearly burst, their furious roars resounding throughout the world. At the same time, this torrential blood rain and crimson blood pillar also appeared on the ground battlefield, causing everyone to instinctively stop, staring in disbelief at the sky. The army of the Xian Yuan Ming clan stood dumbfounded, their eyes filled with terror. The Dragon Kingdom had no true king experts at all, which meant that the three true kings of the Xian Yuan Ming clan, besieging a peak king realm expert of the Dragon Kingdom, had not only failed to kill their opponent but had even been counter-killed by him. This scene, akin to a fantastical tale, sent the Xian Yuan Ming clan soldiers into a panic. Good. On the Iron City walls, Wang Pengyong and others clenched their hands tightly, their entire bodies trembling with intense excitement. Wang Pengyong took a deep breath, grabbed a large loudspeaker from a nearby guard, and shouted loudly, "Kill!" This shout was like a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, stirring the soul. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers, who had originally paused, suddenly regained their senses, their faces flushed, their fighting spirit boiling, and the sounds of battle cries erupted one after another, as if they had taken a frenzy-inducing drug, crazily engaging in combat with the Xian Yuan Ming clan army. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Ganges Kingdom, in an ancient mountain range, several figures stood atop the mountain peak, each towering 3 meters high, their long hair dancing wildly in the wind, their robust bodies exuding a majestic aura. These figures were the leaders of the invading Flame Wing Lion clan. Leading them was the Peak King realm expert, Lai Yu, with 3 of his brothers beside him. A true king has fallen? Big brother, it seems this world is not as simple as we thought. The second brother gazed towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, his fiery eyes seemingly piercing through layers of obstacles. Catching sight of the celestial phenomena on the Inner Mongolia battlefield, his words filled with astonishment. This aura seems to belong to a powerful member of the Xian Yuan Ming clan. It appears that I, the Flame Wing Lion clan, am not the only one with a time-space passage to this world. Lai Yu furrowed his brows, speaking in a serious tone, his face filled with fiery red patterns, reflecting the gravity of the situation. According to the locals here, that land seems to be a country called the Dragon Kingdom, with a history of 5,000 years. To be able to slay a true king ancestor of the Xian Yuan Ming clan, their foundation must be extraordinary, the third elder said, equally grave. This land is already enough for us to develop. The invasion of the Dragon Kingdom can wait for now, the eldest, Lai Yu, finally said in a deep voice. The fall of the true king had completely stunned these powerful members of the Flame Wing Lion clan. Originally eager to invade the Dragon Kingdom immediately, they couldn't help but pause their thoughts. Although the Flame Wing Lion clan was slightly stronger than the Xian Yuan Ming clan, it was still limited. The Dragon Kingdom's ability to slay true king-level experts already posed a threat to the Flame Wing Lion clan. Without understanding the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom, they dared not act rashly. Not only the Flame Wing Lion clan, but the leaders of various other races planning to invade other countries also sensed the celestial phenomenon of the true king's fall in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. One by one, their expressions turned grave, and their wariness towards the Dragon Kingdom rose sharply. On the Inner Mongolia battlefield, the true king of the Xian Yuan clan and another true king of the Xian Yuan Ming clan stood in despair, staring blankly at the burst of blood mist. The Xian Yuan Ming clan only had 5 true king ancestors, and now one had fallen in this barren world? Coupled with previous losses, the entire Xian Yuan Ming clan had undoubtedly suffered a tremendous blow. You shall die. After a brief moment of pain, the cold roar of the true king of the Xian Yuan erupted in the heavens, an unparalleled aura bursting forth from him, the overwhelming killing intent seeming to solidify, making the battlefield feel like an ice cave, filled with a chilling dread. Die! In an instant, the true king of the Xian Yuan and another true king of the Xian Yuan Ming clan unleashed their full power, appearing frenzied. At this moment, they had no reservations. Their only thought was to slay Qin Xian on the spot. They even retracted the cave heaven, suppressing Qin Xian's domain, gathering the entire power of the cave heaven to unleash a world-shattering strike. At this moment, the heavens roared, and the space shattered. Puff! In an instant, Qin Xian was sent flying by that terrifying force, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his insides feeling as if twisted by a long knife, the pain unbearable. Kill! Even while enduring such excruciating pain, Qin Xian's fighting spirit surged. He raised the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, his momentum soaring, pointing the long knife, sword energy erupting, laws of various systems sweeping forth. Emperor Dragon Dominance. 12 system domains activated. At this moment, Qin Xian frantically operated the power within him, entering a dual-enhanced state of Emperor Dragon Dominance in 12 system domains, ready to face the earth-shattering strike unleashed by the 2 true kings of the Xian Yuan. In the sky, 2 brilliant lights stood far apart, one side surrounded by sword shadows, dazzling with colorful brilliance, while the other side erupted with fist shadows and blade light, flashing with blinding radiance. An indescribable pressure, like a river pouring down, fell from above, causing everyone on the battlefield to feel the terrifying pressure from the sky. That pressure, merely a residual wave, made their hearts race with fear. We must win. On the city wall, generals like Wang Pingyong seemed to sense something, their fists clenched tightly, their gazes fixed on the sky, praying incessantly in their hearts. Bang! A deafening roar echoed from the heavens, an unparalleled force crashing, rippling across the entire sky, revealing numerous void cracks like ravines, densely packed, at first glance resembling a split sky, the scene extremely impactful. On the battlefield in the heavens, two light spheres collided violently, an infinite power sweeping out. Within the light spheres, Chen Xian and the true king of the Xian Yuan, along with another true king of the Xian Yuan Ming clan, exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant, the sounds of explosions ringing out continuously. At this moment, both Chen Xian and the other true kings like Lai Xian were acting as if they had gone mad, fighting desperately without regard for anything else. They all understood that only by slaying each other could this battle come to an end, and for that, they were willing to pay any price. For Chen Xian, he had the entire dragon kingdom behind him, with no retreat possible. For Lai Xian and the other true kings, their Xian Yuan Ming clan had already suffered tremendous losses, and if they could not seize this new world, their clan would surely decline. Boom! After being blasted away once again, Chen Xian disregarded his own injuries and appeared before true king Lai Xian at a terrifying speed. With a fierce slash of the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword in his hand, a dazzling sword light stretching 100 meters tore through the heavens and the earth, leaving a semicircular rift in the air. Bang! True king Lai Xian met the attack with a punch, a violent force mixed with an unparalleled fist momentum, forming a destructive shockwave that swept away everything around. Time reversal sword formation. Chen Xian did not look at the result but directly unleashed the time reversal sword formation, enveloping another true king of the Xian Yuan Ming clan. Once he was immobilized by the formation, Chen Xian flickered and instantly appeared beside him, bringing down the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword. How dare you! Seeing this scene, true king Lai Xian's eyes were about to burst, roaring in anger. He moved like a shadow, wanting to rush into the time reversal sword formation to save that true king. But how could a sword formation containing the laws of time be easily broken? Just getting close to the time reversal sword formation slowed his movements, and his once lightning-fast speed had diminished. Bang! The sound of an explosion erupted, with strange phenomena appearing, and the heavens and earth wept blood. Another true king fell at Chen Xian's hands, and on the battlefield, many powerful members of the Xian Yuan Ming clan were stunned by the reappearing celestial phenomena, their eyes filled with fear. How long had it been, and yet another true king had fallen? Just how strong was that native? Ah, you shall die. In the sky, true king Lai Xian howled to the heavens, feeling both anger and an unavoidable fear. 3 true kings had joined forces, yet 2 had been killed by Chen Xian, a mere peak king realm cultivator. The power and methods Chen Xian displayed were terrifying. I don't believe you have any strength left. True king Lai Xian spoke coldly, unleashing all the power within him to attack Chen Xian. His murderous intent towards Chen Xian ultimately outweighed his fear. At this point in the battle, even he felt somewhat overwhelmed, but he did not believe that Chen Xian, a mere peak king realm cultivator, could unleash another burst of power. As long as the time reversal sword formation did not interfere, he was confident he could slay Chen Xian. Chen Xian sneered and unhesitatingly charged towards true king Lai Xian. If it were an ordinary peak king realm cultivator, they truly would not be able to sustain such high-intensity combat. But who was Chen Xian? The sole owner of the mythical hidden class, Chaos Sword Master, with 5 mythical quality talents and 12 mythical quality professional skills. The power he could draw far exceeded that of an ordinary peak king realm cultivator, even that of a true king. In this situation, to compete with Chen Xian in endurance was simply a fool's dream. Not to mention, just the talent of the Scarlet Flame melting furnace could sustain Chen Xian's combat. Bang! The battle reignited, this time even more intense than when the 3 had besieged Chen Xian. For both Chen Xian and true king Lai Xian had placed life and death aside, every move was aimed at killing the other. The entire sky was nearly devoid of complete space, filled with countless cracks, and the violent force surged throughout the battlefield, shattering any awakened beings below the king realm who dared to step in. This battle was undoubtedly the most difficult one Chen Xian had faced since awakening, exhausting him physically and mentally. With no intact place on his body, only a mass of scars. Even with the protection of the Chaos Emperor Dragon armor, it could not completely block the violent power of true king Lai Xian. In the end, Chen Xian unleashed the time reversal sword formation once more, completely ending true king Lai Xian. Boom! Thunder roared, and the heavens and earth wept blood. This time, everyone on the battlefield stopped, presenting a scene of stark contrast. On the side of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone showed joy, their entire bodies trembling with intense excitement. On the side of the Xian Yuan Ming clan, the remaining army also trembled, but their trembling was out of fear. Good. This is the guardian deity of our dragon kingdom. If we do not fight, we will not. If we do, we will surely win. No matter how strong the enemy, those who dare to invade the dragon kingdom will be punished. On the city wall, generals like Wang Pangyang were ecstatic, their faces flushed with excitement. 3 alien true kings. If it weren't for Qin Xian, what could the dragon kingdom use to defend itself? Even if they could use high-yield nuclear weapons, once they fell on dragon kingdom territory, how great a sacrifice would the entire dragon kingdom have to pay? Qin Xian, who had slain 3 true kings, was already worthy of being called the guardian deity of the dragon kingdom. Cough. In the sky, Qin Xian coughed up blood violently, his face pale as paper. During the battle, he had not cared about his injuries, but now that the fight was over, he realized how severe his wounds were. He waved his hand, collecting the storage bags of True King Li Xuan and others, and then slowly descended. When Qin Xian landed on the steel city wall, there was complete silence along the entire steel defense line. Generals like Wang Pangyang and the Dragon Kingdom soldiers stationed on the wall stared blankly at Qin Xian, who was covered in blood and nearly devoid of intact skin, their noses tinged with sourness, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of their eyes. Just from Qin Xian's exhausted and tragic appearance, Wang Pangyang and the others could tell what kind of battle he had endured. Cough. We won. Qin Xian glanced around the distant battlefield, realizing that although the fight was not over, the overall situation was already determined, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face as he spoke through blood. This battle had been very difficult. Not only he, but even the Dragon Kingdom soldiers had fought to madness, yet they had ultimately won, and from the situation on the battlefield, the casualty ratio was not large. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Wang Pangyang and the others felt a tremor in their hearts, remaining silent as they deeply bowed to Qin Xian. Looking around, many Dragon Kingdom soldiers on the steel city wall bowed in unison, a truly spectacular scene. Immediately, before Qin Xian could react, Wang Pangyang straightened up, took a few steps forward, and supported Qin Xian. How do you feel? Military doctor, military doctor. No need, just let me rest for a bit. Qin Xian waved his hand, enduring the pain as he walked into the city tower to begin healing. With his injuries, even the best military doctor could not treat him, only heavenly materials, earth treasures, healing elixirs, or himself could restore him. General Chen has already laid the foundation for our victory. Everyone, launch a full counterattack. Annihilate this group of aliens who dare to invade our dragon kingdom. Looking at Qin Xian's departing figure, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Pangyang's eyes, an astonishing killing intent enveloping him, and his roaring command echoed across the entire steel defense line. Yes. As Wang Pangyang's command resonated, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers stationed on the steel defense line leaped up and charged towards the alien army. At the same time, soldiers operating the psychic laser cannons also aimed at those high-level Xian Yuan Ming clan experts, unhesitatingly firing the laser cannons to assist their comrades in exterminating the Xian Yuan Ming clan strong ones. Boom! The deafening roar echoed across the battlefield, and the wailing cries resounded. The deaths of the 3 true kings had already terrified the Xian Yuan Ming clan army. They had originally been unable to defeat the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, and after losing their morale, they were even less able to fight back. Every moment, members of the Xian Yuan Ming clan were dying at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. The entire battlefield had seemingly turned into a one-sided slaughter, countless Dragon Kingdom soldiers, like berserkers, crazily encircling the Xian Yuan Ming clan army, even surrounding the entire spacetime passage to prevent the terrified Xian Yuan Ming clan from escaping back to the mythical era. Even though they howled incessantly, no soldier of the Dragon Kingdom showed any mercy. At this moment, every soldier was holding back a surge of anger, not only for Qin Xian's tragic injuries but also for their inability to help him. Thus, the army of the Xian Yuan Ming clan became the target for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to vent their fury. 3 hours later, the entire battlefield fell silent. As far as the eye could see, the ground had collapsed, littered with the corpses of beast mounts and the fallen warriors of the Xian Yuan Ming clan. All the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were busy cleaning up the battlefield, categorizing the beasts, waiting for the logistics team to drag them back for butchering, turning them into delicacies, while the bodies of the Xian Yuan Ming clan were gathered together for a unified cremation. The fallen soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were solemnly collected, each soldier bearing a heavy heart as they carried the coffins of their comrades back to the steel defense line. After 3 hours of healing, although Qin Xian had not fully recovered from his injuries, his condition was much better than before. This battle, though difficult, had brought him immense gains. After all, not everyone could qualify to fight against 3 true kings at the peak of the royal realm, let alone slay them. This great battle, while it did not completely compensate for Qin Xian's lack of combat experience, significantly enhanced his skills, making him more adept at using various professional skills and major talents. Although his cultivation had not changed at all, his overall combat power had at least increased by 10 to 20%. Moreover, the wealth collected from the three true kings was astonishing, with piles of spirit stones of various qualities, countless heavenly materials and treasures, as well as elixirs and weapons. Chen Xian kept everything he could use and handed the rest over to Wang Pengyang for the training of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. Of course, compared to Chen Xian, the entire Dragon Kingdom's gains were the greatest. Just the corpses of the beast mounts alone constituted a massive fortune. Even if they were merely used as food, they could sustain all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. After all, this time there were a full 1,000,000 beast mounts, each at least several dozen meters in size. In addition, they could be used for research and to craft weapons from the bones and hides of the beasts. As for the corpses of the Xian Yuan Ming clan's army, while they could not create value, the treasures they carried were enough for the Dragon Kingdom to profit greatly. Even if only 1 in 10 of the Xian Yuan Ming soldiers had storage bags, it would still be a vast amount. At this moment, within the steel defense line, the logistics team was busily occupied, excitedly counting the supplies while nearly collapsing from exhaustion. In the command room of the city tower, Chen Xian sat pale in the main seat, flanked by Wang Pengyang and several generals. In this battle, our Dragon Kingdom lost 3,670 men, with over 176,000 injured, completely annihilating the invading enemy, and the wealth we gained is beyond measure, Wang Pengyang reported to Chen Xian, suppressing his excitement. Although the loss of over 3,000 men was heartbreaking, to be honest, this number was far below their expectations, all thanks to Chen Xian. Otherwise, the death toll would have been at least 100 times higher, and the entire defense line might have collapsed. To achieve a loss of just over 3,000 men while annihilating 200,000 enemy troops was an unprecedented victory in the entire history of warfare on Blue Star. Double the compensation for the fallen soldiers' families, and implement policies to favor the families of the martyrs, Chen Xian instructed Wang Pengyang and the others after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengyang nodded solemnly, his face full of gravity. He then continued, in addition to the massive material gains from this battle, many of the participating soldiers have also seen significant improvements in their professional levels, with at least a 10-level increase, and many have reached the threshold of level 30. In response, Chen Xian was not the slightest bit surprised. Not to mention the ranks of the soldiers from the Xian Yuan Ming clan, just the group of exotic beast mounts could greatly enhance the capabilities of many Dragon Kingdom soldiers. The lower the professional rank of an existence, the more experience they could gain from slaying high-level exotic beasts, which could lead to a rapid increase in their levels. This time, the invading Xian Yuan Ming army and their exotic beast mounts generally had levels higher than those of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, so such gains were not unexpected. The deaths of the three true kings are enough to intimidate the Xian Yuan Ming clan and other invading alien races on Blue Star. In the short term, the Dragon Kingdom will gain a stable opportunity for development. This time will be the chance for our Dragon Kingdom to change its fate. Therefore, the wealth we gain this time should be used to enhance the strength of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, allowing our Dragon Kingdom to grow stronger. In the command room, Chen Xian's serious voice echoed, and Wang Pengyang and others nodded in solemn agreement. Both Chen Xian and Wang Pengyang were well aware that although the Dragon Kingdom had won this battle, even more difficult challenges awaited them. Therefore, if they did not take advantage of this period of calm to accelerate their enhancement, even with Chen Xian, the Dragon Kingdom might not be able to withstand the future storm. This time, although the Xian Yuan Ming clan suffered heavy losses, let's not forget that there were still two true kings and countless clansmen among them. Just this alone, if they went mad, could cause a huge impact on the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention they still had legendary saint-level ancestors. Moreover, they could not guarantee whether the Xian Yuan Ming clan would act out of desperation and share the time-space passage with stronger alien races in exchange for benefits. In summary, this great victory is worth celebrating, but they cannot let their guard down. Instead, they should be even more vigilant. This was the tone set for the post-war summary meeting. After 3 days, the gains from this war were finally fully counted and reported by Wang Pengyang to the Central Military Department of the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, the dynamic released by the Central News Agency shocked the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world. This dynamic contained only 4 words: the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, followed by a 1-hour-long video showing Chen Xian fighting against the 3 true kings of the Xian Yuan Ming clan and the brave struggles of many Dragon Kingdom soldiers. At the end of the video, there was a segment that moved everyone. He, with his own strength, fought against 3 true kings of alien races, while crushing many high-level alien powerhouses, winning the initiative for this war. They, with their flesh and blood, forged an iron defense line, resisting exotic beasts and even alien races, protecting the Dragon Kingdom from foreign invasion. He is the director of the Mythical Anomalies Bureau, Chen Xian. They are the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the backbone of our dragon kingdom. No matter how heavy it is, I will bear it with my strength. No matter how crazy and brutal it is, I will remain steadfast. Those who offend our dragon kingdom shall be punished. This dynamic left all who watched it, both citizens of the dragon kingdom and foreigners, in silence. Salute to Director Qin Xian and the soldiers of the dragon kingdom. Thank you for being there for us. Salute. When I have learned enough, I will go to the front lines and serve my country. Comment after comment flooded beneath this dynamic, with both the public and various platforms praising the soldiers of the dragon kingdom and Qin Xian, the national cohesion reaching an unprecedented high at this moment. Everyone knew that their current stable life was entirely due to the Dragon Kingdom soldiers fighting to the death, otherwise, they would have long been like foreign countries, suffering heavy casualties even if the entire nation did not fall. Meanwhile, countless foreign citizens on Twitter were also discussing, their words filled with envy. The Dragon Kingdom, an ancient and mysterious country, has awakened and is indeed earth-shattering. So envious, why doesn't our country have a hero like Qin Xian? Chen, please save us, there are exotic beasts everywhere. Shit, can I immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom? Same question. The online atmosphere was lively, but in reality, many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were not idle, fully utilizing the gains from this event to enhance their own strength. At this moment, in the command room on the Inner Mongolia front, Qin Xian was watching foreign intelligence. The Star-Spangled Nation is facing an invasion by a million-strong foreign army. These foreigners are small in stature but can harness the power of the earth, causing great losses to the Star-Spangled Nation. Currently, they have lost more than half of their territory and are retreating to a super base formed by Colorado and several other states. The foreigners faced by Russia are tall and control the power of ice. Their might is unpredictable. It took over an hour for Qin Xian to finish reading this intelligence, and he remained silent. The goblin race of the Star-Spangled Nation, the ice-holy race of Russia, the bloodthirsty mad race of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the undead ghost race of the Great Cold. Just within Asia, there were dozens of foreign races appearing, and other continents had at least several as well. Looking across the entire blue star, the total number of foreign invasions had approached 50. What a terrifying number! Although the goblin race of the Star-Spangled Nation was relatively distant and temporarily not within the defensive range of the Dragon Kingdom, many foreign races bordering the Dragon Kingdom needed to be closely monitored. If it weren't for his recent slaying of 3 true kings, which had greatly deterred these foreign races, Qin Xian had no doubt that they would invade the Dragon Kingdom after occupying the territories of other nations. After all, the vast territory of the Dragon Kingdom was a tremendous wealth to these foreign races, which they would never easily give up. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. The upcoming calamities will be even more terrifying. Qin Xian sighed lightly, a hint of worry appearing on his face. Well, if resources are not used, when will they be? The current Dragon Kingdom must be quickly strengthened. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xian spoke firmly. Originally, he did not want to overly utilize the resources in the human emperor's secret realm, but the current situation facing the Dragon Kingdom was extremely tense. If he did not use them, it would be difficult to develop in the short term. The future could be discussed later. What was most important for the Dragon Kingdom now was to survive this great calamity. If they couldn't even survive, what future could they talk about? If he could train all members of the Qishao team to the king level, even when facing numerous foreign races attacking, Qin Xian was confident he could win and even counterattack the mythical era world. Of course, even with the human emperor's secret realm, training all members of the Qishao team to the king level would take a long time, but it was still a glimmer of hope. In the days that followed, while foreign battles raged, the domestic situation remained calm. Whether soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom or ordinary citizens, everyone was diligently training. A large amount of exotic beast meat was transported to various defense zones for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to consume, and any surplus would flow into the market for the public to purchase. A week later, after recovering from his injuries, Qin Xian, along with all members of the Qishao team, headed to the human emperor's secret realm. This time, not only would the Qishao team undergo training and tempering, but Qin Xian himself would also develop his potential and enhance his combat power within the human emperor's secret realm. Woo! Just as Qin Xian led many members of the Qishao team into the human emperor's secret realm, a clear and resounding horn echoed across the entire Inner Mongolia defense line, and one exotic beast after another surged out from the time-space passage. It seems that the Xian Yuan Ming clan intends to use these exotic beasts to wear down the living forces of our Dragon Kingdom. On the city wall, Wang Pengyan looked at the exotic beasts, which were only a few dozen meters in size, and sneered repeatedly. The fall of the 3 true kings had likely dealt a severe blow to the Xian Yuan Ming clan. Without any means of counteraction, they would certainly not launch a large-scale attack, and even tacitly refrained from using high-level powerhouses, intending to use low-level exotic beasts to wear down the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, There were plenty of exotic beasts in the mythical era world, and even they themselves had to suffer from the harm of these beasts. No one would care if many died. Everyone, there are enemies invading. What should we do? Kill those who dare to offend the Dragon Kingdom. Exterminate. The muffled roar echoed throughout the entire steel defense line, an astonishing momentum that left all Dragon Kingdom soldiers staring intently at the group of alien beasts, showing no fear, only endless fighting spirit and fervor. In the eyes of the many frontline soldiers, this group of alien beasts was not the enemy, but rather the nourishment for their strength enhancement. First squad, advance. Block the alien beast army from the east. Second squad, advance. Block. On the city wall, Wang Pengyong commanded in an orderly manner, and all Dragon Kingdom soldiers obeyed the orders, leaping down from the city wall to engage in battle with the alien beast army. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar resounded across the battlefield, as numerous Dragon Kingdom soldiers formed teams of 5 to cut the alien beast army apart, with each team surrounding a single alien beast, various professional skills blooming on the battlefield. After more than a week of adaptation, the 5 million Dragon Kingdom soldiers on the Inner Mongolia frontline had an average professional level exceeding 30, thus facing this group of alien beasts, most of which were at levels 40 to 50, with the highest barely reaching 80, felt quite at ease. After all, the battlefield was not just the frontline army. There were also many members of the mythical special forces, whose professional levels were generally close to 80, forming the true War God Legion on the front line, the main force against high-level alien beasts. Despite the favorable situation, Wang Pengyong showed no signs of relaxation. Instead, he grew increasingly serious. Because there were far too many alien beasts, continuously pouring out from the time-space passage, in less than 10 minutes, the number of alien beasts emerging from the passage had already reached tens of thousands. On the other side of the time-space passage was a vast plain, now densely populated with alien beasts, stretching endlessly. In the void above, many powerful members of the Xian Yuan Ming clan were driving the alien beasts, forcing them into the time-space passage. Moreover, countless powerful members of the Xian Yuan Ming clan were capturing alien beasts from all directions and releasing them onto this plain. At the end of the plain, there was an endless mountain range, lush and green, with towering ancient trees standing like loyal guards protecting the entire mountain range. On a high peak, 2 figures stood, their gazes seemingly piercing through layers of obstacles to glimpse the scene on the plain. Elder brother, is this really useful? The second true king of the Xian Yuan Ming clan, the Earth True King, couldn't help but ask. Whether it is useful or not, only by trying will we know. Regardless, the deaths of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th must be avenged by my Xian Yuan Ming clan. A sinister look appeared on the face of the first true king, the Sky True King, as he coldly replied. Upon hearing this, the Earth True King also showed indignation, his entire being radiating killing intent, angrily cursing, "These damned natives, it is their honor that my Xian Yuan Ming clan can occupy their land, yet they dare to resist? If it weren't for the inability to contact the ancestor temporarily, I would definitely tear them to pieces." Although the Sky True King did not speak, the anger emanating from him caused the surrounding void to tremble incessantly. This grudge cannot be forgiven. When my Xian Yuan Ming clan reigns, it will be their time to pay the price. While the fierce battle on the Inner Mongolia defense line raged on, Chen Xian, having arranged the Qishao squad, did not disturb Xiao Pingwu and the others, but instead came before the trial tower. Wanting to fully develop his potential, battle was undoubtedly the most suitable method, and although Chen Xian was confident in his strength, he could not recklessly enter the mythical era world to seek out battles with alien powerhouses. Therefore, the trial tower in the Emperor's secret realm was the best place for him to hone his skills. The trial tower was built by the Emperor and many mythical monarchs, serving as a place for ancient civilizations to cultivate talents and even strong warriors, consisting of 99 levels, with corresponding rewards for every 10 levels cleared. The trial object is the invading alien races or beasts from ancient civilizations, ranging from the basic 100 levels to the highest legendary Holy Sovereign. Of course, the alien races or beasts within the tower are not the real ones, but phantoms condensed by the power of formations. Although they are merely phantoms, their strength is still 80% of their true form. Chen Xian pushed open the door of the trial tower and stepped inside. What came into view was a vast hall, in the center of which stood a towering stone pillar, covered by a layer of light curtain, on which countless names surged. Shi, 18 years old, cleared 59 levels, ranked first. Yun, 18 years old, cleared 58 levels, ranked second. Undoubtedly, the names above are the prodigies of the ancient civilization era, and even Chen Xian was shaken by these talents. Clearing 50 levels corresponds to the King Realm level. These prodigies of the ancient civilization reached the King Realm at just 18 years old? What terrifying talent is this? Most importantly, these prodigies are not just one or two. The top 100 on the Trial Tower leaderboard are basically all beings who have cleared over 50 levels, all under 20 years old. From this alone, one can see the brilliance of the ancient civilization, yet even such a glorious era struggled to resist invaders, which shows just how terrifying the so-called mountains and seas are. At the position of over 800, Chen Xian found the names of Xiao Pingwu and others, who had basically cleared around 40 levels, corresponding to a strength above basic level 90. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Xian began the trial. He did not start from the first level but directly began at the 70 level, corresponding to True King strength. With Chen Xian's current combat power, only True King strong opponents could provide him with pressure. The other King Realm beings were simply ineffective for trial purposes. Of course, some top prodigies at the King Realm could still exert pressure on Chen Xian. However, there were no beings of that caliber in this trial tower. After a whirlwind of sensations, Chen Xian found himself in a grayish space, and once he fully regained his senses, a large, fierce alien beast slowly materialized. Roar! As soon as this beast appeared, its crimson eyes fixed on Chen Xian, and its roar, mixed with a violent aura, swept through the air. Among the basic 100 levels, all beings are not much different, and above the basic 100 levels, the awakened professionals and the alien races of the mythological era are not much different either. Only the alien beasts undergo changes. Alien beasts that break into the King Realm do not need to comprehend laws. Instead, they condense their blood and chi into blood patterns, inscribing them all over their bodies, using blood and chi to form a domain. Simply put, alien beasts are more akin to body cultivators in novels, while awakened professionals or alien races are more like law cultivators. Although alien beasts lack laws, their strength is unmatched, even considered invincible within the same realm. It is precisely because of this that alien beasts after reaching the King Realm cannot be commanded even by alien races. This is also why the invading alien races on Blue Star did not summon King Realm alien beasts for assistance. Alien beast clans with King Realm members are basically no longer controllable by alien races. For example, the previously invading skyrending demon ape clan, and if strong enough, these alien beast clans might even invade alien races, engaging in mutual slaughter with the alien races of the mythological era. Moreover, the domains condensed by races with the same bloodline are generally similar, such as the skyrending demon domain of the skyrending demon ape clan. True king-level alien beasts also possess cave heavens, but their cave heavens are entirely formed from blood and chi, and their power is not inferior to other types of cave heavens, and may even be more terrifying. The alien beast that appeared before Chen Xian was covered in fiery red scales, with sharp backward-facing spines growing at its joints, resembling a mutated humanoid fire lion. As for its name, Chen Xian could not say, as there was no record of such an alien beast in the compendium of alien beasts. Roar! As Chen Xian pondered, the roar sounded again. The unknown beast swung its massive fists towards him, the violent force tearing through the void, terrifying beyond compare. Not only that, but the area within dozens of miles around this beast transformed into a crimson hue, emanating from its cave heaven. Within this crimson cave heaven, Chen Xian could distinctly feel his own blood and energy being drawn, boiling uncontrollably. His entire essence, spirit, and even strength were suppressed by a layer. It seemed minimal, but in a battle at the true king level, this layer was enough to create an overwhelming victory. Chaos Sword Domain. Chen Xian dared not delay, his expression tightening as he directly unleashed his talent. In an instant, a dense wave of sword energy surged forth, colliding with the cave heaven power of the beast. As the saying goes, biting off more than one can chew. Even with Chen Xian's strong comprehension, it was impossible to hone everything to perfection at once, so he could only tackle one thing at a time. The first thing he chose was his talent, the Chaos Sword Domain. As a talent of mythical quality, the potential of the Chaos Sword Domain was beyond doubt, yet Chen Xian's application and understanding of it were still at a very rudimentary stage. He planned to use the Chaos Sword Domain to counter the beast's cave heaven power and to hone his professional skills against the beast's body, all of which he had already planned before coming to the human emperor's secret realm. Spirit Dome Sword Slash. Withstanding the pressure of the cave heaven, Chen Xian charged towards the oncoming beast without flinching, launching the strongest spatial skill right from the start. Boom! The fist force collided with the sword light in an instant, and the violent power created a shockwave that destroyed everything, spreading in all directions. The ground was torn apart, and amidst the swirling dust, the large and small figures clashed madly. Chen Xian held his sword in midair, various professional skills emerging like bamboo shoots after rain, as the brilliant sword light caused the space to collapse and the earth to crack. This unknown beast, though merely an illusion, possessed combat instincts and strength that were not weak at all, fighting with Chen Xian in a lively manner. Even with only 80% of its true strength, it was not inferior to the weakest true king among the three who invaded from the Shenyuan Ming clan. Driven by powerful combat instincts, this beast would not engage in a back-and-forth exchange with Chen Xian. It would evade if possible, and if not, it would take the least damage and then retaliate fiercely against Chen Xian. Bang! The roar erupted, and amidst the rolling dust, Chen Xian shot out at supersonic speed, appearing 10 miles away in the blink of an eye, though he was in a rather disheveled state. He stood with his sword, his battle intent boiling, the brilliance in his eyes as radiant as the sun. In the next moment, he struck again, the sword light flickering as if a sword god had descended, unmatched in power. During the battle, he also focused on comprehending his professional skills and the laws he had grasped, striving to maximize the honing effect. After a full 2 hours, Chen Xian finally killed the unknown beast. He did not immediately enter the next layer but sat down on the spot, reflecting on the previous battle. It was only after half an hour that he continued into the next layer. In the 71st layer of the trial tower, Chen Xian faced 2 early true king beasts, entirely black, resembling giant wolves, with fangs in their mouths glinting with a cold light. Boom! The explosive sound erupted, and Chen Xian wasted no time, directly launching into battle. For 3 whole days, Chen Xian remained in the trial tower, battling from the 70th layer to the current 79th layer. After arduously slaying 3 mid-true king peak beasts, he stepped into the 80th layer. In this layer, he faced only 1 beast, but its cultivation had reached the late true king stage. Just its aura alone put immense pressure on Chen Xian, even giving him a faint sense of deadly crisis. Above the king realm, the gap between each minor realm is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. In the foundational 100 levels, anyone with exceptional talent can fight against 7 or 8 levels higher, or even 10 levels higher. However, upon reaching the king realm, being able to fight against even a minor realm higher is enough to be called a prodigy. Someone like Chen Xian, who can challenge true kings at the king realm, is truly a peerless genius. Even in the mythological era, such a prodigy would be rare. Over the past 3 days, although Chen Xian fought to the point of exhaustion, the gains he achieved were immense. His combat experience skyrocketed, and his application of professional skills and laws became masterful. Compared to before he entered the trial tower, his combat power had increased by at least 20%. Chaos Sword Domain. Sword Heart Clarity. In the grayish space, Chen Xian unleashed 2 major talents, using the Chaos Sword Domain to counter the Cave Heaven, while wielding the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, charging towards the true king late-stage beast. During these 3 days of intense combat, Chen Xian truly understood the function of the Sword Heart Clarity talent. It not only enhanced his comprehension of the sword path but also amplified the power of his sword techniques. Without the support of the laws, in the state of Sword Heart Clarity, the power of his sword techniques surged to nearly 3 times. Boom! In an instant, Chen Xian engaged in a fierce battle with the true king late-stage beast, using various professional skills in a crossfire of colors that illuminated the entire battlefield. It must be said that the true king late-stage beast was far beyond what a true king mid-stage could compare to. The pressure it exerted on Chen Xian was even greater than that of the 3 true king mid-stage peaks on the 79th floor. In this battle, Chen Xian poured all his strength into it, spending 3 hours before barely managing to kill it. At this moment, Chen Xian was covered in blood, looking utterly miserable, his face as pale as paper, and the grip on the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword caused blood to continuously seep from his hands, cracked by the beast's immense force upon impact. Congratulations on clearing the 80th floor. You have received the reward, Dragon Pattern Body Refinement Technique. The moment Chen Xian killed the beast, a crisp voice echoed throughout the space, followed by a beam of light descending from above, appearing before Chen Xian. Within the light, an ancient and mysterious jade slip floated. Cough. Dragon Pattern Body Refinement Technique? Chen Xian coughed up blood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth while speaking in confusion, but his hands moved quickly to retrieve the jade slip from the light. As Chen Xian took the jade slip, an inexplicable wave of energy immediately radiated from it, followed by a torrent of information flooding into Chen Xian's mind, leaving him feeling dizzy even with his current mental strength. Dragon Pattern Body Refinement, a technique practiced by body cultivators of ancient civilizations, refines the body using vital energy and blood, refining skin, tendons, and bones, and using laws to gather dragon patterns, inscribing them throughout the body to achieve an invincible body. After a long time, having absorbed that overwhelming information, Chen Xian stood there in a daze. If one looked closely, they would notice his body was slightly trembling. Chen Xian never expected that clearing the 80th floor would yield such a powerful technique. The Dragon Pattern Body Refinement Technique consists of 9 levels, the first being the foundational entry level, which involves refining skin, tendons, and bones with vital energy and blood. Once the refinement is complete, one can step into the second level. From this level onward, the Dragon Pattern Body Refinement Technique becomes somewhat fantastical, as it condenses the laws perceived into dragon patterns, inscribing them onto the entire skeleton and even the internal organs. Once successful, the strength of the body will experience a geometric surge. This means that once he steps into the second level, even without directly using professional skills, every punch and kick will carry the power of the laws. How incredible is that? Of course, achieving success in cultivation is extremely difficult. Just the first level requires immense vitality and blood power, and the process of tempering is also incredibly painful. Once one reaches the second level, condensing the dragon pattern with the power of the laws becomes a threshold, and inscribing the dragon pattern all over the body is yet another threshold. Merging the power of the laws into the body carries great risks. A slight misstep could lead to bodily collapse, making it highly dangerous. However, compared to the powerful strength gained, this danger is still worth taking. Unfortunately, this technique cannot be passed on, Chen Xian sighed lightly, expressing his regret. After understanding the dragon pattern body refinement technique, he learned that it contained certain taboos that prevented direct transmission. Otherwise, if everyone in the Dragon Kingdom could cultivate the dragon pattern body refinement technique, even those with low awakening class ranks could become like dragons. Let's give it a try. After a moment of regret, Chen Xian stopped thinking too much and directly began to attempt to cultivate the dragon pattern body refinement technique. With a wave of his hand, a several 100-meter tall beast corpse suddenly appeared in this space. This was the corpse of several level 100 beasts he had collected on the battlefield, originally intended to satisfy his appetite, but now it had found a purpose. Chen Xian took a deep breath, calming his mind, and continuously recalled the cultivation method of the first level of the dragon pattern body refinement technique. Once familiar, he placed his palm on the beast's corpse and activated the technique. Buzz! Streams of blood energy visibly emanated from the beast's corpse, gathering towards Chen Xian's palm. Under his control, it began to temper his flesh. Hiss! Just at the beginning of the tempering, the indescribable pain made Chen Xian involuntarily gasp, his entire face slightly contorting. He gritted his teeth and persisted in the tempering. The immense vitality absorbed from the beast's corpse seemed to transform into a giant hammer, continuously pounding on Chen Xian's flesh. As the blood energy kept hammering, the toughness and hardness of Chen Xian's flesh began to gradually increase. During the tempering process, Chen Xian was completely enveloped in pain, completely unaware of the passage of time. If it weren't for the fact that this trial tower did not restrict time, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate so freely here. It wasn't until the beast's blood energy was completely digested that Chen Xian finally emerged from his cultivation state. At that moment, he realized that he was drenched in sweat. Although uncomfortable, he paid it no mind and eagerly checked his flesh. He saw that the skin on his right palm had become incredibly delicate, its flexibility increased several times compared to before, and he could even see small, tough muscles hidden beneath the skin. Chen Xian gently clenched his fist, feeling that the strength of his right hand had greatly increased. However, the consumption of blood energy was terrifying. The blood energy of a basic level 100 beast was only enough to temper the flesh of one palm? What about the flesh of the entire body? How much blood energy would that require? And the bones? He still needed to kill more beasts. Unknowingly, Chen Xian felt like a gold-eating beast. The talent of the imperial dragon body also required blood energy to advance, and now there was another dragon pattern body refinement technique? Fortunately, given the current environment of Blue Star, he didn't have to worry about killing beasts. Unfortunately, the alien races were different from beasts. They couldn't be directly absorbed by humans. Otherwise, killing aliens would also enhance strength. Wouldn't that be wonderful? After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian continued to take out the beast corpses to begin tempering. Aside from leaving a small portion for eating, he used the rest to temper his flesh. 5 hours passed, and Chen Xian had completely digested the blood energy of those several level 100 beasts, and his entire right hand had completed the flesh tempering. Just by looking, one could see that his right hand had undergone significant changes compared to his left hand. Immediately after, Chen Xian conducted a post-battle summary, transforming the gains from his challenge of the 70th to the 80th floor into combat power. After intense battles, he clearly felt that his application of the power of the laws had become more adept, and even his comprehension had subtly improved. Continue. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. After encouraging himself, he stepped decisively into the 81st floor. If such terrifying techniques could be obtained from the 80th floor, what about the 90th? Or even the highest, the 99th? Of course, with Chen Xian's current strength, he couldn't even reach the 90th floor. However, he could attempt to challenge the 85th floor, which corresponded to the peak of the True King realm. Meanwhile, those like Xia Pengwu, who were comprehending in the Hall of Enlightenment, also welcomed a breakthrough opportunity. In the vast Hall of Enlightenment, Xia Pengwu and a dozen others sat apart, fully immersing themselves in the power of the laws that resonated with them. After this period of closed-door cultivation, all of them had reached the foundational 100 levels, and the fluctuations of the laws fatally emerged from their bodies, with Xiaopingwu and the 5 mythic class awakened individuals being the most pronounced. Crack! A sound like a bottleneck shattering suddenly echoed in the silent hall of enlightenment. The rich spiritual energy surrounding them seemed to be drawn in, wildly converging towards Xiaopingwu. The light law that resonated with him also manifested, forming intricate patterns around him, dancing like spirits, and then flowing into his body through his pores. A faint golden halo spread from Xiaopingwu, expanding outward. 1 mile, 10 miles. When it reached 50 miles, this golden halo finally stopped. This was Xiaopingwu's domain, a conical shape unique to his holy warrior profession. As this domain took shape, a powerful aura belonging to the king realm emanated from Xiaopingwu. Those like Yi Wentao, who were comprehending the laws nearby, were all awakened by this overwhelming aura. Xiaopingwu has become a king? Yi Wentao and the others were first taken aback, then filled with joy, their eyes reflecting envy. Although they had also touched upon the laws, they still needed time to truly break into the king realm. Becoming a king meant being able to leave this place and go to the front lines to fight. Even though this place was incredibly friendly to awakened professionals, they hoped to fight on the front lines for their country. They all knew that their peaceful cultivation here relied on the brave battles of the soldiers at the front. Moreover, now that Xiaopingwu had achieved the king realm, he was the second king in the entire Dragon Kingdom, aside from Director Qin Xian, which was a tremendous honor for them as soldiers. After breaking through to the king realm, Xiaopingwu did not awaken immediately but instead retracted his aura to consolidate his realm. Seeing this, Yi Wentao and the others did not hesitate and continued to immerse themselves in comprehending the laws. Xiaopingwu's breakthrough inspired them but also instilled a sense of urgency. As legendary class awakened individuals, how could they be inferior? If Xiaopingwu could break through, so could they. However, not long after, Yi Wentao and the others were awakened by several other fluctuations. They looked over and couldn't help but show a hint of envy on their faces. As expected of mythic class awakened individuals, they broke into the king realm so quickly? The waves behind drive on the waves in front. Looking at Wei Guochang and others in the distance, who were radiating the aura of the king realm, Yi Wentao and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Wei Guochang and the other mythic class awakened individuals had awakened much later than them, yet they still surpassed them. Such qualifications and talents made even these legendary awakened individuals envious. Everyone, we need to speed up. After saying this to the others, Yi Wentao immediately immersed himself in comprehending the laws, and the others also stopped delaying, diving into deeper understanding. 3 days later, after consolidating their cultivation, Xiaopingwu and the others emerged from their closed-door training, leaving the human emperor's secret realm and returning to the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the Inner Mongolia front, a brutal battle was underway. Numerous soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were fighting against a dense horde of alien beasts, with casualties occurring every moment, either an alien beast or a Dragon Kingdom soldier falling. The entire land was a scene of devastation, as prolonged combat had seemingly formed a layer of blood scab over the ground. Since Qin Xian left the front line to enter the human emperor's secret realm for seclusion, the fighting on the Inner Mongolia front had never ceased. Time and again, countless alien beasts invaded. In just over a week, the death toll of Dragon Kingdom soldiers on the Inner Mongolia front had already surpassed 100,000, and of course, the number of alien beasts killed was even greater. The meat of these alien beasts had circulated throughout the Dragon Kingdom, allowing even civilians to frequently consume it, while in the military, it was alien beast meat at every meal, and on the Inner Mongolia front, it was all high-grade alien beast meat. Continuous battles had resulted in significant losses for the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, but the improvement of the soldiers on the Inner Mongolia front was also immense. Now, over 5 million frontline soldiers in Inner Mongolia had basically all reached level 50 or above. Members of the mythical special forces had all reached level 90 or above, and their overall strength had at least multiplied several times compared to before. Of course, those currently fighting were not the original soldiers from the Inner Mongolia front, but rather troops rotated in from other military districts. On the second day of the large-scale alien beast invasion, the Central Military Command had already set a strategy to use this alien beast invasion for training. Any soldier reaching level 50 or above was required to rotate, allowing personnel from other military districts to come to Inner Mongolia for defense. Because of this, the number of soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom reaching level 50 or above had already surpassed 8 million, and the number was still rapidly increasing. On the city wall, Wang Pengyang squinted his eyes, observing the entire battlefield. In recent days, these generals had also personally taken to the front lines to kill enemies, so their professional levels had also reached level 50 or above. The increase in level had significantly enhanced their physical capabilities, otherwise, they would have long since been unable to endure such continuous battles. Roar! At that moment, a roar like a thunderclap suddenly echoed across the battlefield, startling Wang Pangyang and the Dragon Kingdom soldiers engaged in battle, causing them to instinctively look towards the sound. Just one glance made their pupils shrink. They saw an incredibly massive alien beast breaking free from a spacetime portal, its formidable aura sweeping across the entire battlefield like a raging storm. Under this pressure, the alien beasts trembled and lowered their heads in submission. King-level alien beast. Wang Pingyang's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. Indeed, how could the alien races stand by and watch the Dragon Kingdom grow stronger? However, he did not expect the other side to take such drastic measures and directly capture a king-level alien beast. Roar! In the next moment, several deep roars followed in succession as one king-level alien beast after another squeezed out from the spacetime portal. A total of 5 king-level alien beasts stood there like towering giants, and merely their presence rendered the entire battlefield silent, an indescribable pressure enveloping every Dragon Kingdom soldier. The terrifying king-level pressure made even the most resilient among them feel fear. Damn it! Quick, go to Kunlun and notify General Chen Xian. Wang Pangyang shouted angrily, hastily commanding the messenger beside him. Despite the significant enhancement of the Dragon Kingdom's strength during this time, it was impossible to withstand 5 king-level alien beasts. After all, they were not monsters like Chen Xian, who could defy king-level foes with a base level of 100, and moreover, there were no base level 100 powerhouses present. Below the king level, all were like ants. This was not just a saying. The strength of king-level alien beasts was inherently much greater than that of the same level. If these 5 king-level alien beasts charged recklessly, they could easily collapse the entire Inner Mongolia front. The messenger, having received the order, hurriedly ran off, not daring to delay for even a moment. Roar! At that moment, the 5 king-level let out a deafening roar, a sound that seemed like a battle horn. The surrounding, upon hearing it, charged towards the many Dragon Kingdom soldiers as if driven mad. With the 5 king-level leading the charge, the momentum of the army clearly changed. Bang! Watching as the king level struck casually, causing countless casualties among the Dragon Kingdom army, the eyes of Wang Pangyang and others on the city wall turned red. Quick, work together to stop these beasts. The members of the mythical special forces were equally furious. Several members who had reached level 95 and above forcibly repelled that they were fighting and rushed to confront the 5 king level, hoping to block them. However, just as they reached the 5 king level, a force like a raging storm swept towards them, sending them flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a massive human-shaped pit. The 5 king level advanced together, leaving no one in their path unscathed. Even though the 5 king level were overwhelmingly powerful, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers continued to charge forward, attempting to halt their advance, a tragic and desperate atmosphere spreading across the battlefield. On the city wall, the energy laser cannons were already smoking, yet they failed to inflict any damage on the 5 king level, only managing to momentarily disrupt their momentum. In just a few minutes, the death toll among the Dragon Kingdom soldiers reached thousands, including several members of the mythical special forces. Such immense losses filled all the Dragon Kingdom soldiers with rage. Watching their comrades die before their eyes, who could remain calm? Even knowing they were no match for the 5, they still unleashed their full strength, determined to inflict wounds on the 5 king level, even if it cost them their lives. Damn beasts! At that moment, a series of furious roars suddenly echoed across the battlefield, and 6 streaks of light appeared from afar, quickly materializing above the battlefield. These 6 streaks of light were none other than Xia Pingwu and others who had emerged from the human emperor's secret realm. They stood in midair, their imposing aura surging, their gazes fixed on the fallen Dragon Kingdom soldiers, an overwhelming fury erupting like a volcanic explosion, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Kill! They had no extra words, letting out a roar as they charged towards the 5 king level. Xia Pingwu, clad in golden battle armor, radiated brilliant golden light, like a sun illuminating the world, an endless fighting spirit emanating from him. He swung his longsword down, the sword light seeming to cleave through heaven and earth as it surged towards the 5 king level. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, a powerful storm sweeping in all directions, forcing the surrounding and even the Dragon Kingdom soldiers to retreat. The 5 king level, facing such a formidable assault, finally halted their advance, their massive crimson pupils fixated on Xia Pingwu and the others, a chilling killing intent seeming to freeze the void. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely be trembling under such a gaze. Die! Xia Pingwu paid no heed to the killing intent of the 5 king level, at this moment, he only wanted to vent his fury and slay the 5 king level on the spot. As Xia Pingwu charged forward, Wei Guochang and others also erupted. As a shadow swordsman, Wei Guochang's body trembled, and he vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace. Even using spiritual perception, one could not detect his presence. He was like a venomous snake, hidden and ready to deliver a fatal blow to the 5 king level. Puppet Master Yizhentian waved his hand, and 2 king level and 7 basic 100 level puppets emerged, charging towards the 5 king level under his command. On the city wall, Wang Pengyong looked at Xia Pingwu and the others showcasing their abilities, feeling completely relaxed. We finally waited for this. It's time to counterattack, soldiers, kill. In the next moment, Wang Pengyong shouted loudly, his voice like a bell, resonating in all directions. The furious soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, as if under the influence of a berserk drug, charged with overwhelming momentum towards the many alien beasts surrounding them. At this moment, they appeared frenzied, more beast-like than the beasts themselves. They could not kill the king-level alien beasts, nor could they avenge their comrades who had died at their hands, but they could kill these ordinary alien beasts. If one was not enough, they would kill 2, 3, or 10. At this moment, the entire battlefield was filled with a violent rage. Not only were the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom fighting fiercely on the battlefield, but many soldiers on the city walls were also engaged in battle. Some wielded energy sniper rifles, continuously sniping alien beasts, while others operated machine guns spewing fire, and energy laser cannons were also firing shells incessantly. Our Dragon Kingdom has finally become strong. On the city walls, Wang Pengyong looked at the impressive figures of Xia Pingwu and others, tears welling in his eyes, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. The fact that Xia Pingwu and others had entered the king level was undoubtedly good news worth celebrating nationwide for the Dragon Kingdom. This meant that the Dragon Kingdom had truly gained the strength to resist alien beasts and even foreign invasions. Previously, although Chen Xian was strong, he was ultimately just one person. If they had to fight on 2 or even 3 fronts, Chen Xian would be stretched thin. With Xia Pingwu and others, even if they fought on 3 fronts, the Dragon Kingdom need not fear. Bang! A loud explosion echoed on the battlefield as Wei Guochang, hidden in the void, finally found an opportunity and, in coordination with Xia Pingwu, struck down a king-level alien beast with a single sword. When that enormous body fell on the battlefield, the other 4 king-level alien beasts and the remaining alien beasts trembled. The lower-level alien beasts could not help but flee. However, how could the enraged soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom allow them to escape? They directly guarded the time-space passage and began a massacre. In the void above, Wei Guochang remained concealed, while Xia Pingwu and others surrounded and attacked the other 4 king-level alien beasts. They could not bring back the fallen soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, but they could send these damned alien beasts down to accompany their comrades in death. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom shall be punished. The war continued, with corpses strewn across the battlefield and cries of anguish echoing. This war lasted for more than 5 hours before it finally ended. Some soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were exhausted, collapsing on the battlefield, gasping for breath. Those with strength silently walked towards their fallen comrades, saluting and bowing, lifting their bodies back towards the city walls. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed on the city walls also jumped down, some gathering the bodies of their comrades, others beginning to clean the battlefield, and a large number of medical personnel rushed out. The entire battlefield was bustling with activity, but no one spoke. Everyone silently went about their work, stopping to salute whenever they passed a fallen soldier lying in a pool of blood. In the command room, Xia Pingwu and others expressed their apologies to generals like Wang Pengyong. Sorry, we are late. Not late, not late. Wang Pengyong waved his hand repeatedly, and before Xia Pingwu and others could speak, he continued. Although this battle incurred significant losses, being able to slay 5 alien beasts is a great achievement, and you will be rewarded by the country for breaking into the king level. Xia Pingwu and others exchanged glances but said nothing further. Then, they began to inquire about the current situation from Wang Pengyong. Meanwhile, in the trial tower, Chen Xian was struggling on the 85th floor, battling 3 peak true kings. Above the 80th floor, each level was incredibly difficult to clear, and Chen Xian lingered for a long time on each floor before entering the next trial. Bang! Deafening explosions echoed throughout the space as Chen Xian, wielding the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, charged left and right, unleashing various professional skills, transforming the entire space into a dazzling display of fireworks, brilliant and unmatched. At this moment, Chen Xian's every move unleashed an incredibly terrifying power, with various professional skills being utilized to perfection, allowing him to fully control the strength of all the awakened professional skills. In addition, his 12 elemental domains, even when contending with the peak of the True King realm, were not lacking in any way. Under the domain of the 3 peak True King beasts, the 12 elemental domains remained steadfast. Although this domain power was only 80% of that of the 3 peak true king beasts, their combined strength was not something an ordinary peak true king could easily withstand. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, Chen Xian's overall strength had at least increased several times compared to before he entered the trial tower. Boom! A deafening roar exploded throughout the space. After several hours of arduous battle, the war between Chen Xian and the 3 peak true king beasts finally ended with Chen Xian's victory. At this moment, Chen Xian looked quite miserable, covered in blood, his face pale, and his entire body marked with countless wounds, with only his right arm, tempered by the dragon pattern body refinement technique, appearing somewhat better. Ha! Chen Xian gasped for breath, taking out healing pills to recover on the spot. After a long time, once his injuries were healed, Chen Xian first reviewed the previous battle, identifying his shortcomings for improvement, and then he pulled up his professional panel to check his overall changes during this period. Level 86, even if not at the legendary Saint Sovereign level, at least equivalent to 5 peak true king beasts, such power was beyond Chen Xian's current capability to contend with. Realm, peak king realm power, 686 dragons, 1 dragon equals 100,000 base value. Physique, 798 dragons. Spirit, 967 dragons. Divine abilities, Spirit Sky Sword Slash, Ice Ceiling 10,000 miles, Sword Command Divine Thunder, Dark Prison Annihilation, Universal Illumination, Leaving Fire Calamity, Metal Cutting Slash, Heavenly Wood Guanine, Absolute Defense, Time Reversal Sword Array, Wind Dark Critical Strike, Soul Cutting. Mastery of each divine ability has reached perfection, comprehension and control of the 12 elemental laws have reached great success. Talent, Sword Heart Clarity, 60%, Chaotic Sword Domain, 80%, Emperor Dragon Overlord Body, 70%, Crimson Flame Melting Furnace, 50%, Phoenix Path Nirvana, 46%. Divine Weapons, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Boots, Top Tier King Level, Domain, 12 Elemental Domain, Great Success Peak, Cultivation Method, Dragon Pattern Body Refinement Technique, First Level, Right Hand Flesh Refinement Completed, Special Talent, Chaotic Source Body, 3 Forms, Chaotic Demon Source Form, Consumes a large amount of vitality, Power Amplification 3 to 5 times depending on the vitality consumed, Chaotic Divine Source Form, Consumes a large amount of soul power, Power Amplification 5 to 8 times, Chaotic Berserker Form, Consumes one's own life force, overall amplification over 10 times. This was the result of Chen Xian's trials during this period. The 3 basic attributes had overall increased by over 100 dragons, the mastery of the 12 divine abilities had reached perfection, comprehension of the laws had reached great success, and the 5 talents had also improved. Even the 12 elemental domain had risen from great success to great success peak. It seemed like a significant improvement, but Chen Xian felt he had not yet reached the limit of his potential in the king realm. He needed to achieve complete comprehension of the 12 elemental laws, complete mastery of the 12 elemental domain, and fully cultivate the first level of the dragon pattern body refinement technique before he would consider breaking into the true king realm. Once he reached the true king realm, he could attempt to enter the inheritance tower to obtain the legacy of the ancient civilization's gods. What he most desired was, of course, the legacy of the ancient human emperor Shun. After all, he was the only starry emperor of the entire ancient civilization. His strength had already reached an unfathomable level, and only by reaching the true king realm would there be a slight possibility of obtaining it. The inheritance tower only allowed those above the true king realm and under 50 years of age to enter for trials. After understanding his specific strength, Chen Xian stood up and left the trial tower. Outside the enlightenment hall, Chen Xian squinted his eyes to observe the crowd. Noticing their state, he did not enter to disturb them. He merely glanced and then left directly. It seems that Xia Pingwu and the others have successfully broken into the king realm. Chen Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. The breakthroughs of Xia Pingwu and Wei Guocheng meant that the strength of the Dragon Kingdom had increased exponentially, and he no longer had to bear such great pressure, gaining more time to cultivate. Moreover, through his perception, he discovered that Yi Wentao and the others were also not far from a breakthrough, while the newly arrived members of the Qixia team still needed a long time to accumulate. Besides Yi Wentao and the others, his parents had also reached the foundational 100 levels and were currently comprehending the power of the laws. Once they broke through, their mastery of alchemy and enchantment would undoubtedly become even more powerful, and at that time, the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom would also be stronger. Although Chen Xian's parents had activated mythic quality professions, their auxiliary roles and infrequent participation in battles had caused their cultivation progress to be much slower than that of Wei Guocheng and the others, even lagging behind Yi Wentao and the others. Of course, Chen Xian would not let his parents fight. Allowing them to cultivate would enhance their physical quality and lifespan, and he did not want them to waste their talents. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom had fully accepted the arrival of the mythical era, and various new industries were continuously emerging, such as pill shops and enchantment shops. His parents' talents were the highest in the domestic enchantment and alchemy industries. Once they perfectly developed their talents, the help they could provide to the Dragon Kingdom would far exceed his own. After all, no matter how strong he became, it was impossible for him to instantly elevate the strength of all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, while enchantments and pills could enhance everyone's strength comprehensively. After leaving the Enlightenment Hall, Chen Xian headed straight to the treasury. This treasury contained the heritage of the entire ancient civilization, with resources that were countless. Now, having only broken through the first 3 levels, it had already significantly increased the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom, and this treasury had a total of 9 levels. The higher the level, the more precious the resources. With Chen Xian's current strength, he was capable of breaking into the 4th level of the treasury, and he wanted to see what astonishing treasures were placed there. Upon entering the treasury, Chen Xian went directly to the 3rd level, gazing at the ancient and elegant staircase. He took a deep breath, circulated the power within his body, and stepped onto the stairs. Boom! In an instant, Chen Xian felt an indescribable pressure bearing down on him, causing his entire body to sink. This pressure was equivalent to the full force of a true king-level expert. After adapting slightly, Chen Xian continued to climb under the pressure. Fortunately, his current strength was no longer what it used to be. Although it took considerable effort, he successfully reached the 4th level of the treasury. Looking around, the space of the 4th level was half the size of the 3rd level, with stone pillars standing on both sides. Various treasures were wrapped in light shields on the pillars, their shimmering brilliance illuminating the entire space. A hint of anticipation appeared on Chen Xian's face as he strode to the first stone pillar and unhesitatingly reached into the light cluster. This is the king-level supreme military formation, the Qinglong King formation. Indeed, what was wrapped within this stone pillar was an extremely rare military formation, capable of condensing the power of an entire army, embodying the spirit of military formations, containing boundless might, and allowing one to rally the strength of an army to combat gods in adversity. Just reading the introduction of the formation left Chen Xian dumbfounded. This military formation could actually condense the power of an entire army, transforming it into the spirit of military formations, exerting power far beyond that of individual soldiers? Chen Xian never expected there to be such a peculiar formation. The Qinglong King formation, also known as the Qinglong military formation, was one of the 4 sacred military formations of ancient times, arranged based on 100,000 soldiers, capable of manifesting the sacred beast Qinglong military spirit. The higher the level of the soldiers who arranged the formation, the stronger the manifested Qinglong military spirit. At most, a formation arranged by 100,000 foundational 100-level soldiers could produce a Qinglong military spirit whose strength was comparable to that of a true king-level expert. What an astonishing amplification this was! On the surface, there seem to be many 100-level powerhouses, but it depends on the type of enemy. If the enemy has just stepped into the king realm, they can be defeated or even killed at a painful cost. However, if it's a peak king realm, that's not necessarily the case. And as for true kings, it's even more impossible. Not to mention, just a cave sky falling down could kill a large number of 100-level powerhouses. Yet this Azure Dragon army formation can actually cross 2 major realms to defeat a true king? It's simply unbelievable. Chen Xian's heart raced, and his face flushed with excitement. He could easily imagine how beneficial this army formation would be for the Dragon Kingdom. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his excitement, storing the jade slip inscribed with the Azure Dragon King formation into his spatial ring, and then continued to explore the next stone pillar. White Tiger King Formation, Vermilion Bird King Formation, Taotai King Formation. As Chen Xian explored, one after another, he collected top-tier king-level army formations. The first 8 stone pillars were all top-tier king-level army formations, representing the 4 saints and 4 fiends. They were created over 10 years by an ancient civilization's mythical quality formation master at the peak of mythical lord level, along with 100 legendary quality formation masters at the legendary saint level, imitating the ancient 4 sacred beasts and 4 fiends. The value of these 8 army formations alone was already beyond estimation. In Chen Xian's view, it far exceeded the cultivation resources in the first and second levels of the treasury. If the first 8 stone pillars had such astonishing treasures, what about the stone pillars behind them? For a moment, Chen Xian's eyes turned red, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. After a full quarter of an hour, Chen Xian finally calmed down and continued to explore the next stone pillar. On the 9th stone pillar was a recipe for a body refining liquid, which had the special effect of refining one's physique. If it were just that, it wouldn't even qualify to be here, but it could be used regardless of level, meaning even a newborn could use this body refining liquid to enhance their physique. With this body refining liquid, the talents of the new generation in the Dragon Kingdom would surely advance by leaps and bounds. It could be said that this body refining liquid, though seemingly ordinary, represented the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps it was a bit exaggerated, but it was certain that the new generation of the Dragon Kingdom would become stronger and stronger. The 10th, the 11th. After spending a full 3 hours, Chen Xian finally finished exploring the 100 stone pillars on this 4th level. The gains he obtained were enough to leave even Chen Xian unable to remain calm. The treasures in this 4th level were basically capable of enhancing the overall strength of a race. Aside from the 8 army formations, the rest were mostly pill recipes, powerful weapon blueprints, and so on. For example, the 56th stone pillar contained the Pillar of Heaven, made from dozens of rare metals, inscribed with special formation patterns. Once activated with spirit stones, this Pillar of Heaven could transform into a towering stone pillar, delivering devastating strikes to enemies. The impact of a 10,000-foot stone pillar could hardly be resisted, even by those in the King Realm. Additionally, there were large spirit gathering formations and teleportation formations, one capable of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the other capable of cross-domain teleportation. Unfortunately, these two formations could only be set up by those who had reached the true king level. Chen Xian selected some items that the Dragon Kingdom could currently use, such as the 8 army formations, body refining liquid, Pillar of Heaven, and so on, before leaving the treasury. As for the 5th level, although Chen Xian could step onto it, he didn't plan to go there for now. The treasures from the 4th level were enough for the Dragon Kingdom to digest for a while. One cannot be greedy and bite off more than they can chew. Some items that exceed specifications, once taken out, would definitely attract the attention of other races. If that were to provoke all the alien races across the spatial passages on Blue Star to attack, the Dragon Kingdom would be in danger. After leaving the treasury, Chen Xian headed straight out of the human emperor's secret realm, intending to return to the front lines to understand the current situation. At the same time, since Xia Pingwu and others broke through to the King Realm and returned, the pressure on the entire Inner Mongolia front has noticeably decreased. Although there are occasional invasions by beast armies, these beast armies have seemingly become training targets for the Dragon Kingdom. In just a few days, all active military forces of the Dragon Kingdom have basically been tempered on the Inner Mongolia front, with an average level exceeding 50. Now, even the inspection bureaus of various major defense zones in the country have organized numerous teams to come to the Inner Mongolia front for combat training. In addition, the Dragon Kingdom's professional association has also issued many tasks to reinforce the front lines. Although only a few days have passed, a considerable number of civilian awakened professionals have come to the Inner Mongolia front for training. However, even with the protection of Xia Pingwu and others, casualties are unavoidable. Therefore, the vast majority of civilian awakened professionals still choose to fight mutated animals in the deep mountains and ancient forests. Although the mutated animals in the deep mountains and ancient forests are also dangerous, they are undoubtedly much less so compared to the front lines. Chen Xian, who returned to the Inner Mongolia front, wasted no time and directly convened a high-level meeting. In the command room, Chen Xian sat at the main seat, flanked by Generals Wang Pangyang and others, followed by Xia Pingwu and others who had broken into the King Realm. It is worth mentioning that after breaking into the King Realm, Xia Pingwu and others were also awarded the rank of 1-star Major General by the Central Military Department. What is the progress of the basic construction of the Lessa Defense Line, Altai Defense Line, Move Defense Line, Nankuan Defense Line, and Shenhe Defense Line? Chen Xian glanced at the people present and inquired. These major defense lines are basically areas bordering other countries, and construction has already begun since the spatial passage split, using new alloys that are as strong as the Inner Mongolia defense line. All have been completed. The enchantment and formation teams from the Mythical Anomaly Bureau have also gone to enchant and set up formations, Wang Pangyong quickly replied. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian raised his eyes and commanded loudly, "From today onwards, select elite troops from major military districts across the country, limited to 100,000, to select 800,000, forming the 8 major legions, Xinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Hundun, Xiongqi, Taotai, and Taowu. This is the 4 holy and 4 fierce military formations I found in the Emperor's secret realm. After the 8 major legions are formed, all legion members must cultivate their corresponding formations and ensure they form them in the shortest time possible." Hiss. As the 8 military formations presented by Chen Xian were examined, a series of gasps filled the command room. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Pangyong and others were incredibly excited. With these 8 military formations, the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom would undergo a tremendous change. Even if it is not yet possible for all members of the 8 legions to reach level 100, Even if they are all at level 50, the military spirits they could condense would be comparable to those of the King Realm. For the current Dragon Kingdom, the birth of each King Realm is extremely precious. Wang Pangyong couldn't care less about the ongoing meeting and eagerly called his assistant to immediately relay Chen Xian's orders. Seeing the excited crowd, Chen Xian smiled and took out the treasures he had selected from the 4th level treasury, causing another uproar, with excited howls echoing throughout the command room. Even someone as composed as Wang Pangyong couldn't contain his excitement. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just as Wang Pangyong and others were excited, a loud phone ring sounded. Chen Xian reached into his pocket, took out his phone, and his expression immediately turned serious. Hello, Chief. Indeed, this call was from the number 1 leader. Emperor Pu has requested my assistance. With that one sentence, Chen Xian's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, "What is your decision?" Before he entered seclusion, the situation in Russia was not optimistic. Having lost more than half of its territory, but relying on nuclear weapons, it could barely hold on. After all, Russia is vast and sparsely populated. As long as the populace is relocated properly, they could afford to lose nuclear weapons without hesitation. After the revival of spiritual energy, the entire world of Blue Star underwent changes. The most obvious change was that several continents and even the oceans were slowly expanding, and the solidity of space in the Earth was gradually increasing. As a result, the threat of nuclear weapons was no longer as terrifying as before. Of course, it still remained the top weapon of technology on Blue Star. Even the newly developed spiritual energy laser cannon from the Dragon Kingdom could not match it in terms of range damage. Since it couldn't be defended against or reclaimed, it was better to reward the other races with some nuclear weapons. This time, Russia is facing not only the Ice Saint clan but also a beast race. It seems that the two major races have collaborated. Their leaders are a true king-level ancestor of the Ice Saint clan and a true king-level beast. The armies of the two major races are still gathering, and their numbers are uncertain. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian sneered. It seems they plan to take down Russia in one fell swoop. Exactly. If you are confident, I think we can help. Before Chen Xian could speak, the number 1 leader continued. The think tank has analyzed that if the Ice Saint clan takes over all of Russia, our Dragon Kingdom will face them directly. At that time, with multiple fronts, even if the Dragon Kingdom is strong, we cannot afford the losses. Helping Russia is beneficial. First, our relationship with Russia is quite good, and they are very sincere. Moreover, it can help Russia fend off the Ice Saint clan and share some pressure. Of course, the premise is that you are confident. Finally, the number 1 leader added, although Chen Xian had previously killed 3 true kings, this time Russia was facing an unknown level of true king. Compared to helping Russia, the number 1 leader was even less willing to let Chen Xian encounter any accidents. Now, Chen Xian was the stabilizing force of the Dragon Kingdom. While the relationship was good, it was absolutely impossible to let the stabilizing force risk his life for another country. One true king of another race, one true king of beasts, it's not a big problem. However, I personally have a condition. Chen Xian confidently replied first, then shyly added, feel free to say it. I will definitely help you fight for it. Hearing Chen Xian's shy words, the number 1 leader laughed, his gentle laughter even audible to Wang Pangyong and others. After the support, all the beasts we kill will belong to me. The number 1 leader's puzzled voice came from the phone. Given Chen Xian's current strength, ordinary beast meat was of no use to him at all. I obtained a cultivation method in the Emperor's secret realm that requires a large amount of vital energy to practice. However, this method was obtained in the trial tower and has certain taboos, so it cannot be directly passed on. Alright, I will definitely help you get it. Just some beasts. If he doesn't agree, we won't support him. Thank you, leader. Fine, let's leave it at that. Once the other party agrees, I will notify you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xian glanced at everyone and instructed, Xiao Pingwu, Wei Guochang, Wang Menghu, Alamuto, you 4 guard the Inner Mongolia front. Yi Zhentian and Wu Zhenshun will follow me to support Russia later. Although it wasn't confirmed yet, Chen Xian was already 100% sure that Russia would agree to his conditions. If they couldn't even defend, why worry about the beasts? If that were the case, they deserved to be destroyed. Originally, Chen Xian was still troubled about how to hunt beasts to practice the dragon pattern body refining technique, but unexpectedly, they were delivered right to his door. Although the Inner Mongolia front was frequently attacked by beast armies, the levels of these beasts were generally low and of no use to Chen Xian. Of course, if there were enough of them, they would still have some effect, but compared to enhancing the strength of Dragon Kingdom soldiers, this effect was negligible. The invaders of Russia are indeed true king-level beasts. The blood and energy of a true king-level beast should allow him to complete the refinement of his entire body without much issue. With true kings present, there should also be those at the king realm. If there are enough of them, he might even directly complete the first level of the dragon pattern body refinement technique. Additionally, he could gain rewards and goodwill from Russia, making it a win-win situation. Yes. Upon hearing Qin Xian's command, Xiao Pingwu and the others quickly stood up in response. Yi Zhentian's puppet master profession allows him to summon a large number of puppets, making him one of the best in the army in terms of single combat ability, second only to Qin Xian and Wu Zhencheng. Wu Zhencheng's ghost witch curse master profession is extremely strange. With his curses, a single area spell can almost wipe out a large area, and anyone below his level cannot withstand it. Among the major king realms of the Dragon Kingdom, Wu Zhencheng's strength is undoubtedly the strongest and the most bizarre. After discussing for nearly half an hour, the meeting came to an end. After Qin Xian announced the conclusion, Wang Pengyong hurriedly left, eager to see the power of the 8 legions once they were formed. While waiting for the news from the number 1 leader, Qin Xian thought for a moment and made a video call to Lin Tong, who was stationed at the Lesa defense line. Looking at the dashing Lin Tong in the video, Qin Xian's heart fluttered slightly. After chatting for a moment, Qin Xian received a notification from the number 1 leader and had to end the call with Lin Tong reluctantly, heading to Russia with Yi Zhentian and Wu Zhencheng. Russia, Siberian Plain. The towering steel defense line cuts the entire plain in half, with dense barbed wire and spikes forming a restricted area beneath the city walls. Countless Russian soldiers stand on the walls, with tanks and artillery filling the entire structure. This is the front line of Russia's battle against the alien races, the Siberian base. The battlefield, filled with numerous craters and scorched earth, illustrates the brutality of this war, with a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloping the entire Siberian base. Although the army of the Ice Holy Clan has not yet appeared, Russia is already preparing for battle, with various types of firearms continuously being transported to the city walls, and Russia's awakened professionals sharpening their skills in anticipation. At the base airport, several Russian generals stand tall, surrounded by dozens of Russian soldiers on guard, as if they are welcoming someone. Buzz! A fighter jet emblazoned with the 5-star red flag streaks across the sky and slowly lands at the airport. Qin Xian, along with Yi Zhentian and Wu Zhencheng, steps out of the aircraft, exuding an impressive and extraordinary presence. As soon as they see Qin Xian, the Russian generals hurriedly approach him. Mr. Chen, welcome to Russia. Thank you for your support. Russian General Ivan Ivanovich Evangel exclaims excitedly as he leads the others to Qin Xian. General Gil is too polite, Qin Xian replies with a smile. On the surface, he appears to be exchanging pleasantries with General Gil, but in reality, his spiritual sense has enveloped the entire Siberian base, and he has perceived the full extent of Russia's strength. There are fewer than 100 awakened professionals above level 50, while those below level 50 are quite numerous. Although they cannot compare to the Dragon Kingdom, they are still quite formidable on a global scale. After all, it has only been a little over 2 months since the arrival of the mythical era, and despite facing invasions from alien races and beasts, Russia has managed to develop to this extent, proving its strength. Under General Gil's guidance, Qin Xian and the others are led to a room within the base to rest. Although it is simple, it has everything they need, and they have no intention of wandering around, quietly waiting in the room. Knock knock. Just as Qin Xian and the others sit down, a knock sounds at the door. Yi Zhentian instinctively gets up to answer it. Just one glance, and Yi Zhentian is momentarily stunned. The visitor has blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a simple short-sleeved shirt and shorts that reveal her explosive figure without reservation, her features exquisite, and her skin is smooth as jade. Although Yi Zhentian has spent many years in the military, he has some knowledge of this woman. Ivanka Katiya, the most popular and beautiful actress in Russia, even renowned worldwide, is truly one of the top international stars, with hundreds of millions of fans globally. Within Russia, she is regarded as the nation's first goddess. In an instant, Yi Zhentian guessed Katiya's purpose for being here, a playful smile flickering across his face. Wanting to use beauty to conquer the director? Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Qin Xian, Ivanka Katiya said, winking at Yi Zhentian, her voice like a yellow oriole, melodious and enchanting. With such fame, this woman truly lives up to her title as Russia's first goddess. Even with Yi Zhentian's resilient will, he momentarily lost his composure. He turned to Qin Xian and said, "Director, someone is looking for you." Inside the room, Qin Xian had already sensed Ivanka Katiya's presence. How could he not know about this first goddess of Russia? If it were before the myth descended, being sought out by her would have left him so excited he wouldn't sleep for 3 days and nights. But now, his heart was calm and unperturbed. Not seeing her, Qin Xian directly communicated to Yi Zhentian, too lazy to even step outside. "Sorry, the director is in seclusion and has no time," Yi Zhentian said without hesitation, turning to Ivanka Katiya and then closing the door. So what if she is the first goddess of Russia, wanting to tempt the director's body? No way. Watching the door nearly touching her nose, Ivanka Katia stomped her foot and left with a face full of resentment, looking like a wronged woman abandoned by a scoundrel. Hee, director, this is the first goddess of Russia. Aren't you planning to have a fleeting romance? As Yi Zhentian walked into the room, Wu Zhenqing teased Chen Xian with a wink. Do you want to practice with me? Chen Xian glanced at Wu Zhenqing and replied indifferently. Cough. Wu Zhenqing almost choked, his body shaking as he quickly shook his head. Yi Zhentian looked at Wu Zhenqing with admiration. He really had the guts to tease the director. This little episode was of no concern to either Chen Xian or Yi Zhentian. They were here solely to kill the alien races and beasts. Woo! Several hours later, a loud and clear horn suddenly echoed throughout the Siberian base, accompanied by the sounds of a bustling crowd. Inside the room, the three of them opened their eyes simultaneously, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in their eyes as they sensed the overwhelming momentum from beyond the steel defense line. Bang! Mr. Chen, the alien races are invading. Please head to the city wall. General Jiel's slightly anxious voice came from outside the door. Without hesitation, Chen Xian and the others stood up and walked outside, following General Jiel toward the city wall. As they proceeded, they could see fully armed Russian soldiers marching toward the wall, each soldier wielding newly developed super weapons. In addition, many were carrying large swords and shields, which were mostly made from the bones of alien beasts. Compared to the Dragon Kingdom, Russia and other countries had significantly fewer types of awakened professions. Combat professions mainly included knights, berserkers, and mages, while support roles were generally alchemists and potion masters, among others. As Chen Xian and the others moved forward, many Russian soldiers curiously eyed them. After all, there were very few in all of Russia who could have General Jiel personally greet them. General Jiel was not only a 5-star general of Russia but also one of the first awakened professionals, a holy knight of mythic quality, nearing level 60, making him one of the strongest existences in Russia. Many Russian soldiers recognized Chen Xian, their pupils contracting. Even in such a serious situation, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Isn't he the war god Chen Xian from the Dragon Kingdom?" Hiss. I didn't expect that Russia would actually invite him for help this time. With him here, this war is sure to be won. The name of Chen Xian's invincibility has long been known worldwide, as he has fought his way through countless battles. Regardless of any conflicts with the Dragon Kingdom, one cannot deny Chen Xian's strength. At this moment, Chen Xian is recognized as the strongest human on the entire Blue Star. The many Russian soldiers who were once worried, upon recognizing Chen Xian, all put their concerns aside, their eyes shining with admiration as they watched Chen Xian and the others leave. Even the proud Russian professional awakeners were no exception. On the city walls, countless long guns and cannons were set up, boxes filled with grenades lined the parapets, and not only that, but within a kilometer radius beneath the city walls, countless landmines were also buried. It can be said that for this unprecedented battle, Russia has spared no effort. On the city tower, Chen Xian and General Jier stood side by side, gazing at the distant army of the Ice Holy Clan and the Beast Army. The Ice Holy Clan, born with the ability to control ice power, resembles humans in form but has a frighteningly pale skin color. In addition, their long hair is snow white, and their skin is adorned with patterns resembling snowflakes. In the wasteland, the Ice Holy Clan can be considered a top-tier race, stronger than the Xian Yuan Ming clan that invaded the Dragon Kingdom, boasting 2 legendary saint-level ancestors. It is uncertain whether it is a stroke of luck or misfortune for the Dragon Kingdom that the Xian Yuan Ming clan it faces is the weakest among the invading races of the major powers on Blue Star. The Ice Holy Clan of Russia, the Fiery Wing Lion clan of the Ganges Kingdom, and the Goblin clan of the Star-Spangled Nation are all stronger than the Xian Yuan Ming clan. Standing above the army of the Ice Holy Clan is a tall female powerhouse, the top expert of the Ice Holy Clan, Han Yuyu, whose cultivation has reached the peak of true king. Besides her, there are 5 other king-level powerhouses within the Ice Holy Clan army. Beside the Ice Holy Clan army are massive beasts, stretching as far as the eye can see, their fierce presence palpable even at the steel defense line. The Polar White Bear clan is a beast race even stronger than the Rift Sky Demon Ape clan, with strength comparable to the Ice Holy Clan. Due to their proximity, although there are some conflicts between the two clans, their relationship remains relatively good. This time, the number of powerhouses dispatched by the Polar White Bear clan is nearly equal to that of the Ice Holy clan, led by a peak true king and 5 king-level leaders. If it weren't for Chen Xian and the others coming here, with the strength both clans have mobilized this time, Russia would definitely not be able to withstand it, unless they unleashed all their nuclear reserves for a mutual destruction. Otherwise, losing territory would be inevitable. Roar! As this deafening beast roar erupted, the war officially began, with one Polar White Bear after another charging towards the steel defense line, resembling a sea of snow waves. Beneath this sea of snow, the ground trembled, and the space shattered. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Ice Holy Clan followed closely beside the polar white bears, wielding their staffs, unleashing a barrage of ice arrows that fell like a torrential rain upon the Siberian base. Anyone witnessing this terrifying scene would surely be filled with dread and despair. The Russian soldiers on the city walls also trembled in fear, but not a single person retreated. They knew that behind them were their loved ones, and if they could not hold the line, their families would surely perish. Even if not for the country, for the sake of their families, they would fight to the death. Ura! The synchronized roar resounded through the skies, stirring the blood and igniting passion. Each Russian soldier raised their firearms, aiming at the ice arrows shooting down from the sky, continuously firing. At the same time, missiles mixed with flames were launched from the Siberian base, striking down upon the polar white bear army. Tanks roared to life, artillery fired continuously, and fierce machine guns spat out streams of fire, intercepting the ice arrows in the sky. At every moment, Russian soldiers are struck by ice arrows, turning into ice sculptures, while polar bears and even members of the Ice Holy Clan are blown to smithereens, transforming into blood mist that bursts forth like fireworks. Even though the artillery fire is exceptionally fierce, there are still powerful polar bears breaking through the defenses, approaching the city walls. After navigating through the minefields and barbed wire zones, many polar bears are stopped. Those that are not halted are dealt with by the Russian professional awakeners, who join forces to eliminate them. One by one, Russian soldiers wielding great swords and shields leap from the rear, charging towards the approaching polar bears. This is the Berserker Legion specially formed by Russia, composed entirely of Berserker awakeners, boasting immense strength and incredible defense, known as Russia's first Suicide Squad. Bang! The continuous roar of explosions echoes as numerous berserkers swarm around the polar bears like relentless ants, while in the distance, the artillery fire continues, filling the battlefield with smoke, resembling a hell on earth, reeking of blood. The first wave of attacks lasted a full 2 hours before finally stopping. The Russian soldiers only had time to bring back the bodies of their fallen comrades before they had to immediately prepare for the second wave of attacks. This time, the polar bear army did not charge recklessly. Instead, many powerful members of the Ice Holy Clan constructed layers of ice walls for defense, slowly pushing forward. With the combined efforts of hundreds of thousands of Ice Holy Clan warriors, even in a short time, the ice walls protecting the polar bear army were nearly 100 feet thick and still growing. The polar bears at the front extended their massive paws, pushing the ice walls forward. This scene made General Geale's face turn extremely grim, and he gritted his teeth, roaring, "Fire!" Powerful missiles shot out from the rear base, streaking across the sky like shooting stars, inevitably landing on the ice walls, creating layers of craters. The two sides continued this back and forth, one exploding and the other reinforcing, as if it were child's play, but everyone understood the dangers contained within. The ice walls were too thick. Even though the missiles were powerful, they could not destroy the walls due to the repairs made by the hundreds of thousands of Ice Holy Clan members, nearly delaying the enemy's advance a little. As the ice wall was about to push within 2,000 meters, General Geale could no longer hold back and looked at Chen Xian, sincerely requesting, "Please, Mr. Chen Xian, lend a hand and save my Russia. As fellow humans, we should help each other," Chen Xian said, pulling General Geale up with a serious tone. Helping Russia would earn their gratitude, further elevating the friendship between Russia and the Dragon Kingdom, while also gaining the flesh and blood of these beasts to strengthen the people of the Dragon Kingdom. What's not to like? With that, Chen Xian no longer hesitated, suddenly waving his hand, and a vast power erupted, coalescing into streams of sword energy before the city walls, and in a short time, thousands of sword energies surged forth, leaving General Geale and many Russian soldiers dumbfounded. Go! With a command, thousands of swords were unleashed. The sword energy, carrying astonishing sharpness, tore through the sky and fell in an instant. Bang! The deafening roar of explosions rang out continuously, and under the onslaught of the countless sword energies, the ice wall, thick as 100 feet, shattered in an instant, turning into a flurry of snowflakes. After breaking the ice wall, the sword energies continued unabated, with unmatched might, piercing through one polar bear after another, shattering one Ice Holy Clan warrior after another. Blue blood and pure white snowflakes intertwined, sketching a tragic and desolate blue-white rhapsody. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. The fierce polar bears instinctively halted, their massive pupils revealing a hint of fear. In just that brief moment, the combined losses of the polar bears and the Ice Holy Clan exceeded 10,000. Such immense destructive power from a single strike made it clear that the one who acted must be above the king realm. Faced with such an existence, if they foolishly charged forward again, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Hiss! On the other side, atop the steel city walls, after a brief silence, a series of gasps filled the air, their bodies stiffened, mechanically turning to gaze at Qin Xian, as if looking at a deity, their eyes filled with endless reverence. Even General Gil, one of the top figures in Russia, trembled all over, his face filled with admiration. This is the strength of the number one person in Blue Star? With a casual strike, he destroyed their ice wall, which had left Russia helpless, and also slaughtered nearly 10,000 polar bears and powerful members of the Ice Holy clan. Such celestial power, how is it different from that of a god? This was the first time General Gil and many Russian soldiers witnessed Qin Xian make a move. With just this one strike, they had no further doubts. What remained in their hearts was only endless awe and worship. What's going on? How could a king-level powerhouse appear in this indigenous country? While everyone was shaken by Qin Xian's strength, the leading figures of the polar bears and the Ice Holy clan were astonished. Their battles with Russia were not few. If it weren't for those strange technological weapons, the weak Russia, which didn't even have a level 70, would have been taken down long ago. This time, the two clans joined forces to completely take down Russia, to divide its territory, and to firmly establish themselves in this new world. But they never expected that a king-level powerhouse would suddenly emerge from Russia? Could it be? In the next moment, the peak leader of the Ice Holy clan, Han Yuyu, and the peak leader of the polar bears, Xiong Badian, suddenly recalled something, their pupils constricting sharply, their expressions growing serious. The earlier phenomenon of the fall of a true king in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom had long been reported by the Ice Holy clan's experts at the time. The previously weak Russia suddenly possessing a king-level powerhouse could only mean one thing: they must have sought help from the so-called indigenous people of the Dragon Kingdom. With one's own strength, to strangle 3 true kings, such power was almost on par with theirs. The emergence of a peer-level powerhouse could not be taken lightly. Yi Zhentian, Wu Zhensheng. As the leaders of the two clans speculated, Qin Xian on the city wall narrowed his eyes and called out, "At your command." The two responded in unison, their tall figures radiating an astonishing fighting spirit. "Leave the king-level powerhouse of the Ice Holy clan to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian's figure flashed and directly appeared above the battlefield, his overwhelming aura sweeping like a raging tide, instantly changing the weather of the entire world. The majestic and heroic Chaos Emperor dragon armor made Qin Xian appear like an unparalleled war god, as the intertwining of battle intent and sword intent stirred the winds and clouds of heaven and earth, causing the void in all directions to tremble. A vast spiritual sense instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, clearly perceiving the positions of the peak true kings and king-level powerhouses of both clans. With a thought, his innate chaos sword domain was directly unleashed, completely enveloping the 5 king-level powerhouses of the polar bear clan. Immediately after, the 12 systems domain also emerged, wrapping around the peak leader of the Ice Holy clan, Han Yuyu. Boom! After doing all this, Qin Xian's aura surged, sword intent soaring to the sky, holding the Chaos Emperor dragon sword, as if shifting shapes. He suddenly appeared before Xiong Badian, gathering all his strength into the Chaos Emperor dragon sword, and slashed down fiercely. So fast. Qin Xian's movements were so quick that even the 2 peak true kings couldn't react in time. From his appearance to the dual domains enveloping them and launching an attack on Xiong Badian, it took less than 0.01 seconds. Almost as soon as he appeared above the battlefield, these actions were already completed. What courage! Feeling the sharpness of the descending strike, Xiong Badian's anger surged from the depths of his heart, his massive fist carrying astonishing power, smashing down like a giant hammer. Faced with Qin Xian's attack, he couldn't pay attention to anything else. He only sensed that the aura Qin Xian emitted was merely that of a peak king. It was precisely because of this that he was even more furious. A mere peak of the king realm dares to act against him, a true king at the pinnacle? It's simply seeking death. If that existence who had slain 3 true kings of the Xin Yuan Ming clan were to come, perhaps he, Xiong Badian, would show some respect. But a mere peak of the king realm is nothing but an ant to him. An ant attempting to shake the heavens is a death sentence. Bang! The fist's radiance collided with the sword's aura, stirring up a storm of fury, a destructive impact that obliterated the surrounding void. The polar white bears that had been circling Xiong Badian were instantly sent flying, blood gushing from their mouths. 1 man and 1 bear, 1 small and 1 large, collided madly amidst the billowing dust, the invisible ripples dispersing the clouds of the sky. Within a radius of several hundred meters, neither in the sky nor on the ground did any polar white bear dare to approach. At the time of the battle between man and bear, the true king pinnacle leader of the Ice Holy clan, Han Yuyu, was stunned. How is this possible? Her azure glowing eyes flickered continuously, her fair face filled with shock and disbelief. While that rough Xiong Badian had not noticed, she had clearly seen Qin Xian consecutively unleash 2 domains, both of which were extraordinary. The domain enveloping her contained a full 12 system laws, while the domain faced by the 5 polar White Bear King realm experts was also remarkable. Even from a distance, Han Yu could feel the sharp sword aura emanating from that domain. With dual domains and an understanding of 12 system laws, what kind of monster is this? In Han Yu's 1,000-year life, she had never seen such a terrifying prodigy. It was simply unbelievable. The strongest prodigy of her Ice Holy Clan had only comprehended the power of 3 system laws and achieved the King realm at the age of 25, and even that was regarded as the future pillar of the Ice Clan. Why could a mere indigenous person from a barren new world possess such terrifying talent? In extreme shock, Han Yu even forgot to clash with Chen Xian's 12 system domain. She stood there like a statue, dazed. Meanwhile, after Chen Xian made his move, Yi Zhentian and Wu Zhensheng also engaged in battle with the 5 King Realm experts of the Ice Holy Clan. These 5 King Realm experts of the Ice Holy Clan had cultivation levels generally between the peak of the early stage and the mid-stage. Although they posed great pressure for Yi Zhentian and his companion, it was also a form of tempering. Yi Zhentian waved his hand and directly summoned 3 puppets, all at the same cultivation level as him, reaching the early stage of the King Realm. But their true strength was only about 70% of his own. However, under Wu Zhensheng's curse seals, the strength of those 5 Ice Holy Clan kings was no longer at their peak, only about 90% of their peak state. This is the terror of the Ghost Witch Curse Master. In terms of close combat ability, they were far inferior to warriors and swordsmen, but in terms of large-scale debuff damage and sustained damage, the mythic quality Ghost Witch Curse Master is undoubtedly the best among all professions. In perfect cooperation with the Puppet Master, they were the best choice for winning against a larger force with fewer numbers. Wu Zhensheng stood in the void, casting one curse seal after another on the Ice Holy Clan's King Realm experts, causing them immense suffering, while Yi Zhentian and his puppets recklessly attacked the Ice Holy Clan's kings, their powerful offensive striking down like a torrential storm. Even though the Ice Holy Clan had 5 kings, and their cultivation levels were generally higher than those of Yi Zhentian and his companion, under their joint assault, they were still beaten to a pulp. Of course, in a short time, it wouldn't be easy for Yi Zhentian and his companion to kill these 5 Ice Holy Clan kings. After all, they had been entrenched in the King Realm for many years, while Yi Zhentian and his companion had only just broken through. Watching these two who seemed like Chen Xian's followers unleash such terrifying power, General Jier and many Russian soldiers were already stunned, each one standing there like a statue, dumbfounded. My God, is this the strength of the Dragon Kingdom? Heavens, it's too terrifying. The Dragon Kingdom is truly mysterious and powerful. I envy the people of the Dragon Kingdom so much. Many Russian soldiers whispered to each other, their words filled with awe. Only those who had truly witnessed the strength of Chen Xian and Yi Zhentian could comprehend the terror of the Dragon Kingdom. Facing the invasion of the mythical era, why could the Dragon Kingdom leave everyone else behind? It was as if they were cheating, they were simply on a different level. Boom! On the other side, the battle between Chen Xian and Xiong Badian had reached a fever pitch. Both sides fought fiercely, unleashing their strongest powers. The area within 1,000 meters had turned into a wasteland, filled with violent energy, causing many powerful members of the Arctic White Bear Clan to tremble in fear. Xiong Badian's emotions had gone from anger to surprise, and now to trembling. In such a short time, his mental journey felt like a roller coaster. He never expected that Chen Xian, a mere peak king realm, could unleash such terrifying power. Even when he used the extreme cold cave, he could do nothing against Chen Xian. It was simply unbelievable. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang out as Chen Xian, wielding the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, struck Xiong Badian with a Spirit Dome sword technique, sending him flying. The sharp sword light, mixed with terrifying spatial laws, shattered his power, leaving a gruesome scar across his chest. How is this possible? Xiong Badian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chen Xian. The pain from the wound on his chest was nothing compared to the shock of Chen Xian's overwhelming strength. Chen Xian said nothing, his eyes radiating a terrifying killing intent. He took a deep breath, activating the ice laws, and the dense ice laws caused the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword to emit waves of cold air. Ice seal for 1,000 miles. With a single sword strike, the heavens and earth froze. This sword instantly froze the entire battlefield, and some Arctic white bears at the edge of the battlefield perished in an instant. Although it only froze Xiong Badian for a moment, that was already enough for Chen Xian. Sword commanding divine thunder. In an instant, a sword light containing boundless thunder struck towards the briefly frozen Xiong Badian with an unmatched force. By the time Xiong Badian broke free from the ice, the sword light crackling with arcs of lightning was already upon him. The violent and sharp power made Xiong Badian feel an immense sense of crisis. His large pupils suddenly constricted, and he had no time for anything else as he unleashed all his strength. Roar! A deafening roar echoed as endless blood energy mixed with icy power surged forth, forming a thick defensive shield in front of Xiong Badian. Bang! The sound of collision erupted as the terrifying sword light shattered the defensive shield into fragments. Although the shield was broken, it had managed to block the sword, allowing Badian to breathe a sigh of relief. But the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as he lowered his massive head to see the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword piercing through his body, his pupils slowly losing focus. Completely focused on defending against the sword commanding divine thunder, he had never expected that Chen Xian, who had stealthily approached him, was his greatest threat. Watching as Chen Xian calmly collected Badian's corpse, the entire world fell silent. Whether it was the Ice Holy Clan, the Arctic White Bears, or the Russian soldiers on the front lines, everyone stood frozen in place, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. How long had it been since the battle began? Less than an hour, and the top powerhouse of Russia had been slain by Chen Xian just like that? How terrifying was Chen Xian's strength? Compared to the Russian soldiers, the Arctic White Bears and the Ice Holy Clan were filled with even more fear and trembling. The true king ancestor was dead. What could they, these small Karami, use to defend themselves? Even Han Yuyu, trapped in the 12 systems domain, couldn't help but feel horrified. In terms of strength, she was even inferior to Badian. If Badian had been killed by the opponent, what chance did she have? From the moment Han Yuyu exhausted all her strength but failed to break through Chen Xian's 12 systems domain, her heart was already filled with unease. Yet, she never expected Chen Xian's power to be so formidable that even Badian could be swiftly slain. Could it be that the one who previously killed the 3 true kings of the Xian Yuan Ming clan was this person? While everyone was shocked by Chen Xian's killing of Badian, Chen Xian showed no signs of stopping. He directly activated the Chaos Sword domain with all his might, mercilessly slaughtering the 5 polar white bear kings trapped within it. For Chen Xian now, in the same realm, unless facing a top-tier genius, no one was his opponent. Killing these 5 polar white bear kings was effortless. Fortunately, he had brought many spatial rings to support Russia, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to store these massive beast bodies. After easily slaying the 5 polar white bear kings, Chen Xian did not rush to deal with the top experts of the Ice Holy Clan but instead began a massacre among the polar bears. Although the Dragon Kingdom no longer lacked beast meat, the immense energy contained within these beast bodies was never too much for anyone. Moreover, even if the Dragon Kingdom couldn't consume it all, it would allow him to absorb vitality and refine his dragon pattern body refinement technique. Boom! With a casual strike, Chen Xian could easily kill countless polar bear experts. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of explosions, and any polar bear above level 50 was slain, their corpses all collected by him. In just half an hour, the once mighty polar bear army was completely shattered, and those below level 50 fled in fear. Of course, the Russian experts would not miss such a great opportunity, directly deploying the Berserker Legion and the Night Legion to encircle and eliminate these lower-level polar bears. In the void above, when Chen Xian's gaze turned towards the Ice Holy Clan, all the experts of the Ice Holy Clan, including Han Yuyu, felt a tremor in their hearts, fear visibly etched on their faces. Boom! Ignoring the fear of the many experts from the Ice Holy Clan, Chen Xian's figure flickered and appeared above the 12 systems domain, directly unleashing the Chaos Sword domain. The terrifying force of the dual domains instantly suppressed the cave world that Han Yuyu had conjured. Even with Han Yuyu's peak true king cultivation, she felt immense pressure at that moment. The current Chen Xian was not the same as when he fought the 3 true kings of the Xian Yuan Ming clan. After his retreat in the human emperor's secret realm, his overall strength had at least doubled compared to before. Such powerful strength was enough to support him in battling across a major realm, and crushing a peak true king was no longer a distant dream. Time reversal sword formation. After using the Chaos Sword domain to suppress Han Yuyu, Chen Xian directly unleashed his strongest professional skill. Under the terrifying effects of the time reversal sword formation, Han Yuyu, the peak true king, was weakened to the extreme. Immediately after, Chen Xian's figure flickered and appeared right in front of Han Yuyu, the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword in his hand thrusting out in an unremarkable manner. Yet, this seemingly ordinary strike brought Han Yuyu immense lethal danger. Heavily weakened, even if Han Yuyu wanted to resist, she had no strength left to fend off Chen Xian's sword. Poochie! The sound of the sharp sword piercing flesh echoed, and azure blood gushed forth like a spring. The light in Han Yuyu's eyes gradually extinguished as her body fell straight down into the void, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit. Those not of my kind will surely have different hearts. Although Han Yuyu possessed a unique charm, to Chen Xian, she was merely an invading enemy. It was either her death or his. He had considered leaving Han Yuyu alive and forming an alliance with the Ice Holy Clan to better understand the mythical era and prepare for the Dragon Kingdom's counterattack against it. However, since the Ice Holy Clan had invaded Russia, it represented their strong aggressiveness. Perhaps under his immense power, Han Yuyu might yield, but once the other party returns to the mythical era, he would likely be forgotten in an instant, or even gather many strong allies to completely slay him. Therefore, before resisting the power of the legendary saint, Chen Xian still did not intend to ally with the alien races of the mythical era. The premise of an alliance must be having equal strength, and currently, the Dragon Kingdom was still lacking significantly. After slaying Han Yuyu, Chen Xian glanced at the battlefield of Yi Zhentian and the others, nodding in satisfaction. The cooperation between Yi Zhentian and the others was extremely tacit, and although they could not slay the 5 kings of the Ice Saint clan in a short time, they had made them quite miserable. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xian swung his sword, killing 2 of the kings of the Ice Saint clan, leaving 3 to Hon Yi Zhentian and Wu Zhensheng. This sword strike directly terrified the remaining 3 kings of the Ice Saint clan. Originally, the effortless slaying of their peak true king ancestor Han Yuyu had already instilled fear in them, and now, with another sword strike killing their 2 strongest kings, they completely lost their fighting spirit. Without fighting spirit, their fate was already obvious. Standing in the air, Chen Xian no longer paid attention to the battlefield of Yi Zhentian and the others. If they could not even deal with 3 kings who had lost their fighting spirit, then Yi Zhentian and Wu Zhensheng were not worth his cultivation. Chen Xian looked down from above at the many despairing strong members of the Ice Saint clan, his eyes shining brightly. In his view, this group of Ice Saint clan strongmen were treasures to enhance the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Among this army of the Ice Saint clan, there were dozens of level 100 strongmen, hundreds above level 90, and nearly 100,000 above level 50. Just these 100,000 above level 50 were enough to elevate the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's army to a new level. With this in mind, Chen Xian suddenly unleashed the 12 system domain, directly enveloping all the strongmen above level 50 in the Ice Saint clan army. The immense power surged within the domain, and any Ice Saint clan strongman covered by the power did not last even a second before being knocked unconscious. Unfortunately, living beings could not be stored in the spatial ring. Even though these Ice Saint clan strongmen were unconscious, they were still alive, so Chen Xian could only maintain the domain, keeping them enveloped within it. Chen Xian's powerful and terrifying strength once again caused the soldiers of the Ice Saint clan to collapse, each one howling and fleeing in all directions, and these were merely the Ice Saint clan army below level 50, once again becoming the targets of the Russian army's hunt. It can be said that after this battle, the overall strength of Russia would surely rise rapidly. This made General Gil on the city wall overjoyed, his entire body trembling with intense excitement, and at the same time, he was immensely grateful that his country had a friendly relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, allowing them to invite such a terrifying external aid. This battle was entirely subdued by Chen Xian alone. The terrifying strength made General Gil deeply awed and worshipful. He secretly resolved that after the battle, no matter what, he must persuade Emperor Pu to fully befriend the Dragon Kingdom and never be enemies with them. The strength displayed by Chen Xian not only became a nightmare for the Ice Saint clan and the Polar Bear clan army but also a nightmare for General Gil and many soldiers of Russia. After dealing with the strongmen of the Ice Saint clan, Chen Xian no longer paid attention to others, his figure flickering as he appeared on the Iron City wall, while his domain still hovered above the battlefield, looking down like a deity, bringing immense deterrence to the fleeing soldiers of the Ice Saint clan and the Polar Bear clan. Mr. Chen, thank you for your help. After Chen Xian landed, General Gil hurriedly approached, respectfully bowing to Chen Xian. No need to be polite, Chen Xian waved his hand, chuckling lightly. Rest assured, Russia will always be a friend of the Dragon Kingdom. If the Dragon Kingdom needs help, Russia will definitely assist with all its might. Seeing this, General Gier spoke up in a flattering manner. He knew very well that his last statement was likely impossible to realize. With Chen Xian's displayed strength, the Dragon Kingdom would only grow stronger. By the time they needed help from Russia, the enemies faced by the Dragon Kingdom would probably be beyond imagination, and Russia might not be able to help at all. Chen Xian smiled but remained silent, quietly standing on the city wall, watching the battle of Yi Zhentian and the others. General Gier did not dare to say more. After giving a slight bow to Chen Xian, he hurriedly left. If it weren't for Chen Xian's special status, he wouldn't have had the time to chat with him at that moment. Many fleeing enemy troops required him to dispatch large forces to encircle and eliminate them, while he himself also needed to hunt down the enemy to gain experience points and level up. This battle was undoubtedly the easiest one for Russia since the arrival of the mythical era, and it was also a day of celebration for the Russian army. Faced with those enemies who were terrified by Chen Xian, even some higher-level enemies had no desire to fight when confronted by lower-level Russian soldiers, only caring about escaping through the time-space portal. After 5 hours, the war finally came to an end. Yi Zhentian and his companions successfully killed the 3 powerful members of the Ice Saint clan. Amidst the cheers of the Russian soldiers, Chen Xian returned to the Dragon Kingdom with Yi Zhentian and the many unconscious powerful members of the Ice Saint clan. Thank you for the assistance from the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom, an ancient civilization of the East, with a rich cultural heritage of 5,000 years, possesses incredible strength. In the face of foreign enemies, the Dragon Kingdom still upholds a friendly and peaceful attitude, helping other countries with the grandeur of a great nation. May the friendship between the Dragon Kingdom and Russia last forever, and may the Dragon Kingdom grow stronger. After the battle, a post published by the Russian federal government's official account rapidly climbed to the top of Twitter's trending list at an astonishing speed. Within just half an hour, the post's views exceeded 100 million. In addition to the text post, there was also a video showing Chen Xian's overwhelming strength as he killed a polar bear. Oh my god, is this a god? Wow, scary. Is this the strength of the number one person in Blue Star? God, Mr. Chen must be cheating. How can he have such powerful strength? Envious of Russia for witnessing Mr. Chen in action. The comments section was filled with exclamations, and everyone was shaken by the powerful strength displayed by Chen Xian. No one dared to speak ill in the comments, not even the usually arrogant Americans, who were all praising him. There was no way around it. Chen Xian was too strong enough to make everyone feel awe and fear. At such a time, anyone who opposed the Dragon Kingdom would be a pure fool. Even the official account of the United States posted a message of congratulations. After all, everyone knew that the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom far exceeded that of other countries. In the face of the threats from the alien races of the mythical era, no country could guarantee that it wouldn't seek help from the Dragon Kingdom. Offending the Dragon Kingdom now would leave one with nowhere to cry when they needed assistance. It wasn't just the countries of Blue Star that were shaken. Those alien races occupying territories were also disturbed by the phenomenon of the fall of the true king in the direction of Russia. On a mountain peak in the Ganges Kingdom, the leader of the fierce Wing Lion clan, Liu, along with his 3 brothers, gazed at the celestial phenomenon in the direction of Russia, remaining silent for a long time. Even in the wasteland, a true king-level powerhouse could be considered a top existence, each one a pillar of their respective races, an ancestral figure. Although the major races were constantly fighting, instances of true kings falling were rare. Yet now, these high and mighty races from the wasteland had seen several true kings fall while battling in this barren new world. Even though these fallen true kings were not from the fierce Wing Lion clan, it still made Liu and the others feel a deep sense of caution. They may have underestimated this new world. At this moment, Liu and the others were even somewhat relieved that the time-space passage appearing in their clan did not connect to the mysterious and powerful indigenous nation of Longwa. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to stand here so steadily. To be able to easily slay true kings, Longwa must at least possess peak true kings, or even legendary holy sovereign level experts. Big brother, what should we? The second brother, standing beside Liu, murmured, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. During this time, they had almost gained control over the territory of the Ganges Kingdom, and thus their hearts were somewhat restless, but the fall of the 2 true kings this time was like a bucket of icy water from the 9 nether, drenching them completely and extinguishing the fire in their hearts. However, they were also unwilling to just occupy this piece of land. Relying solely on us, we can no longer take this new world. Contact the currently appearing Xian Yuan Ming clan and Han Bing Shang clan and cooperate with them. After pondering for a moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Liu's eyes as he spoke firmly. Regardless of whether Longwa had legendary holy sovereign level experts, just based on the strength Longwa was currently displaying, it was enough to attract the high attention of the Lai Wing Lion clan. They occupied this new world to make their race stronger. If they could only occupy this new world after suffering heavy losses, what would be the use? Cultivating a true king-level expert requires a long time and vast resources. Losing one is enough to severely injure the Lai Wing Lion clan. Just look at the current situation of the Xian Yuan Ming clan, which has lost 3 true kings. Their position in the wasteland has already become very precarious. The Xian Yuan Ming clan is one thing, but the Han Bing Shang clan is proud. Will they agree? Hearing Liu's words, the second brother showed a hint of hesitation. Given the current strength of the Xian Yuan Ming clan, they could not refuse them, but the Han Bing Shang clan, in terms of strength, was slightly stronger than the Lai Wing Lion clan, and their relationship was not very good. Rest assured, they will agree. The death of a peak true king is enough to draw their attention. If they are still too proud, we can always seek cooperation with other races. Without their Han Bing Shang clan, can we not defeat them? Ridiculous. Liu sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He actually hoped the Han Bing Shang clan would refuse. At that time, this new world would no longer have a place for the Han Bing Shang clan. Once they occupied it, whether the Han Bing Shang clan could touch the new world again would depend on whether they agreed. Alright, I will report back to the clan immediately. Upon hearing this, the second brother nodded and hurried away. Returning to the Inner Mongolia defense line, Chen Xian placed the many unconscious strong members of the Han Bing Shen clan in the square and then notified the Myth Special Forces to collect the heads. After driving back from Russia, even Chen Xian had consumed quite a bit, and after chatting with Wang Pangyang and others, he returned to his room to rest. On the other side, the news of Longwa helping Russia win the war also spread domestically, causing a stir across the country. All the major online platforms in Longwa were filled with discussions about this hot event. Aren't there enough enemies in the country for General Chen to kill? Old Russia is really clever, knowing to invite General Chen to take action. At this moment, Emperor Pu must be secretly delighted. Various comments surged online. For the citizens of Longwa today, Chen Xian was undoubtedly a guardian deity. If it weren't for Chen Xian, how could they be so leisurely chatting online now? Of course, those chatting were mostly people in support were lifestyle professions. Those who had awakened combat professions were mostly hunting mutated animals in deep mountains and ancient forests, leveling up while also earning wealth. Many companies collect the skins, furs, and bones of mutated animals, which has led many people to view hunting these creatures as a shortcut to wealth. Even though it can be dangerous, no one can resist the lure of immense profit. The chance to grow stronger while making money is too tempting. Only a fool would waste time chatting online. They would rather spend 24 hours a day in the deep mountains and ancient forests hunting mutated animals. Chen Xian, restored to his peak condition, glanced at the discussions on Weibo and smiled lightly, not paying much attention anymore. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared in a massive warehouse. This warehouse had become his exclusive training ground, and he was here to harness the powerful blood essence of the Polar Bear Clan strongmen, like Xiong Badian, to practice the dragon pattern body refinement technique. The power of the dragon pattern body refinement technique is beyond doubt. Even if the training process is painful, Chen Xian would not give up. His only concern was whether the corpses of the mutated beasts he obtained this time would allow him to reach the first level of perfection. In addition to a peak true king and 5 king level polar bears, Chen Xian also collected 45 level 95 and 120 level 95 or above polar bear corpses. With a wave of his hand, several level 95 polar bear corpses appeared in the vast warehouse. He sat cross-legged on the ground, recalling the details of the dragon pattern body refinement technique in his mind. After taking a deep breath, he began the refinement process. This time, he chose to refine his left hand. As Chen Xian operated the dragon pattern body refinement technique, strands of blood essence emanated from the massive polar bear corpses, converging towards him. The blood essence pounded against the flesh of his left hand like a giant hammer, causing indescribable pain that twisted Chen Xian's face. If someone could see through Chen Xian's body, they would discover countless strands of blood essence gathering within his left hand, with dragon patterns gradually emerging and attaching to his flesh, looking as if a dragon's shadow was forcefully embedding itself into his tissue. Roar! A sound akin to a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl resonated from within Chen Xian, soul-stirring. Under Chen Xian's refinement, time quietly passed, and one after another, the level 95 and above polar bears turned into dried corpses, becoming the nourishment for his body refinement. After refining his left hand, left leg, right leg, while Chen Xian was in seclusion refining, countries around the world urgently convened meetings due to the developments announced by Russia. In the White House of the Star-Spangled Nation, the Supreme Commander and many high-ranking officials gathered in the conference room. Let's discuss. Should we ask for Chen Xian's assistance from the Dragon Kingdom? The Supreme Commander squinted his eyes, scanning the many high-ranking officials present, and spoke loudly. He seemed even older. Despite awakening his profession, he still looked haggard. There was no way around it. During this time, the Star-Spangled Nation had nearly been brought to its knees by the alien races, suffering heavy losses and even losing more than half of its territory. Once the overlord of Blue Star, it now barely survived. Those powerful alien races and beasts had rubbed the dignity of the Star-Spangled Nation into the ground, completely shattering their pride. Now, seeing how easily Russia had resisted the alien invasion with the help of the Dragon Kingdom, and even profited from it, the Star-Spangled Nation could no longer hold back. We must definitely ask for help. What price should we offer? A general from the Star-Spangled Nation spoke up. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. To be honest, they still hadn't truly made their stance clear. They were reluctant to expend too many resources to ask the Dragon Kingdom for help, yet they couldn't resist the alien races without it. Have you considered whether the Dragon Kingdom will agree to our request? Given our relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, are you sure they will definitely agree to help? As the crowd fell silent, another general's words deepened the silence and their unwillingness. When did the Star-Spangled Nation need to look at others' faces? Not long ago, with a single command, how many countries were their vassals? How many countries had to respectfully call them Big Brother? Now has it become so humble that I no longer even have the right to ask for help? In the deathly silence of the White House conference room in Yellowstone National Park, a tattered young man walks slowly, his golden pupils filled with crimson, and the wounds on his body are oozing with blood. Shat, damn foreign race. The young man's name is Alan Adolf, an ordinary civilian of the United States, with a warm and perfect family. However, the appearance of the foreign race has completely shattered his family. The tragic deaths of his parents and sister have driven Adolf to the brink of collapse. He wants to awaken his profession to avenge his family, but now the awakening stones are controlled by the U.S. government. To awaken, he must pay an exorbitant amount of money, which he cannot afford in his current situation. The hatred for the foreign race and the grievances against the U.S. government have completely crushed him. At this moment, he just wants to quietly wait for the end of his life in Yellowstone Park, where he once played with his parents. Bang! Adolf, stumbling forward, accidentally trips over a stone on the ground, falling to the ground like a dog in the mud. Fuck! He collapses on the ground, tears streaming from his crimson eyes, filled with resentment against the injustice of fate. At this moment, Adolf seems to see his parents waving at him in the gray sky. He feels a hint of warmth, and the anger on his face completely disappears, replaced by a smile. Fuck this life. Fuck those foreign races. Adolf curses, thinking that dying like this wouldn't be so bad. He wouldn't have to struggle so much and could reunite with his parents. Do you want to become stronger? In a daze, Adolf hears this ethereal voice, initially thinking it was an illusion, but the voice becomes clearer, echoing in his mind like a nightmare. He suddenly jolts. Who? Adolf stands up from the ground, scanning his surroundings warily, his whole body tense. Oh, favored one of the demon, embrace the demon. Let the great demon help you become strong. The seductive voice gradually eases Adolf's vigilance. He longs to become stronger, to avenge his parents, to tear that group of foreign races to pieces, and even more so, he desires to rise above others, to make those high and mighty U.S. nobles bow down. Respected Lord Demon, Alan Adolf is willing to become your servant. Please grant me powerful strength. Alan Adolf is willing to become your avatar, to wield power in the mortal realm for you. Adolf kneels on the ground, fervently calling out. This damned world has left Adolf utterly desperate. As long as it can make him stronger, allow him to avenge his parents, what does it matter if he embraces the demon? Buzz. As Adolf's voice falls, a dark red stone not far from him suddenly bursts forth with dazzling brilliance, instantly capturing Adolf's attention. He looks up, and his pupils constrict. He recognizes that this dark red stone is the legendary awakening stone, but this awakening stone is vastly different from what he has seen online. He uncontrollably steps forward, crashing into the brilliant dark red light. In an instant, dark red patterns spread from the stone, like hellish spirits, surging into Adolf's body. Ah! The indescribable pain makes Adolf scream uncontrollably, his wretched voice echoing in the area. Gradually, unable to bear it, Adolf faints, but the transformation of that strange power does not disappear. Instead, it grows stronger. After an unknown amount of time, when Adolf regains consciousness, he immediately feels the tremendous change in his body. That powerful strength makes him intoxicated. Mythical profession, Death Knight, Apostle of the Hell Demon. Ha ha ha. A hearty laughter echoed throughout Yellowstone Park, and Adolf laughed like a madman, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He, Alan Adolf, had finally escaped the damned fate, becoming a professional awakener and gaining supreme power. From now on, the world was in his grasp. At this moment, Adolf felt none of the previous resentment and anger, only endless exhilaration and arrogance. Having understood the profession he had awakened to and his current power, he already had the qualifications to look down on all people. The Evil Spirit Knight, a combat-type Hell Demon subclass profession, a mythical quality special profession, was the supreme apostle of Hell's demons. Upon awakening, Adolf possessed the strength of a king's realm, awakening 6 major professional skills: Hellfire, Hell Prison, Sword of Judgment, Demon Gaze, Infernal Flame Soul, and Undying Body, among which Undying Body was a mythical quality skill, while the others were legendary quality. Additionally, he could summon a Hellhound as a mount, which also possessed king-level strength, its domain being the fire-type Infernal Magic domain, with unmatched power. Of course, his strength came at a cost. His soul had been offered to the demons, meaning that Adolf had become a slave to the demons. He lived at their command, and his strength could never surpass that of the demons. It seemed he had lost his dignity and freedom, but Adolf did not care. Even without becoming a slave to the demons, what dignity could he claim? This world had forced him to lose his choices, and anyone else in his position would have made the same choice. Therefore, Adolf felt no frustration. Instead, he was quite fortunate, grateful to be chosen by the demons and become their apostle. Impossible. The Dragon Kingdom's appetite is too great. A roar filled with anger echoed in the White House conference room, as a general of the United States stood up, his face filled with rage. Just moments ago, the Supreme Commander had contacted the leader of the Dragon Kingdom, seeking their help, only to find that the Dragon Kingdom was asking for everything. Not only all of the United States research achievements but also the corpses of the slain beasts. This was undoubtedly impossible for the still proud United States. If we don't agree, can we withstand it? Are we really going to recklessly drop nuclear weapons on our own territory? We have already lost more than half of our land. If we drop nuclear weapons, there will be no space left for the entire United States to survive. After the high-ranking official's words fell, everyone in the conference room fell silent, their faces extremely grim. Even the general who had spoken first did not know how to refute. The alien army was already gathering, and this time the army far exceeded previous ones. With the current awakeners in the United States, they could not hold them back. They either had to seek help from the Dragon Kingdom or recklessly drop nuclear weapons, leading to mutual destruction with the aliens. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound of a phone ringing broke the dead silence. After answering, the Supreme Commander's expression changed. What? Shit. The Supreme Commander cursed angrily, hanging up the phone with a grim face, disregarding his demeanor, and coldly said, "The alien army has already launched an attack. Preliminary estimates show a full 200,000 troops. William, you must immediately head to the front lines." As the Supreme Commander's words fell, the faces of the high-ranking officials in the conference room also changed. General William cursed angrily and hurriedly left. After General William departed, the people in the conference room fell silent again. They knew it was time to make a decision. Even if they were reluctant, they were powerless. In the central plains of the United States, on the defense line of West Base, countless soldiers looked at the densely packed Goblin army, trembling and pale-faced. After this period of development, the professional awakeners of the Star-Spangled Nation have also surpassed 500,000, their strength nearly on par with Russia, with the highest level around 50. Yet even those awakeners trembled at the sight of the boundless army of goblins. The goblins appeared small in stature, but the power they wielded was unmatched. They possessed an innate affinity for earth-based laws, standing on the ground as if in an invincible state. The skills they unleashed, such as earth explosions, earth spikes, and earth flows, were truly a nightmare for the soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation. It was only because the goblins were initially unfamiliar with technological weapons that the Star-Spangled Nation managed to kill many of their strong warriors. However, later on, when the goblin army raised their earthen walls, unless faced with high-intensity missiles, ordinary ammunition could hardly impact the goblin forces. On the defense line, General William, rushing over, felt his heart sink as he gazed at the endless goblin army. Fuck! After cursing, General William began to command the defense. Boom! Minutes later, a thunderous sound erupted as the goblin army began their assault. Above the goblin army, countless earth elements coalesced into spear-like earth spikes. At the command of the goblin army's leader, the dense spikes surged forward like 1,000 swords unleashed. Fire! General William shouted hoarsely, as countless heavy machine guns and rocket launchers fired relentlessly, while the land tanks behind the defense line also opened fire. Bang! The shells collided with the earth spikes, producing a dull roar. Many shells flew past the spikes and struck the goblin army, but they were all blocked by the earth shields that the goblins unleashed. The entire exchange lasted about half an hour, and just as the soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the goblins would pause their assault, a goblin warrior clad in yellow armor soared into the air from the back of the army. This individual was the goblin army's commander, Di Wang, a mid-level King Realm expert. This was the first time a King Realm warrior had been deployed since the goblins invaded the Star-Spangled Nation. Boom! Di Wang hovered in the air, his eyes filled with a terrifying killing intent. With a wave of his hand, countless solid earth spikes materialized around him. Although these spikes appeared fewer than those of the goblin army, their strength was far beyond what the goblin army could compare to. Just a single round of bombardment caused heavy losses for the Star-Spangled Nation, with countless soldiers perishing in that attack. The entire defense line was littered with dismembered limbs and flesh, resembling a scene from hell, making many soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation feel nauseous, trembling in fear. Even General William was so frightened that he froze, contemplating fleeing. It was too terrifying. At that moment, General William truly realized the goblins' might. Previously, the goblins had likely been toying with them, or perhaps they feared mutual destruction, continuously launching nuclear weapons, which was why they had not deployed such powerful warriors. Ants! Just as the soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation were in despair, a deep roar suddenly echoed through the heavens and the earth. General William and many soldiers turned to look, and upon seeing it, they were left dumbfounded. In the distance, a hellish three-headed dog, towering 50 meters high, strode through the air, engulfed in dark red flames. Under the scorching flames, the void twisted visibly wherever the hellhound passed. What truly shocked General William and the soldiers was that atop this hellish three-headed dog sat a person, clad in dark red armor. The figure's face was obscured, and no aura radiated from him. But merely riding a hellish three-headed dog was enough to instill dread. Even on the front lines, those awakened professionals above level 50 trembled in fear at the sight of the hellhound, as if they were witnessing some great horror, their souls unable to stop quaking. The other races deserve to die. Amidst the shock of the crowd, a cold roar suddenly erupted across the battlefield, followed by a chilling murderous intent that swept out like a storm. Adolf leaped from the hellhound, standing in the void, and with a wave of his hand, the hellhound roared and charged at the king-level commander of the goblin race. Bang! In an instant, the two collided, producing an astonishing roar, flames mixed with earth spikes rampaging wildly, tearing the entire sky apart with tiny black cracks. As the hellhound battled the goblin commander, Adolf was not idle. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he activated the domain of hellfire, enveloping a vast area of 80 miles filled with goblin troops. The cold yet scorching hellfire burned throughout the domain, the wails of the damned echoing across the battlefield. Under the terrifying hellfire, countless goblin elites were completely incinerated, not even stirring a ripple. Even the goblin elites who reached level 100 could not withstand the hellfire for a moment, their screams resounding among the goblin army. This scene left General William and many soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation dumbfounded. Adolf's godlike demeanor ignited their blood, and endless reverence rose in their eyes. Had a savior finally appeared for the Star-Spangled Nation? Boom! As the soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation were invigorated, Adolf's slaughter continued unabated. Under the terrifying hellfire, no one was his match, and the goblins, trembling in fear, were crushed like ants in his hands. The previously imposing goblin commander was also in a dire state under the assault of the hellhound, suffering significant injuries in a short time. After a brief shock, General William quickly notified the messenger to contact the White House and inform them of the situation at the front. Meanwhile, in the White House conference room, the Supreme Commander, who was preparing to connect with the leader of Dragon Country and agree to their conditions, was left stunned upon receiving news from the front. Ha ha ha! After a long while, the Supreme Commander finally came to his senses, his laughter echoing throughout the conference room, his entire body shaking with mirth, his previously listless demeanor transformed into one of vigor. The Star-Spangled Nation has finally risen again. The ruler of Blue Star has always been the Star-Spangled Nation. The sudden madness of the Supreme Commander left everyone in the conference room dumbfounded, secretly speculating that he must have been driven mad by the excitement. Until they received the news themselves, the conference room once again erupted with deafening laughter. On the West Front, after 3 hours, this war, which had almost been single-handedly turned around, came to an end. Looking around, the battlefield was densely packed with the charred bodies of goblins. The hellhound had long since vanished, and in the void, only Adolf stood alone, like a deity, enjoying the worship of the world. On the front lines, General William and many soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation cheered, their faces filled with excitement. 200,000 goblin troops. Among them was a king-level commander. When had the Star-Spangled Nation ever achieved such a glorious victory? My lord, please come down for a discussion. After the excitement, General William respectfully called out to Adolf in the void. The soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation gazed up, their eyes filled with anticipation and reverence. Only those who have experienced despair understand how fortunate it is to escape from death. Faced with General William's call, Adolf's expression was indifferent as he proclaimed loudly, I, Alan Adolf, the messenger of hell, will henceforth establish the Temple of Hell in Yellowstone Park. Anyone who believes in the God of Hell may join. The purpose of the temple is that wherever the temple's people pass, it shall be a land of hell for the other races. With that, Adolf's figure flickered and vanished without a trace, leaving behind a group of fervent soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation. Wherever the temple goes, it is a hell for the other races. What a grand vow! No wonder he is the savior of the Star-Spangled Nation. An hour later, videos of this war appeared on major media platforms in the Star-Spangled Nation, instantly igniting the entire country. Countless citizens celebrated wildly, with more than half of them heading to Yellowstone Park, eager to become apostles of the Temple of Hell. Meanwhile, a large number of war videos also surfaced on Twitter, where the arrogant citizens of the Star-Spangled Nation seemed to have found an outlet for their emotions, frantically commenting. The phrase "wherever the temple goes, it is a hell for the other races" was followed like a divine decree by countless citizens. Look, my Star-Spangled Nation is the true overlord of the blue planet. what is Dragon Country even worth? That's right, if that Chen Xian dares to come, I, the god of hell Adolf from the Star-Spangled Nation, will definitely make him crawl back. Ha ha ha, wherever the temple goes, it is a hell for the other races. Hiss, the world has changed in just a few hours without me on Twitter? Big brother, save me, Sakura Country. You guys are still alive? At this moment, the heat on Twitter was skyrocketing. Even within Dragon Country, there were whispers about it. However, aside from a few bored lifestyle awakeners occasionally rebutting, everyone else paid no attention. Come on, why waste time cursing in a war when you could be hunting mutated animals? While they were going crazy, secretly growing stronger was the truth. Not only did Dragon Country ignore it, but countries friendly with Dragon Country, like Russia, also paid no heed to the suddenly wealthy Star-Spangled Nation. Only those countries that were originally friendly with the Star-Spangled Nation and had conflicts with Dragon Country seemed to have found their backbone, flattering on Twitter. In just half an hour, Twitter was a chaotic frenzy. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, who was in seclusion in a warehouse on the Inner Mongolia front, was completely unaware of the significant changes occurring in the Star-Spangled Nation during his retreat. At this moment, he had condensed to the last polar bear corpse. This was the true king-level polar bear, and one must say, the vitality of a true king-level beast was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Chen Xian had refined himself to the brink of perfecting the first level of the dragon pattern body refining technique. After a long time, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling lightly, a hint of bitterness appearing on his face. A true king-level beast, 5 king-level beasts, and over 100 beasts above level 95 had not even allowed him to reach perfection in the first level of the dragon pattern body refining technique. It was simply terrifying. Even Chen Xian felt afraid of the vitality required for the dragon pattern body refining technique. No wonder even the Emperor of Humanity back then could only cultivate it to the 4th level. With such a terrifying amount of vitality, who could afford it? Of course, although the consumption was terrifying, the gains were equally so. Now, having perfected the first level of skin and muscle refining, he had gained over 100 dragon powers. Such a terrifying enhancement was beyond imagination. The increase in power was secondary. More crucially, his flesh and muscles had become more resilient under this refining. It is no exaggeration to say that even king-level weapons might not be able to pierce through Chen Xian's flesh. However, since he had not yet completely refined himself, his defense had not increased significantly. After all, while king-level weapons might not break through his flesh and muscles, the impact could still shatter his bones and internal organs. Nevertheless, Chen Xian believed that once he had completely refined his body and reached the perfection of the first level, his physique would be worthy of being called a human weapon. After experimenting with the power of growth, Chen Xian emerged from his seclusion, leaving behind a mountain of bones. Taking out his phone, Chen Xian realized that he had spent a whole week in closed-door training. He headed straight to the conference room in the city tower. Chen Xian, you're out? Upon seeing Chen Xian enter, Wang Pingyong's face lit up, and the others in the conference room, including Xiao Pingwu, also turned to look at him. What happened? Noticing everyone present, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Nothing major, but the Xianyuan underworld clan has been continuously sending beasts to attack, yet no top-tier experts have appeared. This battlefield has almost become our training ground," Wang Pingyong replied. Hearing this, Chen Xian nodded slightly and warned, "Don't be careless. Those who are not of our kind will have different intentions. The Xianyuan underworld clan cannot give up on Blue Star. This is merely the calm before the storm." "I understand," Wang Pengyang said solemnly, then added, "On the Star-Striped Nation's side, quite a bit has happened. Recently, the citizens there have been very active online." "Oh, what happened?" Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A top-tier expert has emerged in the Star-Striped Nation. According to observations from Major General Xia and others, this person is likely at the peak of the King Realm. Moreover, this person has established a force called the Hell Temple in the Star-Striped Nation, which has now become a savior-like presence. Countless professional awakeners from the Star-Striped Nation have flocked there, and in a short time, it has become a behemoth that even the Star-Striped Nation's officials have to cater to." Wang Pingyang's expression was somewhat grave. The Star-Striped Nation had always been at odds with the Dragon Nation, and the sudden emergence of such a giant was bound to attract attention from the Dragon Nation. "Can we find out what profession that person awakened?" Chen Xian's eyes flickered as he inquired. How could a peak King Realm expert emerge in the Star-Striped Nation so soon after the arrival of the mythical era? This was impossible. The Dragon Nation's current strength was entirely due to its early advantage, cultivating through internal testing of games, along with the vast resources in the Emperor's secret realm. Even so, they had only managed to produce a few peak kings like Xiao Pingwu. Without the internal testing qualifications in the Emperor's secret realm, even with the nation's full support, the Dragon Nation's strength would barely match that of other major powers like Russia, and even if strong, it wouldn't surpass them by much. According to reports from the Dark Agents, that person awakened the mythic quality profession of the evil spirit knight, but specific information is still unavailable, Wang Pengyong said. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian frowned in thought, constantly recalling information about profession awakenings from the internal testing game. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and smiled. I see. You know? Seeing Chen Xian's expression, Wang Pengyong quickly asked, while Xiao Pingwu and the others also looked at him. According to the information gathered, the so-called master of the Hell Temple, Alan Adolf, was previously just an ordinary person who couldn't even afford the fees for profession awakening. Yet, in just a few days, he not only successfully awakened but also reached the peak of the King Realm, which was simply unbelievable. It was precisely this astonishing speed that made the Dragon Nation so concerned. It's just being a dog for someone else, there's no need to worry. The evil spirit knight is an extremely special profession. Those who awaken this profession must offer their souls to the so-called demons in exchange for powerful strength. This profession may seem like a mythic quality, but its upper limit cannot compare to other mythic quality professions, and it may even fall short of some top-tier legendary quality professions. Chen Xian waved his hand and sneered. He had studied special professions in detail. Such special professions could gain immense power in a short time, but they all required some form of sacrifice, like Adolf's offering of his soul to a demon. Adolf, Chen Xian was completely unconcerned. What he truly cared about was the so-called demon behind Adolf. It seemed that the revival of spiritual energy had brought these monsters out of hiding. Chen Xian speculated that this so-called demon was likely a powerful being that had survived from the previous era of civilization. After all, not everyone could muster the resolve to fight against alien races. Even in that glorious ancient civilization, many were solely focused on their own survival. Of course, after such a long time, those people might not still be alive, and even if they were, they couldn't emerge in a short period. Chen Xian even suspected that there might be such existences within the Dragon Kingdom. Is there such a profession? Hearing Chen Xian's words, Wang Pengyong and the others were taken aback. Although they looked down on Alan Adolf's act of exchanging his soul for great power, the fact that he had reached the peak of the King Realm was undeniable. Chen Xian could afford to be indifferent, but they had to remain vigilant. However, it was merely vigilance. The main enemies of the Dragon Kingdom were still the alien races and beasts. As for the so-called Alan Adolf, who was comfortably staying in the Star-Spangled Country, if he dared to provoke the Dragon Kingdom, he would surely face the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom. Have any other countries sought our assistance recently? Chen Xian shrugged and asked Wang Pengyong. In order to fully cultivate the first level of the Dragon Pattern Body Refinement Technique, Chen Xian had to seize every opportunity to obtain King Realm alien beasts. With his current level of refinement, only King Realm alien beasts could be of great use to him. Alien beasts at level 90 or above were insufficient for his refining unless in large quantities. If Chen Xian had practiced the Dragon Pattern Body Refinement Technique from the moment he awakened, the required vitality would have been substantial but not terrifying to this extent. Unfortunately, when he began practicing the Dragon Pattern Body Refinement Technique, his level had already reached the peak of the King Realm. His physique had already undergone refinement during the level-up process, making further refinement exceedingly difficult. It was precisely because the Dragon Pattern Body Refinement Technique was unmatched in power. Other ordinary body refinement techniques were utterly useless to Chen Xian. Even though Chen Xian could now be called the strongest in Blue Star, there were always stronger individuals. In the entire mythical era world, there were countless who surpassed him, and only by continuously growing stronger could he protect the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, the commander of Mingjia country has requested assistance from the number 1 leader. 3 King Realm alien races and 3 King Realm alien beasts have appeared in their territory, leading an army. If you hadn't come out of seclusion, I would have planned to let Major General Xia and the others take action. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes as he said solemnly, I will go personally. King Realm alien beasts are of great use to me. Also, if other countries seek assistance, notify me directly. Of course, it must be an invasion by King Realm alien beasts or above. As for the Star-Spangled Country and others, forget it. Wang Pengyong nodded, indicating his understanding. Currently, the international situation had many countries trusting the Dragon Kingdom. Even though the Hell Temple of the Star-Spangled Country had stirred up quite a storm, only those countries friendly with the Star-Spangled Country echoed their sentiments. After all, looking across the entire Blue Star, only the Dragon Kingdom maintained complete territory, never losing an inch of land from beginning to end, which alone was enough to prove the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention, those bored netizens from the Dragon Kingdom occasionally shared their lives on Twitter, making countless citizens from other countries envious and resentful. Currently, there were countless foreigners wanting to squeeze into the Dragon Kingdom to obtain citizenship. After discussing the details of military development with Wang Pengyong and the others, Chen Xian did not delay and went directly to Manhwa country. After Chen Xian left, Wang Pengyong and the others continued their meeting. Everyone, the major defensive lines have been completed and require top-tier experts to guard them. Which defensive line do you wish to guard? Wang Pengyong glanced at Xia Pingwu and the others and inquired. Lessa and the 5 major defensive lines, along with the Inner Mongolia defensive line, total 6 major lines, which correspond exactly to the 6 king-level powerhouses like Xia Pingwu. In addition, the 4 Holy Legions and the 4 Fierce Legions have also taken shape. Except for the Qinglong Legion and the Zhuke Legion, which serve as mobile legions, you can lead a legion to the defensive line you are guarding. After this period of selection, the 4 Holy and 4 Fierce Legions have been fully formed, and the soldiers within the legions are practicing their corresponding formations. Of course, to form effective combat power, a certain period of adjustment is still needed. I will guard the Nankuan defensive line and lead the Chaos Legion. After Wang Pengyong finished speaking, Wu Shencheng immediately replied without hesitation. Then I will go to the Moat defensive line and lead the Tangwu Legion. Yi Zhentian followed suit. The remaining Xia Pingwu and others exchanged glances and also spoke up. Alright, since that's the case, you can go down and prepare. Starting tomorrow, lead your respective legions to the defensive lines. Wang Pengyong nodded and said solemnly. Xia Pingwu and the others did not hesitate and directly got up to leave. The next day, Wu Zhenqing and others took their respective legions to the defensive lines they were guarding, while Lin Tong, who had been temporarily reassigned to guard the Lessa defensive line, was also reassigned back to the Inner Mongolia defensive line. However, upon learning that Xia Pingwu and the others had all broken into the King realm and that Chen Xian was not in the Inner Mongolia defensive line, Lin Tong decided to enter seclusion in the human emperor's secret realm. The vague feelings drove Lin Tong to continuously grow stronger. She did not want to become a mere ornament, nor did she want to waste her talent. Even if she could not catch up to Chen Xian, she at least did not want the gap to be too large. Meanwhile, with the emergence of the Hell Temple of the Star-Spangled Nation, some ancient countries also began to see the rise of top powerhouses. For example, in Greece, a peak king-level thunder god suddenly appeared, said to be the heir of the thunder god. Among the remnants of the already destroyed Ganges nation, a Shiva heir also emerged, possessing peak king-level strength, rampaging within the Ganges territory, killing hundreds of thousands of fierce-winged lion clan warriors in a short time, and continuously gathering the remaining people, seemingly with the momentum to restore the nation. A whole month passed, and top powerhouses from various countries continued to emerge. Even Russia saw the appearance of a peak king-level powerhouse. The emergence of these powerhouses gave the originally disadvantaged countries of Blue Star the strength to resist. Although they could not directly drive the alien races away, they had already gained the power to contend with them. Within the borders of the Northern Dynasty, Chen Xian sat cross-legged among several enormous alien beasts. Streams of blood energy surged from the beasts and flowed into Chen Xian's body. Over the past month, Chen Xian traveled back and forth between various countries, like a brick, moving wherever needed. It seemed busy, but the gains were immense. Now, he had perfected the bone refining technique, with only his heart yet to be fully refined among his 5 organs. However, after helping the Northern Dynasty slay these 5 late-stage king-level alien beasts, Chen Xian was confident that with the blood energy from these 5 late-stage king-level beasts, he could complete the refining of his heart and fully achieve the first major perfection of the dragon pattern body refining technique. Buzz. Under Chen Xian's guidance, strands of blood energy condensed into dragon patterns, cautiously squeezing into his heart. At this moment, Chen Xian was extremely cautious, not daring to be careless. Even though his heart was close to being perfectly refined, at this moment, Chen Xian still felt an indescribable pain, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart, twisting his entire face. Roar! About half an hour later, a soul-stirring dragon roar suddenly erupted from within Chen Xian's body. If someone could see through Chen Xian's physical body, they would find that at this moment, his body was densely covered with dragon patterns, and he seemed to have transformed into a world-shattering divine dragon, exuding an extremely terrifying dragon might. Sitting on the ground, Chen Xian was surrounded by dragon shadows, his divine radiance shining brightly, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, with immeasurable power. After enduring numerous hardships, Chen Xian finally achieved the first major perfection of the dragon pattern body refining technique, thoroughly tempering his entire body. He felt an unprecedented strength that nearly made him unable to suppress a long howl. Boom! At that moment, an inexplicable aura erupted from within Chen Xian. A feeling of indescribable heart palpitations surged forth. Vaguely, Chen Xian seemed to see a mysterious portal appearing somewhere within his body. The portal shimmered with light, exuding an indescribable mysterious aura. Chen Xian concentrated all his thoughts, fixating intently on that portal, his brows furrowed as he continuously recalled his memories, trying to uncover information about this portal. He did not know how much time had passed when Chen Xian suddenly tensed up, both startled and delighted. Could it be the human limit? This is a description of the cultivation realm level in the internal test qualifications. The human limit, among the alien races, is also known as the divine forbidden domain, meaning a realm that even deities find difficult to tread. Once reached, there is no doubt that one will become the top genius of the age. This domain only appears after reaching the king realm, but achieving it is extremely difficult. For example, within the king realm, to reach the limit level, one must possess at least 5 times the strength of an ordinary person, meaning that a normal king realm has a strength of 100 dragon power, while a limit level expert has 500 dragon power. Of course, this is just a general overview. Each person's limit varies due to different talents, which also creates a distinction of strength even within the divine forbidden domain. The stronger the talent, the harder it is to reach the divine forbidden domain, but once achieved, the benefits are incredibly astonishing. However, because the divine forbidden domain corresponds to physical strength, many geniuses actually lack the patience to specifically temper their bodies to reach the divine forbidden domain. After all, the physique after the king realm has already undergone a certain amount of tempering, and further tempering to the limit is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, requiring an immense amount of time, during which peers of the same level may have already surpassed them. After recalling the information about the human limit, Chen Xian took a deep breath, gathered all his energy, and mobilized all his strength, suddenly striking towards that portal. Dong! A sound like a drum echoed out. Even with Chen Xian's immense strength at that moment, he could only make the portal tremble slightly. Chen Xian was not discouraged and focused entirely on the impact. Crack! After an unknown amount of time, a shattering sound suddenly came from within Chen Xian. Under his diligent strikes, the portal symbolizing the divine forbidden domain was finally broken open. With an excited heart, Chen Xian stepped over the human limit. Boom! In an instant, a vast power was generated within Chen Xian, circulating through his meridians. The strength that had been lacking due to the first perfection of the dragon pattern body refining technique was instantly replenished, even forcing a significant amount of power into all his cells. At that moment, Chen Xian even felt as if he might explode from the overwhelming power. Fortunately, although this power was immense, it was gentle and mixed with boundless vitality, allowing Chen Xian to withstand this sudden surge of vast power. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Xian's body returned to calm. He slowly opened his eyes, and even a slight movement of his body caused the surrounding void to visibly distort, as if even the void could not bear Chen Xian's physical form. Chen Xian took several deep breaths, suppressing his excitement, and began to familiarize himself with the surging power within. On the surface, his cultivation showed no change, but his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to before. About an hour later, after becoming familiar with his own power, Chen Xian summoned his professional panel and began to examine it carefully. Boundary: King Realm Peak Power, 1,569 dragons, 1 dragon equals 100,000 base value. Physique: 1,637 Dragons. Spirit: 1,792 Dragons. Divine Powers: Spirit Sky Sword / Ice Seal 10,000 miles, Sword Command Divine Thunder, Dark Prison Annihilation, Universal Illumination, Fire Calamity, Metal / Heavenly Wood Guanine, Absolute Defense, Time Reversal Sword Formation, Wind Dark, Critical Strike, Soul Cutting. Each divine power has reached perfection, and the comprehension and control of the 12 system laws have reached great success. Talent: Sword Heart Clarity, 60%, Chaotic Sword Domain, 80%, Emperor Dragon Overlord Body, 70%, Crimson Flame Melting Furnace, 50%, Phoenix Path Nirvana, 46%. Divine Weapons: Chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Boots, King Level Top Grade. Domain: 12 System Domain, Great Success Peak. Cultivation Method: Dragon Pattern Body Refining Technique, First Level Perfection. Achievement: King Realm Extreme Special Talent, Chaotic Source Body, 3 forms, Chaotic Demon Source Form, consumes a large amount of vitality, power amplification 3 to 5 times depending on the vitality consumed. Chaotic Divine Source Form, consumes a large amount of soul power, power amplification 5 to 8 times. Chaotic Berserker Form, consumes one's own life force, overall amplification over 10 times. Hiss. Even Chen Xian couldn't help but gasp when he saw his own profession panel. Although he knew he was strong at this moment, he didn't have a concrete concept until he saw the detailed panel, realizing how powerful he had become after breaking through the limits of the King Realm. Generally, the base values of true King Realm experts are enhanced by about 5 times compared to the King Realm. Simply put, an average true king has 3 base values around 500 dragons. The peak of the true king is about 1000 dragons. This means that at this moment, Chen Xian, relying solely on his physical strength, has already far surpassed the peak level of true kings. If one were to consider the power of the laws and so on, he might even be able to wrestle with legendary holy sovereigns. Coupled with the terrifying special talent of the chaotic source body, Chen Xian even had confidence to confront mid-level legendary holy sovereigns head-on. Of course, Chen Xian had never personally witnessed the power of a legendary holy sovereign, so whether he could contend would only be clear after a personal battle. However, even if he couldn't fight against a legendary holy sovereign, Chen Xian was confident he could survive against one. Next, I need to push my comprehension of the laws to perfection, and then I can begin to break through to the true king realm. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to plan. Having already experienced the benefits of the divine forbidden domain, Chen Xian naturally wanted to reach the divine forbidden domain in every subsequent realm, but achieving this was incredibly difficult. For an ordinary person to reach the divine forbidden domain in one realm is already a remarkable feat. Even for Chen Xian, despite having such thoughts, he didn't have much confidence. All he could do was solidify the foundation of each realm. Only with a solid foundation could there be a possibility of reaching the divine forbidden domain in every realm. Breaking through to the true king might allow me to attempt entering the mythical era. After murmuring this, Chen Xian stored the corpse of the exotic beast, which had turned into a dry corpse, into his spatial ring, and then, without greeting the high-ranking officials of the Northern Dynasty, he directly headed towards the Dragon Kingdom. Before long, he appeared at the Inner Mongolia defense line, handed over the accumulated exotic beast bones to the researchers, and then went to find Wang Pangyang to understand the current situation. To Chen Xian's delight, in this past month, Yu Wentao and others had also successively broken through to the King Realm, and now the Dragon Kingdom already had more than a dozen King Realm experts. These experts who had broken through to the King Realm were also stationed at various major defense lines. After encouraging Yi Wentao, Xiao Pingwu, and others stationed at the Inner Mongolia defense line, Chen Xian headed straight to the Human Emperor's secret realm. The comprehension of the laws is extremely difficult. Only by relying on the Enlightenment Hall in the Human Emperor's secret realm did Chen Xian have confidence to fully comprehend the 12 system laws in a short time. Family, look, this is the depths of Shenanjia. Beautiful, right? In the depths of Shenanjia, a young man was holding a phone, scanning the surroundings while happily introducing. The young man named Lu Yu is an online streamer. Since the arrival of the mythical era, although human society has undergone tremendous changes, certain industries have remained unchanged, or even thrived, such as the streaming industry, especially outdoor streaming, which has become incredibly profitable. After awakening the rare profession of Lightflow Swordmaster, Liu continued his streaming career, simply shifting from indoor to outdoor settings. Due to the nature of his profession, his survival ability in the wild is significantly higher than that of other professions, and in a short time, he has grown into a major streamer with 3 million followers. Lu Paopao is really impressive, daring to run deep into Shenanjia. Isn't that right? It's said that there are level 40 mutated animals deep in Shenanjia, and other streamers don't dare to come here to stream. Send a rocket up, Lu Paopao, take a look deeper. On his phone, the barrage of comments flowed continuously, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. Currently, the majority of awakened civilians in Longwei are still hovering between levels 10 and 30, with only a few daredevils reaching above level 30. Although Lu Yu's level is only 30, his speed is like flowing light, surpassing many of the same level, earning him the affectionate nickname Lu Paopao. Thanks for the rocket sent by Dolly Gu. Dolly Gu, don't rush, let's explore slowly. Seeing the rocket soaring on his phone screen, Liu chuckled softly. With that, he said no more and cautiously began to explore deeper into the area. Although he was confident in his exceptional speed, this was after all the depths of Shenanjia, and caution was wise. Previously, Shenanjia had been cleared by the Longwa military, but they only dealt with mutated animals above level 30. After some time, many mutated animals had leveled up again. The Longwei authorities had turned these ancient mountain forests into trial grounds, with numerous troops stationed on the outskirts. Even so, many people still died in these deep mountains and forests, as often those who encountered danger had no chance to reach the outskirts for help. This time, in order to raise his profile, Lu Yu took the risk of venturing into the depths of Shenanjia, which originally required a level 40 to enter. Family, guess what I found? As he moved forward, Lu Yu suddenly tensed up, hiding behind a large tree and pointing his phone straight ahead. Hiss, is that a level 40 mutated gorilla? There are actually 5 of them. No wonder it's the depths of Shenanjia. The audience was astonished and began to discuss as they saw the gorillas appear on the screen. Watching the rising popularity on his phone, Liu felt delighted, but on the surface, he dared not move, curling up like a stone behind the tree, even holding his breath. His speed far exceeded his level, but the level 40 mutated gorillas were not slow either. Once surrounded, a single slap could turn him into mush. He wanted to make money, but he also valued his life. Thanks to Lu Yu's caution, he successfully avoided the group of mutated gorillas and continued deeper into Shenanjia. About an hour later, Lu Yu arrived at a valley. He cautiously peered inside, and the deep mouth of the valley made him feel uneasy. Family, this valley is too strange. I'm not planning to go in. Though it's a bit regrettable, we understand. Exactly, if Lu Pao Pao were to kick the bucket, no one would be able to stream the beauty of these deep mountains and forests for us. Yeah, and Lu Pao Pao streams are very beneficial for us to gather information about the wild, at least helping us avoid some powerful mutated animals. Hearing Lu Yu's words, everyone in the live stream expressed their agreement in the comments. Seeing this, Lu Yu nodded appreciatively. This group of netizens wasn't blindly urging him to go in. He had a strong intuition that if he entered this valley, he might very well die. Still the same words, he wanted to make money, but that was under the condition of having life security. If he lost his life, what use was money no matter how much he had? With this thought, Lu Yu prepared to leave the valley and return to the safe zone. Buzz. At that moment, a change occurred. Before Lu Yu and the many online viewers who were dumbfounded, layers of halos radiated from the valley, and then, a light shield suddenly emerged around the valley, and a figure stepped out from the shield. What the hell? Lu Yu and the viewers were directly shocked, staring blankly at the figure standing in mid-air. The person was dressed in ancient attire, with long flowing hair, a handsome face, and an air of superiority surrounding him. He looked down at Lu Yu with disdain and contempt on his face. Ants, who gave you the courage to trespass into my Longmen base? While Lu Yu was in a daze, a contemptuous remark came from the mysterious young man. This statement immediately caused an uproar in the live stream. Damn, who does this guy think he is? Calling us ants? So arrogant. What is this Longmen? Look at his outfit, it's clearly ancient attire. Could he be from some hidden sect? Cut it out. Do you think this is a novel? Who knows, with the emergence of the mythical era, it's not strange for some hidden sects to appear. While the viewers were indignant, Lu Yu cautiously cupped his hands towards the other party and carefully spoke, Sir, I accidentally trespassed into this place, I will leave now, please forgive me. Compared to the viewers, facing the mysterious young man, he felt even more deeply. He could clearly sense the terrifying power within the young man, a power so fearsome that it made it hard for him to even think of resisting. Although he was also angry at the young man's arrogance, he knew he had to prioritize saving his own life. Leave? You trespassed into my Longmen base, and you still want to leave? Come here. The mysterious young man sneered, suddenly reaching out his hand, and a tremendous force instantly transformed into a giant hand, reaching for Lu Yu. With Lu Yu only at level 30, he had no time to react before being caught by that powerful hand, and his phone fell directly to the ground. The mysterious young man, with a contemptuous smile, took Lu Yu back into the valley, and as the young man returned, the light shield that had appeared around the valley instantly vanished as if it had never existed. The viewers on the screen were shocked to see Lu Yu being captured, some angrily cursing the mysterious young man for his arrogance, while others immediately called the police. One call after another reached the inspection bureau of the safe zone in Hubei province, and the inspectors did not dare to be negligent, quickly reporting to the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. At the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau in the capital, Lin Jianye, upon receiving the news, immediately convened a meeting. Have we figured out who that person is? In the meeting room, Lin Jianye's expression was serious as he asked the head of the intelligence team. Director Lin, there is no information on that person in the big data. Based on the current situation, this so-called Longmen should be the ancient civilization remnants that Director Chen once mentioned. The head of the intelligence team quickly stood up and spoke solemnly. Nowadays, the Dragon Country is not what it used to be. Before the arrival of the mythical era, the Dragon Country had undergone several purges, and now, there are basically no black households within the country. Everyone is registered, and their identity information is completely controlled by the state. In this situation, suddenly emerging a person with no identity information at all could only be a foreign spy or an ancient civilization remnant. Hearing this, Lin Jianye's expression grew even darker. Just from the video, one could see how arrogant these ancient civilization remnants were. They directly captured someone for accidentally trespassing into their base's perimeter. It was simply a provocation against the laws of the Dragon Country. I understand, keep a close watch. After finishing his words, Lin Jianye directly left the conference room and returned to his office to report this sudden event to the cabinet. including the speculations about the ancient civilization's remaining powerhouses. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the cabinet's call, Lin Jianya sat in his chair, his eyes flashing with cold light. A group of struggling fools, still daring to be arrogant? Do they really think they are superior? Lin Jianya sneered, no longer delaying, and immediately connected with several kings, including Xia Pingwu, instructing them to head to Longmen to gather important figures. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Kingdom's internet, a large number of messages about the streamer Lu Yu being arrested began to appear. Weibo hot search no. 1. Lu Yu arrested. Weibo hot search no. 2. What is Longmen? Since Lu Yu was a big internet celebrity with 3 million fans, this incident quickly escalated, especially since he was arrested right under the noses of hundreds of thousands of netizens. Damn it, this guy really deserves a beating. Yeah, just looking at his arrogant face makes me want to give him a good thrashing. Arrogant as he is, his strength is truly terrifying. Lu Yu's speed is something even ordinary level 35 awakeners can't catch up to. In his hands, they couldn't even react before being captured. One can imagine how strong this guy is. At least a level 70 awakener. Countless people discuss this across major online platforms, and even many teams of awakeners training in the Shenanjia received the news, not daring to stay any longer and hurriedly exiting the area. At the same time, Xia Pingwu and others, having received orders, also set off towards the Shenanjia. To show their strength, the Dragon Kingdom dispatched 6 kings this time, including Xia Pingwu and Wei Guochang, among other myth-quality awakeners. Just from the fact that the other side was capturing Dragon Kingdom citizens at will, it was clear they were not easy to deal with. The Dragon Kingdom has never been polite to such self-righteous individuals. Before long, Xia Pingwu and the others appeared in the valley where Lu Yu had disappeared. With just one glance, their eyes narrowed. With their king-level cultivation, they could clearly sense that there was a formation hidden in this valley, and its level was not low. Judging by its strength, it should be at the true king level, which made Xia Pingwu and the others slightly serious. A true king-level formation, even they did not dare to be careless. Boom! The next moment, Xia Pingwu and the others unleashed their own momentum simultaneously. The 6 kings might swept across the entire area like a storm, causing the towering ancient trees around them to explode, turning into a sky full of wood chips that flew in the air. Under this terrifying momentum, the originally hidden formation was forced to reveal itself, a vast light shield appearing at the valley's perimeter. Compared to the light shield when the mysterious youth appeared before, this one was undoubtedly more complete. This formation barrier enveloped the entire valley, isolating it from the rest of Blue Star, as if it had transformed into an independent small world. Xia Pingwu and the others could even see numerous pavilions and towers standing densely within the formation. Which friend has descended upon my Longmen? At that moment, a grand voice suddenly echoed from within the formation, followed by several figures stepping out from inside, their overwhelming momentum radiating outwards, clashing with Xia Pingwu and the others' aura, producing bursts of explosive sounds. 5 people appeared before Xia Pingwu and the others, all dressed in ancient attire, their faces aged, yet their aura was unmatched, even stronger than that of Xia Pingwu and the others. 5 peak kings? Feeling the momentum released by those 5, Xia Pingwu and the others frowned. They had tried their best to overestimate the so-called Longmen's strength, but they still underestimated it. The moment they thought of this group of people, who were clearly powerful yet cowardly hiding away, a knot of frustration surged in the hearts of Xia Pingwu and the others. If this group could lend a hand, how could their Dragon Kingdom have ended up in such a state? Not to mention launching a direct counterattack against the mythical era, their situation would definitely be better than it is now. Who are you? The Grand Elder of Longmen, Shi Yutian, scrutinized Xia Pingwu and the others, his brow furrowing as he coldly inquired. Dragon Kingdom Major General Xia Pingwu. In response to Shi Yutian's question, Xia Pingwu and the others did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Dragon Kingdom Major General? Upon hearing this, Shi Yutian and the other Longmen elders exchanged glances, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in their eyes. If it were before, they, who had long been out of the world, would not have known what the Dragon Kingdom was, but having captured Lu Yu, they had learned about the current era from him. Thus, they were aware that the Dragon Kingdom was the ruling dynasty of the Central Plains today. What brings you to my Longmen? Although they knew that Xia Pingwu and the others were the leaders of the country ruling the Central Plains, Shi Yutian and the others did not care. After all, they had learned from Lu Yu that the spiritual energy had just begun to recover and they were facing the invasion of the mythical era. How many strong individuals could this country possibly have? Having 6 at the king realm was already beyond Shi Yutian and the others' expectations. these 6 might be the strongest forces of the Dragon Kingdom. In response to Qi Youtian's inquiry, Xiao Pingwu and the others' expressions darkened, nearly laughing in anger. It was clearly you who had captured the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, and now you are asking us what we are here for? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to capture citizens of my Dragon Kingdom without reason? Xiao Pingwu suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly. Rest assured, we only invited that young friend to our longmen as a guest. Qi Youtian shrugged casually. No need for that, please let him out, Xiao Pingwu said coldly, his gaze towards Qi Youtian filled with hostility. You. Seeing Xiao Pingwu's attitude, several longmen elders standing beside Qi Youtian were immediately enraged, wanting to say something, but were stopped by Qi Youtian. Second, go bring that young friend over. Qi Youtian glanced at Xiao Pingwu with a half-smile and spoke to the second elder without turning back. Yes, the second elder replied reluctantly and turned back into the valley. The other longmen elders seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xiao Pingwu and the others with a mocking expression. From the beginning, they had not taken Xiao Pingwu and the others seriously. Just 6 King Realm individuals. Which of the longmen elders was not at the peak of the King Realm? A few of them could easily capture these so-called Dragon Kingdom major generals. However, since the spiritual energy had not yet fully recovered and there was still the invasion of the alien races from the mythical era, they were unwilling to face the invasion alone and wanted the Dragon Kingdom to stand in front of them. About 10 minutes later, the second elder of Longmen appeared in midair holding Luyu, and then casually tossed him to the ground, creating a large human-shaped pit. Due to the suddenness of the incident, and because Xiao Pingwu and the others did not expect the Longmen experts to act this way, by the time they reacted, Liu had already been thrown to the ground. As they looked closely, Xiao Pingwu and the others could no longer hold back. Their anger erupted like a volcano. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared fiercely at Qi Youtian and the others, the killing intent in their eyes unabashed. At that moment, Lu Yu was in a pitiful state. His body was covered in blood, his clothes torn, his skin riddled with wounds, his face as pale as paper, almost on the brink of death. One could tell without looking what inhumane torture he had suffered. As a radiant priest, Alamuto suppressed the killing intent in his heart, his figure flickering as he appeared beside Lu Yu, picking him up and returning to Xiao Pingwu and the others, simultaneously channeling healing magic to treat Lu Yu's internal injuries. His limbs are broken, and at least 70% of his bones are fractured. Until he touched Lu Yu's body, he truly realized how severe Lu Yu's injuries were. With a dark expression, he quietly said to Xiao Pingwu and the others beside him, "Are you provoking my dragon kingdom?" Hearing Alamuto's words, Yi Jintian and the others almost couldn't help but act immediately. Even Xiao Pingwu took several deep breaths to suppress the violent killing intent in his heart. He fixed his gaze on Qi Youtian and the others, coldly questioning, "So what if we are? So what if we aren't? This young friend has been enjoying a pleasant conversation with my Dragon Gate disciples. This is merely a game they are playing." Young people, not knowing their limits is understandable. Facing the killing intent and questioning from Xiao Pingwu and the others, Qi Youtian spoke with a half-smile, his words filled with mockery and sarcasm. He even somewhat hoped that Xiao Pingwu and the others would act immediately, so they could show this so-called Dragon Kingdom their strength. Leave. Upon hearing Qi Youtian's words, Xiao Pingwu was really about to lose control, but he knew very well that with just a few of them, they were definitely not a match for the 5 Peak Kings. Acting on impulse would only lead them into trouble. The urgent matter was to save Lu Yu as quickly as possible. Although Yi Jintian and the others wanted to act, they also knew that Xiao Pingwu's decision was the right one. They coldly glanced at Qi Youtian and the others, as if looking at dead people, and then turned around and left without hesitation. TSK, what Dragon Kingdom? It's nothing at all. Watching Xiao Pingwu and the others leave in defeat, the second elder laughed loudly, his voice echoing everywhere, completely disregarding Xiao Pingwu and the others. He even intentionally amplified his voice. "Enough, it's just a mere Central Plains country, not worth our attention. Our real opponents are the other hidden sects and the mythical era." The Grand Elder Qi Youtian waved his hand and said solemnly, "What my brother said is right. Let this Dragon Kingdom hold the line for us first. If it really doesn't work, we can send them out to be enslaved by those foreign races. In that case, our Dragon Gate will surely be preserved. After all, they have so many people. Sending a batch to the foreign races is no big deal." After Qi Youtian finished speaking, the other elders nodded in agreement, clearly treating the Dragon Kingdom as ants in their hands, easily manipulated. This method is not bad. However, those hidden sects might not agree. Qi Youtian's eyes flickered as he hesitated to speak. "TSK, after so many years, their strength is not necessarily stronger than our Dragon Gate. Moreover, our Dragon Gate is not without allies. As long as we can rally most of the hidden sects, those few won't be able to stir up any trouble." A cold smile appeared on the second elder's face as he spoke disdainfully. They had never truly encountered those major hidden sects, they only learned from ancient texts that their ancestors treated them with great caution. However, they were no longer the same people left over from the ancient civilization but had undergone countless generations of inheritance. Because of this, they did not take those major sects seriously at all. This matter is not urgent for now. Wait until the sect master awakens, discuss it with him, and then make a decision. The Grand Elder Chi Yutian waved his hand and led the others back to the Dragon Gate. On the other side, Xiaopingwu and the others, who were heading to the imperial capital, felt somewhat gloomy, their faces as dark as water. They had anticipated that the ancient sect would be difficult to deal with, but they did not expect the other party to be so arrogant. How is he? Will he survive? Xiaopingwu glanced at Lu Yu and Alamuto's hands and asked solemnly. He can. However, he probably won't be able to move for half a year. Alamuto responded while continuing to treat Lu Yu. If it weren't for him, the glorious priest, Lu Yu's injuries would have made it impossible for him to return to the imperial capital. These damned guys. No matter what, this grudge must be avenged. Yi Zhentian beside him spoke fiercely, his face filled with cold killing intent. You are. As Xiaopingwu was about to respond to Yi Zhentian, a weak voice suddenly rang out. Looking over, he found that Lu Yu had woken up at some point. We are from the Myth Special Forces, don't worry, you are safe now. What you have encountered, the country will definitely not let it go like this. Xiaopingwu looked at Lu Yu and spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Lu Yu's pale face. To see my idol, and have you come to rescue me, I, Lu Yu, would consider it worth it even if I die. After saying this, Lu Yu seemed to remember something and spoke with guilt. Sorry, they interrogated me. I really couldn't bear it, so I told them some information about Manhwa. But, basically, it was all common knowledge. I didn't say anything about Director Chen or any secrets. I really tried my best. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Xiaopingwu and the others could no longer hold back. From Lu Yu's injuries, they could tell what kind of torment he had endured. Even so, he still thought of the country and intended to conceal information. Such a loyal citizen had suffered such humiliation. If they did not retaliate, how could Manhwa call itself a world power? You have done very well. Don't worry, you will be fine. Damn it! I want to kill them! In the conference room of the Myth Special Bureau's headquarters in the capital, a middle-aged man in military uniform with a fierce appearance roared angrily, causing the entire conference room to tremble slightly under his imposing presence. Wang Tiancheng, a 5-star general of Manhwa, a senior figure in the Central Military Commission, awakened legendary profession berserker, level has reached 100, currently responsible for various military districts within Manhwa. In the conference room, besides Wang Tiancheng, there were also Deputy Director Lin Jianye, Xiaopingwu, and cabinet leaders who were on a video call. Tiancheng, sit down, the number one leader in the video said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiancheng shrank his neck and obediently sat down, but the anger on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Leader, the other party is provoking Manhwa like this. We must retaliate and teach them a lesson no matter what. These cowardly people have already broken their spines. If we do not give them a certain deterrent, they will only become more excessive, and in the end, they might even stab us in the back. Lin Jianye, who was sitting nearby, stood up and spoke with a serious expression. This battle was not just for Lu Yu, but for Manhwa as well. Given the arrogance displayed by the other party, even without Lu Yu, they would eventually have conflicts with Manhwa. It was just a matter of time. Retaliation is definitely necessary, but with Manhwa's current strength, aside from Comrade Chen Xian, who can be their opponent? Are we really going to use nuclear weapons? Use nuclear weapons on our own territory? Or against people who can be considered our ancestors? The number one leader's rhetorical question left everyone present in silence. Indeed, with Manhwa's current strength, they were not really a match for the other party, but if they did nothing, it would be too frustrating. General Wang Tiancheng couldn't help but mutter, ancestors? They are worthy? Moreover, how do you know there is only one Longman? What if they have allies of the same level? Being weak means being beaten, that must be acknowledged. But we cannot submit. How many hardships has Manhwa endured to reach this point? No matter who it is, as long as we stand tall, even if we temporarily suffer some humiliation, one day, we will be able to fight back again. What we should do now is not to rage helplessly, nor to be filled with killing intent, but to strive to improve and strengthen ourselves. The words of the number one leader echoed throughout the conference room, leaving Xiaopingwu and the others in silence, their fists clenched tightly. Even Wang Tiancheng could not find the words to say. It is easy to act on impulse, but the consequences it brings are not something everyone can bear. Especially for those in high positions, every impulsive decision they make can lead to disasters that may affect the entire Dragon Kingdom. Let's leave it at that. For now, let's suppress this matter. We'll make a decision after Comrade Chen Xian comes out of seclusion. As these words fell, the video call on the screen was also disconnected. Bang! Damn it! After the call ended, Wang Tiancheng could no longer bear the frustration and stood up, slamming his fist heavily on the table, creating a loud crash, and the entire table shattered like a broken mirror. The table costs 20,000. Lin Jianye said calmly, sitting with his arms crossed. The once angry Wang Tiancheng was completely thrown off guard, staring at Lin Jianye with a resentful expression like a wronged wife. Everyone, let's work hard. With internal troubles and external threats, if we want to protect the Dragon Kingdom, we can only rely on strength. Lin Jianye ignored Wang Tiancheng, stood up, glanced at everyone, and then left the conference room. Seeing this, Xiao Pingwu and others also stood up to leave, their faces seemingly calm, but their eyes sparkled with determination. Breaking through to the King Realm had made them somewhat complacent, but they never expected that this Dragon Gate would hit them hard, waking them up. Although they had suffered humiliation, their will to grow stronger had become even more resilient. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's secret realm in the Enlightenment Hall, many figures sat cross-legged, surrounded by the laws. These people were members of the Qishao team who had awakened legendary professions, along with Qin Xian's secretary, Lin Tong. After days of seclusion and cultivation, these hundreds of Qishao team members, including Lin Tong, had all reached the 100-level tier and were currently striving to comprehend the power of the laws, seeking the King Realm. At the deepest part of the Enlightenment Hall, Qin Xian sat there, his eyes tightly closed, the power of the laws wrapping around him, spiritual energy surging, as if a true god had descended, floating in this place. With his powerful comprehension and the support of the Enlightenment Hall, Qin Xian, fully immersed in his understanding, progressed rapidly, various mysterious powers of the laws emerging in his mind, which he greedily absorbed. The only thing that could slightly make Qin Xian pause was the special laws of space, time, light, and darkness. These special laws were extremely profound, and even for Qin Xian, it was not easy to comprehend them. Whenever he encountered a bottleneck, Qin Xian would stop his comprehension and instead begin to study the second level of the dragon pattern body refinement technique, gathering the dragon patterns with the power of the laws and inscribing them all over his body. Starting from the second level, although it still required a vast amount of vitality, it was significantly reduced compared to the first level. The second level focused more on one's comprehension and affinity for the power of the laws. Only with deep enough comprehension and affinity could one condense the laws and imprint them within. Imprinting one type of law dragon pattern was the early stage of the second level, imprinting two types was the mid stage, 4 types was the late stage, and 6 types was the perfect stage. From this level onward, the dragon pattern body refinement technique placed greater emphasis on aptitude, talent, and comprehension. After all, merely comprehending 6 different powers of the laws was enough to eliminate a large number of people. What startled Qin Xian was that, according to his estimation, if he wanted to reach the law limit of the second level, which was the divine forbidden domain of the true king realm, he would need to condense at least 12 types of law dragon patterns. It seemed like just double the standard second level of the dragon pattern body refinement technique, but the actual difficulty was definitely more than 10 times. Forget it, take it slow. Qin Xian sighed lightly, not in a hurry. The second level was destined to be not so quickly condensed. Its difficulty far exceeded that of the first level. He opened his eyes and reflected on his own changes. In terms of comprehending the power of the laws, apart from being just a step away from the 2 major laws of time and space, he had already comprehended the other laws to a perfect level. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xian decided not to continue his seclusion but to head to the trial tower. Now that he was stuck in a bottleneck, continuing to seclude himself would be of no use. It would be better to utilize the trial tower to engage in some good battles, perhaps providing an opportunity for a breakthrough. This time, Qin Xian wanted to try facing a legendary saint-level opponent. With this thought in mind, he stepped into the trial tower without hesitation, directly appearing on the 86th floor. This was a level he hadn't dared to enter during his last trial, but now, with his strength having undergone a complete transformation, he faced the 5 peak true kings among the beasts on the 86th floor with ease. These 5 peak true king beasts were still ones that Qin Xian had not been able to find in the beast compendium, and at this moment, he vaguely suspected that the invasion of the mountains and seas mentioned in ancient civilizations might not be the same as the mythical era. Of course, this guess might not be accurate. After all, the mythical era was vast and grand, and it was reasonable that the beast compendium for internal testing did not collect all the beasts. In his heart, Qin Xian hoped that his guess was wrong. If it were true, it would mean that Blue Star could very well face invasions from 2 major worlds, which would be an unimaginable disaster for Blue Star. Even with just one mythical era, Blue Star had struggled greatly to withstand it. How could it handle another? Boom! While he was pondering, Qin Xian's offensive did not stop. Powerful professional skills erupted one after another, the forces of various laws surged forth, overwhelming the 5 peak true king beasts without giving them a chance to fight back. The increase in combat power brought about after reaching the limit of the king realm was incredibly terrifying, allowing Chen Xian to possess the strength to crush peak true kings. In just half an hour, Chen Xian had already dealt with these 5 peak true king beasts, which was also due to the fact that the beasts in the trial tower only possessed 80% of their true strength. On the 87th floor, he easily dealt with 7 peak true king beasts. On the 88th floor, there were 10 peak true king beasts. On the 89th floor, there were 2 half-step legendary saint-level beasts. The so-called half-step legendary saint level refers to those whose power has already transformed into legendary saint-level power, but whose comprehension of the laws has not yet fully transformed into the essence of the laws, and whose condensed cave heavens have not yet transformed into realms. After a professional awakener reaches the peak of true king, they can break into the legendary saint-level realm by evolving the laws into their essence and condensing their cave heavens into realms. Legendary saints are truly formidable beings. After condensing their realms, they can possess the power of an entire realm, with vast and boundless might, capable of unleashing energy that can destroy the heavens and the earth with every move. Even someone as strong as Chen Xian had to exert considerable effort to completely kill these 2 half-step legendary saint-level beasts, which only had 80% of their strength. Boom! As Chen Xian stepped into the 90th floor, a terrifying aura, like a magnificent heavenly might, pressed down on him, causing even Chen Xian to feel his body sink, as if he were being suppressed by a towering mountain. He looked ahead and saw a terrifying giant beast standing far away, towering 10,000 meters high, like a colossal creature holding up the sky. Just standing there gave a chilling sense of dread, as if one had fallen into an ice cave. This giant beast was blood-red all over, as if it had emerged from hell, its body covered in dense scales, and its fur like blood-colored blades, flashing with a horrifying red light. There was no doubt that this was a true legendary saint-level beast. Even with only 80% of its strength, it still exerted immense pressure on Chen Xian. Boom! Without hesitation, Chen Xian took out the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword and unleashed his full power. Regardless of whether it would be effective, he would buff himself first. The Sword Heart was activated, the Emperor Dragon Body was activated, the Crimson Flame Furnace was activated. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Chen Xian's body, surging like a roaring tide, colliding with the aura of the legendary saint-level beast, causing the entire space to resonate with explosive sounds. Bang! Chen Xian slashed out with his sword, the terrifying Spirit Dome Sword slash tearing through the void with an unmatched force, striking towards the colossal beast. Not only that, but Chen Xian moved like a shadow, directly activating the Time Reverse Sword formation, enveloping the beast. At the same time, his figure flickered continuously, and in a brief moment, he had changed positions 8 times, each position unleashing a different type of professional skill. Chen Xian, with his full firepower unleashed, was terrifying beyond imagination. Roar! The thunderous roar erupted like muffled thunder. Faced with Chen Xian's seemingly flawless assault, the towering beast did not intend to defend itself. Its crimson eyes fixed on Chen Xian, and it suddenly swung a massive fist. Even though its speed had slowed considerably under the influence of the time-reversing sword formation, to Chen Xian, it still moved like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Before the fist even reached him, the terrifying force had already shattered the void, causing Chen Xian's skin to sting and his clothes to explode, revealing the brilliant and smooth Chaos Emperor Dragon armor. Gung Jin slash! Chen Xian's eyes sharpened as he raised the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword in his hand. The complete power of the gold system law surged wildly into the sword, and he slashed down fiercely. Boom! A deafening roar erupted like the collision of stars, and endless force surged forth, visibly rippling and wantonly destroying this space. The powerful impact directly tore the ground of this space apart, sending billowing smoke and dust into the sky. At the same time, the relentless assault unleashed by Chen Xian landed squarely on the towering beast, leaving deep gashes that made it let out a pained howl. It had been overly confident in its defense and had underestimated Chen Xian's terror. Of course, Chen Xian was not feeling well either. Taking the brunt of the towering beast strike made his blood surge, his face turning pale. If it weren't for the dragon pattern body refining technique having reached the first major perfection, Chen Xian felt that this punch could have turned his body into mush. Just as he thought this, in the blink of an eye, after being knocked back by the punch, Chen Xian disregarded the turmoil in his body and changed his position, launching another fierce assault. Facing a legendary holy beast, even with only 80% of his strength, he could not afford to be careless. Despite the immense pressure, Chen Xian's fighting spirit grew stronger, and the battle with the towering beast gradually reached a fever pitch. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely be left speechless. A Peak King Realm cultivator daring to battle a legendary holy beast? It was simply unbelievable. Even witnessing it firsthand, one might not dare to believe it. This battle was Chen Xian's first fight breaking into the limits of the King Realm, and it was also the most exhilarating battle since his awakening. Under the intense pressure from the towering beast, he unleashed all his ultimate skills, mastering various professional techniques to perfection. Boom! Unable to take down Chen Xian for a long time, the towering beast finally became enraged and directly activated its own domain. This was a blood-colored domain stretching for thousands of miles, filled with extremely special blood principles. Under the pressure of this blood-colored domain, Chen Xian had no choice but to use the 12 Systems domain and the Chaos Sword domain. With both domains in effect, he barely managed to withstand the terrifying blood-colored domain. Chen Xian did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack. As soon as he struck, he unleashed various unmatched professional skills. He knew very well that a legendary holy beast that had activated its domain power was the true legendary holy beast. Rumble! The terrifying roar erupted again, like a tornado, wreaking havoc in all directions. If this level of collision occurred in the outside world, it would easily destroy a country. For instance, a small island nation like Sakura Country would sink in an instant. In this battle, Chen Xian used all his strength, fighting for 10 hours before finally slaying the legendary holy beast. In the 90th layer, Chen Xian half-knelt on the ground, holding the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword to support himself, gasping for breath, his body covered in blood, his face as pale as paper. Opposite him, the towering beast, standing at 10,000 meters high, slowly fell. Before it could hit the ground, it transformed into a myriad of lights, dissipating between heaven and earth. Chen Xian struggled to raise his hand, took out several healing pills, and swallowed them hastily. As the power circulated, the immense medicinal energy turned into a warm current, flowing within Chen Xian's body, healing his injuries. After a full 2 hours, Chen Xian finally felt a bit better. He stood up and stared straight ahead, and sure enough, the reward for the 90th layer appeared. In the pillar of light soaring into the sky, a highly mysterious diamond-shaped crystal floated, its surface engraved with dense patterns, and within it seemed to flow living water. Just a glance was enough to reveal the extraordinary nature of this diamond crystal. Under the light pillar, Chen Xian could not fully perceive the intricacies of the diamond crystal, but merely by looking at it, he inexplicably felt a desire, an impulse to seize this diamond crystal immediately. He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and slowly walked towards the light pillar. Standing before the pillar, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, suddenly reached out, and grasped the diamond crystal in his palm. As he took hold of the diamond crystal, a surge of information flooded into his mind. After Chen Xian digested this information, he stood frozen in place, his still pale face flickering with an expression of disbelief. This unparalleled mysterious diamond crystal was actually a manifestation of a complete law? No one could have imagined the storm that surged within Chen Xian's heart at this moment. The scale of the ancient human emperor's handiwork was simply beyond Chen Xian's imagination. To offer a complete level law as a reward, who else could have such a grand gesture? Even in the vast and boundless mythological era, it seemed that no one or no force could match this level of generosity, right? To manifest a complete law into a physical form, one either needed great willpower and strength, spending a long time refining it, and the refiner's level could not be low, or one could directly extract the laws they comprehended and condense them into a physical form. This latter method was faster, but the downside was that once condensed, one could no longer comprehend the law that had been refined. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Chen Xian took this diamond crystal out, it would be enough to exchange for a powerful race to protect the Dragon Kingdom during the mythological era, provided he could withstand the greed of others. If Chen Xian dared to spread the news, with his current strength, he would be killed and robbed in an instant. If it were just an ordinary law, it would be one thing, but the key was that the law contained within this diamond crystal symbolized the law of strength at the physical limit. Without needing to think, Chen Xian knew that this diamond crystal was definitely condensed by a top-tier powerhouse who had practiced the dragon pattern body refining technique in ancient civilization, and it was even very likely that it was personally refined by the ancient human emperor. The law of strength that breaks all laws, an existence that could rival special laws like space and time. In other words, as long as Chen Xian completely refined this diamond crystal, he would immediately obtain a complete level law of strength. Such a miraculous transformation would make even Chen Xian tremble with excitement. No matter who it was, in the face of such a transformation, it would be hard to remain calm. Even legendary holy sovereigns would be moved. After taking several deep breaths, Chen Xian finally calmed his excited heart. He did not immediately refine this law crystal but instead focused all his efforts on recovering from his injuries. Several hours later, fully recovered, Chen Xian showed no hesitation and directly began to refine this law crystal of strength. To align with the law of strength, Chen Xian suppressed the other laws he had comprehended and only used pure physical power to envelop the law crystal. Boom! As Chen Xian refined it, the profound law of strength surged like a torrent in his mind. He absorbed this profound law of strength while fully concentrating on the refinement. Fortunately, Chen Xian used the compatible pure physical power for the refinement. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to refine this law crystal of strength. Even so, it took a full day for Chen Xian to complete the refinement of this law crystal of strength. At this moment, Chen Xian hovered in midair, surrounded by the inscriptions of the law of strength, and the immense power caused the surrounding void to visibly distort. At the peak of the King realm, comprehending the power of 13 laws, in the mythological era, it seemed that no one could compare. Thoroughly refining the crystal of the law of perfect power allowed Chen Xian's power level to rise by another 500 dragons, bringing his total power level to over 2,000 dragons, an unprecedented sense of strength filling his heart. Of course, with a brand new law emerging, even with Chen Xian's comprehension, it would take some time to fully integrate it. To Chen Xian's surprise, after refining the law of power, his understanding of time and space also improved, hinting at a breakthrough into perfection. He flickered and directly left the 90th floor, appearing in the hall of the first floor of the trial tower. Perhaps with his current strength, he could ascend another 1 or 2 floors, but for Chen Xian, it held little significance. It was better to seize the opportunity to break through the realms of time and space laws. At that moment, Chen Xian caught a glimpse of the leaderboard, and he froze for a moment. First, Chen Xian, clearing the 90th floor at the peak of the King realm, unparalleled in the ages, a prodigy of heaven. A line of golden characters floated at the top of the leaderboard, and the subsequent annotations made Chen Xian's lips curve slightly. Unparalleled in the ages, a prodigy of heaven? If you can talk, say a bit more. Moments later, Chen Xian slowly disappeared from the hall of the first floor of the trial tower, leaving only a light laugh echoing. When Chen Xian reappeared, he was already deep within the hall of comprehension. He sat cross-legged, fully grasping the opportunity for a breakthrough, as the mysteries of time and space surged in his mind. The 2 great law inscriptions within the hall of comprehension rushed towards Chen Xian, swirling around him like fairies. At that moment, Chen Xian seemed to be swimming in the river of time and space, his consciousness becoming ethereal. In this state, his comprehension of time and space accelerated rapidly, as if someone had directly delivered the answers to him, allowing him to easily achieve full marks. Finally, everything is perfect. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling lightly, filled with joy. At the peak of the King realm, with 13 systems of laws perfected, and a dual domain body, such an achievement was indeed worthy of the unparalleled slogan on the trial tower leaderboard. After consolidating for a while, Chen Xian went to the center of the Hall of Comprehension to check on the cultivation status of Lin Tong and the others. During his closed-door training, 5 more members of the Qishao team had broken into the King realm and had already left the human emperor's secret realm. The remaining members, although they had not yet broken through, were not far from doing so. With the abundant resources of the human emperor's secret realm, even a pig could achieve considerable success, let alone the awakened legendary quality members of the Qishao team. Therefore, Chen Xian was not surprised that the members of the Qishao team were continuously breaking into the King realm. After all, with the existence of the Hall of Comprehension, which could be considered a cheat, if they still couldn't break through, then the Qishao team would not be living up to the country's cultivation. In the next moment, Chen Xian seemed to sense something, a smile appearing on his face. Boom! In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from the Hall of Comprehension, originating from Chen Xian's secretary, Lin Tong. At this moment, she radiated a brilliant light, like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, with endless law inscriptions swirling around her exquisite figure like fairies. The aura of the King realm swept through the entire hall like a storm, awakening the other members of the Qishao team who were in comprehension. When they realized that the one who had broken through to the King realm was Lin Tong, a look of envy appeared on their faces. They had entered the Hall of Comprehension earlier than Lin Tong, yet she had managed to break through to the King realm before them, truly worthy of being the director's secretary. Everyone sighed, and their hearts couldn't help but feel a renewed urgency. Watching others continuously break through while they remained stagnant, they too felt the pressure. With this thought, they all sank back into their comprehension. Before long, Lin Tong, having completed her breakthrough, noticed Chen Xian's presence. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she walked towards him. Director, congratulations on breaking into the King realm. Chen Xian looked at the gentle and lovely Lin Tong, smiling in congratulations. Thanks to the director's support. Lin Tong smiled and playfully winked at Chen Xian. Her charming and delightful appearance made Chen Xian's heart race. Which man could resist such a display from a mature and alluring woman? Fortunately, with his strong mental fortitude, Chen Xian was now able to fully control his desires. He quickly changed the subject, saying, "Since you've broken into the King realm, let's head out." Upon hearing this, Lin Tong nodded gently and asked as they walked outside together, "Did anything major happen while you were inside?" Chen Xian shook his head and recounted the situation in the Dragon Kingdom when he entered. Before long, the two left the Emperor's secret realm. This time, Chen Xian and Lin Tong did not return to the Inner Mongolia front but planned to visit the Mythical Anomalies Bureau. Under Chen Xian's powerful perception, he could sense the situation on the Inner Mongolia front even from Kunlun Mountain. With no major crisis on the Inner Mongolia front, he didn't need to stay there constantly. After all, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom was considerable now, and he didn't have to handle everything personally. It was also a way to let Xia Pingwu and others gain experience. Moreover, as the director of the Mythical Anomalies Bureau, he needed to occasionally understand the Bureau's development. On the other side, in the conference room of the Mythical Anomalies Bureau headquarters in the capital, Lin Jianye sat at the head of the table, with various group leaders of the Bureau seated below. This was the Bureau's weekly routine meeting, primarily to report on its development. Director Lin, the Dragon Pill Pavilion has now spread across major defense zones nationwide, with daily sales of at least 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, and that's with a shortage of medicinal materials. Otherwise, the sales would be even higher, reported Lu Yun, the deputy leader of the Alchemy Group. After Lu Yun finished, the deputy leader of the Enchantment Group also reported, the Enchantment Pavilion is similarly spread across major defense zones nationwide, with daily transactions exceeding 100,000, involving amounts over 500 million. One by one, the group leaders stood to report on their respective situations. The Mythical Anomalies Bureau had now evolved from merely a department combating the mythical era into a central corporate group under the government. Its subsidiaries, such as the Dragon Pill Pavilion, Enchantment Pavilion, and Refining Workshop, had become some of the most popular industries in the Dragon Kingdom, with countless civilian practitioners purchasing from them at all times. This had led to the Bureau's tax revenue accounting for over 30% of the total tax revenue of the Dragon Kingdom, and it was continuously increasing. The emergence of the mythical era was bound to eliminate many industries, and now that everyone had awakened, even if they went bankrupt, as long as they were bold enough, they could still make money by hunting mutated animals. Otherwise, many might resort to suicide due to bankruptcy. Keep it up. Remember, priority must be given to supplying the major military districts and frontline soldiers, Lin Jianye said, nodding gently upon hearing the reports from the groups. We understand, everyone replied in unison. Very good. At that moment, a voice of admiration echoed in the conference room, startling everyone. They turned to see that the speakers were Chen Xian and Lin Tong, and the senior officials of the Mythical Anomalies Bureau, including Lin Jianye, were all delighted. Director, you've come out. Even though Chen Xian rarely returned to the Mythical Anomalies Bureau after the invasion of the alien races, to these senior officials, he remained the pillar of the Bureau. His status in the Bureau was unmatched, even by Lin Jianye, who often managed affairs. To be precise, in the current Dragon Kingdom, considering only the National Admiration Index, it was clear that Chen Xian was number one. You all did well while I was away, keep up the good work. Seeing the fervent gazes of everyone, Chen Xian smiled gently and praised them. Receiving Chen Xian's praise, the high-ranking officials of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau were all excited, their gazes towards Chen Xian growing increasingly fervent. For them, a single word of praise from Chen Xian was more motivating than anything else. Alright, the director has just returned, let him rest for a bit. Meeting adjourned. Upon hearing Lin Jianye's words, although the high-ranking officials were somewhat dissatisfied, they dared not voice their complaints. They all cupped their hands towards Chen Xian and exited the conference room. Director, have you broken through to the true king level? After those people left, Lin Jianye looked at Chen Xian, his expression slightly expectant. Even Lin Tong, who was beside Chen Xian, looked at him curiously. Even though he had broken through to the king realm, she could not perceive Chen Xian's specific cultivation level. In her perception, Chen Xian seemed like an ordinary person, with no trace of power emanating from him. Not yet, but ordinary true kings are no longer my opponents. Chen Xian shook his head and spoke frankly. In fact, with his current level of cultivation, he could break through to the true king level at any time. However, when breaking through from the king realm to the true king, one must face the heavenly tribulation, known as the true king tribulation. Only by overcoming it can one achieve the true king status. The more extraordinary a person's talent, the more terrifying the true king tribulation they face. Therefore, even with Chen Xian's strength, he had to be cautious. The terrifying power of heaven and earth was not something anyone dared to ignore. After reaching the limits of the human body, Chen Xian had a feeling that the true king tribulation he would face would be extremely terrifying. Until he was fully prepared, he did not dare to recklessly attempt to cross the true king tribulation. Has something happened recently? Chen Xian glanced at Lin Jianye and suddenly asked. Hearing this, Lin Jianye sighed lightly and nodded. Indeed, something has happened. Not long after you entered seclusion, As Lin Jianye recounted, Chen Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. By the end, although Chen Xian did not show any signs of anger, both Lin Jianyi and Lin Tong could feel the temperature in the conference room drop to an extreme, giving them a chilling sense of horror. After hiding for so long, they dare to jump out and act arrogant? Very well. Chen Xian's face was cold, a surge of nameless anger rising within him. He never expected that while he was in seclusion, the Dragon Kingdom would suffer such humiliation. What pained him the most was that this humiliation did not come from foreign tribes but from the remnants of ancient civilizations, and these people could even be considered their ancestors. It was truly laughable. While the entire Dragon Kingdom was doing its utmost to combat the invasion of the myths, these rats not only refused to help but even dared to jump out and provoke them, acting all high and mighty. Who do they think they are? Do they really think so highly of themselves? After saying this, Chen Xian did not hesitate. Right in front of Lin Jianyi and Lin Tong, he took out his phone and dialed the cabinet chief's number. This is Chen Xian. Chief, I already know about the situation. To repel external threats, we must first stabilize our internal affairs. Leave this group of people to me. Chen Xian would not allow anyone to undermine the efforts of him and the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers in their hard-fought battle against the foreign invasion. Anyone who dared to act would face devastating consequences. The fact that this group had survived until now showed that it was impossible to rely on them to help the Dragon Kingdom resist the invasion of the mythical era. Since that was the case, they would make an example of them. This was no longer the age of ancient civilizations. Times have changed. All right, the Dragon Kingdom fully supports you. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, the chief did not hesitate at all and spoke directly. The Dragon Kingdom yearned for peace and would never resort to force unless absolutely necessary. However, since the other party had already crossed the line, they would not hold back. Did they really think the Dragon Kingdom had no fangs? The previous restraint was merely due to a lack of means to deal with peak king realm or even true king opponents. Now that Chen Xian had returned from seclusion, the Dragon Kingdom had the confidence and would naturally no longer remain indifferent. Don't say that Lu Yu is a proper citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if he were just a pet dog of the Dragon Kingdom, he wouldn't be someone an outsider could bully at will. Leave one king-level guardian at each major defense line. The rest of the king levels will accompany me to Shenangjia. Additionally, notify all major military districts to mobilize powerful weapons, including energy laser cannons. Since they have provoked the Dragon Kingdom, they have no reason to exist. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xian's expression was indifferent as he directly ordered Lin Jianya. Counting the 5 newly promoted king levels and Lin Tong, the Dragon Kingdom now has a total of 12 king levels. Even if 6 king levels are left to guard, 6 can still be deployed. As for mobilizing those powerful weapons, it is purely to seal off the so-called Longman's base and completely destroy that so-called Longman. Isn't it too much noise? After Chen Xian's words fell, Lin Jianyi and Lin Tong exchanged glances. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Jianyi cautiously spoke up. To be honest, Lin Jianyi was also furious about Longmen, but he had to consider the entire Dragon Kingdom. The opponent's strength was unknown, and if they rushed in with the intent to destroy, once a real war broke out, there would be no room for maneuver. If they failed to completely annihilate the opponent and some managed to escape, even if it were just 100 level, it would be enough to cause irreparable damage to the current Dragon Kingdom. If there's not much noise, how do you scare the monkey by killing the chicken? Longman is the first, but definitely not the last. These survivalists think that because they are strong, they can look down on everyone and even the country. If we don't give them a profound lesson, the next time a situation like Longmen arises, it will only get more troublesome. Chen Xian explained with an unchanged expression. After learning about this matter, his only thought was to destroy Longmen, to scare the monkey while letting all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom know that anyone who dares to bully the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom for no reason will have the country seek justice for them. Moreover, the opponent hasn't fully unsealed yet, and they dare to be so arrogant. What will happen when they are completely unsealed? Wouldn't the entire Dragon Kingdom be under their control? Understood, I will notify them right away. Lin Jianye nodded solemnly and hurried away. The opponent must be remnants from the previous era, with unknown methods. Are you confident? After Lin Jianye left, Lin Tong came to Chen Xian's side, her face showing concern as she asked. Not a big problem. Chen Xian smiled lightly, his words filled with confidence. With his current strength, he could even fight against legendary holy lords. If he unleashed his special talents, he could kill those below the late legendary holy lord level, and it wouldn't be a problem to fight evenly against those below the peak of the holy lord. Unless the opponent has a mythical monarch level powerhouse. But is that possible? Mythical monarchs were definitely top-tier powerhouses in the ancient civilization era. Would the ancient human emperor allow such a powerhouse to survive? Don't joke. In the war of races, if you don't give it your all, how can you win? Even a mythical monarch could lead to victory or defeat. Under those conditions, Chen Xian could confidently guess that all mythical monarchs of the ancient civilization were definitely summoned by the ancient human emperor to jointly resist the so-called invasion from the mountains and seas. Anyone could hide, but those above the mythical monarch level definitely couldn't. After all, if even such powerful beings could hide, what hope would the entire ancient civilization have? Therefore, Chen Xian wasn't too concerned about this so-called longmen, even if they controlled some unimaginable power. At worst, he could directly undergo the true king tribulation at the longmen base, and at that time, the longmen powerhouses would definitely not survive. Of course, his true king tribulation would also be greatly enhanced based on the original foundation. In non-essential situations, Chen Xian wouldn't make such an extreme choice. This time, I will go too. Lin Tong nodded gently and then spoke firmly to Chen Xian. Of course, you are now at the king realm, the top combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. You have to go whether you want to or not. Upon hearing this, Lin Tong smiled, her breathtaking beauty dimming the 100 flowers, captivating beyond measure. The originally cold conference room seemed to be filled with the illusion of spring blossoms. An hour later, Xiao Pingwu and the other 5 King Realm powerhouses arrived at the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau to meet with Chen Xian. Meanwhile, various powerful weapons were continuously transported into the Shenangjia. In addition to the powerful weapons on the outskirts of Shenangjia, the newly established Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird mobile legions were also deployed. Of course, Chen Xian did not expect the newly formed Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird legions to achieve great feats in the annihilation of longmen. Even with the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird formations, these 2 legions were still lacking when it came to dealing with ancient powerhouses. Their participation was purely to hone these 2 legions. Such a significant movement could not possibly be hidden from everyone. Within just a few hours, a large amount of discussion appeared online, with everyone speculating about what had happened. Hiss, even the psychic laser cannons have been deployed. Could it be that powerful mutated animals have appeared in the country? From the looks of it, it's definitely not just a powerful mutated animal. What exactly has happened? Many people excitedly discussed the images of weapon transport appearing online. Ever since the psychic laser cannon shone brightly, the name of psychic technology has resonated throughout the Dragon Kingdom and even globally. Many countries friendly with the Dragon Kingdom have rushed to purchase psychic laser cannons and other psychic technology products. It is precisely because of these powerful psychic technology products that those countries have been able to fend off the invasions of foreign races. Even countries with poor relations have spent a great deal to purchase psychic weapons from the Dragon Kingdom. Although we have now entered the mythical era, technological weapons remain a top priority for countries around the world. Even those countries with weak awakeners have focused all their energy on researching technological weapons, hoping to achieve a leap forward. In this environment, today's technology has significantly improved compared to before, with various new types of weapons continuously being developed. Some weapons, although not highly practical or powerful, have great research value, which is why even the Dragon Kingdom has been purchasing new types of technological weapons from other countries. During this time, the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences, using the psychic technology knowledge previously imparted by Chen Xian, combined with modern technology, has once again created a new type of psychic technology called the psychic particle cannon. This psychic particle cannon is made entirely from a new alloy forged from the bones of exotic beasts and special metals, combined with electromagnetic force and spiritual energy to form special particles that, after charging, unleash a powerful beam of light. Tests have shown that the beam emitted by this psychic particle cannon is capable of causing harm to King Realm powerhouses, with the only drawback being the need for a certain charging time. Even so, the emergence of the psychic particle cannon represents a significant leap in Dragon Kingdom technology, with its power comparable only to nuclear weapons. However, after its development, the Dragon Kingdom did not make it public, treating it as a secret weapon, and these psychic particle cannons have been secretly installed in various defense zones. This time, in order to annihilate longmen, the Dragon Kingdom also decided not to hide it any longer and deployed 10 psychic particle cannons. The next day, outside Shenangjia, various weapons were set up along the outskirts, and just one glance was enough to make one's heart tremble. At the forefront were 10 oddly shaped psychic particle cannons, followed by numerous psychic laser cannons and various missile vehicles. These weapons were for long-range support. The real combat would still be carried out by Chen Xian and the others along with the 2 legions. "Family, this time to satisfy your curiosity, I've really put my head on the line," said a young man quietly while holding a phone up in a distant tree. This young man is not the only one. In every direction, there are some Dragon Kingdom streamers who have ventured here, planning to take advantage of this wave of popularity. "What kind of weapon is that? I've never seen it before." "Not sure. Shouldn't you be more concerned about what the country is planning with such a massive display? The country won't harm us, why worry so much? In the live streams of major broadcasters, the comments are flooding in, with everyone discussing those awe-inspiring technological weapons, and many military enthusiasts are particularly fervent. Even in this day and age, witnessing these weapons in action is not so easy. Unless one risks going to the front lines to fight, ordinary people have no chance to see them. Damn, you guys should check the latest announcement from the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. The internet is going crazy. At this moment, bold comments surged in these live streams, and in a short time, the originally vibrant streams fell into a significant silence. However, the streamers didn't mind, as they immediately took out their other phones to check the latest announcement from the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. All events of streamer Lu Yu. On the official Weibo of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, a new update boldly stated this line, and below it was a detailed account of the situation streamer Lu Yu had faced, including being tormented by the Dragon Gate powerhouses and their arrogant demeanor, all presented meticulously to the public. The Dragon Kingdom will never abandon any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, nor will it allow any citizen to be humiliated. Anyone who dares to bully a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom for no reason will face the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom. Wherever you go, as long as you are a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, if you are bullied or tormented for no reason, tell the country, and the country will stand up for you. Please remember, behind you stands the Dragon Kingdom. The concluding remarks of this document moved every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom who saw this update. Tears in my eyes. A lifetime Dragon Kingdom citizen, generation after generation. Dragon Kingdom people, Dragon Kingdom soul, Dragon Kingdom people are the best of the best. I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, how wonderful. Damn it, that arrogant Dragon Gate. In an instant, the comments section below the official Weibo of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau was filled with responses. Some were moved, while others angrily criticized the Dragon Gate. At this moment, almost all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were grateful to be born in the Dragon Kingdom, having such a powerful country as a shield. If they were in another country, streamer Lu Yu might have already met a tragic end. For example, in the Hell Temple of the Star-Spangled Country, if someone from the Hell Temple killed an ordinary citizen of the Star-Spangled Country, would the high-ranking officials of that country dare to avenge the citizen? It's obvious that this is impossible. But the Dragon Kingdom dares. Such a country, is it not worth their loyalty? Is it not worth their lives to protect? If the Dragon Kingdom had initiated conscription now, the fervor would likely be even more terrifying than the conscription before the mythical invasion. Today, destroy the Dragon Gate. About 30 minutes later, the Mythical Anomaly Bureau updated their status again. Just 6 words, yet they caused the entire Weibo to crash. It took a full 10 minutes for Weibo to recover. Almost the moment it came back online, this update had already received tens of millions of replies. Everyone thought the Dragon Kingdom just wanted to pressure the Dragon Gate, perhaps even seek some compensation. No one expected the country actually intended to annihilate the Dragon Gate. When did the Dragon Kingdom become so resolute? Not to mention foreigners, even the people of the Dragon Kingdom themselves found it hard to believe. In their impression, the Dragon Kingdom had never been this tough, of course, excluding the ethnic wars caused by foreign invasions. Damn! The Dragon Kingdom rises. Awesome, my country. So envious of Lu Yu, having the country avenge him. A stream of comments appeared beneath that new post, with all the people of Longwood discussing proudly and excitedly. Not only that, but a large amount of discussion also emerged on Twitter. In a short time, the words streamer Lu Yu had already topped the trending searches on major international platforms worldwide. What the hell? Is Longwood going crazy? Over such a trivial matter, Longwood dares to wage war against an unknown force? In the White House of Xingtiaguo, the old commander cursed in confusion. It wasn't just him. Leaders of countries with conflicts against Longwa were equally perplexed, while those with good relations with Longwa felt a sense of pride. Longwa cared so much for its citizens, and their character was worthy of respect, which made them more at ease with their alliance with Longwa. The Russian Emperor, Pu, even publicly issued a statement filled with admiration. This time, I stand with Longwa. If Longwa needs help, Russia will definitely assist with all its might. Yura! This wave of statements amused many people from Longwa in Russia, who responded enthusiastically. As countries around the world focused on this event, in the valley surrounding the Longmen of Shenangjia, Chen Xian, dressed in the Chaos Emperor dragon armor, stood in midair, looking down at the seemingly ordinary valley below like a ruler. Beside him, Lin Tong, Xiao Pingwu, and others also stood in midair, clad in magnificent and heroic battle armor, which they received as rewards from the national treasury after breaking into the king realm. The quality of their armor reached the peak of the king level, and their weapons were of the same quality. Not far away, the two major legions, Qinglong and Zhuge, stood quietly, one blue and one red, clearly distinct. The battle armor of the 8 major legions was also taken from the human emperor's treasury, but it had been reforged by the mythical Special Bureau's forging workshop. The basic members had armor and weapons around level 60, the captains of 1,000 were at level 80, the captains of 10,000 were at level 90, the leaders of 50,000 were at level 100, and the legion commanders of 100,000 were of low-grade king level. These two legions, merely standing there, made the mutated animals within 1,000 miles tremble in fear. Even though the two legions did not deliberately exude their aura, that overwhelming might still made the entire world feel incredibly oppressive. Director, should I call someone? In midair, Xia Pingwu squinted at the ordinary-looking valley and asked Chen Xian. Hearing Xia Pingwu's words, Chen Xian glanced at him calmly and said, "They're almost dead, why call them? Wait until I make my move, then you all go in and kill anyone you see." As soon as these words fell, Xia Pingwu and the others were stunned, their faces filled with shock. They knew they were going to attack Longmen, but wasn't it a bit excessive to kill anyone they saw? Seeing the expressions on Xia Pingwu and the others' faces, Chen Xian calmly explained, "They are all remnants from ancient times. Even if some were born recently, in this sealed environment, they have definitely been brainwashed. Their loyalty to Longmen is beyond doubt. In this situation, if we show mercy and let some people go, how much trouble will it bring to Longwo when they grow up? Why create trouble for ourselves when we can eliminate them with a single blow? When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. If we must blame someone, we can only blame them for being from Longmen." Upon hearing this, Xia Pingwu and the others fell silent for a moment, then nodded heavily at Chen Xian. No one could predict what kind of trump cards these forces from ancient civilizations held. If they let those weaklings go, they couldn't guarantee that those weaklings wouldn't grow up in a very short time, nor could they ensure that these people wouldn't retaliate against Longwa. Rather than waiting for Longwei to face an invasion from foreign races later, with these people causing trouble, it was better to eliminate them all. Seeing this, Chen Xian activated his earpiece and said, "Prepare." In an instant, the numerous technological weapons around the outskirts of Shenanjia activated. The psychic particle cannon directly aimed at the valley where Longmen was located, beginning to gather energy. The psychic laser cannons and various missile weapons also targeted the Longmen base. Regardless of whether these weapons could kill those Longmen powerhouses, they would first present them with a wave of Dragon Kingdom specialties as a greeting gift. After notifying the general in charge of the technological weapons, Chen Xian took a deep breath, suddenly raised his hand into a fist, and then smashed it down. Boom! The deafening sound of an air explosion instantly erupted, and vast power converged into a fist imprint that blotted out the sky, striking with incredible speed into the formation surrounding the Longmen base. Crack! In an instant, the true king-level formation appeared with countless cracks, and under the shocked gazes of Xia Pingwu and others, it exploded with a thunderous sound, dissipating like starlight in the world. At that moment, the strength displayed by Chen Xian moved Xia Pingwu and the others. With just one punch, he shattered this true king-quality formation? What terrifying power was this? After Chen Xian broke through the protective formation of Longmen, the originally unremarkable valley underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing countless pavilions and towers, presenting a scene akin to a fairyland, leaving many from the Qinglong Legion and Zhuge Legion stunned. Fire! Chen Xian glanced expressionlessly at the Longmen base and spoke calmly. Boom! In an instant, 10 beams of light, like shooting stars, surged from the outskirts of Shenanjia, striking the seemingly fairyland like Longmen base. Bang! The sound of explosions erupted one after another, and following these 10 beams, laser cannons and a rain of missiles also fell. The entire ground trembled, as if a dragon was turning over, with shattered stones and dust wreaking havoc, polluting the heavens and earth, and the ripple-like shockwave swept outwards from the valley in all directions. Towering ancient trees within a 100-mile radius exploded, and fissures like ravines tore through the ground. Looking out, the valley at the center appeared apocalyptic, the scene extremely impactful. Qinglong, Zhuge, form up. All those from Longmen, kill on sight. In the void above, Chen Xian stood with his hands behind his back, issuing orders. Yes! 100,000 from the Qinglong Legion and 100,000 from the Zhuge Legion responded in unison, their momentum shaking the entire world. Even at the outskirts of Shenanjia, one could faintly hear this soul-stirring force. Inside the main hall of Longmen, several figures sat upright, their imposing presence filling the entire hall. The central seat was empty, with 2 luxurious chairs on either side occupied by 2 middle-aged figures, who were the vice-masters of Longmen, left vice-masters Wuchan and right vice-master Yu Chang. Below them were the Grand Elder Qi Yutian and other Longmen elders. The spiritual energy in the outside world has now recovered to the intermediate stage. When it reaches the advanced stage, our Longmen can truly emerge. At that time, everyone will come out to seize the opportunities for those relics and sacred temples, Zhuo Chen said with narrowed eyes, his expression serious as he addressed the crowd. On the other side, Yu Chang appeared half asleep, looking somewhat lazy, but from his slightly furrowed brow, it was clear he took Zhuo Chen's words seriously. Yes, we understand. As soon as Zhuo Chen finished speaking, Shi Yutian and the other elders responded in unison. Vice Master Zhuo, the outside world has already encountered the invasion of the mythical era. If we run into those alien races, at this moment, an elder inquired solemnly. No problem, that so-called Dragon Kingdom will block them for us. A mysterious smile flickered across Zhuo Chen's face as he waved his hand. Will they be so obedient? If they are not obedient, then let's make them obedient. As soon as these words fell, everyone present exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes glinting with an inexplicable color. Bang! Just as the crowd was laughing wildly, a dull rumbling sound suddenly exploded throughout the Longmen base, followed by a tremor that shook the very ground. The formation is broken? How is that possible? In the main hall, the smiles of the crowd abruptly ceased, and Zhuo Chen and the others sprang to their feet, their faces filled with disbelief. But in the next moment, an infinite rage surged from within them. How could they have been so careless as to let the small fry come knocking? Boom! Just as they were about to take action, a terrifying wave of energy surged in, causing the entire hall to collapse as if made of paper. 10 beams of light, like stars falling from the sky, reflected in their pupils, growing larger and larger. Damn it! The roar of anger erupted, and Zhuo Chen and the others had no time to think of anything else. They could only exert all their strength to block these 10 streams of light. To them, these 10 streams of light were nothing, but for some disciples of Longmen, they were a deadly disaster. After dispelling the 10 streams of light, before Zhuo Chen and the others could catch their breath, explosions erupted throughout the Longmen base, like flowers blooming everywhere. The terrifying shockwaves instantly shattered many disciples who had not reacted in time, their screams and wails becoming the main melody of this area. Who on earth is it? While Zhuo Chen and the others struggled to fend off these shocks and protect the Longmen disciples, they roared in anger. It was all too sudden. They had no idea what was happening. The entire Longmen was suffering such a blow. Meanwhile, outside, Chen Xian and others stood in midair, quietly watching the distant fireworks bloom while gazing at the Qinglong Legion and the Zhuke Legion. Qinglong Formation, rise! Zhuke Formation, rise! 2 grand sounds erupted in this world, and brilliant blue and red lights suddenly burst forth from the 2 legions, as if dividing this space into 2 halves, each occupying one side of the sky. In the Qinglong Legion, every member was enveloped in wisps of blue patterns resembling dragon shadows, these patterns seemingly possessing a spirit of their own, continuously converging towards the central commander. The Zhuke Legion was in a similar situation, except their patterns were red, resembling the Zhuke. Boom! As time passed, the patterns emanating from the many legion members gradually converged onto the 2 legion commanders, intertwining to form massive shadows of the Qinglong and Zhuke. In an instant, a terrifying dragon might and scorching aura swept across the entire world. Chen Xian gazed at the shadows of the Qinglong and Zhuke, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He could feel the power of these 2 legion spirits, and although they had not yet reached the King Realm, they could be considered invincible below the King Realm. Despite the fact that these 2 legions had just been established and had not yet fully harmonized, the members of these legions were all elites from various military districts and frontline soldiers, with professional levels of at least 60 or above. Coupled with their equipment and the support of the 2 formations, it was not surprising that such powerful legion spirits could be evolved. The only flaw was that this was their first battle in condensing the legion spirits, and they might not be able to fully unleash the spirit's complete power, but for now, this level of strength was sufficient. Boom! After the 2 legion spirits were formed, the commanders of the 2 legions wasted no time in attacking. They directly controlled the 2 legion spirits, recklessly charging into the dust, hunting down those Longmen disciples. A sweep of the dragon's tail could clear a large area of Longmen disciples, and the Zhuke flames spread, claiming the lives of countless Longmen disciples. Seeking death. An elder of Longmen noticed the assault of the 2 legion spirits, his pupils nearly bursting, and he roared in anger. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from him, and he appeared beside the dragon's shadow as if shifting shapes, his palm enveloped in overwhelming power, striking down fiercely. Just as the palm print was about to land on Long Ying, a figure silently appeared beside him, a fist shimmering with blazing light, colliding with the palm print. Bang! The sound of an explosion echoed, and the appearing figure was instantly sent flying back 100 meters, his face pale, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. It's you! The elder of the Longmen, upon seeing Xia Pinghua's face, his pupils constricted sharply, the anger radiating from him growing stronger. He had thought it was some other force suddenly attacking the Longmen, but unexpectedly it was the Central Plains dynasty of this new era? Damn it! Cough! Today, your longmen will surely be destroyed. Xia Pingwu suppressed the turmoil in his internal energy, staring intently at the longmen elder, grinning. This elder was one of the 5 longmen elders who had previously opposed them, his cultivation reaching the peak of the king realm, and in a direct confrontation, he had suffered considerable injury. However, Xia Pingwu showed no signs of worry, instead brimming with confidence. The longmen were strong, but in his view, as long as the director took action, the longmen would definitely be destroyed. You have guts. The longmen elder's anger surged from the depths of his heart, killing intent bursting from his eyes, vast power erupting from him as he instantly appeared beside Xia Pingwu, engaging him in battle. Bang! The deafening roar instantly resonated throughout the battlefield. Not only Xia Pingwu but also Lin Tong and others clashed with the other longmen elders, while only Chen Xian remained suspended in the air, showing no signs of movement. As for Zhuo Chen and other high-ranking longmen members, they were all resisting the artillery fire to protect the longmen disciples, so for a short time, although the strength of those longmen elders was greater than that of Lin Tong and the others, Lin Tong and the others could barely hold their ground. From the situation on the battlefield, anyone with eyes could see that Xia Pingwu and the others would definitely not last long. They were strong, but ultimately not like Chen Xian, who could resist the longmen elders steeped in the peak of the king realm with his initial entry into the king realm cultivation, which was already quite remarkable. If it were an ordinary initial king realm expert, they would probably not even withstand a single move from the opponent. The difference between realms above the king realm, even a small gap in realm, was like heaven and earth. Boom! At a certain moment, as the technological weapons shells were completely exhausted, the sound of artillery gradually faded, and a powerful force erupted from the longmen's base, directly dispersing the dust that enveloped the entire base. Zhuo Chen, Yu Chang, and the elder Qi Yutian looked at the ruins of their base, which resembled a hell on earth, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, an indescribable rage soaring to the sky, a cold killing intent bursting forth, as if the entire world had fallen into a realm of ice and fire. Their home was destroyed just like that. Even in the crises faced during ancient civilizations, the longmen had never suffered such injuries, and now, in the early days of the new era, the longmen had not even truly emerged before their base was destroyed. The wails and the hellish ruins all around constantly stimulated Zhuo Chen and the others, nearly driving them to madness. The killing intent permeating the entire world seemed to solidify. Long Kingdom, you seek death. Upon learning the identity of the attackers from the elders, Zhuo Chen could no longer hold back, his gaze sharply turning to Chen Xian, the fierce killing intent sweeping out like a storm. Not only Zhuo Chen, but Yu Chang and other longmen experts also fixed their eyes on Chen Xian, their gazes wishing to tear him apart on the spot. Facing the murderous aura of Zhuo Chen and the others, Chen Xian remained unchanged, looking directly at them, and calmly spoke, "Those who insult others will always be insulted. Did you ever think that you, who consider yourselves so high and mighty, would face this day?" After speaking, Chen Xian ignored Zhuo Chen and the others' reactions and continued, "Two true kings, nearly 20 king realm experts, countless below the king realm, such power, yet you shrink back here, unmoved when the mythical era invaded, never thinking of lending a hand. Since that's the case, why do you all jump out? You stumbled into this place unintentionally and are now being tormented by you. What do you think you are? Everyone, the times have changed. On the territory of my dragon kingdom, if you do not abide by the laws of my dragon kingdom, then you have no reason to exist. You think you can hide here safely because you are strong? No, it is because countless soldiers of the dragon kingdom are fighting and bleeding on the front lines. If you dare to play tricks behind, you must bear the wrath of the dragon kingdom." The plain words echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, seemingly devoid of any emotion, yet inexplicably made one's heart race. If it were an ordinary person hearing these words, they might feel a twinge of regret, but Zhuo Chen and the other strong ones from Longmen felt not a shred of remorse. All that remained was a cold, merciless killing intent. Dragon Kingdom? What a joke! Daring to humiliate my Longmen, not just you, the entire Dragon Kingdom must pay the price for your recklessness. You are right, the times have indeed changed, but one thing has not changed. That is, only the strong have the right to control all order. Zhuo Chen's face was icy, his words filled with endless mockery, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from him, the pressure of a peak true king covering the entire battlefield like a magnificent heavenly might. It was not just him. Yu Chang and the other Longmen strong ones also unleashed their own auras. In an instant, the entire world was turbulent, an indescribable oppression sweeping in all directions. Even those far away, like Xia Pingwu and others who were in a fierce battle, were affected and involuntarily stopped. Die! With Zhuo Chen's roar, he and the others took action, some punching out, some wielding swords to slash, some holding knives to chop. Fist lights, knife glimmers, sword shadows. Dozens of attacks surged towards Qin Xian like a torrential storm. Even from a distance, one could feel the terror of those attacks, the entire void visibly distorting under the onslaught, cracks spreading out. But the next moment, a scene that left Zhuo Chen and the others horrified appeared. Chen Xian stood in mid-air, calmly extending his right hand and punching out. This punch seemed ordinary, appearing to have no power at all, yet its speed was like thunder, incredibly fast, colliding with Zhuo Chen and the others' attacks in an instant. One side's might shook the heavens, while the other was as calm as water. The seemingly distant sides, upon collision, both vanished, leaving only a few twinkling stars at the center of the impact. How is this possible? Zhuo Chen and the others' pupils shrank in unison, exclaiming in disbelief. That previous strike was fueled by their anger. Although it wasn't their full strength, it was still a blow of all their power. Even a strong opponent of their level would not be able to withstand it. Even a top-tier true King Peak expert would not be able to easily take their combined strike. Buzz. While Zhuo Chen and the others were stunned, Chen Xian was not dazed at all. He shifted and appeared beside a Longmen Elder in an instant, his fist carrying astonishing power, crashing down violently. That Longmen Elder, though possessing mid-level King Realm strength, could not react to Chen Xian's speed. In an instant, his consciousness fell into darkness. To the outside world, as Chen Xian punched out, that Longmen Elder exploded, a blood mist like fireworks, causing the Longmen disciples to tremble in terror. Bang! Chen Xian's figure flickered continuously, each appearance meant another Longmen Elder was taken down. Regardless of their cultivation level, they could not withstand a punch from Chen Xian. Even a peak King Realm expert was like a bubble, vanishing under Chen Xian's fist. In just a few breaths, the dozens of elders who had appeared with Zhuo Chen were all tragically killed, and now only the deputy sect master Yu Chang and 4 peak King Realm Longmen elders remained beside Zhuo Chen. You should die. This change ignited a fury in Zhuo Chen and the others, their eyes red as they stared at Chen Xian. Though they appeared angry, deep within their eyes flickered a hint of terror. They never expected Chen Xian's strength to be so terrifying. The moment Chen Xian made his move, they realized it, especially Zhuo Chen and Yu Chang, the two true kings, who clearly saw Chen Xian appear beside the Elder of the Dragon Gate. What terrified them was that even though they had noticed, they had no ability to stop Chen Xian. His speed was so elusive that even they could not keep up. They couldn't even perceive Chen Xian's trajectory. At this moment, even Zhuo Chen and the others couldn't help but feel regret. Had they known there was such a powerful figure in the Dragon Kingdom, they should have gathered other forces and done everything possible to crush the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! The endless rage made Zhuo Chen and the others disregard everything else. All they could think about was tearing Chen Xian apart and then going to the Dragon Kingdom to destroy it entirely, avenging the fallen disciples of the Dragon Gate. Zhuo Chen and Yu Chang unleashed their full power, and a vast celestial realm spanning nearly 100 miles appeared, like two blazing suns hanging high in the sky. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, collapsing the space around them. Within the coverage of the celestial realm, everyone except Chen Xian hunched over, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads and dripping to the ground. Even the pressure of the celestial realm was not something an ordinary king could easily withstand. At this moment, there were no other battles on the battlefield. Everyone gazed at the sky, many strong members of the Dragon Gate showing excitement, seemingly wanting to see their elders tear Chen Xian apart, while Xiao Pingwu and others wore serious expressions. Even though they had broken through to the King Realm, this level of battle was not something they could easily intervene in. Any collision between the two sides could easily tear them apart. On the battlefield, Chen Xian looked at the two celestial realms in the sky, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of mockery. If it had been before, he might not have been able to withstand the power of the celestial realm, but with the dragon pattern body refining technique reaching a major perfection, his physique had become incredibly strong, and coupled with breaking through the limits of the human body, although he was still at the peak of the King Realm, his true combat power had already reached the level of a legendary Holy Master. With a single punch, it was 2,000 dragon powers. Who could withstand that? Bang! Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen Xian's figure flickered and instantly appeared above the two celestial realms. He extended his hands, fists clenched, and struck down like two dragons emerging from the sea, terrifying power converging into massive fists, like stars falling, heading straight for the two celestial realms. At the same time, the Chaos Emperor Dragon's sword appeared in his hand, the power of the space laws and the laws of gold spreading out as he unleashed two consecutive sword strikes, the Spirit Sky Sword Slash and the Gungold Slash erupting with brilliant light, following closely behind the two fist lights, heading towards the two celestial realms. Even from a distance, one could feel the ferocity of Chen Xian's attack. Just a slight perception made Zhuo Chen and Yu Chang, the two vice masters of the Dragon Gate, change their expressions. Boom! The two exchanged glances, their faces filled with seriousness, as the power within them continuously flowed out, frantically pouring into the two celestial realms. The celestial realms, infused with their power, instantly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, colliding with Chen Xian's fists and swords. Bang! A deafening roar echoed in all directions, a rolling shockwave rampaging outward, as if the entire sky was being struck by some immense force, collapsing in chunks. Puff! Amidst the dust, Zuo-Chen and Yu Chang's expressions changed drastically as they spat out a mouthful of blood, their eyes filled with disbelief. They could feel that the celestial realm they had manifested had actually shattered. A single punch and a sword had destroyed their celestial realm? What kind of monster was this? At this moment, the two vice masters of the Dragon Gate finally realized they had provoked an enemy they could not afford to provoke. There's no other way. We can only forcefully awaken the sect master. Zuo-Chen looked at Yu Chang and sighed softly. At the moment the cave sky shattered, he knew that they were not Chen Xian's opponents at all. Although it was hard to believe, they had to admit it. Their survival until now relied not only on the strength of Longmen but also on their caution. If they lost, they had to accept it. Of course, the two only felt that they had lost, but did not think that Longmen had lost. Yu Chang, beside him, nodded gravely. Bang! Just as they made their decision, a figure appeared before them. They had no time to react and were directly sent flying by a punch, blood spurting from their mouths, their bodies crashing into the ruins like cannonballs, sending debris flying. Cough! In the ruins, the two coughed up blood, their faces pale and grim as they staggered to their feet. They looked quite miserable, covered in blood, their chests caved in. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, one could hardly imagine that these were two true king-level powerhouses. Thus, this scene left everyone present in silence. Many disciples of Longmen had expressions of shock on their faces, unable to believe that their two vice masters were so weak, being easily defeated 2-1. It should be known that both vice masters were true king-level powerhouses. At the beginning of the new era, shouldn't true king-level powerhouses be invincible? How could such terrifying powerhouses exist in the mere Central Plains? It was simply unbelievable. You are indeed strong, but this is where it ends. With your talent, if you were to endure, perhaps Longmen could truly be destroyed by you. But today, you will undoubtedly die. Zuo-Chen clutched his chest, his eyes fixed on Chen Xian, killing intent bursting forth as he spoke coldly. After he finished speaking, he ignored Chen Xian's reaction, enduring the injuries within him, and began to move his hands in succession. Yu Chang beside him did the same. In an instant, strands of profound inscriptions spread out between their hands, intertwining in mid-air, then suddenly shooting deep into the ruins. Chen Xian stood in the air, quietly watching their movements without intervening. In fact, he couldn't stop them. His strength was enough to easily crush these two true king powerhouses, but to kill them would take considerable time, and that time was enough for them to complete what they wanted to do. Boom! About 10 breaths later, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from deep within the Longmen ruins. When this aura appeared, the entire world seemed to freeze, as if everything had to kneel before this might. Xiaopinggu and the others felt this terrifying pressure, their expressions changing, and they involuntarily fell from the void, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even the battle spirits unleashed by the Qinglong Legion and Zhuke Legion shattered like fireworks. Puff! All members of the two legions spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces pale. They could see no one, only feeling an unimaginable pressure, like a towering mountain, pressing down on them, rendering them unable to move. Buzz! A mysterious sound exploded throughout the world, and a figure silently appeared above the ruins of the Longmen base. With a single step, he arrived on the battlefield. The newcomer had white hair and wore an ancient long robe, his gaze deep and sharp. He appeared old, yet his body stood straight like a pine. We pay our respects to the master. Zuo-Chen and the others bowed their heads and saluted. Their respectful voices echoed throughout the world. The newcomer was none other than the strongest of Longmen, the master of Longmen, Xia Changlong, known in ancient times as the Saint of Longmen, who had single-handedly established the vast existence of Longmen. Xia Changlong stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring Zuo-Chen and the others, instead directing his gaze toward Chen Xian, observing him for a moment, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. At the peak of the king's realm, can you really destroy my dragon gate to this extent? You are quite impressive. A gentle voice came from the mouth of Elder Jialong, showing no sign of anger, but rather filled with approval. This scene did not surprise Zuo-Chen and the others. They looked up at Chen Xian, their eyes revealing a sense of pity. They knew very well that the more gentle the sect master was, the worse Chen Xian's situation would be. If he were to fly into a rage, Chen Xian's fate might be somewhat better. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, quietly gazing at Jialong. This guy was the strongest opponent Chen Xian had faced since the arrival of the mythical era, even surpassing the trial objects of the 90th level of the human emperor's secret realm trial tower. The moment this person appeared, Chen Xian sensed his level, which had reached the peak of the early legendary Saint Sovereign, with one foot already stepping into the mid-stage of the legendary Saint Sovereign. Such strength was not something the illusions of the trial tower, which had 80% of the Saint Sovereign's power, could compare to. Even at this moment, Qin Xian could not help but feel an immense pressure. But more than that, it was a fighting spirit. At this moment, his potential had been fully developed, and his strength had reached the limit of the king's realm. But Qin Xian always felt that he was still unable to withstand the true king tribulation he was about to face. Therefore, he wanted to see if the pressure from a super strong opponent could push him to break through again, surpassing the limits of limits, reaching an unprecedented level. A battle in the starry sky? With this thought, Chen Xian raised an eyebrow at Jie Long and spoke in a serious tone. The power at the Saint Sovereign level was terrifying. Even in aerial combat, it could affect the Dragon Kingdom, and at that time, the entire Dragon Kingdom would inevitably suffer unimaginable disasters. Your courage truly impresses me. If I had your courage back in the day, perhaps my achievements today would be far beyond this. A hint of surprise appeared on Jie Long's face as he looked at Chen Xian with a smile full of appreciation. If one only looked at their performances, it was impossible to tell that they were in a hostile state. Instead, they seemed like old friends. Chen Xian shrugged, not speaking further, his gaze fixed on Jie Long, the fighting spirit emanating from impalpable even from a distance. This fighting spirit could even influence the will of those around him, making them involuntarily want to fight. Perhaps sensing this fighting spirit, Elder Jie shook his head and sighed lightly. Very well, I will grant you this once. With your qualifications, although you only have the cultivation of the peak of the king's realm, you still qualify to fight me. To personally crush a peerless genius is also a novel experience for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jie Long vanished without a trace, and along with him, Qin Xian disappeared as well. With their disappearance, the suffocating pressure dissipated, and the entire world returned to calm. Zhuo Chen and the others let out a breath, took out several healing pills, and swallowed them directly. While refining the medicinal power within their bodies to heal their injuries, they looked at Xia Pingwu and the others, sneering coldly. Your reliance is destined to die. But you need not worry, for you will soon go down to accompany him. The entire Dragon Kingdom will pay the price for your foolishness. The chilling laughter echoed across the ruins, and the cold killing intent swept through the surroundings like a gale, sending shivers down spines. Xia Pingwu and the others gathered together, their faces grave as they looked at Zhuo Chen and the others. Even though Zhuo Chen and the others had suffered significant injuries, the true king was still a true king, and they were not something they could resist. What was even more despairing was that at this moment, they were also not in their peak state. Despite the despair, they felt no fear. They understood that what truly determined the outcome of this war was not their battlefield, but the battlefield above the stars. As long as Chen Xian could achieve victory, even if they died, it would still represent the victory of the Dragon Kingdom. As soldiers, they had long harbored the thought of serving their country loyally, but the only regret was that they could not witness the Dragon Kingdom standing at its peak, nor could they see that prosperous era with their own eyes. Fight! Countless roars erupted simultaneously, like thunder, shaking the entire world. Xia Pingwu and the others, along with the two great legions, were filled with fighting spirit, their gazes fixed firmly on Zhuo Chen and the others. Their eyes were filled with determination and madness. They had cast aside their own lives, with only one thought in mind, to hold back this group and prevent them from interfering in the battle in the starry sky or wreaking havoc on the Dragon Kingdom. Foolish ants! Seeing the stance of Xia Pingwu and the others, Zhuo Chen and the other strong ones from Longmen sneered contemptuously, their eyes filled with disdain. At this moment, they did not regard Xia Pingwu and the others at all. The Dragon Kingdom had already produced a Qin Xian, which was incredibly extraordinary. It was impossible for another existence capable of contending with them to appear. Everything was about to end. With these thoughts settled, they all moved, an endless killing intent centered around them, enveloping the entire ruins battlefield. Just this killing intent alone could cause those below the king realm to fall into despair, becoming mere walking corpses. Buzz. But just as Zhuo Chen and the others were about to unleash their offensive to completely destroy Xia Pingwu and the others, an unexpected occurrence happened. A layer of halo, like bubbles, swiftly enveloped the entire ruins battlefield, an endless sword intent spreading out, sharp sword chi like a death warrant, causing Zhuo Chen and the others to narrow their pupils. Where did this domain come from? Why was this domain so terrifying? However, no one was destined to unravel the doubts in Zhuo Chen and the others' hearts. In the next moment, shrouded by the domain, they had no time to care about Xia Pingwu and the others, and all they could do was destroy the endless sword chi surging around them. Outside the halo, Xia Pingwu and the others watched this scene, their eyes twitching, their fists clenched tightly. Once again, they had thought that breaking into the king realm would strengthen the Dragon Kingdom and help the director, but unexpectedly, in the end, they still needed to rely on the director's protection to survive. They believed they had the qualifications to help Qin Xian, to support the enormous burden on his shoulders, but now it seemed they were still not qualified, not even able to uphold the edge of that great mountain. Lin Tong, holding a sharp sword, looked at the layer of halo, then at the sky, her heart unable to stop aching. At this moment, she inexplicably felt a strong sense of heartache. From beginning to end, he had borne it all alone. The Dragon Kingdom had helped him, but compared to his contributions, it was utterly insignificant. He was not just the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, he should also be its guardian deity. They did not know what the outcome of this battle would be. They could only stand helplessly here, quietly waiting for the result to unfold. This feeling could truly drive one mad. The Himalayas. Lai Yu and the others stood atop a certain peak, their gazes seemingly piercing through layers of obstacles, catching sight of the vast land. What a fertile land it is! A look of obsession appeared on the face of the second-in-command beside Lai Yu, who sighed in admiration. Don't worry, it won't be long before this land becomes our territory. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lai Yu's eyes as he spoke with conviction. News has already come from the clan that the Yushin Ming clan and the Hanbing Shang clan have agreed to join forces with us to attack the Dragon Kingdom together. This time, each of the three clans will send a saint ancestor. The Dragon Kingdom is undoubtedly doomed. After Lai Yu's words fell, the other strong members of the Lai Wing Lion clan all showed excitement, echoing, with a saint ancestor taking action. This time, the Dragon Kingdom absolutely cannot withstand it. Once the Dragon Kingdom is destroyed, the other indigenous countries will be unable to stop us. At that time, this new world will surely belong to our Lai Wing Lion clan. It's a pity we still have to share it with the other two clans. There's no helping it. Relying solely on us to take this new world would incur too great a loss. As several powerful members of the fierce Wing Lion clan were discussing, Lai Yu suddenly furrowed his brow and sharply looked towards a certain void, coldly shouting, "Since you have arrived, why not show yourself?" As soon as these words fell, the other members of the fierce Wing Lion clan immediately tensed up, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Not long after, a figure shrouded in a black robe abruptly appeared before Lai Yu and the others, the aura emanating from him making their expressions grave. "True King Realm? Who are you?" Lai Yu fixed his gaze on the figure in the black robe, asking in a deep voice. They were merely at the peak of the King Realm, and facing a true King Realm expert, it was not excessive to be cautious. "You don't need to concern yourselves with who I am. I have come to cooperate with you." The hoarse voice from the black-robed figure made Lai Yu and the others feel uncertain. Anyone would be wary of a stranger suddenly approaching them for cooperation. Had it not been for the mysterious person's true king cultivation, they would have long since driven him away. "How do you wish to cooperate?" Lai Yu still did not dare to be too aggressive and asked in a solemn tone. They were backed by the fierce Wing Lion clan, but there were only a few of them here. Being too arrogant could not only endanger their lives but also attract an unknown enemy to the fierce Wing Lion clan. Being appointed as the commander for the offensive into the New World, Lai Yu is certainly not a fool. It's very simple. You continue with your plans, and at that time, I will send people to help you, to undermine from within, assisting you in attacking the Dragon Kingdom. Once the task is accomplished, the forces behind me only want the three regions of Shenangjia, Kunlun Mountains, and Taihang Mountains. After the mysterious person's words fell, Lai Yu and the others exchanged glances and fell silent. They had considered many possibilities, but they never expected that this mysterious person was here to seek their cooperation to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. Was it too high an opinion of the Dragon Kingdom? With the three clans joining forces, not to mention other levels of experts, just the three legendary saint ancestors alone would be enough to flatten the Dragon Kingdom several times over. "Do you think too highly of the Dragon Kingdom?" After thinking it over, Lai Yu directly asked. They had thoroughly studied the entire map of the Dragon Kingdom, and they knew the three regions the mysterious person mentioned. Compared to the vast territory of the Dragon Kingdom, they were nothing. However, dividing the cake with the Xian Yuming clan and the Ice Saint clan had already caused them considerable pain. How could they be willing to let another mysterious force share the cake? Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom was not worth their caution. A frog at the bottom of a well. In response to Lai Yu's inquiry, the black-robed man snorted coldly, his words filled with disdain. As Lai Yu and the others dared not express their anger, the black-robed man continued, "The power possessed by the Dragon Kingdom is something you cannot fathom. What has appeared so far are merely newcomers of this era. Many powerful forces have been inherited from the previous era, but they have all been hidden away. However, with the increase in the concentration of spiritual energy, those hidden forces will gradually reveal themselves. These forces are the true opponents. Among the few forces I currently know of, at least they all possess legendary saint-level experts. I can say with certainty that among the hidden experts of the Dragon Kingdom, there are at least no less than 20 legendary saint-level experts. So, do you still think you can take down the Dragon Kingdom?" The black-robed man's words were very calm, but to Lai Yu and the others, they struck like thunder, shaking them to their core. How is that possible? Lai Yu and the others' faces turned pale. Even after hearing it with their own ears, they still felt that the black-robed man's words were like a fairy tale. But how could a true King Realm expert come specifically to play tricks on them? At least 20 legendary saint-level experts. Such strength had already surpassed any alien race within the wild domain. Even the strongest would be impressive with just 10 saint-level experts. After the shock, Lai Yu and the others couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, and their gazes towards the black-robed man revealed a hint of gratitude. If it weren't for this mysterious person, they truly couldn't imagine the consequences of invading the Dragon Kingdom. If they provoked those 20 saint-level experts, even if the three clans mobilized their entire forces, they would not be able to withstand it. At that time, it wouldn't be them destroying the Dragon Kingdom, but rather the Dragon Kingdom destroying them. However, you can rest assured, the forces behind me are allied with several other powers. If you are willing to cooperate, we have at least a 70% chance of taking down the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the words of the man in black, Lai Yu hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Senior, you are also from the Dragon Kingdom, right? Why would you?" As the leader of the New World's Lai Wing Lion clan, Lai Yu was not so blinded by profit. The fact that the Dragon Kingdom had so many powerful experts was certainly not simple, and this mysterious person was also from the Dragon Kingdom. If it turned out to be a trap, then the three clans would be completely doomed. Such cooperation was no longer something he could decide. Even the clan leader was not qualified, only the saint-level ancestors had the right to cooperate with these people. You can see the forces of the Dragon Kingdom as two factions. Both sides have grievances, and the forces behind me want to use you to completely eliminate our enemies. As for the rest, you need not know. Just take my words to the noble ancestors, and whether to cooperate or not, give me an answer in 3 days. The man in black glanced at Lai Yu and spoke. Understood. Since you wish to cooperate, may I ask the name of your backing force? Lai Yu nodded and asked solemnly. If it were just the Lai Wing Lion clan itself, no matter how great the benefits, they could not cooperate with this mysterious person. After all, the forces behind him were too mysterious. Cooperating with them would be akin to seeking skin from a tiger. One misstep, and they would be devoured without a trace. But if the three clans joined forces, even if the mysterious person's backing was strong, they would have to think twice before trying to swallow them whole. Yuan Mo Yao Men. Bang! The starry sky, dreamy and vast, with stars shining like pearls, illuminating the dark universe, bringing vibrant light to the pitch-black cosmos. Yet today, this tranquil starry sky erupted into a terrifying battle. The silent roar rippled outwards, and visible shockwaves, like tornadoes, recklessly destroyed everything around them. Under this impact, any meteorite would be obliterated. In the area of the sparks, two figures collided fiercely, each move capable of stirring up a storm. These two figures were Qin Xian and the Lord of the Dragon Gate, Xia Chanlong. At this moment, Qin Xian was clad in the Chaos Emperor Dragon armor, wielding the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword, with sword energy erupting around him, as if a sword god had descended, exuding an imposing aura. I didn't expect that you, at the peak of the King Realm, could reach such a level of strength. You truly have made me see you in a new light. To be honest, I am somewhat reluctant to kill you. Opposite Qin Xian, Xia Changlong stood with his hands behind his back, his deep gaze fixed on Qin Xian, his face filled with admiration. The previous collision, although merely a probing attack from him, was something he had not anticipated. Qin Xian, at the peak of the King Realm, was able to block it unharmed. If it had been any other true king, they would have undoubtedly perished under his earlier assault. With the cultivation of the Peak King Realm, unleashing strength close to that of a legendary saint, such astonishing talent had never been seen even by Xia Changlong, who had lived through 2 eras. In the once glorious ancient civilization, such a terrifying prodigy had never appeared. As long as you swear a soul oath and submit to my Dragon Gate, I will not only spare your life but will also do my utmost to cultivate you, even making you the next generation leader of the Dragon Gate. The current Dragon Gate was strong, but compared to other ancient forces, it still fell short in many ways, relying almost entirely on him. Ultimately, it was because the Dragon Gate lacked sufficient extraordinary talents. Although they successfully avoided the ancient catastrophe and passed down their legacy in peace, they also paid a considerable price. For instance, when they wanted to recruit new disciples, they could only do so within the Dragon Gate. If no prodigies appeared within the Dragon Gate, that generation of the Dragon Gate would inevitably suffer a significant loss in strength. If it weren't for the strong foundation of the Dragon Gate, it wouldn't possess such power at this moment. Therefore, upon seeing Qin Xian's extraordinary talent, Jia Chanlong couldn't help but be tempted. With Qin Xian's aptitude, if he could truly grow, he would undoubtedly be able to uphold the banner of the Dragon Gate and elevate it to new heights. Fool! In response to Jie Qianlong's invitation, Chen Xian replied amicably with a phrase from the national essence. Even Jie Qianlong, a person from an ancient civilization, understood this phrase, and his face immediately darkened. The killing intent in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Very well. Since you don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, I shall fulfill you. Jie Qianlong, who had always been calm, was directly provoked by this phrase from the national essence. It must be said, the beauty of the national essence truly holds great power. Boom! The power of a peak early-stage legendary saint was unleashed by Jie Qianlong without reservation. Centered around him, the void within 100 miles instantly twisted in a visible manner, as if unable to withstand his pressure. A lightened shadow, like a vast sun, rose slowly from behind Jie Qianlong, the sound of dragon roars and tiger howls ignoring the vacuum, resonating in all directions. It was vaguely visible that within that lightened shadow, a flood dragon was roaring. This was Jie Qianlong's domain, the Cloud Dragon domain. Using his own laws, he condensed dragon shadows, transforming them into a domain. When the enemy is enveloped, they not only have to endure the suppression of Jie Qianlong's domain but also face attacks from the dragon shadows and Jie Qianlong himself. However, at present, Jie Qianlong had only condensed 3 flood dragons. When he truly condensed 9 dragon shadows, it would mark the completion of his legendary saint stage. Of course, even with only 3 flood dragons, their power was incredibly terrifying, for these 3 flood dragons contained all of Jie Qianlong's laws, and the strength they could unleash was nearly 80% of Jie Qianlong's true body. Relying on the Cloud Dragon domain, Jie Qianlong could undoubtedly be considered a top-tier powerhouse in the early peak of the legendary saint realm. To die in my Cloud Dragon domain is your lifelong honor. Since I became famous, you are the first to die in the Cloud Dragon domain at the peak of the King realm. Looking at Chen Xian, who was enveloped by the Cloud Dragon domain, Jie Qianlong appeared relaxed and spoke with pity. In his view, Chen Xian could not possibly withstand his Cloud Dragon domain. If he could hold on for a few minutes, it would be quite remarkable. Just a mere domain, and you think you can kill me? Old dog, you talk too much. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he snorted coldly. Before Jie Qianlong could react, he erupted directly. The Imperial Dragon Body activated, the Sword Heart Enlightenment activated, the Crimson Flame Furnace activated. After boosting his state, Chen Xian unhesitatingly unleashed the 13th system domain, covering thousands of miles, even surpassing Jie Qianlong's Cloud Dragon domain. Not only that, but the 13th system domain, infused with the laws of power, had become extremely terrifying. Its domain strength was not inferior in the slightest even when clashing head-on with the Cloud Dragon domain. Space System Annihilation, Ice System Freezing, Thunder System Strikes, Dark System Erosion, Light System Sword Rain, Power System Fist Imprints. The 13 system offensives erupted in an instant throughout the entire domain, various attacks preventing the 3 flood dragons of the Cloud Dragon domain from even reaching Chen Xian, as they were directly held back by those terrifying offensives. 13th system domain? How? How is that possible? This scene nearly caused Jie Qianlong to bite his own tongue, his deep-set eyes almost bulging out, and his entire body trembled from extreme shock. To comprehend the 13 system laws at just the peak of the King realm was simply unheard of. The most terrifying aspect was still Chen Xian's age. To know that the comprehension of the laws of each system is incredibly difficult, ordinary people need to spend a long time to comprehend a system's laws, and some may spend their entire lives without achieving it. Even those with exceptional talent have limited energy and cannot endlessly comprehend the power of the laws. To comprehend the power of the 5 systems before the age of 50 and at the king level is already enough to be called a peerless genius. Beyond the 5 systems, each additional system is enough to shock the world. In the ancient era, where powerful figures were abundant, the strongest human emperor, Shun, only comprehended the 9 systems of laws at the king level, and even that was enough to be called the first genius of humanity in 10,000 years. He could hardly imagine what kind of terrifying talent someone who comprehended the power of 13 systems before the age of 50 and at the king level would possess. At this moment, a sense of regret inexplicably arose in the heart of Jie Qianlong. Chen Xian's genius made him feel fear. What you see as impossible is merely ordinary in my eyes. As he spoke, Chen Xian's figure flickered and appeared directly behind Jie Qianlong, the raised Chaos Emperor Dragon sword bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. Bang! The sharp sword intent mixed with violent thunder rained down recklessly, the sword light flashing with arcs of lightning, slashing towards Jie Qianlong with unmatched force, as if the entire void had been cut open by this sword. After reaching the perfect level of the thunder law, the power of the Lingqiong sword slash had become extremely terrifying. With Chen Xian's current strength, a single Lingqiong sword slash was enough to severely injure any peak true king. However, the legendary Holy Master was indeed a legendary Holy Master, and his power had reached an incredible level. The most terrifying aspect was the profound power after the transformation of the laws. Therefore, while Chen Xian's strike could easily destroy a peak true king's Lingxiang sword slash, it could be easily destroyed in Jie Changlong's hands. You are indeed remarkable, but you will never be able to bridge the gap between the king realm and the holy master. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, the king realm is strong, but in my eyes, you are no different from an ant. Below the holy master, all are mortals. Jie Changlong stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at Chen Xian, speaking indifferently. However, beneath his seemingly calm exterior, his killing intent towards Chen Xian had risen to an unprecedented level. Chen Xian's talent was too terrifying, so terrifying that Jie Changlong could no longer tolerate his continued existence. To be an enemy of such a terrifying genius meant either exhausting all efforts to kill him or waiting for future retribution. As the leader of a sect that has survived since ancient civilization, Jie Changlong had seen too many tales in ancient texts. Those who offended geniuses were all proud and arrogant, and letting a tiger return to the mountain led to regret. He could not make such a mistake. Since the hatred could not be undone, Chen Xian must die, no one could save him. Boom! With this thought, Jie Changlong no longer hesitated, unleashing his full momentum. The terrifying power of the legendary Holy Master caused the entire starry sky to tremble. On his fists, a pair of gauntlets had appeared without him noticing. The Dragon Roar Gauntlets, a legendary quality divine weapon, a treasure of the Longmen sect passed down from ancient times, could only be controlled by the sect master. Since becoming a legendary Holy Master, this was the first time Jie Changlong had used the Dragon Roar Gauntlets, which showed how much he valued Chen Xian, or rather, how determined he was to kill him. If someone had told him at ordinary times that a legendary Holy Master would need to exert full force to kill a peak king, he would have scoffed. After all, in the world, which peak king could withstand a punch from a legendary Holy Master? Or rather, which peak king was worth a legendary Holy Master seriously throwing a punch? None. In the entire world, Jie Changlong had only seen Chen Xian roar. As Jie Changlong infused his power into his fists, a soul-stirring dragon roar instantly exploded in the starry sky. Even Chen Xian momentarily lost his focus due to this dragon roar. In that moment of distraction, Jie Changlong struck instantly. Bang! His fists smashed out, resembling two dragons emerging from the sea, the terrifying fist light transforming into two dragon shadows, roaring with bared fangs and claws towards Chen Xian. Facing these two dragon shadows, Chen Xian not only confronted the crushing force of the fists, but his entire mind was also under the invasion of the dragon's might, a dual oppression of both body and spirit. It was only because Chen Xian was born with a powerful soul, combined with breaking through the limits of the king realm and practicing the dragon pattern body refinement technique, that he could surpass ordinary people in both spirit and body. Otherwise, this dual oppression alone would be enough to render him immobile. Time reversal sword formation. In the face of this overwhelming pressure, Chen Xian did not hesitate to use his time-based professional skill. Under the influence of the time reversal sword formation, the originally lightning-fast fists slowed down instantly, and Chen Xian seized this opportunity to move to the side using spatial laws, avoiding that terrifying punch. Gunmetal slash. After dodging, Chen Xian unleashed several professional skills in quick succession, slashing at the two fist imprints to counter them. At the same time, his figure flickered, appearing beside Jie Changlong, his internal power erupting with full force, and he decisively unleashed the dark-based professional skill, Dark Prison Annihilation. After executing this strike, Chen Xian did not stop but continued to unleash the light-based professional skill, Universal Illumination, with both sword lights almost slashing out simultaneously, and the power infused in both skills was completely consistent. Before long, a strange scene unfolded. The Dark Prison Annihilation and Universal Illumination unexpectedly intertwined as they advanced, light and dark continuously entangling, colliding, and repelling each other, yet possessing a certain inexplicable attraction. When these two sword lights, representing light and darkness, reached Jie Changlong, they had completely fused together, forming a massive black and white sword light, the sword's might erupting from it far exceeding that of the previous two sword lights. How is this possible? Jie Changlong, who had been indifferent, instantly changed his expression upon sensing the terror of the black and white sword light, neglecting other thoughts and fully channeling his internal power to resist this move. Bang! In an instant, a silent explosion swept through, a violent force like a storm ravaging in all directions, destroying the surrounding floating meteors. Even the nearby sparks were affected, as if a level 10 tornado had swept across the desolate sparks, impacting large areas. On the battlefield, Jie Changlong was forced back dozens of miles, glancing at the blood-stained scars on his arm, his expression dark as night. As a legendary saint, he was fully engaged against a peak King Realm opponent, and yet he was injured? If this were to spread, no one would believe it. Suddenly, he recalled the unusual moves Chen Xian had unleashed earlier. As if he thought of something, his pupils constricting, unable to believe, he exclaimed, "Law fusion? Impossible! How could you achieve law fusion?" Hearing Jia Qinglong's exclamations, a cold smile appeared on Chen Xian's face. If it weren't for such a trump card, even someone as strong as he would not dare to claim he could slay a legendary saint. Law fusion was something he comprehended after intense battles in the human emperor's secret realm trial tower. To be precise, it was a killing move he discovered by accident and then actively explored. The so-called law fusion is the merging of opposing laws to evolve into a brand new power, and this power is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, its might almost grows exponentially. For example, the moves Chen Xian had unleashed earlier, Dark Prison Annihilation and Universal Illumination, belong to the fusion of light and dark laws. If the power of these two attacks was 100% each, then the might after fusion could reach 300%, or even 500%. Of course, achieving law fusion is not that easy. The premise of fusion requires a complete understanding of opposing laws. Just this alone can leave countless people in the dust. Furthermore, opposing laws possess an unimaginable repulsiveness, making fusion as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A slight misstep could even lead to self-harm. Countless individuals have attempted to fuse these laws, yet those who succeed are few and far between. What of law fusion? The holy sovereign of reverse battle? A delusion. After a brief shock, Jia Qinglong roared angrily, his fists bursting with brilliant light, and he struck down fiercely towards Chen Xian. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar exploded through the heavens and earth, as his fist unleashed a force that shook the world. The massive fist radiance, like a star, aimed to obliterate everything, carrying astonishing power, and it surged towards Chen Xian with unstoppable momentum, the overwhelming intent of the fist seeming to press down the very sky. Under this terrifying fist radiance, even Chen Xian felt immense pressure, but he did not retreat. Instead, he charged directly towards the fist radiance, wielding the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword in his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword energy like a raging storm. Bang! When the two forces collided, an astonishing explosion erupted, and the two figures clashed madly within the explosion, the terrifying waves destroying everything around them, as if two colossal beasts of the starry sky were colliding, their might utterly astonishing. Wind and fire catastrophe. A silent roar reverberated, as Chen Xian stood in midair, unleashing two sword radiances. Just as they were about to collide with Jia Qinglong, the two sword radiances fused in an instant, erupting with incredible power. The wind and fire catastrophe was formed by the fire-type skill Fire Catastrophe and the wind-type skill Wind Fury Crit. With the wind fueling the fire, its power boundless. The wind blades, aiming to sever everything, were mixed with searing flames, enveloping Jia Qinglong with unmatched force. Damn it! Jia Qinglong cursed inwardly, not daring to be careless, and he fully mobilized his internal power to resist. Even as a legendary holy sovereign, he could not escape this assault and could only endure it, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Crack! The wind blades and flames struck simultaneously against Jia Qinglong's defensive shield, continuously adding negative states of cutting and erosion, causing the shield he unleashed to struggle under the relentless wind blades and flames. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted as Jia Qinglong broke through the wind blades and flames, emerging in a disheveled state, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Chen Xian. Die! The roar echoed as Jia Qinglong, like a phantom, instantly appeared beside Chen Xian, his fists crashing down fiercely, the powerful force creating two holes in the void. A dignified legendary holy sovereign was being suppressed by a mere peak king realm individual. Although he had not sustained severe injuries, it still filled Jia Qinglong with shame. Fortunately, they were in this desolate starry sky. Had it been on Blue Star, his reputation as the leader of the Dragon Gate would have been tarnished. Earth and would Avalokiteshvara. In the face of Jia Qinglong's furious strike, Chen Xian remained remarkably calm, immediately unleashing a new skill formed by the fusion of the Earth-type skill Absolute Defense and the Wood-type skill Heavenly Wood Avalokiteshvara. The Earth-type skill added defense, while the Wood-type skill added vitality. The combination was undoubtedly heavenly. Coupled with Chen Xian's own formidable physique, even the enraged Jia Qinglong could not destroy Chen Xian's defense. Buzz! After blocking this strike, Chen Xian immediately dispelled the two skills, appearing behind Jia Qinglong in an instant, an endless storm of sword energy enveloping him. Chen Xian was not foolish enough to compete with Jia Qinglong in strength, nor would he remain on the defensive. In his view, the best defense was offense, especially against someone of Jia Qinglong's superior cultivation. Once he chose to defend, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantage. Good courage! Dragon Roar Dominating Fist. Enveloped by the storm of sword energy, Jia Qinglong's eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent. He could no longer tolerate Chen Xian, a mere peak king realm, darting around him, this strike would surely end it. At this moment, the power of the dragon unleashed by Jie Changlong truly erupted, an unmatched force of fist intent bursting forth, his fists shining like the blazing sun, radiating brilliant light. Under this overwhelming fist might, the sword energy storm unleashed by Qin Xian was completely destroyed. An infinite pressure immobilized Qin Xian on the spot, and the surrounding void could not withstand this terrifying weight, visibly distorting before the eyes. Even someone as strong as Qin Xian felt a profound sense of life and death crisis under this domineering fist might. If that's the case, then let's settle it with one move. Qin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer as he murmured to himself. If he wanted to dodge, he could, but he had no intention of evading. Facing this move head-on might be fraught with danger, but it was also an opportunity. Chaos Demon Source Form. In the next moment, Qin Xian directly consumed 50% of his vitality to activate the Chaos Demon Source Form, amplifying his power fivefold. If one is not ruthless, one cannot be stable. He was all in. Chaos Divine Source Form. To be cautious, Qin Xian activated the second form, the Chaos Divine Source Form, consuming 30% of his soul power, amplifying his strength fivefold again. It is worth mentioning that the Chaos Divine Source Form is an enhancement based on the Chaos Demon Source Form, meaning that at this moment, Qin Xian's amplified power reached a staggering 25 times his original strength. This unprecedented power made Qin Xian's entire body tremble. He even felt somewhat unable to control the surging strength. Metal, fire, wood, earth, ice, slash. Qin Xian did not dare to be negligent, his face unusually serious, as power continuously surged into the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword. When the crisp and bright sound of the sword's chant erupted, 5 beams of sword light, each a different color, were instantly unleashed. This was the strongest killing move condensed from Qin Xian's comprehension of the fusion of the laws, formed by the 5 elements laws into the 5 elements breaking God slash. Of course, at this moment, Qin Xian had not comprehended the water element law. However, using the mutated ice element law to replace it was also possible, though the difficulty of fusion was much greater than that of normal 5 elements fusion. In the trial tower, Qin Xian spent far more time on the 5 elements fusion than on earthwood, windfire, or light dark. If he had not activated the 2 forms of his special talent, Qin Xian would not have dared to use this move. With his current physical strength, he simply could not support it. Boom! A tremendous force poured out, and the 5 sword beams formed a pentagram shape, all striking towards Jie Changlong. Their speed was so astonishing that even a legendary saint-level expert like Jie Changlong could not capture the trajectory of the sword beams. Just as they were about to collide with Jie Changlong's fist light, the 5 swords merged into one, and the 5 elements breaking God slash shone forth, shattering the offensive force unleashed by Jie Changlong with just the emitted sharpness, then slicing straight towards Jie Changlong. Put! The terrifying sword light pierced through Jie Changlong's body, cutting through the dark universe, landing on a massive meteorite far away. In an instant, that meteorite, with a diameter of several hundred kilometers, exploded like fireworks, turning into particles floating in the dim universe. No! Impossible! Jie Changlong looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Jie Changlong was gone, leaving peacefully. With his eyes closed, his body exploded like fireworks, leaving not even a bone fragment behind, completely clean and thorough. Put! Seeing this scene, Qin Xian immediately relaxed, but the relief caused him to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale in an instant, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. A strong sense of weakness surged over him, nearly causing Qin Xian to fall into the void. He swallowed several king-grade healing pills before barely stabilizing himself. This time, although he successfully killed Jie Changlong, he also paid a considerable price. 50% of vitality and 30% of soul power. If it were someone else, they would already be lying there, and recovering would require a great cost and time. Of course, this sacrifice is absolutely worth it for any Peak King Realm expert. Generally, even if a Peak King Realm expert risked their life, they would not be able to kill a legendary Holy Master, nor could they even harm a single hair on them. Qin Xian's act of defying the Holy Master at the King Realm would be enough to shock the world. Even those from other races would be moved and wary. Bang! As Qin Xian was healing his injuries, the cave sky of Jie Changlong collapsed with his fall, and chaotic void currents surged forth, startling Qin Xian into quickly dodging. The power of the chaotic void currents was something even Qin Xian did not dare to touch lightly. However, while he was retreating, his hands were not slow, continuously grabbing the treasures that fell from Jie Changlong's cave sky. Most of the ordinary grade items were directly shredded by the chaotic void currents before Qin Xian could grab them, but those he could catch were mostly high-grade treasures, at least at the true king level. Rumble! While Qin Xian was frantically collecting Jie Changlong's treasures, a deafening thunder suddenly exploded in the starry sky, and rolling blood clouds covered the sky, with countless divine beast phantoms appearing, wailing in unison, filling the entire starry sky with a sense of sorrow. This was an omen that only appeared when a legendary holy master fell. All beasts mourned, and heaven and earth grieved. Under the influence of this omen, even Chen Xian felt an inexplicable sorrow in his heart. After all, he was also a strong expert at the legendary holy master level, and a bit of respect was not too much, just a moment of silence would suffice. But silence aside, the action of salvaging treasures could not stop. It was unclear whether it was because Jie Changlong was the master of the Dragon Gate or for some other reason, but the treasures Jie Changlong possessed were immense. Even though the vast majority of treasures were destroyed by the chaotic void currents, Chen Xian still managed to collect for a full 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, the treasures Chen Xian salvaged numbered at least in the hundreds, all above the true king level, enough to imagine how terrifying Jie Changlong's collection was. During this time, Chen Xian's injuries also stabilized. Although his face remained pale, his overall strength had recovered considerably. The consumed vitality and soul power could not be restored in a short time. After collecting the treasures, Chen Xian no longer hesitated, his figure flickering as he sped towards the blue star. Meanwhile, in the Shenangjia, bang! In the chaotic sword domain, the rumbling continued, but compared to before, it had clearly decreased significantly. On the other side, Xia Pingwu and others stood quietly, as if they were outsiders, staring at the battle within the sword domain. But if one observed closely, they would find that beneath Xia Pingwu and others' calm exterior lay deep concern. Damn it! Why is that guy still not dead? Within the sword domain, Zuochen and many other Dragon Gate experts roared in frustration. At this moment, Zuochen and the others were in a sorry state, covered in wounds. Shame and pain made them furious, but more than that, they were terrified. In their view, Chen Xian, a mere Peak King realm ant, should have been extinguished quickly in the hands of the Master, a legendary Holy Master, and the domain enveloping them should have been broken. But unexpectedly, after so long, this domain still existed. Did this not mean that Chen Xian was still alive? How could this be possible? How could a mere Peak King realm expert withstand for so long against a legendary Holy Master? For some reason, Zuochen and the others felt a strong unease rising in their hearts. It can't be. It's impossible. The Master is a legendary Holy Master. That kid is just a Peak King realm, absolutely cannot be the Master's opponent. It seemed they were trying to comfort themselves, as Zuochen spoke repeatedly, but the panic in his words could not be concealed. Rumble. At that moment, the entire sword domain suddenly underwent a dramatic change. The sound of rumbling echoed in all directions. Above the sword domain, countless sword energies surged forth, as if a score of a death god spell was being played, radiating a sharpness that made Zuochen and the others feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their bodies involuntarily stiffened, and an endless terror surged in their hearts. The change in the sword domain undoubtedly confirmed that their sect leader had truly been defeated. Impossible! Zuochen roared to the sky in unwillingness, his face twisted in despair. Buzz! Just as Zuochen's unwilling roar fell, the sword energy in the sky suddenly resonated with a series of crisp and melodious sword chants, and countless sword energies fell like a torrential rain. This terrifying scene left all the Dragon Gate powerhouses shrouded in the sword domain in despair. Among them were more than a dozen King Realm experts and 2 true kings, yet they couldn't even break through a Peak King Realm domain, and now they were about to meet a tragic end beneath the opponent's domain? What an absurd scene this was! Why had such a change occurred in this world? Could it be that their era had truly become a thing of the past? Were the people of the new era really this strong? These questions became the last doubts in Zuochen and the others' lives. When the sound of the explosion spread, the chaotic sword domain dissipated, leaving nothing but the pockmarked ruins on the ground. A figure stepped out from the smoke, the faint sound of footsteps echoing in the silent battlefield of ruins. Xia Pingwu and the others stared intently at that figure, and when they saw the face of that figure, everyone present was moved to tears, their entire bodies trembling with intense excitement. Invincible Dragon Country! Invincible Chief! A soldier shouted out in excitement, and soon everyone joined in a loud chorus, their voices booming and shaking the surroundings. In the distance, the remaining Dragon Gate disciples looked at that tall figure with eyes full of fear and disbelief, their bodies trembling. Among them was a once proud Dragon Gate disciple who had captured Lu Yu, but at this moment, he no longer held his previous arrogance, only feeling disheveled and terrified. An hour from now, I do not wish to see any Dragon Gate people alive. As the 2 armies in Xia Pingwu were filled with excitement, Chen Xian's indifferent voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone's pupils to constrict, and without hesitation, they rushed towards the remaining Dragon Gate powerhouses. No one felt that Chen Xian was ruthless, because if it weren't for him, the entire Dragon Country would not know what kind of devastation Dragon Gate would have wreaked. An hour later, on the ruins, the 2 armies stood straight, and in front of them were Xia Pingwu and the others. Even though they were covered in blood, their eyes were ablaze, looking fervently at Chen Xian standing before them. It was this young man, barely in his 20s, who had led them to annihilate a powerful and arrogant ancient force, and the youth's strength made everyone present worship him. Looking at the fervent gazes before him, Chen Xian's expression remained calm as he waved his hand. Everyone, return to your respective defensive lines. This time, in the annihilation of Dragon Gate, although the two armies suffered heavy losses, no one had died, which seemed extremely unbelievable to anyone, but to the two armies, it was nothing, because behind them stood the entire dragon country, and the commander who loved his soldiers like his own children, Chen Xian. In fact, if it weren't for Chen Xian's deliberate protection, at least over 90% of those present would have died in this war. Of course, the dragon country did not come away unscathed, having consumed so much ammunition, but compared to the gains from the Dragon Gate treasury, these losses were nothing at all. This time, killing the chicken to warn the monkey was expected to instill fear in those ancient forces. As everyone left in an orderly manner, Chen Xian stood with his hands behind his back, squinting his eyes, gazing at the ruins, silently contemplating. If the Dragon Kingdom were not so weak in facing the invasion of powerful foreign tribes, Chen Xian would not be so extreme. After all, those ancient forces have deep foundations and numerous strong individuals. If they could be subdued one by one, it would be enough to strengthen the Dragon Kingdom in a short time. Unfortunately, the Dragon Kingdom simply does not have the time to subdue them one by one, and these ancient forces are all proud and arrogant, making it not so easy to conquer them. Just the Longmen is so arrogant. What about other stronger forces? If they are not deterred by thunderous means, once these ancient forces truly emerge, they could bring a huge impact to the Dragon Kingdom. With internal and external troubles, even with him, the Dragon Kingdom might not be able to hold its ground. The burden is heavy and the road is long. Chen Xian sighed lightly, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared without a trace. Outside the Shenangjia, the major streamers looked at the army that was gradually retreating, their faces showing a hint of confusion. Is it over? What happened? Did we win or not? Not only these streamers, but even in their respective live streams, countless comments were asking, but unfortunately, those streamers did not dare to step forward to inquire. Even if someone in the live stream incited them, they did not have the courage. In the past, the Dragon Kingdom placed great importance on military actions, let alone now. Anyone who dared to obstruct military operations would face legal sanctions. How could they dare to intercept these soldiers? After incitement proved useless, people in various live streams flocked to the official Weibo of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, and within a short time, the comments reached no less than millions, with astonishing heat. Longmen has been destroyed. Anyone who dares to bully the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of their power or status, will face the sanctions of the Dragon Kingdom. About half an hour later, this post appeared on the official Weibo of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, causing a huge sensation. Damn, the Dragon Kingdom is awesome. The Mythical Anomaly Bureau is awesome. A powerful and mysterious force, destroyed just like that, for one person. This is my great Dragon Kingdom. In this life, I am fortunate to be a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Comment after comment appeared under this post. All the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were passionately discussing, and countless people felt proud. Ask, among all the countries on Blue Star, which country would destroy a powerful and mysterious force for just one citizen? Only the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, the passionate citizens of the Dragon Kingdom surged into the deep mountains and ancient forests, hunting those mutated animals. Everyone wanted to become stronger and then serve the country. Everyone understood that the Blue Star of today is no longer the Blue Star of the past. This new era values strength more, even though there are still national laws to constrain. Being strong can at least protect oneself from being bullied, while also serving the country and earning greater wealth. Among them, the students of the 4 holy institutes are the most eager. They are the first batch to enjoy professional awakening, aside from the Dragon Kingdom's army, and they are also the first to benefit from the new national policies of the era. Coupled with their youthful vigor and patriotic fervor, their desire to become stronger is unprecedented. Meanwhile, in the Qinling Mountains, a towering and perilous peak stands like a proud sword. Huashan, one of the 5 great mountains, known as the most dangerous in the world, has the reputation of being the root of Huaxia. In today's Dragon Kingdom, it is merely a tourist destination, but in ancient times, it was the stronghold of the powerful force, the Chuanjin sect. At the summit of Huashan, beneath its seemingly beautiful exterior lies the entrance to the small world of the ancient force, the Chuanjin sect. A figure dressed in modern clothing quietly appeared here. He approached a giant rock and gently tapped it, causing ripples to spread through the void. Immediately, a crack that could only accommodate one person emerged. Without any hesitation, the person stepped directly into the crack. It seemed like a small step, yet it felt as if it spanned 2 worlds. Behind the crack was a small world of about several thousand square kilometers, with beautiful mountains and waters, swirling clouds and mist, and pavilions hidden within the clouds, resembling a fairyland. The residence of Longmen, in comparison, is like heaven and earth. At the center, an ancient and elegant grand hall stands tall, exuding an air of antiquity and majesty. When that figure appeared before the hall, the doors of the grand hall opened automatically. Disciple Chen Miaochong pays respects to the sect master and the 7 elders. Upon entering the main hall, the figure bowed deeply, and a respectful and resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Facing the young man was Wang Zhenyang, the current sect master of the Chuanjin sect, flanked by the 7 elders of the Chuanjin sect. Compared to Longmen, the strength of the Chuanjin sect is undoubtedly more formidable. Just the sect master Wang Zhenyang possesses the cultivation of a mid-stage legendary saint, while the 7 elders have all reached the peak of true kings. This is only within the hall. The true strength of the Chuanjin sect is beyond measure. No need for excessive formalities. What have you found out? What is the outside world like in this era? Wang Zhenyang waved his hand and asked gently. Replying to the sect master, the current era is dominated by technology. Back in the day. Upon hearing the inquiry, this disciple of the Chuanjin sect did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly recounted the information he had gathered, while also taking out the 10 or so mobile phones he had purchased. Of course, since the Chuanjin sect is located in a small world without internet access, these phones currently have very limited functions. Even so, they piqued the interest of Wang Zhenyang and the others. After explaining the basic background of the era, the disciple paused, and Wang Zhenyang and the others understood that the main event was about to begin. They sat up straight, their expressions serious, staring intently at this disciple. Whether it is the Chuanjin sect or other ancient forces, the current people are not the same batch of powerful beings from the ancient era, but rather the descendants of these powerful beings. Due to their location in a closed small world with abundant spiritual energy, combined with the legacies of those ancient strongmen, they have been able to cultivate until now. They have never witnessed the great calamity of the ancient era with their own eyes, only seen it in ancient texts. Of course, some extremely powerful forces do have true ancient era survivors, but these strongmen are mostly in deep slumber, having been put to sleep at great cost by their entire forces to preserve their lives, preventing them from perishing due to the arrival of their end. Forces capable of achieving this in the ancient era were undoubtedly among the top-tier powers, and the Chuanjin sect is such a force, which is why Wang Zhenyang and the others are far more aware of the terror of the great calamity than other forces. Currently, the Central Plains are ruled by a country called Manhwa. Unlike the invasions recorded in ancient texts, this time the invasion comes from a world known as the mythical era. It is unknown whether it is related to the mountains and seas. This point, the disciple has not investigated. About 2 months ago, the mythical era invaded, the time-space passage opened, the world changed dramatically, spiritual energy revived, and Longwa learned of the news immediately, mobilizing the entire nation to resist. Now, the entire Longwa has awakened, with an army of over 10 million, not only blocking the invasion of alien beasts but also the invasion of foreign races. As the disciple finished speaking, Wang Zhenyang and the others' expressions shifted, and they voiced their astonishment. Oh, who is the strongest in Longwa? What is their cultivation level? They had originally thought that the new era's Central Plains would surely be unable to withstand the invasion from another world, but unexpectedly, the outcome was beyond their expectations. They could be certain that this Central Plains nation had previously been in an era of magic's decline. How long has it been since the new era began, and yet they could already fend off the invasion of alien beasts and foreign races? Although this is related to the fact that the other world has not launched a large-scale attack, being able to withstand the initial onslaught is enough to prove Longwa's strength. A person named Chen Xian from Longwa, currently a 5-star general and the director of the Mythical Anomalies Bureau, the specific cultivation level is unknown, but he has single-handedly slain several true kings of foreign races. It can be said that the entire Dragon Kingdom is basically supported by this person. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenyang and the others exchanged glances, narrowing their eyes. They had thought that the Dragon Kingdom could withstand the invasion of foreign tribes due to the strength of the entire nation, but unexpectedly, it was supported by a single individual? This person had been able to fend off several waves of foreign invasions, indicating that his strength was extraordinary. Not long ago, the Dragon Gate had. When the disciple returned, the Dragon Kingdom had just destroyed the Dragon Gate. The master of the Dragon Gate, Xia Changlong, a legendary saint-level powerhouse, fought Chen Xian in the starry sky and was killed by him. What? At this moment, Wang Zhenyang and the others were truly shocked, each of them suddenly standing up, their faces flashing with astonishment. To be able to kill a legendary saint-level powerhouse meant that this Chen Xian from the Dragon Kingdom, even if he was not a legendary saint, definitely possessed the combat power of one. Such a figure, even with the full strength of the Chuanjin sect, must be treated with caution. He is killing the chicken to scare the monkey. After a moment, Wang Jinyan narrowed his eyes and spoke solemnly. I didn't expect there to be such a talent in the new era. An elder beside him suddenly exclaimed, his words filled with admiration. Master, should we contact the Dragon Kingdom now? Another elder from the Chuanjian sect then asked, and as his words fell, the surrounding elders all looked towards Wang Jinyan. Wait a bit longer, the current concentration of spiritual energy is still insufficient. It is not yet appropriate for the Chuanjian sect to fully emerge. After pondering for a moment, Wang Jinyang shook his head and said solemnly, notify everyone that from this moment on, all disciples of the Chuanjian sect will enter closed-door cultivation, doing everything possible to enhance their strength. Additionally, open 70% of the resources in the sect to assist the disciples in their improvement. Upon hearing this, several elders' expressions became serious, and they all nodded in agreement. They understood very well that once the Chuanjian sect truly emerged, it would mean that a great war was imminent. Those terrifying foreign tribes and beasts, even the Chuanjian sect, could not be sure they could withstand. Faced with such a formidable enemy, if they were still stingy, the Chuanjian sect would not survive for long. At the headquarters of the mythical anomaly bureau in the capital, in the director's office, Chen Xian leaned back in the boss's chair, his eyes slightly closed, as if he were in a deep sleep. Not far away, Lin Tong quietly flipped through documents on the sofa, her graceful figure resembling an alluring rose, making one's heart race. She raised her eyes to look at the seemingly dozing Chen Xian, a smile that could outshine 100 flowers flashing across her flawless face. Since the arrival of the mythical era, she had not felt such a peaceful and warm moment for a long time. She had never imagined that not long ago, she was just a mere real estate salesperson, yet now she could feel her heart fluttering. Previously, she had only looked at him differently because of his looks, but during this time, she realized she had completely fallen for him. No matter when, I will stand with you. Lin Tong gazed at Chen Xian, her heart whispering firmly. Lying in the office chair, Chen Xian could sense Lin Tong's gaze, but he did not move. At this moment, he seemed to be dozing, but in reality, he was healing. The injuries he sustained in the previous battle were not severe. The main issue was the consumption of his vitality and soul power due to using his special talents. In terms of vitality, he had already replenished it with a large amount of beast blood, while for soul power, he could only rely on the soul-type pills from the Human Emperor's secret realm. Fortunately, the types of pills in the Human Emperor's secret realm treasury were extremely comprehensive, otherwise, just recovering his soul would require a significant amount of his time. Of course, although this battle came at a considerable cost, the gains Chen Xian obtained were beyond imagination. First, he gained experience in battling legendary saint-level powerhouses. In fact, his fight with Xie Chanlong was his first direct confrontation with a true legendary saint-level powerhouse. This kind of combat experience is invaluable to anyone. Secondly, during the battle with Xie Chanlong, by continuously using professional skills in the fusion law, he enhanced his understanding of his own laws to a higher level, truly achieving perfection in the application of his entire body's strength, further developing his potential. In fact, because of this battle, he had gradually found the second entry method for the dragon pattern body refining technique. During the fight with Jie Chanlong, he subconsciously operated the dragon pattern body refining technique, using Jie Changlong's powerful offensive to stimulate and forcibly integrate some of the law's power into his body. These forcibly integrated laws were like a seed. With this seed, it would be much simpler for Chen Xian to cultivate the second level of the dragon pattern body refining technique. He planned to take advantage of this time to nurture his soul power and use this opportunity to directly step into the second level of the dragon pattern body refining technique, and then prepare to face the true king tribulation. Chen Xian believed that as long as he could step into the second level of the dragon pattern body refining technique, overcoming the true king tribulation would not be a difficult task. During this time, the continuous victories of the Dragon Kingdom did not make the army complacent. Instead, it motivated them to work even harder. Even the lower-ranking soldiers understood that their current victories were entirely supported by Qin Xian. Especially the two legions and people like Xia Pingwu, who had witnessed the battle at Longmen, understood more deeply that with the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, they were still like fish on someone else's chopping board. Previously, if it weren't for Qin Xian leaving behind a domain, they would not have been able to withstand the true king experts from Longmen. Regular cultivation could not rapidly improve in a short time, so after the battle at Longmen, aside from leaving necessary king-level guards to defend the line, almost all other king-level experts went out to help other countries resist foreign invasions. Only by constantly battling with king-level opponents could these newly entered king-level experts of the Dragon Kingdom rapidly improve, and currently, there were no king-level invaders in the Dragon Kingdom. These actions also led to the Dragon Kingdom's reputation internationally becoming better and better, even forming offensive and defensive alliances with several countries, such as Russia and Pakistan. Now, among the countries still surviving on Blue Star, almost only about 60% remains since the mythical era before the invasions, including some small countries that had good luck. After the Dragon Kingdom formed alliances with other countries, the Star-Spangled Nation could no longer sit idly by, using its shameless characteristics to coerce and entice, thus forming an alliance as well. In addition to these two alliances, there was also an unexpected alliance led by Greece, the Western Alliance. Originally, Greece was on the verge of collapse, nearly facing extinction, but after the appearance of the inheritor of the Greek gods, Greece revived from the ashes and managed to survive the dire situation, even gradually reclaiming its territory. Moreover, those countries with so-called divine inheritors, even if they had already perished, could still rise again, forming remnants to resist foreign races. Of course, these remnants could only be considered minor skirmishes. The truly strong ones were still the three major alliances, among which the alliance led by the Dragon Kingdom was recognized as the strongest of the three. In the headquarters of the mythical Anomaly Bureau, in a secret chamber, Chen Xian sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, surrounded by wisps of law inscriptions. These profound law inscriptions danced around him like spirits, sometimes seemingly drawn in, rushing into Chen Xian's body. After spending 3 days restoring the consumed soul power, Chen Xian immediately began to attempt to condense the law dragon patterns. To ensure success, he chose to condense the metal law from the 5 elements for the first time. The sharpness of metal is unbreakable. If he could successfully condense the metal law dragon pattern, Chen Xian's physical strength would also gain the characteristics of the metal law, achieving an indestructible effect. In comparison, while the other 5 elemental laws were also powerful, they could not match the enhancement brought by the successful condensation of the metal law dragon pattern. As for the special laws like thunder and space, Chen Xian had no plans to condense them for the time being. Even though he has now fully comprehended these special laws, Chen Xian still lacks the confidence to successfully condense them. The reason these laws are special is that their power far exceeds that of other laws. Such laws are not something an ordinary person can control. The obstacles faced in condensing them into law dragon patterns are definitely much greater than those of other laws. Although condensing law dragon patterns is much more difficult than condensing blood dragon patterns, after the stimulation from the battle with the giant dragon, a seed of law has already formed within Chen Xian's body. After 5 days of seclusion, he successfully condensed the first strand of gung metal dragon pattern and imprinted it on his right hand. At this moment, a small dragon pattern, shimmering with a faint golden light, appeared on the thumb bone of Chen Xian's right hand, occasionally revealing a sharpness akin to a blade, making one's heart race. With the current hardness of Chen Xian's bones, combined with this strand of gung metal dragon pattern, his right thumb could easily pierce a large hole in a defensive armor of true king peak quality, and even a legendary quality defensive armor would sustain damage. The power of the gung metal dragon pattern was clearly manifested, making Chen Xian secretly excited. Seizing the moment, Chen Xian continued to condense the gung metal dragon pattern, as strands of metal laws continuously surged into his body under his guidance, and then were crazily compressed by him. Although the pain of condensing the law into his body far exceeded that of the first-level blood dragon pattern, Chen Xian's physique at this moment was no longer what it used to be. This level of pain was something he could still endure with gritted teeth. Moreover, wanting to become stronger without enduring hardship, where in the world could one find such a good deal? As time passed, people gradually adapted to the emergence of the new era. Eating, sleeping, and battling exotic beasts had almost become the daily life of humanity worldwide. Even those awakened in life professions would attempt to go out and kill mutated animals to enhance their own levels. Although life profession awakeners were far inferior to combat profession awakeners in battle, their roles, in some aspects, far exceeded those of combat profession awakeners. For example, a farmer, seemingly just someone who plants crops, produces grains that not only increase satiety but also slightly restore vitality and reduce fatigue. Another example is a plant master, who appears to merely care for plants, yet can shorten the growth cycle of medicinal materials, and even a plant master of sufficiently high quality can improve the quality of medicinal materials. From the initial confusion to now, various professions have gradually had their potential unearthed by people, and a saying has been circulating online: there are no ordinary professions, only ordinary people. The revival of spiritual energy has indeed brought great crises to humanity on Blue Star, but it has also brought more possibilities. In this era, although the law of the jungle prevails, as long as one is willing to fight and strive, even if one cannot become a top powerhouse, it is still possible to stand out. A month later, in the city of Shannon, about 200 kilometers from the Lessa defense line, in a remote corner, in an unremarkable house, dozens of black-robed individuals sat quietly around a rectangular table, the atmosphere calm yet airy. Creak, The harsh sound of the door opening echoed as a tall black-robed figure emerged, his hoarse voice emanating from his mouth. Everyone, the plan can begin. Currently stationed at the Lessa defense line is the newly promoted king-level powerhouse Lin Yun, a member of the original Myth Special Forces Qishao team. In addition, there are 100,000 Taotai legions and 2 million ordinary legions, not to mention countless technological weapons. After speaking, the tall black-robed man glanced at everyone and continued, Lin Yun will be dealt with by others. What we need to handle are those legions and the destruction of the Lessa defense line. Group 1 and Group 2, carry the illusionary poison to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom army on the Lessa defense line. Group 3 and Group 4, carry the devouring gold quicksand to destroy the iron wall defense. After the plan is completed, leave as quickly as possible. As the voice fell, the tall figure in the black robe left without looking back, and the dozens of black-robed figures in the room vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the city tower of the Lessa defense zone, the newly promoted king-level powerhouse Lin Yun was sitting cross-legged in his room, comprehending all of his powers. He had broken through at the time of Chen Xian and others' destruction of Longmen, and by the time he consolidated his cultivation and emerged, the matter of Longmen had already concluded. Lin Yun, who missed the Longmen incident, felt quite regretful. With no other choice, he chose to guard the Lessa defense line, continuing to comprehend the strength of the King Realm while allowing other King Realm powerhouses to go to other countries for training and to enhance their strength. During this time, the number of King Realm powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom continued to increase, currently nearing 30, all members of the Qishao team who had entered the Human Emperor's secret realm for closed-door training. Aside from leaving a few to guard various defense lines, the rest went to other countries to fight against the invading alien King Realm, enhancing themselves while raising the Dragon Kingdom's profile, and they could also receive considerable rewards, truly a win-win situation. Alas, it's a pity it will take a month for the rotation. Lin Yun sighed lightly, his expression quite regretful. How he wished to go to other countries to assist in battle against the alien King Realm. Before the storm arrived, who wouldn't want to quickly enhance their strength to protect their home and country? Unfortunately, he was unlucky and drew the short straw of being stationed here, only able to watch enviously as others went to fight against the alien King Realm and improve themselves. A pity? No, you should feel fortunate. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly rang in Lin Yun's ears, causing his expression to change dramatically, his body hair standing on end. He suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "Who dares to show themselves?" Boom! The aura of the King Realm surged forth like a spark igniting a prairie fire, sweeping through the entire room, shaking it violently. Lin Yun's gaze was cold and sharp as he scanned the surroundings, his expression extremely serious. With his current strength and the defenses of the Lessa defense zone, how could someone approach him silently? Moreover, if the other party hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have noticed at all. The strength of the newcomer was definitely stronger than his own. Buzz. Under Lin Yun's tense gaze, a figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the void, the eyes hidden beneath the black hood indifferent and profound. No need to be nervous. I have been sent by the god of death from hell to take you to meet him. As the hoarse voice fell, an even more overwhelming pressure spread out, a terrifying force like an ancient giant mountain, making Lin Yun feel immense pressure. Peak of the King Realm? Lin Yun's expression darkened, his gaze coldly fixed on the black-robed figure. The pressure this mysterious person exerted on him was far beyond that of a mere peak King Realm. Their cultivation seemed to be at the peak of the King Realm, but their strength was definitely much greater. Who are you? Lin Yun didn't care about his own safety, he was more concerned about the intentions behind the sudden appearance of the other party. From their words, it was clear that this person was not here with good intentions. If it was just for him, that would be one thing, but if it was for the Lessa defense line, that would be dangerous. Who could guarantee that this mysterious person hadn't mobilized other forces behind them to eliminate him? Do you want to fight here? The black-robed figure ignored Lin Yun's question and spoke indifferently. As the black-robed figure's words fell, Lin Yun's expression turned extremely grim, gritting his teeth as he glared at the black-robed figure. He never expected the other party to be so despicable. It should be noted that they were currently within the Lessa defense line. Once a battle broke out, the power of the King Realm could easily tear apart the Lessa defense line. Even with the protection of formations, the resulting shockwaves would be enough to cause many Dragon Kingdom soldiers stationed here to perish. The difference between the King Realm and the foundational 100 levels was like heaven and earth. Even the residual waves were not something ordinary foundational 100 levels could withstand. Once a full-scale battle broke out, facing such a top powerhouse, he would definitely be unable to attend to anything else. Was the other party trying to lure the tiger away from its mountain? Damn it! Lin Yun's heart was boiling with anger, yet he felt helpless. He could not disregard the Dragon Kingdom's army within the Lessa defense line. He loathed their schemes. "I will definitely kill you," Lin Yun said through gritted teeth, his eyes reddening, and then he vanished without a trace. Upon hearing Ling Yun's words, the man in the black robe smirked, a hint of mockery appearing on his face, and then he too disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, within the Lessa defense line, the stationed Dragon Kingdom army fell one after another, silently, as a full 200,000 soldiers lost consciousness without any exceptions. Damn it! Who on earth is it? The Taotai Legion stationed at the Lessa defense line sensed something was wrong and rushed out from their posts. Looking at the fallen Dragon Kingdom soldiers, they were filled with rage, their eyes turning red. They quickly climbed to the city walls and gazed into the distance. Just one glance left them stunned. At the horizon, countless dark shadows surged, causing the very heavens and earth to lose their color. Dark clouds obscured the sky, as if to crush the city. That terrifying scene made even those with hardened mental fortitude feel a chill. Damn it! Quick, immediately send a message to the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, Red Alert. Chen Yishan, the commander of the Taotai Legion, shouted hoarsely, his anger soaring while despair crept in. No one expected disaster to strike so abruptly, without any preparation. They didn't even know who the enemy was. In just a moment, 200,000 stationed soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had all fallen unconscious, even the powerful warriors had vanished. The strength of the enemy behind the scenes was beyond imagination. The messenger beside Chen Yishan did not dare to delay and hurried to the command room to relay the message to the Mythical Anomaly Bureau. After the messenger left, Chen Yishan took a deep breath, looking at his standing subordinates, and said solemnly, "Everyone, disaster has come. The enemy's methods exceed our imagination, and now, this border is left with only us. Whether we can defend our homeland, I do not know, but as long as I am not dead, I will not yield an inch. Are you willing to follow me to kill the invading enemies and protect our nation's borders?" Chen Yishan drew his sword, pointing it to the sky, his fighting spirit boiling, his aura sweeping out like a storm. At this moment, he felt no fear, only the determination to sacrifice his life. Kill! Kill! As soon as Chen Yishan's words fell, the soldiers of the Taotai Legion shouted with all their might, their fighting spirit surging, their momentum erupting, fearless and unyielding. Even knowing they would likely die, they still fought with fervor. Crack! At that moment, strange sounds spread, and the entire steel city wall shook uncontrollably. If Chen Yishan and the others had observed closely just moments ago, they would have noticed that the enchantment on the steel wall had lost its luster, and the entire wall was filled with decay. Retreat! Chen Yishan's face changed dramatically as he shouted loudly, leading everyone to retreat quickly. Boom! Just as they had begun to retreat, the entire steel city wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who had fainted on the wall. It was unknown how many soldiers had died without even knowing how. That tragic scene made Chen Yishan and the others' eyes well up with tears. Once, they had laughed and talked together, but now, they could only watch helplessly as their comrades were buried by the wall. They couldn't even dig out their fallen brothers. They could choose to excavate those comrades, but once the enemy charged, they would be unable to mount an effective counterattack and would be overwhelmed in an instant, leading to devastating losses for the Lessa defense area behind them. On one side were their comrades, and on the other were the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom behind them. This choice was enough to drive one to despair. At this moment, whether it was Chen Yishan or the members of the Taotai Legion, they gritted their teeth in hatred, their eyes bloodshot as they stared at the dark mass of enemy troops. At this moment, they had cast aside life and death. The only thought in their minds was to kill as many enemies as possible, not only to recoup their losses but also to avenge their fallen comrades. Boom! The deafening roar erupted, the earth trembled as if a dragon was turning over, rolling smoke and dust surged like a tornado, filling the entire world with a suffocating sense of terror. Led by Chen Yishan, the Taotai Legion stood before the ruins of the steel defense line, their blades tightly gripped in hand, an astonishing killing intent radiating from their bodies, their sharp and indifferent gazes fixed on the boundless enemy forces. From a high vantage point, the scene on both sides was almost despairing. The enemy army resembled towering ocean waves, while Chen Yishan and his companions were like small boats beneath the giant waves, at any moment ready to be capsized. This was an extremely unequal battle. For an ordinary person, even facing it would require immense courage. Boom! As the enemy charged, the chilling aura of slaughter rushed towards them. The terrifying power of countless strong warriors gathering together felt like carrying an immense mountain. Even a King Realm expert would surely feel their heart tremble in such a scene. Taotai formation, rise! Chen Yishan's eyes turned crimson, his blade raised high, he shouted loudly. His internal power surged forth like rolling waves, mysterious patterns manifested from his body, instantly connecting with the members of the Taotai Legion behind him. At the same time, many members of the Taotai Legion also formed hand seals, the same seals continuously appearing, the patterns emanating from their bodies resonating with the patterns Chen Yishan had manifested, creating a rhythm like music. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly echoed, and unimaginable ferocity surged forth like a storm, seemingly suppressing the momentum of the boundless enemy army. A colossal figure appeared above the Taotai Legion. This was the formation spirit of the Taotai formation, evolved from one of the four ancient fierce beasts, Taotai, with boundless ferocity. Under Qinishan's command, this Taotai formation spirit charged towards the endless enemy army like an invincible war god, its terrifying power tearing through the void, creating a dreadful force that exploded wherever it passed. Bang! In an instant, the Taotai formation spirit collided with the dark mass of the enemy army. An astonishing sound shattered the heavens and earth. The enemy army, which had formed a pitch-black horizon, was directly torn apart by the Taotai formation spirit, its massive body rolling over, crushing countless enemies. A casual swipe could result in massive casualties. Even though the Taotai formation spirit's ferocity was overwhelming, the enemy army still charged fearlessly, various techniques bombarding the Taotai formation spirit. The entire battlefield was filled with a kaleidoscope of colors, like a dreamlike painting, resplendent yet harboring endless killing intent. Bang! At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to transform into a meat grinder. Severed limbs and broken bodies scattered across the ground, blood flowed like rivers, rippling across the battlefield. With the current strength of the Taotai Legion, the Taotai formation spirit they had condensed was enough to crush any enemy below the King Realm. Even King Realm level experts could be confronted head-on. Such power made it easy to crush the cannon fodder enemies at the forefront, but due to the sheer number of opponents, Qinishan and the other members of the Taotai Legion also bore immense pressure, and in a short time, they were slightly injured by the backlash. However, compared to the hatred in their hearts, these minor injuries were nothing. The only belief sustaining them at this moment was to kill, to eliminate all invading enemies. Boom! On the other side, in a valley, the sound of explosions continued to erupt, the violent force crashing like waves, shaking the entire valley, causing rocks to tumble down. Lin Yun was filled with a murderous aura, his powers surging forth uncontrollably. In his rage, he fought without regard for the cost, his desperate stance enough to shock anyone. Yet the man in the black robe remained unfazed, occasionally mocking him. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and Lin Yun was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth, his face as pale as paper. Even after sustaining heavy injuries, he charged forward without hesitation, unleashing his formidable professional skills. Give up! With your strength, you are no match for me. If you are willing to submit to me, I can spare your life and even help you reach the pinnacle. You will never know how many powerful beings are hidden in this world. In the past, you were merely a frog at the bottom of a well. If you are willing to submit to me, with your talent, your future achievements will only be second to mine. The indifferent voice of the man in the black robe echoed in Lin Yun's ears. If it were anyone else, they might be swayed by such a vast disparity, but Lin Yun was filled only with endless anger and killing intent. He ignored the man entirely, expressing his determination through action. The black-robed man was indeed despairingly strong. Even with all his might, Lin Yun could not inflict any damage, and even the man's casual strikes could easily shatter his attacks. It was clear that at the peak of the King Realm, such strength indicated a professional rank that, if not of mythical quality, was certainly at the top tier of legendary quality. Only with such power could he easily crush Lin Yun, who had already reached legendary quality himself. Even though he had just entered the King Realm, his true strength was enough to rival late-stage awakeners of legendary professions. Even knowing he might not defeat this mysterious man, and that continuing the fight could lead to his death, Lin Yun did not choose to retreat. Instead, he fought fiercely, determined to make the man pay a price for his life. He was unaware of the situation at the Lessa defense line, but the only thing he could do now was to hold off this mysterious man and reduce the pressure on the Lessa defense line. Otherwise, if he returned to defend the Lessa line and brought the battlefield to the defense line, the losses would be unimaginable. Not everyone could control their power as perfectly as Chen Xian, suppressing it to the finest detail. Ding ding ding. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, a series of urgent alarm bells rang out, and bright lights flashed throughout the headquarters, stunning everyone present. Every employee who joined the Mythical Anomaly Bureau first learned not from the employee manual or the information of the mythical era, but from this red alarm bell, the highest level disaster alarm. Once it sounded, it signified the beginning of national calamity. It was the first time the red alarm had rung since its inception. The staff in the headquarters were momentarily at a loss, but after a moment, they recalled what they needed to do when the alarm sounded and hurriedly left. At that moment, the entire headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau became busy, with people rushing about, each face showing a serious expression. Boom! In the deputy director's office, Lin Jianya hung up the phone and slammed his fist heavily on the desk in front of him, his anger erupting like a volcano, filling the office with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Damn foreign races! After cursing under his breath, Lin Jianya picked up the desk phone, relayed the order, all senior officials of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau immediately proceed to the operations command room. After hanging up, he picked up another phone. Highest order, the Mythical Special Forces immediately head to the Lessa front for support. The Qinglong and Zhuke legions will accompany them. Order all King Realm personnel going abroad for assistance to return to Longwa immediately. Orders, the Dragon Kingdom's Professional Association immediately issues an assistance mission to Lessa. Anyone above level 50 must accept the mission, while those below level 50 will have their mission rewards doubled. One command after another flowed from Lin Jianya's mouth, until after more than 10 minutes, he finally hung up the landline. After a moment's thought, he dialed the office phone of the number 1 leader of the cabinet. Leader, should we notify Director Qin Xian? Wait a bit longer. Every time he enters seclusion, it is extremely difficult for him, and it is also an opportunity for rapid advancement. Our Dragon Kingdom cannot rely on him for everything. His pressure is already great enough. The voice from the phone made Lin Jianya silent for a moment, then he nodded and said, I understand, leader. After hanging up, Lin Jianya stood up and headed to the headquarters command room. The secret room of the Mythical Special Bureau headquarters is considered the highest level safe house in the Dragon Kingdom today, equipped with multiple formations and fully enchanted. Unless someone awakens it, those inside the secret room will not be disturbed by any external interference. Of course, this is also because Qin Xian is currently in deep cultivation, focusing all his mind on refining the laws, without paying special attention to the outside world. Otherwise, with Qin Xian's strength, even these formations and enchantments would not be able to block his observation. Ding ding ding. In the barracks of the Qinglong and Zhuke legions stationed outside the imperial capital, the urgent ringing echoed. The members of the 2 legions, who were originally engaged in their own tasks, rushed to the equipment depot, donned their gear, and lined up neatly in the square. The commanders of the 2 legions had serious expressions, saying little, and with a wave of their hands, they led the 2 legions swiftly towards the Lessa defense line. At the same time, the Mythical Special Forces stationed at the Inner Mongolia defense line also assembled at the first opportunity and hurried away. At that moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom displayed an extremely powerful mobilization capability. If viewed from above, one could see countless troops converging towards the Lessa defense line. Additionally, the secret bases near the Lessa defense area also opened their launch ports, calibrating the battlefield of the Lessa defense area, and without hesitation, launched missiles. Boom! Streams of light pierced through the clouds, landing on the battlefield of the Lessa defense area, erupting with earth-shattering roars. Given the overwhelming number of enemies, these secret bases did not need to worry about their own people and freely launched missiles into the enemy's rear. However, this time, the enemy was virtually boundless, numbering at least in the millions. Even with missile assistance, it could not change the fate of the Taotai Legion that was holding the line. At the Mythical Special Bureau headquarters, in the command room, Deputy Director Lin Jianye and many high-ranking officials of the Mythical Special Bureau, along with the staff in the command room, watched the satellite images displayed on the screen, their anger soaring, fists clenched tightly, faces filled with grief and indignation. Watching their comrades fall into peril, the feeling was painfully suffocating. Not only they, but almost everyone paying attention to this incident gritted their teeth, wishing they could immediately appear on the battlefield and tear the invading enemies to shreds. Bang! On the battlefield of the Lessa defense line, the booming sounds echoed continuously, terrifying power turning the entire battlefield into a wasteland, with severed limbs and shattered bodies creating a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the scene extremely horrifying. At some point, the Taotai Legion's unleashed Taotai formation spirit had already collapsed. Many members of the Taotai Legion were severely injured, yet they still gritted their teeth and held on, continuously fighting against the enemy. One by one, members of the Taotai Legion fell, often accompanied by the bodies of several fallen enemies beside them. They were like tireless war gods, fighting fiercely even as the enemy was boundless, the tragic scene enough to move anyone. Surrounded by the enemy, the Taotai Legion had no idea that the enemy had already crossed over them, breaching the steel defense line, and was charging towards the Lessa defense area. All around, the enemy forces surrounded them. Apart from continuously fighting and trying their best to slay the enemy, there was no other possibility. Bang! The sound of explosions echoed one after another, as members of the Tiao Tiao Legion fell one by one. Before long, 100,000 members of the Tiao Tiao Legion had become corpses on the battlefield, while the enemy roared with excitement, surging like a flood towards the Lessa defense zone, leaving behind a ground of ruins and unwilling Tiao Tiao Legion members. This time, the fierce Wing Lion clan mobilized 2 million troops and 1 million exotic beasts, totaling 3 million soldiers, to seize the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. The fact that the Tiao Tiao Legion could hold off this massive army for nearly half an hour was already astonishing. Meanwhile, the Inner Mongolia defense line and the Shenhe defense line of the Dragon Kingdom also faced invasions from foreign tribes. The Xian Yuming clan and the Han Bing Shang clan also deployed 3 million troops to attack the Inner Mongolia and Shenhe defense lines. Fortunately, the Inner Mongolia and Shenhe defense lines did not encounter the mysterious attacks from the Lessa defense line, so although the two major lines faced immense pressure, they were still able to hold their ground. Fire! On the Inner Mongolia defense line, 5-star General Wang Pengyon looked at the densely packed enemy forces, his face filled with cold killing intent. He raised his hand and swung it down fiercely, and a deafening roar echoed. Immediately, numerous tanks and missile vehicles in the rear erupted, and the energy laser cannons and energy particle cannons on the city walls were all activated. The entire battlefield was engulfed in gunfire, the booming sounds like thunder, erupting one after another. Not only was the Inner Mongolia defense line in chaos, but the Shenhe defense line was also engulfed in flames of war, with various shells continuously raining down on the battlefield. Countless Dragon Kingdom soldiers raised their energy machine guns and energy sniper rifles, continuously shooting at the enemy forces. Boom! The entire battlefield echoed with the sounds of explosions, a terrifying force sweeping in all directions. That apocalyptic scene could be felt even from a distance. Such intense fluctuations of spiritual energy caused the foreign powerhouses invading the surrounding countries of the Dragon Kingdom to almost all sense the chaos coming from the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Since the fall of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, its territory had been completely occupied by foreign tribes, and the remaining citizens of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom lived in dire straits every day. In a strangely shaped mansion in the former capital of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, a pale-faced man dressed in a kimono sat quietly, surrounded by an aura of laws. At that moment, the man suddenly opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils resembling Sharingan, sharply gazing towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, a strange smile appearing on his face. The Dragon Kingdom? Such vast territory, how can my Yamato Celestial clan not take a share? A sinister voice emerged from his mouth, and the next moment, he instantly appeared outside the mansion, a thunderous sound erupting across the sky of the former capital. The army of my Yamato Celestial clan, assemble immediately, and head towards the Dragon Kingdom. As this voice rang out, countless soldiers of the Yamato Celestial clan, who were indulging in pleasure within the former capital, quickly gathered, forming formations under the leadership of various commanders, heading towards the Dragon Kingdom. Not only the foreign tribes of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, but also the Huanlin Gue clan of the Yu Kingdom, the Lizard Dragon clan of the Philippines, the Demon Wing Fox clan of Myanmar, and others, quickly assembled their armies and headed towards the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom was like a giant cake, making countless surrounding foreign tribes eager to take a slice. On Twitter, many countries with grievances against the Dragon Kingdom were celebrating. Ah, the Dragon Kingdom is finished. Oh God, the Dragon Kingdom is truly unfortunate. My Star Stripes nation is the ruler of the universe. What is the Dragon Kingdom but a joke? People of the Dragon Kingdom, my Star Stripes nation is willing to give you a chance to come and be our slaves. At least you can live, right? With the Supreme Hell Temple, what foreign tribe is but an ant? Various comments continuously emerged, some expressing regret, some arrogance, and others cold laughter. In the past, during such times, countless keyboard warriors from the Dragon Kingdom would have fiercely confronted these foreigners, but now, not a single person from the Dragon Kingdom paid them any mind. After the Dragon Kingdom's Professional Association announced the task of assisting in the defense of various precautionary zones, all awakened civilians above level 50 headed to the major precautionary zones for duty, and countless others below level 50 formed teams to go as well. Among the awakened ones in combat professions, hardly anyone hesitated, and even those in life professions did their utmost to provide convenience for the many combatants. Alchemists, enchanters, and blacksmiths worked tirelessly to produce at historically low prices to assist those willing to go to the front lines. Large companies also provided substantial aid to the front lines. The cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom and the belief in supporting one another in times of trouble were fully displayed at this moment, leaving many citizens of other countries in shock. However, the predicament faced by the Dragon Kingdom evoked pity from all nations, as several foreign races launched an attack together. If one counted the foreign armies from countries like Sakura Country, the total approached 20 million. What a formidable force that was! Only the Dragon Kingdom, which had always been far ahead of other countries on Blue Star, allowed for such discussions among many nations. In other countries, they wouldn't even have the qualification to be discussed, they would simply wait for death. Even the Star-Spangled Country was no exception. Despite its current prominence on the international stage, in the eyes of other surviving countries on Blue Star, even with the newly formed Hell Temple, the strength of the Star-Spangled Country was still far inferior to that of the Dragon Kingdom. As the currently recognized strongest nation on Blue Star, even a director of a mythical anomaly bureau could deter other countries, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom's more than 10 million troops and a staggering 14 billion awakened professionals. Even if less than half of them were combat professionals, that still amounted to hundreds of millions. With such a vast number, which country on Blue Star could compare? It was only the overwhelming strength of the foreign races that seemed despairing. Otherwise, even with so many foreign invasions, it wouldn't necessarily be able to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. On the other side, in the highest command of Russia, numerous high-ranking officials sat together. Tsar Peter glanced at the people present and said solemnly, "Let's discuss how many troops we should send to help the Dragon Kingdom." This time, the Dragon Kingdom was in trouble, and help was certainly needed. After all, when Russia had endured its own disaster, it was thanks to the Dragon Kingdom's assistance. If Russia did not help the Dragon Kingdom now, who would dare to help them in the future? Moreover, with the foreign invasion, there were already very few surviving countries on Blue Star. Even if they could withstand one foreign invasion, who could guarantee they would always be able to? Ultimately, there would come a time when they needed others' assistance. If they were ungrateful, who would dare to help them in the future? Such matters concerning national dignity were not something any country could afford to ignore. This time, although the Ice Saint clan is launching a large-scale attack on the Dragon Kingdom, our country cannot lack defensive forces. In my opinion, sending 100,000 Holy Knights and 100,000 Bear Cavalry to help the Dragon Kingdom is sufficient. This war is destined to rely on the Dragon Kingdom itself. All we can do is offer a gesture of friendship. A Russian general spoke loudly, his deep voice resonating throughout the conference room. After he finished speaking, the eyes of the other Russian officials sparkled with brilliance, and they all began to ponder. Indeed, the disaster faced by the Dragon Kingdom this time was too terrifying. Even if they mobilized the strength of the entire nation to assist, the effect would be limited, as Russia's strength was still far behind that of the Dragon Kingdom. Although 200,000 troops were not many, they were all elite forces and could alleviate some pressure for the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, they themselves had to guard against the invasion of the Ice Saint clan. Alright, let's do it this way. Additionally, send some supplies to the Dragon Kingdom. Emperor Pu nodded and reached a conclusion, dispatching a general of level 90 to lead 200,000 Russian troops to assist the Dragon Kingdom. Since Chen Xian helped Russia defeat the invasion of the Ice Saint clan, the resources gained had greatly increased Russia's strength. Now, the Russian army generally had levels above 40, and they were gradually beginning to awaken as a whole. It was precisely because of the immense favor owed to the Dragon Kingdom that this time, even though the Dragon Kingdom faced great peril, Russia was willing to send troops to help. The invasion of foreign races is a calamity for Blue Star. The Dragon Kingdom, peaceful and friendly, a great nation, will surely annihilate the insignificant. Our country is willing to mobilize 200,000 troops to assist the Dragon Kingdom in resisting this foreign invasion. May the friendship between the Dragon Kingdom and Russia last forever. Soon, the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs released the latest statement, causing a stir among the countries of Blue Star. God, has Russia gone mad? They dare to send troops to help in a situation that is bound to lose? Oh my God, the friendship between Russia and the Dragon Kingdom is truly enviable. Unfortunately, 200,000 troops can't solve the problem at all. One foreigner after another discussed on Twitter, their words filled with regret. What they found hard to understand was that after Russia, more than a dozen other countries also expressed their intention to send troops to help the Dragon Kingdom. Even though their own countries were already facing significant threats, they still chose to assist the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the citizens of countries like the Star-Spangled Nation deeply felt the prestige of the Dragon Kingdom in the international arena. In just a few hours, more than a dozen countries offered assistance, totaling nearly 10 million troops. Such mobilization power was simply beyond imagination. What was most shocking was that among these more than a dozen countries, many were small nations, already in difficult situations, yet they still sent troops to help the Dragon Kingdom? Did they not fear that foreign races would take this opportunity to invade? It was hard to understand, yet they were greatly shocked. This was the state of those foreigners at this moment. Kill! Fight these damned foreign races. One kill is enough. 2 kills are a profit. In the Lessa defense zone, the sounds of battle cries echoed, and a tragic and fierce war was raging. After destroying the Lessa steel defense line and slaughtering 100,000 of the Taudai Legion, the fierce Wing Lion army ignored the unconscious ordinary soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, instead trampling over their bodies, crossing the steel defense line, and attacking the Lessa defense zone. Aside from those soldiers who were buried and died at the beginning, this trampling also led to countless unconscious soldiers stationed at the Lessa defense line meeting a tragic end. Although the Lessa defense zone quickly organized the soldiers stationed there to resist, even mobilizing awakened civilians within the defense zone to participate in the battle, the sheer number of enemy troops, reaching millions, still exacted a painful toll on the Lhasa defense zone. Boom! The deafening roar sounded, and the entire plain in front of the Lhasa defense zone had almost turned into a meat grinder, with people dying every moment, the thick blood seemingly dyeing the sky red. The densely packed fierce wing lion army and the enormous foreign beasts recklessly charged at the Lhasa defense zone. The once tall and mighty city walls had turned into ruins, and many soldiers stationed in the Lhasa defense zone and awakened civilians fought bravely, attempting to block the fierce wing lion army. Due to the Lhasa defense zone being located in a highland area with a sparse population, the entire Tibetan region had only about 3 million people. Excluding infants and others who could not be counted as combatants, there were roughly over 2 million able-bodied soldiers, almost equivalent to a nation of soldiers. Coupled with the 150,000 Dragon Kingdom troops stationed in the Lhasa defense zone, there were nearly 4 million combat personnel in total. The fierce Wing Lion army, this time deploying 300,000 troops, fought against the Taodai Legion at the Lhasa steel defense line. Although they annihilated the Taodai Legion, they also lost over 30,000 troops, leaving them with more than 260,000 troops remaining. 20 peak-level warriors of the King realm joined forces. Victory was no longer a matter of numbers. Unless true king-level experts intervened, ordinary individuals faced only annihilation in such a lineup. Bang! The 20 peak-level warriors in black robes completely ignored the inquiries of the mythical special forces, fighting like merciless killing machines, silent and deadly. A chilling aura of death permeated the Tangula Mountains, startling the mutated animals within to hide trembling in their caves. A thunderous roar erupted, and a powerful shockwave rippled out from the battlefield, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding trees were obliterated by this force, turning into a flurry of wood chips, while the ground was torn apart, creating deep fissures, with dust swirling everywhere. Various professional skills bombarded the area, colorful lights flashing in all directions. Under the domain of these 20 peak-level warriors, even the mythical special forces and the two major legions, the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, could not break through the defenses, forced to entangle here, unable to support the Lhasa defense zone. Even more infuriating was that during the battle, the magnetic field was disrupted, preventing them from using their electronic devices to relay information from this location. This led to the Dragon Kingdom's military discovering the abnormal situation but wasting precious time, nearly half an hour, before urgently mobilizing troops from other military districts to support the Lhasa defense zone. Boom! 2 hours after the Lhasa steel defense line was destroyed, other foreign armies eyeing the Dragon Kingdom also arrived, launching an assault on the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was engulfed in flames of war, with all major defense lines under immense pressure. It was only because the entire nation of the Dragon Kingdom had awakened and everyone was patriotic, bravely stepping forward in the face of disaster, that they could withstand this tremendous pressure. In other countries, faced with such a multitude of foreign invasions, they would have long since fallen, with no room for resistance. In the underground chamber of the mythical Anomaly Bureau headquarters, Chen Xian sat cross-legged, his skin glowing faintly with golden light, dense dragon patterns shimmering on his body. A sharp, heart-pounding aura radiated from him, enveloping the entire chamber. Anyone stepping into this chamber would likely be instantly overwhelmed by this sharp aura, their souls feeling as if they were being pierced by a sword. At a certain moment, the sharp aura in the chamber vanished, and the golden light and dragon patterns on Chen Xian quietly receded. When he opened his eyes, it was like a sword being drawn from its sheath, unmatched brilliance that sent chills down the spine. Finally succeeded. A whisper of faint joy echoed in the closed chamber. After this period of seclusion, he had finally stepped into the second level of the dragon pattern body refinement technique, condensing the laws of gold into dragon patterns, branding them all over his body, elevating his strength to a new level. With this thought, Chen Xian casually summoned his professional panel to begin his exploration. Boundary, peak power of the royal realm, 3,972 dragons, 1 dragon equals 100,000 base value. Physique, 4,123 dragons. Spirit, 4,597 dragons. Divine abilities, Spirit Sky Sword / Ice Seal 10,000 miles, Sword Command Divine Thunder, Dark Prison Annihilation, Universal Illumination, Fire Calamity, Metal / Heavenly Wood Guanyin, Absolute Defense, Time Reversal Sword Array, Wind Dark Critical Strike, Soul Cutting. Mastery of each divine ability has reached perfection. Comprehension and control of the 12 system laws has reached perfection. Law of Strength, not yet comprehended divine abilities, control at 20%, talent, Sword Heart Clarity, 90%, Chaotic Sword Domain, perfect, Emperor Dragon Overlord Body, 90%, Crimson Flame Melting Furnace, 80%, Phoenix Path Nirvana, 60%, Divine Weapons, Chaotic Emperor, Dragon Sword, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Boots, Royal Grade Top Quality, Domain, 13 System Domains, Half Perfect, due to the law of strength not being fully controlled, hence domain control is half perfect, human limits, breaking divine restrictions, surpassing human limits, cultivation method, dragon pattern body refining technique, first level perfect, second level refining the metal law dragon pattern, special talent, chaotic source body, 3 forms, chaotic, demon source form, consumes a large amount of vitality, power amplification 3 to 5 times depending on the vitality consumed, chaotic divine source form, consumes a large amount of soul power, power amplification 5 to 8 times, chaotic berserker form, consumes one's own life force, overall amplification over 10 times. Looking at the professional panel in front of him, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. Truly the dragon pattern body refining technique, just refining the second level of the metal law dragon pattern, had caused his base strength and physique to surge by over 1,000 dragons, and even his spirit increased by nearly 1,000 dragons. It is hard to imagine how terrifying his strength and physique would surge to when he refines all 13 system laws into dragon patterns, especially the law of strength, known for its power. If he could refine the law of strength into a dragon pattern, his strength value would absolutely skyrocket, even surpassing his physique and spirit values. If we calculate that one base value equals the force of 10 pounds in a punch, then his current strength value, one dragon equals 100,000 values, which is 1 million pounds of force. 3,972 dragons equals 397 billion pounds of force, meaning that right now, the normal value of Chen Xian's punch equals 1,986 billion tons. What a terrifying power this is! It is simply unimaginable. Even true legendary saints cannot reach such a terrifying level of strength, unless they are those exceptionally gifted legendary saints, who might possess such a level of power. This is still just in a normal state. If we consider the boosts from talents like the Emperor Dragon Overlord body or the enhancements from professional skills, the explosive power could increase geometrically. If we consider the time before the revival of spiritual energy, Chen Xian's punch could not only sink the entire Asia but could easily cause massive casualties. Even now, with the revival of spiritual energy, leading to a significant increase in both the spatial strength and area of the entire blue star, Chen Xian's punch could still reach a nation-destroying level. In a true explosion, the impact of the highest yield nuclear bomb might not even compare to him. Of course, as the concentration of spiritual energy increases, the spatial strength and area of the entire blue star will also grow larger, until eventually, it could withstand battles at the level of legendary saints or even mythic sovereigns. With the current strength of the blue star, it can withstand battles at the legendary saint level, but after a great battle, the entire human population on the blue star would basically be wiped out. The center of the battle goes without saying, one wouldn't even know if the ashes could be gathered. For those not at the center of the battle, just the aftermath causing tsunamis, ground fissures, volcanic eruptions, etc., would be enough to destroy the living beings on the blue star. Chen Xian took a deep breath, retracting his power to the utmost limit. With his current strength, if he lost control even slightly, not to mention the headquarters of the mythical anomaly bureau, the entire imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom would collapse. After adjusting his power, Chen Xian directly stood up and pushed open the long-sealed secret chamber door. "Hello, Commander." The 2 members of the mythical anomaly bureau guarding outside the secret room quickly stood up straight and saluted in unison to welcome him. "Thank you for your hard work." Looking at the 2 excited soldiers in front of him, Chen Xian returned the salute with a light smile and a nod. "It's not hard at all." The 2 soldiers stood tall and responded loudly, their eyes filled with admiration and excitement as they looked at Chen Xian. Now, Chen Xian had become a hero of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and being able to serve as his guardian during his retreat was a dream for countless soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. The fact that these 2 managed to secure this position was a stroke of luck. "Has anything happened recently?" Chen Xian smiled gently and inquired of the 2 soldiers. He did not elevate himself due to his status. He was well aware that if it weren't for his good fortune in obtaining the qualification for the internal test, he would have found it nearly impossible to interact with these 2 soldiers given his previous identity. His current status and strength did not mean he could do as he pleased. On the contrary, this identity and strength brought him only heavy pressure and responsibility. As the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, bearing the hopes of the entire nation, no one could imagine the immense pressure he faced as an ordinary person who had managed to hold on until now. If it weren't for his powerful strength as support, he would have long since crumbled under the weight. A simple example, if an ordinary person suddenly became a general, about to represent the country and lead the army against foreign enemies, what they would feel would not be glory, but rather heavy pressure and terror. Many people, seeing others effortlessly accomplish something extremely glorious and honorable, have the illusion that they could do it too, but they do not realize the unimaginable cost that lies behind that effortless success. As Chen Xian's question fell, the excited expressions of the 2 soldiers suddenly darkened, replaced by an unspoken anger. With Chen Xian's current strength, he immediately sensed their unusual demeanor, his eyes narrowing as he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" "Sir, the foreign races are invading in large numbers. The Dragon Kingdom is already in crisis." Several hours ago, under Chen Xian's calm gaze, one of the soldiers slowly began to recount, his words filled with grief and indignation. If it weren't for their duty, Chen Xian had no doubt that these two soldiers would have rushed to the front lines to fight the enemies immediately. As they spoke, the two soldiers gradually felt an indescribable pressure emanating from Chen Xian, and under this pressure, they nearly gasped for breath, the dropping temperature around them making them shiver involuntarily. At this moment, Chen Xian was indeed burning with anger. Even though he tried to suppress it, his aura involuntarily spilled out. He never expected that during his retreat, the Dragon Kingdom would suffer such an attack. What he hated even more was the collapse of the Lessa defense line, which was clearly due to betrayal from within. Otherwise, how could the 200,000 station troops have fallen into a coma for no reason? Just by listening to the soldier's account, Chen Xian could guess the conspiracy behind the fall of the Lessa defense line. "It seems I was too merciful." Chen Xian narrowed his eyes and thought coldly, a killing intent sweeping through him like a storm. He had thought that destroying a longman would stabilize these ancient forces, but he had underestimated their shamelessness. Without a doubt, Chen Xian knew it was those ancient forces at work. In the current Dragon Kingdom, aside from those hidden ancient forces, who else had the capability to make the Dragon Kingdom's troops stationed at the Lessa defense line fall into a coma, or even destroy the fortified steel walls protected by enchantments and formations? Of course, those powerful foreign races could do it, but it was nearly impossible for them to infiltrate the defense line and cause trouble from within. Until Chen Xian disappeared, the two soldiers had not been able to recover from the terrifying pressure. After a long while, they finally relaxed, gasping for breath. With the director taking action, those enemies will surely be annihilated. The two soldiers exchanged glances and murmured in unison, their eyes shining with brilliant hope. After leaving the underground chamber, Chen Xian did not head to the command room of the mythical anomaly bureau headquarters but instead flashed away towards the Lessa defense zone. Now, the entire dragon country was surrounded by enemies, but the most serious situation was in the Lessa defense zone. Only by racing against time could they reduce the losses of the dragon country. No one could imagine how furious Chen Xian was at this moment. Since becoming the director of the mythical anomaly bureau, he had never been this angry, even nearly losing his sanity, his heart filled with killing intent. A full 100,000 Tiao Tiao legion and an unknown number of ordinary troops had died just like that? What pain must their parents and children be feeling at this moment? The most critical point was that they had died due to betrayal, which was even more unacceptable than dying on the front lines. Since the arrival of the mythical era, the dragon country had never suffered such a painful loss. At this moment, Chen Xian desperately needed to kill to calm the anger within him. Just wait, after this incident, anyone who dares to betray will pay 100-fold or 1,000-fold price. A cold light burst from Chen Xian's eyes as he murmured with a chilling killing intent. Boom! Not long after, Chen Xian sensed the violent force sweeping towards him, and when he looked ahead, he found it was the mythical special forces, the Qinglong, Zhuke, and the 20 Peak Realm mysterious powerhouses engaged in battle. Bang! The sounds of explosions were incessant on the battlefield. Compared to the beginning, many members of the mythical special forces and the two armies were now injured and appeared quite disheveled. In contrast, the 20 Peak Realm mysterious powerhouses, aside from their slightly disordered breaths, showed almost no difference from the beginning. It was not hard to see that as long as the battle continued, the final outcome for the mythical special forces and the two armies would only be defeat, and whether they could all escape was also in question. Seeing the scene, killing intent surged within Chen Xian, and with a flash, he appeared in the center of the battlefield, his tall figure radiating a heart-stopping aura. Without a word, he coldly swept a glance at the 20 mysterious black-robed figures and then directly punched out. Bang! In an instant, the void shattered, and a storm swept through. The overwhelming fist mark plunged the entire battlefield into silence. The terrifying and domineering might of the punch, like a river pouring down, suppressed the 20 mysterious black-robed figures, making it difficult for even the strongest among them to move a muscle under this pressure. Many members of the mythical special forces and the two armies felt fear and shock on the faces of these black-robed figures for the first time. They realized that these people were not true killing machines. They could also feel fear. It's the director. The director has finally emerged. These damned enemies will surely pay the price. The people present looked at Chen Xian's tall figure and the overwhelming fist mark, regaining their senses from the shock, excitedly calling out. Chen Xian had become the invincible symbol in their hearts. As long as he was there, any enemy would be destroyed. The counterattack of the dragon country was about to begin. With Chen Xian's current strength, it was like a dimensional strike against opponents of the same level. Even among those awakened with mythical quality professions, it was uncertain whether they could withstand a single blow from Chen Xian. Although these black-robed figures were strong, far surpassing ordinary peers, they were simply not enough in front of Chen Xian. With just one punch, they didn't even have time to react before falling on the spot. Boom! The dull roar echoed continuously, and waves of blood mist erupted like fireworks in the void, filling the entire area with a rich smell of blood, as if it were raining blood. For an ordinary person, witnessing this scene would surely be shocking beyond measure, but for the members of the various mythological special forces and the two legions, it was nothing unusual, and they remained remarkably calm. Unbeknownst to them, in those battles, Chen Xian had already become their faith. As long as Chen Xian was present, any difficulty could be easily resolved. Their only surprise was that Chen Xian had become even stronger than before, with a promotion speed beyond imagination. Their only regret was that they hadn't even taken their positions to watch the battle before the enemy was already gone. In fact, Chen Xian was also a guardian deity specially created by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. In terms of overall strategy, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's leaders was self-evident. They understood very well that in the face of the sudden invasion of the mythological era, no matter how rich the historical heritage or strong the beliefs of the Dragon Kingdom were, ordinary citizens would feel lost and even inexplicably terrified. In this situation, to quickly boost the confidence of the people, it was essential to establish a role model, an invincible guardian deity. And Chen Xian was the god they had shaped. Fortunately, Chen Xian did not disappoint their expectations. Since the establishment of the Mythical Special Bureau, the entire Dragon Kingdom had undergone a transformation. While other countries suffered from the ravages of alien beasts and even foreign races, the Dragon Kingdom remained safe and sound, even rapidly growing stronger by seizing this opportunity. Now, facing multiple foreign invasions, the entire border of the Dragon Kingdom was engulfed in flames of war, yet no one retreated or feared. Instead, with an exceptionally high level of international friendship, many countries sent troops to assist. One must ask, which country in the world can achieve the level of the Dragon Kingdom? All of this was due to Chen Xian, as well as the efforts of the Dragon Kingdom's leaders and many high-ranking officials who coordinated the overall situation and worked tirelessly for the development of the Dragon Kingdom, along with the united will of the entire Dragon Kingdom, unafraid of difficulties and dangers. It can be said that everything the Dragon Kingdom faced was a crisis, but also a rebirth. Once they got through it, the entire Dragon Kingdom would undergo a transformation, becoming a powerful existence that foreign races would not dare to overlook. The Qinglong Legion and half of the mythological special forces will go to support other defense lines. The Zhuke Legion and the remaining half of the mythological special forces will head to the Lessa defense area for support. With that, Chen Xian vanished without a trace. Yes, everyone stood tall, saluting in the direction Chen Xian had left, their eyes filled with endless admiration. Then, following Chen Xian's orders, they divided into two teams, each advancing towards their respective targets. This battle had inflicted the heaviest damage on the Lessa defense line, but the pressure on the other defense lines could not be ignored either. The Inner Mongolia defense line faced an attack from 300,000 troops of the Xian Yuming clan. However, since the Inner Mongolia defense line was the first established by the Dragon Kingdom, both the combat effectiveness of the troops and the defensive capabilities far exceeded those of other lines. Thus the pressure was somewhat less than that on the other lines. The Mo defense line faced an attack from 300,000 troops of the Ice Saint clan, initially struggling to hold on and suffering considerable losses, but with the return of powerful figures from the foreign realm and the gradual arrival of newly promoted powerful figures from the human emperor's secret realm, they gradually stabilized and fought fiercely against the Ice Saint clan. Besides that, the experiences of the other major defense lines were roughly similar to that of the Mo defense line. Of course, this was because the attacking foreign races had not yet deployed any true kings or above. Otherwise, the major defense lines of the Dragon Kingdom would likely collapse at an alarming speed. No matter how strong Chen Xian was, he was ultimately just one person. He could save one defense line, but he could not save multiple lines at the same time. Time was pressing, and Chen Xian moved at the fastest speed possible. Just a few minutes later, he appeared above the Lessa defense area. Looking around, it was like a hell on earth. Centered around the Lessa defense zone, a vast area of over 10,000 kilometers has turned into a wasteland. The skyscrapers within the Lessa defense zone are severed in half, and countless fissures in the ground spread like a spider's web throughout the entire area. The sounds of countless wails and cries echo in the air, causing even Chen Xian, with his current temperament, to tremble all over. National disaster. Before the invasion of the mythical era, the death of hundreds could stir the entire nation or even the international community. But how many lives have been lost in the Lessa defense zone now? Tens of thousands. They are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, diligently working hard for their lives, wanting only to protect their homes and live happier lives. But now, everything is gone. Families shattered, loved ones fallen, a blood-red melody paints a mournful tune over the entire Lhasa defense zone. Chen Xian has never felt such a desire to vent his anger through slaughter. The killing intent emanating from him solidifies into substance, freezing the void within 100 miles around him. Snow falls from the heavens, and the murderous intent is hard to quell. At this moment, the strange phenomenon in the heavens leaves those still fighting in the Lhasa defense zone stunned. Even the fierce-winged lion army, who are currently laughing maniacally as they kill, instinctively stop and look up at the snowflakes falling from the sky. What happened? Is this a phenomenon of heaven and earth? No, this is killing intent. Retreat! A king-level expert of the fierce-winged lion tribe's pupils constrict sharply, and a roar erupts. Just the killing intent can provoke a phenomenon in heaven and earth. The strength of the incoming person has already surpassed their imagination. With just these few king-level commanders, they cannot possibly withstand such a powerful being. Unfortunately, they realize this too late. How could Chen Xian, on the verge of losing his sanity to anger, allow this group of butchers who slaughter the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to escape? Boom! A thunderous roar explodes in the sky, and countless spiritual energies from heaven and earth seem to be summoned, rushing in from all directions, gathering above the phenomenon. Amidst the trembling of the crowd, swords formed from vast spiritual energy appear in the sky, and looking up, the entire firmament is densely packed with enormous sword energies, blocking out the sun, making it impossible to count their numbers with the naked eye. The terrifying sharpness descends like a torrential river, and every member of the fierce-winged lion tribe feels the overwhelming killing intent from above, their souls plunging into an icy abyss, their bodies seemingly frozen in place, faces filled with terror. Who can withstand such great power? Hiss! Heavens, how is this possible? Damn it! Run! The densely packed sword energies in the sky leave the fierce-winged lion army in a panic, their terrified cries echoing as the army, which was still slaughtering the citizens of the Lhasa defense zone, flees in a hurry, wishing they had 2 more legs. Even those beasts with low intelligence are terrified and flee in all directions. The few king-level commanders leading the fierce-winged lion army stand in the air, their faces grave as they watch the countless sword energies in the sky. Even though these sword energies have yet to fall, the sharpness they emit makes even them feel a sense of dread. The most terrifying part is that each of these sword energies makes them feel a life-threatening crisis, meaning each sword energy possesses the power to slay a king-level expert. Looking around, how many sword energies are there in the sky? More than thousands? In a certain sense, this sky full of sword energies is equivalent to the full-force strike of thousands of king-level experts. How terrifying is such a move? In an instant, these king-level commanders of the fierce-winged lion tribe even lose their will to fight, and even though they know there are still hidden cards in their tribe, they cannot help but want to flee this place. Fall! When this thunderous voice resounds, the countless sword energies rain down like a torrential downpour, the terrifying sharpness piercing through the void, creating countless dark cracks in this world, spreading like a spider's web. Under this terrifying pressure, the group of fleeing flamewing lion warriors was suppressed in place, unable to escape even with all their might, only able to watch helplessly as the rain of swords fell from the sky, their eyes filled with despair and fear. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield, like countless missiles striking, causing this ruined battlefield to suffer devastation once more, with countless craters appearing on the ground. Shockingly, the sword energy seemed to possess a spirit, deliberately avoiding harm to the surviving residents of the Lhasa defense zone. Even if it couldn't be avoided, a force would protect them, allowing them to withstand the shock of the explosion. It was at this moment that the surviving residents of the Lhasa defense zone finally saw Chen Xian standing in the air, his tall and heroic figure resembling a deity descending to the world, bringing tears of joy to all the survivors. They were finally saved. Unfortunately, this rescue came too late. Many of their loved ones had already perished. These damned aliens are finally going to die. Lord Chen, please kill these aliens and avenge us. Yes, kill them. Many of the surviving residents of the Lhasa defense zone, regaining their senses, gritted their teeth as they looked at the explosive battlefield, their words filled with hatred and anger. If it weren't for these damned aliens, how could their homeland have suffered such losses? If it weren't for these aliens, how could their loved ones have died? Rest assured, those who dare to harm my dragon kingdom will pay back tenfold, 100-fold. One day, my dragon kingdom will counterattack the aliens, and these aliens will pay the price for their invasion. Chen Xian, standing in the air, looked at the angry and roaring survivors and said with conviction, his loud voice resonating throughout the world, the killing intent contained within sending chills down their spines. 100-fold repayment. 100-fold repayment. Upon hearing this, many of the surviving residents of the Lhasa defense zone raised their arms and shouted. Despite being exhausted, the fighting spirit and killing intent they displayed at this moment were enough to move anyone. Bang! The roaring sound continued for more than 10 minutes before finally stopping. When the explosion ceased, everyone gazed intently, and the entire ruined battlefield had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless bodies of the Flamewing Lion warriors and alien beasts piled together, crimson blood flowing like a river, the air thick with the stench of blood. Under normal circumstances, such a bloody scene would be chilling, but at this moment, the surviving residents of the Lessa Defense Zone showed no fear in their eyes, only endless exhilaration. In a racial war, any mercy is a harm to oneself. Even if countless Flamewing Lion warriors died, they would not harbor any mercy, and might even feel that not enough had been killed. The invaders deserved to die. If it weren't for the presence of the supreme powerhouse Qinshian, soon these people would likely have been slaughtered clean by the Flamewing Lion army, and even if they weren't slaughtered, they would lose their human rights and become the slaves of the enemy. Standing in the air, Qinshian squinted his eyes, surveying the entire battlefield. In that last move, he had not used any skills, purely relying on his immense power to condense into sword energy. Even so, its power was still terrifying, having killed over 60% of the Flamewing Lion army. However, about 40% of the Flamewing Lion army had not died. After all, with millions of troops, the area was too vast, and even with numerous sword energies, there would always be some lucky ones who managed to escape. Although about 40% of the Flamewing Lion army remained, they had all suffered varying degrees of injury and could no longer pose a significant threat. Even if Qinshian did not take action, they would not be able to stir up much trouble. Thus, it was better to leave it to the surviving residents of the Lessa Defense Zone to take action. They had just endured such a calamity, and some had even lost friends and family, accumulating an unknown amount of resentment and anger in their hearts. If this resentment and anger were not released, it could easily lead to mental issues. And the remnants of the fierce Wing Lion clan army, which had already lost their strength, were just the right target for them to unleash their fury. Everyone, the remaining fierce Wing Lion clan army is in your hands. They have all been severely injured and are no longer a threat. Go and kill without worry. I will hold the fort for you. Repay hatred with hatred, grievances with grievances. As Qinshian's words echoed through the heavens and the earth, the remaining personnel of the Lessa Defense Zone had red eyes, and the killing intent in their hearts erupted like a volcano, unrestrained. The gathered killing intent formed a terrifying phenomenon in the world, causing the temperature of this ruined battlefield to drop to the extreme. Those who had narrowly escaped death from the fierce Wing Lion clan trembled upon sensing this killing intent, their eyes filled with terror. They had no courage to fight back and only wished to flee this area, to escape from the devil that was Qinshian. Kill! However, how could they, who had lost their fighting spirit, compare to the survivors of the Lessa Defense Zone filled with killing intent? The deafening shouts of killing resounded throughout the sky, and almost all the survivors charged towards the remnants of the fierce Wing Lion clan army. Even women, as long as they had some strength, were no exception. With Qinshian stationed here, they could vent their anger and pain without any reservations. No one wanted to miss the chance to take revenge with their own hands. On the ruins of the Lessa Defense Zone battlefield, heart-wrenching wails echoed, but the source of the wails had changed, turning into the slaughter of the fierce Wing Lion clan by the people of the Lessa Defense Zone. Every person from the Lessa Defense Zone wore a fierce expression, striking without mercy, like ruthless killing machines. No one could have imagined that the situation would change so rapidly. Boom! However, just 10 minutes into the slaughter, a chilling and terrifying aura erupted from a great distance. Under this aura, the entire space seemed to freeze, and many people from the Lessa Defense Zone were directly suppressed by this aura, unable to move, their faces uncontrollably showing fear. This was a natural fear exhibited towards high-level powerhouses, completely beyond their control. Standing in the void, Qinshian narrowed his eyes, fixating on the direction from which the aura erupted. A legendary saint. This time, the fierce Wing Lion clan actually summoned a legendary saint? Boom! Before Qinshian could speculate further, a force no weaker than that of the fierce Wing Lion clan saint erupted from various directions. The center of this collision of forces was where Qinshian stood, and at that moment, the heavens and the earth changed dramatically, the void visibly twisting as if unable to bear the weight of these terrifying powers. At this moment, even someone as strong as Qinshian felt his body involuntarily tense up, his face extremely grave. 5 legendary saints. Such a terrifying lineup brought immense pressure even to him. Buzz. Soon, 5 figures quietly appeared around Qinshian. They were of different ages and wore various outfits, looking at Qinshian with indifference. After their appearance, a suffocating oppression swept over the scene, making the air feel as if it had solidified. Rumble. The ground trembled, dust billowed, and at the horizon, massive shadows surged like waves, a dense and orderly army of the fierce Wing Lion clan advancing. Their pace was not fast, but when that aura of slaughter spread, it was enough to instill despair. This was a complete annihilation. An annihilation aimed at Qinshian, aimed at the Dragon Kingdom. 5 legendary saints were an absolute threat to any country on Blue Star at this moment. What Qin Xian did not expect was that the fierce Wing Lion clan would be so ruthless, using 300,000 troops as bait to lure him out. At this moment, the army of the fierce Wing Lion clan that appeared was the true force meant to conquer the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, since the fierce Wing Lion clan and other alien races had taken action against the Dragon Kingdom, they must have thoroughly assessed his strength and that of the Dragon Kingdom. It seems these alien races were worried that the 5 legendary saints would appear directly, causing him to retreat without a fight. With his strength, if he were to hide and continuously strike back for revenge, even if these major alien races occupied the Dragon Kingdom, they would face endless troubles. Thus, they devised such a cruel strategy to keep him in check. Surrender willingly, and I can guarantee that I will no longer kill your people. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your people will also suffer heavy losses. The legendary saint before Qin Xian gazed at him and spoke. He wore a scarlet robe, was tall, covered in red fur, and had fiery red pupils. He was the legendary saint ancestor of the fierce Wing Lion clan, Lai Hong. The others included Hani, the legendary saint ancestor of the Ice Cold Saint clan, Xian Shan, the legendary saint ancestor of the Xian Yuming clan, Chuan Muichiro, the legendary saint ancestor of the Dai Tian clan, and Emochi, the legendary saint ancestor of the Demon Wing Fox clan. These were all top forces in the mythical era's wasteland, each possessing legendary saint ancestors. As for other invading alien races like the Phantom Lin Ghost clan, their strength was slightly inferior and thus not included in the alliance with the fierce Wing Lion clan. Even if they participated in the attack on the Dragon Kingdom, what they could ultimately gain would only be a bit of the spoils. Just 5 legendary saints think they can make me surrender without a fight? You are too delusional. Chen Xian squinted his eyes, staring coldly at Lai Hong. Despite feeling immense pressure, he could not weaken his momentum. He could not abandon the Dragon Kingdom and flee alone just because of pressure. If he were such a coward, he would not have chosen to cooperate with the country back then. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. This war, from the very beginning, had no room for retreat. It was either you die or I perish. Arrogant. With your mere Peak King realm, it is already an extreme honor for us 5 to take action against you. What? Do you still think you can withstand us 5? Shen Shan, the legendary saint ancestor of the Xian Yuming clan, scoffed, his gaze towards Chen Xian filled with disdain. The other ancestors beside him, though silent, also wore expressions of mockery. 5 legendary saints, what a powerful lineup! Even in the wasteland, no force would dare to oppose them. Even the top forces in the wasteland would have to be cautious when facing such a lineup. Among the 5, Lai Hong and Han Yi were the strongest, reaching the peak mid-stage of the legendary saint realm, while the other 3 were at the peak early stage of the legendary saint realm. Together, they represented the peak of the legendary saint realm, capable of posing a threat to them. And Chen Xian was merely a peak king realm with extraordinary combat power. How could he possibly contend with a peak legendary saint? Impossible. Unfortunately, when Chen Xian killed the Dragon Gates master, Xia Changlong, it was in the starry sky. Even though there were celestial phenomena, they had not reached Blue Star, so these alien races were unaware that Chen Xian had once slain a legendary saint. Otherwise, they would not be so confident. Why say so much? Let's fight in the starry sky. Facing the cold mockery of Lai Hong and the others, Chen Xian's expression remained calm, his voice resonating in all directions. After speaking, he did not wait for Lai Hong and the others to respond, his figure suddenly soaring, rushing into the starry sky. Seeking death. Let's go. Finish off this ant quickly so we can occupy this new world sooner. Lai Hong shook his head, speaking disdainfully. Immediately, the 5 vanished, chasing after Chen Xian, heading towards the starry sky. Rumble. At the same time, the newly appeared 1 million troops of the fierce Wing Lion clan advanced into the Lessa defense zone, attacking the remaining survivors. This time, although the fierce Wing Lion clan only mobilized 1 million troops, there is no doubt that these 1 million troops are the true elite of the fierce Wing Lion clan, their strength far surpassing that of the armies previously encountered. The average level is at least above 60, and they are clad in standard armor of 50 level quality. There are no less than 10 king level powerhouses among them, and even 3 true king powerhouses have been deployed. Not to mention whether Qin Xian can handle those 5 legendary holy ancestors. Just this 1 million fierce Wing Lion clan troops on the ground are enough to inflict tremendous damage on the entire Dragon Kingdom. Even more terrifying is that not only have true king-level powerhouses appeared in the Lessa defense zone, but the other major defense lines have also begun to show the true strength of the invading alien races. True king powerhouses have almost become standard in their army. This time, it is undoubtedly the greatest crisis the Dragon Kingdom has faced since the arrival of the mythical era. No one knows if the Dragon Kingdom can survive, and even within the Dragon Kingdom, many people are filled with despair. Boom! Just as the 1 million fierce Wing Lion Clan troops charged towards the remaining personnel in the Lessa defense zone, half of the supporting mythical special forces and the Vermilion Bird Legion finally arrived at the Lessa defense zone. Upon seeing the hellish battlefield and the devastated Lessa defense zone, everyone's eyes turned red, and a terrifying killing intent spread from them. Kill! The thunderous battle cry echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, as the Vermilion Bird Legion directly activated the Vermilion Bird Formation, driving the spirit of the formation to unleash scorching flames, sweeping towards the fierce Wing Lion Clan's army. At the same time, members of the mythical special forces also sprang into action, unleashing various professional skills, with colorful brilliance illuminating the entire world, transforming the originally gray sky into a dreamlike scene. The collisions, like stars colliding, caused the entire world to tremble violently, and from a distance, one could feel the shockwaves emanating from the center of the battlefield, with dark cracks spreading across the void, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Kill! Another round of battle cries erupted as dozens of figures rushed in from a distance. Even before they arrived, their overwhelming offensive swept across the sky, landing on the many fierce Wing Lion Clan troops, causing explosions one after another, with countless fierce Wing Lion Clan powerhouses perishing under these strikes. These figures were the newly promoted king-level powerhouses from the Dragon Kingdom who had rushed to support after emerging from the human emperor's secret realm. Their appearance instantly drew the attention of the king-level powerhouses of the fierce Wing Lion Clan. Seeking death, an angry roar erupted as the fierce Wing Lion Clan king-level powerhouses, who had originally intended to slaughter the members of the mythical special forces, soared into the sky, charging towards the newly promoted king-level members of the Qishao team. Bang! When the two sides collided, a terrifying shockwave instantly swept through like a storm. Each member of the Qishao team bore immense pressure, yet they still resolutely held their ground against these king-level powerhouses. Many of the fierce Wing Lion Clan's king-level powerhouses were seasoned veterans, with quite a few at the peak of king level, while the members of the Qishao team who came to support had only just broken through to king level. The gap in strength was self-evident. This war is destined to be one of the milestone battles in human history against the mythical era, and also one of the most brutal wars. Countless years later, this war will be hailed as the battle in which the Dragon Kingdom crossed the Heavenly Gate, like a transforming into an invincible true dragon. In the vast starry sky, at the location of Pluto, Chen Xian stood in the air, his aura bursting forth, his gaze sharp. Even when surrounded by 5 legendary holy ancestors, he remained unfazed, his calm demeanor enough to astonish others. I really don't know what you answer thinking. Isn't it better to surrender obediently? Why must you struggle in vain? The holy ancestor of the Xian Yiming clan, Xian Shang, gazed at Chen Xian, sneering, his words filled with disdain. In his view, with the 5 of them taking action, Chen Xian, a mere peak king realm, wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from them. Such struggles were simply a joke. If that's the case, can you tell me why you must invade our world? Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, scanning Xian Shang and the others, and asked in a deep voice. Although the new world had considerable benefits for any world, compared to the mythical era world, the entire Blue Star was undoubtedly a small world, its area and territory even less than the most barren regions of the mythical era. No one would want to give up the chance to obtain a new world effortlessly, but the key was that their previous resistance had already cost these alien races a significant price. With such a small world, needing a great cost to conquer it, no race would be willing to engage in such a losing deal. Even with the revival of spiritual energy, Blue Star's area would eventually expand and its spiritual energy concentration would increase, but that time would undoubtedly be extremely long. At least, from the current perspective, Chen Xian couldn't understand why these alien races were willing to pay a huge price to occupy Blue Star. Yet these alien races were completely reckless, desperately trying to seize Blue Star, which left Chen Xian feeling incredulous. If he hadn't considered this before, after seeing the fierce Wing Lion clan willing to use 3 million troops to lure him, the strongest in Blue Star, he sensed something was off. That was a full 3 million troops, and their strength was not weak. He felt that even the fierce Wing Lion clan, despite their power, couldn't ignore such losses. Your world is not as simple as you think. Perhaps confident in their ability to capture Chen Xian, after hearing his question, Xian Shang and the others exchanged glances and chuckled meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian frowned slightly and stared at Xian Shang. What do you mean? Through the investigations of our several major clans, we found that your world has extremely high potential, and in the future, it could even develop into a world like ours. Moreover, your world is the only one that can devour other worlds like the mythical era world. This has never been seen in any previously discovered worlds. I ask you, for such a world with immense potential, any price paid is worth it. Seeing Chen Xian's surprise, Xian Shang did not hide anything and spoke frankly. After discovering the potential of the Blue Star world, even they were extremely shocked. After all, they had never found a world that could devour other worlds like the mythical era world to strengthen itself. It was precisely because of this discovery that these major clans could unite without any disagreement. If it were truly just a small world, it wouldn't be worth their combined efforts, because a small world is far from sufficient to support the joint development of their major clans. But a world with such high potential could accommodate even more clans, and if it weren't for the appearance of this spatial passage in the barren region, they wouldn't even have the qualification to intervene in the conquest. If the news got out, those powerful forces from more prosperous regions would surely be unable to resist taking action, and the entire barren region wouldn't even be able to get a sip of soup. It was precisely for this reason that they completely joined forces, sealing off all information, planning to jointly conquer Blue Star and then develop it together. At that time, their clans would surely grow stronger and might even rival the most powerful forces in the mythical era. Such a huge temptation, who could resist? Hearing Xian Shang's words, Chen Xian's brow furrowed tightly, and his heart grew heavier. At this moment, they were like a child possessing a treasure, innocent yet guilty, as any powerful force, once aware, would likely want to seize it. The uniqueness of the Blue Star, at present, cannot bring them any benefits. Instead, it poses a tremendous crisis. A world that can continuously devour other worlds and grow brings an obvious temptation. This group of people can currently do their utmost to seal off this news simply because they have the possibility of conquering the Blue Star. Once they are unable to conquer it, they might very well spread the uniqueness of the Blue Star. At that time, the enemies the Blue Star will face will be even more terrifying. In other words, unless they can grow to a truly invincible state, their enemies will only become stronger and more numerous. Seeing Chen Xian's worried expression, Xian Shang and the others couldn't help but laugh, openly mocking him. What's wrong? You're about to die, and you're still worried about your world? Don't worry, if it falls into our hands, your world will definitely not be buried. You can go in peace. Of course, if you can convince your country to surrender, we can give you a complete corpse. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian snapped back to reality from his wild thoughts. Glancing at the grinning Xian Shang and the others, a cold smile forming in his heart. These people really are confident of victory. Since that's the case, let's give them a surprise. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Chen Xian, as if a magnificent heavenly might was seizing souls. Endless power swept through, shaking the entire starry sky. As soon as he made his move, Chen Xian directly used all his strength, grasping the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword. The sharp sword intent surged, and he instantly appeared beside Xian Shan like a shadow. The Emperor Dragon's dominance was activated, with the Crimson Flame Melting Furnace, Chaos Sword Domain, and 13 system domains simultaneously enveloping Xian Shang, suppressing him while also absorbing his power. Not only that, but Chen Xian also deployed the Time Reversal Sword Formation, utilizing the power of the Time Laws to slow down the opponent's thinking. Although the effect of the Time Reversal Sword Formation was limited due to Xian Shang reaching the legendary saint level, even if it was just for a moment, it was enough. Buzz! Chen Xian raised the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword high, golden light shining forth, as the perfected level of the Gold System laws completely enveloped the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword. The Gung Gold Slash fell with a thunderous roar. After condensing the Gold System Dragon patterns, the Gung Gold Slash unleashed by Chen Xian multiplied in power, equivalent to a double gold enhancement, making the originally unremarkable Gung Gold Slash nearly his strongest trump card. The Gold System is known for its sharpness and armor-piercing effect. Combined with the equally sharp sword of all weapons, the power of this Gung Gold Slash had exceeded everyone's imagination. Under the influence of the Time Reversal Sword Formation, dual domains, and the Crimson Flame Melting Furnace, even if Xian Shang reacted, his body couldn't respond in time, leaving him to watch helplessly as the sword that made his heart race descended upon him. Good courage! The others, who had not been enveloped by the Time Reversal Sword Formation, instantly reacted, roaring in anger as they unleashed their powerful energy waves towards Chen Xian. They never expected that under the noses of several legendary saints, this mere Peak King Realm Ant would dare to launch a surprise attack? What did this place them? However, even feeling the threat from behind, Chen Xian still swung down without care, his expression calm, and that utterly indifferent gaze made Xian Shang's heart tremble. This ant would rather be struck by 4 legendary saints than not strike him with a sword? What kind of grudge was worth such ferocity? Rip! This sword, as expected, landed on Xian Shang, the extreme sharpness tearing his body apart, and an entire arm was severed by this sword, blood gushing like a spring. Bang! The terrifying force then slammed into Chen Xian, causing him to crash directly into Xian Shang. The two of them instantly pressed together, and then like a meteor, they shattered the void and shot off into the distance. Not knowing how many meteors they crashed through, their figures finally came to a halt. Poof! Chen Xian's clothes were tattered, his face pale as death, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. He swayed unsteadily but managed to stabilize himself, pulling out a healing pill from his spatial ring and swallowing it, channeling all his energy to refine it. In comparison to Qin Xian, the holy ancestor of the Xian Yuming clan, Xian Shang, was in a more miserable state, his entire body embedded in a massive meteorite, blood continuously oozing from him, soaking the entire rock. At this moment, Xian Shang had already lost consciousness. Aside from a severed arm, his chest was caved in. If it weren't for the legendary vitality of a holy ancestor, he would have undoubtedly been dead from such severe injuries. All of this was part of Qin Xian's scheme. His previous full-force attack could severely injure Xian Shang but could not render him unconscious. However, the combined assault of the four legendary holy ancestors, even if most of the power fell upon Qin Xian, when he collided with Xian Shang, that terrifying force also rebounded through Qin Xian's body and struck Xian Shang. Under this double blow, Xian Shang, a legendary holy ancestor, lost all combat capability on the spot. For Qin Xian, being able to incapacitate an opponent's holy ancestor was worth it, even if he was heavily injured, as it relieved him of an immense amount of pressure. Otherwise, surrounded by 5 holy ancestors, even someone as strong as him would have no confidence in surviving. Of course, if he hadn't mastered the dragon pattern body refinement technique and reached the second level, greatly enhancing his physique, he wouldn't have dared to take such risks. Among the 4 holy ancestors, he was the only one capable of withstanding their combined strike within the King realm. "Ant, you shall die." In the next moment, Hani and the others instantly appeared around Qin Xian, glaring at him with fury, their murderous intent completely enveloping him. With their keen eyes, they could naturally see through Qin Xian's scheme, but it was precisely because they saw it that their anger intensified. How could 5 legendary holy ancestors be outsmarted by a mere peak king realm ant? The key was that the opponent had succeeded? If this got out, how would they face the world? They cared nothing for Xian Shang's injuries. In fact, they relished it. What they cared about was their own damaged pride. Even more shocking to them was that their combined strength could be resisted by this mere king realm ant. Such astonishing combat power made even them feel a twinge of fear. Die! The roar, filled with endless killing intent, exploded like thunder. Hani and the other 4 holy ancestors struck simultaneously, launching a punch at Qin Xian. The power, like a vast ocean, coalesced into a massive fistlight, striking towards Qin Xian with unstoppable force. From the 4 cardinal directions, terrifying fistlights emerged, almost sealing off all of Qin Xian's escape routes. The dreadful might of the fists was like a heavenly decree, nearly suffocating. If it were an ordinary Peak King realm cultivator, they would have long been unable to move, waiting quietly for death. Even Qin Xian felt immense pressure, but he did not panic. He remained eerily calm. Bang! Even though Qin Xian resisted with all his might, the strike from the 4 holy ancestors still sent him flying. The terrifying force rampaged through his body, and his already pale face turned even more ashen. Had he not practiced the dragon pattern body refinement technique beforehand, even having surpassed the limits of the human body, he would have undoubtedly died under the punch of these 4 holy ancestors. The invincible in the world are called legends. Such beings, with a casual strike, could be said to destroy heaven and earth. Only Qin Xian could withstand such an attack. If it were anyone else, even a top-tier true King Peak expert, they might not be able to withstand the combined assault of 4 legendary holy ancestors. Watching Qin Xian still manage to block their furious strike, Hani and the others' pupils constricted, their faces unable to hide their shock. Qin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. They were legendary holy ancestors. Even with their combined efforts, it was already overkill, yet they were continuously thwarted by Qin Xian. It was simply unbelievable. If it weren't for the facts laid out before them, they would never have believed that a mere ant at the peak of the King realm could consecutively withstand the combined attacks of 4 Saint Venerables. Such achievements, even if Qin Xian were to fall today, would be enough to secure his name in history. Throughout the entire mythical era, it would be hard to find another Peak King realm expert with such astonishing combat power as Qin Xian. This child must die. Almost simultaneously, the killing intent of Han Yi and the others reached its peak. If a mere Peak King realm possesses such terrifying combat power, they could hardly imagine what would happen when Qin Xian reaches the true king or even legendary Saint Venerable realm. Even if they were reluctant to admit it, they could not deny the fact that Qin Xian was absolutely invincible among his peers. If Qin Xian were at the legendary Saint Venerable level, they would undoubtedly turn and flee without hesitation. Even with 4 of them, they had no confidence in defeating Qin Xian at the same level. What Han Yi and the others were relieved about was that Qin Xian had not truly grown yet, and they still had the chance to crush this monstrous talent in its cradle. The few of them exchanged glances and unhesitatingly launched their attacks. Whoosh! Qin Xian exhaled lightly, swallowing several healing pills once more, holding the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, and charging forward without hesitation. At the same time, he was fully operating the dragon pattern body refining technique, hoping to use the external pressure to condense the second dragon pattern law of the thunder system. Upon seeing Han Yi and the others, Chen Xian understood that his only way to break the deadlock lay in the true king tribulation. When a tribulation bearer faces a thunder tribulation, if outsiders intervene, it not only doubles the power of the tribulation but also subjects the interveners to the punishment of the tribulation, with the intensity of the punishment corresponding to the strength of the interveners. It was precisely because of this trump card that Chen Xian had the confidence to fight against Han Yi and the other 5 legendary Saint Venerables, even to counterattack them. Otherwise, even if he condensed the second dragon pattern, it would be impossible for him to kill Han Yi and the others. At most, he would have combat power equal to theirs. But that was not what Chen Xian wanted. Even if he could fend off Han Yi and the others and temporarily repel them, their next attack would surely be even more terrifying, and at that time, he would not have the external force of the thunder tribulation. On the contrary, if he could use the thunder tribulation to counter Han Yi and the others now, although he would also face considerable danger, if he could leave all of them behind, the results he could achieve would be beyond imagination. Of course, before that, Chen Xian still needed to fully enhance his trump card against the thunder tribulation. After all, even he could not predict what terrifying power the thunder tribulation he invoked would reach. If it doubled on that basis, just thinking about that kind of power was enough to make one hesitate. Bang! In an instant, Chen Xian collided with Han Yi and the others, creating storm-like ripples that swept outwards from the 5 of them in all directions, obliterating everything in their path. Not far away, the Pluto star was caught in a tremendous storm due to the impact of these ripples. Poof! As soon as they made contact, the terrifying force once again sent Chen Xian flying, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. After stabilizing his form, Chen Xian did not hesitate and charged forward again. Supported by his powerful physique, his vitality was not weaker than that of a legendary Saint Venerable, which was also why he dared to use the power of Han Yi and the others to condense the thunder system dragon pattern. This powerful vitality was enough to sustain him in withstanding the bombardment from Han Yi and the others for a short time, and that time was Chen Xian's opportunity to condense the thunder system dragon pattern. If Han Yi and the others knew that, in such a perilous situation, Chen Xian was actually using them as stepping stones, they would probably be so furious they would spit blood. Boom! Explosions erupted one after another, and seeing Chen Xian, who seemed like an unkillable cockroach, Han Yi and the others' expressions darkened. They were clearly on the verge of being beaten to death, yet the next second, he was back to colliding with them as if nothing had happened. His perseverance and terrifying physique left Han Yi and the others feeling bewildered. They thought about their own embarrassment, for legendary saints joined forces, yet they still couldn't take down a peak king realm ant? If this got out, who would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? Sword command divine thunder. Sword command divine thunder. In order to enhance the condensation of the thunder dragon pattern, Chen Xian did not use any other professional skills, tirelessly employing the thunder profession skill sword command divine thunder. Under the intense bombardment, the entire battlefield was filled with dense thunder, as if transforming this battlefield into a realm of thunder. Under the influence of this thunder, the laws of thunder in this battlefield became extremely active, as if evolving into a sacred land for thunder cultivation. Die! Han Yi and the others exchanged glances, simultaneously roaring, their power surging like a raging tide. Facing their encirclement, Chen Xian was brave and unmatched, unafraid, wielding the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, surrounded by thunder, continuously slashing out. The violent thunder mixed with sharp sword energy filled the entire battlefield. Bang! Undoubtedly, Chen Xian was once again sent flying. The offensive he unleashed was shattered in an instant by the fist radiance of Han Yi and the others, yet he tirelessly charged out again. At the same time, under the extreme activity of the thunder elements and the pressure from Han Yi and the others, the condensation speed of the second dragon pattern was also increasing rapidly. If Han Yi and the others were careful enough, they would notice that the thunder on the battlefield was gradually flowing into Chen Xian's palm, and in his palm, a faint deep purple dragon shadow was slowly taking shape. Unfortunately, Han Yi and the others were on the verge of losing their composure, their minds focused solely on killing Chen Xian, unable to calm down and observe carefully. Die! Die! Die, you bastard! An hour later, Han Yi and the others were disheveled, their eyes bloodshot, continuously roaring. They were truly on the brink of madness. Each time they easily sent Chen Xian flying, yet not once could they kill him. This guy's tenacity was simply unheard of. For legendary saints joined forces, yet they still couldn't kill a peak king realm? Who would dare to believe it? At this moment, Chen Xian on the battlefield was in an extremely miserable state, covered in wounds, blood-soaked, resembling a bloodied figure, yet the light shining in his eyes was incredibly bright, and the fighting spirit emanating from him was enough to astonish anyone. No one expected that after enduring such severe injuries, Chen Xian's willpower could still reach such an astonishing level. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since fainted from such heavy damage. Indeed, fighting is the best way to improve. Chen Xian felt a surge of joy. Under the pressure of powerful external forces, the speed at which he condensed the dragon pattern was beyond imagination. In a short time, he had already imprinted the second thunder dragon pattern all over his body, with only his heart left to be imprinted. It was precisely because the imprinting of the thunder dragon pattern was successful that he became braver in battle, not being beaten to death by Han Yi and the others. Take this opportunity to make a final push and completely imprint the thunder dragon pattern. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. If he missed this excellent opportunity, he would definitely regret it. Even though the risks were great, it was still worth a try. If there were others practicing the dragon pattern body refining technique who knew that Chen Xian intended to imprint the dragon pattern on his heart during battle, they would surely think he was insane. Undoubtedly, during the imprinting process, the most vulnerable and dangerous places were the skull and the heart. The skull houses the most mysterious soul of a person. A slight mistake could lead to becoming an idiot, while the heart is incredibly fragile. Even a slight stimulus could lead to its destruction. Even if one reached the peak of the king realm, once the heart was destroyed, there would be no chance of survival. If it weren't for the fact that he had already undergone the first level of blood and chi imprinting and the gold dragon pattern imprinting, which had strengthened his heart, Chen Xian would not dare to take such a huge risk. One must be ruthless to stand firm. In order to have the power to protect himself in the upcoming calamity, he must successfully imprint the thunder dragon pattern, using thunder to combat thunder, thus creating a glimmer of hope. Boom! With this thought, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes, his entire aura erupting as he took the initiative to strike again. The Chaos Emperor Dragon sword shone with lightning, and with every swing, it summoned dense bolts of thunder, as if he were the sword god of the thunder path. While attacking, Chen Xian also concentrated most of his mind on the dragon pattern imprinted his heart, appearing incredibly brave on the outside, yet being cautious within. Ants, die, you wretches! A furious roar erupted from Han Yi, and a powerful force surged forth, as the four legendary saint-level experts unleashed their overwhelming attacks towards Chen Xian. The series of defeats had pushed their anger to the limit, their emotions nearly collapsing. They had never encountered a peak king realm with such tenacity of life. It seemed utterly fantastical, like a dream. Aside from some extremely powerful trump cards that required a great cost, they had exhausted all their means, yet still failed to slay Chen Xian. Who would have thought that a dignified legendary saint-level expert would be pushed to such a point by a mere peak king realm? Bang! An astonishing collision erupted, and in an instant, Chen Xian and the others had exchanged hundreds of blows, their speed so fast it was nearly impossible to see. Their figures intertwined like flowing light, wildly entangled. The entire battlefield was filled with thunder, and violent power surged. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, the tragic battle continued. Each defensive line was like a meat grinder, with lives lost every moment, blood staining the entire land. After the true king-level experts of the alien races intervened, the losses of the Dragon Kingdom grew exponentially. If it weren't for the assistance of various powerful technological weapons, the major defensive lines would have already collapsed completely. Even so, the collapse of these defensive lines was merely a matter of time. As long as the issue of the true king-level experts remained unresolved, the Dragon Kingdom would inevitably fail to hold those border defenses. Among the major defensive lines, the battlefield in the Lessa defense area was the most brutal. In just a short time, 3 newly promoted King Realm experts who had come to support the Lessa defense area had fallen, while other King Realm experts faced life-threatening situations under the siege of the same level experts from the Fiery Wing Lion clan. The formation spirit of the Vermilion Bird Legion had been shattered, and the 100,000 Vermilion Bird Legion members fought barehanded against the densely packed Fiery Wing Lion clan army. After losing the advantage of their formation, these members of the Vermilion Bird Legion gradually fell. Even the members of the mythical special forces suffered many casualties on the battlefield. Of course, the losses of the Fiery Wing Lion clan were also immense, but under their vast numbers, these losses were hardly significant. The Dragon Kingdom will prevail. A King Realm expert from the Qishao team let out his final song of life. In his dying moments, he still dragged a King Realm expert from the Fiery Wing Lion clan down with him, and until death, his face was filled with the determination to perish together with the enemy and a hint of regret for never seeing his homeland's mountains and rivers again. That tragic scene brought tears to the eyes of many Dragon Kingdom soldiers present. Ah, damn alien races! The remaining citizens of the Lessa defense area roared in anger. Some were furious, some wailed, some exuded killing intent. But the one thing absent was fear. The will of these natives is truly astonishing. In the void, a true king-level expert of the fiery Wing Lion clan looked at the many Dragon Kingdom people fighting to the death, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, involuntarily expressing his admiration. Unfortunately, weakness is the original sin. Another true king-level expert of the fiery Wing Lion clan shook his head and spoke solemnly. Kill! Damn alien races, I'm coming. Get out of the Dragon Kingdom. Just then, the chaotic shouts of battle echoed from afar, and looking out, countless figures charged towards the battlefield, an astonishing killing intent sweeping across like a tidal wave. These figures were the awakened civilians who had come to support from various places. Upon seeing the tragic and sorrowful battlefield, some felt their legs weaken, some were filled with rage, and others exuded a chilling killing intent, but none of them retreated. Even those who were frightened by the bloody battlefield followed the main force forward. Their strength was not high, generally around level 50. But the will and killing intent they unleashed were enough to make one tremble. No matter how many people there are, they are just sending themselves to die. Why bother? The few true kings of the fierce Wing Lion clan, standing in the void, looked at the dense reinforcement troops and shook their heads, sneering. A mere group of ants that hadn't even reached level 60 thought they could change the tide of battle? It was simply laughable. Brothers, we are late, hold on. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Hee, let me handle this big guy. In an instant, those awakened civilians rushed onto the battlefield, all of them heading to help the remaining survivors of the Lessa defense zone who were being besieged, replacing the injured. The smoke of war rose again, blood filling the sky. Make your move. Completely end this group of ants' luck, let them despair. A true king of the fierce Wing Lion clan glanced at the battlefield below and spoke indifferently. The other true kings nodded in agreement. Boom! The next moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from them, and the entire world instantly changed, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere sweeping across the battlefield. Every person from the Dragon Kingdom felt a terrifying pressure like a mountain, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Even those at the King Realm were no exception. Not everyone could do what Qin Xian did, easily countering a true king with King Realm power. Most King Realm experts had no resistance against true kings at all. Damn! Every person from the Dragon Kingdom on the battlefield roared in anger, trying to break free from this terrifying suppression, but even with all their might, they struggled to escape this pressure that felt like a towering mountain. Those below the King Realm were even directly pressed to the ground by this terrifying pressure, their bodies making cracking sounds as if their bones were about to be crushed, their faces contorting in pain. Just the aura alone was enough to immobilize them. At this moment, a sense of despair continuously swept over, especially for those awakened civilians who had just come to support, filled with immense anger and unwillingness. They had thought they could kill freely, or at least trade one for one, but when the other side directly deployed nuclear-level figures, it felt like they had come to die. Ants should accept their fate. A true king of the fierce Wing Lion clan stood high above, looking down at the many people from the Dragon Kingdom, his indifferent and ruthless voice booming like thunder in everyone's ears. Although all the true kings of the fierce Wing Lion clan erupted with aura, only one truly made a move. A mere group of ants was not worthy of them joining forces. To die at the hands of a true king was already an honor for these ants. Damn you! In this moment of silence, a member of the Qishao team, his face flushed, looked up at the true king and shouted with difficulty. In an instant, the expression of the true king of the fierce Wing Lion clan darkened, and he laughed in anger. Very well, I admire your courage, but your rudeness will only make your deaths come faster. Boom! As the words fell, a power like an ocean surged forth from the true king's hand, distorting the void around him visibly under the influence of this power. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 meters surged towards this person like a whale swallowing, an endless force continuously gathering in the sky, gradually forming a palm print that obscured the sun. The heart-pounding power of the palm, like the Milky Way pouring down, enveloped every person of the Dragon Kingdom, making them feel as if their bones were about to shatter, the indescribable agony twisting their faces. At the same time, the army of the fierce Wing Lion clan retreated from the battlefield, grinning as they looked at the Dragon Kingdom people shrouded by the massive palm print, their eyes filled with endless delight. There was no doubt that once that colossal palm, blocking out the sun, fell, all the Dragon Kingdom people would undoubtedly perish, with no chance of survival. Boom! The palm print, as massive as a mountain, crushed the space and fell with unmatched force. The entire ground was stirred up by violent winds. Endless dust mixed with shattered stones was swept into the sky, forming a terrifying tornado. Many suppressed Dragon Kingdom people were blown about, unable to open their eyes, their skin cut by the flying debris, leaving countless tiny wounds. But compared to the wounds on their bodies, what tormented them more was the utter lack of any power to resist. They could only watch helplessly as their compatriots met a tragic end. Boom! Under the mocking gazes of the fierce Wing Lion clan soldiers, the colossal palm fell with a thunderous crash, the deafening roar echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. In the void, several true kings of the fierce Wing Lion clan, including the one who had struck, seemed to sense something, their expressions changing slightly, their eyes sharpening as they scanned the battlefield covered in dust below. When the dust settled, the mocking smiles on the faces of many fierce Wing Lion soldiers froze as they stared blankly at the three ancient figures appearing above the heads of the Dragon Kingdom people. They were three elders dressed in ancient attire, their snow-white hair billowing in the wind. Though they appeared old, their eyes shone with brilliance, and an astonishing aura enveloped them, surrounding all the Dragon Kingdom people. It was this power that saved many Dragon Kingdom people from disaster. Survived? Survived? Who are they? The faces of the Dragon Kingdom people flashed with astonishment as they stared blankly at the three figures in the sky, including the members of the Qishao team, who were equally puzzled. They were certain they did not know these three elders, and there had been no such powerful elders in the Dragon Kingdom. Could they be remnants of an ancient force from the bygone era? A mere foreign race dares to act recklessly in my central plains? Do you really think there is no one in my central plains? As everyone was in a daze, the elder in the center raised his gaze towards the true kings of the fierce Wing Lion clan in the sky, his cold snort echoing like thunder. Who are you? The expressions of the true kings of the fierce Wing Lion clan turned serious as they stared intently at the three elders, asking coldly. They could sense immense pressure from these three elders. It was clear that their strength was absolutely on par with theirs, if not stronger. But how could this be? According to known intelligence, wasn't there only one extraordinary young genius in the Dragon Kingdom? Where did these three come from? Could it be that what the mysterious person said before was true? Thinking of the reports from Lai Shan and others, the expressions of these true kings of the fierce Wing Lion clan changed dramatically. Longhu Mountain, Tianshi Mansion. The loud voice echoed across the battlefield, drawing the attention of many Dragon Kingdom people. Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion? Isn't that a tourist attraction? A sacred place of Taoism? What is going on? Many Dragon Kingdom people who were unaware of the situation were utterly astonished. Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion? The true kings of the fierce Wing Lion clan narrowed their eyes, murmuring softly, then their eyes sharpened as they fixed their gaze on the three elders, sternly saying, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. If you retreat now, I can pretend nothing has happened. Upon hearing this, the elder in the center laughed, directly scoffing, Retreat? You think you are worthy? Dare to invade the central plains, and you shall all die. After the sneer, the old man looked at the many people from the Dragon Kingdom on the ground and said apologetically, Sorry, we arrived late. Next, leave it to us. Boom! As he spoke, a powerful aura swept out from them, shaking the heavens and the earth. To everyone's astonishment, the cultivation of these three old men had actually reached the peak of true king. In an instant, that astonishing might made everyone present tremble. Come to battle! The old man in the center, with sharp eyes, shouted loudly. Despite his seemingly hunched body, an incredible fighting spirit radiated from him. Immediately, the three of them struck together, their dry palms bursting with brilliant light, and as they clapped, palm imprints erupted forth. Humph! Although the true king experts of the fierce Wing Lion clan were shocked by the cultivation of the three old men, they were not afraid. After all, while their cultivation was not on par with the three elders, their numbers were vast, and together, the three would not easily take them down. Bang! In an instant, the few of them collided, and a deafening roar erupted, with violent shockwaves radiating outward from their center. The entire void twisted as if struck by terrifying cannonballs, and the ground was lifted in layers of storms, with dust filling the sky, obscuring the entire battlefield. Those closest to the battlefield were directly blown away by the terrifying shockwave, spitting blood, unable to withstand the dreadful aftermath. The battle of true king experts was terrifying indeed. The people on the ground looked up at the battle in the sky, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Kill! Just as the true king battle raged above, many experts from the Dragon Kingdom reacted, their eyes flashing with hatred, a tide of murderous intent sweeping over them as they charged towards the stunned fierce Wing Lion clan army. Bang! In an instant, the entire Lessa defense zone erupted into terrifying warfare once again. Whether in the sky or on the ground, shocking battles were taking place, with many awakened from the common folk and the three peak true kings from the Heavenly Master's mansion joining in, bringing the entire situation close to balance. At the same time, several mysterious experts emerged from other defense lines of the Dragon Kingdom, all of whom were at the True King realm. Their appearance held back the True King experts of the alien races, allowing the Dragon Kingdom to stabilize the situation. Bang! In the starry sky, Chen Xian was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing hard into a massive meteorite in the distance, shattering it into pieces. "Everyone, this ant has jumped around for long enough, it's time to end him." Hani stood in midair, looking at Chen Xian in the distance, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he spoke loudly to Mochi and the others beside him. By this point in the battle, Hani and the others' patience had been completely worn out, and their murderous intent and anger had reached a peak. No matter the cost, they were determined to kill Chen Xian here to uphold their legendary Saint Lord's reputation. At this moment, not only Hani and the others, but even Xian Shang, who had been knocked unconscious by Chen Xian's surprise attack, had awakened and joined the battlefield. Compared to Hani and the others, Xian Shang's murderous intent towards Chen Xian had reached an unparalleled level. After all, he was a legendary Saint Lord, yet he had been ambushed and severely injured by a Peak King realm ant. This was simply the greatest humiliation of his life. If he did not wash away this shame, how could he have the face to stand between heaven and earth? As Han Yi's voice fell, Xian Shang and the others flashed and directly appeared around Chen Xian, surrounding him in a pentagram formation, a fierce killing intent permeating the battlefield. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful might swept out from Han Yi and the others, gathering like an ocean of power in their palms. This strength was so immense that the surrounding void trembled uncontrollably, with dark cracks tearing open in all directions like a spider web. Columns of light erupted from Han Yi and the others, 5 beams standing like pillars of heaven in the dim starry sky. Following that, chains extended from the beams, linking the 5 pillars together. Chen Xian, caught within, was enveloped as if by a cage, with no escape and no way to evade. Faced with the full blockade of 5 legendary saints, even a true peak legendary saint would find it hard to break free. It could be said that Chen Xian, trapped within, was like a living target, awaiting only death. At this moment, a chilling smile finally appeared on the faces of Han Yi and the others. They had finally trapped this damned ant. Heaven knows how much they wanted to kill Chen Xian. He's too strange, don't give him a chance. Let's strike together and completely annihilate him. Beside them, Moji's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke in a low voice. Even though they had already trapped Chen Xian, Moji still regarded him with immense caution. Chen Xian's previous performance had cast a shadow over him, and he did not want to let this favorable situation slip away due to a moment's negligence. The others nodded in agreement, their powers continuously mobilizing. Setting everything else aside, they held great respect for Chen Xian. To survive a fierce battle against 5 legendary saints at the peak of the King realm was an extraordinary feat that not everyone could achieve. At least, in their impression, no one in the entire wasteland could accomplish such a thing. It's over. In the next moment, Hani and the others, gathering all their strength, looked at Chen Xian, sighing lightly, their eyes flashing with a hint of regret. If it weren't for the irreparable hatred between them, they would truly be reluctant to kill such a monstrous talent as Chen Xian. If someone like him existed in their clan, they would definitely treat him like a treasure. Such a figure could single-handedly support a powerful clan. Boom! However, just as Han Yi and the others were about to completely end Chen Xian, a terrifying thunderclap suddenly erupted in the starry sky. Following that, a vast pressure descended from above, like a colossal mountain, pinning Han Yi and the others down, making it hard for them to move. What is? Under the weight of this pressure, Han Yi and the others were completely stunned. They struggled to lift their heads, looking at the dark clouds gathering in the sky, their pupils suddenly constricting, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Boom! In an instant, the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around Chen Xian was shrouded in dark clouds, endless thunder flashing and surging within the clouds like dragons of lightning. The overwhelming might of the thunder mixed with a destructive aura swept across the entire starry sky. Even more terrifying was that the calamity clouds had not stopped gathering and were still expanding outward, while the pressure permeating the world became increasingly horrifying. Are you crazy? Stop right now! Han Yi and the others trembled all over, fearfully roaring at Chen Xian. With their keen eyesight, they could naturally see what Chen Xian was doing at this moment. They never expected that he would be so reckless as to provoke the thunder tribulation directly under such circumstances. Did he not know that a thunder tribulation interfered by outsiders would increase exponentially? It should be noted that even a mere mortal entering a thunder tribulation would cause its power to fluctuate, let alone 5 legendary saints like them. The thunder tribulation that Chen Xian originally faced was already terrifying enough, and with the doubling effect of their interference, they could hardly imagine how horrifying the thunder tribulation he had triggered this time would be. Damn ant, you're really ruthless. In an instant, Han Yi and the others understood Chen Xian's intentions, unable to help but roar, their faces looking extremely grim, their eyes involuntarily revealing fear. If it were just a typical heavenly tribulation triggered by an ordinary prodigy, it would cause them some trouble, but it wouldn't lead to their immediate downfall. However, with the terrifying talent displayed by Chen Xian, the strength of the tribulation he attracted was absolutely unique in 10,000 years, and the pressure they faced, having been pulled into Chen Xian's tribulation, was undoubtedly terrifying beyond measure. Generally, the tribulation faced by interveners is based on the quality of the tribulation bearer, plus their own cultivation level. In other words, the tribulation that the 5 legendary saints were about to face was equivalent to the tribulation Chen Xian would encounter when he reached the peak of legendary saint and was about to break into a mythic monarch. Not to mention them, even true mythic monarchs would likely fall at the scene when faced with the mythic tribulation of a monstrous talent like Chen Xian. It was precisely for this reason that Han Yi and the others were so panicked. They wanted to kill Chen Xian, but they did not wish to perish together with him. Had they known this would happen, they would have preferred to let Chen Xian go rather than face this terrifying tribulation. In contrast to the panic of Han Yi and the others, Chen Xian remained remarkably calm. He paid no attention to Han Yi and the others, nor did he focus on the tribulation in the sky, but instead devoted himself to swallowing healing elixirs to recover from his injuries. The appearance of the tribulation was already part of his plan. If it weren't for waiting for the completion of the Thunder Dao Dragon pattern imprint, he would have triggered the tribulation long ago. Boom! The deafening roar echoed continuously, the tribulation clouds in the sky rolled incessantly, and a dark golden light burst forth from the clouds. It was vaguely visible that within those clouds, thick dark golden lightning was continuously intertwining, and the terrifying might of the lightning fell from above, shocking people's hearts. As time passed, Chen Xian's injuries gradually healed, while the tribulation clouds in the sky continued to condense and take shape. The coverage of the tribulation clouds expanded from hundreds of thousands of miles to millions of miles, and at this moment, the vast tribulation clouds obscured the entire starry sky, even affecting distant Pluto. If there were astronomers on Blue Star observing the night sky at this moment, they would notice the changes on Pluto. Boom! At a certain moment, a loud bang resounded, and the tribulation clouds in the sky had completely taken shape, the dark golden light illuminating the entire starry sky, dyeing this area dark golden. At this moment, the coverage of the tribulation clouds had reached tens of millions of miles, and the heavenly might permeating within was so intense that even the 5 legendary saints trembled in fear, completely terrified. Just the might of the tribulation was already so terrifying. If the tribulation truly descended, how horrifying would it be? Damn it! This is the world-destroying tribulation. Han Yi, stirred by this terrifying might, suddenly roared, his voice trembling, and the fear in his words was impossible to conceal. World-destroying tribulation? Hearing this, Xian Shang and the others nearby shivered, their faces uncontrollably revealing despair. Starting from the king realm, every advancement to a major realm requires overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Above the king realm, there are 4 major heavenly tribulations: True King Tribulation, Saint Tribulation, Mythic Tribulation, and Emperor Tribulation. After countless years of exploration, the Mythic era has gained extensive knowledge about heavenly tribulations. Some beings, in order to allow the Mythic era to give birth to more powerful beings, spent a great deal of time detailing the heavenly tribulation system. Common tribulations include 5 elements tribulation, Xian Yuan tribulation, demon-breaking tribulation, and so on. More special ones are tribulations condensed by unique laws, such as dark devouring tribulation, soul light tribulation, and void blaze tribulation. These tribulations are collectively classified as extraordinary level tribulations, and above the extraordinary level are epic tribulation, legendary tribulation, chaotic tribulation, and world-subduing tribulation. As for the world-destroying tribulation, it is above the world-subduing tribulation and has never appeared from ancient times to the present. It exists only in theory. Han Yi and the others had once speculated that the tribulation Chen Xian had triggered might be the chaos tribulation or even the world-subduing tribulation, but they never expected that what he had actually invoked was the legendary annihilation tribulation. Throughout history, the first annihilation tribulation had been born just like that? Was this their honor or their misfortune? In the mythical era, being able to survive an epic-level tribulation was enough to be considered a top genius. No matter which major power one went to, they would be accepted. Once one survived the legendary tribulation, they could become true disciples of those major powers, becoming the backbone of those powers in the future. As for the chaos tribulation, that was already the default seed genius cultivated with the full strength of the entire clan, destined to be the next generation's leader. If one could survive the world-subduing tribulation, all major powers in the mythical era, including those hidden powers, would move at once, striving with all their might to compete for it. In the entire history of the mythical era, only a handful had survived the world-subduing tribulation, and most of them had only faced the world-subduing tribulation within the True King Tribulation. Only 3 had survived the dual world-subduing tribulation of the True King and the Holy Sovereign, and none had survived the triple world-subduing tribulation. This shows that the higher the level of the heavenly tribulation, the more terrifying its power. The annihilation tribulation that Chen Xian had triggered, just from its name, could be seen to be capable of obliterating the world. Its power was self-evident. Everyone, do your best to resist. Even if we fall, to witness the supreme annihilation tribulation is still an honor for us. Hani glanced at Mochi and the others, letting out a bitter laugh, his entire being filled with despair, having already given up any struggle. Faced with such a terrifying tribulation, death was inevitable, but even in death, Hani would fight to the end. To personally endure the supreme annihilation tribulation, he could at least close his eyes in peace. Upon hearing this, Mochi and the others exchanged glances, falling silent. Now that the tribulation had come, no amount of regret would help. They could either try their best to resist and fight for a glimmer of hope, or simply wait for death. I never expected that after a lifetime of dominance, we would fall at the hands of a Peak King realm expert? Fate and destiny. After a moment, Mochi sighed softly, a sense of sorrow enveloping him, like a fallen hero at the end of days. Boom! Thunder rumbled through the starry sky, and within the tribulation clouds, lightning rolled like dragon shadows, the terrifying might of the thunderstorm pouring down recklessly, even from thousands of miles away. One could feel the terrifying power. The vastness of heaven and earth, with immeasurable might, made even the supreme existence of the starry sky emperor seem as small as an ant before the might of heaven and earth. Roar! The thunderous roar echoed like a dragon's cry, and 9 massive thunder dragons emerged from the tribulation clouds, their dark golden light illuminating the starry sky. Those indifferent dragon eyes seemed to look down upon a group of ants. Just a single glance sent shivers through their souls. The first wave of tribulation had arrived. Under the tribulation, Chen Xian awakened from his recovery state, his entire body involuntarily tensing up. Just the first wave of tribulation lightning brought him immense pressure, a pressure that was not inferior to that of a legendary holy sovereign. How terrifying was this? For an ordinary person, facing a tribulation lightning akin to that of a legendary holy sovereign would undoubtedly mean certain death. Generally, the last wave of the world-subduing tribulation within the true king tribulation would only be of this level, yet he was facing the first wave of tribulation lightning, which was equivalent to the last wave of the world-subduing tribulation? In the distance, Hani and the others also felt the pressure of the tribulation lightning from the heavens, completely despairing. Compared to Chen Xian, the tribulation lightning they faced was even more terrifying. Merely the first wave was equivalent to a full-force strike from a peak-level mythical sovereign. They didn't even have the confidence to withstand this first wave of tribulation lightning. Boom! At this moment, 9 thunder dragons descended from the ominous clouds, roaring and clawing as they charged towards Chen Xian. The terrifying power crushed the void, causing this expanse of emptiness to tear apart like a shattered mirror, with dark, void-like cracks spreading throughout the entire space. Imperial Dragon Dominance. Chaotic Sword Domain. 13 system domains. Faced with these powerful thunder dragons, Chen Xian did not dare to be negligent. He unleashed all his strength, and the chaotic Imperial Dragon Sword had somehow appeared in his hand, with power continuously surging into the sword's body. Spirit Dome Sword Slash. Ice Seal for thousands of miles. The successive bursts of professional skills filled the entire space with a kaleidoscope of brilliance, as sword light sliced through the void, slashing upwards against the thunder dragons. Bang! In an instant, the thunder dragons collided with the sword lights, and an astonishing storm swept out in all directions, countless sword energies mixed with thunder, recklessly crashing into everything around, reducing everything within hundreds of thousands of miles to dust. Chen Xian was completely enveloped by the vast thunder. The dense thunder seemed intent on tearing him apart, continuously battering against his body. At the same time, Hani and the others were also enduring the terrifying thunder, the massive thunder dragons directly swallowing them whole, the dense thunder pressing down upon them, making their unleashed power seem extremely insignificant in the face of such terrifying thunder. Puff! Just the moment of contact, Hani and the others simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces as pale as paper, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. Block it for me! Hani and the others howled to the sky, appearing frantic, unleashing their power without regard for anything, even burning their own blood to exchange for immense strength to resist this terrifying thunder tribulation. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar like a great bell erupted again, and from the vast calamity clouds, 18 terrifying dragon heads emerged, charging down once more. Looking around, the entire void was filled with thunder, as if a realm of thunder was descending, the visual impact enough to drive anyone to despair. The second wave of thunder tribulation came without even giving a moment to rest, directly crashing down. As Chen Xian was resisting the thunder, his expression was solemn, continuously unleashing his power, various professional skills slashing out in succession to weaken the power of the calamity thunder. Boom! When the second wave of thunder tribulation fell, Chen Xian was directly blasted away by that terrifying force, the dense thunder striking him, causing his body and even his thoughts to experience a brief paralysis. The indescribable pain twisted his entire face, his skin cracked like dry earth, and crimson blood seeped from the fissures, dyeing him completely in blood. The power of this wave of thunder tribulation was equivalent to a full-force strike from a peak mid-stage legendary saint, and combined with the residual force from the first wave, even Chen Xian found it extremely difficult to withstand. He knew very well that if he continued to be passive like this, he would definitely not be able to survive the thunder tribulation intact. To seek a chance of survival in this thunder tribulation, he could only rely on it to strengthen himself, using the tribulation as a stepping stone to become stronger. With this thought, Chen Xian unhesitatingly activated the dragon pattern body refining technique, intending to use the pressure of the thunder tribulation to help him condense the third law dragon pattern. This time, he chose the Earth System law, known for its defense. As Chen Xian was doing his utmost to resist the second wave of thunder tribulation, a piercing scream echoed from afar, causing Chen Xian to shudder involuntarily. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Han Yi and the others in a pitiful state. At this moment, Han Yi and the others were covered in countless wounds, their hair disheveled, blood-soaked, and the terrifying thunder flickered around them, their life force continuously being devoured by the thunder. Although their cultivation far surpassed Chen Xian's, the power of the thunder tribulation they faced was equally terrifying. Moreover, the stronger the cultivation, the more difficult it became to cross borders and fight. Even Chen Xian himself, if he were at the stage of a legendary holy master, would not dare to guarantee that he could battle against a mythic monarch-level powerhouse, let alone against Han Yi and the others. The first wave of thunder tribulation had already severely injured them, and the second wave, which was more than doubled in strength, was something they could not withstand. Furthermore, at this moment, they were not only enduring the second wave of thunder tribulation but also the residual force of the first wave. The pressure they were under was beyond imagination. Bang! Not long after, the weakest among them, Xian Shang, could no longer bear it and exploded like fireworks, a massive blood mist appearing for just a moment before being evaporated by the terrifying thunder. This scene sent chills down Chen Xian's spine. It was too tragic. Not even a complete corpse was left, not even ashes. This was undoubtedly the most tragic fate he had ever seen for a legendary holy master. If Xian Shang knew what Chen Xian was thinking at this moment, he would probably jump out of hell and curse at him. Bang! Soon after, Emochi also could not withstand it, meeting the same fate as Xian Shang. Han Yi and the others, who were resisting the thunder tribulation, could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the dead, knowing full well that their own fate would not be much better than that of Emochi and Xian Shang. What troubled and terrified them the most was that they knew exactly what awaited them, yet they had no power to change it. This feeling of waiting quietly for death would break anyone. Rumble! At this moment, Chen Xian had no mind to care about Han Yi and the others. The terrifying might of the third wave of thunder tribulation made him feel a deadly crisis. 36 thunder dragons roared as if they were going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Looking around, the entire starry sky was almost covered by thunder, and that dreadful power was enough to instill fear in anyone. Despite the perilous situation, Chen Xian remained calm, unleashing powerful professional skills that created a storm of terrifying power, clashing against the dreadful thunder. Bang! The sound of explosions echoed as dense thunder continuously bombarded Chen Xian. Even after being weakened by his attacks, it still inflicted unimaginable damage on him. At this moment, he had become a bloodied figure, his face as pale as paper, his body swaying unsteadily. Chen Xian quickly took out healing pills and swallowed them all at once, fully mobilizing the power within him to refine the immense medicinal strength and heal his injuries. After doing all this, he once again unleashed his professional skills, continuously striking at the surrounding thunder. With the accumulation of 3 waves of thunder tribulation, the thunder within 1,000 miles around Chen Xian had already reached an extreme density. Any ordinary legendary holy master stepping into this place would be instantly destroyed by the terrifying thunder. If it weren't for Chen Xian having broken through the limits of the human body and undergone the tempering of the dragon pattern body refinement technique, his body would have been unable to withstand this terrifying thunder. On the other side, a piercing scream rang out as Han Yi and the others seemed to have made a pact, falling one after another under the third wave of thunder tribulation, astonishing phenomena emerging throughout the starry sky. 5 legendary holy master powerhouses were thus easily obliterated. The might of heaven and earth was terrifying indeed. Who would have thought that a mere peak existence at the King Realm could design the annihilation of 5 legendary holy master powerhouses? If this were to be said, no one would believe it. Such a miracle, apart from Chen Xian, no one could replicate. Not even another existence with an awakened mythic quality profession could provoke the thunder tribulation to slay 5 legendary holy master powerhouses. At this moment, in the entire starry sky, only Chen Xian and the chilling thunder tribulation remained. Rumble! With a deafening roar, the fourth wave of thunder tribulation crashed down, 64 thunder dragons obscuring the sky. The terrifying power obliterated everything, even the distant Pluto and other stars were affected, stirring up monstrous waves within the stars. I can't stop it. With just a glance, Chen Xian understood that with his current strength, he absolutely could not withstand this fourth wave of thunder. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and 3 jade plates immediately floated before him. These were the formation plates he had retrieved from the human emperor's secret realm, reaching the legendary saint level and all being defensive formations. As soon as he sensed the thunder tribulation, Chen Xian had already been preparing for it, and these 3 formation plates were part of his preparations. Without hesitation, he took out spirit stones and activated all 3 formation plates. Boom! Brilliant light erupted from the 3 formation plates, and strands of formation patterns spread out from the plates, enveloping Chen Xian entirely, forming 3 layers of defense that wrapped him like a cocoon. Bang! In the next moment, the ferocious thunder dragon swooped down, crashing into the formation barrier like a falling star, the explosive sound resonating like a great bell, the shockwave visible to the naked eye sweeping across. Puff! Although the formation protected Chen Xian from facing the fourth wave of thunder tribulation directly, the terrifying rebound force still caused internal injuries, blood gushing out like a fountain. At this moment, the place where Chen Xian stood had turned into a thunder domain, endless thunder continuously bombarding the formation barrier. Bang! The fifth wave of thunder tribulation fell, shattering the outermost formation barrier, and the second layer of the formation barrier also appeared with numerous cracks. When the sixth wave of thunder tribulation descended, all the formation plates exploded, the powerful thunder obliterating most of Chen Xian's bones. Cough! Chen Xian couldn't care less about healing his injuries and hurriedly took out 2 more formation plates from his spatial ring. The patterns on these 2 plates were extremely complex, far surpassing the previous 3. Tai Xian Guardian Formation, Xuanwu Defensive Formation, supreme formations of mythic quality. Even in the treasury of the human emperor's secret realm, such high-level formation plates were exceedingly rare. Buzz! When Chen Xian activated these 2 formation plates, a brilliance like a blazing sun flickered out, dense formation patterns coalescing into 2 massive phantoms, one being the Tai Xian formation spirit and the other the Xuanwu formation spirit. These 2 formation spirits completely enveloped Chen Xian, isolating him from all thunder. It was only at this moment that Chen Xian let out a sigh of relief, taking out healing elixirs to recover fully. Rumble! Outside the formation barrier, dense thunder was continuously eroding the formation. With the sound of explosions, the 7th and 8th waves of thunder tribulation fell simultaneously, the terrifying thunder dragons obscuring Chen Xian's vision. Under the relentless assault of these thunder dragons, even the 2 mythic quality formations were trembling. Chen Xian's heart raced, his eyes fixed on the formation, not daring to slacken for a moment. Even through the formation, he could feel the terror of the thunder tribulation. Without the protection of these 2 mythic level formations, he would have likely been obliterated by the overwhelming thunder. Fortunately, these 2 mythic level formations were strong enough. Even with 2 waves of thunder tribulation falling at the same time, they remained steadfast, not allowing the thunder to shatter them. Boom! Following that, the 9th, 10th, and 11th waves of thunder tribulation fell together, the supreme heavenly might stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, the world beneath the thunder tribulation completely destroyed by this terrifying power. Yet, even so, the 2 mythic level formations did not shatter, only developing numerous cracks. Huff! Chen Xian exhaled lightly and took out another formation plate, reaching the peak of mythic quality, the Chaos Defensive Formation, the top-tier formation plate in the human emperor's secret realm, and he had only found one of this level among the several layers he searched. When the 12th wave of the thunder tribulation descended, the 2 myth-level formations that had been set up earlier shattered into countless starlights, dissipating within the thunder. Even the chaotic defensive formation trembled continuously under the impact of the 12th wave of thunder tribulation. The final wave, the 13th wave of thunder tribulation, was immensely powerful. Various thunder phantom beasts appeared in the sky, including the sacred beasts like the azure dragon and white tiger that Chen Xian was familiar with, as well as numerous ferocious beasts and some unknown giant creatures, all manifesting. The deafening roars echoed in all directions, like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, suddenly charging down towards Chen Xian. At this moment, apart from the dense thunder, Chen Xian could see nothing else. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the thunder surrounding him completely vanished, and the chaotic defensive formation shattered as well. Endless golden light flickered in the sky, and a massive beam of light extended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. Chen Xian was suspended within that enormous beam of light, and a tremendous power surged within it, flowing into his body through every pore. Under this gentle yet immensely vital force, the injuries Chen Xian had sustained were recovering at an incredibly rapid pace. Moreover, this power was continuously refining Chen Xian's physique, making it even stronger. At this moment, a certain transformation was occurring within Chen Xian, as he was being elevated in every aspect, a powerful aura gradually emanating from him, shaking the entire void. The starry sky seemed to be intimidated by the aura released by Chen Xian, trembling continuously, with cracks in the void spreading outwards from the center of the beam of light in all directions. Not only was Chen Xian undergoing a transformation, but his 13 elemental domains were also transforming. Dense inscriptions of laws spread out from the beam of light, drilling into Chen Xian's domains, helping him construct his domain into a cave heaven. This was a gift from the laws of heaven and earth, a reward for successfully overcoming the trial of the thunder tribulation. The stronger the thunder tribulation faced, the more abundant the gifts from heaven and earth after successfully passing through it. Because of this, the gifts Chen Xian was receiving at this moment were enough to make any true king powerhouse envious. Of course, not everyone could withstand such gifts. The gifts from heaven and earth were almost proportional to the strength of the tribulation survivor. Those with insufficient strength would not only fail to benefit from the overwhelming gifts but would instead be burst apart by the terrifying gifts from heaven and earth. At this moment, under the power of the gifts from heaven and earth, Chen Xian's strength underwent a tremendous transformation. His entire body was crystalline and translucent, like jade bones, his skin delicate as that of a newborn baby, and his physical defense had at least doubled compared to before, equivalent to the strength of inscribing a law dragon pattern. This level of enhancement was simply beyond imagination. In addition, the spiritual energy within Chen Xian was not only surging like an endless ocean but had also become incredibly pure under the refinement of the power of heaven and earth. Is this the power of a true king? After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xian slowly awakened, unable to help but exclaim in astonishment. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented strength. If he faced his former self, he could easily crush him. If he were to confront the legendary sacred lords like Han Yi, who had already perished, with his current strength, he would definitely not be as helpless as before, and he could easily cope, even finding opportunities to defeat them one by one. In the next moment, Chen Xian called up his profession panel, squinting his eyes to investigate. Boundary, mid-stage true king power, 320 true dragon powers, 1 true dragon power equals 100 dragon powers, physique, 472 true dragon powers spirit, 512 true dragon powers divine abilities, spirit vault sword slash, ice seal for thousands of miles, sword command divine thunder, dark prison annihilation, universal illumination, fire calamity, metal cutting slash, heavenly wood guanyin, absolute defense, time reversal sword, formation, wind dark critical strike, soul cutting, mastery of each divine ability has reached perfection, comprehension and control of the 12 system laws has reached perfection, law of strength, not yet comprehended divine abilities, mastery at 20%, talent, true sword heart clarity, true chaos sword domain, true emperor dragon dominance, true crimson flame melting furnace, true phoenix path nirvana divine weapons, Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaos Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaos Emperor Dragon Boots, True King Top Tier, Cave Heaven, Primordial Cave Heaven, contains the power of 13 system laws. In the future, for every law comprehended, it can be integrated into the Cave Heaven to enhance its power. Human Limit, King Realm Breaking Divine Ban, True King Divine Ban not yet reached, Cultivation Method, Dragon Pattern Body Refining Technique, First Level Perfected, Second Level Refining Metal System Dragon Patterns, Thunder System Dragon Patterns, 90% Earth System Dragon Patterns, Special Talent, Chaos True Source Body, 3 forms, Chaos True Demon Form, consumes a large amount of vitality, power amplification 5 to 7 times depending on the vitality consumed, Chaos True God Form, consumes a large amount of soul power, power amplification 8 to 10 times, Divine Demon Battle Form, consumes one's own life force, overall amplification above 15 times. Looking at the career panel in front of him, Chen Xian felt a surge of emotions, as if he had become invincible. Only by looking at the career panel could he truly appreciate the power increase after ascending to the True King realm. Not only had the 3 basic values transformed into True King level True Dragon powers, but his talents and special talents had also completely evolved. The True level talents and special talents correspond to the True King, significantly enhancing the overall effect, far beyond what could be compared before. It could be said that at this moment, Chen Xian's combat power in a normal state was already enough to rival legendary holy sovereigns. If he were to unleash his special talents, below the peak of legendary holy sovereigns, there would be basically no opponents. Once he used more than half of his life force to activate the divine demon battle form, even the peak of legendary holy sovereigns could be killed. This is Chen Xian's True King realm, surpassing the ancient and modern, unprecedented. Who would have thought that a mere true king could transform their power to such an extent? After contemplating the power of his breakthrough, Chen Xian no longer hesitated, his figure flashed, and he sped towards Blue Star. During the journey, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. This time, the forces used by several alien races were unprecedented. Just to assassinate him, there were 5 legendary holy sovereigns, and countless other true kings and even king realm experts. With the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, it was impossible to withstand. Chen Xian was truly afraid that by the time he returned to Blue Star, the territory of the Dragon Kingdom would have turned into ruins. Thinking this way, Chen Xian's speed increased once more, his whole being like a shooting star, streaking across the dim starry sky. At the same time, on various defensive lines of the Dragon Kingdom, smoke and flames were everywhere, and fierce battles were constantly stimulating the eyes of onlookers. Even with the help of mysterious powerful beings, the numerous alien armies still made the Dragon Kingdom pay a painful price. On the Lessa defensive line, the heavens roared incessantly, and artillery fire rained down on the ground. 3 true king experts from the Heavenly Master Mansion were clashing fiercely with the true king experts of the Fiery Wing Lion clan, the deafening roar and violent shockwaves sweeping in all directions, dense cracks like spider webs covering the void above. Although the 3 true king experts from the Heavenly Master Mansion had all reached the peak of true king, the true kings of the Fiery Wing Lion clan were not weak either. With a numerical advantage, even they found it difficult to slay the true kings of the Fiery Wing Lion clan in a short time. Because of this, they could not free themselves to assist the Dragon Kingdom experts on the ground, leading to extremely brutal battles below. After all, the strength of the Fierce-Winged Lion clan's king-level experts and their army far exceeds that of the Dragon Kingdom. If it weren't for those fearless awakened civilians fighting to the death, the entire front line would have collapsed long ago. But if no other support arrives, the collapse of the front line is just a matter of time. The ruins of the entire Lessa defense zone resemble a bloody hell, with various severed limbs and flesh scattered across the ground, and the crimson blood flows like a river through the cracks, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. On the battlefield, all the experts of the Dragon Kingdom have become completely numb, their eyes only on the enemy, and even though they are physically and mentally exhausted, they continue to charge forward. Kill! The hoarse and powerless cries of battle echo in a certain area of ruins in the Lessa defense zone. Lin Yi, an ordinary citizen of the Tianhai defense zone, was just a fishmonger before the arrival of the Myth era, waking up early and working late just to provide a better life for his wife and children. After the Myth era began, when the country organized a nationwide awakening, he was fortunate enough to awaken as a legendary quality profession, the Gale Warrior. After registering as a member of the Dragon Kingdom's professional association, he formed a hunting team specifically to hunt mutated animals and other races. Since then, both Lin Yi and the members of his team have greatly improved their lives. Lin Yi himself bought an apartment in the center of the Tianhai defense zone, and his child was enrolled in a key elementary school, gaining more resources to awaken ahead of others at the age of 15. All of this was brought about by national policies, and although he had never spoken it out loud, he felt extremely grateful to the country in his heart. Perhaps in this Myth era, everyone would face the threat of invasion from other races, but compared to the money-centric era, this time is clearly much better. Because in this era, as long as one is willing to put in the effort, they can reap rewards, rather than being constantly exploited. For this reason, when the country called on awakened civilians to support the front line, Lin Yi unhesitatingly led his hunting team to the Lessa defense line for support. However, the brutality of this war exceeded Lin Yi's and all the supporting awakened civilians' imaginations. Having lived in a peaceful era, they had never experienced such a bloody battlefield. The sensation of life being as insignificant as grass made everyone tremble. Yet even with fear in their hearts, upon seeing the tragic state of the Lessa defense zone, Lin Yi and the other awakened civilians were enraged, their strong anger overcoming the fear within them, fighting alongside the Fierce-Winged Lion clan's army without fear of death. As the battle raged on, Lin Yi watched helplessly as his teammates were torn apart by the Fierce-Winged Lion clan's experts. Even his desperate roar could not change the outcome. His body was already covered in wounds, and his spirit was numb. He did not know when this war would end. The only belief that kept him fighting against the Fierce-Winged Lion soldiers was to defend the Dragon Kingdom and to return home alive. Bang! While Lin Yi was numbly fighting, a level 60 Fierce-Winged Lion clan expert set his sights on him, and a powerful punch sent him flying, crashing hard into a pool of blood. Puff! Lin Yi endured the intense pain, spitting out blood, his face as pale as paper, his gaze fixed on the level 60 Fierce-Winged Lion clan expert. Not to mention that he was currently heavily injured and mentally exhausted. Even in his prime, he would have to be cautious when facing a level 60 expert. After all, his current level barely reached 50. If it weren't for his awakening of a legendary quality profession, he wouldn't even have the qualification to fight a level 60 expert. Sorry, I can't go back. Lin Yi's pupils dilated as he whispered in despair. Thinking of his child who was only 10 years old and of his wife waiting for him at home, an endless guilt rose in Lin Yi's heart. How cruel was fate to him. Once, he had worked tirelessly for a better life, and just when things were starting to improve, the country fell into crisis. This world is truly fucking messed up. A flicker of madness flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he stared fiercely at the powerful warrior of the fiery Wing Lion clan, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him. Even if he was destined to die, he would drag the other down to hell with him. Perhaps he could not accompany his child's growth, nor could he see his child marry and have children, but he had to let his child know that his father was a hero. Kill! A thunderous battle cry echoed through the ruins, the determination in the voice moving all who heard it. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Lin Yi, the long knife in his hand ringing with a sharp sound, the domineering knife intent spreading like a storm across the ruins. Wherever the long knife pointed, the knife energy surged. On the other side, the level 60 warrior of the fiery Wing Lion clan saw Lin Yi charging at him and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He directly threw a punch, and the overwhelming power transformed into a massive fistlight, crashing towards Lin Yi like a bamboo being split. Bang! In an instant, the knife and fist collided, and a terrifying force storm instantly lifted the surrounding ruins, stirring up endless dust. Bang! In the storm, a deafening roar spread out, and Lin Yi, who was sent flying, smashed into the ground, shattering it into pieces, with debris and dust flying everywhere. Cough cough. Lin Yi spat out blood, internal fragments spilling from his mouth. He looked unwillingly at the slowly approaching warrior of the fiery Wing Lion clan, his desperate all-out strike ultimately failing to kill this man. Goodbye, my home, my country. Looking up at the warrior of the fiery Wing Lion clan who loomed over him, Lin Yi's face was filled with longing. Pitiful ant. The warrior of the fiery Wing Lion clan sneered disdainfully, raising his intricately patterned hand, ready to finish Lin Yi off. Boom! But at that moment, a thunderous roar like a clap of thunder suddenly resounded in the sky, followed by a dense array of sword energy appearing in the heavens, then raining down like a torrential downpour. On the battlefield, countless people, like Lin Yi, awaited death with unwillingness, but when the sword energy fell, the enemies before them were easily torn apart like bubbles. The exploding hot blood drenched them all, but they paid no heed, all raising their eyes to the sky. Not only them, even the true King Realm warriors fighting in the sky and the King Realm warriors in the low air instinctively stopped and looked towards the direction where the sword rain manifested. A figure stood quietly there, tall and straight like a pine, the armor on him gleaming brightly. It seemed there was no aura emanating, yet he resembled an unparalleled war god, and with just one glance, it made people want to worship him. Except for a few slightly confused warriors from the Heavenly Master Mansion, the rest of the Dragon Kingdom people were filled with tears of joy. They knew that hope had finally arrived. As long as he was there, all disasters would no longer be disasters. At this moment, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom on the ruins trembled with excitement. Even though their bodies were numb, they still erupted with astonishing fighting spirit, their entire essence revitalized, as if they had become different people. While everyone was excited by Qin Xian's appearance, Qin Xian, standing in midair, looked at the hellish scene before him, and endless sorrow surging in his heart. These were all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. How many homes had been destroyed by this war? Buzz. He waved his hands, and immense power surged from his palms, the spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles seeming to be swallowed like a whale, rushing in, and the vast spiritual energy, under Qin Xian's guidance, condensed into droplets of water. Boom! The next moment, a rain of spiritual energy enveloping the entire battlefield fell with a thunderous crash in the shocked gazes of everyone. Drip, drip. This magnificent rain of spiritual energy, as if possessing spirit, bypassed all enemies and fell upon the many strong warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, the gentle yet powerful life force of the spiritual energy instantly pouring into their bodies. Under this powerful vitality, everyone's injuries gradually began to heal, even severed arms and legs were reborn under this terrifying aura rain. This scene, akin to a tale from a fantasy, shocked everyone present. How is this possible? The few true kings of the fierce Wing Lion clan exclaimed in disbelief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled with intense fear. They recognized Qin Xian, the one surrounded by their legendary saint ancestor and other legendary saint ancestors from different clans. He actually appeared alive? This was even more terrifying than the appearance of the aura rain, especially since their legendary saint ancestor had not shown up, making them even more fearful. The three true kings from the Celestial Master Mansion, standing not far away, narrowed their eyes. The one in the center seemed to recall something and gasped softly, "This is a myth-level healing pill? No wonder, he only has the aura of a true king, yet he can achieve this." Upon hearing this, the other two true kings from the Celestial Master Mansion suddenly realized, but after understanding the cause and effect, they were even more shocked. This was a myth-level healing pill. In this age of the end of the law, such a level of healing pill was no less than a miraculous medicine for any professional awakener. Possessing a healing pill of myth quality was equivalent to having another life. Even the most severe injuries could be instantly healed. Yet this stranger used such a high-level healing pill to heal a group of professional awakeners averaging below level 70? What an astonishing feat! Even the Celestial Master Mansion could not afford such extravagance. To be precise, no force that has survived since ancient times could be so lavish. Indeed, if it weren't for the myth-quality healing pill taken from the human emperor's secret realm, even with Chen Xian's current strength, it would be impossible to allow so many people to be reborn from severed limbs. This healing pill was indeed extraordinarily precious, but if not used, it was merely a waste. These people had paid a bloody price for the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, fighting for their lives. No matter how precious the treasure, they had the right to use it. Therefore, after seeing the tragic state of everyone, Chen Xian did not hesitate to use the only myth-quality healing pill in his hand, combining the pill with his own power to transform into a rain of aura, healing everyone. How can you still be alive? At this moment, a true king of the fierce Wing Lion clan stared at Chen Xian, trembling as he asked. The fearful voice echoed loudly in the silent ruins. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom shall die. In response to this person's question, Chen Xian glanced at him expressionlessly, and his words, as cold as the Grim Reaper, echoed out. In the next moment, without any visible movement, he appeared right in front of the man, his fist crashing down like a shooting star. The speed was so fast that the true king's present couldn't react in time. By the time they did, all that remained was a burst of blood mist that exploded like fireworks. Hiss! In an instant, the sound of people gasping in shock filled the air. Everyone present was stunned by the power displayed by Chen Xian. A mid-stage true king was resolved with a single punch? How dreamlike! So strong! A true king from the Celestial Master Mansion squinted his eyes and exclaimed in awe. Even someone as strong as him, at the peak of true king, could not so easily deal with a mid-stage true king. Chen Xian's strength was truly unmatched in the same realm. This person is so young yet possesses such terrifying strength, especially in this age of the end of the law. He must be the legendary child of fortune. No wonder the old Celestial Master wanted us to come out. With such a person guarding the central Dragon Kingdom, it already shows signs of a potential dragon. The true king from the Celestial Master Mansion, staring intently at Chen Xian, sighed with a serious expression. They simply did not know that Chen Xian had just slain 5 legendary holy sovereigns. Otherwise, they would have been even more shocked. Even though Chen Xian had relied on the heavenly tribulation to achieve this, the accomplishment was undeniably real. While everyone was in awe, Chen Xian did not stop. His figure flickered like lightning, and with each pause, a cloud of blood mist erupted in the world. The true kings, powerful enough to easily destroy cities and shatter mountains, were now like ants, easily hunted down by Chen Xian. Run! This astonishing scene completely terrified the strong members of the fierce Wing Lion clan. Whether it was the remaining army of the fierce Wing Lions or those at the king level, they all fled in a frenzy, no longer possessing their previous might. Don't let them escape, kill them. You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take my Dragon Kingdom for? The troubles of the Dragon Kingdom today must be washed away with blood. The many strong members of the Dragon Kingdom, having fully recovered from their injuries, saw this scene, and their eyes sparkled with hatred as they unhesitatingly pursued the defeated army of the fierce Wing Lions. In the sky, Chen Xian, who had slain all the true kings of the fierce Wing Lion clan, extended his hand and gently clenched it. Bang! A dull roar echoed, and the fleeing king-level strong members of the fierce Wing Lion clan were crushed under this gentle grip, leaving not even a trace of bone fragments. This scene made the many strong members of the Dragon Kingdom even more fervent, their fighting spirit soaring. Brothers, I have avenged you. Lin Yi, who had slain several members of the fierce Wing Lion clan, glanced back at the battlefield where his teammates had fallen, tears welling in his eyes. But in an instant, he wiped away his tears and rejoined the chase. At this moment, all the strong members of the Dragon Kingdom on the ruins went mad, transforming into merciless killing machines, slaughtering the fleeing army of the fierce Wing Lions with abandon. In the sky, overlooking the scene, Chen Xian suddenly focused his gaze on a certain direction and coldly snorted, "Get out here!" His voice seemed light, but it contained an extremely terrifying power that made the entire void tremble. Soon, a figure shrouded in a black robe appeared in everyone's sight. Upon seeing this person, the 3 true kings of the Celestial Master's Mansion immediately narrowed their pupils, their faces turning ugly as they shouted angrily, "So it's you traitors!" Poof! The newcomer looked at the 3 true kings of the Celestial Master's Mansion and sneered. Puff! This sound, like thunder, struck at the souls of the 3, causing them to suffer internal injuries, and they spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces turning pale. A holy sovereign? A hint of terror flashed in the eyes of the three as they stared fixedly at the person. They never expected that there was actually a holy sovereign lurking in the shadows. With the spiritual energy just having revived, how could a holy sovereign possibly appear? These forces, which had survived since ancient times, each possessed small worlds, but that did not mean the spiritual energy within their small worlds was infinite. The stronger the force, the more spiritual energy it required. After all, there were many strong members within their ranks. If the spiritual energy was insufficient, it would not support their daily cultivation. The Dragon Gate, which had appeared at the beginning, was at most a third-rate force among these ancient powers and was hardly worth mentioning. To reduce the consumption of spiritual energy, those who reached the peak of true kings would generally choose to enter a deep slumber, merely maintaining their own spiritual energy consumption to ensure the longevity of their entire force. If a holy sovereign-level expert recklessly absorbed spiritual energy for cultivation, even if their foundation was strong, they would not be able to last for such a long time. It was precisely for this reason that the three strong members of the Celestial Master's Mansion were astonished by the appearance of this black-robed holy sovereign. To appear at this time meant that either this person had just broken through to the holy sovereign level, or the force behind this black-robed holy sovereign was even more powerful than they had imagined. Either way, it was not good news for them. The Heavenly Master's Mansion, why aren't you staying put and causing a ruckus? If it weren't for the old Heavenly Master having a bit of face, just based on your words just now, I would have killed you. A hoarse and weathered voice emerged from the figure in the black robe, causing the three powerful figures from the Heavenly Master's Mansion to shudder, not daring to say anything more. Had they known this person was a legendary saint-level powerhouse, no matter how much they looked down on the forces behind the black-robed man, they would not have dared to mock him. Legends cannot be insulted. Go back and tell the old Heavenly Master, if the Heavenly Master's Mansion interferes again, don't blame me for not giving him face. Upon hearing this, the three powerful figures from the Heavenly Master's Mansion exchanged glances. The leader hesitated for a moment before mustering his courage to say, "Different paths do not conspire together." The Yuan demon sect is universally condemned. Even if you are a saint, if you want to act in the Central Plains, you must first step over our corpses. This statement made Qin Xian, who was quietly standing not far away, glance over, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the speaker, his gaze revealing a hint of softness. It seems that not all ancient forces are bad, one cannot simply dismiss them all. On the other side, the black-robed saint, seeing this, chose not to say more. Since they were seeking death themselves, they could not blame him. Although he was wary of the old Heavenly Master, it was merely wariness, not fear. Boom! In an instant, an extremely cold and fierce killing intent emanated from the black-robed saint, causing the void within 100 meters around him to crystallize into snowflakes, a chilling aura that struck at the soul, sweeping across the entire world. How do you want to die? The indifferent and emotionless voice came from the black-robed saint. This was the first time he spoke to Qin Xian since his appearance, and the first time he regarded Qin Xian directly. His lofty demeanor was like a ruler above the heavens, looking down upon the world. Did he think a saint could kill him? These people truly lived in their own world. Qin Xian sneered inwardly, unhesitatingly meeting the gaze of the black-robed saint, saying nothing. Be careful, this person cannot be fought against. If you have means, use them all. If not, then escape as soon as possible. At this moment, a serious voice echoed in Qin Xian's mind, the source being the leader of the Heavenly Master's Mansion. What is the Yuan demon sect you mentioned? Qin Xian narrowed his eyes, taking the opportunity to ask. It is an extremely evil cult. Ancient texts record that the Yuan demon sect was founded by some desperate individuals in ancient times. They worshipped strange beasts as their faith, believing that the fusion of demon and human was the strongest evolutionary form of humanity. They think that the invasion of strange beasts is part of the world's evolution. Humanity should not resist the invasion of strange beasts but should embrace their arrival, worship the strange beasts as masters, and thus gain powerful strength. Every person in this sect possesses the bloodline of strange beasts, capable of demonization, and their strength is generally superior to that of ordinary peers. During the peak of this sect, there was even a top powerhouse who was infinitely close to the Starry Sky Emperor, but because he worshipped strange beasts, he was personally slain by the ancient human emperor, and the entire Yuan demon sect was also exterminated by him. I thought they had been destroyed, but unexpectedly, they have survived from ancient times to the present. Upon hearing Qin Xian's inquiry, the powerful figure from the Heavenly Master's Mansion did not hide anything and directly transmitted to Qin Xian. As one of the top ancient forces, the Heavenly Master's Mansion possessed ancient texts that ordinary forces could not compare to. Had it been a regular force, they might have already lost track of information about the Yuan demon sect. After all, with such a long passage of time, the first batch of ancient figures had mostly perished, and the people from these ancient forces had long since changed generations. The information they knew was all derived from the ancient texts left behind in their sects. Very well, this will be my first strike since my emergence. I did not expect it to be against such an arrogant ant. If it weren't for the need for the plan to be flawless, I truly wouldn't bother to kill you. With the strength of that black-robed saint, how could he not see that at this moment, Chen Xian was communicating with others as if he were completely unconcerned? In front of this legendary saint, this ant actually dared to act so arrogantly, which directly caused the black-robed saint's anger to reach its peak. He never expected that after he appeared, this ant not only did not kneel and beg for mercy but also dared to ignore him. Boom! In the next moment, a dull roar exploded throughout the heavens and earth. The black-robed saint took a step forward, directly shattering the entire void, appearing above Chen Xian's head, and stomped down with one foot, as if intending to crush Chen Xian into meat paste. This foot, seemingly just an ordinary stomp, contained such power and might that everyone present changed their expressions. Even from a distance, the three powerful figures from the Heavenly Master's mansion could feel the terror contained in that footprint. It was enough to turn them into dust in an instant. Just a mere saint, yet you think you can be so high and mighty? Looking at that foot that could block out the sun, Chen Xian's eyes turned cold, and he snorted. Immediately, he mobilized the power within him, continuously gathering it in his fist, the vast power causing Chen Xian's fist to radiate a brilliant light. Bang! A punch was thrown, and thunder roared. The invisible fist force surged out like a raging tide, directly halting the descent of that footprint. Between the two, the sound of explosive collisions echoed as layers of power clashed, spreading out from the center of the punch and the foot. Under this impact, the void collapsed like a shattered mirror. The three powerful figures from the Heavenly Master's mansion, sensing the situation was dire, quickly mobilized their power to block this impact, preventing it from spreading further and harming the innocent. Blocked it? After a moment, the three powerful figures from the Heavenly Master's mansion stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded as they looked at the battlefield that seemed to be the end of the world, their faces filled with deep shock. At this moment, Chen Xian was holding back that enormous footprint with one punch, and aside from his position dropping a few meters, he had not suffered any injuries. This dreamlike scene left even the black-robed saint, the person involved, utterly astonished. Although this foot was meant to humiliate Chen Xian, it did not mean it was weak. He had at least used 80% of his strength. Such power, let alone an ant who had just broken through to the True King realm, even an old generation powerhouse who had been entrenched in the True King realm for many years would not be able to withstand it. Chen Xian's height of 1.80 m appeared so insignificant under that enormous footprint, like an ant colliding with divine might, yet this ant actually blocked his divine might, not even sustaining a scratch? How could this be possible? Shatter! While the others were in shock, Chen Xian's eyes sharpened, and the power within him erupted once more, his entire fist smashing against that enormous footprint, the powerful impact causing the entire world to tremble. Boom! An astonishing roar echoed, and that footprint, which could terrify any true king powerhouse, shattered like fireworks under Chen Xian's punch, turning into countless specks of light, dissipating between heaven and earth. The few powerful figures from the Heavenly Master's mansion were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in their throats, unable to be spoken. They had already tried their best to overestimate Chen Xian's strength, yet they still underestimated him. Even just from this one clash, they could see the terrifying power of Chen Xian. A typical true king, let alone clashing with a saint, would be remarkable just to remain calm under such pressure. Ant, I have indeed underestimated your strength. But if you think that with this, you can contend with me, then you are gravely mistaken. I will let you see what true power of a saint is. You and a saint are like an ant and a divine dragon, simply not worth comparing. The black-robed saint stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Chen Xian with a condescending gaze, his words laced with mockery, as if he intended to regain his lost dignity through speech. If you want to fight, then fight. Why all this nonsense? To his surprise, Chen Xian showed him no respect and directly rebuked him. As soon as he spoke, Chen Xian wasted no time and took the initiative to strike. Boom! With a single step, Chen Xian stomped down, creating a pitch-black hole in the void. He shot forward like a meteor, instantly appearing beside the black-robed saint, the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword having appeared in his hand at some point, its sharp sword intent radiating in all directions. He raised the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword high, an endless stream of power surging into the sword body, producing a series of crisp and melodious sword chants, before he suddenly slashed down. The Spirit Dome Sword Slash, infused with terrifying spatial power and domineering sword intent, descended upon the black-robed saint with unstoppable force. You seek death. The black-robed saint did not expect that under his saint pressure, this mere true king ant, Chen Xian, would dare to take the initiative to strike? This was not just a disregard for him, it was a trampling of his dignity. His anger erupted like a volcano, and he grasped a pitch-black large knife, the violent knife intent clashing with Chen Xian's domineering sword intent, producing a sizzling sound. At the critical moment, the black-robed saint swung his knife in retaliation. Clang! The knife and sword collided, the sound of metal clashing like thunder, ripples spreading out like a storm from the two of them, the entire void seeming to be compressed by a powerful force, twisting and distorting. This terrifying collision forced back the three powerful figures from the Heavenly Master's mansion nearby, even their jointly cast protective shield swaying precariously, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. The three exchanged glances, their faces pale with shock, and without a moment's hesitation, they channeled all their strength to reinforce the shield. Such a level of battle, even the residual waves, could lead to countless innocent lives being lost. Even knowing they could not withstand this impact, the three powerful figures of the Heavenly Master's mansion still resolutely stood to block it. Fortunately, they were at a distance from the center of the battle, and both Chen Xian and the black-robed saint were deliberately controlling their power. Otherwise, they would have been blown away by the shockwave long ago. Once they had fully reinforced the protective shield, they finally turned their gazes toward the battlefield. Just one glance left them stunned, collectively gasping in shock. They saw Chen Xian and the black-robed saint each wielding their weapons, clashing against each other, powerful waves of energy radiating around them, as if layers upon layers of a sea of power were continuously colliding and engulfing one another. If they were of the same level, such a scene would not be surprising at all, but the key was that Chen Xian was merely a true king. Even a mythical quality class awakener at the true king level would likely not possess such terrifying strength, right? What kind of profession was this mysterious person from the Dragon Kingdom? Endless confusion and shock filled the hearts of the three powerful figures from the Heavenly Master's mansion. Meanwhile, the black-robed saint opposite Chen Xian had a dark expression, his crimson eyes filled with a desire to devour Chen Xian on the spot. How could a legendary saint-level powerhouse like him suffer defeat repeatedly before a mere true king ant? It was simply a disgrace. Boom! In the next moment, the black-robed saint's eyes sharpened, a tidal wave of killing intent surged forth, and the long knife in his hand erupted with dazzling brilliance as he swung it down fiercely. The simple yet ultimate strike unleashed a heart-pounding might. A tremendous roar erupted throughout the heavens and earth. Even the nearby protective area could hear this terrifying sound, and the windows of the tall buildings close to the less-up protective area shattered from the shock. Under this astonishing force, Chen Xian was directly pushed back several steps in mid-air. With each step he took, the void beneath his feet trembled incessantly, cracking open like a shattered mirror. What shocked everyone was that even when the black-robed Saint Venerable struck out in anger, Chen Xian still firmly received the blow, showing no signs of defeat apart from taking a few steps back. Block? I command you to block, to block. Seeing Chen Xian unharmed, the black-robed Saint Venerable's face immediately lost its composure. Gripping his long knife with both hands, he struck down at Chen Xian in quick succession, the speed so extreme that one could only see layers of knife shadows and hear the crisp, resonant sound of metal clashing. Clang! One was frantically slashing, while the other was continuously blocking, advancing, and retreating. This kind of hard collision was far more dangerous than other combat methods. If Chen Xian failed to block even once, he would undoubtedly be cleaved in half by the black-robed Saint Venerable's long knife. Why won't you die? Why struggle so desperately? The black-robed Saint Venerable paused, panting heavily, and shouted angrily at Chen Xian. It was hard to believe that a legendary Saint Venerable level powerhouse was exhausted from trying to kill an ant who had just broken through to the true king level. If it weren't for the aura emanating from Chen Xian, which he had checked over a dozen times and confirmed was indeed the aura of a true king, he would have thought this guy was a legendary Saint Venerable in disguise. Could this kid be the son of heaven? Any ordinary true king would have died 100 times under his previous strikes, yet this kid was still lively and kicking. This bizarre scene made the black-robed Saint Venerable's worldview begin to subtly collapse. Rest assured, if you die, I won't die either. If you are willing to tell me the location of your backing small world, I can spare your life. Chen Xian shook his numb arm, pointed his long sword, and spoke in a deep voice. The calamity faced by the Dragon Kingdom would not just end like this. Once this war was over, he would seek out each and every one responsible, regardless of who they were or what kind of power they possessed. They would have to pay 100-fold or 1,000-fold price. As for the other ancient forces, even if they turned a blind eye, Chen Xian wouldn't say much, but he would absolutely not let the behind-the-scenes mastermind, the Yuan demon sect, go unpunished. Ha ha ha. This is the first time in my life I've heard such a joke. The black-robed Saint Venerable was directly angered into laughter by Chen Xian's words, his wild laughter echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The next moment, his laughter abruptly stopped, his gaze like a sword, piercing straight at Chen Xian, a terrifying killing intent swirling like a raging storm. Boom! In the next moment, the black-robed Saint Venerable pointed his long knife, and a force swept around him, a massive domain that seemed to cover the entire world slowly materializing behind him. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, boundless spiritual energy surged forth, framing the black-robed saint venerable like a god or a demon, the violent pressure shaking the entire world. Bang! Immediately after, he slashed out horizontally with his knife, unleashing a terrifying force that coalesced into a dreadful blade light. Under this blade light, the entire world seemed on the verge of collapse, tearing open cracks, an indescribable storm sweeping in all directions, causing several powerful figures from the Celestial Master's mansion maintaining the protective barrier to spit out blood, their faces as pale as paper. "Quick, defend with all your might, hold on," the leader shouted anxiously. "We're here to help you." At that moment, a deep voice sounded, and looking back, it was the powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom who had freed their hands. With everyone working together, the protective barrier, which had been on the verge of shattering, was finally reinforced once more. On the other side, the battlefield was already completely covered by razor-sharp blade energy. The terrifying edge could be clearly felt even from a distance. Each strand of blade energy was not something an ordinary true king could withstand. At the very least, those true king powerhouses from the Celestial Master's mansion could only admit to themselves that if they went to block, they could at most withstand 3 strands of blade energy, but at this moment, the blade energy on the battlefield numbered in the thousands. They truly could not imagine what kind of terrifying pressure Qin Xian was facing in the face of such a horrifying technique. At this moment, Qin Xian was enveloped by a barrier of power, isolating the sharp blade energy outside. He tightly gripped the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, his expression grave as he looked at the black-robed Saint Lord surrounded by endless blade energy. Although he had experienced a surge in strength due to breaking through to the True King realm, he did not dare to be careless in the face of a legendary Saint Lord who was truly unleashing their full power. Only a legendary Saint Lord who utilized domain power was in a true state of full strength. This strike from the black-robed Saint Lord not only contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles but also encompassed the domain power he had evolved. It seemed like just one strike, but it was equivalent to an entire world. A world transformed into blade energy, and anyone below the legendary Saint Lord would basically be unable to withstand it. Even a peak true king of mythic quality would not be able to block it. It could be said that even the emperor of the ancient era, at Qin Xian's level of cultivation, would not necessarily possess the combat power that Qin Xian had now. Chaos True Source Form. In the next moment, Qin Xian's eyes sharpened, directly consuming half of his vitality to activate the special talent of the Chaos True Source Form. In an instant, the vitality he consumed transformed into boundless power, surging within Qin Xian's body. Dense patterns suddenly appeared on his skin, and under the backdrop of these patterns, Qin Xian radiated immeasurable power, resembling a true deity. The Chaos True Source state, consuming half of his vitality, directly amplified Qin Xian's strength fivefold, an unprecedented power that pushed the fighting spirit in his eyes to the extreme. Following that, he once again unleashed the Sword Heart Clarity and the Chaos Sword Domain. Using Sword Heart Clarity to control the Chaos Sword Domain, he merged the Chaos Sword Domain into the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword in his hand. While the black-robed Saint Lord transformed his domain into a strike, he would transform the Chaos Sword Domain into a sword. The evolved true Chaos Sword Domain was no weaker than Qin Xian's primordial cave heaven, and it was even comparable to an ordinary Saint Lord's domain. If he had not activated the Chaos True Source form, he would not have been able to merge the Chaos Sword Domain into the sword in his hand. Buzz! The clear and resonant sound of the sword chant exploded throughout the heavens and earth. When this sword chant reverberated completely, Qin Xian moved, shooting out with both man and sword, merging into one in midair, forming a massive sword light that cleaved through layers of blade energy, directly slashing towards the black-robed Saint Lord. The terrifying edge tore the void apart, creating a pitch-black rift that resembled a chasm. From a distance, it seemed as if the entire sky had been split in two by Qin Xian's sword. Even more terrifying was that Qin Xian's sword was restrained to the utmost, and on the surface, it was impossible to discern what kind of power was hidden within this sword. Seeking death. Facing the incoming sword light, the black-robed Saint Lord was enraged, soaring into the air once more, raising the long knife in his hand, gathering the power of heaven and earth, as if he were the Knife King suspended above the 9 heavens. The mere aura emanating from him was enough to make any being below the legendary Saint Lord bow their heads. Boom! When the sword light approached within 10 miles of the black-robed Saint Lord, he did not hesitate and directly slashed down. The sword and the blade collided violently before the eyes of everyone. The entire world first fell silent, then exploded violently, an unimaginable shockwave directly shattering the protective barrier set up by everyone. The true kings of the Celestial Master Mansion and many of the Dragon Kingdom's royal realms were directly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground far away, while those below the royal realm fainted instantly. Centered around the Lessa defense zone, a 1,000-mile radius turned into a basin, and above the sky, rifts like long snakes spread out. At first glance, it seemed as if the entire sky had shattered. Cough. Several true kings from the Celestial Master Mansion and the Dragon Kingdom's royal realms coughed up blood, staggering to their feet from the pit. They did not care about their injuries, their gazes fixed firmly on the center of the battlefield. Hiss! When the smoke and dust at the center of the battlefield finally cleared, everyone present was momentarily stunned, gasping in shock, their faces unable to hide their horror. There stood Qin Xian in the void at the center of the battlefield, and in his hand, the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword had already pierced through the body of the Black Robe Saint. Drops of blood fell from the sword tip onto his back, the cold, sharp light blindingly bright. Opposite Qin Xian, the Black Robe Saint looked at the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword embedded in his chest, then stared in disbelief at Qin Xian, his eyes nearly popping out, blood spilling uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, but he had no mind to care. Who was he? For hundreds of years, the only top genius of the Yuan demon monster sect to ascend to the legendary saint level, hailed as the backbone of the new era of the Yuan demon monster sect, even hinting at becoming the sect's young master. Yet now, he had been defeated by a mere true king level ant, and one who had just broken through at that. What on earth was happening in this world? Why had such a dreamlike event occurred? The clear pain in his chest brutally reminded the Black Robe Saint of the fact that he had been defeated by a newly ascended true king. At that moment, it felt as if the time and space of this world had come to a halt, as everyone gazed at the two figures at the center of the battlefield, their emotions surging, unable to calm down. Among them, the three powerful figures from the Celestial Master's Mansion were the most affected. As people from an ancient power, they understood the vast gap between a true king and a legendary saint. In the history of their Celestial Master's Mansion, such a terrifying existence had never appeared. While everyone was in shock, Qin Xian was not stunned. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he gripped the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword tightly, suddenly exerting force and slashing down, directly opening the Black Robe Saint's abdomen. Splash! Blood gushed out like a waterfall from the Black Robe Saint's opened belly. Even his intestines were exposed, the scene extremely bloody. This strike left the Black Robe Saint dazed. Even the pain in his body was ignored as he stared blankly at Qin Xian. Even in such a state, he was still using underhanded tricks? Taking advantage of someone's unpreparedness? It was simply inhumane. The Black Robe Saint felt both furious and panicked. Although Qin Xian's sword had caused him significant harm, with his legendary saint's powerful vitality, it wasn't too serious, and he still had the strength to fight. But who could have imagined that Qin Xian, so lacking in martial ethics, would take advantage of his moment of daze to directly cleave him? In fact, every legendary saint had emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Even if he had spent years in a small world, the battles he had experienced were beyond ordinary imagination. Logically, such a mistake should not occur during a fight. Yet, the previous scene was simply too shocking. Any legendary saint facing it would be just as stunned. A full-force strike from a legendary saint not only failed to kill a true king but was instead shattered by that true king, even causing himself to suffer a severe injury. This matter seemed like a fairy tale. Even the most scheming person would be dumbfounded. Qin Xian's opening of his abdomen had brought his injuries to an irreversible state, and what was even more terrifying was that Qin Xian's strike, seemingly just a follow-through, contained immense power. It held the sharpness of sword principles, the precision of the path of gold, and the dominance of the path of thunder, embodying three great principles in one strike. Even at his peak, he would not dare to ignore it, let alone in a heavily injured state. The Black Robe Saint could clearly feel his vitality dissipating at a terrifying speed. Even the long hair hidden beneath his black robe was visibly turning white, and wrinkles began to appear on his skin. Boom! Seizing the momentum from his strike, Qin Xian showed no hesitation and slashed out again. This sword directly caused the Black Robe Saint to almost destroy half of his body, sending him flying and crashing into the void, creating a pitch-black hole, with blood pouring down like rain from the sky. Qin Xian gave the Black Robe Saint no chance to turn the tide. Even though the Black Robe Saint was already heavily injured, Qin Xian continued to press forward, using all his strength. Bang! The continuous booming sounds echoed throughout the entire world, and aside from this roaring sound, no one present could hear anything else. Everyone stared in shock at the distant sky. Who would have thought that a legendary saint-level powerhouse would be treated like a dead dog, casually trampled by a true king? Even witnessing it with their own eyes, they felt as if they were dreaming. Especially the three powerhouses from the Celestial Master's Mansion, who were utterly astonished by Qin Xian, had already decided that once this matter concluded, they would definitely pay a visit and even ensure that the Celestial Master's Mansion would pay special attention to the Dragon Kingdom. Even if the others in the Dragon Kingdom were useless, just Qin Xian alone was enough to make any ancient force place their bets, not to mention that the Dragon Kingdom also had many strong individuals. Although there were no top-tier powerhouses, there were still plenty of young talents. How long has it been since the revival of spiritual energy? The Dragon Kingdom had already produced so many strong individuals. This alone was enough to show the development momentum of the Dragon Kingdom. To resist the invasion of foreign races, only by working together can they succeed. Bang! At this moment, a thunderous explosion resounded across the battlefield, and looking towards the sound, the previously imposing Saint Powerhouse had already exploded like a blood mist, with torrential blood rain covering the entire Lessa defense area, creating astonishing phenomena that surged across the sky of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! At this moment, all living beings across the Dragon Kingdom could hear the mournful cries coming from the heavens, with boundless bloodlight flashing out, dyeing the entire sky blood red, layer upon layer of phenomena appearing above the sky, dazzling to behold. Ordinary citizens, upon seeing the phenomena in the sky, were all in a state of panic, completely unaware of what was happening, frantically discussing it online, their words filled with unease. Hiss! Is there anyone who knows what's going on? Do you have it over there too? Yes, it seems to be nationwide. It's truly terrifying. Could it be that something unexpected happened at the front lines? But no one could create such phenomena, right? On major platforms, discussions like these were almost skyrocketing, with countless streamers riding the wave of popularity, but no one could guess the reason behind it. Of course, those who could still discuss it so casually online were mostly elderly, weak, women, and individuals with low professional ranks, along with those in lifestyle professions and some non-combat auxiliary professionals. Boom! On the Inner Mongolia defense line, fierce battles were raging, with severed limbs and flesh visible everywhere, and crimson blood flowing like rivers across the battlefield. The continuous battles had left many of the Dragon Kingdom's troops on the Inner Mongolia front numb. Even when comrades died beside them, they could not afford to grieve. Their only thought was to kill the enemy. In the sky, many king-level powerhouses were engaged in intense combat, their terrifying power shaking the entire heavens. Above them, several true kings in ancient attire were battling against the true kings of foreign races. Bang! In the king-level battlefield, Lin Tong, clad in battle armor and wielding a long sword, unleashed powerful sword energy, using her own strength to confront three king-level powerhouses from the Yuxian Ning clan. At this moment, she was already physically and mentally exhausted, her armor stained with crimson blood, both hers and that of the enemy, her long hair cascading down, disheveled and flying, her once graceful demeanor now replaced with an aura of intimidation. As a mere woman, when faced with the national crisis, she did not hesitate for a moment, raising the sword in her hand to protect her home and country. Even when confronted by enemies greater in number, she showed no fear. Boom! At that moment, a sound that struck the soul resonated across the Inner Mongolia battlefield, a crimson light pouring over the entire battlefield. Such an extraordinary phenomenon caused everyone on the battlefield to instinctively stop, their numb faces revealing shock. Blood-red droplets fell from the sky, landing on the cheeks of everyone present, including those true kings and those at the king level, without exception. Various heart-shocking phenomena appeared in the sky, with dragon roars and tiger howls, and the cries of phoenixes. These sounds, without exception, conveyed a sense of sorrow. The holy venerable has fallen? How is that possible? The true kings high in the sky, whether from foreign tribes or those ancient powers, trembled in fear, their faces filled with horror and dread. Compared to the ancient powerhouses, the true kings of the Yinshan Ming tribe understood the game behind this war very well, and because of this, their fear was even greater. They knew that the holy ancestors of several major tribes were working together to kill the strongest of the Dragon Kingdom, and that the Dragon Kingdom absolutely had no legendary holy-level powerhouses. The thought was chilling, yet, they were unwilling to believe that a mere native could slay their legendary holy ancestors, but such a phenomenon made them unable to help but speculate, causing them to feel somewhat flustered. Lin Tong looked at the phenomenon in the sky, and in her mind, the figure of Chen Xian unconsciously emerged. She had a vague premonition that this phenomenon was caused by the person in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, the once unremarkable him had already become the guardian deity in the hearts of all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter how great the disaster, as long as he was there, the Dragon Kingdom could turn danger into safety. Lin Tong firmly believed that this dark curtain covering the entire sky of the Dragon Kingdom would eventually dissipate under his leadership, and warm light would once again shine over the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Scenes like those on the Inner Mongolia front were happening on all front lines of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone looked at the phenomenon in the sky, their legs turning to jelly. Except for those on the Lessa battlefield, no one knew what was happening. The celestial anomaly had pressed the pause button on this vast war sweeping across the Dragon Kingdom, and the ruthless foreign armies dared not act recklessly under this celestial phenomenon. Almost the entire Blue Star was stunned at this moment by the phenomenon in the sky. Countless foreign powerhouses stared in awe at the shocking sight. Meanwhile, on the Lessa defense line, Chen Xian, who had dealt with the holy powerhouse of the Yuan demon sect, looked at the crowd below who revered him like a deity, his expression calm as a deep well, but if one looked closely, they would notice a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. Please hold on a little longer, clean up the battlefield. Other battlefields still need me. Looking at the exhausted crowd below, Chen Xian felt a pang of compassion but still spoke loudly. Rest assured, General Chen, we will take care of this. Yes, General Chen, hurry and go, don't let other compatriots suffer. Hearing Chen Xian's words, everyone responded loudly. Even though their voices were extremely weak, they still showed a spirited appearance. Seeing this, Chen Xian suppressed the pain in his heart and swiftly left. Several powerhouses from the Celestial Master's mansion watched Chen Xian leave, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in their eyes. They did not stay here but also departed. With such a monstrous genius appearing in the Dragon Kingdom, they had to return to the Celestial Master's mansion to report immediately. They understood that in this battle, their assistants had forged a deep friendship with the Dragon Kingdom, and now what they needed to do was not to stay and wait for the Dragon Kingdom's gratitude, but to let the Celestial Master's mansion know the potential of the Dragon Kingdom and to renegotiate how to treat the Dragon Kingdom. On the other side, the departing Chen Xian, like a firefighter, rushed through various defense lines. Wherever he went, heads rolled and blood flowed like rivers. All the alien races, regardless of their cultivation level, met a tragic end at Chen Xian's hands. Finally, Chen Xian arrived at the last battlefield, the Inner Mongolia defense line. The strange phenomena in the sky had long since disappeared, and the battlefield had resumed fighting. Even though the strong from the Yuxian Ming clan felt panic in their hearts, they still did not give up on conquering the Dragon Kingdom, even more frantically than before. This led to a sharp increase in casualties at the Inner Mongolia defense line. Looking at the hellish battlefield and the figure deeply surrounded by attacks, Chen Xian's anger surged like a volcanic eruption, reaching its peak. Without any hesitation, he struck directly. Boom! He stood high in the sky, and as he waved his hands, the spiritual energy of the entire world instantly erupted. The chaotic sword domain enveloped the entire battlefield in an instant, and dense sword energy surged in the sky. Those shimmering sword energies, like swords from the heavens, instantly calmed the entire battlefield. Lin Tong and many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom looked at the tall figure in the sky, overwhelmed with joy and tears, while the strong from the Yuxian Ming clan trembled in fear. To the lower-ranking soldiers of the Yuxian Ming clan, Chen Xian was like a devil. Countless members of the Yu Ming Xian clan had died at his hands. Even though many had just arrived on this battlefield, Chen Xian's face had already become their nightmare. The kings and even true kings were even more terrified. 5 legendary holy lords. How could this devil, merely a king, withstand the attacks of 5 legendary holy lords? It was simply unbelievable. Booming. Under their terrified gazes, the dense sword energy fell upon them like a torrential rain. Until death, their minds were still filled with confusion and fear. They could not understand why this mere king, Chen Xian, could withstand the attacks of 5 legendary holy lords. After the shocking storm, the battlefield fell into silence. Many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom looked at that tall figure, utterly shocked. The alien army, which had put them in life and death crises several times, was so easily resolved by General Chen Xian alone. How dreamlike! The war was over, but the wounds it brought to the entire Dragon Kingdom were unimaginable. In the imperial capital, the People's Hall, a heavy closed-door meeting was slowly unfolding. On the high platform in front, several elders sat upright, while in the front row below sat Chen Xian and many high-ranking leaders of the Dragon Kingdom. Further down were leaders from various levels and district heads from major defense areas. It could be said that at this moment, the hall was almost gathering the high-ranking leaders of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Comrades, we hold this meeting with heavy hearts. The alien races are rampant, disrupting our Dragon Kingdom and bullying our people. Although we have repelled them, they will never return. In this war, we have paid a great price and lost many people. This is unavoidable. But I hope everyone can feel shame and courage, dare to fight, and strive to truly strengthen our Dragon Kingdom. The hall echoed with the solemn and heavy words of the elder, and the attendees had tears in their eyes, their hands tightly clenched on their knees. Next, I invite Comrade Wu Feng to speak. Wu Feng, the director of the Dragon Kingdom Statistics Bureau, stood up from his seat and approached the podium on the high platform, speaking in a deep voice. Respected leaders, good morning. According to the Statistics Bureau, the number of casualties in this war has reached 16,320,000 with 5,378,000 injured, and the estimated property loss exceeds 30 trillion. As this number echoed clearly in everyone's ears, all fell silent, their faces revealing even deeper sorrow. Over 16 million people dead. What a terrifying number. Since the establishment of the new Dragon Kingdom, such a painful loss has occurred for the first time, second only to that dark war of the past. But that war nearly engulfed the entire Dragon Kingdom, while this time, it was merely on the periphery. Everyone knows that this number, at least half of it, comes from the Lessa defense zone. The troops stationed in the Lessa defense zone alone suffered losses of over 2 million, not to mention the countless civilians who perished there. That number is almost too dreadful to behold. In this battle, the hardest hit was indeed the Lessa defense zone, which can be said to have been almost level to the ground. After the report was completed, Wu Feng stepped down from the high platform, and it was only when his footsteps echoed that the crowd emerged from their sorrow. What a shocking number! Over 16 million dead. How many families have been affected by this? How heartbroken must their parents and children be? They are the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. All compensations will be doubled, regardless of whether they were military personnel. They should receive compensation. Those who fought for the country must not be left cold-hearted. Their children and parents will enjoy government benefits, and the impoverished will be supported by the government. Looking at the silent crowd, the elder paused for a moment before continuing. Tomorrow at noon, we will lower the flag to half-mast and mourn nationwide. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was too sorrowful, the elder quickly added, everyone present, and indeed the entire Dragon Kingdom, should thank one person, one who saved the entire Dragon Kingdom. As soon as the elder's words fell, everyone turned to look at Qin Xian, who was seated in the front row, their eyes filled with respect. Even though the elder had not named him, they all knew who he was referring to. If it weren't for Qin Xian, the entire Dragon Kingdom would have faced losses at least dozens of times greater than now, even if it had not been destroyed. In the later stages of the battle, it was almost entirely Qin Xian who brought it to a close single-handedly, otherwise, the losses would have been even greater. For the current Dragon Kingdom, Qin Xian is not only a hero but also a savior. Please, Comrade Qin Xian, come to the stage to speak. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the podium under the gaze of the crowd. He looked at the people below and, for a moment, did not know what to say. Any words seemed utterly powerless in the face of such a painful war. If possible, he would rather not have this honor, preferring that those who sacrificed could come back to life. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. In this new era, our Dragon Kingdom is still in a backward stage. Decades ago, how vast was the gap between us and the countries of the world? But with the united efforts of the entire nation, in a short time, the Dragon Kingdom has once again become one of the world's great powers. What our ancestors could achieve, we can achieve too. This war is very painful, but even if it hurts, we must endure hardships and continue to strive forward. No one can defeat the Dragon Kingdom, and no one can defeat us. I firmly believe that this is the most painful war of the new era, and it will absolutely be the last war for our Dragon Kingdom. An hour later, in a conference room, Qin Xian sat across from several elders. Xiao Xian, this time many ancient forces have emerged, some of which have extended a helping hand to our Dragon Kingdom. My suggestion is that you personally visit them, express your gratitude, and see if you can fully bring them on as allies. The current Dragon Kingdom is far from being a match for the foreign races. We must acknowledge this. Forming alliances is the only way out for the Dragon Kingdom at present. Hearing the elder's words, Qin Xian nodded slightly and replied solemnly, I understand. In a few days, I will personally visit them to discuss. After a moment's thought, Qin Xian narrowed his eyes and said, Elder, after this war, there are some ancient forces at play, the largest of which is a force called the Yuan Demon Sect. This force takes strange beasts as their faith. If it weren't for their intervention in destroying the Lessa defense line, the losses in the Lessa defense zone would not have been so devastating. This great enmity must be avenged, no matter what. Listening to Qin Xian's introduction, the elder sighed lightly and looked at the indignant Qin Xian. Xiao Xian, revenge is necessary, but given the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom, it is truly unwise to suffer further injuries. We have no idea how powerful an ancient force can be, especially one as top tier as the Yuan Demon Sect. This is not something the previous Dragon Gate could compare to. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. The Dragon Kingdom needs to develop thoroughly. The elder also wished for revenge, but he had to consider the bigger picture. What the Dragon Kingdom needed most now was stability. Having just gone through a war, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. If chaos ensued again, it could lead to serious consequences. A top ancient force, with just one true king, could easily overwhelm the entire Dragon Kingdom, and aside from Qin Xian, no one else could resist. If Qin Xian were held back, the Dragon Kingdom would surely suffer losses again. I am not saying you shouldn't seek revenge, but before doing so, you must consider everything and have a foolproof plan. The current Dragon Kingdom cannot afford any more losses. Looking at the silent Qin Xian, the elder spoke again. Chief, I understand. Without a foolproof plan, I will not act rashly. Although Qin Xian's heart was filled with killing intent, he also knew that the elder's considerations were correct. At 6 o'clock sharp, a message released by the Central News plunged the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world into silence. They are the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. Although they have passed away, they will forever live in our hearts. At 12 o'clock tomorrow, flags will be flown at half-mast, and the entire nation will mourn. Faith endures, and the heroic souls are immortal. At this moment, all website screens and television broadcasts turned gray, one by one, the names of the fallen heroes scrolling across the screen. Many people, watching the scrolling information on television, were moved to tears, their bodies trembling, especially the families of the heroes, many of whom nearly fainted. Salute to the heroes. It took a long time for the internet to fill with dense comments. Meanwhile, other countries also expressed their tributes. The Russian Foreign Ministry stated, "Salute to the Dragon Kingdom. This was an incredible war. The enemy was very strong, but the Dragon Kingdom, with its fearless spirit and fighting consciousness, repelled an enemy far superior to itself. This is the first battle in the history of world warfare where the weak triumphed over the strong." Even the United States expressed, "It is hard to imagine that the Dragon Kingdom could repel such a strong enemy. This is a country worthy of respect." In a certain sense, countries around the world should be grateful to the Dragon Kingdom. Since the appearance of the phenomenon following the fall of the Holy Sovereign and the failure of various alien races to attack the Dragon Kingdom, alien forces around the world temporarily halted their assaults, even retreating to their own territories. This allowed many countries on the brink of collapse to catch their breath. Therefore, even countries with poor relations, at this moment, paid high respects to the fallen heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. This night was destined to be an unsettled one. The next day, at 9 o'clock sharp, in front of Tiananmen Square, numerous troops stood tall, and one by one, the citizens of the capital stepped out of their homes, orderly making their way to Tiananmen Square. Almost all the people of the capital were mobilized. Looking around, it was densely packed, with no end in sight. In addition, other defense zones of the Dragon Kingdom saw similar scenes, with citizens from each zone stepping out of their homes to gather at the square where the district government was located, quietly standing under the national flag. Many wore white clothes and held flowers, and some even created portraits for the orphans. When media inquired, they said, "These children have no relatives, we are their family, and every year at this time, we come to pay our respects." Those foreign onlookers who climbed walls to watch were deeply moved at this moment, especially the leaders of various countries watching via satellite, their astonishment almost impossible to conceal. Under the leadership of the Grand Elder Zhang Xuanwu of the Celestial Master's Mansion, Chen Xian stepped into the small world where the Celestial Master's Mansion was located. As soon as he entered, a rich aura of spiritual energy rushed towards him, its concentration several times stronger than that of the outside world. The small world where the Celestial Master's Mansion resided spanned nearly 1,000 square kilometers, with beautiful mountains and rivers, teeming with life. This made Chen Xian marvel at the profound heritage of these ancient powers. Indeed, it was formidable. To create such a small world, one would at least need to be at the level of a mythical sovereign, and not just any mythical sovereign could achieve this. If it weren't for the lack of resources and insufficient population, after such a long period, the Celestial Master's Mansion and other ancient powers would likely have developed into an extremely terrifying force. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder of the Celestial Master's Mansion, the group arrived in front of the main hall of the Celestial Master's Mansion. Along the way, the disciples of the Celestial Master's Mansion curiously observed Chen Xian. For those who had lived in this small world for years, people and events from the outside world held unparalleled allure. What surprised them even more was that this outsider could actually be personally led by several elders. Could it be that the outside world had developed to such an extent that even the Celestial Master's Mansion could not ignore it? Under the intimidation of several elders from the Celestial Master's Mansion, although many disciples were curious about Chen Xian, none dared to approach and disturb him, merely standing at a distance and whispering among themselves. The presence of these disciples gave Chen Xian a certain understanding of the overall strength of the Celestial Master's Mansion. Setting aside the higher-level powers for now, just these disciples alone, he sensed, were mostly at level 90 or above, and they were relatively young. Some even reached the King realm. He could not sense their professional qualities for the time being, but from their auras, they should not be weaker than high-level ranks. From this glimpse, the strength of the Celestial Master's Mansion, aside from the number of 100-level individuals being inferior to that of the Dragon Kingdom, was much stronger in other aspects. Just a top-tier ancient power possessed such strength. If all the ancient powers within the Dragon Kingdom were combined, how strong would they be? Unfortunately, with his current strength, he could not conquer these ancient powers. Otherwise, the situation of the Dragon Kingdom would not be so difficult, and they could even begin to counterattack the mythical era world. Passive defense ultimately fell short. Upon stepping into the main hall of the Celestial Master's Mansion, Chen Xian saw an elderly figure sitting at the top. It was an old man with kind eyes and a white beard, dressed in a gray Taoist robe. His physique was robust, seemingly without any aura emanating, yet his eyes were bright and spirited. Besides this old man, there were dozens of figures seated in the hall, all at least at the true king level, including the 3 who had assisted the Lessa defense zone. General Chen Xian of the Dragon Kingdom, I greet the old celestial master and all fellow Taoists, Chen Xian said loudly as he reached the center of the hall, cupping his hands in salute. We greet General Chen. The many strong figures of the celestial master's mansion did not delay, rising to return the salute, including the old celestial master seated in the main position. General Chen, please take a seat, the old celestial master Zhang Zhixing said, pointing to a luxurious chair not far away, smiling at Chen Xian. Seeing this, Chen Xian no longer stood on ceremony and directly sat down in the chair. After taking his seat, Chen Xian looked at the old celestial master Zhang Zhixing and thanked him. Thank you for the celestial master's mansion for your righteous assistance this time. General Chen is being polite. Although we have lived here for a long time, we still have our hearts set on the Central Plains. No matter how many years have passed, we do not wish to see the Central Plains suffer destruction. Moreover, the fact that we have survived to this day carries the mission bestowed by the human emperor. Oh, may I ask what that mission is? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's heart stirred, and he tentatively inquired. He was very interested in the ancient secrets, but unfortunately, there were no ancient mysteries left in the human emperor's secret realm. Either the human emperor did not have time to leave them behind back then, or he deliberately chose not to. This is not considered a secret among ancient powers. If General Chen wishes to know, I will speak without reservation. With a light laugh, Zhang Zhixing continued, back then, the human emperor gathered the strength of the world to fight against the alien races of the mountains and seas, uniting all the strong, but only a few mythical monarchs were left behind, in order to preserve the ember of humanity and prevent its extinction after failure. These mythical monarchs opened up small worlds with their own power, leading their subordinates to hide within these small worlds, thus retreating from the world. My ancestor from the Tianchi Pavilion is one of these mythical monarchs. The human emperor once left a decree that if they were to fail, we would need to emerge in the new era to help humanity resist the invading alien races. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion appeared on Chen Xian's face, and he couldn't help but ask, in that case, what about the other ancient forces? As far as he knew, the ancient forces were not just a few. He didn't know the exact number, but it was at least over 10. Those people are nothing but cowards from back then. When they learned that the human emperor had left the ember of humanity, they felt indignant and, taking advantage of the impending war when the human emperor was preoccupied, they fled the battlefield, leading their subordinates into hiding. In the end, they are just afraid of death. Zhang Zhixing spoke disdainfully. To them, the so-called ancient forces were merely deserters and could not be compared to the legitimacy they held as those appointed by the human emperor. Sooner or later, they would settle accounts with those forces. Chen Xian nodded, showing no reaction. The ancient era was too far removed for him, and he merely looked down on those deserters without sharing Zhang Zhixing's indignation. Now that the new era has arrived, I wonder when the Tianchi Pavilion will emerge? After thinking for a moment, Chen Xian looked at Zhang Zhixing and asked earnestly. Currently, the spiritual energy has not fully revived and cannot support legendary saint-level powerhouses. When the time is right, our Tianchi Pavilion will come out of seclusion. Zhang Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Chen Xian with deep meaning, and chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Chen Xian had already lost patience with Zhang Zhixing's roundabout way of speaking. He stated directly, the alien races are rampant, disrupting our blue star. I wonder if the Tianchi Pavilion is willing to ally with my Dragon Kingdom to jointly resist the alien races? The old Tianchi Zhang Zhixing did not expect Chen Xian to be so direct, and he fell into silence for a moment. However, after a brief pause, he raised his head and said solemnly, our Tianchi Pavilion is willing to form an alliance with the Dragon Kingdom to jointly resist the alien races. To be honest, although they had the mission of the human emperor, so much time had passed that this mission had almost become meaningless. Their ancestor had been lost for many years. Faced with the powerful alien races, they would not let the entire Longhushan perish for an illusory mission. Zhang Zhixing's quick agreement to ally with the Dragon Kingdom was not for any other reason but for Chen Xian alone. At such a young age, he had already stepped into the true king realm and could even slay legendary saint-level beings as a true king. Such terrifying talent was unheard of and unseen. It was foreseeable that as long as Chen Xian did not fall, he would surely rise in the future, even having the potential to become an emperor of the starry sky. Such astonishing potential was naturally worth the Tianchi Pavilion's effort to fight for. With the old Tianchi's confirmation, Chen Xian was very satisfied and said solemnly, soon, the Dragon Kingdom will send diplomats to submit the alliance treaty. the details of the agreement can be discussed with them. Upon hearing this, the old Tiancher Zhang Zhixing nodded gently. Afterward, Chen Xian exchanged a few more words with Zhang Zhixing before rising to take his leave. The Grand Elder and others respectfully escorted Chen Xian out of the small world where the Tiancher Pavilion was located before returning. Xuanwu, the envoys from the Dragon Kingdom have arrived. You are responsible for receiving them, and on the matter of interests, you can be a little flexible. Once the Grand Elder Zhang Xuanwu and others returned to the main hall, the old Tiancher Zhang Zhixing spoke in a serious tone. Xuanwu understands, the Grand Elder replied respectfully, without raising any objections. He was well aware of what Qin Xian's talent represented. Befriending Qin Xian and the Dragon Kingdom was imperative. After leaving the Tiancher mansion, Qin Xian took out his phone and reported to the cabinet that the Tiancher mansion was willing to form an alliance, then hurried to the next force. Wancheng Mountain, an ancient power that could almost rival the Tiancher mansion. The founding ancestor of Wancheng Mountain, like that of the Tiancher mansion, was also a figure hidden away due to the Emperor's mission. It was precisely for this reason that Wancheng Mountain sent strong practitioners to assist the Dragon Kingdom. Compared to the Tiancher mansion, Wancheng Mountain primarily focused on sword techniques, and most of the strong practitioners in the sect had awakened sword-related professions. However, over the long years, it was impossible for everyone in Wancheng Mountain to awaken sword-related professions. Only those who awakened sword-related professions could become true disciples of Wancheng Mountain. Therefore, to this day, the true disciples of Wancheng Mountain were already very few, but each one was an elite among elites, with combat power at the same level far surpassing that of disciples from other ancient forces. After learning about Wancheng Mountain from the Tiancher mansion, Chen Xian knew that there should be no suspense in his visit to Wancheng Mountain. After all, compared to ancient forces like the Tiancher mansion, Wancheng Mountain had demands. They urgently needed fresh blood to strengthen themselves. In the current Blue Star, which country has a larger population than the Dragon Kingdom? With the vast population base of the Dragon Kingdom, it was easy to produce some sword profession awakeners. Establishing a good relationship with the Dragon Kingdom meant that from now on, Wancheng Mountain's sword profession awakeners could choose freely. Such temptation was absolutely irresistible for Wancheng Mountain. On the way to Wancheng Mountain, Chen Xian also recalled information about other ancient forces so that he could respond strategically in the future. Forming alliances with these ancient forces was undoubtedly the top priority for the Dragon Kingdom. Only through united efforts could they fend off the invasion of foreign races and allow the Dragon Kingdom to grow stronger. Currently, only these ancient forces were qualified to have the Dragon Kingdom actively seek alliances. Other countries simply could not match the Dragon Kingdom's strength. Aside from a few friendly nations, forming alliances with other countries would only add burdens. As for foreign ancient forces, Chen Xian and his companions were not yet that ambitious. Among the ancient forces, besides the Tiancher Mansion and Wancheng Mountain, there were also four major forces: Wuxiangmen, Yingliupai, Wanjianzong, and Baquanmen. Except for the Tiancher Mansion, which was open to all, the other five ancient forces each had their own characteristics. Wancheng Mountain focused on swords, Wanjianzong on sword techniques, Baquanmen on fist techniques, Wuxiangmen on body techniques, and Yingliupai on assassination techniques. Because of this, the situations of the other major ancient forces were almost indistinguishable from that of Wancheng Mountain. Chen Xian was somewhat confident in persuading them to ally with the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, this was also because his current strength had already granted him the qualification to engage in equal dialogue with these forces. Otherwise, no matter how much they lacked personnel, they would not be able to form an equal alliance with the Dragon Kingdom. It was highly likely that they would adopt a superior posture to coerce the Dragon Kingdom. How long has it been since the ancient era? Even with the Emperor's decree, it was of little use now. Only interests could bind them, forming the most solid alliance in the world. Besides that, strength was also of utmost importance. Soon, Chen Xian arrived at the entrance to the small world where Wancheng Mountain was located. The entrance to Wancheng Mountain's small world was situated in the greater Xing'an range, and it was thanks to the guidance of the Tiancher Mansion that Chen Xian learned about the locations of these major ancient forces' small worlds. Undoubtedly, after Chen Xian arrived at the entrance to Wancheng Mountain's small world, the strong practitioners within sensed his presence and sent out the Grand Elder to respectfully welcome Chen Xian into the small world. Chen Xian's reputation had already spread among these ancient forces after the Great Battle, having defeated the legendary Saint Sovereign with his true king cultivation and even killed him. Such astonishing combat power was unprecedented in ages. Even in the most glorious ancient times, such extraordinary talents were extremely rare, and throughout the entire ancient era, they could definitely be counted on one hand. Because of this, the ancient forces that received the Emperor's decree had basically come to the intention of allying with the Dragon Kingdom, not for any other reason, but for Chen Xian, which was worth their alliance. Therefore, the higher-ups of Wanzhong Mountain naturally welcomed Chen Xian's arrival. In the main hall of Wanzhong Mountain, Chen Xian met the mountain lord, Chen Xingshan, a very ordinary name, but his strength was anything but ordinary. Like the old master of the Heavenly Master's mansion, Chen Xingshan's cultivation had also reached the peak of the legendary Saint Sovereign, almost stepping into the realm of the mythical monarch. Even though his imposing aura was not apparent, Chen Xian could still sense an extremely domineering sword intent emanating from him. One could imagine that once Chen Xingshan's seemingly aged body erupted, it would surely shake the heavens and the earth. After some pleasantries, Chen Xian stated his purpose. Unsurprisingly, Chen Xingshan, representing Wanzhong Mountain, agreed to ally with the Dragon Kingdom. It was only after this that Chen Xian learned how dire the situation at Wanzhong Mountain had become. As of now, the true disciples of Wanzhong Mountain numbered less than 300, which was nearly 10 times fewer compared to the thousands of disciples at the Heavenly Master's mansion. Of course, each of these 200 disciples was at the King Realm level, and there were a full 25 elders at the True King Realm, with 5 others at the legendary Saint Sovereign level, in addition to Chen Xingshan. Chen Xian was not surprised by this. After all, these ancient forces had extremely complete inheritances, and their foundation was rich enough. Even though the passage of time had gradually diminished their strength, they still possessed formidable energy. After exchanging a few words with Chen Xingshan, Chen Xian stood up to take his leave. After conveying the news of Wanzhong Mountain's agreement to ally back, Chen Xian continued on to the next ancient forces location. Chen Xian harbored a deep-seated anger and ambition in his heart. Those foreign races had invaded his dragon kingdom recklessly, causing many of his people to sacrifice their lives. No matter what, this grudge had to be avenged, along with that Yuan Ma demon sect. Once he allied with these major ancient forces, the Dragon Kingdom would have protection and could begin to seek revenge. Since that battle, the entire Dragon Kingdom, from top to bottom, had been holding its breath, all striving to wash away the national shame, each working hard to level up, which had also led to the suffering of the mutated animals in the deep mountains and ancient forests. Mercenary groups and similar teams sprang up like mushrooms after rain, and all combat professions were busy leveling up by fighting monsters, using the precious materials from mutated animals to exchange for wealth, while also improving themselves through battles with these creatures. What danger, what crisis, all vanished under the influence of that pent-up energy in their hearts. Besides the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, the military was also doing everything possible to improve. In that great battle, over 170 members of the Qishao team, who had been in seclusion in the Emperor's secret realm, broke through to the King Realm and rushed to various defensive lines. It was precisely because of these over 170 King Realm warriors that the Dragon Kingdom's army was not quickly breached by the foreign races. However, that battle was too brutal. Over 120 of those King Realm warriors fell, leaving only nearly 50, each severely injured. If it weren't for the miraculous pills from the Emperor's secret realm, even if they didn't die, their lifespans would be greatly reduced, with little time left. In order to cultivate top-notch experts for the Dragon Kingdom, the Mythical Anomaly Bureau once again dispatched nearly 100,000 soldiers, all at least of rare quality, with many reaching legendary quality, to the Emperor's secret realm for seclusion and training. Having experienced that battle, both Chen Xian and the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom deeply understood that the Dragon Kingdom was still too weak. Considering the future while being weak was still too premature, only by having the power to protect themselves could they have the opportunity to think about the future. And these 100,000 soldiers, in Chen Xian and the higher-ups' vision, are to gather the power of the human emperor's secret realm, fully assisting them in breaking into the King Realm. 100,000 kings, if paired with military formations like the Azure Dragon, would display an absolutely terrifying power, possibly even possessing the strength to contend with legendary holy sovereigns. Furthermore, with the original members of the Qishao team, the Dragon Kingdom would truly grow strong, gaining the ability to protect itself. In addition, Chen Xian and the Dragon Kingdom's higher-ups have a true king plan, striving to cultivate several true kings, and the candidates for these true kings are the 5 members of the Qishao team who have awakened mythic qualities. Although legendary quality is also top tier, in terms of potential, it ultimately cannot compare to mythic quality. If the plan succeeds, 5 true kings of mythic quality would be enough for the Dragon Kingdom to calmly respond to attacks from true kings. After all, even a newly ascended true king of mythic quality possesses considerable combat power, and even at the peak of true kings, it wouldn't be so easy to kill them. With the 5 working together, aside from monsters like Chen Xian, almost any true king could be killed. On the other side, Chen Xian arrived at the entrance of the small world where the Wanjian sect is located, in Mount Shu. Once, Mount Shu was a major tourist destination, its magnificent scenery leaving many reluctant to part with it. However, with the arrival of the mythical era, Mount Shu, like Longhu Mountain, has become a place rarely visited by people, and that magnificent scenery is no longer sought after. Similarly, after Qin Xian set foot on Mount Shu, the strong members of the Wanjian sect sensed his presence. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder Lu Wenwu, Chen Xian entered the small world of the Wanjian sect and met the sect leader, Xiu Shui. To Chen Xian's surprise, this sect leader was a woman, and a stunningly beautiful, mature, and alluring woman at that. Her explosive figure and the faint aura of sharpness she exuded gave her a unique charm. Even Chen Xian, upon seeing her for the first time, couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Everyone has a love for beauty, especially for a woman who seems like a celestial being. However, that pang of heartache only lasted a moment before Qin Xian suppressed it with his strong willpower. In terms of appearance, his secretary Lin Tong was not inferior to this woman at all, but compared to her figure, Lin Tong fell a bit short, and she also lacked the noble aura that this woman possessed. The phrase bringing disaster to the country and the people took on a profound meaning for Qin Xian for the first time. General Chen Xian of the Dragon Kingdom, I have met the Sword Saint. These thoughts were merely a fleeting moment. At the moment the other party looked at him, Chen Xian cupped his hands and greeted politely. Indeed, this sect leader of the Wanjian sect had another title, the Sword Saint. Whether it was the old master of the Tianchi Mansion or the master of Wanzhong Mountain, they all held a certain fear of this woman, and her name as the Sword Saint was recognized by several ancient powers. It is said that she awakened a mythic quality profession related to the sword path, and it is also a profession with hidden uniqueness. At her birth, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, with a chorus of 10,000 swords ringing out, moving the entire Wanjian sect, and she was directly taken as a personal disciple by the previous generation's sect leader, gathering the hopes of all the strong members of the Wanjian sect. This woman did not disappoint the expectations of the Wanjian sect. After awakening, she displayed an extremely high talent in the sword path, able to comprehend almost any sword technique with just a glance. She reached the foundational level of 103 months, broke into the King Realm in a year, entered the True King Realm in 5 years, and achieved legendary status in 10 years. Now, at the age of 42, her cultivation is infinitely close to that of a mythic monarch, and her combat power can even barely match that of a mythic monarch. After reaching the legendary Holy Sovereign level, she began her invincible journey, first battling several Holy Sovereign Elders of the Wanjian sect single-handedly and winning, then going to challenge the Holy Sovereign Elders of other ancient powers. Without exception, she won every battle. After completing her challenges, she returned to the Wanjian sect and entered seclusion for 3 years, directly reaching the peak of legendary Holy Sovereign, earning her the title of Sword Saint from many ancient powers. It can be said that this woman's life is a legend, and she is the only legend to have emerged among the many ancient powers. Although this is partly due to the efforts of the 10,000 Sword sect in nurturing her, her talent is undoubtedly rare throughout the ages. At least among those Chen Xian has encountered, aside from himself, this woman is definitely the strongest. General Chen is being modest. I have long admired General Chen's reputation. The Sword Saint Xiu Shui did not boast, and also cupped her hands towards Chen Xian, letting out a light laugh. Her voice was as melodious as a yellow oriole, soothing and refreshing, yet it also carried a certain allure that made one unable to resist being drawn in. Her captivating eyes curiously examined Chen Xian, and deep within them flickered a hint of battle intent. As a legendary sword saint among the ancient powers, Xiu Shui had stood at the pinnacle for a long time, feeling a deep sense of loneliness and yearning for a worthy opponent. She had a vague premonition that if she could battle a strong opponent of the same level, she would surely be able to break into the realm of mythic monarchs through that fight. Unfortunately, the rulers of other ancient powers were still quite inferior to her in strength. Even the rumored strongest old celestial master would not stand a chance against her in a life-and-death confrontation. This was not arrogance on her part, but rather a conclusion drawn from her sparring sessions with those rulers, based on the strength they had displayed. Because of this, when the news reached Sword Saint Xiu Shui that Chen Xian, with his mid-level True King cultivation, had defeated and killed a legendary Holy Venerable, she became interested in him. Of course, this interest was not of a romantic nature, but rather the curiosity towards a potential rival who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Even in her prime, she had not possessed the terrifying combat power that Chen Xian displayed. Only at the peak of the True King level did she have the strength to contend with a legendary Holy Venerable, but to kill one was absolutely impossible. Naturally, a legendary Holy Venerable would also be unable to kill her. Yet Chen Xian, merely a mid-level True King who had just recently broken through, could slay a legendary Holy Venerable with overwhelming might. Such astonishing combat power would even make the proud Xiu Shui bow in respect. However, although Xiu Shui recognized Chen Xian's potential and talent, at this moment, he was still far from being her opponent. With her current strength, if she truly went all out, Chen Xian might not even be able to withstand a single strike. Of course, this was merely Xiu Shui's inference based on Chen Xian's achievements. I believe the Sword Saint has already understood my intentions. I wonder what the Sword Saint and the 10,000 Sword Sect think. Facing the scrutiny of Sword Saint Xiushui, Chen Xian remained calm and composed, asking without arrogance or servility. Upon hearing Chen Xian's inquiry, the elders of the 10,000 sword sect around them exchanged glances, surprised by his directness, but they remained silent, quietly waiting for their sword saint's response. They had already reached a conclusion in their hearts regarding the alliance with the Dragon Kingdom. Given the current situation of the 10,000 sword sect, they had no choice but to agree. The 10,000 sword sect is willing to ally with the Dragon Kingdom. However, I have a small request. I wonder if General Chen. Sword Saint Xiushui fixed her gaze on Chen Xian, letting out a light laugh. Oh, please speak plainly, Sword Saint. Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged as he looked directly at Sword Saint Xiushui. Take one move from me. Regardless of the outcome, the 10,000 sword sect will ally with the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as Sword Saint Xiushui finished speaking, before Chen Xian could react, the faces of the elders of the 10,000 sword sect changed, and they rubbed their foreheads in resignation. From the life of Sword Saint Xiushui, it was not hard to see that although this woman possessed a beauty that could bring disaster to a nation, she was a warrior at heart, yearning for battle and a worthy opponent. When Xiushui had just entered the holy venerable realm, these old fellows had been in a state of constant turmoil, and the most critical part was that Xiushui paid no heed to their elder status, defeating them soundly each time. This led to the elders of the 10,000 sword sect going from feeling gratified by Xiushui's achievements to nearly avoiding her at all costs. At this moment, the old fellows understood Xiushui's mindset all too well. It was merely that they saw Chen Xian's extraordinary combat power and became interested in him. However, they felt speechless about Xiushui's disregard for the situation. To be honest, given the identity of Sword Saint Xiushui, asking Chen Xian to take one of her strikes was undoubtedly excessive. They worried that Xiushui's action might provoke Chen Xian, leading him to abandon the alliance with the Wanjian sect, which would ultimately backfire on them. The current situation of the Wanjian sect was such that if they did not recruit fresh blood soon, in 100 years, the sect would basically be a mere name. At this moment, many elders of the Wanjian sect were closely watching Chen Xian, their eyes flickering with tension, fearing that if Chen Xian became angry, he would turn and leave. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Xian remained silent for a while before finally raising his head to look at Sword Saint Xiushui and said in a deep voice, "All right." Upon hearing this, many elders of the Wanjian sect showed surprise, and even Sword Saint Xiushui's stunningly beautiful face revealed an expression of astonishment. To be honest, after making this request, Sword Saint Xiushui had not expected Chen Xian to agree. She had even prepared for him to turn against her. But what she did not expect was that Chen Xian actually agreed. She found it hard to believe that before coming to the Wanjian sect, Chen Xian would not have first learned about them. She was well aware that the Wanchong Mountain and the Tianshi Mansion had already agreed to ally with the Dragon Kingdom, and Chen Xian would definitely inquire about the situation of other ancient forces. Not everyone had the courage to accept a strike from her. With her reputation among the ancient forces, even ordinary legendary saints would tremble in her presence. Although Chen Xian's combat power was extraordinary, he was ultimately just at the true king level. How could he have the courage to face one of her strikes? At this moment, Sword Saint Xiushui truly looked at Chen Xian with new eyes. Regardless of Chen Xian's strength, having the courage to face one of her strikes was commendable. Soon, everyone moved outside the main hall. Sword Saint Xiushui stood proudly, her long dress fluttering in the wind, her long, dark, and shiny hair cascading down her shoulders. From her appearance alone, one could hardly imagine that such an extraordinary woman was a universally recognized sword saint. "Are you ready?" Sword Saint Xiushui looked at Chen Xian across from her and asked solemnly. Hearing this, Chen Xian took a deep breath, pushing the power within him to the limit, activating his innate abilities like the Imperial Dragon Body, while also maximizing the dragon patterns within him. On the surface, Chen Xian did not unleash any aura, but within him, turbulent waves surged, his entire body tense, with boundless power ready to explode. This was the first time Chen Xian had taken such a serious approach since breaking through to the mid-true king stage. Even the previous saint from the Yuan Mo demon sect had not made him this wary. There was no choice. When facing a master of sword saint level, everyone had to be cautious. Chen Xian had no confidence in this strike, but he would do his utmost to respond. Regardless of the outcome, he would give it his all. To be able to battle with such a top-tier master, even if it was just one strike, was of great benefit to Chen Xian. As Chen Xian nodded, Sword Saint Xiushui narrowed her beautiful eyes, her delicate hand extending out, gently beckoning. Buzz! A crisp and melodious sword chant suddenly erupted throughout the heavens and earth, as a blue long sword shimmering with a cold light emerged from behind and landed in Sword Saint Xiushui's hand. At this moment, this woman, who overshadowed all others, suddenly changed her aura, like a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating sharpness. She looked at Chen Xian and solemnly said, "This sword is named Xiushui, the divine sword of the Wanjian sect." Indeed, Sword Saint Xiushui's sword was named after her. To be precise, her name came from this sword. As Chen Xian focused intently, Sword Saint Xiushui, holding the Xiushui sword, thrust it forward in an unremarkable manner. What seemed like an ordinary strike to the naked eye felt to Chen Xian as if an entire world of sword energy was collapsing upon him, making him feel immense pressure. This is a sword that returns to its essence, with the sword intent and sword energy contained to the utmost. This is the might of the Sword Saint? Chen Xian was greatly shocked, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, exerting all his strength to mobilize the power within him, holding nothing back. Boom! At this moment, Chen Xian could no longer control himself. All his power erupted violently, distorting the void within a 10-meter radius around him, visible to the naked eye. The overwhelming power fluctuations made the Sword Saint Xiushui's eyes light up, and the many elders of the Wanjian sect, who were watching closely from a distance, wore serious expressions. They had never witnessed Chen Xian slay a saint-level expert, but just from the intensity of this power, they could ascertain Chen Xian's strength. Time-reversing sword formation, spirit dome sword slash, gunmetal slash. Finally, that seemingly ordinary sword pierced right in front of Chen Xian, and he completely erupted. First, he used his time-based profession's divine ability to slow down the opponent's sword intent and other powers, and then he unleashed all his strength in the spirit dome sword slash and other divine abilities, striving to weaken the power of this sword. At this moment, Chen Xian clearly felt the gap between himself and the Sword Saint. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly ordinary sword could force him to exert all his strength. He didn't even know how much power the opponent had used in this sword. The might of the Sword Saint was truly despairingly strong. Bang! Despite being weakened layer by layer, when that sword struck Chen Xian, it still broke through his defenses, sending him flying back several dozen feet, and only then did he barely stabilize his form. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Chen Xian's mouth, and his face turned pale in an instant. Although he hadn't suffered a serious injury, the sharp sword edge had still inflicted considerable damage on him. Looking at the calm Sword Saint Xiushui as she sheathed her sword, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Xian's face. He had thought that with his current strength, he would not fear the legendary peak of the saint level at all, but now it seemed he had been too naive. Although a bit disappointed, Chen Xian quickly adjusted himself. After all, not every legendary peak saint could possess the strength of the Sword Saint. Someone like her could already be called invincible beneath the mythical monarchs. In fact, what Chen Xian did not know was that, at the cost of a light injury, he had taken the Sword Saint Xiushui's sword, bringing immense shock to the many elders of the Wanjian sect. Even the Sword Saint Xiushui was now staring intently at Chen Xian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with fervent brilliance. That was the excitement of encountering a worthy opponent, the thrill of finally not being lonely anymore. At this moment, the Sword Saint Xiushui truly regarded Chen Xian as a future rival. She even hoped that Chen Xian could break through to the saint level immediately so that she could have a thrilling battle with him. The name of General Chen is well deserved. It was my recklessness, General Chen. If you desire any compensation, please feel free to speak. Coming back to her senses, the Sword Saint Xiushui cupped her hands towards Chen Xian and spoke solemnly. Forget about compensation, I just hope the Wanjian sect can keep its promise. Chen Xian waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Rest assured, I am a man of my word. The Wanjian sect will definitely ally with the Dragon Kingdom. As long as the Dragon Kingdom does not let down the Wanjian sect, the Wanjian sect will also not let down the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction and then took his leave from the Sword Saint Xiushui, politely declining their kind offer to help him heal. Under the courteous guidance of several elders of the Wanjian sect, he left the small world where the Wanjian sect was located. Once outside, Chen Xian relaxed his tense body. He took a deep look at the gradually closing light gate before turning to leave. One must always be wary of others. Given the situation just now, if the other party truly wanted to keep him, he would definitely not be able to leave the small world. Of course, if they wanted him to stay without paying any price, that was also impossible. He admitted that Sword Saint Xiushui was indeed very strong enough that he had no chance of victory. However, if he fought recklessly, while Sword Saint Xiushui might not be able to deal with him, he could still manage to kill a few of the sacred venerates from the Wanjian sect. Just now, when he resisted the power of Sword Saint Xiushui, he had only used his full strength in a normal state. His trump card, a special talent, had not been activated. Fortunately, things had not reached that point yet. The other party might really just be curious about his strength, or perhaps they wanted to test whether the Dragon Kingdom had the qualifications to form an equal alliance with the Wanjian sect. While he was speculating wildly, Chen Xian hurried to the next ancient force. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Wanjian sect, many elders of the Wanjian sect looked towards Sword Saint Xiushui, and the Grand Elder Luanwu could not help but ask, "Sect Master, how much strength did you use in that sword just now?" This question was something every elder of the Wanjian sect was eager to know. They wanted to see just how strong Chen Xian was and whether there was a gap between themselves and Chen Xian, who was at the mid-stage of the True King realm. 90%. Sword Saint Xiushui's expression tightened as he spoke in a deep voice. Hiss. As these words fell, the pupils of many elders of the Wanjian sect shrank, and they could not help but gasp. Compared to outsiders, they were not completely unaware of Xiushui's strength, but they had a general understanding. Ever since Sword Saint Xiushui reached the peak of the legendary Sacred Venerate realm, no one among the many sacred venerates and elders of the Wanjian sect had been able to withstand her full-strength sword. It had been several years since Sword Saint Xiushui stepped into the legendary Sacred Venerate realm, and during these years, her strength must have become even more terrifying. They did not even have the courage to spar with Sword Saint Xiushui. A strike with 90% strength, even the Grand Elder Luanwu, who had reached the peak of the late-stage legendary Sacred Venerate, could probably only achieve the same level as Chen Xian. In other words, Chen Xian, at the mid-stage of the True King realm, already possessed the combat power of a peak late-stage legendary Sacred Venerate? How astonishing was that? Of course, when it came to actual combat, other factors still had to be considered, but in any case, being able to withstand Xiushui's strike with only minor injuries meant that Chen Xian's strength was already enough to make any legendary Sacred Venerate take him seriously. I can sense that he still has trump cards he hasn't used. In that moment just now, he was accumulating a powerful force within him, perhaps fearing that our Wanjian sect would take action against him. If that force truly erupts, aside from me, no one in the Wanjian sect can withstand it. However, he should also have to pay a great price. This person's talent is unprecedented. Once he reaches the peak of the legendary Sacred Venerate realm, even I won't have the confidence to defeat him. As Sword Saint Xiushui's words fell, the elders of the Wanjian sect were even more astonished. Looking at the many ancient forces, who else could receive such an evaluation from the Sword Saint? Let alone the True King level. Even among the legendary Sacred Venerates, only a few, like the old master of the Tianchi Mansion, could garner even a little attention from the Sword Saint. A mid-stage True King who could attract such attention from Sword Saint Xiushui, if this were to spread, no one would believe it. Grand Elder, you are fully responsible for the alliance with the Dragon Kingdom. You must ensure that the other party is well treated. With Chen Xian around, the future of the Dragon Kingdom is absolutely limitless. It is worth our Wanjian sect's full effort to befriend. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder suppressed the shock in his heart and respectfully replied, yes. At the same time, in a mysterious place, a new conspiracy was slowly unfolding. In the dim hall, several figures flickered in and out of sight, and a heavy aura permeated the hall. The intelligence system needs to be changed. This time, the losses were too great. A hoarse voice echoed in the dim hall, followed by another hoarse voice. Who would have thought that such a monster would emerge from the mere Dragon Kingdom? To reverse / a Sacred Venerate at the mid-stage of the True King realm, such terrifying combat power is unprecedented. The hidden dread in the words could not conceal the silence that fell over the figures in the hall. They, who had always acted recklessly and without restraint, felt fear for the first time in the presence of a true king. The Dragon Kingdom may not perish, but this person must die. As long as he is here, our Yuan demon monster sect will never see the light of day. Moreover, according to reports, he has already gone to seek alliances with several major forces. Once these major forces get involved, it will be even more difficult for us to implement our plans. After a long silence, a figure spoke coldly, and the sudden flash of cold light in the dimness sent shivers down their spines. If the old heavenly master were here, he would certainly recognize the identities of these figures. They were the 5 great saints of the Yuan demon monster sect who had awakened: Yao Yi, Yao Qi, Yao Shang, Yao Dao, and Yao Xian. Among them, Yao Yi and Yao Qi were late-stage saints, Yao Dao was at the peak of the mid-stage, and Yao Xian and Yao Shang were at the peak of the early stage. The one speaking at this moment was Yao Shang. Even a mid-stage true king can kill a saint. Once he advances further, I fear that even if we join forces, we will struggle to suppress him. Hearing Yao Shang's words, Yao Dao's cold eyes flickered, and he spoke in a deep voice. Then let's eliminate him completely. With the heaven-suppressing demon formation, we 5 will strike together for a decisive kill. Ultimately, the strongest among them, Yao Yi, said coldly, a peerless monster who could reverse kill a saint in the mid-stage of true king. No force dared to be arrogant. If they became enemies with him, they would either wait to be killed by him in the future or have to exhaust everything to eliminate him in the cradle. As Yao Yi's words fell, the other 4 saints exchanged glances and all nodded, with no one opposing. They had no choice, they were afraid too. Then it's settled. This time, we will choose to eliminate him in his stronghold, letting those Dragon Kingdom ants watch helplessly as their guardian dies at our hands. Not only do I want him dead, but I also want to completely extinguish the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. The sinister words echoed in the Great Hall, and the killing intent contained within made one shiver. Chen Xian, who had just come out of the Shadow Flow sect, was completely unaware that an assassination targeting him was quietly approaching. At this moment, he was on his way back to the headquarters of the mythical anomaly bureau in the imperial capital. Following the Sword sect, the Wuxiang sect and the Shadowflow sect also agreed to ally with the Dragon Kingdom. The remaining detailed matters would need to be carefully discussed by the relevant personnel from both sides before the alliance treaty could be formally submitted. However, Chen Xian did not need to worry about these things. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, Lin Tong approached gracefully and asked cheerfully, "Was it smooth?" Looking at Lin Tong in front of him, a hint of tenderness flashed in Chen Xian's eyes as he nodded. "I plan to enter the human emperor's secret realm for seclusion." Upon hearing this, Lin Tong looked at Chen Xian and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will handle things here well." Lin Tong's understanding moved Chen Xian deeply. Unable to resist, he stepped forward and embraced Lin Tong, inhaling her enchanting fragrance, causing his heart to race. He then fled as if escaping. Watching Chen Xian's departing figure, Lin Tong smiled, her beautiful eyes squinting like crescent moons, her stunning smile making 100 flowers pale in comparison. Having left the imperial capital, Chen Xian's mood gradually calmed down. He glanced back at the headquarters of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau standing in the center of the imperial capital and couldn't help but curse in annoyance. "It's just a hug, right? What a coward." Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and turned towards the human emperor's secret realm. This time, upon entering the human emperor's secret realm, Chen Xian planned to challenge the inheritance tower to see if he could obtain the legacy of the ancient human emperor. At the very least, he wanted to acquire the legacy of a powerful mythical sovereign. Of course, with his qualifications, even without the legacy, he was confident he could reach the peak. But if he could possess the legacy, it would at least save him a lot of detours. Moreover, with the power of the legacy, he could reach the peak of True King earlier and even break into the realm of legendary saints. Once he reached the legendary saint level, the Dragon Kingdom would truly be able to rest easy. At least, whether it is those ancient forces or the alien races from the mythological era, it is difficult for them to deal a devastating blow to the Dragon Kingdom. Not long after, Chen Xian arrived at the human emperor's secret realm. He did not disturb those who were in seclusion within the secret realm but quietly approached the Heritage Tower. The towering Heritage Tower, exuding an ancient and weathered aura, made Chen Xian feel like an ant standing beneath it. Vaguely, he seemed to sense the might of the human emperor from this tower. The human emperor, the strongest of the ancient era, the emperor of the starry sky, almost single-handedly upheld the heavens of the entire ancient age, and in the end, gathered many powerful beings from that era to battle the invading alien races beyond the stars. Such a figure, even someone like Chen Xian, who was seen as a monstrous talent by the world, would have to bow in respect. His legacy was enough to make Chen Xian's heart stir with desire. Creak! A dull sound echoed, and the long-silent Heritage Tower was unveiled today, shedding its mysterious veil. Looking at the dim portal, Chen Xian took a deep breath and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the main hall of the first level of the Heritage Tower, the originally dim hall suddenly lit up. Fist-sized luminous pearls were placed on the surrounding stone pillars, and even the dome was embedded with countless luminous pearls. In an instant, the entire hall was illuminated as if it were daytime. Chen Xian squinted his eyes, surveying the hall. The entire first-level space was not vast, about 100 square meters, with a dozen stone pillars standing. Directly in front of the hall door, a stone pillar stood 3 zhang tall, and beside it, a stone tablet engraved with characters stood quietly. Chen Xian walked up to the stone tablet and looked at the characters inscribed on it. These characters were vastly different from modern script, but with his spiritual sense, although Chen Xian could not understand the characters, he could grasp the meaning they conveyed. It recorded the function of the 3 zhang tall stone pillar, a treasure for detecting bloodlines. Perhaps, this was a treasure specially created by the human emperor to prevent alien races from entering and obtaining the legacy. Undoubtedly, in this human emperor's secret realm, the most precious thing was not the items in the treasury or buildings like the Enlightenment Hall, but this heritage tower. Within it lay the legacies of a starry sky emperor and over 100 mythological monarchs. It is no exaggeration to say that any force that could obtain this heritage tower and successfully accept its legacy would undoubtedly become one of the top powers after some time. Even the alien races from the mythological era would go mad if they knew. After pausing for a moment, Chen Xian did not hesitate and directly walked to the stone pillar, extending his hand to draw a drop of blood and placing it on the stone pillar. Buzz! In an instant, Chen Xian's blood was absorbed by the stone pillar, and the patterns engraved on the pillar seemed to come alive, beginning to writhe. A crimson glow suddenly burst forth from the stone pillar. At that moment, the entire hall seemed to be enveloped in a layer of red mist, incredibly fantastical. Soon after, Chen Xian saw wisps of tadpole-shaped inscriptions emanating from the stone pillar. These inscriptions, as if possessing a spirit, intertwined and circled around Chen Xian, gradually forming a towering portal. The shimmering light flowed over the portal, exuding a mysterious aura. Chen Xian took a deep breath, secretly circulating the power within his body, fully on guard, and then suddenly stepped into the portal. As Chen Xian stepped into the portal, the hall returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. The originally brilliant luminous pearls gradually lost their glow, and the bright hall returned to dimness. After a whirlwind sensation, Chen Xian felt the solid ground beneath his feet. He slowly opened his eyes to a scene of tranquility. He found himself in a vast plain, with a clear, winding river flowing across it, lush greenery, and a gentle breeze, resembling a paradise, almost making Chen Xian think he had come to the wrong place. After carefully sensing the surroundings, Chen Xian's expression gradually became serious. He discovered that this seemingly vibrant place had no signs of any living creatures. The entire area looked peaceful and beautiful, yet it was eerily silent, sending shivers down his spine. After observing for a moment, Chen Xian couldn't help but start exploring. He randomly chose a direction, remaining vigilant while moving forward. As he walked, the weight on Chen Xian's heart grew heavier. He truly had not encountered another living being besides himself, not even a bug or a bird. He didn't know how long he had walked when he arrived at a barrier. Looking at the barrier that almost enveloped the entire world, Chen Xian furrowed his brows. This place was too strange, and he even felt a bit hesitant to cross it. He knew that obtaining the inheritance from the Tower of Inheritance wouldn't be simple, but he hadn't expected the test to be so bizarre. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Xian mustered his courage and directly crossed the barrier. He thought he would face some obstruction, but to his surprise, he passed through it effortlessly. The world beyond the barrier was the complete opposite of the previous paradise. The sky was dark and oppressive, the ground cracked. There were no living beings, not even a blade of grass. It felt like a true land of silence. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this area was extremely thin, and the air was mixed with a sense of dark destruction. Even someone as strong as Chen Xian felt slightly uncomfortable at that moment. Chen Xian squinted his eyes, relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside, and slowly advanced, exploring this desolate land. Before long, a ruin came into view. It was a dilapidated, ancient-looking ruin, resembling an old town, most of which had collapsed, with only some foundations and walls still standing. What shocked Chen Xian was that in that town, dozens of figures were wandering about, like a group of lost souls. To be honest, anyone who saw such a bizarre scene for the first time would be startled. Under Chen Xian's spiritual perception, those wandering figures all possessed cultivation levels above the king realm. While this level of cultivation might not seem significant to Chen Xian in the current Dragon Kingdom, they were undoubtedly the backbone of society. Woo! Just then, the figures wandering in the ruins noticed Chen Xian and suddenly turned to look at him. Their deep, dark eyes were chilling, and a piercing howl rang out, followed by those dozens of figures charging directly at Chen Xian. A cold, oppressive aura swept over, causing the temperature in Chen Xian's vicinity to drop sharply. Boom! Facing the charge of these bizarre figures, Chen Xian remained calm, directly channeling the laws of thunder. Brilliant lightning surged in his palm, and as he struck out, dense bolts of lightning surged forth like raging waves, sweeping toward the group of strange figures. Under the impact of the pure and blazing thunder, the bizarre figures didn't even have time to react before they were obliterated in the lightning, turning into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the world. Easily destroying this group of strange figures, Chen Xian still did not let his guard down. A powerful force enveloped him as he slowly stepped into the ruins. Arriving at the center of the ruins, Chen Xian saw a stone tablet standing there, inscribed with ancient characters. Enveloping it with his spiritual sense, Chen Xian immediately understood the meaning of the words. Trial Level 1, stay here for a month. If you remain conscious after a month, you will pass the trial. This place is shrouded by a time-based great formation, with a ratio of 30:1 compared to the outside world. After understanding the meaning of these words, Chen Xian's brows furrowed tightly, filled with confusion. He wasn't surprised by the time ratio of this place. the capabilities of a starry sky emperor were beyond imagination. Even if the laws of time were incredibly mysterious, with the abilities of a starry sky emperor, even without comprehending the laws of time, it was still possible to manipulate a bit of time power through the formation. However, Chen Xian was quite puzzled about the method of the trial. Just stay for 30 days, keeping your mind clear, and you can pass the trial? He originally thought that the trial here involved hunting those strange figures, but unexpectedly, it was so bizarre. Could it be that this place is not as simple as it seems? It could also make one lose their sanity? Chen Xian, filled with suspicion, did not leave this ruin for the time being but began to search through it. However, in this ruin, there was nothing but ruins. The trial prompt, aside from that stone tablet, was also absent. Buzz. Just as Chen Xian was about to leave this ruin and continue exploring deeper, a strange sound echoed from somewhere, a sound that seemed to strike at the soul. No matter how Chen Xian tried to block it, he could not shield himself from it. At that moment, Chen Xian felt as if countless tempting voices were ringing in his mind, making him feel a bit dazed, and vaguely, he seemed to see stunningly beautiful women posing for him. In addition, countless riches appeared before him, and the original ruin seemed like just an illusion. Buzz. However, in just a moment, a crisp sound of a sword's chant resonated, and a long sword emerged from Chen Xian's mind, directly tearing apart the illusion that enveloped his spirit. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xian looked around, and it was still a ruin. Where were the beautiful women? Where was the wealth? At that moment, Chen Xian finally understood why one had to keep their mind clear. He did not expect this place to be so bizarre, that just a sound could make one unknowingly fall into an illusion. Even someone as strong as him had been ensnared. If it weren't for his innate talent of sword heart clarity, he wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Indeed, wanting to obtain the inheritance is not that easy. Chen Xian sighed lightly. Just now, he couldn't even detect the source of that strange sound. With his current strength, he had still been ensnared, and for others who entered this place, wanting to pass the 30 days safely would definitely be fraught with difficulties. However, compared to just now, Chen Xian was much more relaxed at this moment. The unknown is the most terrifying. Understanding the content of the trial, Chen Xian could be said to be bold and skilled. Although that strange sound was terrifying, it was simply impossible to make him lose his mind. Not to mention that his will was strong enough. Just the many talents he possessed could help him resist the mental impact, especially the sword heart clarity. In addition, he also controlled the laws of the soul, awakening myth-quality soul skills. With all these enhancements, the strength of his soul had long been comparable to that of a saint-level figure. Just now, even if the sword heart clarity hadn't exerted its power, he could have relied on himself to break the illusion. It would just take a little more time. With this support, Chen Xian decided not to linger in this ruin any longer but to continue deeper. The method displayed on the stone tablet could only be said to be qualified, but if he wanted to obtain the emperor's inheritance, how could mere qualification suffice? It was like an exam. You could graduate with a score of 60 in every subject, but graduating with 99 in every subject would make a huge difference. Exiting the small town ruins, he found himself in another desolate land. Chen Xian surveyed his surroundings while proceeding cautiously. He did not know how long he had walked when the strange sound came again, but with preparations made, Chen Xian merely paused for a moment before continuing calmly deeper. Gradually, he arrived at a gray riverbank. This river was not large, but there was a dilapidated stone bridge. Chen Xian released his spiritual sense to perceive the surroundings and found nothing unusual. He did not dare to let his guard down, accumulating his power to the utmost, ready to unleash a tremendous strike at any moment, and then he stepped onto the stone bridge. Just after taking 2 steps, a decaying aura rushed towards him, and then the entire stone bridge began to tremble violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Even more astonishingly, the river beneath the bridge also began to churn. A strange sound erupted from the river, and soon, shadows began to leap from the water, charging directly at Chen Xian. Those shadows turned out to be small black fish, each no larger than a palm, but their mouths were disproportionately large, filled with densely packed teeth that glimmered with a cold, fierce light. What was most alarming was that the aura of these black fish was at least at the king realm, with several of them even reaching the peak of the king realm. Faced with the swarm of black fish, Chen Xian remained calm. With the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword in hand, he unleashed an endless stream of sharp sword energy, using it to protect himself while also slaying the bizarre black fish. However, there were simply too many of them. For every group he killed, another would come, as if they were endless. Just as Chen Xian planned to leave the stone bridge, he found himself unable to move. It felt as if an overwhelming force was pinning him to the bridge, preventing him from escaping, leaving him no choice but to confront the swarm of strange black fish. I was too careless, Chen Xian sighed, no longer attempting to leave the bridge. His movements quickened, and the sword energy he unleashed grew sharper. Bang! The bizarre black fish charged at Chen Xian like moths to a flame, but one by one, they were shredded by the sword energy he wielded. dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Eventually, Chen Xian became too lazy to even move his hands. He simply enveloped himself in the chaos sword domain, transforming it into an endless stream of sword energy to slay the bizarre black fish. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to handle it as easily as Chen Xian did, and they would likely be exhausted to death. After all, the spiritual energy in this place was thin, making it impossible to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish oneself. The faster one consumed spiritual energy, the quicker they would perish. Even if one had treasures to replenish their energy, there would always come a time when they would run out. It was precisely because of this that Chen Xian utilized the Chaos Sword domain. His Chaos Sword domain was not a technique or a cave, but a talent, requiring very little spiritual energy to maintain. No matter how many bizarre black fish there were, what was there to fear? If only he had brought some food, he could have enjoyed a drink on the stone bridge. As time gradually passed, after approximately 3 days, no more black fish emerged, and Chen Xian was finally able to move again. Without hesitation, he quickly descended the stone bridge, took a moment to adjust his breath, and continued onward. As Chen Xian ventured deeper, he encountered numerous strange creatures, all at least at the king realm level, and as he went further, he even encountered several true kings. However, with his formidable strength, he easily dispatched these bizarre beings. Eventually, Chen Xian arrived at the deepest part of the first layer of trials. Here, it was desolate and silent, the sky dim. A decaying, ancient city ruin lay before him. Standing before the ruins, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, his expression serious, as he sensed an extremely oppressive aura emanating from the city. Soon, figures began to emerge from the ruins, their hollow eyes fixed intently on Chen Xian. Just this scene alone was enough to make anyone's heart race. Even more terrifying was the aura radiating from these figures, all of which reached the true king level. These figures stood at least 3 meters tall, covered in dark purple scales, surrounded by a chilling deathly aura. The difficulty of this trial exceeded Chen Xian's imagination. Just the first layer of trials had so many true kings. What kind of horrors awaited in the subsequent 8 layers? But what puzzled Chen Xian was that these true king-level bizarre figures did not charge at him like the strange creatures he had encountered along the way. Instead, they stood silently. Woo! In the next moment, a wailing cry erupted from one of the figures, followed by the others joining in a chorus of howls. The sound was piercing and soul-shaking, even causing Chen Xian to feel momentarily dazed. Before Chen Xian could awaken, one illusion after another began to envelop him, each bizarre figure almost bursting forth with a vision. And how many strange figures were there in the ruins of this city? Even with Chen Xian's clear sword heart and mastery over the laws of the soul, he could not break free from those illusions for a time, his entire mental will sinking directly into these phantoms. Tap tap. After being affected by the illusions, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the ruins of the city, and then, in front of the ruins, the dense figures began to wriggle from the back, parting to create a path. A figure, indistinguishable from a normal person, walked towards Chen Xian slowly from the end of the path. This figure existed between reality and illusion, looking extremely strange, surrounded by gray mist, its pale eyes fixed on the entranced Chen Xian, as if observing prey. At this moment, Chen Xian, trapped in the illusions, faced various temptations. Although he maintained his clarity with his innate power, it was difficult for him to break through these layers of illusions in a short time. To be precise, he could only dismantle one illusion at a time and could not destroy all of them simultaneously. Therefore, Chen Xian was unaware that his physical body outside was facing a threat from a mysterious entity. The mysterious figure that approached Chen Xian examined his body up and down, nodding in satisfaction, and then raised its hands, quickly forming a mysterious seal, the speed of its movements too fast for the naked eye to discern. Buzz. Threads of gray inscriptions spread from its hands, and in an instant, thousands of inscriptions emerged, densely interwoven into a large net that enveloped Chen Xian's body. As more and more inscriptions appeared, the mysterious figure became increasingly ethereal, gradually retreating from the realm of reality, even beginning to dissipate. Or rather, its body began to transform into inscriptions, converging into the net that surrounded Chen Xian. If ancient beings were to witness this scene, they would surely be horrified. The actions of this mysterious figure were attempting to seize Chen Xian's body? A creature from a trial ground possessed will and intended to take over another? What a terrifying matter this was. The inscriptions cast by the mysterious figure were, in fact, its consciousness and power evolving, enveloping Chen Xian in all dimensions, gradually penetrating his body, devouring his soul, and then controlling Chen Xian's body. Such a method, even in ancient times, was rarely mastered. Gradually, the mysterious figure had completely vanished, and the net enveloping Chen Xian was airtight, appearing from a distance like a massive sphere. Buzz. Inside the net, wisps of gray mist emanated from the thousands of inscriptions, drilling into Chen Xian's body through countless pores. Roar! However, just as these gray mists surged into Chen Xian's body, the sound of dragon roars erupted like thunder, the dragon patterns imprinted on Chen Xian's body suddenly glowing, and dragon shadows flew out, roaring at the invaders with bared fangs and claws. The unprepared gray mist was directly devoured by these dragon shadows, but the conscious gray mist quickly reacted, engaging in battle with the numerous dragon shadows. For a time, every part of Chen Xian's body became a battlefield, as the dragon shadows and the giant beasts formed from the gray mist fought fiercely, the blood flowing in his meridians boiling and churning under this battle. Dragon patterns? Good. A fragmented voice echoed within the net, and the mysterious entity attempting to seize Chen Xian seemed even more excited by the appearance of the dragon patterns, as the gray mist emerging from the dense inscriptions increased even more. At this moment, Chen Xian was completely unaware that his body had become a battlefield. He was still diligently trying to break through the layers of illusions. Unfortunately, even with all his effort, he could only dispel a few hundred layers. Escaping from the myriad of illusions was impossible in a short time. Meanwhile, the great battle within Chen Xian's body continued. Although the dragon patterns were terrifying and on their home turf, the mysterious gray mist seemed endless, impossible to kill off. Instead, the dragon patterns gradually retreated under the relentless assault of the infinite gray mist. As the dragon patterns fell back, Chen Xian's body was gradually tainted by the gray mist, his bones turning pitch black under its corruption. Even the dragon patterns branded on his bones and skin were dyed black. Roar! Gradually, the dragon patterns that had been tainted were driven by a mysterious will, transforming into black dragon shadows that joined the battle. Empowered by the mysterious will, the black dragon shadows were even more terrifying than Chen Xian's original dragon patterns, suppressing the dragon patterns within him. It was unclear how much time had passed, but almost Chen Xian's entire body had been tainted by the gray mist. With the exception of his heart and head, everything else had fallen. The mysterious will knew that its possession had reached a critical moment, so it gathered all its strength, preparing to launch a full-scale assault on these two vital areas to completely take over Chen Xian. If someone could see through Chen Xian's body, they would discover that around his heart, the meridians were densely packed with black dragon shadows. An army formed from countless gray mists gathered, a heavy momentum spreading throughout all the meridians and acupoints. The meridians in Chen Xian's brain were in the same situation. If Chen Xian were to wake up at this moment, he would likely be terrified by the state of his own body. Buzz! As a strange sound echoed within Chen Xian, the poised black dragon shadows surged forward, charging towards his heart and brain, a fierce momentum sweeping through, causing the blood in Chen Xian's meridians to evaporate under this force. Clang! At this critical moment, a crisp and bright sword chant suddenly resonated. In the deepest part of Chen Xian's brain, a sword-shaped crystal floated. This was the manifestation of the profession he had awakened, also known as the profession Divine Crystal. Generally, only those who reached the level of Starry Sky Emperor could access the profession Divine Crystal in their mind and initially grasp its true power. But at this moment, when Chen Xian faced the most dangerous time, this chaotic swordsman's profession Divine Crystal autonomously awakened, its sword chant resonating like the sound of the Tao, rapidly spreading throughout Chen Xian's body. Under the influence of this sword chant, the black dragon shadows that were originally rushing towards Chen Xian's heart and brain seemed to be frozen in place, halted in their tracks. Boom! As a burst of light erupted from the profession Divine Crystal, strands of sword energy swept out like a river of sword energy, flowing from the depths of Chen Xian's brain, spreading through his meridians to every part of his body. Wherever the river of sword energy passed, numerous black dragon shadows crumbled. Not a single one could survive under this sword energy. Moreover, even the gray mist that enveloped Chen Xian's body was directly shattered by these sword energies. The gray mist that nearly took over Chen Xian had no power to resist under this sword energy. No, impossible. How could a mere true king mobilize the power of the divine crystal? The appearance of these sword energies made the mysterious will exclaim in disbelief, its words filled with panic. However, at this moment, it had already used all its strength to seize Chen Xian's body, and even if it wanted to leave, it could not. No! With a scream from the mysterious will, countless sword energies from the profession Divine Crystal extinguished its will, purifying all its power into pure strength that flowed within Chen Xian. With the infusion of this pure power, Chen Xian's previously evaporated vitality was instantly replenished. Not only that, but even the power of the dragon pattern grew even stronger, transforming from a golden sheen to a dark golden luster. At the same time, stimulated by this power, the energy within Chen Xian began to operate autonomously, charging towards his cultivation bottleneck. No one expected that this life and death crisis would become an opportunity for Chen Xian. The membrane representing the bottleneck gradually shattered under the vigorous impact of this power, and a brand new force was born within Chen Xian, an overwhelming momentum unconsciously bursting forth from him. the late stage of True King, achieved in one go. Even more astonishing was that after Qin Xian reached the late stage of True King, this power continued to surge, causing his newly broken through cultivation to steadily rise. On the other side, when that mysterious will was crushed by Qin Xian's professional divine crystal, the countless figures in the ruins of the city also dissipated, leaving only the motionless Qin Xian in front of the ruins. At first glance, it seemed as if everything that had happened before was merely an illusion. The one who felt it most acutely was Qin Xian, who, while trying to break the illusion, found that at a certain moment, the layers of illusions that had caused his will to sink suddenly collapsed simultaneously. The sudden change left Qin Xian somewhat dazed, and after a while, he finally regained his senses. He hurriedly returned to his own body, but upon doing so, Qin Xian was once again stunned. What the hell? How did I reach the peak of True King? The vast and overwhelming power made Qin Xian feel so unreal. He clearly sensed that his cultivation had indeed reached the peak of True King, and his foundation was incredibly solid, without a hint of instability. This bizarre change left Qin Xian puzzled. He checked himself inside and out but found no abnormalities. Could it be that experiencing the illusion also has the effect of enhancing cultivation? Other than this, Qin Xian couldn't think of any other reason to explain his cultivation increase. Enveloped by the illusion, he had no idea what was happening to his body. This was a free win. After pondering for a long time without results, Qin Xian could only temporarily set it aside. As long as it didn't harm him, the increase in cultivation was a good thing for him. He had jumped two small realms at once. If Qin Xian had cultivated himself, without considering heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and opportunities, it would take him at least a year to reach the peak of True King, and possibly even longer. But soon, Qin Xian realized the flaw. Although his cultivation had reached the peak of True King and his foundation was incredibly solid, his comprehension of the laws and mysteries remained stagnant, meaning he had only improved his cultivation, not achieved an all-around enhancement. If he had reached it through his own cultivation, his understanding of the laws would have similarly improved, and the gap between the two was significant. Nevertheless, Qin Xian was still quite satisfied. After all, it was free. After quietly contemplating the surging power for a while, Qin Xian stepped into the ruins of the city. The ruins were desolate and silent, showing no signs of life. When he reached the center of the ruins, just like in the ruins of the small town, a large stone tablet stood quietly here. Unlike the small town's tablet, this one was much larger, taller than Qin Xian himself. Approaching to observe, he found that there were no inscriptions on the stone tablet, only a strange engraving. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xian forced out a drop of blood and touched it to the strange engraving. Buzz! In an instant, Qin Xian's blood was absorbed by the strange engraving, and then a massive suction force erupted, pulling him in before he could react. When Qin Xian regained consciousness, he found himself in the second layer of the trial. He was in a vast arena, surrounded by densely packed cages, each containing a bizarre creature. According to Qin Xian's speculation, these creatures are likely the invading alien races from ancient times, separated by the barriers of the cages, and he cannot perceive their strength. Creak! With a strange sound echoing, all the cages closest to the arena were opened, and a fierce aura surged forth, making Qin Xian feel like a small boat about to capsize in this turbulent sea. Shadows emerged from the cages, their crimson gazes fixated on Qin Xian, the chilling intent to kill causing the temperature of the entire arena to plummet. Without any warning or words, those strange creatures charged directly at Qin Xian, their terrifying power rolling in like a vast ocean. True Kings. These strange creatures are all experts at the True King level, and looking around, there are at least 30 or 40 of them. This trial is way too difficult, right? Qin Xian complained helplessly while wielding the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword. These are True Kings, not just any random beings. How could an ordinary True King deal with 30 or 40 opponents of the same level? Even a myth-quality awakened professional would struggle. Whether it's the first layer of the trial or the second, the difficulty is frighteningly high. If any other True King were to come here, let alone the second layer, they probably wouldn't even pass the first layer. Even now, Qin Xian still doesn't understand how he managed to get through the first layer. It's simply a mystery. Under Qin Xian's explosive combat power, those strange creatures that emerged from the cages were quickly slaughtered, but soon after, the second circle of cages was opened, and another wave of strange creatures attacked, with even more than the first wave. This scene was almost identical to the ancient bridge in the first layer, forcing him to passively engage in battle. To be honest, Qin Xian hated this feeling. To be precise, no one wants to be led around by the nose. But what could he do, being trapped in this situation? Bang! The deafening roar echoed continuously in the arena, one wave after another, and Qin Xian became somewhat numb from the killing. After slaughtering 20 waves, this unfair arena battle finally came to an end. At the moment it ended, a light gate appeared in the center of the arena, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. and directly pulled Chen Xian into the light gate. Then, Chen Xian found himself in the third layer of the trial. This layer was still an arena, surrounded by cages, but unlike the second layer, only one cage opened at a time. However, the strange beings that emerged from the cage were all at the peak of the true king level, and not just ordinary true kings. Each one was incredibly powerful, and even Chen Xian had to expend dozens of moves to slay them. Fourth layer, fifth layer, eighth layer. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Chen Xian reached the ninth layer of the trial. At this moment, he was visibly exhausted, his hands somewhat sore, and his face numb. There was no way around it. Anyone who experienced such battles would feel numb. But similarly, the gains Chen Xian obtained were unimaginable. The endless battles, layer after layer, allowed him to fully master the power of the true King Peak, and at the same time, his understanding of the laws and principles he possessed gradually improved through each battle. Since the fourth layer of the trial, he had consciously utilized his laws and principles in combat, using only 2 types of laws in each layer, and through this continuous honing and application, his comprehension of the laws naturally strengthened. Compared to the previous 8 layers, the trial space of the 9th layer was undoubtedly much smaller, but Chen Xian did not relax at all. Instead, he became more vigilant. The smaller the space, the greater the danger. This was the final layer of the trial, and it would surely be stronger than the previous layers. Buzz. As Chen Xian remained alert, the trial space of the 9th layer suddenly trembled, and then a mirror appeared before him. Looking at the reflection of the figure in the mirror, Chen Xian was left in a daze. Could it be that this is meant to show him how handsome he is? The next moment, a shocking scene appeared before Chen Xian. A figure suddenly stepped out from the mirror, and strangely, this figure looked exactly like him. These strong ones really like to have others fight against themselves, Chen Xian said with a bitter smile as he spread his spiritual sense to perceive the opponent's cultivation level. In an instant, he was dumbfounded, even trembling with fear. The mirror clone evolved from this trial space had actually reached the legendary saint level? How the hell am I supposed to fight this? Since becoming the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, Chen Xian's temperament had improved significantly, and he rarely let out such expletives, but at this moment, he couldn't help it. The profession was the same as his, the skills, even the cave heavens and talents, were all the same, but the cultivation level was higher than his. Was there even a need to fight? No matter how confident Chen Xian was, he didn't believe he could defeat the legendary saint version of himself. After all, he was well aware of his own strength. Even in the same realm, it was quite difficult to win, let alone being a whole major realm higher. In the mid-stage of True King, he was already capable of slaying those who had just entered the legendary saint level. How terrifying would his own combat power be at the early stage of legendary saint? Even the sword Saint Xioshui he had seen before probably wouldn't have been able to guarantee a win against the legendary saint version of himself, right? Boom! Just as Chen Xian was trembling with fear, the mirror clone made its move. In its deep eyes, an astonishing battle intent flickered, and an overwhelming aura erupted from it, causing the 9th layer of the trial space to tremble continuously. Just this aura alone nearly suffocated Chen Xian, delaying the speed of power circulation within him. Damn! Chen Xian cursed and didn't sit idly by, he resolutely made his move. At this point, even if he couldn't win, he had to give it a shot. In that moment, Chen Xian unleashed unprecedented power. He never expected that his first full-force strike after breaking through the peak of True King would be against the legendary saint version of himself. Buzz. The Chaos Emperor Dragon's sword appeared in his hand, and a sharp sword intent erupted from him. The laws and divine abilities of all systems were directly unleashed without any pause. Aside from the law of power, the other 12 systems of divine abilities surged toward the mirror clone like a raging tide. With Chen Xian's current strength, even a mid-stage legendary saint would not dare to be careless. But that mirror clone casually slashed out with a single sword. This sword seemed ordinary, but the sword intent contained within it directly strangled the divine abilities Chen Xian had unleashed. His full-force strike was like child's play in front of this mirror clone. The two were simply not on the same level. Even when Chen Xian had faced the ambush of 5 saints, he had never felt such despair as he did now. After shattering Chen Xian's offensive with a single sword, the mirror clone made no further movements. It appeared right in front of Chen Xian, its long sword slashing horizontally, the terrifying edge causing Chen Xian's skin to sting painfully. Faced with this slash, Chen Xian dared not be the slightest bit careless and defended with all his might. Bang! At the moment of contact, all of Chen Xian's defenses crumbled like paper, and the sharp sword edge even shattered the Chaos Emperor Dragon armor on him, blood gushing out like a fountain. Puff! Chen Xian was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall of the 9th layer of the trial space. Staggering to his feet, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale in an instant. Just this one sword had severely injured him. Chen Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. After all, the mirror avatar of the legendary saint is so powerful. When he himself breaks into the legendary saint realm, he will only become even stronger. If he were watching a battle against this mirror avatar that wasn't himself, Chen Xian would definitely be gleefully observing from the sidelines. But when the opponent is himself, all that remains in his heart is despair. It's too strong, so strong that he has no power to resist at all. He doesn't understand what the significance of such a difficult trial set by the human emperor is. Could it be that someone can actually pass such a trial? His talent and strength are already enough to be called unparalleled in the ages. If he can't pass, who can? If the human emperor knew what Chen Xian was thinking, he would surely cry out in injustice. After all, when the 9th layer of trials was set, the human emperor only wanted the trial takers to break through their own limits. Who would have thought that Chen Xian would be so monstrous to this extent? Buzz. In the next moment, the mirror avatar appeared before Chen Xian again, the long sword falling, and Chen Xian was sent flying once more, blood pouring out like it was free. The dignified guardian of the Dragon Kingdom was now like a ball, being tossed around, and the one doing the tossing was his own mirror avatar. Where could he seek justice for this? If this continues, I will die. After being knocked away again, Chen Xian gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his body, staring hard at the mirror avatar, his mind racing like a high-speed engine, thinking of countermeasures. After thinking it over, Chen Xian couldn't come up with a solution. In desperation, he could only first use his special talent, the Chaos True Source, to withstand the opponent's onslaught. Boom! A large amount of vital energy dispersed from Chen Xian's body, transformed into power by the Chaos True Source body. Under this fivefold transformation of vital energy, Chen Xian's strength increased fivefold. With his power surging, Chen Xian gripped the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword tightly and actively attacked the mirror avatar. Spirit Dome Sword Slash, Gunmetal Slash, Bang! The sound of explosions echoed continuously in the trial space. Even after using the Chaos True Source body, Chen Xian still had no power to resist against the mirror avatar, being struck down like an ant. An unprecedented despair enveloped Chen Xian's heart. At this moment, he was covered in blood, his body riddled with wounds, but even so, Chen Xian still did not give up hope. Even when shrouded in despair, he did not abandon his resistance. Since the Chaos True Source body wasn't enough, he would go a step further. Boom! This time, Chen Xian activated the Chaos True God form, consuming nearly 70% of his soul power. The loss of soul power left his spirit utterly diminished. All that remained was his fighting will. An unprecedented surge of power emerged, a tenfold increase in strength that made Chen Xian's aura incredibly terrifying, even causing the solid trial space to subtly distort. Time Reversal Sword Formation, Emperor Dragon Dominance. After transforming into the Chaos True God form, Chen Xian unleashed his full power, various professional skills erupting, directly employing the Cave Heaven and Chaos Sword Domain. Multicolored brilliance illuminated the entire space, making it dreamlike, but the hidden killing intent within was enough to make one tremble with fear. With the intensity of power Chen Xian was now unleashing, even a late-stage saint would likely not dare to take on his assault head-on, yet the mirror avatar across from him remained unfazed. As Chen Xian's attack was about to strike him, the mirror avatar casually slashed out several swords, the terrifying sword light seeming to tear apart heaven and earth, effortlessly destroying Chen Xian's assault and slicing straight towards him. The Cave Heaven and Chaos Sword Domain released by Chen Xian fell upon the mirror avatar like nothing, not causing him the slightest obstruction. Bang! Chen Xian was knocked away once more, the terrifying force recklessly pouring into his body, the sharp sword energy wantonly destroying his vitality. Even though his physical strength had far surpassed his cultivation, he still found it difficult to endure under this piercing sword energy. At this moment, Chen Xian truly felt a desire to give up resisting, but he was simply unwilling. After all the effort he had put in to reach this point, even if he did not obtain the inheritance, he could not accept dying. The Dragon Kingdom still needed him, and the billions of people in the Dragon Kingdom needed him too. If he died here, the alliance with the ancient powers would definitely be nullified, and the foreign races within the mythical era world would surely return. The great situation that the Dragon Kingdom had built would be destroyed in an instant, and Chen Xian could not even imagine what the future would hold. Therefore, no matter what, he could not die here. Since he obtained the qualification for the internal test and chose to approach the country, his life had already been tied to the nation. God and Demon Battle. A roar like a great bell suddenly erupted from Chen Xian's mouth, a mysterious aura emanating from his tall figure. In an instant, dense divine and demonic patterns intertwined around him, making him appear both godlike and demonic. His full head of black hair turned white before the naked eye, and the originally delicate and fair skin showed wrinkles, making him look significantly older. This was the third form of his special talent, God and Demon Battle, consuming his own vitality and amplifying his power by more than 15 times. To close the gap between himself and the mirror avatar, Chen Xian consumed more than half of his vitality, which also halved his lifespan, but the effect he gained was astonishing. This half of his vitality allowed Chen Xian to achieve a 23-fold increase in power. With Chen Xian's current strength, a single punch could cause the entire continent to collapse. In terms of pure power, even peak legendary saints could not compare to Chen Xian at this moment. The vast power within him gave Chen Xian a bit of confidence as he gripped the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the mirror avatar across from him. Buzz! The clear and bright sound of the sword's chant exploded throughout the trial space. In an instant, Chen Xian was beside the mirror avatar, raising the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword high above his head and slashing down fiercely. The terrifying force directly carved a dark gash in the trial space, a deep and void-like crack spreading out. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and centered around the two, a terrifying wave of power swept through, shaking the entire trial space. He blocked it. This time, Chen Xian finally blocked the mirror avatar. Even though it was just a casual strike from the opponent, it was a tremendous improvement for Chen Xian. Previously, no matter how hard he tried, he had been crushed by the opponent's strike, but now he could finally block it, which was enough to imagine Chen Xian's current mood. Bang! However, the next moment, the mirror avatar's hand shook lightly, and a powerful force transmitted through the sword, directly sending Chen Xian flying. But this time, Chen Xian did not suffer much injury. All of this gave Chen Xian the illusion that he could defeat the mirror avatar, and he was filled with fighting spirit as he charged out again, unleashing various professional abilities with unmatched power, as if he could collapse the heavens. Since the battle began, it was the first time the mirror avatar took it seriously. He held the long sword in his hand, positioned it in front of his chest, and executed a fierce gunmetal slash. The brilliant golden essence burst forth like exploding stars, and the razor-sharp sword energy swept toward Chen Xian with unstoppable force, tearing apart the void along the way, while Chen Xian's explosive offensive shattered upon contact. This strike, capable of destroying heaven and earth, shattered Chen Xian's hopes. Boom! Chen Xian, hastily raising his sword to block, was directly blasted away, crashing into the wall of the trial space and creating a massive human-shaped pit. With a poof, a mouthful of blood shot out, piercing the ground. Chen Xian broke free from the wall, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the mirror avatar. He had revealed all his trump cards, yet still failed to inflict any substantial damage on the mirror clone, which had not even taken him seriously throughout the battle. From beginning to end, the clone had only used its professional divine ability once, but with that single move, it shattered his divine demon combat. If the clone were to fight with the same determination as he did, how terrifying would its power be? Perhaps the moment its domain was unleashed, he would be like a marionette, ruthlessly trampled by it? Boom! Just as Chen Xian felt bitter, the mirror clone seemed to lose interest in toying with him, or perhaps it realized that Chen Xian had no more cards to play and decided to end this trial on its own. At that moment, Chen Xian finally caught a glimpse of the unfathomable strength of the mirror clone. With just one move of the time-reversing sword formation, he found himself unable to move, and another spirit dome sword slashed through the air towards him, an endless chill filling his heart. That terrifying sword light was, for Chen Xian, no less than the call of death. At this moment, there was nothing he could do but wait quietly for death. He watched the approaching sword light, memories of his more than 20 years of life flooding his mind. From an ordinary life to the subsequent upheaval, it felt like a dream. At this moment, Chen Xian even wondered if everything he had experienced before was merely a fleeting dream before his sudden death. But if it were a dream, it was far too real. Chen Xian thought of many things, the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom, his parents, and finally Lin Tong. Somehow, he even recalled the sword Saint Xiu Shui. The shadow of death loomed over Chen Xian. Even if he poured everything he had into the fight, under the influence of the time-reversing sword formation, he could not move. Even as he unleashed his divine demon combat, he was still no match for a true powerhouse like the mirror clone, feeling like an ant with no resistance whatsoever. Among the strong he had encountered, only someone like the sword Saint Xiu Shui might be able to contend with the mirror clone. Tear! Soon, the terrifying sword light sliced through the time-reversing sword formation and struck Chen Xian, the razor-sharp sword energy directly destroying the life force within him. An indescribable pain and weakness surged within him, allowing Chen Xian to clearly experience death. Having unleashed his divine demon combat, he had already lost half of his life force, and under this sword strike, he had no chance of survival. At that moment, it was as if he was experiencing a moment of clarity. His consciousness was clear, but his physical condition was dire. He had truly tried his best. Before coming to the Inheritance Tower, he had never imagined that it would lead him to such a desperate situation, but he had no regrets. The opportunity was there. If he couldn't seize it, he couldn't blame anyone else. The only thing he felt unwilling about was that he could no longer protect the Dragon Kingdom, could no longer protect his parents, and could no longer protect. Gradually, Chen Xian's consciousness fell completely into darkness. His body collapsed straight in the trial space, and a long, hideous wound appeared on his chest, pale golden blood flowing out. As Chen Xian died, the mirror clone slowly dissipated, and the entire ninth layer of space fell into silence once more, with only the figure lying in a pool of blood illustrating the brutal battle that had just occurred. It was unclear how much time had passed, but strands of pale golden light burst forth from Chen Xian's corpse, intertwining and shining like blazing runes on his body, a mysterious and intense aura filling the entire ninth layer of trial space. As time passed, the fiery runes on Chen Xian gradually transformed into a phoenix phantom, a magnificent phoenix phantom enveloping Chen Xian, an endless life force and immense power emanating from the phoenix phantom and flowing into Chen Xian's body. Surprisingly, under this peculiar power, the injuries on Chen Xian's body were slowly healing, and even his body began to show signs of life. Since Chen Xian awakened the 5 great talents, the only one that had never been used finally found its purpose. The Phoenix Path Nirvana, Death, and Rebirth, a transformation through Nirvana. Boom! Under the special power of the Phoenix Path Nirvana, a vast vitality surged from Chen Xian, and all the injuries on his body recovered in a short time. His once gray hair turned back to black and shiny, and his wrinkled skin became delicate, like that of a newborn baby. The entire ninth layer of the trial space shimmered with a dreamlike glow, an indescribable aura of the Tao permeating the space. This miraculous rebirth, no matter who it was extremely against the heavens. Even figures at the mythic monarch level would be envious and fervent. Among the known realms, even a starry sky emperor could not achieve a complete death and rebirth. Leaving behind a remnant soul to seize a new life was possible, but even that was not an easy feat. So far, among Chen Xian's 5 great talents, the Phoenix Path Nirvana was truly his trump card. As time passed, fiery runes intertwined on Chen Xian's chest, branding a phoenix tattoo, the crimson glow blossoming on him, making him appear as if he were on fire, exuding a scorching aura. At that moment, the momentum erupting from Chen Xian was incredibly powerful, much stronger than before. It was at this moment that Chen Xian's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, gasping for breath as if he had just come back to life after drowning, his eyes first filled with confusion, then overwhelming shock. This is... Chen Xian was bewildered. After his death, his consciousness fell into darkness, leaving him unaware of what had happened, yet he could clearly feel the change in his strength. He had actually broken through to the True King Extreme Realm? This was the True King Extreme Realm. Even though Chen Xian had reached the peak of the True King, entering the True King Extreme Realm still seemed far off. He had no confidence in being able to enter, yet unexpectedly, after dying once, he achieved it. Phoenix Path Nirvana. Soon, Chen Xian realized where the problem lay, but knowing didn't lessen his shock. Originally, he had almost forgotten about this talent, but he never expected it would bring him such a huge surprise, not only allowing him to come back to life but also enhancing his strength. At that moment, Chen Xian understood that he had underestimated the terror of his 5 great talents. Perhaps, among mythic-level talents, his 5 talents were indeed rare and hard to come by. The Phoenix Path Nirvana was equivalent to having a second life. No, to be precise, it was like having 9 lives. The Phoenix Path Nirvana had 9 levels, each rebirth represented a level, and with each level broken, his strength would grow stronger, until reaching the 9th level, when the Phoenix Path Nirvana would be completely perfected, leading to a qualitative change. Although not every rebirth could succeed, and activating the Phoenix Path Nirvana required being in a state of death, the terror of this talent was still beyond doubt. Without the Phoenix Path Nirvana, death would truly mean death, but with it, there was a chance of rebirth. Even if the probability was small, it could drive many to madness. Unless someone possessed a means of rebirth more terrifying than the Phoenix Path Nirvana, no one could ignore this talent. True misfortune turns into fortune. After understanding the cause and effect, Chen Xian looked at the empty trial space and couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that he would unexpectedly pass through the 9th layer of the trial space because he died once? After all, in the eyes of that mirror clone, he had indeed died. What trial could a dead person undertake? Yet he never expected to come back to life. A bitter smile appeared on Chen Xian's face as he shook his head. Even having reached the peak of the True King realm, Chen Xian was not confident he could defeat or even annihilate the mirror image clone. Now, however, he was reaping great rewards. After a brief rest, Chen Xian approached the mirror at the center of the trial space. This mirror was made of an unknown material. Even after enduring the terrifying battle between him and the mirror image clone, it remained unscathed, standing tall and firm. Buzz. When Chen Xian's hand touched the mirror, the entire surface of the mirror suddenly trembled, and then he was sucked into it. In a vast, white space, Chen Xian's figure slowly emerged. He remained vigilant while surveying this blank expanse. There were no other objects in this space, all he could see was white light. This absolute white, like absolute black, was despair-inducing, though at this moment, Chen Xian had not yet succumbed to despair. He stepped forward, curiously examining the space. In this realm, there was no sense of time, and Chen Xian had no idea how long he had been walking until he was on the verge of impatience when streaks of different colors finally appeared in his line of sight. Due to the distance, he could not see what these colors were emanating from, so he channeled his internal power and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Finally, Chen Xian saw the source of those different colors. They were orbs of light, each resembling a blazing sun, with each orb radiating a different hue. They floated in the white space like stars in the darkness, dazzling and brilliant. These orbs formed a pyramid shape, with the most orbs at the bottom, the colors the lightest, and their sizes smaller. As one moved upward, the number of orbs decreased, their sizes increased, and their colors deepened. The orb at the very top was larger than Chen Xian himself, with mysterious inscriptions swirling around it, adding an air of mystery to the orb. Could this be the inheritance? Chen Xian squinted, gazing at the orbs, muttering to himself. Even with his current spiritual sense, he could not uncover the secrets within these orbs. Aside from their colorful radiance, they appeared quite ordinary. Of course, Chen Xian was not foolish enough to think these orbs were truly mundane. After a moment's thought, he strode forward toward the orbs. As he approached, he discovered that at the base of these orbs was a star-shaped pattern, intricately engraved with dense lines that made him dizzy at a glance. Chen Xian dared not look too long and turned his gaze back to the orbs. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly leaped and reached out toward the largest orb at the pyramid's peak. If these orbs were indeed an inheritance, the one at the top must belong to the human emperor, while those below likely represented various levels of mythic sovereigns. To be honest, Chen Xian looked down on the mythic sovereign level. He had paid such a high price, even dying once, to arrive in this inheritance space. If he could not obtain the human emperor's inheritance, it would be a tremendous loss. To risk his life to come here only to receive a mythic sovereign inheritance? What a waste! Boom! When Chen Xian's hand touched the orb, it suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily peculiar power. Chen Xian could even feel this strange force scanning him, as if it were trying to completely analyze him. The slick, transparent sensation made him quite uncomfortable, but before he could react, he was pulled into the orb by an inexplicable force. When Chen Xian regained consciousness and looked up, he was stunned. Not far in front of him stood a figure about 50 meters tall, with a stern face, wearing a black imperial crown and a black dragon-patterned imperial robe. The overwhelming imperial pressure descended upon him like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating Chen Xian. He held a large black seal in one hand, while the other rested on the hilt of the long sword at his waist, standing alone, exuding an air of invincibility. Junior Chen Xian, I have met the human emperor. After a brief shock, Chen Xian did not dare to be negligent and respectfully bowed from a distance. Regardless of achievements or status, this figure deserved the respect of any human. You are not bad. After waiting for a moment, a voice like a great bell rang in Chen Xian's ears, making his head feel a bit dizzy. This voice was truly thunderous. The two extremes of the King Realm and True King Realm can match the legendary Holy Sovereign, with unprecedented talent. It seems you are the destined person of this era. You have the qualifications to become my successor. Following that, a series of voices came from the human emperor, the resounding tone making Chen Xian's head buzz. Destined person? Chen Xian forced himself to suppress his discomfort and asked this question. The destined one is favored by heaven, possessing unique advantages. Only one appears in an era. Every destined person of an era is a pioneer of the human race and a forerunner, bearing the heavy responsibility of reviving humanity. Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes flickered, and he cupped his hands. May I ask the human emperor to elaborate? He vaguely felt that he might be touching upon a true great secret. This world may seem small, but it is a genuine innate realm. The so-called innate realm is the first batch of worlds born when the universe first opened, and only the innate realm can devour other worlds, elevate its own world level, and only the innate realm can give birth to destined individuals. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's heart stirred, and he quickly asked, so, does that mean there are also destined individuals in the alien worlds? Correct. The reason the alien races invade this world is simply to devour it, allowing their original world to undergo a transformation, and at that time, the destined individual will also benefit. Destined individuals generally emerge in the end of the Law era, leading the beings of that era in cultivation. Only when the destined individual reaches a certain realm can those beings break through that realm. For example, if the destined individual reaches the peak of the King Realm, but someone else also reaches the peak of the King Realm, that person absolutely cannot reach the true king before the destined individual does. This is not about talent but about the restrictions of world rules. Chen Xian's heart sank, his face filled with seriousness. Given the power displayed by the mythical era world, it absolutely could not be in the end of the Law era, which meant that the mythical era world had a long history of growth. As the destined individual of the mythical era world, how strong must he be now? Even if he was the destined individual of Blue Star, he would still pale in comparison before them. As for the restrictions of world rules, it was not a concern. Shen Xian was not boasting, but with destiny on his side, even someone with monstrous talent could not break through before him. According to the human emperor, there was almost no room for maneuvering between innate realms. Regardless of which innate realm or destined individual, they would not miss the opportunity for transformation. Hadn't the mythical era world already devoured so many worlds? Shen Xian suddenly realized that sometimes, knowing too much was not a good thing. Just like at this moment, he felt an immense weight in his heart, even a sense of despair. Before knowing these secrets, he had confidence in battling the mythical era, but after learning the truth, his confidence plummeted like a cliff dive, more terrifying than falling from heaven to hell. In Shen Xian's speculation, the internal test qualification he obtained was probably due to destiny. How big is Blue Star? It could produce an internal test qualification that allowed him to reach such a level. What about the even larger mythical era world? After experiencing such a long period of development and devouring numerous worlds, how strong must the destined individual of the mythical era world be? Shen Xian didn't even dare to think about it. The emperor of humanity back then was probably also a person of destiny from the ancient times. If even the emperor of humanity was defeated, what about himself? Seemingly sensing Shen Xian's thoughts, the emperor said lightly, "Competing with others is endlessly enjoyable. Fighting against the heavens, 100 deaths without regret. As a pawn, even if destined to perish, one must have the belief of a player." These words were incredibly gentle, yet they thundered in Shen Xian's ears like a clap of thunder. He took a deep breath and respectfully bowed to the emperor. "Thank you for your guidance, your majesty." Seeing this, the emperor nodded slightly and said with great spirit, "Indeed, I failed back then, but I am not weaker than anyone. What I lack is merely time. Remember, the Starry Sky Emperor is not the end, but a starting point of another level. As a person of destiny, you possess infinite possibilities. If you lack confidence in yourself, no one can save you. The starry sky is vast. One day, you too will catch a glimpse of it." Boom! As these words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from the emperor, and then his towering figure shattered, transforming into countless starlights that surged towards Shen Xian. Shen Xian had no time to react and was directly enveloped by these starlights. However, what puzzled Shen Xian was that after these starlights entered his body, he felt no abnormalities, and nothing changed within him. From the very beginning, Shen Xian knew that this figure of the emperor was merely a projection, or more accurately, a mark of inheritance. Although the inheritance came suddenly, Shen Xian was not surprised. The only thing that surprised him was the strangeness of this emperor's inheritance. In Shen Xian's view, the emperor's inheritance should at least pass on the techniques and powers he cultivated, otherwise, what would it be called an inheritance? Although he did not lack techniques, who would ever complain about having too many? Just as Shen Xian thought this inheritance was a mystery, a piece of information appeared in his mind, leaving him stunned. The emperor's inheritance was not what Shen Xian imagined, directly passing on techniques and powers, but rather the Tao. To be precise, it was a primordial Tao pattern. It is well known that once a professional awakener reaches the king realm, they will awaken their domain and simultaneously comprehend the power of the laws. After becoming a true king, they will transform their domain into a cave heaven, and the laws will evolve into profound meanings. A legendary saint will transform the cave heaven into a domain, and the profound meanings will evolve into the power of rules. A mythical monarch will transform the domain into a divine kingdom, and the rules will transform into the profound meanings of rules. After reaching the peak of the mythical monarch, to break through and become a starry sky emperor, one must thoroughly comprehend their own rules and profound meanings, walk out their own Tao, and refine their own path to ascend to the starry sky emperor. Once one becomes a starry sky emperor, their divine kingdom will evolve into a Tao palace, forged from the Tao. Under normal circumstances, regardless of how extraordinary one's talent is, achieving the starry sky emperor is incredibly difficult. The vast majority of people are blocked at the point where the profound meanings of rules evolve into the Tao. The Tao is ever-changing, mysterious beyond measure. To comprehend the Tao with human effort is a daunting challenge. Those who can perceive the existence of the Tao are all individuals with great fortune and immense willpower, and the Tao they comprehend generally contains their own characteristics. For example, someone specialized in flames would comprehend the Tao of fire, while someone specialized in sword techniques would comprehend the Tao of the sword. However, this strand of primordial Tao pattern contains no characteristics, it is a blank Tao. In other words, Shen Xian can freely inscribe the Tao he wishes to pursue onto this strand of primordial Tao pattern, transforming it into the Tao he comprehends. This means that as long as Shen Xian does not fall, he can almost guarantee becoming a starry sky emperor. Such an astonishing fortune is more precious than any technique or power. Even Chen Xian was stunned by this sudden fortune. It is no exaggeration to say that if this strand of primordial Tao pattern were to be revealed, the entire blue star would be trampled by countless ancient beings. Those old fellows who have been stuck at the peak of the mythical monarch for a long time will definitely go to great lengths to obtain the innate Tao patterns in Chen Xian's hands. The ancient era was so glorious, yet only the human emperor achieved the status of a starry sky emperor. One can imagine how difficult it is to become a starry sky emperor, and how precious this strand of innate Tao pattern is. Of course, in the short term, this strand of innate Tao pattern is of no use to Chen Xian. Without sufficient realm, no matter how precious it would be wasted. At this moment, Chen Xian is like someone who has a reference point and a blank sheet of paper, but lacks the pen and skills to draw. What surprises Chen Xian is that, in addition to this strand of innate Tao pattern, the human emperor also left him something else, to be precise, an extremely extraordinary treasure. This treasure is referred to by the human emperor as the destiny artifact, a divine artifact born of heaven and earth. The grade of this destiny artifact will increase as the cultivation level of its master rises, and its function is to autonomously absorb the laws, the profundities of the laws, or the rules, the profundities of the rules, and even the Tao that drift in the world. After absorption, it will feed back these laws to the master, allowing the master to directly obtain the laws. To give an analogy, if the destiny artifact absorbs 1/10 of the laws of Earth, and the master has not comprehended it, then after feedback, the master will directly receive 1/10 of the laws of Earth. What an extraordinary effect this is! This means that once Chen Xian possesses this destiny artifact, he will no longer have to worry about comprehending the profundities of the laws. He just needs to let the destiny artifact absorb the laws and wait for the harvest. Perhaps this is the capital that allowed the human emperor to rise against all odds and achieve the status of a starry sky emperor. However, as far as Chen Xian understands, once a person of destiny falls, the destiny artifact will also collapse. One wonders what great price the human emperor paid to leave behind this destiny artifact. Not only in the ancient era, leading many powerful human beings to fight desperately against foreign races, but also leaving such astonishing wealth for future generations. He is truly worthy of being the human emperor, truly worthy of the human race. Compared to himself, this person is the real hero of the human race. Chen Xian's heart was filled with mixed emotions as he deeply bowed towards the place where the human emperor's inheritance mark collapsed, not rising for a long time. After the human emperor's mark collapsed, Chen Xian obtained the destiny artifact. This destiny artifact turned out to be a leaf, about the size of a palm, covered with dense patterns, as if containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Just one glance was enough to make one fall into it. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Xian had already received the human emperor's permission and that this destiny artifact had automatically recognized him as its master, he would not have been able to look directly at the essence of this destiny artifact. Although due to Chen Xian's current cultivation being only at the limit of true king, the destiny artifact only reached the peak level of true king. The mysteries contained within it far exceeded imagination. After some thought, Chen Xian named this destiny artifact the human emperor leaf, storing it in his mind, nourishing it with his soul, and allowing it to nourish his soul in return, achieving mutual enhancement. After obtaining this destiny artifact to suppress his soul C, Chen Xian felt his mind clear, and past doubts in his cultivation became completely clear. Even if someone were to launch a soul-level attack against him in the future, it would be blocked by the human emperor. At the same time, the innate Tao pattern was also placed in Chen Xian's soul C. With his current abilities, he could only look at the innate Tao pattern with admiration. For now, he had no means to carve the innate Tao pattern into his own shape. This trip to the inheritance tower, although it caused him to die once, also brought unexpected fortune. Not only did he accidentally step into the limit of true king, his strength increased further, but he also obtained these two astonishing treasures. It was simply a blood profit. Once everything was settled, Chen Xian left the inheritance tower and appeared in the human emperor's secret realm. He sensed the powerful beings of the Dragon Kingdom who were in closed-door cultivation in the human emperor's secret realm and discovered that during the time he entered the inheritance tower, several dozen members of the Qishao team had broken through to the king realm and left the human emperor's secret realm. These dozens of newly promoted kings are undoubtedly a powerful fresh force for the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, none of them have yet broken through to the true king realm. However, the 5 myth-quality awakeners have all reached the peak of the king realm during this time and are currently in the Hall of Comprehension, understanding the laws and perfecting themselves. After a brief observation, Chen Xian left the emperor's secret realm, spreading his spiritual sense to cover the entire Dragon Kingdom. After the invasion war, although the Dragon Kingdom suffered painful losses, it also greatly increased the cohesion of the nation, and the martial spirit surged to its peak. In a short time, a new Lessa defense zone has been established, and the remaining residents of the previous Lessa defense zone have been resettled. In addition, the Lessa defense line has been reforged, with 2 million troops stationed and more than a dozen kings in command. The entire Dragon Kingdom is thriving. The people's hearts can be relied upon, the whole nation is courageous, and heaven and earth work together. One must ask, what hardships can stand in the way of the Dragon Kingdom? At this moment, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, proud to be born in such a country. If he were in another country, from the very beginning, he would definitely not seek the nation but would secretly develop on his own. Given the nature of other countries, if he were exposed, he would likely be directly controlled and turned into a puppet. Only in the Dragon Kingdom, only in this nation, is it worth his all to protect. What a pity! After some exploration, Qin Xian shook his head and sighed lightly. This time, besides checking the overall situation of the Dragon Kingdom, he also wanted to see if he could find the Yuan Demon Monster Gate or other ancient forces. Unfortunately, even with his current strength, he could not observe the small worlds where these forces are located. To open a secret realm capable of sustaining life, one must at least be at the level of a mythic monarch, and such powerful beings are not something he can reach at the moment. Of course, it is not entirely true that all the ancient forces that have survived to this day possess the inheritance of mythic monarchs. Apart from the 6 major forces like the Celestial Master's Mansion and the unfathomable Yuan Demon Monster Gate, other ancient forces likely had the assistance of some mythic monarchs who participated in the battles back then. Mythic monarchs are also human and have their own selfish desires. Perhaps on major issues, they are willing to fight for humanity, but they also have people they want to protect. As for why they would gather those deserters, that is beyond Qin Xian's speculation. After pondering for a while, Qin Xian did not return to the Mythic Anomaly Bureau but instead wandered freely in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. He had once dreamed of traveling the world, enjoying life without constraints. Unfortunately, back then, he was just a small real estate salesman. Although he had some savings, he was reluctant to spend, and tourism was basically out of reach for him. After the arrival of the Mythic Era, he bore great responsibilities and had even less leisure for travel. Now, with no crisis expected in the Dragon Kingdom for a while, he was happy to steal some leisure time. As the saying goes, stealing half a day's leisure in life, the greatest taste in the world is pure joy. He did not go to those defense zones, not because he was boasting. With his current reputation, once he stepped into any defense zone, it would surely cause a sensation. Moreover, those defense zones had little to see besides tall buildings. In just 3 days, Qin Xian had toured the entire Dragon Kingdom. At his current speed, if he truly wanted to cross the Dragon Kingdom, it would only take a moment. Although he did nothing and thought of nothing during these 3 days, his state of mind became increasingly refined, and his understanding of the principles of heaven and earth deepened. The so-called way of heaven and earth. If one does not approach heaven and earth, how can one speak of the Great Way? During this time, due to the invasion of the Mythic Era and the heavy burden on the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Xian had always been on edge, not daring to relax or stop. Now, this leisurely stroll had loosened that taut string considerably, making him feel more transparent. Just past the point of being easily broken, being too tense can also lead to a snap. After finishing his outing, Qin Xian returned home. The Mythical Anomaly Bureau has Deputy Director Lin Jianye in charge, so he doesn't need to worry. Qin Xian is very clear about his position. He can handle fighting and killing, but managing the vast Mythical Anomaly Bureau would be a nightmare. As a 5-star general of the Dragon Kingdom and the director of the Mythical Anomaly Bureau, Qin Xian's home is naturally located in a large compound. His neighbors, apart from a few cabinet leaders, are no one else. This compound is surrounded by countless powerful individuals, with guards every 3 steps and defenses every 5 steps, making it undoubtedly the safest place in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Of course, for the vast majority of the Dragon Kingdom's people, the place where Qin Xian is located is the safest place in the Dragon Kingdom. His residence is arranged here, also implying that Qin Xian is meant to protect a few leaders. Lin Tong? What are you doing here? When Qin Xian returned home, he unexpectedly saw someone. He looked bewildered at Lin Tong, who was busy in the kitchen. Although Lin Tong is his secretary and has the backing of the Lin family, she has reached the king level, but she is still not qualified to live here. Auntie sent me here. Seeing Qin Xian's confusion, Lin Tong blinked playfully and spoke. Sitting quietly on the sofa, Qin Xian watched Lin Tong still busy in the kitchen, feeling both amused and helpless. Without needing to think, he could guess his mother's intention. However, having Lin Tong come over to cook was a bit inappropriate, right? In the end, Qin Xian could only reluctantly accept this reality, nervously accepting Lin Tong's service. Well, to be honest, her cooking skills were quite good. The meal was complete with color, aroma, and flavor, 3 dishes and a soup, simple yet warm. This meal was undoubtedly the most reassuring one Qin Xian had since the arrival of the Mythical Era. With grace in the hall and skill in the kitchen, she was stunningly beautiful and elegantly gentle. Such a woman would leave no man indifferent. After dinner, Chen Xian and Lin Tong sat on the sofa chatting, discussing everything from the south to the north and from the east to the west, occasionally filled with laughter as melodious as a yellow oriole. Meanwhile, in a hotel suite in the imperial capital, Yao Yi and others gathered here. To avoid drawing attention, they suppressed their powers to the utmost, using treasures to conceal themselves, and dressed like ordinary modern people, appearing unremarkable. It was hard to imagine that they were the 5 great saints of the Yuan demon Yao sect. They regarded a prodigy like Chen Xian with the utmost seriousness. They knew very well that someone like Chen Xian, with such extraordinary luck, would be incredibly difficult to kill. However, this time, they were fully prepared. Even if Chen Xian was only at the mid-level of the true king stage, even a legendary saint at the peak would die at their hands. Just the 5 of them working together would be enough to contend with a legendary saint at the peak. To avoid any accidents, they also brought out a divine weapon from the Yuan demon Yao sect. This divine weapon was forged from the bones of a mythical beast by the former mythical monarch ancestor of the Yuan demon Yao sect, making it a true mythical level divine weapon, containing incredible power. If it weren't for dealing with a prodigy like Chen Xian, they would never have used such a divine weapon so early. A mythical quality divine weapon has boundless power and can autonomously absorb the energy of heaven and earth to unleash attacks, but with the current concentration of spiritual energy, it is simply not enough for the divine weapon to absorb. Therefore, using this Tianshi Yaomen still requires them to stimulate it with their own power. However, with their cultivation, even if the 5 of them worked together, it would come at a considerable cost to activate Tianshi Yaomen. In fact, given the current value of the Dragon Kingdom, it is not worth such a cost for them, as apart from Chen Xian, the rest are no different from ants. Moreover, they have no deep-seated enmity with Chen Xian. As for the deceased legendary saint, he was simply outmatched, and there was nothing more to say. But they must kill Chen Xian. After all, their beliefs were different from those of Chen Xian and the other human races, and the only outcome would inevitably be a life-and-death struggle. If they did not take advantage of Chen Xian's weakness to completely eliminate him, once he grew stronger, it would definitely be them who would die. Therefore, no matter the cost, Chen Xian must die. As long as Chen Xian is dead, the Dragon Kingdom will be theirs. Even if other ancient forces intervene, they had been entangled with those ancient forces for so many years and were already familiar with their methods. Compared to an extraordinarily talented genius, they would rather deal with those ancient forces. Moreover, among those ancient forces, there were none of their people. How is the formation preparation going? Yao Yi stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the magnificent imperial capital through the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes flickering with light as he asked without turning his head. It's almost done. All the formation bases have been buried, and as long as we connect the formation patterns, we can complete the formation. Yao Xian, who was in charge of arranging the formation, replied in a deep voice. Very good. Pay attention to the space of the battle formation. Don't let the power affect this city. As long as we take down Chen Xian, this city will be ours. This place, as the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, will have extraordinary significance once we take it down. It is crucial for our conquest of the Dragon Kingdom and the spread of the belief in the demon god. Yao Yi nodded in satisfaction and instructed solemnly. Understood. The space of the battle formation has been secured by me with the heavenly devouring demon gate. As long as the power does not exceed the level of a mythical sovereign, it will not affect the outside world. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi waved his hand and said solemnly, Good. Everyone, go prepare. Seeing this, Yao Dao and the others were about to turn and leave, but Yao Qi paused, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, According to the information I gathered, the Dragon Kingdom has already allied with the Heavenly Master's Mansion and other forces. Once we take action, those forces may also support the Dragon Kingdom. If the old Heavenly Master or the Sword Saint personally intervenes, the variables will be too great. In this era, there were not many strong beings that the Yuan Mo Yaomen feared. Chen Xian barely counted as one, while the old Heavenly Master and others were definitely of utmost importance, especially the Sword Saint Qiu Shui. Even their strongest existence in the Yuan Mo Yaomen was extremely wary of him. Although that strongest existence had never fought against Sword Saint Qiu Shui, he had secretly watched the sparring between Sword Saint Qiu Shui and several others. When he returned, he only said one sentence that they still remembered vividly. The future belongs to the Sword Saint. Just that one sentence established the invincible stature of the Sword Saint. After pondering for a long time, Yao Yi shook his head and said solemnly, They have just formed an alliance. Those major forces may send strong beings to support, but it is impossible for the old Heavenly Master and others to personally intervene. With the current concentration of spiritual energy in this era, they cannot exist. Once they appear, they will surely become prey for others. In other words, even if they take the risk to come to the rescue, do you think that Chen Xian, a mere mid-stage true king, can wait for them to act? Upon hearing this, Yao Qi and the others were momentarily stunned, then they all shook their heads and laughed. It was not that they did not take Qin Xian seriously, on the contrary, they had taken him extremely seriously. To deal with Qin Xian, they had prepared to the limit of what they could do. Under their preparations, no matter how extraordinary Qin Xian's combat power was, he would surely become their prey. Alright, no need to think about anything else. This battle is imperative. Qin Xian must be captured. 3 days later, the formation will rise, eliminate Qin Xian, and seize the Dragon Kingdom. Yao Yu waved his hand and spoke with great ambition. This battle was the first time the Yuan Mo Yaomen had truly prepared since their emergence, and it would undoubtedly become the declaration of their presence. With the entire Dragon Kingdom, they would announce their faith to the beings of this era, proclaiming the glory of the demon god. After this battle, the future is promising. Feeling the overwhelming spirit of the demon knight, the others were also filled with excitement and left in response, preparing to deal with Qin Xian. As night fell, the dim sky was dotted with countless stars, their twinkling brilliance casting a silver glow over the earth, occasionally interrupted by shooting stars that added a touch of splendor to the quiet night. Atop the mountain, Qin Xian and Lin Tong sat side by side, gazing at the dazzling starlight and the vibrant, dreamlike cityscape, their hearts greatly cleansed. This was the highest peak in the imperial capital, Dongling Mountain, known as the Everest of Jingxi, also referred to as the rooftop of the imperial capital. Breathing in the faint fragrance that occasionally wafted by, and admiring the distant beauty, Qin Xian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Although he and Lin Tong had never truly expressed their feelings, they both understood each other's hearts without needing words. Between them, there was no grand passion, only a peaceful and tranquil companionship. Even though their time together was short, they had already left indelible marks on each other's hearts. However, in this moment, they were both in a dangerous era, and each had their concerns. After all, both Qin Xian and Lin Tong held extraordinary identities, and their union would not merely concern two families, but the entire Dragon Kingdom. Currently, Qin Xian was the guardian deity in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and every move he made could have a tremendous impact. At this moment, their hearts seemed incredibly close, the silent night allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats, a warm and peaceful scene that made them wish to remain in this moment forever. All along, Qin Xian had never wanted to be a hero, he only wished to marry a wife, have a few chubby children, and live happily together as a family. But since the arrival of the mythical era, the heavy burden had fallen upon him, turning this scene into a fantasy. Even if the mythical era had not arrived, achieving this goal would still be somewhat difficult. While Qin Xian was lost in thought, a delicate and tender little hand suddenly climbed onto his large hand that was resting on the ground, the smooth touch sending a shiver through him. He turned to look, only to see Lin Tong's enchanting eyes gazing intently at him, as if they could seep water, filled with emotions that made Qin Xian's heart race. That glance made the cool atmosphere around them gradually warm, and Qin Xian's heartbeat quicken several levels, like the sound of drums, making Lin Tong unable to suppress a smile. This fool, clearly wanting to get closer, yet pretending to be serious. Lin Tong shot a playful glance at Qin Xian, and in the midst of his wide-eyed surprise, she leaned in directly, the tender touch causing Qin Xian to completely succumb. He wrapped his large hand around her, pulling Lin Tong into his embrace, and kissed her passionately. In the sky, a dark cloud floated by, obscuring the curious crescent moon and the stars, making it difficult for them to witness this shy moment. As the morning sun rose, casting brilliant rays, Qin Xian returned home with Lin Tong in his arms. That night, aside from the final step, he had done everything he needed to do. Of course, during the process, he almost lost control, but he didn't want their first time to be spent on that rough mountaintop. Perhaps it would have been thrilling, but Qin Xian didn't want his woman's first experience to take place in such a place. After sending Lin Tong off, feeling satisfied and enlightened, Qin Xian faintly touched the threshold of breaking through the true king realm. In the king realm, he not only broke through the limits of the human body but also surpassed them. Although he unexpectedly reached the true king peak through the Phoenix Path's rebirth, surpassing the true king realm still seemed far off. Yet, he hadn't expected that this time, aligning his feelings with Lin Tong would allow him to touch the threshold of surpassing the true king realm. Even if it was just a threshold, for Qin Xian, it was an astonishing advancement. For talents like them, the greatest fear was not an insurmountable bottleneck, but being unable to even touch the bottleneck. Qin Xian, who had now touched the threshold of surpassing the true king realm, was confident that with a little time, he could transcend the true king realm and achieve an unprecedented double transcendence. Throughout history, being able to surpass the physical limits within a single realm was enough to leave a mark in history, let alone transcending the physical limits of two major realms simultaneously. Qin Xian did not delay, he quickly entered a brief seclusion to seize this moment of inspiration. When he awoke, a day and night had passed. His cultivation had not improved, but his mastery of the laws and principles of his own realm had advanced, and his control over the various professions' divine abilities had become more integrated, even allowing him to innovate. At that moment, a thunderous roar, like a clap of thunder, suddenly erupted in the sky above the imperial capital, a blinding light screen enveloping the entire city. In that instant, the center of the Dragon Kingdom, the supreme imperial capital, was plunged into darkness. In his room, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes as he looked up at the sky, his gaze piercing through layers of obstruction to glimpse the light screen that shrouded the entire imperial capital. He immediately recognized that this light screen was composed of a massive formation, and what weighed heavily on him was that the grade of this formation was not low. Even if it had not reached the mythical level, it was definitely at the peak of the saint level. At the same time, the sudden change caused the entire imperial capital to spring into action. The originally prosperous and grand imperial capital rose like a waking lion, powerful auras surging from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of King Realm experts and over 100 foundational level 100 experts appeared in the sky above the city. "Who dares to intrude upon my Dragon Kingdom?" A mid-King Realm expert exclaimed, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, an overwhelming aura spreading everywhere as he sought the hidden intruder. He was Yi Fengwu, the district chief of the imperial capital's defense area, and at that moment, he was filled with immense anger and a hint of fear. As the center of the Dragon Kingdom, the defense level of the imperial capital was naturally the highest, but he never expected that an intruder could infiltrate and even set up a massive formation to envelop the entire city. Regardless of the outcome today, he feared he would no longer be able to serve as district chief. This left Yi Fengwu furious and alarmed. Disasters come from the sky when one is sitting at home. This unexpected calamity left him feeling quite aggrieved, and he harbored a fierce killing intent towards the hidden intruder. Besides the powerful figures that had appeared, the stationed military in the imperial capital also began to mobilize, quickly advancing into the city and setting up defenses in various regions and major streets. In the courtyard, Chen Xian did not rush to reveal himself. Although his killing intent had reached its peak, he remained calm and composed, narrowing his eyes as he spread his spiritual sense to envelop the entire imperial capital, sensing the hidden enemies while also searching for the foundation of the formation. This time, he had indeed been negligent. If he had been vigilant enough, the enemy might have been able to infiltrate the imperial capital silently, but it was absolutely impossible to set up a formation without a sound. This incident had thoroughly exposed the weaknesses of the Dragon Kingdom. Aside from him, there was no one else capable of supporting the Dragon Kingdom. If anything were to happen to him, it would not lead to destruction, but it would certainly result in a severe blow. What made Chen Xian's expression grim was that after searching for a full quarter of an hour, he still could not find the foundation of the formation. However, he had not returned empty-handed. At least he had vaguely sensed the presence of the hidden person. Found it. In the next moment, Chen Xian's eyes turned cold, and his figure vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a 5-star hotel. Chen Xian did not hide his presence. He floated above the hotel, his gaze icy as he stared down at the building, coldly snorting, "Come out." In the distance, Yi Fengwu and the others also noticed Chen Xian's figure and quickly rushed to his side, surrounding the entire hotel, with countless spiritual weapons aimed directly at it. Yi Fengwu did not approach Chen Xian to chat. Under normal circumstances, seeing Chen Xian would undoubtedly bring him great joy, but the timing was not right. He fixed his gaze on the hotel, his eyes filled with growing hatred. He could not bear the weight of this shocking situation, nor did he dare to, and the only way to reduce his oversight now was to eliminate this group of scum on the spot. The general manager and other high-ranking officials inside the hotel were already terrified when Chen Xian appeared, while the guests staying in the hotel were trembling in fear, hiding in their rooms and not daring to speak. This was a serious matter. Meanwhile, the internet was also in an uproar. Hiss! Who on earth is it? Oh my god! Tianhai Defense Zone, reporting in. Fujian Defense Zone, reporting in. Countless netizens were discussing fervently on various platforms, but everyone was tight-lipped, with the most frequently appearing phrase being reporting in. While they were shocked, they were also filled with anger. The murderous intent emanating from countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom caused the very sky above the Dragon Kingdom to change. How dare these scum attack the center of the Dragon Kingdom? It was simply a death wish. This was no longer a provocation against the Dragon Kingdom, but an attempt to trample its dignity underfoot, and they would kill them at any cost. As soon as the abnormal situation in the imperial capital arose, alarms had already spread across all defense zones, and one powerful king after another soared into the air, heading straight for the imperial capital. In a short time, over 100 king-level powerhouses had appeared in the air outside the formation of the imperial capital, including figures like Xia Pingwu. All of them looked serious as they stared at the formation barrier, gathering together to discuss countermeasures, while professional awakened ones regarding formations also quickly converged towards the imperial capital. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom displayed astonishing power. As time passed, other countries also discovered this shocking attack. Any country with satellites mobilized them at any cost, focusing their sights on the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Even those ancient foreign powers that were gradually awakening turned their attention to the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The battle where Chen Xian had slain the legendary holy master of the Yuan demon sect had already echoed around the globe, causing these once arrogant foreign deities to retract their contempt. Now, seeing the Dragon Kingdom endure suffering once again, most of them held a gloating attitude. On the other hand, the citizens within the imperial capital were also in a state of panic, but under the reassurance of many government officials, this slight panic had already dissipated. The main reason was Chen Xian's appearance, which reassured many citizens of the imperial capital. Chen Xian's invincible name had long been etched in the hearts of every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as Chen Xian was present, they would fear nothing in the face of any difficulty, for they knew that Chen Xian would not lose, and neither would they. Truly worthy of being an unparalleled prodigy, to be able to discover us. A loud voice echoed from within the hotel, and soon after, the figures of Yao Yi and others appeared in the air above the hotel, facing Chen Xian from a distance. At this moment, they all wore serious expressions, their eyes fixed on Chen Xian, trying to see through his true nature. But even Yao Yi, who had reached the late stage of legendary holy master, could not see through Chen Xian, which made them even more vigilant. On the surface, they seemed to be inside the hotel, but in reality, the moment the formation took shape, they were already enveloped within it. They had thought that Chen Xian would be like a toy in their hands, to be toyed with, but unexpectedly, just 15 minutes had passed, and they were already discovered by Chen Xian. Such ability was truly beyond Yao Yi and the others' expectations. Yuan demon sect? Very well, I was planning to let you off the hook for now, but I didn't expect you to dare to jump out and cause trouble. Since you've come, don't go back. The plain words echoed in the sky above the imperial capital, but the murderous intent contained within was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Even if Yao Yi and the others hid well, Chen Xian could still sense the demonic energy within them, and only the inhumane Yuanma demon sect could possess such energy. Chen Xian did not expect that after he had forcefully slain a legendary saint and allied with the 6 ancient powers, the Yuanma demon sect would still dare to show itself. It was clear that his existence made the Yuanma demon sect wary, prompting them to set up this conspiracy against him. In an instant, Chen Xian understood everything. Although the other side had dispatched 5 legendary saints and even used a formation at least at the peak of the saint level, Chen Xian remained unafraid. His only anger was that they had chosen the imperial capital as the battlefield to deal with him. This was also the reason he had not acted sooner. As the center of the Dragon Kingdom and its symbol, the imperial capital absolutely could not be allowed to come to harm. Not even a tiny bit of destruction could be tolerated, as it concerned the dignity of an entire nation and the pride of the Huaxia people. No matter the cost, he would protect the entire imperial capital. Now, the only thing Chen Xian worried about was that the other side would use the entire imperial capital to threaten him, which would definitely bind his hands and feet. General Chen, the commander asked me to convey a message to you. Don't worry, quickly eliminate the small fry to minimize the impact. Only with strength can there be dignity. As long as we kill all the enemies, any idle gossip is just floating weeds without roots. At this moment, a voice rang in Chen Xian's ears, giving him a bit of confidence, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Chen Xian, I must say, you have grown to this level in this era of the end of magic, truly deserving of the title of a prodigy. Our only goal in coming here today is you. As long as you obediently follow us to the formation space, we guarantee that we will not harm the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital. Otherwise, at this moment, Yao Yi looked at Chen Xian and spoke ominously, his words containing both respect and mockery. To be able to toy with a prodigy like Chen Xian, who shone through the ages, brought immense satisfaction to Yao Yi and the others. After a long period of silence, the Yuanma demon sect had finally returned once again in an unparalleled manner. However, within Yao Yi's few short sentences lay an extremely malicious scheme. If Chen Xian agreed, he would surely fall into Yao Yi and the others' trap. If he did not agree, the entire imperial capital would be destroyed in an instant. Even if Chen Xian exerted all his strength to protect the imperial capital, he might save the vast majority of people, but there would definitely still be some who would die from the shockwaves, and the number would not be small. At this point, Chen Xian had only one choice, to follow Yao Yi and the others into the formation space. If he chose to stay here and cause the people of the imperial capital to perish, the reputation and persona he had built over the past few months would instantly collapse, rendering all his previous efforts meaningless. The hardest thing to gauge in the world is the human heart. Someone may do 99 good deeds, but once they commit one great evil, they will surely be scorned by the world. Chen Xian did not want to think about this opposing relationship. At this moment, all he wanted was to kill the enemy before him. With an indomitable will and unmatched strength, he could not just watch the imperial capital suffer and the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom be tarnished. This battle, he could not evade, nor did he have a choice. Go! Almost as soon as Yao Yi's words fell, Chen Xian raised his gaze towards Yao Yi and coldly shouted, General Chen, don't be impulsive. Director! As Chen Xian's words fell, the surrounding Yi Fengwu and others immediately became anxious, hurriedly speaking out to dissuade him. Such malicious intent, they naturally saw through it at a glance. They would rather fight than let Chen Xian fall victim to the other party's schemes. Now, Chen Xian had become a symbol of the entire Dragon Kingdom, the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter what, Chen Xian could not encounter any mishap, otherwise, the hard-won situation of the Dragon Kingdom would surely collapse. The face of the imperial capital and the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom were indeed of great importance, but the future of the entire Dragon Kingdom was even more crucial. Whether it was Chen Xian and his companions or Yao Yi and his group, their words were not deliberately concealed. In fact, due to their profound cultivation, their voices resonated like thunder, and what they said could be heard by almost half of the imperial capital. When Chen Xian's agreement to Yao Yi's words echoed above the imperial capital, the many citizens who had initially been terrified were all moved to tears. They gathered by the windows, gazing at the scene of the incident. Even if some saw nothing, they still held a sense of respect. General Chen, we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, fear no battle. It was unclear who shouted this out loud, nor whether it came from the outskirts of the imperial capital or somewhere else. At first, this voice was nothing special, but gradually, it grew powerful, like a surging tide. We, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, fear no battle. In an instant, one after another, citizens of the imperial capital stood by the windows, shouting with all their might, their eyes filled with fearlessness, their bodies radiating an astonishing fighting spirit. One wave subsided, and another rose. The many voices converged, forming a tremendous sound wave that swept through the imperial capital. Inside the red walls, the Grand Elder and several elders of the cabinet listened to this astonishing momentum, and smiles of relief appeared on their faces in unison. United in purpose, their fighting spirit was overwhelming. What enemy could withstand it? After hearing these voices, Yi Fengwu and others also trembled, their faces showing both emotion and admiration. Who in the world could inspire such selfless devotion from the people? Chen Xian had almost single-handedly protected the entire Dragon Kingdom, but when he faced difficulties, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom was willing to give everything to protect him. At this moment, Chen Xian appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was already weeping like a pillar. This was the country he loved. This was the nation he was willing to protect with everything he had. Facing Chen Xian, Yao Yi and the others were equally taken aback by this overwhelming momentum and public sentiment. They exchanged glances, each seeing the flicker of apprehension in the other's eyes. Indeed, apart from Chen Xian, the rest of the Dragon Kingdom were mere ants, yet at this moment, the will that this group of ants had unleashed was equally shocking to them. As powerful beings of ancient forces who worshipped the beastly demon gods, they could hardly imagine why Chen Xian could evoke such astonishing will from these ants. After taking a deep look at Chen Xian, Yao Yi waved his hand, and with the others, vanished without a trace, leaving only a portal behind. Seeing this, Chen Xian glanced around the imperial capital, said nothing, and resolutely stepped into the portal. When the portal disappeared, many people were already in tears, and even Yi Fengwu and others were emotionally stirred, their fists clenched tightly, their eyes red. After a moment, Yi Fengwu took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "Mobilize all personnel. Gather all suspicious individuals from the past week. Anyone who raises suspicion must be captured. We cannot intervene in battles of that level, nor can we help General Chen. But within this imperial capital, not a single insignificant one can be left. Find one, kill one." Understood. The people behind Yi Fengwu responded in unison, leaving with a murderous intent. Following that, Yi Fengwu also departed, needing to mobilize personnel to protect the citizens and prevent any desperate rats from causing chaos in the imperial capital. The entire imperial capital began to operate at high speed under this astonishing will. Meanwhile, in the grayish array space, Chen Xian stood facing Yao Yi and the others, their auras surging like a raging storm, shaking the heavens and the earth. "Chen Xian, the strength you have today is hard-won. I cherish talent and am willing to give you a chance. As long as you sever ties with the human race and swear allegiance to the demon god, we will no longer be enemies, but friends, brothers." Perhaps feeling that Chen Xian was already in his grasp, Yao Yi was not in a hurry to act. He fixed his gaze on Chen Xian and spoke with an invitation. The earlier scene made him clearly realize Chen Xian's significance to the entire Dragon Kingdom. If he could bring Chen Xian under his command, it would be a devastating blow to the entire Dragon Kingdom. Even their acceptance of the Dragon Kingdom would become effortless. After all, if even the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom worships the demon god, what reason do the other people of the Dragon Kingdom have to not embrace the demon god? The benefits of subduing Chen Xian far outweighed the advantages of killing him. Even disregarding Chen Xian's influence on the Dragon Kingdom, just his own qualifications meant that as long as Chen Xian did not go too far, he could agree to Chen Xian's terms, just to bring this astonishing talent under his command. Unfortunately, while Yao Ye's calculations were ringing in his ears, Chen Xian looked down on him. He coldly glanced at Yao Yi and sneered, "Friends? Brothers? You think you are worthy? What nonsense, demon god! Just a mindless beast that feeds on raw flesh and blood. And you think I, Chen Xian, would worship such a thing?" This mocking statement sent a shiver down the spines of Yao Yi and the others, who looked around in fear. When nothing happened, they instantly erupted in anger. "What courage! You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Although Yao Yi and the others were furious, they did not forget their plan. Yao Dao formed seals with both hands, casting intricate inscriptions that merged into the array space. Suddenly, the entire array space shook violently, but nothing happened within it. Outside, above the imperial capital, a massive light screen suddenly appeared, displaying the scene of Chen Xian confronting Yao Yi and the others. Everyone in the imperial capital could see the enormous light screen in the sky, and some even took out their phones to live-stream the spectacle. It was only after the arrival of the mythical era that the technology of the Dragon Kingdom exploded, allowing signals to penetrate the array barrier that enveloped the entire imperial capital. Of course, another reason was that 99% of the array's power was used within the array space. Hiss, Chen Xian, do you know how many people will see this battle? Your miserable state will echo throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and those humans who respect and admire you will witness their guardian deity wailing like a dog under the blows of my brothers. Within the array space, Yao Dao stared intently at Chen Xian, sneering, his words filled with mockery. "You talk too much." Chen Xian coldly snorted, then unleashed his full power. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, and his figure suddenly appeared beside Yao Dao, his fist shimmering with brilliant light, like a blazing sun, crashing down towards Yao Dao. The terrifying gust of wind whipped Yao Dao's long hair wildly, his clothes rustling. Even as a peak early-stage legendary saint, he felt an immense threat from Chen Xian's punch, and the sneer on his face abruptly vanished as he hurriedly defended himself. Bang! A dull roar exploded, and the terrifying force recklessly surged towards Yao Dao, directly sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing hard onto the ground of the array space, shattering it into pieces. What courage! Chen Xian's sudden attack infuriated Yao Yi and the others, who all sprang into action. Dark, mist-like demonic energy emanated from them, and a terrifying pressure descended like a giant mountain, suppressing the entire space. They struck with fists and palms, their fierce assault sweeping forth like a tidal wave. For legendary saints joined forces, and the overwhelming might felt apocalyptic, causing every citizen of the imperial capital witnessing the battle to tremble in fear, their faces involuntarily reflecting their concern for Chen Xian. If it were before, facing the offensive of the four legendary holy sovereigns, Chen Xian would have to be cautious. However, having reached the true king extreme realm, his combat power was extraordinary. What could be described as a world-destroying attack was, in his eyes, nothing much. Buzz! The clear sound of a sword chant echoed out as the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword was in hand. A fierce and domineering sword intent swept out, and Chen Xian stood in the air like an unparalleled sword god, wielding his sword as dense sword chi burst forth. Boom! When the sword chi collided with the attacks of Yao Yi and the others, a deafening explosion followed, creating a terrifying storm of power centered on the battlefield. If it weren't for the solid formation space, this power storm alone would be enough to destroy the entire imperial capital. For the vast majority of the citizens of the imperial capital, the battle between Chen Xian and Yao Yi was no less than a battle of gods. Even those at the king realm could only look up in awe. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dust gradually settled, revealing the figures of Chen Xian and the others. This probing collision made both sides serious. Yao Yi and the others showed expressions of shock, staring intently at Chen Xian. This guy was indeed not just a name without substance. Even though they had not used their full strength in their joint attack, it was not something an ordinary legendary holy sovereign could withstand, yet Chen Xian, a mere true king, could easily block their offensive. Such astonishing combat power was truly frightening. As Yao Yi and the others were astonished, the demon blade that had been sent flying by Qin Xian also returned, appearing beside Yao Yi and the others, staring at Qin Xian with an indescribable hatred in its gaze. In front of everyone, he, a dignified legendary holy sovereign, was actually sent flying by Qin Xian, a true king? This was a face lost beyond measure. If Qin Xian made him lose face, then he would make Qin Xian lose his life. Brother Yi, there's no need for probing attacks anymore, let's kill him directly. A genius like him only grows stronger the more he fights. We can only completely end him by knocking him down once. Filled with overwhelming hatred, the demon blade suggested to Yao Yi. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi's eyes flickered as he stared at Qin Xian for a while before nodding heavily. Although that last move was merely a probing attack, from this collision, they could see how strong Qin Xian's power was. Even with the addition of the demon blade, it wouldn't be so simple for their five to kill Qin Xian. A monstrous talent like Qin Xian must possess an unimaginable fortune. If the battle dragged on, the opponent might break through or comprehend some divine ability during the fight, leading to unforeseen changes. To be honest, if it weren't for their differing beliefs and irreconcilable relations, they truly did not want to be enemies with a prodigy like Qin Xian. It was too difficult to kill. Boom! In the next moment, Yao Yi and the others arranged themselves in a pentagram formation, a powerful aura emanating from them like a raging storm. Complex and obscure seals appeared in their hands, and it was unimaginable that they could synchronize such complicated seals. As they manipulated the seals, strands of profound patterns suddenly spread from their hands, followed by a terrifying demonic might that seemed to possess heavenly authority. In the sky, endless ghostly lights burst forth, presenting astonishing phenomena, and the indescribable might made Qin Xian's entire body tense involuntarily. His expression grew serious as he stared intently at the sky. Although Qin Xian could not see through what was above, he could feel a tremendous threat. Boom! Without hesitation, Qin Xian's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yao Yi and the others, raising the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword in his hand, and with a move of the Spirit Sky Sword, he slashed directly at Yao Yi and the others. In this move, Qin Xian held nothing back, using all his strength to try to interrupt Yao Yi and the others' spellcasting. However, just as his sword was about to strike down on the group of Yao Yi, a thick layer of light shield suddenly emerged around them. His sword technique struck the light shield, erupting with an astonishing roar. Despite the sharpness of his sword move, it failed to break through the light shield, nearly causing it to tremble for a while. This scene made Qin Xian's expression even more serious. This full-powered strike of his, even a mid-level legendary saint would not dare to take it head-on, yet it had no effect against this light shield? Was this a formation or some other treasure? Buzz. Accompanied by an indescribable strange sound, a portal resembling a heavenly gate appeared in everyone's sight, with Qin Xian feeling it most profoundly. As the primary target of this portal, Qin Xian bore an unimaginable pressure. At that moment, it felt as if he was being suppressed by the entire world, the boundless power of heaven and earth constantly eroding his body, as if it wanted to crush him. Qin Xian stared at the portal in the sky, and for a moment, he felt that the portal was not a portal at all, but a great demon that devoured the heavens and earth. It was a pitch-black giant door standing 10 zhang high, or more accurately, a doorframe, with a black vortex in the middle resembling an abyss, and the dark doorframe was engraved with dense demonic patterns. Just by glancing at those demonic patterns, Qin Xian felt dizzy, as if his soul was about to be drawn away, an unbearable discomfort. Divine weapon. This glance revealed the true nature of the portal to Qin Xian, but it also filled him with horror. He never expected that Yao Yi and the others would use myth-level divine weapons to deal with him. This was a myth-level divine weapon. Even in the prosperous ancient times, such divine weapons were rare treasures that one could encounter but not seek. To use such a terrifying killing tool against him, a mere true king, was truly a sign of respect. It was like using a nuclear bomb to deal with a small country. While Qin Xian trembled in fear, the many citizens of the imperial capital were also terrified. Even just through the images, they could feel the horror of that portal, making it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying pressure Qin Xian, facing it directly, was under. At this moment, the hearts of all the citizens of the imperial capital tightened, their gazes fixed on the image in the sky, fearing that if they were not careful, their guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom would vanish. In the mythical anomaly bureau, Lin Tong's eyes were filled with tears, her delicate hands tightly clenched, watching helplessly as her beloved endured such suffering, a pain that no one could imagine. At this moment, Lin Tong wished she could replace Qin Xian and bear it all. Meanwhile, in the secret realms of small worlds like Longhu Mountain and Shushan, powerful figures like the old celestial master and sword Saint Xiushui also looked towards the direction of the imperial capital, their gazes seemingly piercing through layers of obstacles to witness this astonishing scene. This group of rats has quite a background, the old celestial master said, standing atop the mountain with his hands behind his back, sneering. Although he was angry at the arrogance of the Yuanma demon gate, he had his concerns and did not immediately intervene to help. Not just him, but the other powerful figures from ancient forces were also watching. Only one person acted without hesitation. At the peak of Shushan, Sword Saint Xiushui, dressed in a light purple long dress, swayed with the wind, her long black hair dancing in the void, and her captivating eyes radiated an astonishing killing intent. The opponent I have my eyes on, how dare you touch? Unaware of the danger. As her voice fell, Sword Saint flicked her jade hand, and the Xiushui sword descended from the sky into her grasp, an indescribable aura emanating from her, as if her astonishing sword intent could pierce the heavens, dominating the world, causing the powerful members of the Wanjian sect within the small world to be deeply moved. Boom! With the Xiushui sword in hand, she suddenly slashed. A crescent-shaped sword energy shot out in an instant, as if it had crossed time and space, arriving outside the defense zone of the imperial capital in a flash. Originally outside the defensive area of the imperial capital, Xiaopingwu and the others were frantically thinking of countermeasures, their eyes nearly bulging out as they stared blankly at the terrifying sword energy that broke through the clouds and shot down. Just a glance at this sword energy sent chills down their spines, as if their souls were trapped in a realm of swords, enduring the endless biting of sword energy. Bang! At the moment of Xiaopingwu and the others' fear, this sword energy, like a bamboo being split, struck the barrier of the formation. Their helpless formation barrier crumbled like paper under this sword energy, instantly shattering. The grand imperial capital appeared before Xiaopingwu and the others, and the light curtain in the sky was also visible to them. Perhaps due to the shattering of the formation, the entire formation space trembled incessantly, with cracks spreading throughout. The sudden change left Yaoye and the others stunned, and soon their faces darkened as if they could drip water. Without needing to think, they knew that the formation set up outside had been broken, and only in this way could such a significant change occur in the formation space. Based on their understanding of the Dragon Kingdom, apart from Chen Xian, no one could break the formation they had laid out. It was clear that someone from those ancient powers had made a move. Damn it! Yaoye cursed under his breath, not dwelling on the shattering of the formation, but instead hastening his actions. Although the shattering of the formation had some impact on his plans, it could not stop them from using the heavily devouring demon gate against Chen Xian. They just needed to speed up their actions, or else, by the time the powerful figures from those ancient forces arrived, they would truly be unable to kill Chen Xian. At this moment, Yaoye and the others couldn't help but lament the terror of Chen Xian, a prodigy with such great fortune. They understood that the actions of those ancient powers were definitely not out of consideration for their alliance with the Dragon Kingdom, but likely influenced by Chen Xian's fortune. Fortune, ethereal and elusive, yet it truly exists. With Chen Xian's fortune, turning misfortune into good luck was within their expectations. However, having made such ample preparations, they were unwilling to let Chen Xian live, so Yaoye and the others increased their efforts, fully concentrating on unleashing the heavenly devouring demon gate. They were not afraid of Chen Xian escaping. As long as he wasn't foolish, he would understand that once he fled, their unleashed offensive would fall upon the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, and with the power of the imperial capital, it would be impossible to withstand a strike unleashed by 5 legendary saints working together with a divine weapon. Yaoye and the others were not wrong. Even if the formation had been shattered, Chen Xian did not dare to leave. Of course, Chen Xian had no intention of leaving in the first place. The myth-level divine weapon indeed possessed boundless power. If it had been before, even if he reached the peak of the true king realm, he would not have been able to withstand it. However, after receiving the destiny divine weapon gifted by the emperor, he could barely withstand the assault of this myth-level divine weapon. On the other side, at the peak of Mount Shu, the Sword Saint saw that Yaoye and the others were still recklessly activating the heavenly devouring demon gate, and immediately laughed, but within that smile, which could overshadow 100 flowers, lay an astonishing killing intent. She did not pause for long and struck out with another sword. This sword was even more terrifying than the first one, with an astonishing sword intent that almost enveloped the entire Dragon Kingdom. Anyone with an awakened sword path profession felt as if they were witnessing the god of the sword. However, just as this sword was about to strike the formation space where Chen Xian and the others were, an unexpected event occurred. A fist imprint filled with terrifying demonic energy surged from an unknown direction, colliding with the sword energy, both vanishing into nothingness. Sword Saint, you have crossed the line. Immediately after, a voice tinged with anger, like thunder, exploded in the sky above the entire imperial capital. Even the formation space suspended in the void could hear this voice. Both sides in the formation space displayed different emotions. Chen Xian felt that although the Sword Saint was a woman, she was truly capable and would help in times of difficulty without a second thought for the consequences, unlike others who hesitated and were not straightforward at all. On the other hand, Yao Yi and the others were both delighted and shocked. They were pleased that the strongest existence of the Yuan Demon Yao sect had actually intervened, but astonished that someone like the Sword Saint would genuinely assist the Dragon Kingdom at such a time. This was the Sword Saint. Even for them, the Sword Saint was a legendary figure, seemingly young but undoubtedly a legend among ancient powers. However, Chen Xian and the others did not know that neither the Sword Saint nor the powerful figure from the Yuan Demonyao sect had actually appeared. They had merely exchanged blows from a distance. The actions of these two caused Yao Yi and the others to temporarily cease their actions, and the entire array space fell into a momentary silence. Meanwhile, standing atop Mount Shu, upon hearing the words of the powerful figure from the Yuan Demonyao sect, the exquisitely beautiful face of the Sword Saint flashed with disdain as she coldly snorted, "I shall go, what will you do?" This melodious voice instantly resonated throughout the capital, seemingly delightful, yet the contained dominance made one tremble. Many young citizens of the capital felt a surge of admiration. From these two voices, they could tell that the Sword Saint had come to help the Dragon Kingdom, or more precisely, to assist General Chen Xian. With such a domineering figure allied with the Dragon Kingdom, they naturally felt admiration. Not to mention, this Sword Saint was a woman, although they had never seen her true form. Just the intoxicating voice combined with her domineering words made many young people yearn for her. In contrast to the admiration of the many young people in the capital, the hidden powerful figure from the Yuan Demonyao sect was furious. He did not expect the Sword Saint to be so disrespectful and publicly humiliate him. He indeed feared the Sword Saint, but being insulted to such an extent without retaliating would make him seem weak. Furthermore, if he simply retreated, the prestige of the Yuan Demonyao sect would surely suffer greatly. With this in mind, he struck again. Boom! In an instant, a powerful aura swept in from the distance, and under this aura, the skies above the capital changed dramatically, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire capital. Any citizen of lower rank felt as if they were being crushed by a giant mountain, nearly suffocating. Such terrifying power made them tremble in fear, no longer daring to watch the spectacle, and they exerted all their strength to resist this terrifying might. This was what they called celestial beings fighting, with mortals suffering. Without sufficient strength, one didn't even have the right to watch. Fortunately, many powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom quickly regained their senses, and numerous kings joined forces, merging their powers to create a massive protective shield that enveloped the entire capital. Moreover, since the powerful figures from the Yuan Demonyao sect and the Sword Saint were fighting high in the sky and had not personally appeared, no one was unjustly harmed in this contest. "Very well, I shall see if you have made any progress after hiding for so many years," the Sword Saint said with interest, her fighting spirit ignited. Buzz! In an instant, a crisp sound of sword chanting echoed from all directions, and a sharp sword intent surged forth. Even from a distance, it gave a chilling sensation that pierced the soul. This made many experts in the capital marvel. The leader of the 10,000 Sword sect truly lived up to the name of the Sword Saint. Such sword intent was indeed impressive. They were not ordinary people and naturally knew about the alliance between the Dragon Kingdom and the 6 ancient powers. Boom! Soon, the clash of the two powerful figures' intents erupted in the sky, and the terrifying might swept in all directions, causing the entire firmament to show dark cracks, making it seem as if the heavens were collapsing, a truly horrifying sight. At the level of the Sword Saint, battles are no longer bound by form. Their confrontation is more about the clash of their own laws. It appears to be formless and without technique, yet it is even more perilous. This unmasked duel has also stirred the spirits and demons of the entire Blue Star. At the peak of the mountain where the Hell Temple of the Star-Spangled Nation is located, a tall figure stands, eyes crimson, gazing eastward, as if peering through layers of obstruction to witness this earth-shattering contest. Truly worthy of the ancient Eastern nation, where the strong are like forests, it cannot be underestimated. First, there was Mr. Chen, and now these two mysterious powerhouses. It seems the situation on Blue Star is becoming increasingly enigmatic. Adolf sighed softly, his aura reined in, his spirit radiating, clearly having reached the pinnacle of true king, almost stepping into the realm of legendary saint. This rapid advancement is largely thanks to his perfect fit with the evil spirit knight profession, coupled with the gifts left by the previous generation of evil spirit knights. Initially, Adolf thought that with his current strength, he might stir up some trouble in that ancient Eastern nation, but the emergence of this duel has completely calmed him down. His strength is still insufficient, he must bide his time. As someone who has risen from the bottom, Adolf is far from comparable to those proud yet short-sighted nobles of the Star-Spangled Nation. He understands very well that without strength, acting rashly would only lead to the destruction of the position he has worked so hard to attain. Not only Adolf, but also the likes of Shiva from the fallen Ganges nation and the Greek gods, among others, are watching this battle. It can be said that this battle of the strongest, although taking place in the imperial capital of the Dragon Nation, has captured the hearts and minds of powerful figures worldwide. The alien powerhouses, such as the mysterious Abyss clan and the fiery Wing Lion clan, who have deep enmity with the Dragon Nation, all wore grim expressions. The last time they invaded the Dragon Nation, they thought victory was assured, only to suffer heavy losses. Now, with such terrifying power erupting from the Dragon Nation, they are even more wary of it. At this moment, they all deeply understand that the Dragon Nation has completely established itself and is no longer an object they can manipulate at will. They cannot help but feel regret. Had they launched a full-scale attack during their initial invasion, perhaps this new world would have long since fallen into their hands. Boom! On the other side, the roar above the imperial capital resounds continuously. Under the clash of the two absolute powerhouses, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a 1,000-mile radius of the imperial capital is visibly diminishing, and the momentum of their battle is growing. The Sword Saint and the powerful figures of the Demon Gate, who have not personally appeared, are using their own laws to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to fight. Now that the heavenly power has been drained by them, this duel is naturally nearing its end.